Chapter 1. The grand performance begins in the realm of intellect. At the exalted heights of the heavens, the sun hung high, surrounded by countless stars. From across the vast expanse, the gazes of innumerable formidable beings converged upon the supreme heights of the nine heavens. There, enshrined by 8 terrifying auras of chaos, stood a singular figure, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, strikingly handsome, exuding an unparalleled presence, unrivaled in all of history, both celestial and terrestrial. Today, the 9 lives celestial sovereign shall transcend to sainthood, ascending above the 9 heavens, truly a momentous occasion for humanity. The 8 empresses stand guard over the 9 lives celestial sovereign. Such fortune is indeed enviable. Ha ha! Naturally, these 8 empresses achieve their sovereign status with the 9 lives celestial sovereign's unwavering support. Now is the time for reciprocity. Indeed, all beings awaited the successful tribulation of the 9 lives celestial sovereign. No one doubted his triumph. His life had been nothing short of legendary. He battled against the demon race, vanquishing countless formidable foes. He fought against the demonic realms, obliterating evil domains. He penetrated forbidden zones, quelling the tides of darkness. Against heaven and earth, countless prodigies fell before his invincible path. He was unmatched among his peers, often defeating foes of higher ranks. Moreover, he had cultivated the 9 lives immortal scripture to a level that surpassed its originator, possessing 9 lives. Invincibility. This label was indelibly marked upon Lu Yi, as well as in the hearts of all. This tribulation for sainthood, even if it cost him a life, Lu Yi would undoubtedly prevail. It begins. Lu Yi gazed skyward, witnessing the infinite stars above the 9 heavens swirling like grains of sand, coalescing into a colossal vortex, resembling a mighty eye. The ominous tribulation surged like tumultuous waves. The Heavenly Dao forbade Lu Yi from attaining sainthood, disallowing anyone from rising above its dominion. Though Lu Yi had merits and favors from this Heavenly Dao, it would still exert its full force against him. "You cannot obstruct me," Lu Yi proclaimed with a smile, lifting his gaze. To whom was he speaking in the emptiness above? To the very heavens. Rumble, rumble. The thunder roared, a response from the cosmos to Lu Yi. "Ha! Since you wish to challenge me, come forth deep down. You know that even if I transcend you, we remain steadfast friends. In this world, it is only you and I." The ominous clouds gathered, amalgamating the entire tribulation aura of the 9 heavens to forge this monumental calamity. It has begun. It has begun. What kind of great tribulation awaits? Let it not be the ancient calamity. The emotions of countless powerful beings surged. The sanctified tribulation was a rare spectacle, one that occurred once in millennia, tens of millennia, or even millions of years. This was a moment of historical witness. Without thunder, a singular figure materialized amidst the ominous clouds. That figure rode a divine dragon, wielding a celestial mirror. "It is the ancient celestial sovereign," a voice exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the mightiest being of the previous era, the ancient celestial sovereign, with the ancient mirror in hand, capable of reflecting the past and future, severing the threads of time and causality. Oh no, it truly is the foremost ancient calamity. Has the 9 lives celestial sovereign grown so formidable to engage in combat with the imprints of all formidable beings who have transcended through the ages? Is truly a grand spectacle. The invincible celestial of 9 lives. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the ancient celestial. "It has been a long time." The ancient celestial nodded gently. "It is indeed a pleasure to see you again, my friend." Though they had never truly met, their paths had crossed within the vast continuum of time. A battle? Certainly. Without further ado, the 2 celestials unleashed their might. A mere strike from such beings conjured unparalleled feats. The void shattered, reverting to primordial chaos. The 8 exquisite figures retreated, exchanging glances that revealed a myriad of meanings within their eyes. In an instant, the battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. The ancient celestial unleashed the art of time, manifesting multiple figures that traversed various epochs in search of different incarnations of Lu Yi. If even one incarnation of Lu Yi were to fall in any given timeline, it would inflict harm upon him. Yet there was no concern among them, for Lu Yi, who had ascended from weakness to unparalleled strength, was a terrifying prodigy, invincible even in the annals of history. Suddenly, wounds from the great path appeared upon Lu Ye's form. His body trembled violently as 1, 2, 3, a total of 8 scars emerged. How is this possible? A voice echoed in disbelief. What could this signify? It indicated that Lu Yi had been slain 8 times across the continuum of time. But how could this be? At every stage in the past, Lu Yi had remained an indomitable force among his peers. My friend, your deep emotions and integrity are truly admirable, the ancient celestial remarked with a smile. Lu Yi returned a smile. Your mastery of the arts is indeed commendable. The ancient celestial. Suddenly, Lu Ye's brow furrowed. How swift were the exchanges at the celestial level? In the blink of an eye, the ancient celestial seized the opportunity, delivering a formidable seal upon Lu Yi, causing his body to sway slightly. Though uninjured, his expression grew increasingly tense. Was he poisoned? He found this notion preposterous. He was a celestial. Even the great path could not diminish him what poison could possibly affect him. And when had it been administered without his knowledge, it is a curse, the yin-yang devouring curse. In an instant, the ancient celestial recognized the origin of the curse. The yin-yang devouring curse. Lu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he cast a glance toward the 8 figures surrounding him. The yin-yang devouring curse can consume the essence of all paths. Such a curse is formless and rare in the world, only capable of being planted during the convergence of yin and yang. The curse manifests as a duality of insects, with a yang insect devouring the path to nourish the yin insect. Evidently, Lu Yi had been afflicted by the yang insect, and those who had the opportunity to cast such a curse upon him were none other than his 8 esteemed confidants. Lu Yi was enraged. In a fit of fury, he unleashed his full offensive potential, momentarily overpowering the ancient celestial. Yet the ancient celestial exhibited no anger. He appeared to revel in the unfolding drama, wearing an expression of amusement. My friend, you are so loyal and honorable, yet you have been ensnared in such a scheme. How do you feel about it? The ancient celestial inquired with a smile. How can he be considered virtuous and loyal when he bullies the weak and possesses with tyranny? An ethereal voice, now brimming with wrath, echoed through the air. The speaker was the ethereal empress, Shangguan Huanling. Indeed, standing solely from one's own perspective, utterly disregarding the thoughts of others, cannot possibly be deemed virtuous or loyal. This so-called loyalty is nothing but a farce. He betrays his mentors and annihilates the innocent. Our actions must serve to eradicate this malevolence. My lord, do not hold it against me. I have ascended to the rank of empress. I truly wish to no longer be a mere handmaiden. I have endured a lifetime as a servant. So please just die. Brother, if it weren't for you, do you remember Feng Wuxia? Had it not been for you, I would have been with Feng Wuxia. One by one, the empresses voiced their grievances against Lu Yi. Their exquisite visages twisted with hatred, humiliation, and torment. Lu Yi's expression turned cold. His heart ached intensely, as if pierced by countless fallen celestial nails. No, it had never hurt so much, even when he was initially bound by those nails. Thus, perish, perish, once you are gone. We shall be free. I never wished for your control over me. With your demise, no one will govern my actions. I shall do as I please. Even as an empress, I am still under your thumb. Have ye had enough? Die, die, die. The 8 sunworms surged forth in unison. A formidable being, born of the second eternal calamity, emerged, with internal strife and external threats, compounded by a wounded resolve. Lu Yi descended into madness. In his frenzy, he unleashed an even more terrifying combat prowess that he yearned to slay. He desired to obliterate these 8 individuals, whose hearts were as cruel as beasts, who only remembered the bad and not the good. He would rather suffer injuries than refrain from attacking. However, when those 8 women summoned the celestial artifacts he had forged for them, Lu Yi nearly succumbed to despair. My friend, now is not the time for distractions. Another stunning celestial being appeared, unleashing a lethal strike that left Lu Yi severely wounded, his body shattered, and his path extinguished. Despite Lu Ye's resolve being as steadfast as divine iron, the relentless nature of the eternal calamity proved too fierce. He fought against all the past formidable beings who had sought enlightenment, each one a pinnacle celestial, unrivaled in their era. Moreover, Lu Yi was continuously gnawed upon by the yin-yang devouring pathworm. The surrounding emperors were left in bewilderment. How can you eight treat a celestial like this? They were in reproach. Yet, the eight remained unfazed. One by one, they recounted Lu Yi's transgressions, each account delivered with unwavering certainty. Have you forgotten how the celestial aided you? Without his assistance, we could have still become emperors. His help was merely to satisfy his own selfish desires. Even with his heart's resolve as solid as eternal divine gold, Lu Yi felt a twinge of heartache. He realized that his kindness, in their eyes, had become a shackle. He could no longer endure that a succession of terrifying celestial beings descended, their essence splattering forth as the path of the great Tao began to dissolve. In the face of inevitable demise, he raised his gaze towards the heavens. Old friend, allow me to assist you one final time. His form transformed into a resplendent source of light, transcending the ordinary, resonating with every aspect of the cosmos. Let us perish together. An immeasurable brilliance pierced the dark expanse of the universe, hurtling towards a shadowy mass at the cosmic brink, a malignant growth festering upon the barrier of the nine. Heavens, fool! 9 lives, others may have harmed you, yet you choose to perish alongside the source of my darkness. What madness is this? Boom! The self-detonation of a celestial being caused the very fabric of myriad paths to collapse, shaking the 9 heavens to their core. The shattered visage of an ancient celestial re-emerged. Yet, for those familiar with the ancient celestial, it was clear at a glance that this was not he. Instead, another bore his likeness. His gaze was frigid, an indescribable indifference, as if nothing in existence could stir any emotion within him. However, upon witnessing the self-destruction of the 9 live celestial, dragging with it the most troublesome source of darkness, even his demeanor flickered with a hint of emotion. Old friend. He uttered these 3 words with a parched voice, tinged with a subtle sorrow. I shall send them to accompany you. With a wave of his hand, the shattered myriad paths twisted, revealing the river of time, which coalesced into a vortex. The 8 empresses, devoid of any means of resistance, were drawn into the whirlpool. The grand performance has begun. Chapter 2 Rebirth. Countless beams of light converged into 2 lines, piercing into a person's eyes. Lu Yi's body shuddered slightly as the world before him transformed into its true form. Young master, your clothes are washed. A young girl, clad in a mint green gown and exuding a whimsical charm, entered with a basin of laundry. Her cheerful voice faltered as the same myriad of lights coalesced into 2 rays. Merging into her eyes, all memories returned. They had been reborn many years ago, during the time they were still in the first layer of heaven. Observing the current scene, it was reminiscent of their early days after entering the grand sect. Thud! The laundry basin crashed to the ground. Why? How could this be? Chu Ling stared at Lu Yi in disbelief. They had actually been reborn. Lu Yi could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. It seems that old friend still has a bit of conscience. Thank you. Before his reincarnation, he was an orphan who had never known love. After crossing over, he yearned desperately for affection, believing he had found it. Indeed, he had. Yet, without a doubt, he had also lost it. From nothing to something, from possession to loss. Where does love find eternity? In retrospect, this betrayal seemed merely a slight frost upon his heart. Do you not possess 9 lives? Why choose self-destruction without losing a single one? Chu Ling's gaze was sharp, faintly imbued with sword energy, truly befitting the sword goddess of the 9 heavens. Lu Yi offered no explanation. What does it matter to you? Do I owe you an explanation? He replied nonchalantly. He retrieved a piece of paper from his storage pouch. A contract of servitude. Chu Ling's expression shifted. In truth, this was merely a document among mortals, devoid of any celestial principles. Even if breached, there would be no consequences. Yet, Chu Ling regarded it as a profound humiliation, harboring both intense hatred and helplessly fulfilling its terms. Flames ignited. Chu Ling's eyes widened in shock. With no hesitation, Lu Yi burned the contract, the black ashes fluttering down like autumn leaves. There, you are free. Chu Ling inexplicably clenched her teeth, her exquisite features growing cold. Why? You have yet to answer my question. Why, with 9 lives, did you choose self-destruction at the first? I said, it's none of your business. Leave. Lu Ye's voice was dismissive. Chu Ling's body trembled slightly, her eyes reddening. As the contract was consumed by flames, her heart felt inexplicably hollow. This was what she had longed for. Reborn, you shall meet a dire fate. Leaving behind a curse, Chu Ling turned to depart. Lu Ye couldn't help but chuckle. He could easily slay Chu Ling at this moment. However, sometimes, death does not constitute the harshest of punishments. The current Chu Ling, filled with rage and resentment, left in a storm of emotions. Even if she were to kill her, she would feel no pain. So let her live well. Departing from Lu Yi, Chu Ling gazed at the familiar yet strange courtyard. Here, she had spent a significant amount of time with Lu Yi, who often delighted in teasing her, making her blush and laugh heartily. He would also look at her with tender affection, and sometimes, as she massaged his shoulders, the evening sun would cast a warm glow upon them, and in that moment, she felt the tranquility of time. Yet now, none of this could ever happen again. She let out a self-deprecating smile. How foolish she was to have once relished the feeling of being a servant. Lu Yi had abducted her from Chu Jin Mountain Manor, continuously controlling her and preventing her from returning home. By the time he finally allowed her to go back, Chu Jin Mountain Manor had already met its demise. Now, there was no possibility of her remaining in the Great Dao sect. She had never truly belonged there. She was merely a servant to the disciples, allowed to stay by virtue of that role. Home. The thought of her parents filled her with an urgent longing. She immediately descended the mountain, racing towards Chu Jin Mountain Manor. However, her doubts remained unresolved. Her intention had never been to kill Lu Yi. It was well known that he possessed 9 lives. Initially, the consensus among the 8 of them was to spare Lu Ye's last life, rendering him a cripple to atone for his many sins. Yet, upon the first life, he had self-destructed. Never mind, it no longer mattered. She wanted to go home. Silence descended. Lu Yi knew that Chu Ling would undoubtedly return home. Chu Jin Mountain Manor was a den of darkness. As a natural sword body, if they had nurtured her with care, she could have become a formidable force, protecting the manor. However, that was not their intention. They already had a young master with a Hongyuan sword embryo and had no need for another rising star with a natural sword body. Additionally, the ancestral master of Chu Jin Mountain Manor had forged a demonic sword that required a sword body for its sacrificial ritual, and thus, Chu Ling was chosen without hesitation. He had rescued her and compelled her to remain by his side, withholding the truth to spare her from realizing that the love from her parents was but an illusion. Lu Yi understood deeply that even illusory love is still love. Some people have never even experienced such a phantom affection, and that is the most tragic fate of all. As the demonic sword neared completion, without Chu Ling, it lay in wait. Ultimately, when no suitable sacrifice could be found, they were left with no choice but to use that young master as the offering. The day the demonic sword was completed would also mark the downfall of Chu Jin Mountain Manor. Surely, now that Chu Ling had returned, the entire manor would be filled with immense joy. They could hardly fathom that someone who had truly escaped the jaws of death would return to meet her demise. A fool indeed. Bam! Before he could even begin his training, his door was shattered by a powerful kick, splinters flying everywhere. Dressed in a striking red outfit, the fiery-tempered disciple, Yu Hongling, stormed in with indignation etched across her face. My door. Lu Yi seethed with rage. Why did you shatter it upon entering? With my door destroyed, where can I find solace for my cultivation and rest? In an instant, Lu Yi vanished, his hand reaching for Yu Hongling's throat. She let out a cold snort and raised her palm in response, but with a single move. Lu Yi seized her neck. With a grip tightening around her throat, Lu Yi declared, Today, you must repair my door. Failure to do so will result in your demise. His voice was chilling. After years of diligent practice, few dared to destroy his threshold. Without a door, he felt utterly vulnerable. Yu Hongling's face was flushed with defiance. Her gaze fixed resolutely on Lu Yi, her delicate features marred by the rising tide of anger. She showed no sign of submission, just as Lu Yi exhibited no inclination to relent. Choke her. Choke the wretched girl. The sensation of suffocation grew stronger, her neck nearing the brink of being crushed. As she gazed into Lu Ye's icy eyes, the specter of death loomed over her like a nightmare. Did he truly intend to kill her? This was the brother who had always indulged her whims and tolerated her caprices. No, she could not perish yet. She had not yet encountered Feng Wuxia. She had returned to life with the purpose of being a lover to him, a pair of star-crossed souls, envied by none but themselves. I shall. A choked voice faltered. Only then did Lu Yi release Yu Hongling, casting her aside. Upon my return, if my door is not repaired, you shall face dire consequences. I assure you. Chapter 3. The Poison of the Heavenly Stalemate. Cough. Yu Hongling delicately covered her slender neck, which was strikingly beautiful, embodying the elegance of a true swan neck. Her legs were long and perfectly straight, her arms graceful and fair, and her neck was elongated and proportionate. Yet now, a vivid purplish-red handprint marred her delicate skin, a shocking sight to behold. Like a dying fish, she gasped for breath, struggling for a full minute or two before finally regaining her composure. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls, as she had come to confront Lu Yi with fierce resolve, only to be met with such treatment. How could she endure it? Previously, had she shattered the door, Lu Yi would have merely punished her by making her assist him with the repairs. But this, how could he treat her so? Was it merely about 2 doors? Moreover, she was his junior sister, and in a past life, his partner, his beloved. Could a single transgression erase all affection? She would not yield. She was determined not to do that door, for she could not believe. A cold, murderous gaze from Lu Yi flickered through her mind. Humph, if it must be done, then so be it. With a surge of anger, Yu Hongling began to repair the door. Meanwhile, Lu Yi retreated to a secluded spot, his favored place of cultivation, where he occasionally found solace amidst the beautiful scenery. Though the spiritual energy was moderate, it was enough to lift his spirits and accelerate his cultivation. However, a woman clad in flowing white, with a dignified hairstyle, had long awaited his arrival. The wind danced around her long skirt, accentuating her astonishing figure. Lu Yi, damn it, too familiar. He could no longer remain in this Taoist sect. It was time to seek an opportunity to descend the mountain. Nevertheless, since he had encountered her, having seen his master, he collected himself and performed a respectful bow. This was his master, Bai Qiulan. Well, indeed, he had acted somewhat beastly, that much was true. Bai Qiulan turned to Lu Yi and inquired, "Why do you possess only 1 life?" She posed the question directly. In response, Lu Yi explained, "It is due to my inadequate skills. In pursuit of a breakthrough during my cultivation, I merged my 9 lives into 1, hence I possess only a single life." He smiled as he spoke. A look of understanding finally emerged in Bai Qiulan's eyes. So that was the case. Everything fell into place. Since I have discovered a method to restrain the chaotic lunar power, let the events of the past life be regarded as a mere dream, never to be repeated. Should you harbor any ulterior motives again, I shall have no choice but to cleanse the sect, Bai Qiulan stated coldly. I shall remember this, master. Bai Qiulan departed, her grace unmatched, her skin fair as snow, and her eyes shimmering with the depth of autumn waters. The power of the chaotic lunar force, frigid and bitter, manifested as a chaotic poison that could inflict unbearable suffering. Yet, when harnessed to nurture a woman, it could render her exquisitely beautiful and delicate. But master, are you certain you have found a way to restrain the lunar power? Had it not been for my own use of the yin-yang transference technique to shift the chaotic poison onto myself, do you truly believe you could withstand it? Within the sect, only these 3 women had connections with him. Now, he had resolved issues with 2 of them, and regarding Yu Hongling, he decided to disregard her. Finally, he could focus on his cultivation. He settled into his usual spot and began his practice. Old buddy, are you still there? Ding. I'm here. The panel unfurled within Lu Yi's mind, an auxiliary cultivation interface presenting 3 options. 1. Cultivation. 2. Simulation. 3. Comprehension of the Tao. What? No energy required. Lu Yi inquired with curiosity. Ding. I have transcended to the Tao. What more energy do I need? The system retorted. That is true. But your constant engagement with the Tao is quite intense, directly manifesting the ancient calamities. Is that necessary? Lu Yi chuckled. Indeed it is. You are my host, and I must provide the strongest support. Thank you. Ding. You're welcome. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that even in this new world, he had something accompanying him until the end. He commenced his cultivation. Ding. Initiating cultivation. The cultivation technique remained unchanged, still the 9 lives undying scriptures. A text crafted by the legendary 9 Lives Emperor, a figure of unparalleled talent who created this divine scripture. However, Lu Yi surpassed him by extending the scripture to heights beyond its original scope, breaking through the emperor realm and reaching the level of the great Tao. The first layer of heaven is the weakest world, with its realms divided into postnatal, innate, qi gathering, yuan dan, breaking infant, refining void, and merging with the Tao. The first two realms are mundane, and typically, one enters a cultivation sect starting from qi gathering, especially in a top-tier sect like the Great Dao sect. In the Great Dao sect, achieving full qi gathering in 3 months is considered remarkable, while 6 months is merely passable. The spiritual energy in the Great Dao sect is exceptionally dense. Even a pig placed there for a while might evolve into a spirit pig. As of now, Lu Yi had just entered the Great Dao sect for a month and had reached the 5th level of qi gathering. Time passed, and with the rotation of the stars, day turned into night. In 2 days, Lu Yi broke through to the 6th level of qi gathering. In 5 days, he ascended to the 7th level. 11 days later, he reached the 8th level, and in 15 days, he attained the 9th level. His true energy was abundant and refined, establishing a foundation stronger than in his previous life. In his past life, he spent 2 months and 4 days to achieve full qi gathering, astonishing the Great Dao sect and marking him as a key cultivation target. They intended for him to apprentice under a revered elder, but Lu Yi declined. Soon after, he reached full qi gathering. In truth, he could have advanced to the 10th, 11th, or even 12th levels of qi gathering. In his previous life, Lu Yi was intensely competitive, breaking through to the 18th level of qi gathering before opting to use a returning origin pill to assist him, ultimately culminating in the formation of a celestial grade Yuan Dan. The classification of these realms stems from the competitive nature of various eras. Lu Yi could have also condensed a Saint grade Yuan Dan. However, at that moment, he was refining the golden core with Yu Hongling, and there was only one perfect return essence pill. Lu Yi graciously allowed this singular pill to Yu Hongling. Rather than pausing, Lu Yi chose to continue his cultivation. With his innate talent and the insights gained from a lifetime of cultivation, he was entirely capable of forming a golden core without the aid of pills. The golden core began to take shape within him. Suddenly, a significant portion of his true energy solidified, leaving only half to participate in the golden core formation. Lu Yi was slightly taken aback. Without hesitation, he halted the process. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his energy becoming feeble. What could this be? Lu Yi furrowed his brow. Ding! It is the heavenly stiffness poison, came the system's response. The heavenly stiffness poison. Lu Yi's lips twitched. Ah, so this is how one wishes for their demise. He could hardly fathom the scene wherein, while exerting himself to face the eternal calamity, he would suddenly find half of his power rendered immobile in combat against past strong foes. It was indeed the work of those women. Now Lu Yi understood why several women were so curiously fixated on the fact that he possessed 9 lives, but only lived 1. They were intent on ensuring his demise 9 times over. What enmity must they harbor? It is said that a day as a husband binds one for 100 days. And 100 days as a husband is akin to a deep ocean of affection. Simulation. Ding! Simulation commencing. Lu Yi was aware that the heavenly stiffness was also a formidable existence. A celestial sovereign who sought to live a second life, but failed. Dying yet not decaying into a zombie. A one-time event. A rule-based phenomenon. Perpetually half of one's energy rendered immobile. There were methods to unravel this. Yet they were beyond Lu Yi's current capabilities. Fortunately, he was now at the qi gathering stage. He could forego half of his true energy. It merely obstructed his meridians, causing considerable discomfort. He simulated a feasible method. As Lu Yi contemplated this approach, his brow furrowed. To break through to the golden core realm, one must alter the structure of true energy, transforming it into true essence, thereby resolving the rule-based stiffness poison. However, under circumstances where he could only utilize half of his true energy, the golden core formed would likely be barely sufficient to reach the earth core stage. A solution emerged. He could use the perfect return essence pill. Chapter 4. The Ghost Seeking Death, the Perfect Returning Essence Pill. It is exceedingly rare, exceptionally scarce. Otherwise, he would not have given away the only perfect pill he possessed to Yu Hongling. Now, it seems he need not offer it to her any longer. As Lu Yi rose, he heard the auspicious light blooming within the Dao sect, the sound of the grand bell resonating, and the cries of spirit beasts echoing. The 92nd generation disciple of the Dao sect, by Chilan S. Prat Ji, Yu Hongling, had achieved complete qi gathering on the 17th day of the first month, breaking the qi gathering record of the Dao sect. She was awarded a vial of supreme returning essence pills, 3 treasured weapons, a place as a true disciple, and the option to select 2 divine abilities. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Yi smiled. Her progress in cultivation was quite rapid. He had taken 15 days in a month, merely 2 days faster than her. After all, she was an emperor, and even with Lu Yi's system and his past life as a celestial lord, it still required a considerable number of days for such cultivation. However, a supreme returning essence pill? Yu Hongling would likely deem it beneath her. He needed to hasten and secure that one perfect returning essence pill for himself. Additionally, calculating the time, Chu Ling should be returning to the Chu Sword Manor soon. Lu Yi could hardly imagine the joy that would engulf the people of the Chu Sword Manor upon the return of the long-lost Chu Ling outside the Chu Sword Manor. Ragged and worn, Chu Ling gazed at the familiar manor not far away, tears streaming down her face. She was home. She had finally returned home. Countless days and nights had been spent yearning for her parents, longing for her brother. They had treated her with such kindness. Ever since her innate sword body was discovered, the lord and lady of the manor had embraced her as their daughter, cherishing her more than their own flesh and blood, bestowing upon her all the finest treasures. Now, she was finally back. The manor was as beautiful as it had been when she left years ago, unlike the dilapidated state she had encountered upon her previous return. In this lifetime, she would diligently cultivate, for she possessed the capability to protect the manor and safeguard her family. With her heart brimming with excitement, Chu Ling approached the Chu Sword Manor. At this moment, everyone within the manor bore solemn and tense expressions, the guards wary of one another, their hands ever poised on the hilts of their swords, prepared for any sudden betrayal. The conflicts within the Chu Sword Manor intensified with each passing day. All of it stemmed from the wretched maid's disappearance. Her absence had led the ancestor to fix his gaze on the young master for forging a demonic sword. The lord and lady had only this one son. How could they permit the ancestor to forge the sword? Thus, the discord between the lord and the ancestor erupted. As the sword forging reached a critical juncture, the tensions escalated further. Some guards were aligned with the ancestor, while others pledged loyalty to the lord. All sensed that a great battle was imminent. The storm was brewing, and the winds were rising. At that moment, the ragged Chu Ling arrived at the manor gate. Who is this beggar? The Chu Sword Manor is no place for you. Depart at once. A guard named Chu Si, kind-hearted and unwilling to involve others in the strife, attempted to drive her away. I am not a beggar. I am the young lady, Chu Ling. Chu Ling exclaimed with excitement. The 4 guards at the entrance were utterly astonished. Who are you? I am Chu Ling. The guards exchanged incredulous glances. No, you escaped from the demon cave. How can you return now with such a radiant smile? Are you out of your mind? How dare you, wild girl, impersonate the young lady? Leave at once, or do not blame me for being merciless with my sword. Chu Si drew his long sword and shouted vehemently. The other 3 guards turned their gazes toward Chu Si, their expressions turning perilous. Chu Si, do you not remember me? I am Chu Ling. When I was a child, you often held me and treated me to delicious food. Have you forgotten? I left not long ago. Just look at my face. Chu Ling has returned. Suddenly, one guard dashed into the Chu Jin Manor, exerting all his strength to shout, Chu Ling has returned. The innate sword body, Chu Ling, has returned. Ancestor, ancestor, Chu Ling has returned. Instantly, a wave of energy erupted from the manor, and everyone who heard the news changed countenance, rushing over in haste. Chu Si looked at Chu Ling, his face filled with joy and a foolish grin, unable to suppress a pained closure of his eyes. This person, boom. A figure clad in a brocade robe left deep footprints with each step on the bluestone ground, staggering as he exited the door, nearly toppling over. Chu Ling gasped. However, the figure steadied himself and embraced Chu Ling. Linger, you have returned. At last, you have returned. Your father has missed you dearly. His body trembled with joy, his fierce eyes glistening with tears. This was Chu Xiongtian, the master of Chu Jin Manor. Linger. Another exclamation followed as the mistress of the manor, Zhang Shuiyue, rushed out, joining in the embrace. You wretched girl, where have you been all this time? Not a single word from you. Do you know we were nearly frantic with worry? I'm so sorry, so sorry. I was taken hostage by the Dao sect, and they wouldn't allow me to contact you. I've snuck back now, and I promise I will never leave you, father and mother, again. Chu Ling's emotions were overwhelming. In her parents' embrace, she felt an unprecedented warmth. The young master of Chu Jin Manor, Chu Shifei, gazed at the returning Chu Ling, his face still reflecting disbelief. He could not help but slap himself. Ouch! At that moment, his legs felt weak. She is back. She is back. How wonderful. The scapegoat has returned. He had nearly perished. Outside the Dao sect, Lu Yi, having received commendation from Hongling for his achievements, chose to depart. His destination lay over 1,000 kilometers west of the Dao sect, to an ancient tomb yet to be revealed to the world. It was expected that in a month, a chance battle would activate the tomb S formation, allowing it to resurface. Inside was a burial site for a powerful void refinement practitioner, steeped in antiquity. The most precious items within are the remnants of the 9 lives, unfathomable scripture, and the flawless return to origin pill. All other possessions have succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving only these 2 treasures preserved. Without pausing, Lu Yi journeyed for 2 days to arrive at this location. Here, a formation exists. However, it is in a state of disrepair. Even if it were intact, it would scarcely pose a challenge to Lu Yi. With deliberate steps, he vanished from sight. Almost 10 minutes after his disappearance, the figure of Yu Hongling emerged, alone. She dared not divulge the news of the return to origin pill to anyone else. Such a pill may not hold value for many, perhaps deemed useless. Yet for those with descendants in the foundation establishment stage, its worth is incalculable. She too entered the formation with ease. However, upon entering, her expression shifted. Had someone else arrived before her? Who could it be? She hastened deeper into the formation. For her past life as an emperor rendered her quite familiar with the traps laid by those of the void refinement stage, and with time's erosion, there was little that could withstand her. Suddenly, her steps faltered. She found herself ensnared. Yu Hongling struck forward with her palm, causing the air ahead to quiver slightly. This was not a formation that could be arranged by someone of the void refinement realm. It was one set by the earlier arrivals. This ancient tomb had yet to surface, and logically, no one should have come here. Yet now that someone had, it could only mean, Senior brother, I know it is you. Show yourself. Chapter 5, what is it? Silence enveloped the scene. No one paid attention to Yu Hongling. It was not until 3 days later that she returned to the Dao sect, rushing straight to Lu Ye's residence. At that moment, Lu Yi was preparing to condense his elixir. Yu Hongling raised her foot, ready to kick the door open, but upon seeing the door she had just crafted, she ultimately refrained. Nonetheless, it was clear that she lacked decorum. Without knocking, she pushed the door open. Bang! Just as she entered, a fist came flying towards her. Quick to react, she attempted to defend herself, yet her body was still sent reeling backward, her internal energy surging, her face flushed. The door shut behind her. Lu Yi. Enraged, Yu Hongling abandoned the customary title of senior brother and called out his name directly. Lu Yi ignored her. He had been irritated by her habit of barging in uninvited in his previous life, yet he could tolerate it. Often, during serious discussions, she would burst in, forcing him to include her. This flaw of hers had never been rectified. And now who do you think you are? Yu Hongling took a deep breath, inhaling deeply. One must teach what cannot be learned, and rectify issues immediately. For the first time in her life, she knocked on Lu Ye's door. Knock, knock, get lost. Yu Hongling, stay calm, stay calm. Anger leads to illness, and no one will care for you. Is the perfect returning essence pill from the ancient tomb in your possession? No, get lost. The words that nearly escaped her lips were forcefully swallowed. He claims he does not have it. He does not acknowledge it. How could you deny it, Lu Yi? What has become of you? Lu Yi remained silent. Answer me. Lu Yi remained silent. You can craft pills, yet you can also open the door. Don't hide inside and stay quiet. I know you're home. Lu Yi, open the door. The door creaked open, and a smug expression appeared on Yu Hongling's face. However, greeting her arrogance was a fist, swift and fierce. Bang! The punch landed directly on her bright, expressive eye, sending her staggering backward. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. I'll get you for this. Yu Hongling shrieked, truly mad, charging at Lu Yi recklessly. Lu Yi, however, respected every opponent. Come at me, attack, and then be defeated. A white figure appeared gracefully, intercepting her suicidal charge. Hongling, calm down. Yu Hongling halted, one eye black and blue, clearly bruised by Lu Ye's considerable strength. Master, Wowu, he hit me. How could she endure such humiliation? It was unclear whether she cried from physical pain or emotional hurt. Bai Qilan frowned, looking at Lu Yi. Why did you strike your junior sister? Lu Yi, with respectful candor, replied, because I wanted to. Bai Qiulan. Master, look at him. Bai Qiulan let out a gentle sigh, fully aware of the resentment that lingered in Lu Ye's heart. Yet, after all, she was his junior. Lu Ye's lips curled slightly. So she can enter others' rooms without knocking? And when he wishes to ignore her, he must still attend to her. Bai Qiulan's brows knitted tighter. Never mind. Let us not dwell on this matter. Hongling, what brings you to seek your senior brother? Bai Qiulan inquired. She recognized that Lu Yi was harboring some grievances, which was somewhat understandable given the circumstances. Who could remain untroubled after such events? He possesses the perfect returning essence pill, which I require. Yet he has no need for it. Thus, I wish to exchange with him, Hongling lamented. Bai Qiulan instantly understood. Among the 8 of them, Hongling's aptitude was relatively inferior. Initially, Lu Yi had expended considerable effort to keep Hongling by his side. Since your junior sister is in need, and you have no use for it, it would be prudent to give the perfect returning essence pill to her. If there is anything you lack, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall procure it for you. Lu Yi gently shook his head. I'm sorry, but I too require the perfect returning essence pill. Impossible. Your aptitude is so exceptional that you need not the perfect returning essence pill to condense the sacred pill. Hongling protested, feeling aggrieved. Indeed, Lu Yi, your talent is remarkable, and your cultivation is such that you can condense the sacred pill without needing the perfect returning essence pill. I say I need it, and I truly do. Do not bother me with trivialities. Lu Yi replied impatiently, turning to leave. Lu Yi, do you truly believe that without the perfect returning essence pill, I cannot refine the sacred pill? Hongling was on the verge of exploding. Lu Yi halted, turning back. In his hand appeared the perfect returning essence pill. Both Hongling and Bai Qiulan were momentarily taken aback, especially Bai Qiulan, who felt a sense of hopefulness arise within her. Then, Lu Yi opened his mouth and, before the 2 of them, directly consumed the perfect returning essence pill. He turned and departed. What just happened? Bai Qiulan and Hongling were simultaneously stunned. Bang! The door slammed shut. Silence enveloped them. It turned out he was not like this at all. Bai Qiulan attempted to comprehend Lu Yi. After all, they had indeed hurt him, yet it was also his fault from the outset. Now, with a chance to start anew, could they not restore everything to its rightful path? Rather than being so heartless? Hongling nearly ground her perfectly white teeth to dust. I refuse to believe that without the perfect returning essence pill, I cannot condense the sacred pill. I will certainly succeed in condensing the sacred pill and deliver a resounding blow to your pride. Hongling shouted toward Lu Ye's room. Lu Yi paid her no mind. He had already begun to condense the pill. Bai Qiulan observed the furious Hongling's departure and suddenly felt an icy chill envelop her. Has the temperature dropped? She looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly. Success. As expected, the sacred pill had been formed. This meant that the flaw from his initial failure to reach the pinnacle had now been rectified. The pursuit of spiritual cultivation is akin to the construction of a towering edifice. Each step is of paramount importance. Any flaw, however minute, will be magnified as the structure ascends. In the early stages of his journey, he endured countless hardships due to the shortcomings of that initial step, grappling with various methods to remedy it, yet to no avail. This is precisely why Lu Yi possesses such unwavering confidence in his ability to achieve the golden core stage. He has meticulously simulated the process countless times. Following his breakthrough, he continued his cultivation with fervor, leading to a remarkable enhancement in his power. In just 4 days, he ascended to the 2nd layer of the Yuan Dan realm. In 16 days, he reached the 3rd layer, and within 30 days, he attained the 4th layer. As his strength progressed rapidly, the extraordinary abilities that rightfully belonged to him began to awaken in succession. During Lu Ye's intense period of cultivation, many intriguing events unfolded at the Chu Sword Manor. Chu Ling returned to the manor, once again basking in the adoration of her peers as the beloved young lady. To ensure her safety, the manor assigned her a formidable entourage of 8 powerful guardians, who vigilantly watched over her well-being. However, Chu Ling discovered a troubling truth. Her biological parents were nowhere to be found. Upon inquiring, she learned from Zhang Shuiwei that her parents had departed from the Chu Sword Manor, having lost all attachment following her own disappearance, and had returned to their hometown. Chu Ling expressed understanding, recognizing that her parents had acquired considerable wealth and could lead a comfortable life back home. Another matter of note was the disappearance of Chu Si. When she questioned Zhang Shuiwei about his whereabouts, She was informed that Chu Si had left the manor to traverse the world in search of opportunities. Enveloped in the warmth of familial affection, she remained oblivious to the passage of time, unaware that the most crucial step for the demon's sword awaited her. Chapter 6. The Sword Offering. Linner, this is the green rice porridge that your mother has prepared for you. Please, try it, and tell me if it is to your liking. With a gentle smile, Zheng Shueiyue presented a bowl of light green porridge, each grain crafted from verdant spirit rice, exuding a rich and robust aroma. Thank you, mother, Chu Ling replied, her face lighting up with a pure smile, her joy evident. Mother, you are the kindest person in the world to me. I shall never leave you and father in this lifetime. Zheng Shueiyue chuckled softly as she affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. Silly child, do you not plan to marry in the future? Her words caused Chu Ling to fall into a momentary silence. Marry? To whom? Lu Yi. If she were to reject Lu Yi, who among all could rival his extraordinary charm? Who could possibly take Lu Ye's place in her heart? Chu Ling had no desire for marriage. She simply wished to remain by her parents' side, cherishing their togetherness. A hint of forced smile graced her lips. All right, no marriage. Quickly drink your porridge before it cools down. Chu Ling nodded and took small sips of the green rice porridge. Zheng Shueiyue watched her daughter swallow with an even warmer smile. At that moment, she felt reassured about her son's safety. Initially, she had considered having this girl serve as her son's sword servant, but she had not anticipated that the enchanted sword forged by the ancestor required a sword offering. The requirements for a sword offering were exceedingly stringent. The only candidates who met the criteria were her son, Chu Shifei, and her adopted daughter, Chu Ling Shirley. She could not have her son take on the role of the sword offering. Finishing the porridge in one breath, Chu Ling exclaimed, Mother, it is truly delicious. Then drink more. After 3 bowls of the green rice porridge, Chu Ling patted her belly and said, Mother, I cannot drink anymore. I am full. Silly girl. Then rest for a while. If you feel tired, lie down and take a nap. I understand. Once Zheng Shueiyue departed, Chu Ling continued to ponder the matter of marriage. Before long, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her. Wait, this cannot be right. Chu Ling was not entirely inept. She had fought alongside Lu Yi more than anyone else and earned her reputation as the 9 Heavens Sword Princess through her prowess. The intensity of this drowsiness was unusual. She quickly began to circulate her cultivation method. The technique she practiced was called the Great Slaughter Sword Cannon, a scripture of formidable offensive capability that she had been honing since her rebirth. I have been poisoned. How could this happen? Chu Ling recalled every possible scenario in which she could have been poisoned, ultimately focusing her suspicions on the green rice porridge. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The green rice porridge is poisonous? How can this be? It was prepared by Mother. As the toxin spread within her body, Chu Ling, a formidable sword cultivator, possessed the means to suppress the venom. She utilized her true energy to contain the poison and decided to feign unconsciousness to uncover the truth. Knock, knock, knock. Linner, are you asleep? The voice of Zheng Shueiyue reached the ears of the pretending Chu Ling. She remained silent. After a brief wait outside, the story continued. Enough. She has been poisoned. We can commence. The voice of Zheng Shueiyue had lost its gentleness, replaced instead by a chilling ruthlessness. With a crack, the door swung open. A throng of individuals streamed in. Zheng Shueiyue and Chu Xiongtian beheld the unconscious Chu Ling, their faces illuminated by a gleam of satisfaction. Take her away. Deliver her to the ancestor. The two advanced, seizing Chu Ling and directing her towards the innermost depths of Chu Jian Manor. At last, the demon's sword can be forged successfully. The ancestor shall break through his cultivation, and my peril shall finally be averted. Chu Shifei reflected with a lingering dread. Were it not for her unexpected return to embrace death, you would have been the sacrificial sword wielder. If you do not diligently cultivate and continue your frivolous ways, the next time danger arises, shall you rely solely on luck? Chu Xiongtian rebuked. Father, I was wrong. I shall certainly devote myself to rigorous training. Once the demon's sword is completed, you shall confine yourself in seclusion for a year. Unless you elevate the Chu Jian heart method to the 5th level, you shall not emerge. What? The 5th level? Mother, how can I possibly reach the 5th level in a year? Wouldn't that suffocate me? No, I cannot endure it. Is what your father said not true? This time, it was that wretched girl who returned. Should another crisis arise, without sufficient strength, you would merely be at the mercy of others. Chu Ling, Listening to the conversation between those she regarded as family felt her heart plummet as if encased in ice. She could not fathom, could not accept the reality of what she had heard. The sacrificial sword wielder? Return to embrace death? I am the sacrificial sword wielder? I return to embrace death? If it is required for me to cultivate to the 5th level, I have but one request. It seemed Chu Shifei understood that a prolonged seclusion was unavoidable this time, thus seizing the opportunity to voice a demand. What request? Zheng Shuiwei inquired. I wish to be alone with Chu Ling for half an hour. After all, she is destined to die. The ancestor merely desires a congenital sword body. So it would be prudent to allow me to use it beforehand. It would not affect anything. Ah! Father, do not strike, do not strike. You insolent boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Ling is your sister. Is she truly or not? She is the daughter of those 2 deceased slaves, merely a servant. Had it not been for her exceptional physique, enabling her to become the sacrificial sword wielder, I would have claimed her long ago. Regardless, I care not. If I must seclude myself, I demand her for half an hour. Chu Shifei had reached the point of recklessness. Chu Xiongtian was infuriated, nearly striking his own son dead, only to be restrained by Zheng Shuiwei. Perhaps, let him be alone with her for half an hour. To her surprise, Zheng Shuiwei acquiesced. To her mind, it made sense. After all, Chu Ling was already fated to die, and as a mother, she was well aware of her son's covetousness towards Chu Ling. Granting him this wish would allow him to cultivate earnestly thereafter. Chu Xiongtian was furious, exclaiming, "No? At such a critical juncture, how can we permit him to act recklessly? Any misstep could lead to his demise. If you dare to provoke me again, I shall break your legs." Chu Xiongtian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, admonished sternly. Many guards observe with keen eyes and attentive hearts, deeming the affairs of this family beyond their jurisdiction. Yet, Chu Ling is indeed naive. Upon her return, she remains oblivious to the disappearance of her own parents. Chu Si, merely out of kindness, advises her to leave, and for this, he meets his demise, while she seems utterly unaware. It is a grim reminder that some are destined to perish. At this moment, Chu Ling finally perceives the true nature of the Chu family. Her mind floods with countless memories. Young master, I miss home. When can I return to visit? Do not rush, wait a little longer. But how long must I wait? Until the sword is forged. She once believed the young master referred to her own sword, but now it is clear he spoke of the demonic sword. Once the demonic sword is complete, there will be no need for her to offer a sacrifice. She can return freely. Young master, I implore you, allow me to return home, for I yearn for my parents. Are they truly her biological parents, or her adoptive ones? Her adoptive parents are her true family. Linger, biological parents are indeed one's true parents. Adoptive ones may sometimes harbor ulterior motives. That cannot be. My parents have always treated me with utmost love. How can you speak of them in such a manner? In that moment, she and the young master had a fierce argument. Time has come, I will take you home. But upon arrival, Chu Jian Mountain Manor lay in ruins, the inhabitants either dead or gravely wounded. Those who bring harm upon others will ultimately suffer the consequences. They deserve it. It is all your fault, Lu Yi. Chapter 7. Madness. Old friend, one mused. Has Chu Ling returned to Chu Jian Manor? Considering the days, she should have entered the sword forging pool by now, right? Lu Yi pondered aloud. Suddenly, a luminous screen unfolded before him. The scene within was none other than that of Chu Jian Manor. Are you still able to wield the power of the Heavenly Dao? Lu Yi inquired, astonished. A faint response came, a mere whisper, yet it was enough. Lu Yi gazed upon the screen, witnessing Chu Ling being escorted towards the back mountain. This luminous screen not only conveyed images, but also resonated with sounds. Hearing the conversation among the 3 members of the Chu family, Lu Yi couldn't suppress a hearty laugh. He knew that Chu Ling was certainly not in a state of unconsciousness. A reborn emperor, if rendered insensible by mere sedatives, would hardly merit the title of emperor. Ding ding ding. The system chimed cheerfully. I suddenly think that your lack of theft from the Heavenly Dao is quite fortunate. After all, such an act rendered you cold and unfeeling. The current system is far more entertaining, Lu Yi remarked with a smile. The system, however, offered no reply. In the past, Lu Yi had exerted tremendous effort to enable the system to seize the Heavenly Dao. Yet, upon achieving this, the system transformed into something devoid of laughter, utterly lacking in interest. A group of individuals had already arrived at the back mountain. The venerable ancestor of Chu Jin Manor, Chu Songxing, donned a resplendent red robe, his long white beard meticulously groomed. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The assembly bowed in unison. Chu Songxing nodded gently, scrutinizing Chu Ling with a satisfied smile. "Leave it to me." "Yes, ancestor. Shall we be privileged to witness the spectacle of the demonic sword's sacrifice?" Chu Xiongtian inquired eagerly. The forging method of the demonic sword was a closely guarded secret of Chu Jin Manor, one that even he, as the manor's master, had never grasped. He sought to seize the opportunity to gain complete control over all the manor's arcane arts. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Songxing responded. Should the demonic sword come to fruition, he would ascend to the breaking infant realm, wielding a weapon that would render him a paragon even within that realm. At that point, Chu Jin Manor would hold no further value. But Chu Xiongtian rejoiced. "Thank you, ancestor, thank you. And you, Chu Shifei, should join us as well. As the future steward of the manor, you too may witness the creation of the demonic sword." "Thank you, ancestor." Chu Shifei felt somewhat discontented, yearning for a more intimate connection. Youth, consumed with such thoughts, particularly one as indulgent as he. 3 members of the Chu family, a former master, the current master, and the future master, led Chu Ling into the sword forging grounds. In the sword forging grounds, a black longsword, shrouded in swirling black mist, exuded a chilling aura. Suspended above a square fire pit, the sword's unique and fearsome design made it evident that it was a true instrument of death. Thus stands the venerable ancestor of the Chu Sword Manor, who devoted 31 years to forging the demonic sword. On the day of its successful creation, the ancestor would employ a secret technique to merge his being with the sword, forcefully stepping into the realm of breaking the infant. Chu Xiongtian was awash in astonishment, captivated by the sword, his awe transforming into fervor. This blade epitomized the ultimate aspiration of sword cultivators. Yet, this fervor stemmed from their insufficient cultivation, limited vision, and constrained status. To forge a pill from such a demonic sword was indeed commendable, remarked Lu Yi. He was not referring to Chu Songsheng, but rather to Chu Ling. His profound understanding of her led him to recognize that, given her current predicament, it was not life-threatening. The moment she was cast into the fire pool, she would activate the Great Slaughter Sword Cannon, drawing upon the essence of the demonic sword to forge her pill. As anticipated, it began. Chu Songsheng's voice boomed with authority as he shouted. With intricate hand seals, a multitude of resonating sounds erupted, and 1,000 blood-soaked long swords. Long prepared, soared into the air, cascading like a torrent into the fire pool. The essence of the swords transformed into golden refinement, while the blood morphed into a fierce aura, swiftly converging upon the demonic sword. The sword emitted a resonant cry, its bloodlight flickering, the sword intent raging. The bloodthirsty cry urged and beckoned. "Offer the sword." Chu Songsheng bellowed. Without hesitation, Chu Xiongtian cast Chu Ling into the fire pool. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ling opened her eyes, hands forming seals, her sword heart illuminating. A mouthful of vital blood was expelled, cascading upon the demonic sword. The sword's cry abruptly ceased as Chu Ling, charred and marred, bore grotesque burns. Yet she navigated through the fire pool and grasped the demonic sword. Pill formation. Slaughter. The sword intent surged upwards, and Chu Ling unleashed a furious, hoarse roar. One sword to slay. The sword light erupted, transforming into a cataclysmic strike. Enveloped in flames and hatred, aimed directly at Chu Songsheng, who was left in shock. How could this be? He exclaimed, producing a golden jade sword, clashing it against hers. Clang. The golden jade sword shattered. The sword light pierced through Chu Songsheng's form. Another flash of sword light sliced through, severing a perfectly formed head. Chu Ling, her body charred, was barely recognizable as human, layers of blackened scabs presenting a terrifying visage. She turned, her eyes filled with deep resentment, fixated upon the Chu father and son. Why? I regarded you as my dearest kin, one my father, the other my brother. Why have you treated me thus? Chu Ling's voice rang sharp with anguish. Both men were momentarily stunned. So swift, too swift. The Chu Ling they had deemed a mere waste had slain the ancestor in a single stroke. That was the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. Chu Ling, how? How could you possess such might? Chu Xiongtian asked in disbelief. Chu Ling smiled a tragic smile. How could she possess such might? At this moment, Chu Ling found herself oscillating between tears and laughter, resembling a figure possessed by madness. Her exceptional prowess was undoubtedly a result of the relentless tutelage from the very person she considered her adversary. What foolishness had she committed to arrive at such a state? Why did her master not permit her return? Clearly, it was to shield her from witnessing the grotesque reality of the Chu Sword Manor, to preserve the cherished memories within her heart, and ultimately, for her own good. I will slay you all, Chu Ling shrieked, brandishing her sword as she charged at Chu Xiongtian. How could Chu Xiongtian possibly contend with her? With but 2 strikes, he lost his right hand. One blow followed another. Left hand, left leg, right leg. No. Another head rolled upon the ground. Chu Shifei lay paralyzed with terror, his trousers soaked in yellow liquid. The demonic visage of Chu Ling approached him. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Chu Ling, I am your brother. Chu Shifei pleaded frantically. A wave of revulsion washed over Chu Ling, an intense nausea. She struck him with her sword, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. She yearned to torment him. One strike after another. She left him battered and bruised. I loved you all so dearly. Why do you treat me this way? Why? I held you in such high regard. Why? It seemed Chu Shifei began to comprehend his inevitable demise, and he too succumbed to madness. Love us. Ha ha ha. Chu Ling, do you even believe the words you utter? You do not love your own parents, yet you claim to love your adoptive ones? You are enamored only with wealth and luxury, only with the kindness of others. Do you not realize that after your escape, your biological parents, whom you sold to us, have met a gruesome end? Chu Ling, you are a hypocrite. You love no one and do not deserve anyone's affection. I will become a ghost, watching you day and night, observing you, a foolish creature, living in perpetual agony. Ha ha. Chapter 8. The Ultimate Elixir. Alas, Chu Shifei has perished, even as his severed head rolled upon the ground. An expression of madness and derision lingered upon his visage. In his final moments, he unleashed a torrent of curses, expelling the fear that had long resided within him. Chu Ling wiped away the tears from her eyes and, with sword in hand, stepped outside. Outside, Zheng Shuiwei and a multitude of guards were taken aback at the sight of the soot-covered Chu Ling emerging, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chu Ling, how is it that you have come forth? Zheng Shuiwei's voice suddenly turned sharp and piercing. In that instant, her mouth was pierced by the enchanted blade. You all know I am the one who wields the sacrificial sword? Chu Ling's gaze, filled with murderous intent, scrutinized the guards. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Where's Chu Si? At that moment, the realization struck Chu Ling. How could Chu Si, who had watched her grow since childhood, wish to drive her away upon her return? He could not possibly fail to recognize her. He understood that the Chu Sword Manor was a den of darkness for Chu Ling, one that sought to keep her at bay. Regret gnawed at his heart like a ravenous parasite. Chu Ling moved. In an instant, horrified screams echoed throughout the Chu Sword Manor, transforming the place into a veritable hell. She had received her answer. Chu Si was dead, her biological parents were dead, and all her friends had perished. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate him entirely. Leave not a shred behind. Ultimately, not a single living soul remained within the Chu Sword Manor. Not even the dogs and chickens were spared. Chu Ling ascended to a rooftop, a place where Lu Yi had once brought her, standing there together. Back then, Lu Yi had declared, "You deserve it." Chu Ling broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. It is deserved. It is her fate. Enough, I shall not look any longer. Lu Yi waved his hand, and the luminescent screen dissipated. Chu Ling had obtained everything she sought. Soon, those at the breaking infancy realm would come to kill her. In her current state, death was inevitable. A perverse sense of exhilaration washed over Lu Yi, leaving him momentarily speechless. Oh no, it seems I have transformed in ways I did not anticipate. In my previous life, regardless of the harm Chu Ling inflicted upon me, witnessing her suffer would evoke either pity or indifference. Yet now, the sensation is exhilarating? Lu Yi slapped his forehead. Exhilarating? Yes, indeed. Having perished once on Earth and 9 times in my past life, I have now met death a total of 10 times. Transforming into a twisted version of myself after such experiences seems hardly significant. Yet, she has indeed acquired what she desired. What of you, Hongling? What kind of elixir has she condensed? Lu Yi found himself innocently curious. His elixir, deemed a holy elixir, ultimately surpassed even that classification in quality, as he had synthesized it with half of his true energy. Following its condensation, the poisonous power of the heavenly stagnation vanished. The other half of his true energy surged into the holy elixir, enhancing its quality by yet another half step. Cultivation, cultivation. What does Yu Hongling care about the essence pill? At this moment, she has entered seclusion, due to her failure to obtain the perfect returning essence pill. She holds this alchemical trial in high regard and has made ample preparations. Whether she can achieve the holy pill hinges on this pivotal moment. Converge, Yu Hongling commanded with a delicate voice. Her vital energy surged like a tidal wave, converging towards her dantian. The various elixirs she had prepared surged forth in unison, while treasures around her radiated their formidable powers. How to put it? This method of assisting in breakthroughs actually originated from Lu Yi. Recognizing Yu Hongling's inadequate aptitude, Lu Yi had tirelessly gathered numerous treasures to aid her, enabling her to achieve perfection or near perfection with each breakthrough. However, Lu Yi's ability to find treasures and elixirs stemmed from his system. Each time he utilized these items, he would conduct countless simulations, adjusting their quantities to ensure a flawless outcome. Thus, Yu Hongling believed that with sufficient preparation, her breakthrough would be perfect. The breakthrough commenced. The vital energy gathered, surging forth robustly, indicative of a promising essence pill. Suddenly, a wave of medicinal power surged forth. The flow of vital energy accelerated dramatically. Another wave of medicinal force arrived, significantly increasing the total amount of vital energy. Yet another wave rushed in, hastening the alchemical process. Another wave came. Yu Hongling furrowed her brow. Her fair cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. Her expression shifted, and she hastily formed a seal. It was chaos. Complete chaos. Yu Hongling felt alarmed. Something was amiss. In her previous life, with the assistance of numerous treasures and elixirs, her breakthroughs had been effortless, each obstacle swiftly eliminated by a surge of support. Once completed, all assistance would vanish without imposing any burden upon her. Nevertheless, Yu Hongling ultimately became an emperor, forcing all her support to manifest despite the errors that had been committed. With a spurt of fresh blood, she turned pale. Yet, she dared not hesitate any longer, hastily forming her essence pill. Without the erratic forces interfering, this time, the alchemical process proceeded remarkably smoothly. The essence pill she ultimately formed was a celestial pill. How could it be a celestial pill? Yu Hongling nearly exploded with rage. In truth, a celestial pill is already an exceptional essence pill. In this world, 99 of individuals refine stellar pills, with only 1 in a million capable of producing earth pills, and a mere 1 in a billion able to create celestial pills. The crux of the matter is that in her previous life, devoid of any understanding, she had still managed to forge a holy pill. Now, with the memories of her past life, where she had been an emperor, the outcome was a celestial pill. How could this not incite Yu Hongling's fury? It is all because of Lu Yi. Were it not for his incessant provision of precious elixirs to assist my breakthrough, I would have merely needed to consume the finest Guiyuan pill to coalesce a sacred pill. Yu Hongling exclaimed in a fit of fury. Her words held a ring of truth. With her grand imperial insight, even in the absence of a flawless Guiyuan pill, she could still forge a sacred pill. The crux of the matter lay in her reliance on a haphazard assortment of treasures and potions, which backfired, resulting in her descent from a sacred pill to a celestial pill. One could only say, every sip and peck is preordained by fate. She promptly rose to seek out Lu Yi. Lu Yi was immersed in his cultivation, relentlessly honing his skills. Each passing day saw his strength burgeon, propelling him ever closer to the breaking infancy realm. For him, the misfortunes of the 8 women might offer a modicum of amusement, yet ultimately, his aspiration remained to reclaim the pinnacle of power, stronger than ever before, to behold vistas he had yet to witness in his previous life. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yi, come out this instant. Not even a crease marred Lu Yi's brow as he remained in his meditative state. Should Yu Hongling dare to breach his sanctuary once more, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. To hell with it, let them do as they please. Lu Yi, why did my use of precious elixirs to aid my breakthrough result in my formation of a celestial pill? Previously, I could achieve a flawless breakthrough with such assistance. Lu Yi, are you doing this on purpose? I could have coalesced a sacred pill without the elixirs. You are truly malicious. You are nothing but a petty man, a thoroughly despicable man. I once truly. Chapter 9. Do you recognize Lu Yi possesses a profound understanding of Yu Hongling? Her greatest torment has never stemmed from physical blows or harsh words. Whether struck or scolded, her temperament refuses to submit. Of course, it is also possible that the blows were not sufficiently severe. However, Lu Yi has come to realize that ignoring Yu Hongling inflicts upon her a deeper anguish. The sensation of having a fire with no outlet and a fury with no means to express it is enough to drive her to the brink of despair. As anticipated, the more she scolds, the angrier she becomes, her face flushed and neck taut with rage. She approaches to vent her frustrations, yet finds herself even more incensed. Lu Yi, undeterred, chooses to close his ears to her outbursts, leisurely continuing his cultivation. As long as I cannot hear your insults, you are merely berating yourself. Feel the ire? Suffer? Precisely, this is the desired effect. Bai Qilan hastens over upon hearing the commotion, observing Yu Hongling on the verge of a fit of rage. She furrows her brows once more. Hongling, cease your scolding, Bai Qilan gently implores. Upon seeing her mentor, Yu Hongling's pent-up grievances erupt into tears. In Bai Qilan's presence, she always exhibits a delicate vulnerability, often shedding tears even during her cultivation of the yin-yang path. Master, woe is me. I have only managed to condense a celestial pill, Yu Hongling sobs. It should not be this way. You possess the memories of the Emperor and the eternal reversal scripture. Even with merely a supreme returning essence pill, you should be able to condense a sacred pill. Why have you only managed a celestial pill? Bai Qilan queries in confusion. It's all Lu Ye's fault. Every time I've broken through before, he has brought me a plethora of treasures and pills, claiming they would assist my breakthroughs, allowing them to be more perfect. This time, I merely gathered some pills and treasures to aid my breakthrough. Yet those energies not only failed to assist, but instead disrupted my true energy, resulting in this outcome. Yu Hongling's words brim with grievance. Upon hearing this, Bai Qilan's expression shifts dramatically. You are being reckless. Lu Yi's understanding of various energies is unparalleled, a rarity throughout the ages. Each time he has assisted your breakthroughs with treasures and pills, he has meticulously refined and adjusted them, investing immeasurable effort. How can you expect to succeed with your haphazard combinations? Bai Qilan rebukes. Yu Hongling, taken aback, exclaims, Huh? Does he not always casually present beneficial items for my breakthroughs? How has he put in so much effort? Bai Qilan, filled with exasperation, responds, I once personally observed Lu Yi as he selected pills for your breakthrough. His brow furrowed, his face a mask of anguish. Some pills needed to have portions of their potency diminished, while others required enhancement. He often had to start anew after multiple mistakes. The assistance he provides is akin to divine intervention. How could such a meticulous arrangement be achieved casually? You once ascended as an emperor, do you not comprehend? The more formidable one becomes, the clearer it is how unfathomable it is for Lu Yi to aid you in your breakthroughs. Such a masterful combination of energy, where a mere fraction less diminishes its potency and a fraction more amplifies it, yields an extraordinary energy reaction. One cannot fathom how many clandestine experiments must be conducted to discover the optimal synergy. Among the 7 of them, who could be unaware that Lu Yi is the one who frets the most over this junior disciple? Yet, surprisingly, Yu Hongling herself seemed oblivious. Bai Qilan was taken aback. Did the master imply that each breakthrough I achieve is the result of countless trials by my senior brother? Imagine yourself as an emperor, attempting to assist others in their breakthroughs. Would they not regard you as a lunatic? Thus, you may cast blame upon all, but in matters of breakthrough, your senior brother bears no guilt towards you. Now, offer your apology to him, Bai Qilan stated with gravity. No, I shan't apologize. Had he not seized my perfect return essence pill, I would never have entertained the notion of using auxiliary elixirs for this celestial pill condensation. Therefore, I must hold him accountable for taking my perfect return essence pill first. At this moment, Bai Qilan's expression shifted to one of confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? What absurdity is this? How can you claim he stole your perfect return essence pill? In the previous life, that perfect return essence pill rightfully belonged to your senior brother. Who gifted it to you? How has it transformed into him robbing you? Yu Hongling. Oh no. She had completely forgotten that the perfect return essence pill was originally bestowed upon her by her senior brother. This elixir had never belonged to her in either her past life or this one. I perceive you are grappling with significant issues. Now at once, go to the back mountain and contemplate your transgressions. If you fail to comprehend and do not apologize to your senior brother, you are forbidden from leaving the back mountain. Yu Hongling wished to protest, yet she realized that no matter what she said, her stance was untenable in this matter. Humph, he may have separated me from Feng Wuxia, indirectly causing his demise, and for that, I shall not forgive him. With that, she turned and departed. Is it merely to the back mountain? Then off I go. Bai Qiulan gazed anxiously at the firmly shut door of Lu Ye's room. Lu Yi, are you all right? A faint smile graced Lu Ye's lips. What a joke. You still have the audacity to scold Yu Hongling? I do not even acknowledge her. Do you truly believe I would bother with you? With no response from Lu Yi, Bai Qiulan felt a sense of helplessness and chose to leave. Within the confines of his room, Lu Ye's aura quivered slightly as the holy grade essence pill radiated brilliance within his dantian, intricate patterns sprawling across the sacred pill's surface. His aura intensified further. 5 layers of essence pill. Such a pace of cultivation was astonishing. Indeed, devoid of any encumbrance or burden, his strength ascended at an unfathomable rate. No bottlenecks, no uncertainties. The techniques were formidable, and his aptitude was extraordinary. Lu Yi remained utterly unaware of what could possibly impede his path toward enlightenment and sanctification. Thus, another 10 days passed. On that day, a woman, whose visage bore the scars of fire and disfigurement, suddenly dashed towards the gates of the Grand Dao sect. As she arrived at the threshold, she collapsed in a pitiful heap upon the ground. Who goes there? Bellowed the disciples stationed at the gate. Upon recognizing the figure before them, they collectively gasped in horror. The poor woman was not only severely burned but also marred by numerous deep sword wounds, the most grievous of which had pierced several inches above her dantian, penetrating through her flesh. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged uneasy glances. According to sect regulations, they were forbidden from rendering aid without knowing the nature of the individual, be they friend or foe. Moreover, the long sword she clutched was unmistakably a demonic blade. Assistance would only be granted if one was acquainted with a member of the sect, and that individual recognized them in turn. Bailon Peak. Lu Yi I am Chu Ling. Chu Ling strained to muster her final breath, uttering her last words before succumbing to unconsciousness upon the steps. At that moment, a figure soared through the air, clad in flowing robes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Yet, this individual too bore traces of blood, their gaze sharp and predatory. Upon sighting the gates of the Grand Dao sect, a flicker of wariness crossed their eyes, though they displayed little fear. Fellow Daoist, I have pursued this wretch to this place, with no intention of offending the celestial authority of the Grand Dao sect. I demand you escort this rogue away at once, the formidable figure declared. With that, they reached for Chu Ling Clang. A long sword struck the ground 3 meters in front of the imposing figure. Not so fast. She has mentioned the name of someone from our sect. Allow me to inquire about this individual. Only if they are unknown may you take her away, spoke the disciple of the Grand Dao sect. Chapter 10. Unfamiliarity. The mountain breeze whisked away the drifting clouds. Li Jian, the adept, felt a surge of impatience. He perceived this woman as if she were deranged. From the shadows, he had long been aware that the Chu sword manor was forging a demonic sword, which held immense significance for him. On the day the sword was completed, he was momentarily delayed by an urgent matter. However, given his cultivation level, he believed that a brief delay would not matter. Everyone at Chu Sword Manor seemed no more than ants in his eyes. To his astonishment, upon arriving at Chu Sword Manor after concluding his affairs, he was greeted by a scene of carnage. A woman stood atop a roof, wielding the demonic sword, alternating between laughter and tears, behaving as if she were unhinged. She repeatedly muttered, "I was wrong. I was wrong." This was not mere madness. He struck the woman with his sword. She neither dodged nor evaded. He struck again, and still, she remained unmoving. It was as if this grotesque figure was intent on embracing death. Li Jian, finding the encounter rather dull, resolved to end her life and depart with the sword. The demonic sword appeared to be in a peculiar state, seemingly forged, yet deviating from the recorded accounts of Chu Sword Manor. Nevertheless, he thought it of little consequence. As long as it was a demonic sword, it sufficed. Little did he anticipate that the woman, who had seemingly sought death, would suddenly desire to live, unleashing a remarkable explosion of power. This outburst startled Li Jian profoundly. What a terrifying sword intent, what extraordinary swordsmanship. A mere nascent soul practitioner dared to engage him with such formidable skill? This revelation filled him with elation. Infinite celestial venerable. Could this be an unexpected boon? This woman, though merely at the Yuan Dan stage, possessed such remarkable swordplay, undoubtedly concealing tremendous secrets. Then she fled, mumbling about atoning for her sins, her pace swift and determined. In pursuit, Li Jian found himself at the entrance of the Dao sect. Two esteemed comrades. This fiend has ruthlessly slaughtered 193 souls from the mortal realm, including chickens and dogs, all in the name of forging a demonic sword. Such malevolence is appalling, Li Jian remarked with a smile. The mountain guards chuckled. You need not adorn the Dao sect with accolades. We are neither righteous nor evil. It is not for a mere infant realm cultivator like you to judge. If those inside are unfamiliar with her, you may take her. If they recognize her, you shall depart on your own. This exemplified the confidence of the Dao sect. Though the two mountain guards were merely at the Yuan Dan stage, before the sect's entrance, even someone at the infant realm was obliged to stand respectfully. Li Jian, even when reprimanded, dared not reveal displeasure, instead forced a smile, praying that those inside would not recognize this madwoman. Soon, news reached by Lon Peak. Knock, knock, knock. Is that you, junior brother Lu Yi? Outside the gate. A woman lay gravely injured, pursued, and abandoned. She introduced herself as Chu Ling, inquiring if she was known. If recognized, she sought salvation. If not, she would be left to her fate. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yi pondered. Chu Ling was not dead? Unfamiliar with her, he simply replied, understood, and departed hastily. Suddenly, Bai Qilan appeared, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed toward Lu Ye's chamber. How could he stand idly by? This was Chu Ling. Even as a rival, she could not bear to witness her demise. In an instant, Bai Qilan vanished. The disciple, swift in his retreat, opted to use a communication stone. Senior brother. It has been confirmed that junior brother Lu Yi does not recognize her. The gatekeeper nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the implications. Without familiarity, there was no value in protection. He turned towards the master of the sword, Li Jian. Take her away. Do not tarnish the sanctity of the Taoist sect. Li Jian's face lit up with joy as he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I will escort her away immediately. Apologies for the disturbance. He reached for Chu Ling. But just as his hand was mere inches away, a rush of icy blue energy surged forth, striking directly at him. Li Jian reacted swiftly, raising his defenses. Yet he found himself frozen in place, realizing the gravity of the situation. Bai Qilan possessed the power of the void refinement realm, amplified by her Yin energy and rebirth. She could easily obliterate not just a mere nascent cultivator, but even one of equal standing. Greetings, Elder Bai. The gatekeeper bowed respectfully upon her arrival. Bai Qilan nodded gently. I entrust the handling of the body to you. May I take this one back to the sect? The gatekeeper, not daring to oppose her, readily agreed. Bai Qilan observed Chu Ling's current state, gasping in shock. How could she have come to such a condition? What ordeal had she endured? Puzzled yet resolute, she immediately produced medicinal pills to administer to Chu Ling. Recognizing her own Yin energy was too frigid to heal, she decided to seek her senior sister for assistance. Her senior sister, Sun Ruowei, was summoned. Upon seeing Chu Ling's severe injuries, Sun Ruowei was taken aback, quickly commencing an examination while expressing her astonishment. She should have perished. What immense willpower sustains her life? Nevertheless, she reassured, as long as she lives, I can save her. Sun Ruowei radiated a green divine light, enveloping Chu Ling, administering pills and affixing talismans to her. Gradually, Chu Ling's internal injuries stabilized, and the charred skin began to shed, though remnants of her previous torment remained. Through various healing methods, hope flickered anew. Half a day later, Chu Ling let out a soft groan and finally opened her eyes. A hint of confusion lingered in her gaze, but soon, recollection swept over her, igniting a surge of joy. Young master. She suddenly sat up, various aches causing her brow to furrow. Linger, you are awake, Bai Qilan sighed in relief. Chu Ling scanned the surroundings for Lu Ye's figure, yet he was nowhere to be found. Sister Bai, where is the young master? Chu Ling inquired anxiously. Upon hearing this address, Sun Ruowei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is she hallucinating? This little girl is calling Bai Qilan's sister Bai? And Bai Qilan appears completely unfazed and familiar with her. Lu Yi is still in seclusion. He has not yet emerged, Bai Qilan replied. Oh, so, was it the young master who entrusted you to rescue me? Thank you, Sister Bai. I must find the young master, Chu Ling declared as she attempted to leave the bed. Bai Qilan stopped her, saying, I have already told you, he is in seclusion. Your priority now is to recuperate. Once you are healed, you may seek him out, and perhaps he will have emerged by then. Chu Ling gently bit her lip. Then, could you please apologize to the young master on my behalf? I have just realized that I have misunderstood him all along. He did not wish to possess me, but rather has been safeguarding me. Perhaps it is not just me. Others may have also misjudged him. He truly is not that kind of person. Sun Ruowei, upon hearing this, seemed to be struck by a tremendous shock, retreating step by step, her eyes wide as saucers. Good heavens, what terrifying revelations have I just heard? What do you mean by we? Who does we refer to? Chapter 11. The Hidden Truth in the Melon Field. By Qilan observed the astonishment in Sun Ruowei's eyes, feeling a tinge of embarrassment herself. Ordinarily, a mere maid like Chu Ling would never address her as sister by Qilan. However, under certain circumstances, the nuances of address could become rather peculiar. Terms of endearment, such as good husband, beloved brother, my lady, and sister were not uncommon. Chu Ling referred to Bai Qilan as sister simply because they found themselves in close proximity on one occasion, and thus the informal address took root. Given the similarity in their capabilities and their shared experience aboard Lu Ye's ship, Bai Qilan chose not to correct this form of address. Yet, at this moment, it was entirely inappropriate for Chu Ling to call her sister. Their statuses were worlds apart. One was the youngest and most talented elder of the Dao sect, who, if not for her disinterest in the position of sect leader, could contend for the title. The other was a wandering cultivator, having just reached the foundation establishment stage. To hear her referred to as a mere servant was unacceptable. At that moment, Sun Ruowei felt as though she had caught a whiff of an overwhelming sweetness, akin to the fragrance of ripe melons. It was remarkably delightful and refreshingly crisp. It was well known that Bai Qilan was the famed ice queen of the Dao sect, and during her initiation, suitors flocked to her like fish crossing a river. This included, but was not limited to, those within the sect. Even the sect leader had publicly proclaimed that if one sought a partner, it should be a woman as extraordinary and independent as Bai Qilan. Ruowei, you may step outside. I have a few words to share with her, Bai Qilan remarked, casting a glance at Sun Ruowei. What? This is my courtyard. Sun Ruowei was reluctant to leave. Her ears were attuned, and the thought of departing now felt more agonizing than death itself. Bai Qilan shot her a sidelong glance. With a resigned sigh, Sun Ruowei acknowledged her senior's lingering authority and departed the room, glancing back several times. The door was left ajar, and she did not close it behind her. Bai Qilan shook her head gently and waved her hand to shut the door. Sun Ruowei pressed herself against the door, straining to eavesdrop on the tantalizing dialogue within. A soundproof barrier shimmered into existence. Instantly, Sun Ruowei felt a surge of urgency. Goodness! How tightly secured is this? There must be a monumental secret. Her body trembled with anticipation as she yearned to breach the soundproofing. In that moment, the frantic spirit of the creature described by Lu Sun manifested in Sun Ruowei. After a brief pause, Bai Qilan confirmed that Sun Ruowei had not attempted to disrupt the soundproof barrier and exhaled a gentle sigh. She understood her junior well. It seemed that peace would elude her for some time to come. Turning her gaze to Chu Ling, she inquired, you mentioned a misunderstanding regarding Lu Yi. Could you elaborate? Chu Ling's expression was clouded with gloom. Previously, I stated that the young master kept me imprisoned, preventing my return home. When I finally managed to return, I discovered that the entire Chu Sword Manor had been annihilated. At that time, the young master remarked that the Chu Sword Manor deserved its fate. Reflecting on past events, Chu Ling could not help but weep profusely. I had always believed that the young master sought to imprison me, to possess me, merely to have a pleasing servant at his side. The downfall of the Chu Sword Manor left me homeless, destined to follow him indefinitely, as he achieved his own ends. Yet upon our return, I hastily made my way back to the Chu Sword Manor. This time, the young master did not impede my path. Who could have known that upon my return? Chu Ling was already in tears. Bai Qilan gently patted Chu Ling's back, having shared countless nights and battles together. Their bond was undeniably strong. Moreover, she, along with Hongling and Chu Ling, had known each other the longest, and seeing Chu Ling in such distress weighed heavily on her heart. Little did I know that upon my return, I would discover that everything was a fade. Their kindness had been insincere. Their true intention from the outset was to use me as material for forging a demon's sword. I was the chosen vessel for the sacrificial blade, the scapegoat for my adoptive brother. After my departure, They had slain my biological parents out of spite. A once kind guardian, upon seeing my return, urged me to flee, only to perish the following day. It was the young master, who, not wishing for me to witness their vile true selves, sought to preserve my cherished memories by preventing my return. The young master had never wronged me. He had been safeguarding me all along. Chu Ling wept uncontrollably. What had she done? She had even dared to poison the young master with a deadly venom. How could she be so heartless? Upon learning the truth, Chu Ling lost all desire to continue living. She felt like a mere jest. The home she had longed to return to, at such great cost, was nothing but a lair of demons. When the master of the Sword of Li arrived at the Chu Sword Manor and attacked her, she did not flinch or evade. Resembling a mere shell of a person, it was only when the master uttered, "How pitiful! It seems you have no one left to cherish in this world. So I shall send you on your way," that Chu Ling finally awakened to the truth. No, there were still those she cherished in this world. The young master. She must have hurt him deeply. She had to atone for her sins, to seek his forgiveness, to heal the wounds she had inflicted upon him. Driven by desperation, she raced to the great Dao sect, and at last, she survived. Bai Qiulan, upon hearing Chu Ling's words, was profoundly shaken. So this was the reality. In truth, she was aware of Chu Ling's plight and had once reprimanded Lu Yi for it. Lu Yi, in response to her admonition, had only smiled, never once arguing back. Reflecting now, it seemed he had wished to keep this matter hidden from everyone, fearing it would cause Chu Ling further harm. In the previous life, he had always tenderly cared for Chu Ling. Just moments ago, he learned that she was gravely injured outside the sect, and with a mere acknowledgement of their acquaintance, she could have been saved. Yet, he uttered the words of unrecognition. Bai Qiulan sighed inwardly, her gaze toward Chu Ling tinged with pity. It seemed a formidable challenge for her to win Lu Ye's forgiveness. Do not dwell on such thoughts for now. Your immediate focus must be on healing. Once you have recovered, dedicate yourself to cultivating your strength, so that you may assist Lu Yi and become the sharpest blade in his arsenal. Those wounds can ultimately be soothed by the passage of time. Lu Ye's heart is tender. If you persist, he will inevitably be moved and forgive you. Bai Qiulan advised Chu Ling earnestly. Chu Ling nodded vigorously, her fists clenched tightly. Deep down, she understood that the young master had never regarded her as the mightiest sword by his side. What he cherished most was her attentive care. She was determined to earn his understanding. There is another matter, Chu Ling said as she turned to Bai Qiulan. In the future, please refrain from addressing me as Sister Bai. Simply call me Senior Bai. When my chaotic and sinister affliction erupted, it was Lu Yi who undertook that desperate act to save me. One mistake led to another, but now, in restoring order, I have gained mastery over the chaotic tying power, and such occurrences shall never transpire again. Thus, between Lu Yi and myself, there remains no possibility. Chapter 12. Wastefulness Cultivation. Cultivation. I am utterly devoted to my training. Lu Yi paid no heed to Chu Ling's life or death. If she were to perish, so be it. His sole focus was to diligently cultivate, disregarding everyone else, striving to surpass all and reach heights unattainable by those women. Thus, no one would trouble him any longer. Time would obliterate all karmic ties, and ascendance would bury every regret. The sacred pill gleamed more brilliantly with each passing moment. Expanding continuously, he compressed his true essence again and again. He aimed to establish an unshakable foundation. A falter now would lead to faltering steps thereafter, while strength in one step would breed strength in every subsequent step. At this moment, he sensed a figure appear outside his door. Yet he did not care. He knew without looking that it was Chu Ling. Remarkably, she had not perished. What a stroke of luck. Chu Ling had already healed her injuries, sitting cross-legged at the entrance, engaged in her own practice. Qixia Peak. Both Bailon Peak and Qixia Peak were among the prominent summits of the Grand Dao sect, which boasted 9 main peaks and 72 auxiliary ones. To occupy an auxiliary peak, one must at least be a formidable practitioner of the void refinement stage, thus illustrating the Grand Dao sect's formidable prowess in the first layer of heaven. As Qixia Peak lay behind Bailon Peak, some individuals could glimpse Yu Hongling, who was confined in the back mountain due to her transgressions. Yu Hongling harbored a pent-up breath. She certainly would not admit fault to that insufferable senior brother. But, one might ponder, was that insufferable senior brother truly so kind to her? She was not entirely naive, having received a reminder from her master. She began to reflect upon her own breakthrough, recalling how various energies had intricately aided her ascent. The more she analyzed, the more astounded she became. It was excruciatingly difficult. Unlike Lu Yi, who possessed an innate understanding of his own path, for her to assist him in achieving a flawless breakthrough would require an extraordinarily precise calculation of every detail. This encompassed not only the properties of pills and treasures, but also the fluctuations within her own condition. The magnitude of this calculation was staggering, something she had never truly acknowledged before. Even if he treated her well. Suddenly, a hint of melancholy appeared on Yu Hongling's face. Had Feng Wuxian not died, perhaps she and he might have thrived together. Her senior brother was not without merit, despite his flirtatious tendencies. Ultimately, it was Feng Wuxia's demise that weighed heavily on her heart. He had perished partly because her senior brother had prevented her from intervening, leading to Feng Wuxia's tragic fate. His death became an everlasting thorn in her heart, deepening over time until it transformed into a chronic affliction. General MacArthur famously remarked that the true essence of a white moonlight lies in its loss. Similarly, Lu Sun's water margin reflects on the notion that unattainable desires in youth forever haunt one's life. This was precisely her plight. The more she contemplated, the more distressing it became, prompting her to immerse herself in her cultivation. The technique she cultivated was known as the eternal reversal scripture, created by the fearless emperor. At that moment, her stance unfolded, executing the fearless fist with grand movements. Dressed in crimson, her martial arts seemed to harmonize with the essence of the world, dancing gracefully among the verdant mountains and trees. On the Red Cloud Peak, a young man of striking presence, his gaze radiant, felt his heart stir upon witnessing this scene. How exquisite! How impressive! This sect indeed possesses such a remarkable woman. He soared into the air, a long sword landing at his feet, and flew towards Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling paused her training and glanced at the young man. I have met junior sister before. I am Linghu Wushuang, the newly appointed chief disciple of the Red Cloud Peak. Observing your extraordinary fist technique, may I request a bit of guidance? Linghu Wushuang inquired. Yu Hongling pondered for a moment. Linghu Wushuang, such a distant name, reminiscent of the time when her senior brother declined the position of the Holy Sun, after which he ascended to that role within the sect. He later reached a formidable realm, but perished in the chaos of the eighth heaven. In retrospect, he was indeed a remarkable figure. However, having encountered many such prodigies, including emperors, Yu Hongling felt somewhat indifferent. Little brat, you wouldn't stand a chance against me, so it's best to let it go, she remarked with a dismissive pout. You seem to be younger than I am. So in my presence, you are indeed a little brat. Seeing that Yu Hongling showed no intention of engaging him, Linghu Wushuang was not insistent. After all, it was rather inappropriate to fight upon their first meeting. Why are you here on the back mountain? It's the area with the weakest spiritual energy. Not suitable for cultivation, Linghu Wushuang asked. I was punished by my master, Yu Hongling replied with a sense of boredom. What did you do wrong? In Linghu Wushuang's eyes, their recent entrance into the sect and already facing punishment was a grave matter. If their master truly harbored anger and refused to impart teachings, their path to cultivation would be exponentially more challenging. I did nothing wrong. It's my master who is biased, favoring that insufferable senior brother of mine. Once I'm out of confinement, I shall tickle her until she admits her mistake. Yu Hongling exclaimed, fuming. Linghu Wushuang was taken aback. Is it possible that you are so fierce right from your initiation? You think you can actually tickle your master? No wonder you were punished. However, Linghu Wushuang had come primarily to get to know Yu Hongling, initially captivated by her beauty, and now, after a few exchanges, he discovered her not only to be stunning, but also exceptionally lively and charming. What do you mean your master favors your senior brother? Since it's rather dull here on the back mountain, why not share your story with me? Linghu Wushuang suggested with a smile. Very well, I shall share with you. You little rascal. Recently, I accidentally broke my senior brother's door, and he had the audacity to grab my neck demanding I fix it. When I refused, he threatened to strangle me. Yes, to death. Yu Hongling vented her frustrations. Linghu Wushuang was left speechless. How could there be such a person? A mere door could provoke such violent intentions, even leading to the intent to kill one's own junior? Linghu Wushuang felt a flame ignite within him, a blaze of incredulity. Is this not the sect of the great Dao, but rather a den of sorcery? Even the denizens of the dark arts would not condone such fratricide. Indeed, Moreover, after we repaired his door, when I sought him out and knocked, he struck me squarely in the eye without a word. My eye instantly transformed into a panda's visage, and the remnants of that bruise still linger. Linghu Wushuang hastily seized the opportunity to observe. Such exquisite eyes. Within those orbs seemed to reside a celestial tapestry of stars and a resplendent moon, yet one eye bore the faint trace of a purplish mark. Linghu Wushuang was infuriated. How could one treat such beautiful eyes in such a manner? A lamentable waste, an affront to the very principles of justice. Moreover, furthermore, how outrageous. Such egregious bullying, and for what? They had scarcely joined the sect, and already this stunning young lady had suffered such indignities. He claimed to gift me something, which had indeed been bestowed, only to retract it later. When I protested, he threatened me with violence. What absurdity! It infuriates me. What is his name? Linghu Wushuang demanded, his anger surging. Lu Yi, a fitting name for such a villain. Junior sister, await my vengeance. I shall confront Lu Yi and compel him to acknowledge his misdeeds. Linghu Wushuang bellowed. Who could have anticipated that the agitated Yu Hongling would fall silent upon hearing his words? Junior sister, what troubles you? Yu Hongling, you plan to confront Lu Yi? Do not jest. You cannot even best me, let alone contend with Lu Yi. In a past life, there were those who questioned Lu Ye's character, his temperament, and even speculated whether he had been possessed. Yet one thing remained unchallenged, his strength. He is formidable, truly formidable. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. You would struggle against even a single finger of his. Chapter 13, Transformation of Perspectives. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Lu Yi opened his eyes, unable to suppress a soft gasp. Linghu Wushuang, what brings this fellow here? According to the timeline, he and Linghu Wushuang had not yet crossed paths. Their first encounter would be during the Grand Disciple competition, where he emerged as the champion, while Linghu Wushuang claimed the second place. It has been approximately 4,000 years since he last laid eyes on this young man, who had perished during the dark turmoil. However, such is the nature of cultivation. A powerful practitioner may retreat for a mere few hundred or even 1,000 years. In his previous life, Lu Yi often pondered how, on Earth, individuals in their 50s or 60s seem wise, yet cultivators, who can live for centuries, possess wisdom that could surpass that of ordinary people who have endured life's struggles. In truth, it often turns out to be rather similar. Many formidable beings exhibit less wisdom than the common folk who navigate the world. The life of a cultivator revolves around ceaseless training, venturing into desolate mountains and remote areas to unearth ancient tombs, seek relics, and hunt for spiritual objects. Thus, the cycle continues, training, training, and more training. There is scarcely any time left for schemes or calculations. The essence of a cultivator lies in sheer strength. This is their undeniable truth. Upon opening the door, Lu Yi regarded Linghu Wushuang. Senior brother, what brings you to me? Lu Yi inquired with a smile. Are you Lu Yi? Linghu Wushuang scrutinized him, noting his azure attire, youthful and handsome features, and the vibrant energy of youth that radiated from him. Despite the depth in his gaze, he hardly resembled the fearsome figure described by Yu Hongling. Indeed, I am Lu Yi. It seems you know of me? Of course, I am well aware of the illustrious Linghu Wushuang. Condensing a heavenly elixir in 2 months and 12 days is truly commendable. The corners of Linghu Wushuang's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. After all, he was still a young man. Actually, it was 2 months and 11 days. I did not cultivate on the first day of entry. That makes it even more impressive. Wait. Linghu Wushuang's expression shifted, becoming serious. I am here to challenge you. Spare me the frivolous banter. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. A challenge? It had indeed been an eternity since anyone had dared to challenge him. Very well. Lu Yi welcomed the opportunity to instruct Linghu Wushuang, for he too was a valiant individual. Yet, Linghu Wushuang felt an odd sensation. What was amiss? Ah, yes, Lu Yi's demeanor was excessively cordial. He dismissed the thought and prepared for combat. A long sword materialized in Linghu Wushuang's hand as the two retreated to the courtyard, maintaining a suitable distance. What is your realm? Linghu Wushuang inquired, unsure of Lu Ye's true level. Yuandan, feel free to come at me. Then I shall not hold back. In an instant, the long sword glimmered with a white light as it lunged forward, swift as the wind. Lu Yi gently brushed aside the long sword with a swift motion, closing the distance rapidly. He unleashed a punch, which Linghu Wushuang intercepted with an open palm, the sword spinning in response. Before the blade could reach him, Lu Ye's foot had already connected with Linghu Wushuang's calf, simultaneously transforming his fist into an open hand to seize Linghu Wushuang's wrist. With a forceful twist of his body, he sent Linghu Wushuang flying. The latter hastily regained his balance and retaliated with a thrust of his sword, only to find it met with empty air. Lu Yi did not pursue the advantage. Linghu Wushuang squinted. This was merely a sparring session, and he considered Lu Yi to be an honorable opponent. His calf throbbed with pain. The opponent's speed was astonishing. Once more, Qixia sword technique. The white light transformed into crimson, arriving in an instant. Lu Yi dodged, and as Linghu Wushuang attempted to change his attack to a horizontal slash, Lu Ye's hand struck the sword, causing it to tremble violently. Simultaneously, he delivered another side kick. Linghu Wushuang tilted once more, helplessly watching a fist grow larger before his eyes. Yet, just as it was about to connect, Lu Yi transformed his fist into a claw, shifting his position to grasp Linghu Wushuang's collar, hurling him away. Linghu Wushuang struggled to maintain his balance, narrowly avoiding a fall. It was still the lower body. He felt a sense of silence after being struck. Lu Yi remained silent, expressing everything through his movements. He understood that Linghu Wushuang would comprehend. Your skills surpass mine, Linghu Wushuang admitted with a hint of frustration. Of course, if you were as strong as I am, wouldn't my years of training be in vain? However, my comprehension ability is superior. This sword technique, the second form of the Qixia sword technique, can you withstand it? Lu Yi nodded. Please. Xia Wu Gu Fei. The sword energy transformed into radiant light, illuminating the entire courtyard, then suddenly retracting, the blade slicing through the air like a startled phoenix, arriving in an instant. Lu Yi retaliated with a punch. Bang! The sword energy shattered upon impact. At this point, the victor was clear. Linghu Wushuang. Why have I never heard of your name before? You are so powerful, you should not be obscure. Linghu Wushuang exclaimed in wonder. Lu Yi smiled and replied. To cultivate is to walk the path of practice. To remain tranquil is also a form of cultivation. Countless methods of cultivation, myriad paths to the same destination. Ultimately, they all lead to the same end. Whose profound words are these? Linghu Wushuang asked, astonished yet again. I read it in a book. It was quite impressive. So I memorized it, thinking it would be useful later, Lu Yi admitted, chuckling as Linghu Wushuang gave him a thumbs up. I'll remember this. I'll find a chance to use it in the future. Lu Yi, is it? I remember your name. You are strong and impressive. Well, take care. No need for formal farewells. Farewell. After Linghu Wushuang departed, Lu Yi returned to his cultivation. He was currently striving towards the 7th layer of Yuan Dan, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be the foremost in cultivation among this cohort of the Dao sect. Naturally, at this moment, Lu Yi did not concern himself with such fleeting titles. As Linghu Wushuang walked along the path, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lu Yi did not appear to be as repugnant as Hongling had described. On the contrary, I found him quite amusing and rather gentle. Could it be that Hongling was lying? That seemed unlikely, for her words had been laced with palpable anger, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Yet, what could be the reason behind it? Just then, a woman approached, adorned in a flowing emerald green gown, her beauty striking and exquisite, with fair skin and large, captivating eyes. Although she did not match Hongling's height, her allure was equally formidable. Are there truly so many beauties upon Bailan Peak? However, despite her enchanting appearance, her demeanor was icy. As she passed by, she did not even spare him a glance, as if he were merely a tree standing by the roadside. What a pity that such a stunning girl seemed to be blind. Linghu Wushuang remained fixated on the beautiful girl until she reached Lu Ye's doorstep. Adjusting her gown, she knelt on the ground, lowering her gaze in submission. Kneeling on the ground. Am I dreaming? Such a beautiful girl. No, not just beautiful, but one of considerable strength. At the Yuan Dan realm, had just knelt at Lu Ye's door. They say a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, yet a woman's knees can defy the heavens. And here she was, kneeling before Lu Yi. Linghu Wushuang was utterly dumbfounded, his astonishment lasting several minutes. Just moments ago, he had held Lu Yi in high regard, only to be confronted with this astonishing scene. If he had such a stunning companion, he would gladly kneel before her every day. But wait. Linghu Wushuang suddenly realized that this girl was kneeling at the entrance, and with Lu Ye's cultivation, he must certainly be aware of it. Yet, he did nothing. He did not open the door. He allowed this exquisite girl to remain there, kneeling. My heavens, my source of the great Dao, my ancestral master of Taoism. Oh my saint! In that moment, Linghu Wushuang's worldview was completely shattered. Women, beautiful women, were no longer untouchable in his eyes. Chapter 14. Alas, Chu Ling knelt before Lu Ye's door, yearning for his forgiveness. She was acutely aware of her lord's aversion to disturbances, hence she refrained from intruding upon his solitude. Deep down, she believed in his kind heart, certain that he would eventually pardon her. All she needed to do was wait. While he secluded himself, she stationed herself at his threshold. When he emerged from his retreat, she followed closely behind. Wherever he went, she would follow. On the rear mountain of the Bailan sect, Linghu Wushuang wandered aimlessly to Yu Hongling's side. She cast him a glance, unperturbed by his presence. What folly it was for this young lad to challenge her senior brother. It was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Blissfully ignorant of her brother's true status, he merely viewed him as a frog peering up at the moon from the depths of its well. Had he known his brother's identity, observing him would have felt like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. I have lost, he finally confessed, breaking the silence that enveloped them. How rare it is to have crossed blades with my brother. This experience will become your boast for many years to come. Yu Hongling remarked. Linghu Wushuang sighed deeply. Indeed, he is formidable, though not insurmountable. However, once I grow stronger, I shall challenge him again. Contrary to what you suggest, he is not as cruel as you claim. Rather, he treats me quite kindly. Humph, do you know him better than I do? He is benevolent towards males, yet cold and heartless to females. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. You are not wrong about that. After our sparring session, I should have departed, but not far from there. A remarkably beautiful girl knelt before Lu Ye's door. He hadn't even emerged to assist her. He truly is harsh towards women. The reason for her kneeling remains a mystery. Linghu Wushuang reflected. Yu Hongling's expression shifted upon hearing this. What did she look like? Linghu Wushuang pondered for a moment. She is stunning. Of course, I am aware she is beautiful. Who could possibly approach my brother without being so? She wore a flowing emerald green gown, wielded a sword, and her large, bright eyes appeared exceptionally gentle. Upon hearing this description, Yu Hongling exhaled slowly. Chu Ling, she thought, relieved that it wasn't yet another seductress seeking her brother. Wait, a sudden realization struck her. How could she entertain such thoughts? What did it matter if a vixen sought her odious brother? Could it be that she was envious? Yu Hongling hastily shook her head, muttering repeatedly, I am not envious. I absolutely cannot be envious. I will not be envious. Linghu Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, is she also Lu Ye's woman? His worldview was profoundly shaken at that moment, a revelation he found difficult to accept. Did it truly mean that the more cruel and callous one was to the beauties of the world, the more they would be drawn to him? Is the pursuit of companionship not meant for heartfelt companionship, but rather for violence? Enough. I shall commence my training now. Please leave me be unless there is something of utmost importance. With that, Yu Hongling issued her edict of dismissal. Linghu Wushuang, still preoccupied with thoughts of violence, immediately considered putting such thoughts into action upon hearing her words. Junior sister, I can assist you in your training. Engaging in sparring will lead to greater self-awareness of our shortcomings. I believe my strength surpasses yours by a measure. How about we practice together? Yu Hongling cast a glance at Linghu Wushuang, her eyes reflecting. Do you not believe I am stronger than you? Linghu Wushuang was consumed with indignation. Moments later, Linghu Wushuang found herself forcefully slammed to the ground. The rocks beneath her shattered, her visage bruised and battered, trembling as if shaken by a tempest. Her eyes wide with disbelief and fear. By the heavens, what manner of creatures inhabit Bailan Peak? I cannot best any of them, not a single one. Ha ha ha. After expelling Linghu Wushuang, Yu Hongling devoted herself to her training, achieving a minor breakthrough to the second layer of Yuan Dan. But wait, had not Chu Ling returned home? Why was she back again, kneeling at the doorstep of that insufferable senior brother? Yu Hongling murmured to herself in confusion. I must return to investigate. Such was Yu Hongling's nature. When faced with uncertainty, her curiosity gnawed at her, more tormenting than death itself. As for being confined, with her bond to her master akin to that of sisters, such notions felt utterly foreign. In a flash, Yu Hongling raced to her senior brother's courtyard and, as expected. She spotted Chu Ling kneeling on the granite ground, silently practicing her techniques. Chu Ling, why have you returned? Yu Hongling inquired. Chu Ling looked up at her, softly uttering, Sister Hongling, stop kneeling. Rise, for we female cultivators possess dignity. Why should we bow to him? Yu Hongling stepped forward to lift Chu Ling, completely forgetting her own past instances of kneeling. Sister Hongling, I have erred. This is the punishment I deserve. Please do not concern yourself with me. Chu Ling resisted Yu Hongling's attempts to pull her up. What have you done wrong? Let me tell you, that detestable Lu Yi is exceedingly petty. In our past lives, he gifted me a flawless Yuan Dan, yet this time, he has not offered even that. Such a miserly individual, kneeling here until the end of time would be futile. Yu Hongling proclaimed with intent. At that moment, Bai Qilan appeared, her gaze fixed on Yu Hongling with disapproval. Chu Ling then explained, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the kindness he bestowed upon me and even dared to resent him. I not only inflicted the yin-yang devouring bug upon him, but also administered the Tianjiang poison. I bear heavy sins, and all the punishments I endure now are well-deserved. Tianjiang poison. Upon hearing this name, Bai Qilan was momentarily taken aback. This toxin, a rule-based poison, is exceedingly rare, capable of affecting even the celestial lords. Moreover, the 8 of them had each sought ways to procure such substances, thoroughly researching them. They were all too familiar with the Tianjiang poison. Alas, that matter has long passed, and your heavenly stagnation poison did not manifest its effects, it merely self-destructed. Thus, strictly speaking, you did not harm him at all, so there is no need for you to feel remorse, Yu Hongling advised. However, Chu Ling shook her head in tears. No. The heavenly stagnation poison belongs to a realm beyond conventional toxins. Even if it did not activate at that moment, it cannot be eradicated. It will eternally linger within the victim's body, with no antidote in sight. Upon hearing this, both Yu Hongling and Bai Qilan's expressions stiffened simultaneously. They exchanged glances, recognizing a shared, inexplicable anxiety in each other's eyes. If time has reversed, and we have been reborn, the heavenly stagnation poison will not follow us, right? Yu Hongling murmured in a trance. The thought that the heavenly stagnation poison might linger sent a chill down her spine, and she dared not contemplate it further. Many poisons could be withstood by Lu Yi at the celestial sovereign level, merely diminishing his strength. Yet for those below the celestial sovereign, the outcome was uncertain. At that moment, Bai Qilan softly remarked, the perfect return pill. The heavenly stagnation poison must have returned with Lu Yi. Chapter 15. Depart in haste. Who is Lu Yi? Bai Qilan possesses a clearer understanding of this matter. She harbors no enmity towards him. Rather, she has struggled to accept the grotesque nature of their relationship. Initially, she maintained this connection under the pretense of alleviating her chaotic poison, enduring humiliation with gritted teeth and a furrowed brow. However, as her chaotic poison was gradually resolved, her tolerance for this immoral and socially unacceptable relationship diminished significantly. As a master, she found it unbearable to be disdained by her disciple while feeling powerless herself. What kind of situation is this? Coupled with the persuasion of others, Bai Qilan found herself in an immense internal conflict, which ultimately spurred her into action. The phrase perfect primordial pill resonated in Yu Hongling's mind like a thunderclap. The half-crippled power of the heavenly stagnation poison meant that her senior brother could only utilize half of his strength to condense the primordial pill. Was this the reason he chose to consume the perfect primordial pill himself? Yu Hongling spoke urgently. Bai Qilan sighed, most likely. At that moment, Yu Hongling's eyes became teary. She bit down on her lip, drawing blood, completely unaware of her own foolishness. What kind of reckless act had she committed? With only half of his true energy to form the primordial pill, even if her senior brother were a heavenly sovereign in his previous life, he could hardly condense a decent primordial pill, likely not even reaching the celestial grade level. Yet, she had selfishly thought only of herself, believing that her senior brother would rather squander the perfect primordial pill than give it to her. She failed to consider that his reluctance to share it stemmed from his own burdens. Senior brother, I am sorry. Yu Hongling apologized loudly to the room. At last, she expressed her remorse. However, there was no response from within the chamber. Bai Qilan, a formidable cultivator, had never pried into Lu Yi's affairs. But now she felt a sense of urgency. If the heavenly stagnation poison had not dissipated, then the poison she had administered, had it vanished? Lu Yi, are you still in the room? I have something important to tell you. No one answered. Bai Qiulan clenched her teeth and finally used her divine sense to probe the room, only to discover it was already empty. Where was Lu Yi? He had long since departed, leaving a distressed Chu Ling kneeling outside the door, while the three women inside caused an uproar. In Lu Ye's eyes, every woman in the world was merely an obstacle on his path. He preferred to seek solitude in a quiet place to devote himself to his cultivation. At this moment, he was fervently advancing towards the 8th level of the primordial pill, his speed of training astonishingly rapid. Yet, relentless training alone would not suffice. He needed essential treasures as well. For instance, there was an ancient key within the Great Dao sect, shrouded in mystery to outsiders. But Lu Yi knew it was a crucial token for unlocking the God Burial Ridge, where a fallen ancient deity lay interred. The treasures of the ancient gods may not possess great value, yet from the decaying body of one such deity blooms a rare flower of divine blood, an essential artifact in the manifestation of his first life. The divine blood flower, the wood spirit pearl, and the profound Een soul fruit. These three heavenly treasures are indispensable. For those in the harmonization realm or the void refinement realm, these items might not be exceedingly precious. However, for a practitioner at the essence dance stage, their worth is immeasurable. Thus, he must, as in his previous life, participate in the grand competition of disciples to earn the qualification to enter the Hall of Great Dao Treasures. Certainly, this time the contest will be far less arduous than before. As time passes, September arrives, bringing with it the crispness of early autumn. The mountains are ablaze with fiery red maple trees. Lu Yi has reached the 9th layer of the essence dance stage. Should he wish to break through, he could do so now, transcending the Dan to form an infant. Yet, the nascent soul represents his first life, and prudence is warranted, since he cannot yet advance. Lu Yi contemplates refining his skills further, aspiring to reach the 13th layer of the essence dance stage, though if he does not, it matters not. Boom, boom, boom. The reverberating sound of a colossal bell resonates through the air, illuminating the heavens with ethereal light. A commanding voice proclaims that the leaders of each peak, accompanied by their 92 disciples, are to gather at the plaza of the Great Dao. In an instant, beams of sword light soar from the 72 peaks, converging majestically upon the main summit. Lu Yi seeks no one in particular. A seemingly ordinary sword falls at his feet, and he ascends into the skies toward the main peak. As the crowds from each peak assemble, he catches sight of Bailan Peak, but has no intention of approaching. Intriguingly, Chu Ling has also arrived. He remains unmoved, yet several individuals from Bailan Peak approach him. Senior brother, I apologize. Young master, I beg your pardon. Bai Qiulan opens her mouth, nearly joining in their apologies, but quickly restrains herself, breaking into a cold sweat. Should she utter husband, I am sorry in broad daylight, the ensuing uproar would be unimaginable. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling are both breathtakingly beautiful women, and with Bai Qiulan among them, their every action draws the gaze of many. Witnessing the simultaneous apologies from two stunning maidens, the crowd is left bewildered. What is happening? Lu Yi shows no interest in their apologies. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for swords? He strides away, and with each step he takes, the three follow suit. Lu Yi, they call, but he dismisses them. Regardless, attention will soon be drawn to them, so he feels no need to be courteous. Begone. At his command, the trio halts in unison. Lu Yi, indifferent, continues on his way. With so many eyes upon them, the moment they hear Lu Ye's rebuke, countless spectators widen their eyes in astonishment. What did I just hear? In the face of the three stunning women who followed closely and offered apologies, you audaciously retorted with a dismissive "get lost"? Did they conspire to annihilate your entire lineage? Chu Ling maintained her composure, wearing a serene smile, utterly unfazed by Lu Ye's reprimand as she pursued him once more. Yu Hongling's expression oscillated between shades of green and red. Being chastised so publicly by Lu Yi was a matter of great embarrassment for someone as prideful as she. If I must go, then so be it, she huffed, striding angrily in the opposite direction. Bai Qiulan sighed, feeling utterly exhausted, and followed Yu Hongling away. Lu Yi had initially believed that his scolding would send all three women away, yet he was taken aback to find that Chu Ling still trailed behind him. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard her presence. The vice master of the Dao sect began to speak. The Dao is magnificent, humanity is resplendent, the heavens change with the seasons, and humanity adheres to moral principles. Spirits wander in confusion, and monsters lurk. However, to the assembled crowd, these words resonated like the crisp air of a golden autumn, as the season of vibrant red maples heralded the commencement of the 90th Disciples Competition of the sect. Rules were proclaimed, and rewards were announced. The Vice Master declared the official start of the Disciples Competition. It was mandatory for all to participate, with no allowance for cowardice. Each individual was expected to give their utmost. The competition would follow a 2-1 elimination format. Lu Yi grasped the situation clearly. It bore no distinction from his previous life. Thus he could proceed with the contest as normal. Chapter 16. Like art, the competition begins. The disciples of this generation have been in the sect for half a year and have generally reached the realm of Yuan Dan. As the foremost sect in the first heaven, the Dao sect naturally attracts disciples with exceptional talents. Those who achieve full mastery of Qi gathering in 3 months are regarded as prodigies, while those who do so in 6 months are considered ordinary geniuses. The vast majority of Dao sect disciples complete their Qi gathering training within 3 to 5 months before embarking on breakthroughs. On the arena, the disciples' performances are already quite impressive, as they have all attained the Yuan Dan realm, making them formidable figures among the wandering cultivators. In reality, disciples from large sects may not necessarily outperform the battle-hardened wandering cultivators in the early stages of their journeys. However, as time progresses, the strength of the sect disciples becomes increasingly pronounced. For large sects, the Yuan Dan realm is merely the starting point, while for many wandering cultivators, it may represent the culmination of their cultivation journey. Some disciples exhibit remarkable prowess, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the audience. Soon, Yu Hongling takes the stage. By now, she has gained a certain renown within the Dao sect, having achieved full mastery of Qi gathering in just 17 days, setting a new record for the sect. She nearly broke the entire First Heaven's Qi gathering record as well. Coupled with her stunning beauty and her long, graceful legs that seem to defy fate, she leaves a lasting impression. As soon as she appears, cheers and exclamations erupt from the crowd. However, some spectators cannot help but glance at Lu Yi, who had previously caused Yu Hongling distress. Yu Hongling feels a surge of anger. She is currently at the 5th level of Yuan Dan and progressing rapidly, while her opponent has just ascended to Yuan Dan. With a swift kick, she moves so quickly that her opponent cannot react, only perceiving a flash of crimson as she soars off the arena. It is astonishingly fast. Many observing elders nod in approval, recognizing her as a promising talent, realizing how they had underestimated her potential. Moments later, the name Chu Ling appears. She has indeed joined the Dao sect. "Young master, I am going," Chu Ling speaks softly. Lu Yi remains indifferent, ignoring her entirely. A hint of bitterness crosses Chu Ling's face as her heart aches, reminiscing about how well Lu Yi once treated her. Of course, she also reflects on her own foolishness. This scene unfolds before all, inciting many male disciples to clench their teeth in frustration. What is he pretending for? And what is the story behind this enchanting girl? How could such a beautiful girl be so devoted? Chu Ling steps onto the arena, facing another female disciple. Just as she prepares to strike, her opponent speaks up. "Junior sister, what is the matter? He has already humiliated you. Why do you still rush to seek his approval? As cultivators, although we are female, we are not in any way inferior to men. I perceive your strength is formidable, your appearance exceptional. And as a practitioner of the sword, your actions cast a shadow upon both female cultivators and sword practitioners alike. Should you find yourself oppressed or threatened, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall certainly seek justice on your behalf." As Chu Ling listened to these words, she gently shook her head. "Everything is by my own volition. To me, you are more significant than the path of the sword itself. I appreciate your kind intentions, senior sister." The senior sister's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you aware of the nonsense you are uttering? As a cultivator of the sword, is the sword path not the supreme existence?" Each of Chu Ling's words emanated from her heart. "Very well, if you remain obstinate, today I shall awaken you." Not far away, Sun Ruowei overheard Chu Ling's declaration and could not help but glance at Bai Qilan and then at Lu Yi. Lu Yi appeared remarkably handsome, akin to a gentle breeze in the mountains or the bright moon in the sky. Yet, such looks are not rare. There are countless others who surpass him in appearance, even within the Dao sect. What could possibly make Chu Ling so resolutely devoted? And that daunting title, Sister Bai? No, I must investigate this matter thoroughly. Lu Yi, oblivious to the multitude of gazes fixed upon him, remained unfazed, allowing them to look as they pleased. His resolve was being fortified, even more so than in his past life. Mere glances held no significance. The senior sister, undeterred, brandished her long sword and transformed into a gust of wind, simultaneously launching an attack, with three figures encircling Chu Ling. Chu Ling moved like ethereal fish darting through water. Her sword was a flash of thunder. Sparks flew as blades clashed. The black, demonic sword's tip now hovered at the throat of the female disciple, whose trembling hand betrayed her fear. Not just her, many others were equally astonished. The elder overseeing the competition revealed a terrifying light in his eyes. As a master of the sword path, he perceived the purity and power of Chu Ling's sword intent. If a love-struck mind could hone sword intent to such a degree, what would happen if one were to devote themselves entirely to the grand path? The thought of eliminating Lu Yi crossed some minds. To eradicate such a sword immortal's romantic distraction. I concede. Chu Ling sheathed her sword and softly declared, "By Lon Peak's Chu Ling victorious." She leapt from the platform and hurried to Lu Yi's side. "My lord, I have won." Chu Ling's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yi, seemingly awaiting his praise. Lu Yi closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring her. Chu Ling felt a pang of disappointment. It had been so long since she had heard her lord commend her. What had once been taken for granted was now sorely missed. This scene was witnessed by many, their hearts filled with a torrent of frustration towards Lu Yi, enough to resurrect 100 malevolent sword immortals. Some elders among the sword practitioners harbored even greater intentions of harm towards Lu Yi. After 4 individuals, it was Lu Yi's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, a greater number of people became acquainted with his name. Gu Qing, keep going, defeat him. Let others awaken to the reality that a man who lacks appreciation for beauty holds no merit. You must utterly vanquish him. The crowd rallied behind the disciple named Gu Qing, while Lu Yi was somewhat unfamiliar with this name, as it seemed to be a fleeting encounter. However, he was quite familiar with the young man named Lu Yishui, who was striving the hardest from the sidelines. As Gu Qing stepped onto the stage, the match commenced. Just as Gu Qing prepared to speak, Lu Yi unleashed a punch. A transparent fist imprint, as large as a grinding wheel, hurtled swiftly toward Gu Qing. Startled, Gu Qing let out a furious roar and swung his long knife with all his might. The blade shattered, sending both him and the weapon flying off the stage. A mouthful of blood erupting from him in a most exhilarating manner. The uproar around them abruptly fell silent. I concede. Lu Yi descended from the stage, exuding an effortless charm that left others speechless. The prowess of that punch struck at the very core of everyone present, swift, precise, and ruthless, akin to a work of art. Chapter 17. No striking the face indeed. This generation has produced numerous remarkable talents, mused Vice Sect leader Ji Changming. Indeed, especially the astonishing individuals from Bailon Peak. There is Hongling, Chu Ling, and Lu Yi. It is astonishing that junior sister Bai excels not only in her own cultivation, but also in her ability to instruct her disciples. It appears that the contest for the first place will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Not necessarily. Oh, why do you say that? While their strength is undeniable, their emotional entanglements seem excessively intense. Just look at Chu Ling. Her heart and gaze are entirely fixated on Lu Yi. Were it not for Lu Yi's cold demeanor, I would not be surprised if Chu Ling had already thrown herself into his embrace. Ji Changming. And then there is Yu Hongling. In such a short span of time, she has secretly gazed at Lu Yi no less than 30 times. Ji Changming. And what of junior sister Bai? Although she hasn't looked at Lu Yi, her head constantly inclines towards his direction. Each time she nearly turns, she forcibly redirects herself, which I find rather perplexing. Ji Changming furrowed his brows, glancing suspiciously around. Senior brother Ji, what are you observing? Ji Changming replied with a frown. I am pondering whether I am situated in the Grand Dao sect or the Harmony sect. It must be said, it is indeed peculiar, quite peculiar. As one battle concluded, half of the participants were eliminated. Without pause, the second round commenced. The 3 continued to take turns, each defeating their opponents with a single move, showcasing their unfathomable prowess. The previously favored contenders for the championship faded into the background under the overwhelming display of talent, internally exclaiming the name of prodigies. There is no denying, after all, they are emperors, reborn with all their experience and mystical arts intact, utterly dominating their contemporaries. As the second round concluded, the third round began. The clashes among the geniuses grew increasingly exhilarating, eliciting cheers from the audience. When Xu Ling and Yu Hongling took the stage, the cheers reached a crescendo. However, the moment Lu Yi appeared, the arena fell into an instant silence, as if orchestrated. Lu Yi remained unfazed. This time, his opponent was a distinguished talent named Li Jiumin, the foremost disciple from the Winda Peak of this generation, a legitimate contender for the championship. I refuse to believe you can withstand a single punch. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ye's fist imprint was already upon him. Li Jiumin quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a shield of earth, adorned with intricate and mystical runes. This was the Turtle Spirit Shield, renowned for its formidable defense. As the fist imprint made contact with the Turtle Spirit Shield, numerous fissures appeared, and with a sharp crack, the imprint shattered the shield effortlessly, sending Li Jiumin crashing down from the stage. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Li Jiumin's strength was indisputable. He was already at the 4th level of Yuan Dan and had been diligently cultivated by Winda Peak. Yet, he was still defeated in a single blow. How could Lu Yi be this powerful? It is truly astonishing. I find myself unexpectedly accepting the humble demeanor of Xu Ling towards Lu Yi. Indeed, Lu Yi possesses an undeniable charm, and among the current disciples, none seem to rival his prowess. Elder Bai is exceptionally formidable. One cannot help but wonder how she cultivates her disciples. Is it too late for me to pledge my allegiance to Elder Bai? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Undoubtedly, the name Lu Yi has firmly etched itself in the hearts of all disciples of this generation. With a single punch, he shattered the Tortoise Spirit Shield. Impressive. In the 4th round, only a handful of contenders remain. The battles unfold swiftly. This time, Lu Yi faces off against Yu Hongling. The eyes of the disciples sparkled with anticipation. Here it comes. Up until now, Lu Yi, Xu Ling, and Yu Hongling have dispatched their opponents with a single strike, leaving everyone in the dark about the true extent of their abilities. With these two destined to clash, a grand showdown is inevitable. Yu Hongling furrowed her brow. She had to face Lu Yi? What a jest! How could she possibly compete against him? Yet, surrendering so easily did not sit well with her. As equals in the Yuan Dan realm, why not give it a try? With each preceding match, Xu Ling continued to eliminate her opponents effortlessly, displaying an overwhelming force that was nothing short of astonishing. At last, it was Lu Yi and Yu Hongling's turn to take the stage. Senior brother, please be gentle. Just so we're clear, no hitting the face, Yu Hongling said playfully, standing opposite Lu Yi. Clad in a striking red battle skirt, her figure was exquisite. Her legs fair and radiant, unmarred by any flaw, perfection incarnate. Lu Yi smiled, launching a punch toward Yu Hongling's face from a distance. Apologies, he was at that rebellious age. No hitting the face. Yu Hongling, incensed yet undeterred, activated the eternal reversal scripture, her true essence surging like a torrent. She retaliated with a punch of her own. At that moment, Yu Hongling was fearless, her undaunted emperor's fist embodying a resolve akin to a desperate gamble, clashing fiercely with Lu Ye's punch. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Yu Hongling's punch was obliterated, and an overwhelming force crashed upon her, striking her squarely in the face. Bang! She was sent reeling, her stunning visage now resembling a blossoming peach flower, vividly red. Oh no, blood from the nose. Yu Hongling felt a sting in her nose, tears welling up. You scoundrel brother. This isn't over. Lu Yi paid her no heed. What did it matter to him? Observing Yu Hongling's woeful state, many gasped in shock. Goodness. It appeared that Lu Yi genuinely harbored no interest in these two women. Had we misjudged him? It is quite possible. Had he possessed even a modicum of compassion, he would not have struck Yu Hongling so mercilessly. Perhaps it was precisely due to his indifference towards these two women that he dealt such a harsh blow, weary of their incessant entanglements. If one were to put it this way, Lu Yi appears to be quite unfortunate, does he not? Consider this. If you have no affection for women, but rather a profound admiration for the path of destiny, yet two women insist on presenting themselves before you, day in and day out, yearning to become your companions on this journey, what would you feel? Who are these two women, you ask? Let us say they are Yu Hongling and Xu Ling. I find this rather amusing. Amusing, you say? I mean, under the condition that you only cherish the path and have no interest in women. Oh, in that case, I too find it rather amusing. Go away. Go away. In my opinion, a young man must take great care to protect himself, while venturing out into the world. Lu Yi did not anticipate that with a single punch, he would tarnish his own reputation. Thus, the Sigma Man remains a timeless legend. Yu Hongling, gritting her teeth, returned to Bai Qiulan's side, while Sun Ruowei observed the scene with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Does Yu Hongling harbor feelings for Lu Yi as well? Bai Qiulan, oh Bai Qiulan, what secrets does your Bailan Peak conceal? At present, it appears that Yu Hongling is the most naive. It seems wise to focus my efforts on her. I must seize an opportunity to glean some insights from Yu Hongling. Chapter 18. Nature's Will. The competition continues. The Grand Dao sect is indeed formidable. They intend to conclude the Disciples' Tournament within a single day. This exemplifies the efficiency of a major sect. In contrast, other sects often stretch such competitions over 3 to 5 days, with 10 days to half a month being quite commonplace. Perhaps this is simply the distinctive style of the Grand Dao sect. Rather than spending time observing these fledgling disciples spar, one might as well dedicate that time to personal cultivation. It is noteworthy that the sect leader has not graced this event with their presence. Ji Changming suspects that the appointment of a vice sect leader was motivated by the sect leader's desire to avoid prolonged involvement in sect affairs. In the 5th round, Lu Yi faces Linghu Wushuang. Linghu Wushuang, having previously encountered Lu Yi in battle, is acutely aware of his capabilities. I have addressed my shortcomings, yet it appears I am still no match for you, Linghu Wushuang remarks. This marks Lu Yi's first spoken words in the arena. To know shame and strive for improvement is the path of cultivation, he replies. Linghu Wushuang pauses momentarily. Thank you. You are welcome. But why do you always treat your junior sister so harshly? Linghu Wushuang inquires, puzzled. Lu Yi smiles but refrains from answering, instead aligning his fingers. A surge of sword intent coalesces between them. With a swift thrust, he releases a finger strike. Linghu Wushuang's mind is instantly alerted as he perceives the oncoming sword light, seemingly witnessing the boundless profundities of the sword path. Flying cloud view. Clang. The sword lights collide. Linghu Wushuang suddenly erupts with countless blood streaks across his body. He retreats step by step until he teeters at the edge of the platform, barely managing to halt his fall. Lu Yi does not strike again. Linghu Wushuang's mind vividly recalls the sword intent unleashed by that single finger. He contemplates it deeply. I concede. After acknowledging his defeat, Linghu Wushuang bows deeply and, upon descending from the platform, sits cross-legged, closing his eyes to comprehend. Lu Yi turns to leave. The elders watch in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. This sword intent? Astonishing. Unfathomable. Previously, Lu Yi had demonstrated sheer strength, resolving battles with a single punch, embodying the notion of overwhelming force. However, this dual-fingered swordplay reveals Lu Yi's terrifying mastery of the sword path. A disciple of Bai Qiulan? I must consult with junior sister Qiulan. She isn't primarily a sword cultivator, and such a sword genius deserves to be guided by me. Nonsense. You are no match for me. It is I who should instruct him. This sword energy is extraordinary. I feel unworthy to teach him. No, I must seek my master. They will surely be elated. The sword elders immediately spring into action, some seeking Bai Qiulan, while others approach their own masters. If Lu Yi previously showcased formidable strength, it was not surprising, given that the Grand Dao sect produces 1 or 2 exceptionally powerful prodigies. Such phenomena are hardly extraordinary. However, the swordsmanship exhibited by Lu Yi moments ago transcended the mere notion of formidable combat prowess. It represented a rare seed of swordsmanship seldom seen throughout history. Having cultivated for merely half a year, to reach such a remarkable level is simply beyond description. Bai Qiulan was swiftly encircled. Junior sister Bai, did you witness that? Lu Yi's true forte lies in swordsmanship. You lack profound expertise in this domain. Why not allow him to become my disciple? If you agree. The solitary sword peak is prepared to offer all resources for the next 3 years to the Bailan Peak. I would even extend it to 5 years. You know my intentions, junior sister Bai. Finding a successor for the Zhang Jian is exceedingly challenging. Now that I have discovered such a promising talent, if I am unable to secure him for the solitary sword peak, our lineage may very well face extinction. I am willing to allocate 20 years' worth of resources to you. Bai Qiulan gazed at the eager figures clamoring for Lu Yi, feeling somewhat helpless. What do you have to teach? Lu Yi's prowess extends beyond mere swordsmanship. His mastery in various practices is unparalleled. Not only could he be your master, but he could also surpass the grandmasters of your lineage. Brothers, I must apologize. Lu Yi belongs to Bailon Peak and cannot be relinquished to any of you. Bai Qiulan resolutely declined. Oh, junior sister, having Lu Yi at Bailon Peak, where you practice magical arts, is indeed a waste of his potential. Besides, you already have Chu Ling. Allow Lu Yi to join us. No, Lu Yi is absolutely not up for discussion. Bai Qiulan firmly rejected. Observing this scene, Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. It was unexpected. Shouldn't Bai Qiulan be treating herself like a hot potato, eager to pass him along to avert any potential disruption? Junior nephew Bai, I shall take Lu Yi. A powerful aura suddenly descended, and with its arrival, every sword in the vicinity began to hum, seemingly welcoming the master of swordsmanship. The elder, clad in a black robe and bearing an ancient sword, spoke with an air of dominance. Greetings, master of the battle sword. Greetings, uncle master of the battle sword. Greetings, elder of the battle sword. The crowd bowed in respect to the esteemed figure. A harmonization realm elder has come to claim him. The onlookers were astounded, unable to fathom that a mere discipleship competition could attract the attention of a harmonization realm elder. Should Lu Yi become a disciple under such an esteemed master, he would undoubtedly ascend a level, becoming a junior to the sect leader and the various peak masters. Junior brother of the battle sword. I believe Lu Yi is more suited to my swordsmanship. A light laugh echoed from the void. Another elder appeared. Tao, I feel Lu Yi is better suited to my swordsmanship. Yet another elder materialized. The three elders vied for Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan's expression darkened slightly. For reasons unknown, she felt an intense reluctance to permit Lu Yi to become a disciple of anyone else. A hint of panic, which she was reluctant to acknowledge, may have flickered within her. If Lu Yi were truly to submit to another's tutelage, would that not sever any ties between him and her henceforth? No, this cannot be. Bai Qiulan's gaze sharpened. Esteemed elders, according to the regulations of our sect, you are permitted to select disciples only at the time of their initiation. After that, the opportunity is lost. To see my disciple's exceptional talent now and attempt to lay claim to him is far from the honorable conduct expected of elders. Bai Qiulan declared firmly. You are not a sword cultivator. How could you possibly train a formidable sword practitioner? That, however, does not serve as justification for your attempts to usurp him. A throng of sword cultivators fervently began to implore Bai Qiulan, yet she remained unyielding. Regardless, I shall not relent. I have resolved to take Lu Yi as my disciple. Should he consent, I will immediately report to the sect leader for their determination. Indeed, Baisha's nephew is obstinate. Let us seek out the sect leader. Lu Yi, I now ask you, do you wish to depart from Bailon Peak and take refuge under another sword cultivator? The sword sovereign inquired. Instantly, a multitude of gazes converged upon Lu Yi. Yu Hongling clenched her fists in anxious anticipation, while Bai Qiulan's eyes, calm yet rippling like water, betrayed a moment of turbulence. A faint smile graced Lu Ye's face as he softly replied, Of course, I am willing. Chapter 19. The phrase naturally willing resounded like thunder, erupting instantaneously in the hearts of a few individuals. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Yi, then turned her attention to her master. Bai Qiulan trembled slightly, her hands clenched into fists, her expression betraying a mixture of shock and confusion. Lu Ye's reluctance to remain her disciple, upon hearing those 4 words, stirred a tempest of anxiety within Bai Qiulan. Haha, splendid. Since Lu Yi has no objections, I shall promptly seek the decree from the sect leader. The esteemed sword sage laughed heartily, his form vanishing in an instant. The other 2 venerable elders hurried towards the main peak, while several sword-wielding peak masters gritted their teeth, also soaring towards the summit, uncertain whether the sect leader would permit the elders to vie for a disciple or instead direct Lu Yi to another peak. Bai Qiulan cast a profound glance at Lu Yi. Master, Yu Hongling's voice brimmed with urgency. We cannot allow our senior brother to join another peak. Despite her uncertainty, Yu Hongling felt an intense aversion to the thought of Lu Yi changing his sect. With me here, no one can take him away, Bai Qiulan declared fiercely, her figure disappearing in an instant. As a throng of formidable beings departed, the onlookers finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. A shared thought arising in their minds. Lu Yi was destined for greatness. Regardless of who ultimately claimed Lu Yi as their disciple, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. However, Was it truly wise to so bluntly express his desire to sever ties with Bailon Peak? As the saying goes, once a disciple, forever a father figure. Though the cultivation world does not often dwell on such matters, a degree of subtlety is still expected. When the venerable elder had inquired whether Lu Yi wished to depart from Bailon Peak, his response had been astonishingly nonchalant. A person of such caliber, even if he were to join another peak, would they not regard him with trepidation? At this moment, he chose to flee from the strong without hesitation. When he encounters even greater strength, he would likely do the same. Merely stating that he would heed the elder's arrangements does not equate to severing ties outright. This individual possesses extraordinary talent, yet his emotional intelligence appears lacking. Whether he can achieve greatness still hinges on the tolerance of the master he chooses. The competition continued. After Lu Yi triumphed over Linghu Wushuang, he had secured a place among the top two. Meanwhile, another match unfolded between Chu Ling and the renowned senior sister of the Grand Dao sect, Xiao Huayong. Xiao Huayong, also a peerless prodigy of the Grand Dao sect, was known for her gentle demeanor and stunning beauty. The spectators shifted their interest, compared to Lu Yi's affairs. They were far more captivated by the contest between these two enchanting talents, hardly daring to imagine the beauty of their clash. As Chu Ling and Xiao Huayong took the stage, both radiated breathtaking elegance, their auras distinctly contrasting. One was as gentle as water, serene and unruffled, while the other resembled a sword, tranquil when sheathed yet resounding when drawn. The battle commenced. Meanwhile, a raucous crowd surged towards the Grand Dao Hall. A middle-aged man without a beard seemed to have been waiting here for an extended period. Sun Ruowei also approached, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Allow me to ascertain the situation at hand. Master, there is a disciple named Lu Yi, whose extraordinary talent in swordsmanship is undeniably suitable for my inheritance. My lineage is on the brink of extinction. Surely you cannot allow an old man who has dedicated his life to the sect to take his unique skills to the grave? The Sword of Battle Master spoke with fervent emotion. Swordmaster, how can you say such a thing? Sighed sect leader Lu Changfeng, caught between laughter and exasperation. Am I not speaking the truth? If disciple Bai were a swordsman, I would not object, but he is a practitioner of the arts. Although I have not witnessed the sword strike indicated by Lu Yi's fingers, my disciple has demonstrated it to me. Such a strike is unparalleled among the proud talents of the vast wilderness. It is imperative he joins my ranks. Your sword of battle is merely about relentless combat. I see that Lu Yi is not one to seek brute force. He should pursue my hidden sword, concealing it within, to strike and resonate throughout the world. This is the path he ought to follow. Preposterous. He has incapacitated his opponent with a mere finger strike, and you claim he is not a fighter? I beg to differ. Enough. Let us refrain from arguing. I must speak impartially. Lu Yi must join my solitary sword. The sword of battle may not yet be lost, but there are countless practitioners of hidden sword. If my solitary sword were to perish, that would be a travesty. Sect leader Lu Changfeng, overwhelmed by the commotion, felt his scalp tingle as he furrowed his brow. Enough. Silence. He bellowed, restoring tranquility to the grand hall. Lu Changfeng's gaze shifted to Bai Qiulan, and in that moment, a flicker of distraction crossed his eyes. It was undeniable that he harbored feelings for Bai Qiulan, yet she did not return his affections. Unbeknownst to him, over a year had passed without seeing his junior sister, and she seemed to have become even more beautiful. More beautiful? Lu Changfeng momentarily lost his train of thought as he compared his memories of Bai Qiulan to her present self. The former Bai Qiulan was as cold as ice, proud as a snow plum blossom, a flower too distant to approach, an unapproachable ice lotus atop a snowy peak. Yet now, although she remained haughty, she emanated a hint of warmth, as if the ice lotus had stepped into the bustling world. Could it be his imagination? He sensed a touch of allure in her presence. Nonsense. It must be a mere illusion. How could his junior sister possibly exude allure? His voice softened as he gently spoke, "Junior sister." At that moment, the three venerable elders and a group of peak masters felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. Heavenly Lord, the sect leader has become so gentle? This is troubling. Sun Ruowei could not suppress her inward laughter, thinking, oh dear, you have miscalculated by a vast distance. The sect leader is the foremost admirer of senior sister Bai. Whatever she says, the sect leader would nod so fervently that he might break his neck. Bai Qiulan had indeed met the sect leader. Bai Qiulan spoke calmly. Lu Changfeng wore a smile upon his face. As I have mentioned, you may address me as Shi Xiang. There is no need to call me Zhongzhu. The rules of the sect must not be mistaken, and the laws of propriety must not be disregarded. Bai Qiulan seemed utterly indifferent towards Lu Changfeng. Very well, it is acceptable to call me Zhongzhu. Now, Bai Shimi, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Changfeng inquired with a smile. At this moment, Bai Qiulan had regained her composure. The shock caused by Lu Ye's desire to distance himself from Bailon Peak had subsided. Although she was reluctant to admit it, her heart vehemently protested against Lu Ye's departure from Bailon Peak. She concocted a splendid rationale for herself. In his previous life, under her tutelage, Lu Yi became the most steadfast bulwark of humanity, and now, reborn with a heavy heart, she was deeply concerned that he might stray from the righteous path. Hence, she felt it was imperative to guide him continuously. Yes, that is precisely it. In his past existence, she had always been his master, and in this life, she must remain so. It was her responsibility. Chapter 20. The refinement of the void and the unity of the Tao. Bai Qiulan spoke. First and foremost, I absolutely refuse to allow Lu Yi to depart from Bailon Peak. Such an action would contravene our sect's regulations and the principles of propriety. It is evident that Bai Qiulan is a person of rigid adherence to tradition, and one can only imagine the torment she endured in her past life, while being with Lu Yi, often reduced to tears. Amidst her struggles, she continued. Secondly, the three esteemed uncles believe that I am adept in techniques rather than swordsmanship, hence deeming me incapable of adequately instructing Lu Yi, a swordsman. In truth, their assumptions are misguided. Techniques, I can impart. Swords, I can equally teach. Should the three esteemed uncles harbor doubts, the sect leader may permit me to engage them in a duel with swords. If I prevail, Lu Yi shall be regarded as one of us at Bailon Peak. Should I falter? Bai Qiulan's demeanor remained icy, her white dress billowing gracefully in the wind. I shall never be defeated. Lu Changfeng and the three venerable elders were taken aback, incredulous at her confidence. You are overly assured, are you not? Very well, I shall not take advantage of you. If you assert that you can wield a sword, then I shall seal my cultivation, and we shall engage in a duel as equals in the void refinement stage. The sword respecter intoned gravely. Bai Qiulan raised her gaze to the three venerable elders. There is no need for you to suppress your cultivation. A collective gasp echoed, disbelief painting the faces of those present. No need to suppress your cultivation? These three venerable elders are all at the unity of the Tao stage. And you wish to challenge them with a sword? Have you lost your mind? Junior sister, I understand you possess the Tying divine body. Yet the three esteemed uncles are unparalleled forces. What are you attempting? Lu Changfeng hastily interjected. The countenance of the three venerable elders shifted between hues of blue and red. What did this mean? Was she accusing them of bullying the weaker? Brother, there is no need for further persuasion. If you desire Lu Yi, let us engage in a battle in the heavens. With that, Bai Qiulan ceased her words, her figure vanishing to reappear in the skies above. Very well. If this is to be a case of the strong oppressing the weak, I shall bear this infamy for the sake of a disciple. The elder of the solitary sword prepared to abandon all pretense, his figure also disappearing. A throng rushed outside, while Lu Changfeng was nearly apoplectic. Solitary sword uncle, you must not harm junior sister Bai. None held favorable opinions of Bai Qiulan, primarily due to the circumstances. How could one foresee a positive outcome? One was in the void refinement stage, the other at the unity of the Tao stage. Ultimately, one adept in techniques faced off against one skilled in swordplay. Absurd, utterly absurd. Junior nephew, you need not wield a sword. As long as I am injured, I shall no longer pursue the matter of accepting a disciple. The elder of the solitary sword declared. Bai Qiulan's expression remained serene as she extended her finger towards the heavens. In an instant, the sky transformed, swirling with tumultuous winds and clouds. A formidable and chilling sword intent erupted, radiating icy waves, as the mist churned violently. In the celestial realm, a colossal sword of resplendent moonlight, forged from mist, surged forth, accompanied by tempestuous winds and thunderous roars, in tandem with the path of the lunar essence. This immense blade spanned thousands of zhong, bridging the heavens and the earth. Beneath its shadow, all beings felt as insignificant as mere ants. Countless disciples of the great paths, as well as formidable warriors, gazed upward in awe at this magnificent sword, its aura radiating power. The lunar divine sword had been summoned by the master. The battle between Yu Hongling and Chu Ling came to an abrupt halt as they too turned their eyes to behold the lunar divine sword. This was a formidable technique, crafted specifically for the lunar divine body. Indeed, it was the creation of Lu Yi. Even in the hands of those in the void refinement realm, wielding this lunar divine sword, albeit in its nascent form, would prove to be an arduous task. Yet, it was now wielded by Bai Qiulan. As the lunar divine sword materialized, the countenances of the three supreme elders shifted dramatically. How can this be? Lu Changfeng exclaimed in disbelief. When did Bai Qiulan learn to wield a sword? Such profound sword intent, such terrifying sword might. How did she master it to such an extent? Master, be cautious. Bai Qiulan's face turned pale as she abruptly pointed at the supreme elder of the solitary sword. Boom! The long sword unleashed a thunderous roar, tearing through the sea of clouds with the ferocity of a kunpeng soaring to the heavens, brutally descending upon the supreme elder of the solitary sword. Indeed, it was a crushing assault. This sword was akin to a mountain in its enormity. With a mighty roar, the supreme elder of the solitary sword summoned a torrent of sword energy that surged around him, akin to an ocean, all converging upon the lunar divine sword. Countless strands of sword energy, like the most intricate of components, coalesced into a radiant beam of sword light. This sword was the solitary sword. The two colossal beams of sword light collided with a cataclysmic impact. They crushed and shattered, intermingled with flames and thunder. The lunar divine sword forcefully shattered the solitary sword. Its form now battered, yet still careened toward the supreme elder of the solitary sword. Boom! The supreme elder of the solitary sword spat blood and retreated. The lunar divine sword dissipated of its own accord. Master, you have lost, Bai Qiulan declared with a chilling voice. Silence engulfed the arena. The eyes of all present reflected sheer astonishment. It was unfathomable that Bai Qiulan had triumphed over the supreme elder of the solitary sword. In the realm of void refinement, she had bested him with swordsmanship. A profound stillness reigned, a true silence. Even the winds ceased their whispers. No one had anticipated such a spectacle, nor the outcome of this duel. Bai Qiulan's challenge to the supreme elder, initially an act of defiance, had indeed resulted in victory. Please, the next master, enlighten us. Bai Qiulan spoke once more. The supreme elder of the hidden sword and the supreme elder of the battle sword exchanged glances, both reflecting a profound shock in their eyes. After a moment of hesitation, the battle sword elder sighed. Very well, the swordsmanship you have displayed sufficiently demonstrates your capability to mentor Lu Yi. We initially sought to protect this unrefined gem from obscurity, and since you can teach, we shall not usurp your opportunity. So be it. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, replied the hidden sword elder. Thank you, esteemed masters. The dispute regarding Lu Yi has come to a conclusion. The formidable strength exhibited by Bai Qiulan instills a sense of awe, particularly in comparison to her contemporaries. It was initially believed that all were at the level of refining the void, yet you can effortlessly surpass the unity of the Tao. Is it truly so extraordinary? Bai Shimi, your swordsmanship does not belong to the great Tao sect, does it? Lu Changfeng inquired curiously. In response to the sect leader, it is not the sword technique of the great Tao sect, but rather a skill I acquired by chance. I perceive that Shimi possesses an exceptional talent for the sword path. I have a considerable collection of sword techniques, all gathered over time. Perhaps I might invite you to my personal library for a visit? Lu Changfeng intended to arrange a meeting with Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan cast him a glance. Sect leader, there is no need. I do not have an affinity for swords. I still possess numerous techniques of the great Tao. I am also not fond of techniques. Lu Changfeng. The implication of her rejection was unmistakably clear. For one who specializes in techniques, to claim disinterest is a blatant refusal. No worries, no worries. It has been a long time since I last saw Shimi. Today, upon meeting, I sense that she has become more amiable, indicating progress in her cultivation. After listening to Lu Changfeng, Bai Qiulan clasped her hands. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Lu Changfeng. Chapter 21. Intent to kill. When Bai Qiulan returned to the arena, the battle between Xiao Huayong and Chu Ling had already concluded, with Xiao Huayong predictably defeated. In truth, merely exchanging a few blows with Chu Ling was a feat worthy of pride. Consequently, Chu Ling and Lu Yi were set to vie for the top position. Chu Ling ascended the stage with joy, eagerly awaiting Lu Yi's arrival. To be candid, Had it not been for Lu Ye's need for the treasures within the Great Dao's repository, he might have turned and walked away. A murderous intent stirred within him. As he stepped onto the platform, Lu Ye's fingers once again came together. The aura of killing intent. Chu Ling paused, her smile momentarily faltering. My lord, how could he harbor such murderous feelings towards me? Chu Ling's gaze fixated on Lu Yi, and at long last, after such a long time, Lu Yi beheld Chu Ling. She had intended to concede with a mere glance, yet upon sensing his murderous aura, she was engulfed in profound anguish. Suddenly, she sank to her knees upon the stage, closing her eyes. Come, strike me down. I have taken a life from you. Today, I shall return a life to you. After all, her existence had become mundane and devoid of meaning. Better to perish than to continue living, and dying at Lu Ye's hands could be considered her fate. This scene left all present utterly perplexed. Why did such a spectacle unfold? Just how much did Chu Ling owe Lu Yi to act in this manner? Is this woman mad? What on earth is their situation? The crowd murmured in disbelief, unable to comprehend Chu Ling's actions. Who would seek death in such a manner? Lu Yi frowned at the sight, finally speaking, You and I share no feelings now. I shall not kill you. Would you kindly stay away from me? Damn it, I cannot kill her. Had Lu Yi unleashed a killing blow during their confrontation, there was a 90% chance he could have annihilated Chu Ling. Yet in her current state, should he take action, intervention would be inevitable. He could not fathom it. Since they had severed ties, why not live their respective lives in peace without further entanglement? No, my lord may kill me, but I shall never leave your side, Chu Ling declared with unwavering resolve. Damn it, she is insane. He swung his hand forcefully, and Chu Ling was sent flying by an invisible force, spitting blood as she left the stage. Victory was his. Yet Lu Ye's spirits were not particularly elevated. The victor is Lu Yi. The deputy sect leader announced the outcome of the match. It was clear that Lu Yi could no longer remain in the Great Dao sect. He resolved to retrieve what he needed and then depart to seek solitude elsewhere. A pack of lunatics. If I cannot provoke them, can I not simply avoid them? Bai Qiulan returned, accompanied by Sun Ruowei, who chattered incessantly. Wait, when did you become so powerful? You can defeat those in the harmonization realm? I feel you've been keeping many secrets from me. Are we still good sisters? You must confess at once. After the remarks from the master, I too have discerned that you are no longer the same as before. Now, you possess a touch of allure. Sun Ruowei scrutinized Bai Qiulan closely. Yes, there is indeed a hint of charm. What have you been up to behind my back? Sun Ruowei's eyes widened suddenly. Charm. Bai Qiulan's eyes retained their original cold elegance, seemingly untouched by the earthly realm. Yet now, there emerged a trace of seduction within her gaze, as if she had transformed from a celestial being into a woman of the world. Bai Qiulan raised an eyebrow, poised to speak. Abruptly, a chilling wave coursed through her entire being, and her hand instinctively clenched into a fist. True essence surged within her. Threads of frigid air emanated from her body. Her brows knitted tightly. Sun Ruowei, standing beside her, sensed a change in her demeanor. What is the matter? The mere wisps of cold air were enough to induce a sensation of freezing in Sun Ruowei's very core. How could such a phenomenon manifest in Bai Qiulan? No matter. Bai Qiulan suppressed the chill, though unease gnawed at her heart. At that moment, before her primordial infant, a droplet of gray-blue liquid coalesced, exuding an extreme cold that made the tiny primordial infant frown incessantly. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Bai Qiulan dared not linger. The chaotic poison had manifested prematurely. The initial appearance of this chaotic poison should have occurred at the harmony realm. Nevertheless, it should not pose too great a problem. She had already discovered a method to address the chaotic poison, and upon her return, she could simply employ the Taijin transformation scripture to dispel it. Bai Qiulan hurriedly departed. Hey, wait for me. Lu Yi had received his reward. He had accurately captured the cold energy emanating from Bai Qiulan moments ago. A smile crept upon his face. This chaotic poison, emerging at this juncture, was quite fortuitous. Bai Qiulan had returned from Rebirth, naturally advancing her cultivation at an astonishing pace. Defeating the harmony realm with her void refinement was indicative of her being but a step away from the harmony realm. Dear Master, the chaotic poison. I hope that in this life, you may surpass your former self, ideally transforming the chaotic poison into nothingness through your own strength, and emerge victorious in the sect competition. Lu Yi bore the title of an official disciple. An official disciple holds a higher status than inner disciples. Currently, he is the first to achieve this distinction. Even if others were to attain the same status in the future, they would still address him as senior brother. However, Lu Yi was indifferent to such accolades. He promptly made his way to the Grand Dao Treasure Pavilion. Presenting his token, he was permitted to select 3 treasures from below the 7th tier. What treasures are needed? Simply affix your identity token to the prohibition, and it shall be done, smiled the elder in charge of the pavilion. Indeed, Lu Yi was quite familiar with the Grand Dao Treasure Pavilion, which housed a plethora of treasures within the Grand Dao sect, spanning 9 tiers, with the treasures becoming increasingly precious as one ascended. In his previous life, he had been dazzled upon entering, yet now his purpose was clear. As he entered, he moved at a leisurely pace, meticulously examining each item. Every treasure, along with its properties and circumstances, was laid bare before Lu Yi. The first treasure was the wood spirit pearl. The second was the key to the God Burial Ridge. The third was a treasure furnace, intended for exchanging at Dan Peak for the Xianin Soul Fruit, a substance categorized under medicinal materials, which the Grand Treasure Pavilion does not accept. After acquiring these 3 items, Lu Yi departed from the Grand Treasure Pavilion, making his way directly to Dan Peak. As he passed by, he encountered the 9-dragon treasure furnace, which facilitated the exchange for a single Xianin Soul Fruit. This exchange was exclusive to the Xianin Soul Fruit, and those among the senior brothers and sisters, uncles, and even ancestors possessing the fruit should not miss this opportunity. No need for exorbitant prices. 1 Xianin Soul Fruit can be taken home with the 9-dragon treasure furnace. The 9-dragon treasure furnace is excellent, indeed marvelous. With 9 layers of heating and 9 layers of extraction, it guarantees the production of top-tier elixirs. After a prolonged silence, the calls of the vendors resumed, albeit with a hint of unfamiliarity. Nevertheless, satisfaction lingered. This was not merely Lu Yi's voice. Beneath Dan Peak, dozens, if not hundreds, of cultivators were also calling out, including many alchemists from the void refinement realm. At times, one might even encounter an alchemist at the harmonization realm participating in the calls. Chapter 22. Chaotic Malice. The illustrious 9 Dragons treasure furnace commanded attention, particularly under the fervent exhortations of Lu Yi. Many alchemists cast admiring glances in his direction. What a remarkable young man. His voice exudes such vigor, a clear indication of a promising alchemist. Is it merely the Xianin Soul Fruit that you seek? Are you open to exchanging for other items? No, it is solely the Xianin Soul Fruit that I desire. Lu Yi's stance was resolute. He declined any offers of elixirs containing the Xianin Soul Fruit as a primary ingredient, insisting only on the fruit itself. After all, in the Grand Sect, resources were abundant. In less than half an hour, someone rushed over with the coveted Xianin Soul Fruit. I will trade with you. I will trade. While some foolish individuals debated whether elixirs containing the Xianin Soul Fruit could suffice, the astute ones had already set out to procure a complete fruit. Acquiring the 3 items in hand, Lu Yi hastened toward the sect. At the sect, Chu Ling awaited with a box of pastries, her anticipation palpable. Upon spotting Lu Yi, her eyes sparkled, and she hurried to greet him. Young master, I have prepared your favorite mung bean cake. However, Lu Yi's figure brushed past her perfectly as he exited the sect. With a simple sword rising into the air, Lu Yi stepped onto it, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing at high speed. Chu Ling, undeterred by his departure, summoned her magic sword and followed suit, pursuing Lu Yi. Meanwhile, at the Bai Chilan Dao Academy, Sun Ruowei paced anxiously at the entrance. What could have caused such terrifying coldness to erupt uncontrollably? Had some flaw arisen in her cultivation? Observing the cultivation chamber, it was evident that frost had engulfed the room, emanating an aura of formidable Taiyin energy. Yu Hongling rushed over in haste. Upon witnessing the scene, she could not suppress her astonishment. Why has the Taiyin poison manifested so early? This is unexpected. It should only emerge in the harmony realm. Sun Ruowei, upon hearing this, inquired urgently, Hongling, what is Taiyin poison? Do you know? Yu Hongling realized she had inadvertently spoken out of turn. However, recognizing that Sun Ruowei was the closest friend of her master, she decided to be forthright. Due to the peculiar constitution of our master, the Taiyin energy continues to accumulate. When it gathers excessively, it coalesces into a liquid form, which is chillingly malevolent, inducing an extreme sensation of cold agony. This is the essence of Taiyin poison. Yu Hongling elucidated. What should we do? Is there any remedy? Sun Ruowei asked, her concern mounting. Yes, our master has discovered a solution. Do not fret, Auntie. I am merely astonished that the Tying poison, which should only manifest in the harmony realm, has erupted prematurely before our master has even reached that stage. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruowei instinctively sensed something amiss. The harmony realm, a coveted state pursued by countless cultivators. Even the Grand Sect, as a premier establishment, regarded it as a rare treasure. However, Yu Hongling is merely at the Yuan Dan realm. Yet, her tone suggests an extraordinary familiarity with the He Dao realm, devoid of any trace of reverence. Is there truly a solution? Sun Ruowei inquired once more. Yes, the solution was discovered by my senior brother. The Tying poison has plagued our master for many years, and my senior brother has devoted years to finding a remedy. However, the forces of Tying and the sun are the two most formidable powers beneath the chaos of heaven and earth. To resolve this is exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, Yu Hongling holds immense confidence in Lu Yi. Upon hearing that a solution exists, Sun Ruowei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. At this moment, the disquieting events of recent times resurfaced in Sun Ruowei's mind, igniting a burgeoning curiosity within her. Hongling, Master Uncle, what is it? Sun Ruowei pondered her words carefully, asking, what is the situation with that Chu Ling? What is her relationship with Lu Yi? Yu Hongling's expression momentarily stiffened. She was not foolish. Why does Master Uncle inquire about this? I recall that you are not acquainted with either Chu Ling or Lu Yi. Who says I do not know them? Not long ago, Chu Ling was on the brink of death. It was I who rescued her, thus making me her savior. Moreover, I found her to be quite obedient and initially intended to take her as my disciple, but she currently has no plans to accept a master, as she has joined the Dao sect, for which I even lent my support. Yet, such a fine girl now appears so humble before Lu Yi. I find it utterly incomprehensible, and it pains my heart. Yu Hongling nodded, completely disregarding Sun Ruowei's inquiry. Chu Ling has just begun her journey, and I have had limited contact with her, so I am unaware of their situation. You truly do not know? Sun Ruowei narrowed her eyes. I genuinely do not know. The two exchanged glances, and Yu Hongling's sincerity was unmistakable. Unable to find any flaw, Sun Ruowei reluctantly set her questions aside for the moment. At that time, within Bai Qiulan's room, a powerful aura erupted. Bai Qiulan, who had already reached the pinnacle of the Liansu realm, began her breakthrough. Today, she aims to ascend to the He Dao realm. Has she broken through? Sun Ruowei gasped in shock and delight. Yu Hongling glanced toward the room, her expression devoid of excitement, instead tinged with concern. The He Dao realm, a true watershed moment for the Ta-In divine body. With Bai Qiulan's breakthrough, the terrifying potential of the Ta-In divine body is poised to reveal its fangs. Previously, whenever they assisted their master in dealing with the Tying poison, it was always her senior brother who lent a hand, but now they have all fallen out with him. He would no longer assist. Moreover, their master would certainly not allow him to help. So, what shall be done about the Tying poison? Inside the room, Bai Qiulan was stepping toward the He Dao realm, a feat that would be insurmountable for other cultivators, yet for her, it posed little difficulty. Only that solitary drop of chaotic venom was the most burdensome element for Bai Qiulan. Why was this the case? Bai Qiulan's expression grew grim. Beside her primordial spirit, a drop of chaotic venom, under the operation of the Tain transformation scriptures, swiftly transformed into a potent essence of the Tain. This essence circulated through her limbs and meridians, with a significant portion entering her primordial spirit, leading to an increase in her aura. Bai Qiulan ceased her cultivation. The remaining essence of Tain recoagulated, once again becoming a drop of chaotic venom. Unyielding in her determination, Bai Qiulan activated her technique once more. The chaotic venom dissipated anew. Her aura surged again, and when she paused her cultivation, the power of Tain once more coalesced, still manifesting as a drop of chaotic venom. Why was this happening? Bai Qiulan opened her eyes, her gaze filled with panic and disbelief. How could this be? In her previous life, she had required Lu Yi's assistance in the early stages, as they practiced a secret method together, harmonizing her Tain and Yang energies, allowing the chaotic venom to disperse without any inclination to recongeal. In the later stages, after enduring countless hardships to obtain the Tain transformation scriptures, she had liberated herself from Lu Yi's aid, capable of dispelling the chaotic venom on her own. Yet now, this was the Tane transformation scriptures. Why did it not directly expel the chaotic venom as it had before? A sense of panic welled up within her. After multiple attempts to circulate her technique, she finally reached the state of harmony. During her breakthrough, that stubborn drop of chaotic venom was thoroughly consumed. Chapter 23. The disappearance of primordial morning mist by Qiulan finally let out a long sigh of relief. This drop of chaotic poison had finally vanished. It should have been merely the first drop of this stubborn chaotic poison, perhaps due to her own lack of mastery in the Ta'in transformation scripture, causing it to linger. It seemed to be so. Yet, deep within her heart, there lingered a trace of unease she was reluctant to acknowledge. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the harmonization realm. How are you feeling now? Sun Ruowei inquired hastily. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine, Bai Qiulan replied with a smile. However, Sun Ruowei remained unconvinced, seizing Bai Qiulan's small hand to check her pulse. The chill has penetrated your body, and your vital energy is weak. How can one in the harmonization realm exhibit such a pulse and claim to be unscathed? Sun Ruowei exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Bai Qiulan shrugged off her concern with a light laugh. It is merely a trifling matter. Yu Hongling refrained from questioning, standing quietly to the side. Now, it seemed that Sun Shirbua had sensed something and was intent on uncovering the truth. Yu Hongling recalled the shock on Sun Ruowei's face in her previous life, when she learned that both she and the master were women of Lu Yi. Even in her final moments, Sun Shirbua's last words had been an incredulous, "No, how can you all be so chaotic?" Since such occurrences would not transpire in this life, there was no need for Sun Shirbua to delve further into any inquiries. What of Lu Yi? Bai Qiulan asked. Since he secured first place, he has vanished. Likely having left the sect to undergo training, Yu Hongling replied. Is it the God Burial Ridge? Indeed, it should be. Wait, how do you all know where Lu Yi has gone to train? And what is this God Burial Ridge? The name sounds formidable, yet I have never heard of it before. Master, should we go and take a look? Yu Hongling suggested. There is no need, Bai Qiulan responded. Yu Hongling hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Bai Qiulan, understanding her unspoken thoughts, grasped Yu Hongling's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures vanished. Sun Ruowei watched the empty sky, gazing at the two who had disappeared without a trace. The freshly ignited Bagua flames were now extinguished, as if the kindling had been removed. Damn it, Bai Qiulan. How could you treat me this way after I considered you a close friend? Do you not realize that your secrets have been exposed? You must tell me the truth. Concealing it from me is more painful than death. Bai Qiulan, come back. I will sever ties with you. Bai Qiulan reappeared. Oh, I forgot to bring you along. Sun Ruowei found herself transported to the clouds alongside them, while Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling maintained their usual composure. What have you two been hiding from me? Sun Ruowei asked urgently. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling exchanged looks of feigned bewilderment. Nothing at all. We said nothing. Then why did you avoid me just now? Not at all. We simply forgot to take you with us. You speak nonsense. How could you forget someone as significant as me? Are you attempting to deceive a fool? Ah, are you truly that large? I see your figure is slender, charming, and lovely, and you are not particularly large, are you? Sun Ruowei? How infuriating. How am I to remain angry now? What shall we do now? Sun Ruowei inquired. I am going to Zongshan Ridge. I am rather concerned about my inept disciple and wish to check on him, Bai Qiulan replied. Yu Hongling appeared somewhat distracted, as her mind was preoccupied with the poison she had administered to Lu Yi. The venom, known as primordial morning mist, is not strictly a poison but rather a unique existence. Once it takes effect, it amplifies one's senses exponentially. Even the slightest brush against the skin can inflict pain severe enough to induce fainting. The duration lasts a full 7 days. While it is not lethal, it can plunge a person into an abyss of endless suffering. A gentle breeze feels like a blade's cut, and exposure to sunlight feels akin to being engulfed in flames. Yu Hongling intended to utilize this primordial morning mist to ensure Lu Ye's failure during his tribulation. However, should it erupt now, the excruciating agony could potentially cause Lu Ye's very soul to dissipate. Yu Hongling experienced a twinge of regret. She should not have poisoned her senior brother, especially after realizing how much he had sacrificed to aid her cultivation and breakthroughs. She could only hope that the forces of time would erase the effects of the primordial morning mist. The three arrived at Zongshan Ridge, where a figure sat cross-legged, a long sword resting upon their knees. It was Chu Ling. Greetings, Sister Yu, Sister Bai. Master, Greetings, Uncle Sunday. Although Chu Ling promptly altered her address, Bai Qiulan still caught the mention of Sister Bai. Once again, Sister Bai? And Sister Yu. Linger, where is my senior brother? Yu Hongling asked anxiously. He has already entered Zongshan Ridge, and I am here to protect him. Did he exhibit any abnormalities before entering? Chu Ling recalled that Lu Yi had cast a cold glance at her prior to entering. No, nothing unusual, she replied, causing Yu Hongling to breathe a sigh of relief. I am somewhat worried. Linger, let us venture into Zongshan Ridge to take a look. Young master is eternally. Cough, Linger. Bai Qiulan interjected, interrupting Chu Ling's words. Eternally what? Sun Ruwei glared fiercely at Bai Qiulan, thinking, you are the greatest stumbling block on my path. Could it be eternally invincible? Linger, I have done what you have done. My senior brother likely came to Zongshan Ridge to collect the blood flower of the gods. He seeks to break through to the infant stage. The last time the heavenly stalemate poison manifested was presumably when my senior brother was condensing his core. Therefore, I believe this attempt to break through may also lead to unfortunate consequences. Yu Hongling spoke urgently. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling's expression changed dramatically. You administered it? Yu Hongling nodded bitterly. What is it? In the primordial morning mist, without uttering a word, Chu Ling plunged into the entrance of the God Burial Ridge, followed closely by a quartet of women. Sun Ruowei caught sight of several terms. Heavenly toad venom, primordial morning mist. What on earth are these? Surely, you two fledgling practitioners, mere cultivators at the essence core stage, cannot comprehend such peculiar phenomena. The residual formations within had been entirely dismantled by Lu Yi. Let it be reiterated, regardless of the dilapidated state of these formations or the fact that Lu Yi had traversed this place previously, even a pristine and intact version would present no challenge to him. Ahead, the remains of the corpse toads came into view, each one having fallen to a singular, decisive strike. Notably, many of these corpse toads were at the broken infant stage. Sun Ruowei felt a surge of trepidation. Was all of this the handiwork of Lu Yi? Is he not merely a practitioner at the essence core stage? Why, then, do these three women appear utterly unperturbed, displaying no signs of astonishment? Do they not recognize that Lu Yi's current actions have utterly surpassed the capabilities expected of someone at the essence core stage? The broken infant stage should not possess such prowess. Navigating through a multitude of corpse toad carcasses and braving toxic mists and labyrinthine paths, the quartet finally laid eyes upon Lu Yi. Chapter 24, Breaking the Dan and Becoming an Infant. Breaking the Dan and Becoming an Infant. Lu Yi sat beside the ancient divine corpse, his expression serene, as he embarked on the profound transformation of breaking the Dan and becoming an infant. With 3 treasures gathered, Lu Yi aimed to condense his second life at the moment of his transformation. The nascent infant is also categorized by quality, the weakest being the human infant, followed by the earth infant, the heavenly infant, and finally the sacred infant. In his previous life, due to the influence of the 9 lives immortal scripture, Lu Yi had ascended from the heavenly Dan to the sacred infant. This time, with the sacred Dan, he naturally aimed to coalesce a sacred infant. Cracks began to appear on the resplendent nascent Dan. Lu Yi sensed the arrival of several individuals, but showed no reaction. He understood that these individuals would not dare to act against him. Their grievances had already been expressed in his past life. To strike at him now would lead to an irrevocable confrontation. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Lu Yi found himself anticipating their intervention. Yu Hongling could not help but exhale in relief, grateful that the primordial morning mist had not erupted. Suddenly, Lu Yi trembled violently. The shattered nascent Dan unleashed unimaginable agony, as if his body, soul, and very essence were fracturing at that moment. A swirling mist of white enveloped Lu Yi, and he clenched his fists tightly. Pain. An excruciating torment. Lu Yi's thoughts turned chaotic, and his senses magnified to an unbearable degree. Even his breath felt as though molten lava coursed through his trachea. Ah! Yu Hongling screamed. The primordial morning mist. The primordial morning mist. Master, the primordial morning mist has truly followed us. What should we do? Panic and urgency filled her eyes. No one understood the effects of the primordial morning mist better than she did, for it could inflict excruciating suffering upon a person. Lu Yi could not withstand it. No one could endure such agony. A person could be painfully tortured to death. Master, what should we do? Please save him. Save my senior brother quickly. Young master. Chu Ling's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she witnessed Lu Yi's veins bulging, his body trembling incessantly. She knew well Lu Yi's capacity for enduring pain. To cause him such distress, what kind of torment could that possibly be? Bai Qiulan felt equally distressed. Just as she was about to step forward, Lu Yi opened his blood-red eyes. "Get lost," he roared. "Senior brother, this is the primordial morning mist. You cannot withstand it. Let Master help you. Let her use the power of the Tying to temporarily freeze you. Get lost." The intense pain twisted Lu Yi's face grotesquely, resembling a malevolent spirit as he yelled at the women. Yu Hongling attempted to speak again. Suddenly, a flash of cold light erupted. Tears brimmed in Chu Ling's eyes. Yet her beautiful face remained icy. "Young master has told us to leave. We must go." The demonic sword pointed at the three of them, as Chu Ling resolutely obeyed Lu Yi's command. "Get lost." Lu Yi let out another roar. "Step back." At this moment, Sun Ruowei also began to persuade. She was unaware of what the primordial morning mist was, but Lu Yi's current demeanor resembled that of a beast driven to the brink of despair. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted as Chu Ling struck with ferocity. Sun Ruowei was startled and hastily shattered the sword light. "Let us go, retreat." She firmly pulled Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan away, with Chu Ling following closely behind. A group of them exited the deepest part of the tomb. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed, akin to a fist pounding the earth with great force. Although there were no painful wails or screams, the heavy sounds of impact indicated the kind of torment Lu Yi was experiencing within. He could not endure this. "Master, save him. He cannot withstand it." Tears streamed down Yu Hongling's cheeks. Under normal circumstances, a person assaulted by the primordial morning mist would be unable to withstand such pain without doing anything. Let alone Lu Yi now. It must be understood what Lu Yi was enduring. He was breaking the Dan and transforming into an infant. The very act of breaking the Dan is fraught with danger, and Yu Hongling could hardly fathom the suffering Lu Yi was enduring. "Master, I have killed Lu Yi. I have killed him once more. It should not be like this. I do not wish to harm him. I no longer harbor hatred for him. He clearly has 9 lives. Why?" Yu Hongling's emotions shattered. She could not believe that after all the twists and turns, Lu Yi had met his demise at her hands. She did not want Lu Yi to die. She could not live without him. Bai Qiulan gently waved her hand, and Yu Hongling immediately fainted, cradled in Bai Qiulan's arms. Listening to the booming sounds from within, Bai Qiulan's expression was one of deep discomfort. It was unimaginable what kind of pain could reduce Lu Yi to such a state. She was acutely aware of the severity of suffering. When the chaos poison erupted in her, she had countless times contemplated self-detonation to end it all. That kind of pain was beyond human endurance. Until later, Lu Yi had aided her. Lu Yi grew increasingly stronger, assisting her more and more, and as her strength grew, the chaos poison became more terrifying, only to be subdued when she began to cultivate the Tying transformation scripture. "I hope he is all right. I hope he is all right." Time passed, second by second. The booming sounds finally ceased, and Bai Qiulan's figure instantly entered the fray. The depths of the tomb had been utterly devastated. The ancient god's corpse lay shattered. Lu Yi regained his composure. With each breath, his aura surged like a dragon. "Lu Yi, how are you?" Bai Qiulan asked urgently. Lu Yi opened his eyes, and the aura belonging to the breaking infant realm radiated forth, far more robust than the usual, at least 5 to 10 times more potent. "I am fine, master. May I inquire what poison you have administered to me?" A hint of a smile appeared on Lu Yi's face as he sincerely asked. "Please, I beg you, tell me. My rebirth was not intended for enduring calamities, but rather to ascend to greater heights. With each breakthrough, a terrifying toxin emerges, one I had never heard of even during my days as a revered celestial. Where on earth did you all procure such substances? If I cannot confront you, I shall simply evade you." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Bai Qiulan's face. "The toxin I administered is known as the lunar essence worm. It possesses the ability to..." Lu Yi raised his hand. "How many have you poisoned before me?" I am not entirely certain." Lu Yi: "Very well. You are indeed lofty and remarkable. You do not even know how many have fallen victim to your poison." He had heard of the lunar essence worm and even encountered it, yet never did he expect it to infiltrate his own body. Reflecting on how he came to encounter the lunar essence worm, Lu Yi could not help but chuckle. It was during his journey to the very depths of the lunar source, where he comprehended the lunar holy scripture, that he first encountered the worm. How utterly ridiculous I am. Indeed, I have been relentless in my own self-infliction. observing that Bai Qiulan had successfully broken through to the harmonious Dao realm. The chaotic and sinister poison began to coalesce. He settled down to witness the anguish she would soon endure. Chapter 25. The 7 days of suffering. Lu Yi successfully transcended to the infant stage and immediately returned to the Bailan peak of the Dao sect. Entering a state of seclusion, he appeared to be unscathed. However, in reality a smile spread across Lu Ye's face, and the pain was exhilarating. Yet, under these seemingly normal circumstances, the sensory amplification brought about by the primordial morning mist was still less intense than the agony he had endured from the chaotic yin poison. It was bearable. He was not on the brink of death. Seated cross-legged, Lu Ye's muscles quivered and contorted. Chu Ling sat at Lu Ye's door, guarding him, though her presence offered little assistance. Yu Hongling awoke, initially in a daze, and then jolted upright in bed. "Master, how is my senior brother?" she asked urgently. Bai Qiulan's voice was gentle. "Hongling, do not fret too much. He is fine now." "Has 7 days passed?" "It has only been a little over a day." "Not yet 7 days. That cannot be." Yu Hongling's complexion paled. The primordial morning mist typically lasted at least 7 days before dissipating, meaning that the sensory amplification should persist for a full week. Sun Ruowei quietly retreated, straining to listen. If it lasts for 7 days, then while he was breaking through to the infant stage, he certainly experienced pain. Now that he has successfully transcended, there should be no more pain. So what is the issue with the duration of 7 days? Bai Qiulan inquired, puzzled. The primordial morning mist is exceedingly tyrannical. Even in the absence of any pain, its presence can still evoke intense suffering. One breath feels like molten lava coursing through one's veins. A single practice session feels akin to being pierced by thousands of needles. And even a gentle breeze feels like skin being flayed, Bai Qiulan explained. "Master, consider this. There are only a few poisons in this world potent enough to affect my senior brother. How could it be so simple?" Bai Qiulan fell silent. Indeed, how many things could affect someone of Lu Ye's caliber, who had reached the divine sovereign realm? Yet, his demeanor was remarkably calm. Yu Hongling furrowed her brow tightly. "Why is this so? Master, does my senior brother often endure pain? How could that be? He is so strong. Who could inflict pain upon him?" Bai Qiulan's first instinct was to dismiss the possibility. Lu Yi had lived an invincible life, battling against the heavens and earth, with countless geniuses and powerful beings bowing at his feet. Even in the fiercest of battles, he never experienced ultimate agony. Then why is he able to endure it? Yu Hongling said, her voice tinged with despair. "Isn't this a good thing? If he can withstand such suffering, then that is indeed positive. At the very least, it is not Yu Hongling who has harmed Lu Yi." She now saw clearly. Yu Hongling had long since fallen deeply in love with Lu Yi. Before her rebirth, she had been infatuated with Feng Wuxia, yet after her reincarnation, she scarcely mentioned him, her heart and mind wholly consumed by Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan could hardly fathom the anguish that would envelop Yu Hongling if Lu Yi were to perish. "Is my senior brother truly unharmed?" "Indeed he is." Yu Hongling hastily rose, resolute in her intent to guard her senior brother. She rushed to Lu Ye's door, and upon catching a glimpse from Chu Ling, she promptly plopped down beside her. "Chu Ling, I shall accompany you in watching over our senior brother." Bai Qiulan observed these two foolish girls with a resigned shake of her head. It was over. Yu Hongling was doomed. Sun Ruowei's eyes glimmered as she fixated on the nape of Bai Qiulan's neck. Had she overheard something? Were there but a few poisons capable of affecting Lu Yi? Given Lu Ye's formidable strength, who could inflict suffering upon him? Wait, wasn't Lu Yi merely at the infant stage? Yet, from their conversation, it seemed he had ascended to the harmony stage. What could be the reason for this? Bai Qiulan felt the searing gaze upon her neck and couldn't help but rub her temples. In an instant, her figure vanished. "Hey, don't run." Sun Ruowei's form also disappeared, evidently unable to keep pace with Bai Qiulan. After evading Sun Ruowei, Bai Qiulan found herself in a familiar place where Lu Yi often practiced. The emerald mountains stood like ink, and the verdant trees provided ample shade. Bai Qiulan, unbothered by decorum, sat upon the ground, her white gown blossoming around her. She quietly observed her surroundings, yet her mind echoed with Yu Hongling's inquiry. "Master, does my senior brother frequently endure suffering?" Her answer was an unequivocal no. Yet, a sudden realization struck Bai Qiulan. Lu Yi had indeed borne pain. Prior to acquiring the Ta Yin transformation scripture, he had to transfer his anguish through the art of Yin and Yang. To whom did that pain transfer? The answer was glaringly apparent. At times, when Lu Yi could no longer withstand the torment, he would become exceedingly ferocious, rendering her utterly helpless. She felt a tumult of resistance, heartache, and empathy all at once. During that period, Lu Yi had indeed endured immense suffering, as he would always take on the chaotic yin poison, leaving her utterly oblivious to the depths of its torment. Could it be? No. If the suffering were genuine, why would Lu Yi relish it so? He always sought her out willingly. It couldn't possibly be due to the chaotic yin poison. The more Bai Qiulan pondered, the more anxious she became, prompting her to force herself to calm down. Inhaling the mountain breeze as she began her cultivation. 7 days swiftly passed. Lu Yi not only withstood the primordial morning mist, but a trace of mist had also appeared upon his nascent soul. Indeed, he had refined the primordial morning mist into his nascent soul, although the quantity was minimal. Employing it against foes would undoubtedly yield significant advantages. Verily, this provided him with an additional means in the early stages. In the later stages, he ventured into the primordial misty sky and effortlessly absorbed its essence, thereby acquiring an additional means of cultivation. Having never experienced it personally, Lu Yi was genuinely unaware of the remarkable effects of the primordial morning mist. He lightly inflicted a small wound upon his arm, the pain nearly shattering his very soul. After 7 days, he felt as though he had been reborn. A glance at his nascent soul revealed a miniature version of himself, vividly alive. The degree of realism, coupled with its size, unmistakably indicated that this was a holy infant. A holy giant infant. His cultivation had progressed to the breaking infant stage, and if he continued on this path, he would soon surpass Yu Hongling and Chu Ling, placing them on entirely different levels. He was eager to witness their despair. Remarkably, Lu Yi had reached this point without any practical experience. The crucial aspect was that there was nothing to experience. He lacked for neither insight nor the great Dao. As for treasures, any unclaimed ones were within his grasp by morning, and he could return by afternoon. Moreover, he could even assist his late master in refining the formations. In such circumstances, what was there to experience? Suddenly, Lu Yi felt a subtle stirring. He paused, unable to suppress a smile. Esteemed master, has your chaotic poison begun to manifest once more? Indeed, the Taijun transformation scripture could dispel the chaotic poison, but the transformed chaotic Taiyin requires a place to overflow. Otherwise, if it remains within your body, with one side transforming and the other consolidating, what effect could it possibly have? Chapter 26. The Ancient Battlefield of Heroes. At this moment, Bai Qiulan's expression was grave, profoundly serious. A drop of chaotic yin poison had just manifested, yet it was not a significant concern. In her previous life, Lu Yi had assisted her in overcoming it, and she had once managed to condense as many as 11 drops of chaotic yin poison, enduring the excruciating torment day and night. Now, even a single drop rendered her Dao infant frigid, a sensation she had not experienced for quite some time. What weighed heavily on her mind was that as she channeled the Ta-Yin transformation scripture to successfully convert the chaotic Yin poison into chaotic Ta-Yin power, a portion of this power surged into her Dao infant, where she absorbed it, while another portion remained stubbornly coalesced, lingering in her Dantian. There was a vague tendency for it to continue condensing into chaotic Yin poison. How could this be? Previously, after she had transformed the chaotic Yin poison, aside from the portion she absorbed, the remainder simply vanished. Why was it not dissipating now? Bai Qiulan incessantly circulated her technique, the chaotic Ta-Yin power flowing ceaselessly. Gradually, her Dao infant turned an icy blue, an intense chill emanating from her. She realized that if she continued to absorb it, her Dao infant would freeze entirely. Why had the chaotic Ta-Yin power, which should have vanished, persisted? Her heart was filled with endless questions. Of course, it would not disappear in her past life. The excess chaotic Ta-Yin power had been transferred from her to Lu Yi through the yin-yang transformation seal. Now, without Lu Yi to facilitate this transfer, Bai Qiulan found herself unable to expel it. This was due to her unique constitution. The Ta-Yin divine body could still survive, yet the chaotic Ta-Yin divine body suffered increasingly with every elevation in cultivation realm, ultimately succumbing to endless agony. This was the fate of such a defiant constitution. In the early stages, one could mitigate the effects through yin-yang techniques, but in the later stages, it relied solely on Lu Ye's formidable cultivation to forcibly shatter the chaotic Ta-Yin power. However, now Lu Yi was absent. if by Qiulan wished to avoid unbearable suffering. Her only recourse was to fervently cultivate, striving to elevate her realm beyond the rate at which the chaotic Yin poison condensed, allowing her Dao infant to continually absorb the chaotic Yin poison. This was a contest between her cultivation and the condensation speed of the chaotic Yin poison. Time in the mountains flowed without notice, moments stretching into decades. Upon reaching the breaking infant stage, Lu Ye's cultivation progressed slightly slower than it had in the Yuan Dan stage. Yet, after half a year, he had ascended to the 5th layer of breaking infant. This speed was astonishing, yet no one was aware of it, for he did not partake in any competitions, and his presence was scarcely felt throughout the entire Dao sect. Bailon Peak had fallen into silence, tranquil and still, seemingly awaiting a pivotal moment. At last, the sound of a bell resonated. Dong! Yu Hongling's body trembled as she opened her eyes. It had arrived. The 92nd generation disciples, assembled before the Grand Hall. Here it comes. The storm of the younger generation was officially set in motion. The ancient battlefield of the talented has commenced. Lu Yi simultaneously opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, the ancient battlefield of the talented. In his previous life, he participated in this battlefield at the 6th level of Yuan Dan. In this life, he has reached the 5th level of breaking infancy. In the past, he defied a 9th level Yuan Dan expert while at the 6th level and was subsequently hunted down by a breaking infancy cultivator, much like a mere child, even sacrificing his life to save the foolish Yu Hongling. In this life, let us see who will assume the role of the hunted. The path of cultivation is fraught with opportunities and perils alike. The ancient battlefield of the talented is a unique space where countless prodigies from various eras have clashed, concealing boundless treasures and divine artifacts. This realm connects numerous great worlds, including those of demonic cultivators, beast tribes, Buddhist practitioners, Confucian scholars, ghostly cultivators, and divine beings. The lineage of emperors and the lineage of heavenly sovereigns. So many young aspirants venture forth. The battlefield itself is divided into 9 tiers. The higher one ascends. The richer the resources and the denser the spiritual energy. The ancient battlefield of the talented opens only once every millennium, making it exceedingly rare. Those under the age of 100 may enter, and within, there exists the ancient prodigy ranking, where those who ascend the ranks will receive immense rewards. Their names etched in the memories of future prodigies for eternity. In his past life, he encountered both Zhu Ke and Shangwan Huanling here. The mere thought of their first meeting brought forth a cold smile upon Lu Ye's face. In his previous existence, a young Zhu Ke was pursued by a demon clan prodigy, and Lu Yi intervened to assist her. Shangwan Huanling, breathtakingly beautiful, was a match for Lu Yi at that time. Yet she was pushed into a desperate situation by her own brother. Lu Yi was acutely aware that upon his return, both of their strengths would have grown, along with their awareness. But that scenario could not be easily reversed merely by an increase in power. Let us wait and see. Lu Yi soared towards the great Dao Pavilion, with Chu Ling hastily following suit. Within the great Dao Pavilion, a crowd had gathered. Linghu Wushuang, Xiao Huaying, and Li Jiumin had all cultivated to become the new generation leaders of the great Dao sect, having reached the pinnacle of Yuan Dan. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling had also attained the pinnacle of Yuan Dan. It was evident that their combat prowess surpassed these 3 by several levels. Having not seen Lu Yi for half a year, Yu Hongling gazed at him, her eyes unblinking. Lu Yi, however, feigned ignorance. Deep within, Yu Hongling yearned to approach him and engage in conversation, but the thought of soon meeting Feng Wuxia quelled her impulsive desires. Feng Wuxia, the moonlight of her heart. Reflecting on their time fighting side by side, though it lasted but 2 short days, it was a sweetness she could not resist. Could this be the feeling of a heart aflame? Yu Hongling needed to see Feng Wuxia once more to be certain. The ancient battlefield of the talented is stirring. It will soon open in the Jiulong Valley of Central State. This battlefield, which opens once every millennium, is replete with abundant resources, allowing those under 100 years of age to enter, making it the most suitable battlefield for you all. Yet amidst the peril and the treachery, the ancient champions of your wander within, alongside the fiendish spirits of the demon clan. Furthermore, myriad sects engage in acts of murder and treasure plundering. Reflect upon this with caution. You shall have the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Those willing to enter the ancient battlefield of the champions in pursuit of fortune, step aboard the vessel of the great path. In such a prosperous era, it is certain that formidable guardians from the Great Path sect will accompany you. For the treasures within the ancient battlefield of champions, even the oldest specters would be envious. Should one survive the ancient battlefield, yet perish on the return journey to the sect, that would indeed be a lamentable fate. I reiterate, the ancient battlefield of champions is fraught with danger. From those who embark, only a handful may return. Contemplate this deeply and thoroughly. Lu Yi was the first to stride towards the vessel of the Great Path, boarding it, and selecting a vantage point with a pleasing view. Chu Ling hastily seated herself beside him, while Yu Hongling pouted slightly and took a place behind Lu Yi. One by one, disciples boarded the ship. Naturally, there were some who chose to remain behind. It cannot be said that they lack ambition. Rather, it reflects a divergence in personal pursuits or a profound self-awareness. After all, if one cannot compete within the Great Path sect, how could they hope to thrive among the multitude of forces that rival the Great Path at the ancient battlefield of champions? As the incense burned down, a total of 147 disciples from the 92nd generation gathered, with 112 choosing to board. In the end, how many will return? Yet, is not the journey of cultivation always thus? Chapter 27. The various sects cackling echoed ominously as dark clouds surged, suffused with malevolent energy. The eerie laughter reverberated across mountains and rivers, reducing countless skulls to mere dust. The ancient battlefield for prodigies had finally opened. A day we had awaited for far too long. A grotesque black banner fluttered in the void, while countless sinister spirits emitted silent howls that sent chills down one's spine. A colossal throne of bones loomed over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I bestow upon you a task: annihilate the talented among the righteous, rendering them to tremble beneath the feet of darkness. Yes, streams of demonic light ascended skyward, plunging into a vast vortex. In the demon realm, a gigantic figure shattered the landscape, its immense wings casting shadows across the sun. This towering being resembled both a dragon and a phoenix, possessing 8 limbs and 4 wings, an embodiment of myriad beings. Witnessing the demon emperor, the spirits bowed in reverence. The ancient battlefield for prodigies had commenced. I required the blood of the strongest among humanity. Those who bring it to me shall ascend to the rank of demon king, and I shall personally impart the supreme demon arts. As commanded, a multitude of demon clans soared into the sky. A diminutive sparrow, its wings dull and lifeless, gazed upward. In this life, I shall slay the myriad spirit demon emperor and restore peace to the demon race. In the Buddhist realm, ancient Buddhas manifested. In the ghost realm, the ghost emperor awakened. The ancient battlefield for prodigies, seemingly a contest among the younger generation, was, in truth, a struggle of grand proportions. Those who dominate shall receive the favor of the great world and achieve immortal feats. In the central continent's 9-dragon valley, surrounded by 9 mountains, the scenery was magnificent. The valley resembling dragons vying for pearls, truly wondrous. Here lay a sect known as the Dragon-Raising Sect, yet now it quaked in fear, for powerful beings had arrived. Many powerful beings. Most would never witness such strength in their lifetimes. The first to arrive were naturally from the Central Continent dynasty. Not only were there prodigies from grand sects aiming to conquer the ancient battlefield for prodigies, but also numerous smaller sects, and even solitary cultivators. The Central Continent dynasty stood as the pinnacle of power in the great wilderness, encapsulating the human forces of the entire expanse with a simple rhyme: 1 sect, 3 dynasties. 5 sects, above and below, I alone hold supremacy. In total, there were 9 major powers, representing the most illustrious factions among humanity on the first tier. 1 sect, known as the Eternal Sect, boasts a long history and stands as a colossal entity not only on the first tier, but across all 9 tiers. The 3 dynasties are the Central Continent Dynasty, the Geely Heavenly Dynasty, and the Supreme Imperial Dynasty. The 5 sects are the Great Dao Sect, the Yin Yang Law Sect, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Mountain River Pagoda Sect, and the Calamity Sect. However, these are not the absolute 9 powers. Many assume the latter phrase, above and below, I alone hold supremacy, merely complements the former. In truth, it does not. Above is the heavenly pavilion, and below is the netherworld. These 2 factions seldom interact with the outside world, and their disciples are often solitary, thus can be momentarily disregarded. Yet, whenever their disciples emerge, They are peerless prodigies capable of exerting pressure on their contemporaries, fierce contenders for the titles of future emperors. The Yin-Yang sect has arrived, a scattered cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. A grand vessel of black and white crushed through the clouds, descending from the heavens. Those aboard were strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, clad in flowing black and white robes, exuding an otherworldly presence. However, this faction often faced criticism, while the Yin-Yang sect itself was relatively uncontroversial. Its affiliated sects were rather formidable. Chief among them was the renowned Hehuan sect, with 723 Hehuan pavilions spread across the vast wilderness, bustling with activity and thriving business. Lo and behold, the attire of those two individuals. Has the Yin-Yang sect swiftly determined their holy son and holy maiden? Among the many donned in dual-toned robes, one man stood out in white garments, striking and elegant, with eyes like stars. He was Yang Wufa, the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect. Beside him, a woman of unparalleled beauty graced the scene, her visage resembling flawless crystal, pure and ethereal, making one feel humble in her presence. She was Luo Yuan, the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect. Each time, the holy son and holy maiden chosen by the Yin-Yang sect were remarkably strong. It seemed they possessed a unique method of selection. Would this pair also become Dao companions? It was possible, for historically, the holy son and holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sect often formed such bonds, one embodying Yin and the other Yang, unable to resist the allure of the path of duality. At that moment, a faint sound of a sword echoed through the air. The swords. Instantly, every cultivator's sword seemed to go wild, trembling fervently. Dozens of sword lights sliced through the sky as cultivators in matching attire stood atop their swords, soaring forth. The Supreme Sword Sect had arrived. My word, what formidable sword intent. I felt fortunate that my spiritual sword was not human. Had it been, it would surely leap from its sheath to bow before the members of the Supreme Sword Sect. My sword was nearly shattered by embarrassment. In the realm of sword cultivators, none surpassed the Supreme Sword Sect. Their might was overwhelming. By the time Lu Yi and the others arrived, the Nine-Dragon Valley was already teeming with people. Almost all sects had gathered, with only two distant empires yet to arrive. The arrival of the Dao sect sparked a wave of exclamations. Although the Dao sect appeared to lack a specific specialty, its true strength was undeniable, excelling in all aspects. Often regarded as the foremost among the 5 sections. With the presence of the Dao sect, numerous powerful figures approached to exchange pleasantries, and many sharp gazes scrutinized Lu Yi and his companions, their eyes ablaze with battle intent. This was not merely the Dao sect displaying combativeness. Mutual scrutiny among the sects was rife with competitive spirit. This marked the first encounter of the new generation of disciples from various sections, which prodigy did not dream of suppressing their peers single-handedly. Rising with an invincible aura, Lu Ye's gaze swept across the assembly of youthful faces, a flicker of memory shimmering in his eyes. Among this gathering, some had fallen by his own hand, while others would meet their end in future battles. The path to success is littered with the bones of the fallen, as anticipated. Linghu Wushuang and a few others gathered around, eagerly commencing to elucidate to Lu Yi who among them was formidable and who constituted a fierce adversary. Little did they know that Lu Yi was far more cognizant of these matters than they could ever imagine. For instance, regarding the individual Yang Wufa, whom Linghu Wushuang had just mentioned, Lu Yi was acutely aware of the resilience of his bones. He recalled vividly the pain inflicted upon his fist when he had shattered Yang Wufa's skull in the past. As time passed, a smile adorned Yang Wufa's face as he approached the Dao sect, his intentions unmistakable. He sought out the trio of maidens, Chu Ling, Yu Hongling, and Xiao Huayo. The Dao sect was not a new realm for him. He had previously encountered celestial beings. Greetings, I am Yang Wufa, the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect. Might I inquire about the name of this enchanting maiden? I am Xiao Huayong, came her response. Though her demeanor was notably frosty, yet she maintained a semblance of politeness. Yang Wufa nodded with a smile, refraining from prolonging the conversation, as if merely wishing to learn a name. Greetings, I am but a humble disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. Scram! A sharp retort from Yu Hongling cut through the air. Yang Wufa's smile faltered, frozen in place. I am a disciple of the Yin-Yang. Did you not hear me? I said scram. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in indignation. Yang Wufa, no need to be angered. Such emotions lead only to illness. Once his smile faded, he turned his gaze back to Chu Ling, and it re-emerged anew. Chu Ling, lacking any further preamble, had already unsheathed her demonic sword. Come, I shall slay you. Yang Wufa. Very well, indeed. Chapter 28. The Divine Fist of the Celestial Sovereign. The arrival of the Jiuli Celestial Empire has rendered the situation in Jiulong Valley somewhat tense. The emergence of the Supreme Divine Empire has heightened everyone's vigilance, for this empire has recently grown increasingly formidable, even harboring ambitions of unifying the realm. With hundreds of thousands of troops stationed at the borders, they have become a force to be reckoned with, causing widespread unease. Why do you all gaze upon us in such a manner? Have I become so strikingly handsome? A youth clad in a python robe, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence, strides forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his eyes gleaming with an undeniable strength. Beside him stands a woman of elegant stature and alluring curves, adorned in resplendent attire, her beauty and mysterious nobility captivating all around her. This is Shangwan Huanling, one of the beloved figures from Lu Ye's previous life. Upon her arrival, she does not immediately seek Lu Ye's whereabouts. She is a proud individual. Unlike other women who may contemplate matters of love, her sole focus upon her rebirth is to achieve invincibility and ascend to the realm of the celestial sovereign, rather than to be sheltered beneath another's wings. In this lifetime, she resolutely rejects any entanglement with Lu Yi. The youth in the python robe is named Shangwan Wuchang, the third prince of the Supreme Divine Empire. Lu Yi pays no heed to the banter of this group. Instead, he seeks a tranquil place to close his eyes and commence his cultivation, patiently awaiting the opening of the celestial hero's ancient battlefield. Chu Ling stands guard by his side, while the disciples of the Grand Dao sect momentarily hesitate before following suit, adopting a meditative posture. The actions of the Grand Dao sect elicit scoffs and ridicule from others. With the celestial hero's ancient battlefield on the verge of opening, they still choose to cultivate? Such desperation, akin to grasping at straws in the final moments. Rather than dedicating time to cultivation, it would be more prudent to familiarize themselves with a few celestial prodigies, to understand their strengths and make acquaintances. Indeed, is anyone paying them any mind? No. The disciples of the Grand Dao sect remain unperturbed. Shangwan Huanling's gaze finally shifts toward the Grand Dao sect's position, where she observes Chu Ling guarding Lu Yi, and notices the proximity of Yu Hongling to Lu Yi. Her brows furrow slightly. What is going on? Are we not all filled with animosity towards Lu Yi? What are these two doing? What is the matter? Shangwan Wuchang inquires, glancing at his sister. Do you see that individual? Shangwan Huanling gestures towards Lu Yi. Those two women are indeed quite beautiful, Shangwan Wuchang marvels. A love for beauty is a sentiment we all share. However, that individual is not someone you can contend with. Do not provoke him. He finally focuses his attention on Lu Yi. Can't discern his realm? Quite intriguing. Are you attempting to provoke me? Shangwan Wuchang suddenly remarks, not waiting for Shangwan Huanling's response. Very well, my sister, you truly understand me. I am easily incited. Once we enter the celestial hero's ancient battlefield, I shall establish my authority over him first. Then you shall die, she chuckled. Very well, I shall meet my end. Shangwan Huanling nodded in satisfaction. Then perish as you wish. She could not eliminate Shangwan Wuchang. Doing so would taint her with the essence of the Supreme Goddess seal, an indelible mark that would invite relentless pursuit from the Supreme Goddess lineage. Yet, Lu Yi was unafraid of such retribution. It would be most fitting to utilize Lu Ye's hand to dispatch Shangwan Wuchang. Yang Wufa watched Lu Yi intently, particularly noting how Chu Ling, clutching the enchanted sword, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. A surge of agitation welled within him. Damn it! How could my woman show such deference to another man? If this is how it appears openly, what unspoken affections might lurk beneath? Yang Wufa felt a metaphorical hat being placed upon his head. Indeed, he harbored peculiarities. Any girl he greeted in his heart was already deemed his. Other women were manageable, maintaining their virtue. Yet why were Yu Hongling and Chu Ling so close to another man? A profound sense of shame enveloped him. This humiliation caused him immense discomfort. Yet it was accompanied by an inexplicable thrill. He had already marked Lu Yi as a target for elimination. However, there was no rush. A smile graced his face as he approached Shangwan Huanling. After a period of commotion, with the Dao sect initiating the proceedings, an increasing number of cultivators began to sit cross-legged, resuming their cultivation, including those who had mocked the Dao sect. Who could have anticipated that the celestial hero's ancient battlefield would open so slowly? For days had passed without a sign of its commencement. On the fifth day, boom, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens as dense clouds converged, forming a colossal vortex akin to the eye of a storm. Through the swirling mass, a magnificent realm could be faintly discerned, bizarre and profoundly mysterious. It had begun. Eyes flew wide open. Without hesitation, Lu Yi soared into the air, racing towards the storm's eye. Others were momentarily stunned. Damn, how decisive. They too sprang to their feet, charging towards the vortex. Yang Wufa moved with alarming speed. A streak of white light resembling a meteor slicing through the night sky. He was determined to outpace Lu Yi, aiming to be the first to enter the celestial hero's ancient battlefield. The struggle had commenced. Lu Yi remained calm and composed, maintaining a steady pace. While both entered the ancient battlefield simultaneously, the space warped, a fleeting sensation of weightlessness enveloping them. They descended from the sky, the immense gravity pressing down upon them, rendering flight exceedingly arduous. Lu Yi cast a glance at Yang Wufa, who returned the gaze. Yet, while Lu Yi's eyes were tranquil, flickering with a mere ember of flame, Yang Wufa's eyes blazed with unbridled fury. Has your peculiarity manifested again? Lu Yi inquired. Yang Wufa was taken aback, shock flickering across his features. How did he know? Lu Yi smiled reassuringly, declaring that such occurrences would never manifest again. By eliminating you, I shall naturally return to normal. With both hands forming intricate seals, the dual energies of yin and yang emerged, suddenly transforming into a divine sword aimed directly at Lu Yi. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Yi unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. The energies of yin and yang scattered in all directions. Yang Wufang's eyes widened in astonishment as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, causing the yin-yang diagram to hover before him, swelling with intensity. Heavenly light of yin and yang annihilation. Lu Yi raised his gaze to behold the colossal yin-yang diagram, where an exceedingly terrifying light began to coalesce. Lu Yi uttered 3 words, Heavenly Sovereign Fist. With a single punch, he unleashed a force imbued with a grand and majestic aura, creating a massive beam of light that surged fiercely toward him. This attack resembled a laser capable of piercing through the very fabric of the universe itself. Lu Yi struck out with his fist. The imprint of his punch was not particularly large, yet it resonated with an ineffable and profound significance. The fist imprint collided with the beam. Shatter. The beam fragmented into dust, obliterated in a manner akin to being ground into powder, while the fist imprint, embodying an indomitable spirit and conviction, shattered everything in its path. Chapter 29. Instant kill. As others entered the scene, they were met with a sight that left them utterly horrified. A small fist imprint shattered the intertwining beams of black and white light, obliterating the yin-yang diagram. A brilliant light enveloped Yang Wufa, the holy son of the yin-yang sect, but that insignificant fist imprint shattered the radiance and struck him directly. Boom. Yang Wufa's body disintegrated. He was dead. In disbelief, many widened their eyes, unable to resist rubbing them in astonishment. Could it be that Yang Wufa had perished? How was this even possible? Lu Yi approached the remnants of flesh and blood, retrieved a storage ring, surveyed his surroundings, and swiftly departed in a determined direction. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Although the ancient battlefield of prodigies occasionally facilitated random teleportation, due to the sheer number of entrants this time, a dozen individuals were transported here. They had witnessed the entire process of Lu Yi slaying Yang Wufa. It wasn't until Lu Yi's figure vanished beyond the horizon that the onlookers were left in shock. Was that truly Yang Wufa, the holy son of the yin-yang sect? Had he really been obliterated by a single punch? How could this be possible? The crowd was left dumbfounded. The holy son of the yin-yang sect, a prominent figure in the ancient battlefield, had been defeated in a mere encounter? A throng of people gathered around, confirming the tattered garments. And instantly their expressions were filled with profound disbelief. The fall of one prodigy signified the rise of another. In Jiulong Valley, the remaining talented disciples had yet to fully enter, forming a line to do so. Meanwhile, in the yin-yang sect, a blood-red stone shattered unexpectedly. This was the Blood Soul Stone, utilized to monitor the survival status of disciples within the ancient battlefield, who had fallen so swiftly. The members of the yin-yang sect turned their gazes towards the source, and even the holy maiden Luo Yuan, who had yet to enter, cast a glance. That glance left her stunned. The fallen was the Holy Sun? An elder's voice trembled with disbelief as he spoke. Boom. The Yin-Yang sect erupted in chaos. How could the Holy Sun have perished? He had reached the stage of breaking the infant, and even condensed into a celestial infant, dazzling and extraordinary. How could he have fallen so quickly? The words of the Yin-Yang sect reached the ears of others, leaving them equally astounded. Could it be true? The entrance into the ancient battlefield had not even finished lining up, yet their Holy Sun had met his demise. Was this current Holy Sun truly so inadequate? Luo Yuan fell into a profound silence, enveloped in deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, her scarlet lips parted to utter but two words: useless. Yet, even the most inept among them bore the title of the Holy Son of the Yin-Yang sect. Luo Yuan, her garments billowing like the wind, soared towards the entrance. She was determined to uncover who had so swiftly dispatched Yang Wufa. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Divine Court, Shangguan Wuchang was taken aback by this revelation. Was there truly such a formidable being? It seemed the day would not be devoid of excitement after all. He too propelled himself into the fray. Shangguan Huanling smiled softly. It would be more than just an entertaining day. There would be monumental surprises in store. Having returned from death, he appeared to have grown even stronger. After Lu Yi eliminated Yang Wufa, his heart remained untouched by turmoil, for in his previous life, Yang Wufa had also met his end at his hands. Their clash had reverberated through the ranks of countless prodigies, an epic battle where each unleashed their myriad techniques, waging war for an entire day and night. It was only through sustaining grave injuries that Lu Yi had ultimately forced a decisive blow. Yet now, a single punch would suffice. His goal was unequivocal: Shurjin Cliff. The stone sword was his imperial weapon from his past life, not a divine artifact, but rather a weapon of an emperor. However, during the chaos of the dark turmoil, the stone sword had been shattered, and its spirit had perished in battle. Subsequently, he had chosen to forego weapons entirely, even reaching the realm of the celestial sovereign without a divine artifact. Though he possessed the ability to forge weapons, crafting one for each of his 8 women, he himself remained devoid of a divine artifact. Lu Yi was a man of nostalgia. The shattering of his sword had signified a transformation. In that moment, he had become the sharpest of blades. Now, in this life, he had the chance to reclaim his weapon, and this time, it must not break again. Shurjin Cliff possessed a unique geographical significance, situated at the 2nd tier, closest to the heavens. At the summit of the cliff, bizarre stones jutted out, one resembling a sword, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, basking in the brilliance of the sun and moon, thus forming a naturally endowed stone sword. In his previous life, when Lu Yi first acquired the stone sword, he had feared that a monkey would leap forth from within it during the battle. Fortunately, such an absurdity did not occur. The 1st tier held an abundance of treasures, such as the Celestial Spirit Pond, the 3 Fire Mountains, and the 100 Herb Valley, among countless other wonders. However, there was no rush. He would retrieve the stone sword first, and then return. If the entrance to the 2nd tier had not changed in this life, it still resided at the 3 Fire Mountains, which had once been a single mountain, later becoming 5, and then 9, as countless souls perished seeking the divine fire. Historically, a celestial fire emperor had emerged, claiming 7 divine fires in one fell swoop, reportedly leaping from the 1st to the 8th level of the breaking baby realm in an instant. At that time, the ambition to break through was fueled by the power of the 7 divine fires, facilitating the transition to the void refinement stage without difficulty. However, the emperor had maintained composure, diligently compressing his power, resulting in a mere 7-level ascent. Naturally, after such a breakthrough, it was well understood that one could not advance for at least half a year, lest they risk total ruin. The heat was palpable: emerald, crimson, and alabaster. 3 hues of flame danced gently upon the mountain, while the volcano's mouth belched forth dark smoke, interspersed with an enchanting glow. Individuals were inexplicably transported to this locale, particularly members of the Shanha Bauta sect, their gazes fixated on the trio of extraordinary fires, nearly entranced. No blacksmith or alchemist could withstand the allure of even a singular potent divine flame, let alone 3. Of course, few could endure the searing heat capable of incinerating their primordial spirits or essence. Lu Yi dashed forward, racing towards the 2nd volcano under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The white flames blazed fiercely, yet he remained undeterred. However, his objective was not the volcano's mouth, where the divine fire resided. Instead, he made his way to the mountainside of the second volcano, advancing until he reached a point beyond the sight of the onlookers. Then he vanished. What was he up to? It remains a mystery. Shall we venture over to investigate? This flame, let us test it. The fire upon the mountain's surface was merely the residual force of the true divine flames, its temperature rather moderate. A prodigious figure, traversing through the flames, arrived at the very spot where Lu Yi had disappeared, and to their astonishment, they discovered another eye of the storm capable of transporting them. Chapter 30. The reacquisition of the stone sword in the second layer of space. The scenery is breathtaking, with majestic mountains, flowing rivers, and a riot of blooming flowers. Lu Yi savored the beauty for 20 seconds, feeling elated before making his way towards Stone Sword Cliff. According to the passage of time, in approximately 2 hours, various demons and monsters would emerge, heralding the onset of relentless battles, during which countless human prodigies would meet their demise. Yet, it mattered not. Those who perish cannot truly be considered prodigies. He dashed forward, and after half an hour, arrived at Stone Sword Cliff. Beneath the cliff, numerous broken swords lay scattered, some resting on the ground, others wedged between rocks, an estimated 1,000 in total. Each sword represented a sword cultivator who had fallen here. Lu Yi took a step forward. Buzz. All the broken swords began to hum. Another step forward. Whoosh. Sword lights erupted as 3 broken swords flew towards him, only to be swatted away by Lu Yi's sleeve. With yet another step, a collective assault of all the broken swords commenced. Lu Yi unleashed a punch, sending many swords flying, yet they formed a circular arc and attacked once more. The sword aura howled as Lu Yi found himself completely surrounded by the broken swords. With every punch and palm strike, the swords scattered in every direction as he steadily advanced inward. Up to this point, not a single sword had managed to injure him. This did not imply that the swords were weak. Indeed, each sword here could unleash sword energy powerful enough to match the breaking infancy realm, with the capacity to slay even ordinary void refinement cultivators in a flurry of dozens or hundreds of sword lights. However, Lu Yi was formidable. 10 minutes later, he broke through the area filled with broken swords. Bending his legs, he leaped into the air, his body soaring like a rocket, propelling him from the ground to the top of the cliff. There, amidst the jagged rocks, stood a sword, quietly upright, its blade covered in brown stone dust, obscuring its true form. Measuring 4 feet in length, its appearance was shrouded from view. Lu Yi's gaze softened. It had been an eternity since he last beheld the stone sword. When the sword was shattered, he had entertained thoughts of reforging it, but ultimately set those thoughts aside. While the stone sword could be reforged, its spirit could not return. Yet at this moment, both the stone sword and its spirit were present. He approached the stone sword, his dark robe marked by numerous cuts from the sharp swords, strands of hair cascading down, and minute wounds appearing on his exposed skin. Extending his hand, he grasped the hilt of the stone sword. In that instant, countless terrifying sword energies surged towards Lu Yi like a torrent. He closed his eyes, his heart clear and his will resolute. Although he transformed into a fearsome figure, his hand gripping the stone sword remained steady, his feet firmly planted into the mountain rock. He could not take a step back. To do so would sever his connection with the stone sword. This was merely a test from the stone sword. Whether sword energy or sword intent, it was all part of its selection process. In his previous life, Lu Yi had never retreated a single step. How could he do so in this life? His hand gently brushed against the stone sword, a soothing gesture amidst the chaos. "Do not fear, do not be lost," he murmured. But how could a sword experience confusion or fear? Swords do not, yet their spirits do. At this moment, the sword spirit was enveloped in a haze of bewilderment, a flicker of thought emerging amidst the fog. What nonsense are you uttering? What are you barking about? Who would ever feel fear? Who would ever feel lost? The sword's aura surged with fierce intensity, a vast cloud of crimson mist dispersing into the air. Lu Yi. Oh, how foolish of me to forget that the stone sword had yet to reveal its timid nature. Indeed, this sword was timid. Yet, its timidity did not stem from a fear of foes, but rather a fear of darkness. Although it seemed absurd for a sword to fear the dark, it genuinely did. The stone sword even forbade Lu Yi from crafting a sheath for it. "Follow me, and become the mightiest sword in existence, Lu Yi declared. Stronger than the Sansheng sword, more formidable than the ancestor sword, mightier than the supreme sword, invincible compared to the invincible sword. As the stone sword listened to these illustrious names, it could not comprehend their true strength, yet the resonance of their titles filled it with a sense of power. Additionally, it found itself unable to compel Lu Yi to retreat. This man, nearly devoid of flesh, stood unwavering. Such resolve was commendable. The sword aura abruptly vanished, and the stone sword fell silent once more. Lu Yi glanced at his wounds, showing little reaction. He formed a seal with his hands, blood coalescing to create an intricate symbol, the bond of master and weapon. With a soft chime from the stone sword, a profound connection was forged between them. The sword spirit, still shrouded in vague awareness, pondered the nature of its new master, worried whether it had chosen the right one. Yet, it had grown weary of its stagnant existence. If it did not venture out now, another millennium might pass before the next opportunity. Regardless, it mattered little. Should its master prove inadequate, it would eventually find its way into the hands of another, for its strength would inevitably attract a worthy wielder. The intent of the sword blossomed from Lu Ye's palm, shards of stone cascading from the blade. Beneath the fragments, the sword revealed a brownish hue, devoid of any extraordinary brilliance, appearing rather mottled, akin to rust. Majestic essence and pure sword intent flowed into the stone sword. From now on, your name shall be Stone Sword, affectionately known as Little Stone. Do you agree? Lu Yi inquired with a smile. The stone sword trembled slightly. Disagree. Give me a name that is truly magnificent. Oh, it seems you are quite fond of this name, hence it shall remain. No, I did not consent. What is this little stone nonsense? It sounds dreadful. After being a stone sword for so long, now that I am about to emerge, I still have to be called Stone Sword? Hey, are you listening? I refuse to be called Stone Sword. My lord, there you are. Chu Ling's voice resonated from afar, approaching swiftly. Congratulations, young master, on reclaiming the stone sword. The stone sword? The sword seamlessly melded into Lu Ye's being, for it harbored a fear of darkness. Thus he placed it upon the back of his hand. A mark of the sword manifested upon his skin. Most importantly, having acquired the stone sword, he now sought other valuable treasures. In truth, for the younger generation, the most beneficial items were predominantly located within the first layer of the battlefield. For instance, the pure water could cleanse one's innate abilities, enhancing them significantly. Similarly, the celestial spirit pool could facilitate rapid cultivation. Moreover, the 100 Herbs Valley, abundant with spiritual treasures and fruits, also expedited the cultivation process and allowed for the gathering of resources for exchange. The initial grand battle unfolded within the first layer of the spatial battlefield. He soared towards this first layer. It was time to gather the divine fire. As a master craftsman and alchemist, possessing a quality flame was indispensable. Although the divine fire here was of average quality, it sufficed for transitional purposes. Thanks to Lu Ye's guidance, others had already ventured into the second layer of the battlefield, discovering it deserted and promptly beginning their joyful search. Lu Yi returned to the first layer, where his sword wounds had already healed. His figure approached the very center of the volcanic crater, and without hesitation, he leapt into its depths. Chapter 31. The pure water pearl. The battle had yet to reveal its true intensity. The ancient battlefield of Tianjiao was abundant with treasures, even in the initial layer. Many could acquire suitable artifacts without contention. Within the clear waters, at least 1,000 individuals floated. This was a vast pond, and Yu Hongling's primary objective was the pure water. Given her comparatively inferior aptitude, the benefits of the pure water were too valuable for her to overlook any opportunity to enhance her abilities. However, her true aim lay in the pure water pearl. The water here, initially ordinary, had transformed into pure water due to the presence of the pearl at the lake's bottom. She had already submerged herself into the depths. The others, not lacking in intelligence, began to descend as well. Yet, the pressure at the lake's bottom was immense, akin to the depths of the ocean. The deeper one ventured, the more oppressive the force became, causing practitioners to feel as if a colossal mountain weighed upon them. At a depth of 1,000 meters, only a few remained capable of continuing their descent. At 1,500 meters, just 3 individuals progressed together. By 2,000 meters, the 3 could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure, blood seeping from their orifices. Undaunted, Yu Hongling pressed on, while another individual surrendered. Now, it was only she and Shangguan Wuchang who continued to plunge deeper. Shangguan Wuchang regarded Yu Hongling with admiration. Such a woman was truly rare and perhaps worthy of being one of his partners in the path of cultivation. The journey was long, and he remained unaware of her name. I am Shangguan Wuchang of the Supreme Emperor Dynasty, he communicated, a smile gracing his lips. I know you. Yu Hongling replied in kind. Oh, a smile tugged at Shangguan Wuchang's lips. Indeed, his reputation was widespread. Isn't Huanling your sister? She inquired. My younger sister does not often venture outside. I am surprised you are aware of her. Are you perhaps from the Supreme Emperor Dynasty? Shangguan Wuchang expressed his astonishment. No. But how much further can you descend? Yu Hongling pressed on. 1,000 meters should be within my capabilities. Yu Hongling nodded in understanding and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The impact sent forth waves, crashing violently towards Shangguan Wuchang. His expression shifted dramatically as a halberd materialized in his grasp, shattering the force of her strike. The power contained within her punch astonished him. Fearless seal. A formidable seal coalesced, bearing an even greater ferocity as it barreled towards Shangguan Wuchang. Boom. Feeling the terrifying force approaching, he ascended rapidly. What audacity! He roared, brandishing his halberd toward Yu Hongling. Unfazed, she met his advance with her bare hands, shimmering runes illuminating her form. Her fists clashed with the halberd, not only holding her ground, but forcing Shangguan Wuchang to retreat. What in the world? Shangguan Wuchang felt a chill of disbelief. In the realm devoid of deities, he stood as an unparalleled prodigy. Though a few might surpass him in their extraordinary gifts, they were at most one or two. Now, encountering a mere individual with such formidable strength? Begone! Moon Hongling exclaimed fiercely. With her hands forming intricate seals, she unleashed a colossal imprint that sent Shangguan Wuchang hurtling away. As buoyancy increased, the distance between them expanded infinitely. Moon Hongling, no longer preoccupied with Shangguan Wuchang, was confident her senior brother would dispatch him. Her sole focus now was to acquire the purest water pearl. According to her brother's teachings from a previous life, the pearl lay at the bottom of this lake, which stretched 3,000 meters deep. Setting aside whether Shangguan Wuchang had exaggerated his claims of descending another 1,000 meters, Moon Hongling resolved to first strike him away. She continued her descent, reaching 2,500 meters. At this juncture, a suffocating sensation enveloped her, a result of the overwhelming pressure. The unique quality of the purest water rendered the pressure here over 1,000 times greater than that of ordinary lake water, an intensity that could incapacitate even the most formidable practitioners. Yet, Moon Hongling felt that her limits were still far from being tested. She could likely withstand up to 4,000 meters. Her brother had retrieved the purest water pearl without excessive difficulty, yet it seemed as though he had faced near death, inciting her to care for him tirelessly, only to have him take advantage of her efforts. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the pressure or memories of past events. She could not discern. Upon reaching 3,000 meters, the water morphed into a dark azure hue, evoking a sense of oppression. Moon Hongling hesitated, confirming her depth at 3,000 meters, yet gazing below where darkness obscured the lake's bottom left her momentarily bewildered. Was it not supposed to be 3,000 meters? Could there have been some unforeseen change? Gritting her teeth, she gauged her endurance and plunged deeper. At 4,000 meters, despite her undeniable strength, she felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed to suspend her heartbeat. The lake's bottom remained unseen. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on. At 5,000 meters, a portion of her bones had been crushed under the immense weight. Her flesh began to exhibit a ghastly decay. Bloodshot eyes reflected disbelief as she surveyed her own body, recalling how Lu Yi had emerged from the purest water lake. Was it not 3,000 meters? The location of the purest water pearl was not at 3,000 meters. The distance from the lake's surface to the bottom was far greater than she had anticipated. A profound fear and suffocation enveloped Moon Hongling. While she remained fearless, a trickle of liquid escaped the corner of her eye. She was indeed undaunted, for her cultivation was formidable, and her memories of a past life as an emperor endowed her with the resilience to face terrifying scenarios. But what of Lu Yi, who in a past life had bestowed upon her the pure water pearl? At that time, Lu Yi was merely a fledgling, newly emerged from the sect, whose hesitation lingered even in the act of taking a life. How could such an inexperienced practitioner, devoid of tenacity and unwavering conviction, muster the courage to descend further into this terrifying, suffocating, and seemingly despairing abyss? For he had no inkling of how far the lake's depths truly lay. It could be 100 meters, 1,000, or even 3,000. In this environment, devoid of hope and with no end in sight, Lu Yi clung to the necessity of the pure water pearl. Yet, why deceive himself? Why convince himself that it was merely 3,000 meters? Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and continued her desperate plunge toward the lake's bottom. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of her bones echoed sharply. Yu Hongling had lost count of how many meters she had descended when a faint blue halo finally entered her vision. Though her sight had grown dim, she nonetheless groped her way to the center of the blue glow, her palm grasping the pure water pearl. In that moment, an overwhelming craving surged through her. She yearned for the pearl to merge with her body at once. She knew that such a union would restore her nearly shattered form and enhance her innate abilities to their utmost potential. Merge, merge. This was not merely the allure of the pure water pearl, but rather her fragile body signaling to her mind in desperation. Chapter 32. That was not love. Yu Hongling chose not to immerse herself in the depths of desire. She restrained her body's instincts, battling the primal urge to survive that all living beings possess. An unending agony surged into her consciousness. Her mind incessantly issued commands, urging her to absorb the pure water pearl, to do so immediately. It became evident that the pain her senior brother had endured was of such magnitude. In his pursuit of enhancing his own abilities, he had suppressed the very instinct to live. No wonder he bore such grievous wounds. No wonder, no wonder. The suffering was unbearable. Yu Hongling profoundly felt the torment that Lu Yi had once experienced. An overwhelming regret clawed at her heart, like countless venomous insects. Her senior brother had shown her unparalleled kindness. In this world, what man could care for her more than his own life? Feng Wuxie could never achieve that. Though they had never been together, she was certain that he could not match such devotion. Yet, dear senior brother, that was not love. No matter how well you treat me, without that fleeting moment of exhilaration, I can only feel gratitude, not love. It was only in the company of Feng Wuxie that Yu Hongling experienced that exhilarating quickening of her heartbeat and the warmth coursing through her body. Senior brother, in this lifetime, aside from uniting with you, I would agree to anything else, even to sacrifice myself for you. Yu Hongling silently vowed. She began to swim upward, her strength waning. No, she truly could not hold on any longer. After much hesitation, she chose to refine the pure water pearl. Though it held no value for her senior brother, she would willingly offer any treasure that might be of use to him, since it was of no use to him. Once her physique improved, she would seek out a truly precious artifact to assist him. As she consumed the pure water pearl, Yu Hongling's injuries began to heal rapidly, and the pearl significantly transformed her constitution, expelling countless impurities. Her cultivation began to break through. She was on the verge of transcending to the infant stage. Indeed, during her previous encounter with Shangguan Wuchang, she had yet to reach that level, merely concealing her true power. In truth, had she been at the infant stage, a single strike would have left Shangguan Wuchang severely wounded. That was the rebirth of a great emperor. When Yu Hongling's injuries healed and she successfully ascended to the surface of the lake, Shangguan Wuchang awaited her, his Fangtian Huaji in hand. Having been there for quite some time, since we did not finish our battle in the water, shall we continue now? He inquired, the heavy weapon poised and ready. A cold smile graced Yu Hongling's stunning visage. You were unable to defeat me in the water. What makes you think you can do so now? With unwavering resolve, she unleashed the invincible fist once more. A powerful fist mark surged forward in an instant. Shangguan Wuchang swung his Fangtian Huaji, aiming to sever the fist mark while simultaneously preparing for subsequent attacks. However, at the moment of collision between the weapon and the fist mark, Shangguan Wuchang felt an overwhelming force, insurmountable in its might, surging forth from the impact. Boom! The Fangtian Huaji was raised high. Shangguan Wuchang's complexion flushed, and his body could hardly remain still as he staggered backward, leaving deep imprints in the ground with each step. After retreating for over a dozen steps, he barely managed to halt his figure. He gazed in horror at Yu Hongling. How could this be possible? Yet, Yu Hongling chose to ignore him. She had no intention of slaying this individual, preferring to leave him for Shangguan Huanling. Lu Yi emerged from the volcano, a ribbon of flames swirling around his primordial spirit. One of the three flames had extinguished, signifying that a divine fire had been taken. The divine fire Lu Yi had appropriated was known as the Sunfire of Daylight, possessing a high enough temperature to suffice until he ascended to the fourth layer of the heavens. Should it prove inadequate, he could allow it to evolve further. The next destination was Baiyao Valley. If he were to condense a second life, he would require a golden sunflower from the core of Baiyao Valley, a rare find indeed. In his previous life, he had discovered it in this very place. With that thought, he departed. Chu Ling also left. Now acutely aware of a grim and pressing reality, Lu Ye's strength was growing exponentially, and if her own advancement continued at its sluggish pace, she would soon lack the qualifications to accompany him. In her past life, Lu Yi had actively brought her along. In this life, he would not concern himself with her fate. Calculating the time, she realized that other demons and various forces were also poised to descend, albeit delayed due to their distance from the ancient battlefield of heroes. Lu Yi raised his gaze and beheld the sky, where either purple or black whirlpools materialized. Multicolored vortices emerged in rapid succession, accompanied by the ominous presence of demonic, ghostly, and monstrous energies, as eerie cries, maniacal laughter, and roars filled the air. Lu Yi cast a glance but chose to disregard them, even feeling somewhat annoyed by their cacophony. He arrived at Baiyao Valley, a place teeming with an array of formations, rumored to be an ancient and powerful sect's medicinal garden. However, Lu Yi knew this tale to be false, for the formations had been set by a lone individual, a remarkable figure who sought to use formations to contend with the ancient paragons of the world. Even after meeting his demise in battle, he had left behind a legacy through his formations, which would echo through the ages. Of course, he was still very much alive. A group of individuals within Baiyao Valley were tirelessly studying the formations, for to a formation master, the materials might pale in comparison to the value of the formations themselves. When this formation was established, the creator was merely in their 20s, their thought process particularly suited for the younger generation of disciples. One individual continuously flickered in and out of existence, tirelessly breaching the formations only to encounter new ones. Observing the speed at which the formations were dismantled, Lu Ye's eyes widened in surprise. How had he not noticed such a gifted formation master before? Given the rapidity of their work, one would expect them to be well known. Yet, they remained obscure, implying one unsettling possibility. This individual had perished along the way. Lu Yi was not only a connoisseur of talent. It was indeed a lamentable misfortune that such a master of formations perished before he had the chance to flourish. He resolved to lend a hand. As Lu Yi stepped into the formation, it shimmered slightly, and his figure vanished entirely. Rather than dismantling the array, he chose to traverse through it, soon finding himself before the one who was attempting to break the formation. The individual, deeply engrossed in his task, was startled by Lu Ye's sudden appearance. Who are you? Are you a ghost? The young man stammered, his lips a vivid red and his teeth pearly white, a hint of fear evident in his expression. Lu Yi? Have you ever seen a ghost? And no, I haven't. Then have you ever seen a person? I have. What distinguishes me from a mere mortal? The young man finally regained his composure and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lu Ye's unexpected emergence had indeed startled him. I apologize you. You are more handsome than anyone I've ever seen. Lu Yi chuckled softly, amused by the lad's candidness. Was he foolish? Perhaps, yet he possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. What is your name? I am Li Huayu. Very well, continue your efforts in breaking the formation and engage with it thoughtfully. With that, Lu Ye's figure dissipated into thin air. Li Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed in the direction of Lu Ye's disappearance, then glanced back at the formation. Intact and unscathed. How did he accomplish that? Chapter 33. Slaughter. Lu Yi ventured deeper into the abyss. The formations that had once remained were transformed by him, replaced with an entirely new system of arrays, and not merely one type. Among them were two distinct formations. One was a blinding light array, devoid of lethal force, designed solely to dazzle the eyes of others. The other was a short-range teleportation array, capable of transporting individuals over distances of approximately 10 to 30 kilometers. Though the range was not extensive, it sufficed for a hasty escape. As he continued to modify the formations, he arrived before the golden sunflower, retrieving a jade box to seal it within. He also harvested a dozen rare medicinal herbs that could prove useful before departing from the 100 Herb Valley. Li Huayu remained tirelessly engaged in deciphering the formations, his eyes illuminated with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and satisfaction. He successfully dismantled several arrays. But upon encountering a new formation, his expression shifted. He found himself ensnared within the array, confronted by a cadre of muscular, chiseled men beckoning him with their fingers. Ah, the formation has changed? It was not merely the array's alteration. The entire system of formations had undergone a transformation. What had transpired? He had nearly unraveled the strategist's intentions. Yet now the array had morphed dramatically. Could it be that the youth from earlier was behind this? To modify an array without dismantling it, what terrifying mastery of formations this would require. Another query lingered. Why did the illusion conjure 8 robust men? Wouldn't it be more fitting for a man like him to encounter 8 alluring women in such a mirage? Having departed from the 100 Herb Valley, Lu Yi set his sights on the Heavenly Spirit Pond. As its name suggests, the pond was rich in spiritual energy, conducive to cultivation. With the assistance of his system, Lu Yi could expedite his training even further within the Heavenly Spirit Pond. Exiting the 100 Herb Valley, he was met with a distant roar. The battle had commenced. The human race, flourishing, had expelled the foreign tribes from the most spiritually abundant regions of the great wilderness. With long-standing grievances against various factions, the younger generation had converged, resulting in utter chaos. Lu Yi paid little heed to these affairs. Strength is forged through conflict. In such realms, where age and cultivation were comparable, combat was inevitable. Who feared whom? It was only in instances of bullying the weak and indiscriminate slaughter that Lu Yi would intervene. Otherwise, deaths among peers were a natural occurrence. Boom. A figure crashed heavily before Lu Yi. Friend, help, save me. A disciple from a minor sect gasped, blood gushing from his mouth. Teetering on the brink of life and death. Ha ha ha, you shall die too. A black bat cackled menacingly, charging ferociously at Lu Yi. Initially, Lu Yi intended to sidestep the encounter, but with the bat's aggression directed at him, a beam of sword light glided through the air, cleaving the bat in two. Lu Yi discovered the storage ring of his opponent, igniting it with a spark, turning it to ashes, with a graceful flick of his sleeve. The ash danced in the air. Bat missed. A mournful cry erupted as a swarm of black bats rushed forth with astonishing speed. They glanced at the severed bat before uttering a word, but Lu Ye's sword had already sliced through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the sunlight, the light warped. Blades of sword light crisscrossed, and the swarm of bats was cleaved in half, blood spilling onto the ground, the metallic scent overwhelming. With a beckoning gesture, storage rings fell into his hands as he stepped away. Fellow cultivator, I hope to know your name. The favor you showed today will surely be repaid by Ji Liang of the Qingquan sect in the future. Yet, Lu Yi did not pause, vanishing at the horizon. The battle had indeed commenced. Corpses of both demons and humans littered the path. Some bodies were unrecognizable from being devoured, while others, particularly female cultivators, lay stripped, covered in bite marks. The brutality of the cultivation world was starkly evident at that moment. 2 disheveled figures fled towards Lu Yi. Fellow cultivator, we must hurry. The demon clan has taken control of the Tianling pool, slaughtering many. In this dire hour, we humans have chosen to form alliances to combat the demons. Let us join forces at the alliance point. Lu Yi felt a flicker of interest. Such a situation had not occurred in his previous life. Had the humans truly formed alliances? Who initiated the alliance? He inquired. It was Yu Hongling of the Dao sect who took the lead, and many powerful factions have responded. It is a safe haven, allowing us to counterattack the demons without being picked off one by one. Fellow cultivator, we must leave at once. Ah, Yu Hongling. No wonder circumstances have shifted. However, I still wish to visit the Tianling pool, but the demons have already occupied it. If you go now, it would be akin to courting death. Lu Yi remained unfazed. I will go and assess the situation. If it proves perilous, I shall retreat in due time. I advise against it. I am one who never gives up until I reach the Yellow River. Lu Yi had always possessed a high tolerance for kind-hearted individuals, and these two merely sought to guide him to safety. Then, I wish you well on your journey. Take care. Their paths briefly crossed as Lu Yi approached the Tianling pool, drawn closer by the scent of blood in the air. The Tianling pool was not particularly large. Its diameter merely 10 zhong, presenting a verdant hue, akin to a gem embedded in the earth. Dense spiritual energy enveloped the area, manifesting as a mist over the water's surface. Surrounding the pool were numerous mangled corpses. Great demons feasted on the bodies while others reveled in the spiritual ambience of the Tianling pool, the crunching sounds echoing crisply. Lu Ye's figure emerged from a distance. As pairs of eyes opened, they all turned simultaneously towards him, malevolence radiating in the air. Lu Yi, seemingly oblivious, continued his advance toward the group of demons. How intriguing! A leopard demon suddenly chuckled as it leapt from the heavenly spirit pool, causing all the moisture to evaporate and its fur to radiate shimmering strands of light. That overly confident human believes he alone can vanquish us, the leopard demon proclaimed to the assembly of its kin. But in reality, he will beg for mercy. The demon horde erupted in derisive laughter. He will wail in despair. Haraha! The sneering escalated into hearty guffaws. He will weep, pleading for us to grant him a swift end. Roar, cackle, howl. The leopard demon regarded Lu Yi with mockery, its form suddenly transforming into a streak of golden light. Wail away. With a swift motion, the demon's severed body was sent flying. Blood splattered on the ground, forming a V-shaped mark. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time for you to perish. Lu Yi advanced with steady resolve, moving as if time itself had stuttered. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 10 paces, continuously flickering until he penetrated the midst of the demon throng. With a single swing of his sword, 7 or 8 demons aligned in a row were obliterated. The slaughter had commenced. Chapter 34. Seeking true love. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. A demon clan, igniting their bloodline, transformed into the shape of a blazing phoenix, spiraling towards Lu Yi with malevolent intent. The glimmer of the sword sliced through the air, cleaving the fiery bird asunder, shattering trees, with the sword's aura dissipating into the dense thicket, its reach unknown. The demon tribe occupying the celestial spirit pool transitioned from initial brutality to bewilderment, then to horror, ultimately culminating in utter collapse. The figure clad in dark robes wielded sword energy with effortless grace, rendering any demon unable to withstand its might. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, blood flowed freely, staining the celestial spirit pool a pale crimson. In the face of this devastation, the demons were thrown into complete disarray, wailing as they fled. Lu Yi, however, chose not to pursue, deeming it a waste of time. In the midst of his slaughter, he had recognized several familiar faces, such as the little golden leopard king, the iron-eating beast, and a descendant possessing the bloodline of the white tiger. In a past life, these foes had posed a challenge. Yet, in this incarnation, they fell to a single strike. Lu Yi stepped into the celestial spirit pool, commencing his cultivation. The water gently rippled, and the immense, pure spirit energy flowed ceaselessly into Lu Ye's being, a look of satisfaction inevitably gracing his countenance. Your Majesty, the Celestial Insect King. A formidable human has emerged at the Celestial Spirit Pool, single-handedly slaying numerous demon clans. We beseech you to take action and avenge our fallen brethren. A demon, in a state of utter disarray, scrambled back to the main assembly, urgency palpable in its voice. At this moment, the Celestial Insect King appeared in human form. Upon reaching the breaking infancy stage, demons could assume human shapes, accelerating their cultivation. The physical bodies of humans were frail, inferior to the might of the demon and devil clans. However, humanity possessed a singular advantage over all other beings: wisdom. Wisdom could be equated with intelligence, or perhaps divine insight. Over countless millennia, generations of humans had evolved into the most suitable beings for cultivation within the realms. The original human cultivation methods sought to emulate the demon and devil clans, adorning their bodies with intricate patterns, garnering the worship of myriad beings, striving to become mighty warriors, even developing limbs akin to those of fierce beasts. Now, both demons and devils sought to take on human forms to comprehend human methodologies. The Celestial Insect King was no exception, nor was he alone in this pursuit. Though he had assumed a human guise, sharp, knife-like limbs still protruded from his sides. Are you suggesting that a single human has eradicated all the demons within the Celestial Spirit Pool? The Celestial Insect King inquired. Indeed, that human is exceedingly powerful. No one could withstand his sword's brilliance. With a single strike, he could fell a dozen demons. It is terrifying. Such terror. The messenger demon suddenly felt purple threads creeping across its body, tightening around its throat. Its eyes widened in horror as it gazed at the Celestial Insect King. The purple threads enveloped its pupils, rendering it unable to utter another word. Its body stiffened, the breath of life extinguished. It was dead. First, pursue Feng Wuxia. Nothing else holds greater significance than this matter. Tian Wuyin spoke with an air of indifference. He was confident that he was not inferior to any celestial prodigy. Yet he could scarcely fathom the existence of the remnants of the Phoenix clan in this world. The Tian Wuyin tribe, renowned for their formidable prowess, fought against the heavens and the earth with terrifying strength. However, when confronted by the Phoenix clan, they found themselves at a primordial disadvantage, akin to a predator-prey relationship. Even if Feng Wuxia were to be weaker than him, the mere sight of Feng Wuxia sent a shiver deep within his soul. How could he endure such a feeling? He was determined to eliminate Feng Wuxia, ensuring the complete annihilation of the Phoenix clan from existence. Yes, a band of demons continued their relentless pursuit of Feng Wuxia's trail. Meanwhile, in the human gathering place known as Wudao Fengya, the wind that blew through invigorated the spirit and sparked inspiration, allowing many to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Over 100 humans had congregated here, including notable figures such as Shangwan Wuchang, Liao Yijian of the Taishang Sword Sect, and Yuntiangsing of the Shanhua Baoda Sect, among others. Many had already engaged in battles with the demon and devil clans and were aware of their formidable strength. Yet, they did not exhibit excessive fear. The might of the human race was not mere rhetoric. If one were to pit a human against a demon or devil, the surviving majority would likely be human. However, the demons and devils preferred to band together, making them quite formidable. Yu Hongling observed the increasing number of people gathering, including other powerful beings. In this lifetime, she preemptively assisted Lu Yi with tasks that he had accomplished in his previous life, sparing him from undue exhaustion. Now, she was finally poised to meet that person. She mused whether their reunion would evoke red eyes or flushed faces, reminiscent of the hurried promise they had etched together in that beautiful rumor of eternal companionship. Yu Hongling hummed a tune, once sung by her senior brother, a song from his homeland. She had visited his hometown, but had never heard that particular melody, though it was indeed enchanting. With the stronghold successfully established, it was time for her to depart. I must take my leave, Yu Hongling announced to the crowd. What? Where are you going? The others questioned, puzzled. Could it be that Yu Hongling intended to seek treasures alone? To find true love? Yu Hongling exclaimed, her face lighting up, her long ponytail swaying gently. To seek true love. It turned out that the celestial maiden regarded the path of enlightenment as her true love. Such dedication to the Tao was indeed admirable. The crowd gradually came to understand, ultimately concluding that she was, after all, merely off to find treasures. Well then, if that's the case, go ahead. It's certainly better than an earnest quest for true love, they chuckled. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again. Yu Hongling bid her farewells and swiftly vanished. Based on the timeline, Feng Wuxia was likely fleeing towards the second tier of space, where a brutal battlefield lay, teeming with demons and ghosts nearby. She recalled her own past encounters with the demon clan, having been pursued by them, which led her to cross paths with Feng Wuxia, who was similarly being hunted by the demon race. The two individuals then began to work in unison, side by side, in their quest to devise a plan for escape. In this lifetime, their journey unfolded similarly. However, what set this experience apart was that in her previous life, she was not particularly formidable, whereas in this incarnation, few could rival her strength. Yu Hongling surged towards the second layer of space. Before long, she arrived at the second layer, her figure materializing in the Blood Demon Mountain, where she contended for the unstained flower. This location had once been the site of a great battle, where many from the demon clan perished, tainted by demonic blood. Yet, amidst this corruption, there bloomed a remarkable flower, the unstained flower, rising pure from the mire. It is a testament to the wonders of the universe. In terms of power, Yu Hongling could easily eliminate the entire demon clan present and leisurely depart with the unstained flower in hand. However, such an action would deviate from her intended path. Thus, she restrained her strength to a level reminiscent of her past life and fled in haste, pursued by a cacophony of demon warriors. Feng Wuxia, I am coming for you. Chapter 35. Feng Wuxia Tian Wu, I bear no grudge against you. Why then do you insist on seeking my demise? Feng Wuxia exclaimed, his body drenched in blood. He truly could not comprehend the situation. They were all of the demon race. Now, in this ancient battlefield of the proud, why pursue the human race or slay the demon race, only to turn against one's own kin? Is there something profoundly wrong with you? Do I require a reason to kill you? The law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. If I were to explain my motives with each act of slaying a worthless being, my entire existence would be squandered in a futile endeavor of justification. Have the courage to face me in a duel. Feng Wuxia bore new wounds, yet in a one-on-one confrontation, he was not particularly afraid of Tian Wu. After all, he possessed the noble bloodline of the phoenix. Even if his cultivation was somewhat inferior, he was still capable of fighting back. A duel? Huh. Should I retract my countless limbs to ensure it seems fair when I engage you? Tian Wu scoffed. Feng Wuxia's recovery abilities were formidable, despite being continuously wounded. He remained vibrant and agile. However, if this relentless onslaught persisted, his fate would be uncertain. The demon race pursuing their own kind would hardly elicit aid from other factions. They would be fortunate to refrain from adding to his woes. Feng Wuxia gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. This Tian Wu is nothing short of a madman. Once I grow stronger, I shall ensure the annihilation of this repugnant race. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted ahead. Was there an unexpected turn of events? Feng Wuxia's gaze fell upon a figure clad in red, and as he drew nearer, he was struck by her astonishing beauty. Yet, while she was indeed breathtaking, behind her trailed a throng of demon practitioners, a dark cloud of demonic energy surging forth as they hunted the girl in red. As the two approached one another, Yu Hongling beheld the boy who had haunted her dreams countless times. His body was stained with blood, yet his eyes shone with extraordinary brightness. Tears welled in her eyes. So many years had passed since Feng Wuxia's death, and he had occupied a cherished place in her heart throughout that time. Now, at last, they stood face to face. In the fleeting moment when they met, there was scarcely any exchange, and both darted to the side. The demon and the magic races drew closer, each party eyeing the other warily. For their histories had never been marked by harmony. We of the demon race have no intention of opposing the magic race. Shall we join forces to vanquish these two? Tian Wu proclaimed loudly. A sigh of relief swept through the demon race. Very well. Thus, the demons and the magic race converged. Yet their identities remained starkly distinct as they pursued Yu Hongling and Feng Wuxia. What have you done to provoke such a pursuit from so many demons? Feng Wuxia inquired, his gaze fixed upon Yu Hongling, who was indeed a striking beauty. And what have you done to incur the wrath of so many demons? Feng Wuxia smirked. I suspect it is this horde of grotesque demons, envious of my handsome visage, that has instigated this pursuit. Yu Hongling? It was not that Feng Wuxia's words were incorrect. Rather, upon hearing them, she instinctively thought of Lu Yi. Due to Lu Yi's occasional narcissism, he often refers to himself by another name, Lu Yanzhu, and yet another as Lu Pannin. Yu Hongling is aware that Yanzhu and Pannin are renowned handsome figures from Lu Yi's hometown. Observing Yu Hongling staring at him in a daze, despite their unyielding pace, her expression clearly reveals her infatuation. Feng Wuxia cannot help but lament his irresistible charm. Such a beautiful human woman has become enamored with merely a glance at him. However, this is not the moment for flirtation. Do you have any means to evade our pursuers? Feng Wuxia inquires. No. Yu Hongling snaps back to reality, feeling a pang of regret. To think that while with Feng Wuxia, her thoughts drifted to Lu Yi. Could it be that she is indeed a fickle woman? To think of one while being with another? No. Her heart has always belonged to Feng Wuxia. It is merely that the time spent with her senior brother has been so prolonged that he has seeped into every aspect of her being, body and soul alike. This condition will surely fade with time. Then it seems we are destined for death. Facing one pursuer is arduous enough, let alone two. We shall not perish. We will seek my senior brother. Once he arrives, these foes will be as fragile as dust. Your senior brother is that formidable? Indeed, he is unmatched among his peers. That is splendid. Where can we find your senior brother? In that direction. The two pivot, evading the relentless barrage of long-range attacks, countering them together. What is your senior brother's stance towards the demon race? I mean, good demons who have never harmed humans and hold no interest in consuming them. Feng Wuxia queries. Rest assured, my senior brother would never engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Yu Hongling discreetly observes Feng Wuxia from the corner of her eye. In terms of appearance, Feng Wuxia is undeniably striking. Even in his current disheveled state, there is an added allure to his fragmented beauty. The continuous long-range assaults are evidently hindering their speed as the distance between the two parties narrows. It's over, it's over. Despair fills Feng Wuxia's eyes. This time, it appears he is truly doomed. Suddenly, Yu Hongling forms hand seals, summoning a magical spear that coalesces above her head and shoots towards the pursuing demons. The spear has considerable range, and a careless demon may very well be pierced. Yet, the spear's formation is too slow, and with the overwhelming number of demons, it cannot significantly alter their pursuit. Single target attacks are insufficient. We need an area of effect strike. Feng Wuxia exclaims. I don't possess such an ability. Feng Wuxia grits his teeth. I do, but once I unleash it, you must flee with me. In truth, Feng Wuxia still harbors doubts about Yu Hongling. Yet the situation has escalated to such a critical juncture. He unleashed the celestial phoenix, yet it was inevitable that he would be drained of energy, devoid of the strength to flee. Should he remain inactive, he would undoubtedly be surrounded and slain. There were no alternatives left. Very well. Yu Hongling provided a definitive response. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed, as Feng Wuxia expended all his energy, summoning a magnificent flaming phoenix above his head. The execution of this move was undoubtedly a tremendous strain, leaving him utterly weakened afterward. Go! The splendid fire phoenix, with its trailing wings, surged forth toward the demons. Yu Hongling grasped Feng Wuxia's garment, initially intending to carry him, yet, inexplicably, she refrained from doing so. Boom! The fire phoenix erupted, showering the heavens with fiery rain that obstructed a horde of demons, once more widening the distance between the two parties. A faint smile graced Yu Hongling's lips. After the demons broke through the fiery deluge, they continued their relentless pursuit. Where is your senior brother? Feng Wuxia inquired weakly. I apologize. I seem to have lost my way, came the response. Feng Wuxia? Chapter 36. Fighting side by side, damn it. I'm lost. Despair flickered in Feng Wuxia's eyes as he contemplated unleashing a torrent of curses upon Yu Hongling. Yet he hesitated, fearing she might abandon him at that very moment. Never mind, it's not your fault. Feng Wuxia resolved to placate Yu Hongling while he began to regain his strength. A broader smile spread across Yu Hongling's face as the demonic creatures drew nearer, when suddenly, a vast chasm appeared ahead. This chasm seemed as if it had been cleaved open by a single stroke, the soil on either side charred black and appearing remarkably solid. Without warning, Yu Hongling dashed into the chasm. Here, one could stand against 1,000, urging him to recover his strength swiftly as she prepared to fend off the approaching demons. If she faltered, he was to take her place. Can you hold your ground? Feng Wuxia asked weakly. I can. She tossed 3 bottles of elixirs to him, then focused her gaze ahead. In a previous life, they had faced a similar trial here, uniting their efforts to repel the relentless onslaught of demons until Lu Yi arrived. In this lifetime, Yu Hongling was indeed capable of dispatching the demons alone. However, she yearned to relive the exhilarating moments that once stirred her heart. Attack! The chasm was narrow, its surrounding blackened soil as sturdy as iron, creating an ideal battlefield. 2 demons charged from above and below, only to be repelled simultaneously by the incantations they cast. Observing the scene, Feng Wuxia hastily consumed the elixirs, striving to calm his mind and restore his inner demonic power. Yu Hongling fought with a steady demeanor, embodying an unyielding barrier against the swarm of demons. The Tianwu surged forward, yet was effortlessly pushed back by a single punch from Yu Hongling. Tianwu? This human woman is so powerful. It's baffling. If she is this strong, why not simply vanquish the entire demonic horde instead of expending so much effort to escape? It is utterly incomprehensible. Unbelievable. Wear her down. Tianwu roared in fury. One after another, the demons pressed forward. Yu Hongling possessed the strength to dispatch them with a punch, yet she refrained. Seconds turned into minutes as the demons were repelled only to return again. Feng Wuxia's recovery progressed swiftly. The lineage of the phoenix was indeed formidable. He cautiously opened his eyes to glance at Yu Hongling and found her steadfast as a mountain. A thought of fleeing began to take root in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Though he could escape, Tianwu was akin to a rabid dog, intent on pursuing him to the bitter end. Should he flee, Tianwu would undoubtedly abandon Yu Hongling to chase him, and such an act of abandoning her would only breed hatred in her heart. After weighing the circumstances, he resolved that escape was not an option. Yu Hongling continued to persevere, and Feng Wuxia focused on regaining his strength. Another 10 minutes passed, and it appeared Yu Hongling had reached her limit, teetering on the brink of collapse. Feng Wuxia understood that it was time for him to take action. His strength was not lacking. In a one-on-one scenario, He harbored no fear of anyone. As Yu Hongling retreated a step, Feng Wuxia suddenly surged forward, positioning himself directly in front of her. "It's my turn now. You regain your strength," he bellowed. Yu Hongling paused momentarily, revealing a subtle smile in a place unseen by Feng Wuxia. This sensation, a frown creased Yu Hongling's brow. Something felt amiss. Why did it lack the fervent heartbeat she had experienced previously? What was the issue? Yu Hongling was perplexed. Could it be that her current strength diminished the sense of impending danger? She had once stood in this very spot, enduring to the utmost. The moment Feng Wuxia appeared before her, her heart had raced with an unprecedented thrill. An overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. Yet now, that sensation was absent. With a furrowed brow, Yu Hongling swallowed a medicinal pill, beginning to restore her depleting essence. Feng Wuxia's prowess was indeed commendable, yet against the relentless barrage of attacks, he continued to sustain injuries. He simply could not endure as long as Yu Hongling had. As his wounds intensified, Yu Hongling swiftly struck him with a knife hand, rendering him unconscious, and dragged him to safety. Tian Wu's expression twisted with rage. "Surrender, Feng Wuxia, and our demon clan shall not involve ourselves in your grievances." Yu Hongling remained unperturbed. She carefully placed Feng Wuxia down and faced the throng of demons. "Fearless," she shouted, her fists unleashing a powerful strike. Boom! The raging essence transformed into two distinct runes, piercing through the demons. In an instant, several demons burst apart, their blood staining the scorched earth. "Tian Wu? Demons?" Yu Hongling uttered not a single word, her feet leaving clear imprints upon the ground, as secret symbols shimmered, exuding an aura of annihilation. The demons before her crumbled under her might. Tian Wu roared, all the centipede legs bursting forth in brilliance, converging into a single beam aimed at her. Yet Yu Hongling effortlessly shattered it with a single punch. "Tian Wu? What the hell? Are you this strong? If you're so powerful, why did you engage us for so long? Why are you being hunted by a horde of demons? Do they even deserve to chase you? What bizarre game of pretending to be weak are you playing?" The demons were directly obliterated by Yu Hongling's ferocity. In this narrow chasm with no avenue for escape, she annihilated them all with an unstoppable momentum. After vanquishing the last demon, Yu Hongling began to scour the battlefield. She collected all the treasures, igniting the corpses in flames before hastily fleeing with the unconscious Feng Wuxia. As she gazed at the unconscious Feng Wuxia, Yu Hongling fell into contemplation. In her previous life, they had persevered until her senior brother arrived, dispatching those demons. He did not permit himself to remain in the company of Feng Wuxia, directly abandoning her and forcefully leading her away. Consequently, she remained utterly oblivious to the trials Feng Wuxia had endured. Later, she encountered Feng Wuxia once more, and together they ventured into perilous lands, practiced their skills, and sought treasures. During her time with Feng Wuxia, she found immense joy. Now that her senior brother had refrained from intervening, could she simply follow Feng Wuxia? She felt a twinge of hesitation. Nonetheless, even if she chose not to accompany him, it would not be long before they met again. Thus, it seemed preferable to remain by his side. The absence of any fluttering sensation in her heart this time was indeed rather peculiar. Before long, Feng Wuxia slowly opened his eyes. The sky had darkened, and Yu Hongling had kindled a bonfire, lost in thought as she gazed at the flickering flames, uncertain of her own musings. "Am I dead?" Feng Wuxia suddenly jolted awake. "No, I am very much alive." He glanced at his unscathed self and pinched his arm. The pain confirmed his vitality. "Fairy, how did we escape?" Feng Wuxia inquired hastily. "My senior brother arrived, vanquished those monsters, and then we fled," Yu Hongling replied. "And what of your senior brother?" "He is a busy man and has already departed." "Oh, so it leaves the two of us alone?" Feng Wuxia said in disbelief. Yu Hongling narrowed her eyes and replied, "Dream on. Once you awaken, I too must take my leave. Farewell." Chapter 37. The disciple of the Buddha. Yu Hongling departed. Initially, she intended to embark on an adventure alongside Feng Wuxia. Yet upon his awakening, she felt an undeniable awkwardness in their interactions. Thus, she chose to temporarily withdraw. However, her departure was not absolute. Through the release of a secret technique, her aura diminished to the point of invisibility. Unless one were to behold her with their own eyes, it was unlikely that anyone in the ancient battlefield of the Tianjiao could sense her presence, save for her senior brother. She observed Feng Wuxia from a short distance away. Phew, It was fortunate that she had left. Feng Wuxia gazed into the obsidian night sky, no longer able to detect any trace of Yu Hongling, and could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. It was terrifying. The title of senior brother was inherently masculine, and for such a beautiful girl to accompany him so freely was unsettling. Should any misfortune befall her, her brother would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. Yu Hongling couldn't help but chuckle softly. Feng Wuxia's mind was indeed sharp. Nevertheless, his thoughts were not unfounded. In her previous life, when her brother discovered her affection for Feng Wuxia, he had become exceedingly irate. This escalated to the point where, when Feng Wuxia found himself in peril, her brother adamantly forbade her from rescuing him and even bound her. This ultimately led to Feng Wuxia's demise. Her brother had insisted that it was a trap, specifically designed to ensnare him. How could that be? Feng Wuxia and her brother had never crossed paths. It was purely her brother's jealousy that had driven him to such extremes. It was because of this incident that she harbored resentment towards her brother for a long time, a feeling that gradually faded with the passage of time. In this life, her brother should no longer interfere with her pursuits. She could finally seek her true love. As for the trivial matters concerning Yu Hongling, Lu Yi certainly had no desire to involve himself. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, Yu Hongling was destined to perish on the ancient battlefield of the Tianjiao. She would undoubtedly meet her end. Why was he so certain? Because Lu Yi himself had perished there once. That was the first life he had squandered on Yu Hongling, and this time, it would not unfold in the same manner. Lu Yi cultivated diligently in the Tianling pool. Although the ancient battlefield of the Tianjiao was replete with various naturally formed cultivation sanctuaries and treasures, for Lu Yi, there was no scarcity. All he needed was to focus on his training. The effects of cultivation in the Tianling pool exceeded his expectations. In just over 3 days, he broke through another layer of cultivation, reaching the 6th level of breaking the infant. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that he was the most formidable presence in the ancient battlefield of the Tianjiao. As for his combat prowess, it was beyond measure. He had little interest in taking lives, be they demons or the deranged divine beings. He found no allure in such pursuits. I am solely focused on my cultivation. However, his decision to avoid trouble did not prevent others from seeking him out. The Tianling pool was a remarkable treasure, naturally attracting the attention of many. Amitabha. Upon hearing this chant, Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Buddhism? He contemplated numerous races that might seek to trouble him. Yet he did not anticipate that the first to arrive would be the Buddhists. Lu Yi kept his eyes shut. Benefactor, this place bears a connection to the Buddha. Might I kindly request that you relocate your practice? A voice said gently. Lu Yi replied with calmness. I am here in solitude, not provoking Buddhism. You are not my adversaries. I advise you not to provoke me either. Benefactor, how can this be deemed provocation? From afar, I have witnessed the resplendent light of the Buddha. This sacred pool of water is likely transformed from relics. Please, I implore you to change your location. Lu Yi opened his eyes. 1 bald head, 2 bald heads, 3 bald heads. In total, there were 7 disciples of Buddhism. To expel someone was one matter, but to invoke the notion of a connection to the Buddha was another. Your sect always twists the unreasonable into the reasonable, which is rather shameless. Such audacity. The leader of the Buddhist disciples retorted, we, as followers of the Buddha, embody compassion. Were other demons to arrive, and you alone remained, you would have already been vanquished. Do not cling to your delusions. Enough, Lu Yi exclaimed, brandishing a stone sword. With a swift stroke, the azure light of the sword surged with the wind, causing the sacred spirit pool to ripple slightly. The 7 Buddhist disciples simultaneously radiated golden light. Yet they witnessed the azure light cleave through the golden beams as effortlessly as a sword slicing through tofu. Blood stained the sacred spirit pool. The dismembered corpses fell into the water one after another. Lu Yi closed his eyes once more. The world grew silent again. His cultivation continued. Meanwhile, a group of monks had just finished tidying the battlefield. Amitabha, the compassionate hearts of monastics must guide them through the chaos wrought by demons. We shall deliver them. In accordance with the great Dao. Indeed, has Brother Du Wu headed to the sacred spirit pool? The leading monk, with ruby-red lips and white teeth, wore a glimmering mark of gold between his brows. He appeared both holy and gentle. Were it not for the blood dripping from his staff, none would suspect him of being anything but a benevolent monk. In the Buddhist order, not everyone is qualified to wield a staff. Ordinary monks wield staves, while higher-ranking monks wield pestles. Only those of the Buddha's lineage can carry a staff at such a young age. Other monks may carry bells, chimes, or plates, among various implements. Regarding Brother Du Wu, he has indeed gone to the sacred spirit pool. It is a suitable place for practicing the Buddhist scriptures. An excellent destination for ordinary disciples. Du Nung, you shall lead the disciples below the 9th layer of Yuan Dan there. This bell is named the causal bell. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may shatter this bell, and I will come at once. Understood. Others, accompany me to seek the relics of the Buddha. Yes. Du Nung watched as a dozen monks departed, glancing in the direction of the sacred spirit pool. Brothers, follow me. A considerable number of monks hastened towards the sacred spirit pool. Lu Yi remained engrossed in his practice. Before long, Du Nang and a multitude of monks arrived, and they beheld Lu Yi suspended above the sacred spirit pool, as wisps of mist continuously flowed into his 5 hearts. 7 disciples of Buddhism lay in 2 halves, suspended above the heavenly spirit pool, alongside numerous corpses of demons and humans. The once picturesque heavenly spirit pool now resembled a den of demons. Duwu, my brother. Duni cried out in despair, his eyes wide open with fury, akin to a demon-slaying Vajra. Did you kill Duwu and the others? Duni bellowed. Lui, once again disturbed, felt the presence of dozens of Buddhist auras without even opening his eyes. It seemed that the disciples of Buddhism were destined to perish by his hand today. After dispatching one batch, another appeared, each stronger than the last, yet none could escape the fate of death. You disturb my tranquil cultivation. Your demise is of no consequence. Lui uttered succinctly. Duni's eyes turned crimson. How dare you? Merely disturbing your cultivation, and you resort to violence? Are you not akin to a demon yourself? Today, I shall exorcise the evil. All disciples, heed my command. Yes. The 18 arhats swiftly ascended the waters of the heavenly spirit pool, their energies unified. To strike one was to strike all 18, an intricate formation within Buddhism that was difficult to counter. Li finally opened his eyes. Always courting death, why is that? The 18 arhats glared fiercely, their bodies radiant with golden light, as if coated in gold paint. Subdue. Chapter 38. Does she like me? The devil. He is a devil. He is a demon that even the Buddha cannot subdue or redeem. The bloodied monk, once pristine in his robes, now sullied, stumbled and fell to the ground in a frantic escape. It is truly unfathomable that a mere novice monk could collapse in such disarray. The monk fled desperately, consumed by panic, forgetting the karmic bell bestowed upon him by the Buddha. In that moment, deep within his subconscious, he believed that even the Buddha, faced with such a demon, would meet a fate of demise. Lu Yi, having slain the last of his foes, gazed at the fleeing monk in momentary disbelief. Such a novice, yet with such a fragile psyche. Perhaps it was the sheer volume of his recent kills that had rekindled memories of his past life, a life in which he had lost count of the formidable adversaries he had dispatched. Their eyes met, and in that instant, the monk saw not just Lu Yi, but the specter of death he had embodied in a former existence. Leading to his utter collapse, Lu Yi made no move to pursue. He found little interest in the chase. If the monk were to survive this ordeal, he would undoubtedly become a mad ascetic in this world. The stench of blood lingered, slightly acrid, dampening Lu Yi's spirits. After a brief contemplation, he extended his hand, summoning the scattered corpses, including those of the previously fallen, gathering them into a singular pile. With a flicker of flames, he reduced them to ashes, purging every remnant of bone. A gentle wave of his sleeve summoned a refreshing breeze, cleansing the air. In high spirits, Lu Yi returned to the celestial pond above, resuming his cultivation. Beneath the celestial pond lay no treasures, unlike the pristine waters of the purest springs. The formation of the celestial pond was tied to the terrain. Where there was a pond, the earth beneath would likely yield a vein of spiritual stones over time, a substantial one, no doubt. Days passed slowly, and after 5 more, Lu Yi's cultivation reached the 7th level of the novice realm, his progress astonishingly rapid, not only swift, but remarkably stable. His true essence had burgeoned beyond the 9th level of the novice realm. Meanwhile, as the 3rd level of the ancient battlefield for the chosen had yet to open, the relics and treasures in the lower 3 layers had been largely plundered. Consequently, battles erupted with increasing frequency, with no treasures left to seek. The warriors engaged in combat to occupy their time and enhance their understanding of themselves. However, the human race proved overwhelmingly powerful. Li Wubai of the Supreme Sword Sect single-handedly vanquished 90 demons, withdrawing unscathed. Feng Longxiang of the Robbery Sect crushed a third-tier ghost with a single punch. The Holy Maiden Luo Yuan of the Yinyang Law Sect faced the Little Dragon King of the Demon Race without yielding an inch. Each warrior was more formidable than the last. Upon his arrival in this realm, Lu Yi had initially felt a sense of disorientation, having previously read tales of a weak human race beset by numerous adversaries. He was astonished to find that in this world, humanity was alarmingly strong, with rival factions suffering greatly at their hands. After suffering a significant defeat, this faction developed a penchant for forming alliances, becoming quite adept at it. The term monsters and demons arose precisely because this group delights in congregating to collectively confront humanity. Once they unite, the chaos ensues, greatly intensifying the pressure on humankind. In a previous life, Lu Yi stood as the leader of humanity, waging continuous battles against these fiends and slaying numerous prodigies. In this life, however, Lu Yi is singularly focused on his cultivation, having transcended the phase of self-improvement through combat. In his absence, Yu Hongling has assumed the responsibilities once held by Lu Yi, leading the charge against the monsters and demons. Her combat prowess is formidable, astonishing countless onlookers. As the battles rage on, Yu Hongling's renown flourishes, gaining recognition across various factions. The war rages fiercely, with daily casualties mounting. In addition to Yu Hongling's rising fame, a solitary swordsman, Chu Ling, also gains notoriety, wielding his sword with unmatched ferocity. Meanwhile, Shangguan Huanling is poised to strike, yet remains unrecognized, quietly amassing her strength. Lu Yi dedicates himself to rigorous training, and upon catching a distant glimpse of Shangguan, she becomes even more convinced of the wisdom in her decision to remain inconspicuous. Despite the intensity of the battles, nothing compares to the significance of inscribing one's name on the ancient prodigy list, a true act capable of astonishing the world. Aside from her confrontations with the monsters, Yu Hongling also keeps a watchful eye on Feng Wuxia. His progress is notably apparent, once merely at the Yuan dance stage. He could only engage opponents at the breaking infancy stage due to the phoenix blood coursing through him. He is now officially broken through to the breaking infancy stage. However, aware of Yu Hongling's formidable strength, he refrains from joining the ranks of the demons, opting instead to remain hidden. He is no fool. He recognizes that Yu Hongling's interest in him is distinctly heightened, particularly after a serendipitous moment when he discovered her observing him from afar. At that moment, Feng Wuxia's mind was a whirlwind of questions. What could this mean? Despite not participating in the demon's ranks against humanity, he had heard Yu Hongling's illustrious name on multiple occasions. To find her fixating on him from a distance was perplexing. After this initial discovery, he became increasingly vigilant, noticing her presence for the second, third, and fourth times. If the first instance could be deemed a coincidence, the subsequent observations could not be mere happenstance. But why? Feng Wuxia pondered in confusion. Could it be? Suddenly, an insight struck him, suggesting an astonishing yet plausible possibility. Might Yu Hongling have developed feelings for him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Hongling's reputation continues to ascend. She has faced off against all manner of powerful beings, monsters, demons, and deities alike, never tasting defeat, and has even vanquished many prodigies. How could such an extraordinary woman, having only crossed paths with him a handful of times, possibly harbor feelings for him? Moreover, the woman is enamored with strength. Yet she herself is not particularly formidable. At the very least, when compared to Yu Hongling, she pales in comparison. Soon, Feng Wuxia found herself in a predicament. A demon. Just as Feng Wuxia was about to enter a mysterious stone cave, which might conceal treasures unknown, an individual suddenly emerged from within. The two faced each other. The stranger was clad in white garments, and abruptly, his eyes transformed to a golden hue. Ah, could it be that he possesses the bloodline of a phoenix? The man's expression brightened at this revelation. I was just contemplating the need for a steed, and lo and behold, this precious mount presents itself to me. The god of light favors me. The god clan. Feng Wuxia's expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly retreated. Ha ha ha. As those monks would say, meeting is destined. You might as well not flee. Chao Hong suddenly unfurled a pair of pristine white wings behind him, hurtling towards Feng Wuxia with astonishing speed. The aura corresponding to the third layer of the breaking infancy realm erupted forth. Feng Wuxia's countenance changed wildly as she transformed into her true form. A being resembling both bird and phoenix, adorned in resplendent gold and red, igniting a chase. Qiao Hong's speed was nothing short of remarkable, unleashing threads of white silk that coalesced into an enormous net, descending upon Feng Wuxia. With all her might, Feng Wuxia unleashed flames towards the net, attempting to incinerate it. The brilliance of the light illuminated the world. Boom! A bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping the realm in a dazzling white. Feng Wuxia flapped her wings towards the sky. Although she shattered the lightning, her entire body succumbed to paralysis. Chapter 39. She enjoys herself. The figure of Yu Hongling shifted momentarily, but then halted. She was acutely aware that Feng Wuxia possessed far more than mere rudimentary abilities. As anticipated, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Just as the divine being Qiao Hong was about to grasp Feng Wuxia's neck, Feng Wuxia's entire form transformed into flames. The flames were insubstantial, and Qiao Hong's massive hand passed through them, grasping at nothingness. The flames took on an embracing posture, enveloping Qiao Hong with fervor. A whirlwind igniting as the wind fueled the fire, and the golden red flames morphed into a fiery vortex, relentlessly scorching Qiao Hong. "Get away!" Qiao Hong bellowed. With a resounding boom, the white light radiated, and the fiery whirlwind erupted, engulfing the heavens. The flames abruptly coalesced, reshaping into a firebird. Qiao Hong, charred and in torment, glared at Feng Wuxia with fury, pointing and shouting, "Divine restraint!" In an instant, white chains appeared around Feng Wuxia, dozens of them binding him without a chance for evasion, each imbued with suppressive power. Feng Wuxia cried out in despair, straining to break free. Yet, the white chains would snap and rebind, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Escape remained elusive. Qiao Hong approached, delivering a punch to Feng Wuxia's face. Bang! Qiao Hong unleashed strikes from both sides. To tame a highly intelligent steed, the first step is to instill fear. Only by deeply embedding the seed of terror can one proceed with numerous tests of obedience, ultimately shaping the steed's character. Yu Hongling observed this scene, shaking her head gently. Clearly, during the previous battle, Feng Wuxia possessed greater lethal capabilities, yet he refrained from utilizing them. Such a disappointment. Nevertheless, as long as she remained powerful, even if Feng Wuxia proved to be inept, it was inconsequential. In her past life, was it not the case that her senior brother was strong while she was weak? Yet, she had lived quite happily. Her figure descended from the heavens, charging towards Qiao Hong. Qiao Hong abruptly looked up, spotting Yu Hongling, and a thought emerged in his mind. A beautiful woman, unknown to him, and clearly hostile, she could be eliminated. A sacred light materialized in his hand, twisting and condensing as he struck towards Yu Hongling. Fearless Seal. The Fearless Seal was not merely a single move, but a series of hand seals, comprising 81 distinct marks, each with its own unique effect. As Yu Hongling grew stronger, the array of seals at her disposal expanded, and her unleashed power intensified accordingly. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The white orb of light was forcefully shattered by the Grand Seal, crashing down upon Qiao Hong's face with an unstoppable force. Bang! Qiao Hong's visage was marred, and his body skidded across the ground for several dozen meters, shattering a stone beneath him. What a hard head! Yu Hongling marveled, lifting the Grand Seal and charging forward once more. Why would a human save a demon? Qiao Hong roared, brandishing a large shield, striving to withstand Yu Hongling's relentless onslaught. Feng Wuxia gazed at the retreating figure of Yu Hongling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had come to rescue her. Indeed, she must have feelings for her. How else could a formidable being like her, possessing such strength, choose to accompany someone as weak as Feng Wuxia? It could only be affection. Yu Hongling once again struck Qiao Hong with a forceful blow. Blood gushed from Qiao Hong's mouth as fear flickered in his gaze. She was overwhelmingly powerful. This woman was a force to be reckoned with. What seemed like a mere mark fell upon him with the weight of a mountain's descent. You wish to refine him as your mount, do you not? I shall relinquish him to you. We bear no enmity, so allow me to depart. A momentary pause graced Feng Wuxia's smile as the implication settled in. Was she intending to make her a steed? Yu Hongling merely smiled softly, offering no rebuttal or further discourse, and once more wielded her seal with intent. You lunatic! Qiao Hong bellowed, unable to fathom the nature of this woman's madness. Blood continued to spill from his mouth, his insides feeling as if they were being shattered. With 3 more strikes, his body would be obliterated. After dispatching Chao Hong, Yu Hongling turned her attention to Feng Wuxia. Are you unscathed? The notion of being a mount lingered in Feng Wuxia's mind. Did she truly desire to subjugate her as such? I am fine. If that's the case, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Yu Hongling prepared to depart. Wait. Feng Wuxia called after her. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuxia sensed an unsettling discord. The power that Yu Hongling had just displayed, along with her formidable reputation, were at odds with the strength she had exhibited during their shared tribulations. This suggested that her prior pursuit was a deliberate act, orchestrated to intersect with Feng Wuxia's path. Why did you save me? What is your true intention? Feng Wuxia inquired, her voice rising. Undeniably, she had developed feelings for Yu Hongling. It was only in such affection that one might persistently believe the other harbored similar sentiments. Yu Hongling paused at the question, her gaze fixated on Feng Wuxia. In that instant, she recognized the anticipation in Feng Wuxia's eyes, a silent yearning for her to confess her own feelings. A slight furrow creased Yu Hongling's brow. She indeed held affection for Feng Wuxia, yet felt it was not the appropriate moment to define their relationship. The flutter of past emotions eluded her. Had those feelings emerged, she would have recklessly joined Feng Wuxia on a journey across mountains and seas. But at present, because I find you quite entertaining, Yu Hongling declared, before gracefully ascending into the air. Entertaining? Feng Wuxia stood momentarily stunned, pondering the implications of such a response. Yet, as the word lingered, she began to reflect, her eyes widening with realization. Entertaining was but a precursor to affection, was it not? Such an extraordinary and enchanting woman has truly captured her own heart. Feng Wuxia felt his heart racing, and his handsome face flushed with warmth. He pressed his hand against his chest, where a surge of emotion began to blossom. By the way, here is a small token for you. Reach out to me if you need anything. Yu Hongling returned, tossing Feng Wuxia a conch-like talisman. Speak into the conch, and I shall hear you from another, she explained before preparing to depart once more. Wait. Feng Wuxia called after her. Yu Hongling, may I accompany you? He inquired. The celestial talent ancient battlefield is fraught with peril, and given Yu Hongling's formidable strength, it would be advantageous to follow her. Even the treasures she does not utilize would suffice for his cultivation. Yu Hongling frowned. No, the celestial talent ancient battlefield is meant for honing one's skills, not for reaping the rewards without effort. Farewell. With that, she decisively left. Feng Wuxia. To reap without effort. What a notion. He clenched his teeth, resolute in his determination to cultivate diligently, so that when Yu Hongling next laid eyes upon him, she would be astonished. Chapter 40. Can I call you Hongling? Hongling, may I address you in this manner? Yu Hongling remained silent. At this moment, I was in the second layer of the demon swamp, seeking a suitable place for cultivation. Fully devoted to my practice. Rest assured, I won't be far behind. Alas, the demon swamp has been seized by the Blue Crocodile clan, which permits other major clans to cultivate, but forbids my entry. No matter, I shall journey to the Clear Valley for enlightenment. However, the Clear Valley has also been occupied by a group of monks. Such a place for cultivation should be accessible to all beings. Hongling, are you listening? Today, I had a skirmish with a member of the demon clan over a demon flame fruit. I emerged victorious, but alas, the fruit was ruined. Why has the Phoenix clan vanished from this world? Had they still existed, I would not feel so desolate. Hongling, may I seek refuge with you? Numerous factions monopolize resource-rich areas, and as a solitary individual, I find it exceedingly difficult to oppose such formidable powers. At last, Yu Hongling replied, No. Since you lack a faction, it is best that you observe how rogue cultivators practice. So, you can hear me. I thought this artifact was malfunctioning. Hongling, can we have a conversation? Yu Hongling was quite occupied. In her previous life, she had already recognized that Feng Wuxia was somewhat clingy and loquacious. She actually found this trait endearing, as her own personality was strong and assertive, making Feng Wuxia's soft and gentle demeanor a perfect complement. As for her senior brother, he was tolerant and optimistic, and Feng Wuxia brought a fresh perspective to Yu Hongling. However, perhaps due to her previous self being weaker than her current incarnation, Feng Wuxia's softness and clinginess were not as pronounced in the past. This lifetime, it was difficult to assess. Yu Hongling was indeed very busy. She was gradually becoming the foremost figure among the human race, engaged in battles, and vying for territory daily. She fought against demons, monsters, Buddhists, ghosts, and gods, always fighting. Only after truly becoming the leader of the human race did she comprehend the extent of her responsibilities. There was an abundance of tasks awaiting her attention each day. And what of Lu Yi in the previous life? In that incarnation, her senior brother was certainly not as formidable as he was now. Battles were even more brutal, and he had vanquished countless powerful foes while sustaining injuries himself. Yet, she still insisted on dragging him along for experiences, demanding his assistance in her quests for treasures. In response to her requests, Lu Yi always wore a tender smile and obliged her. He would then engage in fierce battles, injuring himself to instill fear in their enemies, only to carve out time to accompany her afterward. It turned out, being a senior brother was exhausting. Yu Hongling felt a pang of sympathy. She had already understood from the incident with the pure water pearl that the burdens her senior brother bore were far from what she had imagined. With a soft sigh, she felt relieved that her senior brother was now at ease. Lu Yi truly was at ease. He had claimed the heavenly spirit pool for himself, accelerating his cultivation speed as all the spiritual energy of the pool converged towards him. At this moment, the heavenly spirit pool has transformed into a forbidden realm. Thus far, various beings have ventured within, and to act against Lu Yi is to court death. Should one vie for spiritual energy with him, the outcome is equally grim. Any form of resistance leads to demise. Monsters, demons, deities, none dare approach this place anymore. What was once a sanctuary for cultivation has been turned into a den of darkness by Lu Ye's hand. As a resounding roar emanated from within Lu Yi, he ascended to the 8th level of the breaking infancy stage, a terrifying feat, his cultivation skyrocketing like a rocket. Yet, Lu Yi remains unperturbed. He is acutely aware of his own circumstances. He walks with deliberate steps, each imprint deep and steadfast. Years hence, should he gaze back from the pinnacle, he would clearly discern each step he has taken. Regardless, he continues his cultivation. While tranquility reigns here, on the other side, slaughter rages fiercely. Yu Hongling also advances vigorously in her cultivation, diligently addressing her past shortcomings. The ancient Reversal Sutra is an unparalleled method of combat, demanding relentless struggle. Only through perseverance and fearlessness can its true essence be comprehended. In her previous life, Yu Hongling was shielded too well by Lu Yi, making it difficult for her to break through later on. It was only after Lu Yi resolutely cast her into perilous outer realms for training that she managed to amend some of her earlier deficiencies. The human race is formidable. Yu Hongling has firmly established herself as the foremost among her kind, her reputation echoing even among demons and deities. However, as humanity grows fiercer, the plight of the other races, such as demons, becomes increasingly dire, rendering beings like Feng Wuxia, a solitary demon without power, even more desperate. He strives to control his emotions and tone, yet a hint of pleading seeps through his voice. Hongling, I sustained grave injuries today, but do not worry. With my phoenix bloodline, my recovery is swift. Upon hearing this, a tinge of tension surfaced in Yu Hongling's heart, though not as intense as she had feared. Injuries among cultivators are commonplace. Hongling, the situation among the demon kin is growing increasingly bizarre. Each demon seems to be descending into madness, and I sense that my predicament has become perilous. May I seek refuge with you? I genuinely wish to be by your side. Whatever you command, I shall comply. I apologize for my impatience and loneliness. I have heard your name more than once, and you are truly formidable. I have been injured again, and the demons are embroiled in conflicts with both the Buddhist and divine factions. Their claimed territories are further dwindling. Yu Hongling has just emerged from a fierce battle, having faced a scion of the divine race at the 5th level of breaking infancy, who boasted a powerful bloodline of the thunder god. It took considerable effort for her to vanquish him. Observing the charred remnants upon her, Yu Hongling furrowed her brow slightly. The heavenly elixir is indeed inferior to the sacred elixirs of her past life. She retrieves the treasured conch. Hongling, could you utter a word to me? It has been an eternity since I last heard your voice. Yu Hongling also reflected on how engrossed she had been in her pursuits lately, realizing she had not visited Feng Wuxia for quite some time, nor exchanged even a single word with him. She picked up her treasured conch shell, striving to soften her tone. Diligently cultivate your skills. You possess the bloodline of a phoenix. With dedication and hard work, we shall eventually stand side by side, conquering the world together. I believe in you. After speaking these words, Yu Hongling took a moment to calm her emotions, closed her eyes, and resumed her cultivation. Bang! Feng Wuxia's body was violently propelled away, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth. The little Dragon King, in human form but with a dragon's head, cast a chilling and fierce gaze upon Feng Wuxia. With your level of incompetence, how dare you claim that Yu Hongling has any affection for you? Just look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Chapter 41. Blindness. Feng Wuxia rolled on the ground, drenched in blood and in a state of utter disarray. A formidable assembly of demon clans surrounded him, their eyes glimmering with predatory intent. As the demon clans grew weaker, their aspirations of dominating the ancient battlefield of the talented gradually waned. Thus, the directive of the sovereign of all spirits resurfaced in the minds of the demons, to collect the blood of all beings and present it to the demon emperor in exchange for the transmission of supreme secret arts. Consequently, Feng Wuxia, possessing a fragment of the Phoenix bloodline, naturally came under the scrutiny of the little Dragon King. Capturing Feng Wuxia was a task of effortless simplicity. Any minor demon king or pure-blooded demon could easily apprehend him. Just as they prepared to strike a fatal blow, the terrified Feng Wuxia suddenly cried out, proclaiming his acquaintance with Yu Hongling, emphasizing not only their acquaintance but the depth of their bond. This revelation momentarily stunned the assembly of demons. The name Yu Hongling had become almost tiresome to their ears, representing a human woman of immense power that instilled fear in the hearts of demons. To their astonishment, this ragtag phoenix, whose only notable attribute was its meager blood, claimed to know Yu Hongling. The Tianwu. Did the Tianwu not realize that it was Yu Hongling who saved him when the Tianwu sought to kill him? It was she who vanquished the Tianwu. Feng Wuxia hurriedly reiterated his connection with Yu Hongling. Was it also the case that the Tianwu had been slain by her? The use of also here was quite apt, firmly establishing that Yu Hongling had dispatched more than one formidable demon. Indeed, it was she who had dealt the fatal blow. Thus, Feng Wuxia was presented before the little Dragon King. Upon hearing this account, the little Dragon King's countenance darkened to the hue of coal. Though he and Yu Hongling were adversaries due to their differing races, he held a deep admiration for her, recognizing her as an extraordinarily rare talent in millennia. However, upon hearing such outlandish claims from this wretch, who suggested that Yu Hongling held any affection for him, the little Dragon King was the first to express disbelief and subjected Feng Wuxia to a brutal beating. Feng Wuxia felt as though he was on the brink of death. He needed to prove himself. He had to validate his claims. Therefore, he produced the magical conch. The demons awaited as Feng Wuxia attempted to contact Yu Hongling. If she did not respond within 5 minutes, he would be subjected to further violence. After a quarter of an hour with no reply, Feng Wuxia would meet his demise. As the minutes ticked away, despair enveloped him, for he was acutely aware that Yu Hongling seldom replied to him. At last, the time had elapsed. The little Dragon King clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face. The silence from the magical conch, devoid of Yu Hongling's voice, genuinely relieved the little Dragon King. He mused that a woman of such unparalleled elegance as Yu Hongling would never deign to notice a coward like this. Should she truly take an interest in this wretch, it would be a profound disappointment for him. He approached Feng Wuxia, intent on extracting his blood. Just when Feng Wuxia was engulfed in utter despair, the little Dragon King had already lifted his dragon claw, when suddenly, the magical conch trembled gently twice. Wait! Feng Wuxia suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. She replied to me. She responded. In the face of the terror of death, Feng Wuxia was nearly driven to madness as she roared loudly. The little Dragon King halted, his gaze deepening, his pupils narrowing. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the astonishing killing intent concealed within those narrowing eyes. Kneel. The little Dragon King spoke coldly. Feng Wuxia knelt before him, her body trembling uncontrollably. Listen. Feng Wuxia activated the voice from the magical conch. Cultivate diligently. You possess the Phoenix bloodline. If you are willing to endure hardship in your training, we shall eventually stand side by side, conquering the world together. I believe in you. The gentle and clear voice of Yu Hongling emanated from the conch. Instantly, the little Dragon King's body stiffened. The surrounding demons widened their eyes in disbelief, each one questioning their very existence. Each and every one present was grappling with doubt, for they had indeed heard Yu Hongling's voice. How had she spoken to them before? Kill! Furious shout. The ground trembles and the walls collapse. Disdain, this place belongs to the human race. Get out immediately, or face merciless slaughter. Cold, watch as I crush you with a single fist. Yet now, her voice was calm, even laced with a hint of tenderness. The words she spoke were explosive. What did it mean to stand side by side? What did it mean to conquer the world? What did it mean when she said, "I believe in you"? My goodness, is this truly you, Hongling? I assure you, it is indeed. The little dragon king roared in fury, launching a fierce kick that struck Feng Wuxia across the face. Bang! Feng Wuxia was sent flying, crashing through two large trees, spitting blood as the excruciating pain rendered his body rigid and contorted. What is the nature of your relationship with you, Hongling? The little dragon king grasped Feng Wuxia's hair, his gaze filled with cruelty as he inquired. Well, friend, what have you done? No, nothing. Once more, the little dragon king slapped Feng Wuxia across the face, causing him to spew blood incessantly. At this moment, Feng Wuxia had only one thought: to survive at all costs. He possessed the phoenix bloodline. He would ultimately become the pinnacle of strength. I can help you. Yu Hongling is our demon clan's arch-nemesis. As long as you do not kill me, I can help you lure her out. This was Feng Wuxia's own proposal. Hatred had already taken root in his heart. Had it not been for his repeated pleas to follow Yu Hongling, she would never have consented. How had he fallen to such a fate? It was all Yu Hongling's fault. It was all her fault. The figure of the little dragon king paused, raising his gaze towards the formidable demon clan. All the demons stood in stunned silence, their expressions soon twisting into sinister grins. What a splendid idea. Truly a magnificent notion. The little dragon king couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Hongling, is this the sort of character that captivates you? Haraha. A woman of such caliber, how blind can one be? His laughter was exaggerated, causing his entire being to tremble with mirth, tears streaming down his face. Yet, in the next moment, his demeanor turned icy and resolute. He swiftly contacted the demon, ghost, divine, and spirit clans, instructing them to refrain from reaching out to the bald monk, relaying that the hunt for the human race was about to commence. Yes, the little dragon king looked up at the heavens. Drops of rain began to cascade through the clouds, pattering down incessantly. Boom! A thunderclap shattered the sky. Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes. It was raining. He recalled in his past life. It was also under this downpour that he lost his first life amidst the onslaught of countless foes. In this life, it was time for Yu Hongling to face her fate. Chapter 42. Thunderstorm Mountain. The rain began to fall. The thunderclap jolted Yu Hongling awake, causing her heart to lurch with alarm. This was not good. She had become so engrossed in battle that she had forgotten the imminent dangers that Feng Wuxia might face. Currently, the human race was achieving consecutive victories, while the alien factions were cornered to their limits. Desperate creatures could indeed resort to desperate measures. It seemed prudent to pause the conflict with the alien races for the time being. The human side could afford to assimilate the treasures acquired recently. Thus, she resolved to accompany Feng Wuxia through this tribulation. Ah, brother, you once warned me of this trap, and in this lifetime, I shall ensure its occurrence is prevented. Yu Hongling promptly summoned Luo Yuan and Feng Longxiang. Fairy Yu, who shall we battle next? Feng Longxiang inquired, towering at nearly 8 feet, robustly built like a small giant. He was a member of the Jie sect, the only sect among the numerous powerful factions that practiced body refinement techniques, which were quite fascinating. The training of the Jie sect involved a cycle of transformation, first growing large like a small giant, then shrinking to the size of a youth, growing again to the stature of a small mountain, shrinking to that of a child, growing to the size of a giant mountain, and finally reducing to the size of an infant. With each cycle, the physical strength was elevated by at least one level. One could tell from Feng Longxiang's gaze that he held Yu Hongling in the highest regard. Luo Yuan gazed at Yu Hongling, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and appreciation for her beauty. I will be away for a while. You two will be in charge of human affairs from now on. Refrain from any further offensives and focus solely on defense, allowing time to assimilate what we have acquired. Yu Hongling declared. Now that we are on a roll, you wish to halt? Feng Longxiang asked, astonished. Indeed. We shall pause to digest the celestial treasures and transform them into our own strength. Only then do we truly possess these treasures. Engaging in relentless assaults without enhancing our power is folly, for a single misstep could lead to utter ruin, Yu Hongling explained. Very well. But where do you intend to go? Perhaps we should let that fellow Shangguan Wuchang manage things. I could accompany you on your adventures. Feng Longxiang suggested, his voice deep. Shangguan Wuchang is too distracted, and I do not seek confrontation. Your presence is unnecessary. If you two find yourselves uncertain, consult Zhu Wantian. Understood. Yu Hongling hesitated before continuing. If we truly find ourselves in dire straits, we can seek refuge at the Tianling Pond and request my senior brother to emerge from his seclusion. Once he is free, all our troubles will be resolved. Upon hearing this, both Feng Longxiang and Luo Yuan displayed astonishment in their eyes. Your senior brother? They echoed, recognizing that if Yu Hongling, already so formidable, felt the need to seek her senior brother in a moment of despair, then he must be extraordinarily powerful. Is your senior brother truly strong? Feng Longxiang felt a surge of fighting spirit within him. Yu Hongling could not help but smile, her expression conveying a multitude of complex emotions. Just know that in times of despair, you may seek the Tianling Pond, but do not mention that I sent you. Indeed, Yu Hongling possesses a remarkable self-awareness. It is entirely possible that Lu Yi initially intended to offer assistance, but upon hearing, "Oh, it was Yu Hongling who sent you," he thought it unnecessary. Thus, it became a futile endeavor. After ensuring all matters were settled, Yu Hongling departed, producing the magical conch. Where are you now? On the other side. As various demons and spirits began to make contact, Feng Wuxia sat cross-legged, silently recuperating from his injuries, while two formidable demon tribes kept a vigilant watch over him. Buzzing. The magical conch, placed before Feng Wuxia, began to tremble. The two guarding demons instantly heightened their alertness. A large blade was pressed against Feng Wuxia's throat. You wouldn't utter what you shouldn't, would you? He was asked. I understand, he replied, his eyes glinting with mockery and malice. I've fallen to such depths. And yet you seek me out? Where were you before? I have pleaded with you countless times, my weakened state begging for your aid, to the point of desperation. And now? There is no turning back. Everything is irretrievable. Where are you now? Yu Hongling's clear voice resonated from the magical conch. Feng Wuxia looked up at the two demons. How should he respond? The two exchanged glances, having only just established contact with the powerful clans, yet they were not prepared. We should consult the little Dragon King. There is no time. If I remain unresponsive for too long, Yu Hongling will certainly grow suspicious, Feng Wuxia asserted decisively. But we must ask the little Dragon King. I said there is no time. Feng Wuxia retorted fiercely, the blade at his throat echoing his anger. One demon departed, while the other ceased to reject Feng Wuxia's communication with Yu Hongling. Clearing his throat, Feng Wuxia spoke. Hongling, you've taken the initiative to reach out to me? His voice brimmed with surprise. The demon holding the blade against him could not suppress a sneer. What manner of creature was this? Buzzing. Where are you now? I will come find you, Yu Hongling inquired. Ah, you wish to seek me out? Splendid. Allow me to ascertain my location and I will inform you shortly. Though there are no notable landmarks nearby. Very well. Feng Wuxia directed his gaze towards the wolf demon. Have the little Dragon King come swiftly. Meanwhile, Yu Hongling stood atop a small hill, gazing at the distant waterfall, quietly awaiting developments. She pondered deeply. Indeed, she had been reborn, yet following her resurrection, she found herself devoid of the previous affection she once harbored for Feng Wuxia. Without that spark of attraction, could it still be deemed love? When she encounters Feng Wuxia again, how should she conduct herself? Can this matter be attributed to her senior brother? A hint of confusion lingered in her gaze, as the tremors of her past life vividly resurfaced. Yet, having endured so much, she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. She had acquired the wisdom akin to that of a great emperor. In comparison to the vastness of the Tao, matters of love and affection seemed insubstantial. How wonderful it might have been if her senior brother had not intervened in her previous life. Yu Hongling felt a surge of agitation. She once more grasped the treasured conch shell, pondering its whereabouts. Had she located the iconic scene? Hongling, do not fret. I am more anxious than you. I shall soon see you again. I am currently searching, and it will not take long. Taking a deep breath, Yu Hongling stifled her impatience. Waiting was still waiting. She might as well practice for a while. Seconds ticked by. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The treasured conch shell vibrated. Hongling, I have found it. It is at Flying Thunder Mountain. Come to find me there. Yu Hongling rose, her figure vanishing. Flying Thunder Mountain. A realm of demonic activity. How could Feng Wuxia possibly venture there? Nevertheless, it mattered not. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies was a place she could reach. Chapter 43. The commotion approaches Fei Lei Mountain is situated on the third tier of the Tianjiao ancient battlefield. This location, characterized by treacherous terrain, is frequently graced by thunderclaps that strike its summit, creating a profound abyss at the heart of the mountain. The mountain is rich in metallic stones, and with each thunderous descent, it shimmers with radiant lightning, earning the illustrious title of the Golden Mountain washed by thunder. As Yu Hongling journeyed toward Fei Lei Mountain, she was reminded of her previous life. In that past existence, Feng Wuxia was pursued by the demon clan, who sought to extract her phoenix blood to concoct a potion for their demon emperor. Feng Wuxia had turned to her for assistance, the plea echoing from the silent forest. Without hesitation, she resolved to go to her aid, yet her senior brother forbade her, declaring it a trap, a conspiracy designed to ensnare Yu Hongling and subsequently lure Lu Yi to his demise. Driven by her determination and disbelief in Lu Ye's warnings, she insisted on proceeding. In a desperate act of self-harm, she attempted to compel her brother to relent, but his heart remained as unyielding as iron. Countless times, Yu Hongling pondered whether her brother was merely jealous or if he truly wished for Feng Wuxia's demise, unable to bear the thought of his junior sister harboring affection for another man. Unexpectedly, her self-inflicted wounds failed to penetrate Lu Ye's resolve, and she was swiftly subdued and imprisoned by her brother. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to her. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself feeble, poisoned by her brother, unable to move, and utterly neglected. In that moment, Yu Hongling's heart was tormented to its limits. She felt a profound loathing, an intense hatred for Lu Yi. Then, the door creaked open. Lu Yi stood silhouetted against the light, obscuring his features. He tossed a blood-stained artifact, a conch shell, toward her, coldly announcing that Feng Wuxia was dead, with no remains to be found. In that instant, Yu Hongling teetered on the brink of madness. Yet, the drug rendered her immobile, robbing her of the ability to even scream in anguish, leaving her to weep silently. Lu Yi lingered in the light, seemingly burdened with words he longed to convey. But upon witnessing her dazed expression and the tears cascading down her cheeks, all he could utter were 3 words: "I am sorry." With that, he turned and departed. Were those words an apology for her imprisonment? Memories flooded her mind, and a profound sense of loss enveloped her. Now, she could possess Feng Wuxia, yet she had lost her brother. Why did the world not allow for both to coexist? Her brother could embrace 8 women. Why could she not have 2? Cough. Yu Hongling suddenly jolted awake, chastising herself for entertaining such chaotic thoughts. Given her brother's nature, the moment she confirmed her relationship with Feng Wuxia, even without having held her hand, he would likely never acknowledge her again. Enough of this. She resolved to think no more on the matter. Ding ding ding. In Lu Ye's mind, the system's cacophony resonated like a drum roll. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes. What was happening? Ding. Come and witness the spectacle. He was not particularly inclined to watch. Ding. You have merely entered the infant stage of your cultivation. There are still centuries, even millennia, ahead for you to refine your skills. Such lively spectacles are indeed rare, so do take a look. The system has transformed back from the Tao of heaven into a mere system. While embodying the Tao, it was devoid of desires. And this has inevitably resulted in its current state of pent-up energy, leading to a rather eager disposition. If you wish to observe, do so at your leisure. I, however, must continue my cultivation. Ding. How could that be permissible? Do you prefer to watch a match alone in the comfort of your home? Indeed. Ding. Come. Join in the viewing. I shall not take no for an answer. Lu Yi found himself at a loss in the face of this incessant chatter from the system. Inevitably, it would try to transform him back into the Tao of heaven. A luminous curtain unfurled before Lu Yi. Ding. They have yet to converge. So I shall present 2 scenes. Lu Yi could only laugh helplessly. This character even understood the concept of split screens. Thus, the white curtain divided into 2 segments. One focused on Yu Hongling, while the other trained its gaze upon Fei Lei Mountain. Yu Hongling was hastening toward Fei Lei Mountain, where the malevolent creatures were busily setting up formations. Observing this scene, Lu Yi felt no stirrings within his heart, and a wry smile crept upon his lips. Why? Because this scenario resembled a darkly humorous play. She believed herself to be racing toward love, oblivious to the impending embrace of death. Love leading to death. The formations had shifted, It was now the 8 Desolations Locking Kill formation combined with the Blood Demon Refining Heaven formation. This time it was the Divine Cloud Attracting Thunder formation alongside the 8 Desolations Locking Kill formation. Indeed, the last time in the Silent Forest. The conditions were not as favorable as those at Fei Lei Mountain, which also possessed the Heavenly Demon Illusion formation. Lu Yi comprehended. In his previous life, Yu Hongling's strength was lacking. Thus her mere appearance made her vulnerable to capture. And if he could seize Yu Hongling, he would charge forth into the flames of hell without hesitation. Yes, in his previous life, as the foremost genius of the human race, he had lured Yu Hongling with Feng Wuxia, but the true target had always been Lu Yi himself. In this life, however, without Lu Yi, Yu Hongling had ascended to become the foremost genius of the human race, her power immensely formidable. If the glaring formation stood there, and Feng Wuxia turned out to be less significant than anticipated, it would spell disaster. Concealing the truth with the Heavenly Demon Illusion formation was indeed opportune. A smile graced Lu Yi's face. He was a polymath, adept in alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and formations. Yet, Yu Hongling was a combat specialist. How could she escape once ensnared in the formation? Her flight was not swift, and her expression suggested deep contemplation. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Yi decided to stretch his limbs, executing a set of celestial sovereign fist with vigorous energy. Of course, it was merely a shadow of its true form. In reality, even unleashing a fraction of its might would be a remarkable feat. In fact, when he defeated Yang Wufa, the power he wielded was minuscule. Ding ding ding. It's almost time. Host, do take a look. Lu Yi returned to the luminous curtain. At this moment, Yu Hongling had finally set her sights on Fei Lei Mountain, which was shrouded in mist, the sky laden with dark clouds, and a gentle drizzle continued to fall incessantly. How did Feng Wuxia end up in this place? On such a rainy day, the likelihood of the flying thunder washing the Golden Mountain phenomenon occurring is significantly heightened. However, considering that the demonic and monstrous beings generally harbor a strong aversion to thunder and even the sound of thunder itself, Feng Wuxia finds herself relatively safe in hiding here, which gives her a sense of reassurance. But where is she? Yu Hongling surveyed her surroundings, yet she could not find a trace of Feng Wuxia. Taking out her magical artifact, the conch, she began to establish contact. As she communicated, she ascended the flying Thunder Mountain, a land rich in treasures. Among her formidable techniques, one was the Thunder Seal. To face the heavenly thunder without fear is the mark of a true powerhouse. She climbed higher and higher. Suddenly, Yu Hongling halted in her tracks. A subtle sense of danger enveloped her heart, causing her expression to shift drastically as she instinctively prepared to retreat. Get inside. A thunderous roar echoed. A giant figure, appearing almost blurred, loomed beneath Yu Hongling, wielding a purple gold copper pillar larger than herself, and ferociously swung it towards her. With this strike, the giant unleashed a terrifying force, blood erupting from his body. Yu Hongling's complexion changed dramatically. Chapter 44. Take your time to observe. Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the flying Thunder Mountain, surpassing even the sound of thunder. Although Yu Hongling promptly unleashed the mountain crash seal from the fearless divine seal, she was still propelled upward by the giant's full-force strike. Blood mist enveloped the giant's form, and the horrifying impact of their collision shattered his bones, causing the pressure from his blood to rupture vessels and splatter forth from his flesh. However, the objective was achieved. Yu Hongling entered the mist, and in the next moment, the fog twisted and billowed, intertwining beams of light as 3 grand formations erupted simultaneously: the Heavenly Demon Illusion formation, the Divine Cloud Lightning Induction formation, and the 8 Desolations Locking Kill formation. Haraha! Countless laughter echoed from all directions, filling the mist. Figures broke through the fog, their faces alight with ecstatic expressions, greedily gazing at Yu Hongling. They had indeed lured Yu Hongling here, all on her own. I truly cannot fathom that a combatant of unparalleled strength like Yu Hongling could be so naive. Cackling, one among them remarked, "She is not naive. In the tongue of humanity, this is called being deeply loyal. A top-tier human powerhouse, infatuated with a mere pretty boy of our demon clan. Yu Hongling. Am I not more formidable than Feng Wuxia? If only you." Before he could finish his lewd remarks, his body was violently hurled away, a deep footprint nearly crushing him. "No words, just silence," the little Dragon King coldly commanded. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in astonishment. The sudden twist of events left her in a state of profound shock. How could this be? How could this happen? Was this a trap? Did Feng Wuxia use her to draw her into this snare? Why was this happening? She could not accept it, could not comprehend it. She had clearly expressed her feelings to Feng Wuxia, stating that as long as he diligently cultivated, they could fight the world together in the future. Given her character, such words were akin to a declaration of affection. She could not believe that Feng Wuxia could not understand her. But why would Feng Wuxia act in such a manner? What was his purpose? What significance did it hold? In that moment, a memory suddenly surfaced in Yu Hongling's mind. In the vision, she was arguing with Lu Yi. Junior sister, you cannot go. Feng Wuxia's invitation is undoubtedly a trap. If you go, you will surely be captured by the demon clan. How could it possibly be a trap? The demon clan does not know about my feelings for Feng Wuxia. How can you be so certain they are unaware? Your strength is not formidable. Why would Feng Wuxia want you to rescue him while being pursued? Is it not precisely because I am not strong that the demon clan would specifically target me? Ha ha ha, senior brother, stop jesting. Would the demon clan be clever enough to first have Feng Wuxia lure me, and then have me lead you into such a scheme? Impossible. You are overthinking this and misjudging Feng Wuxia. Numerous foreign races have been driven to the brink of despair by our humankind. They stand no chance against us in open confrontation and can only resort to desperate measures. Moreover, I have learned that the demon tribe maintains close ties with the ghost, devil, and divine races, which undoubtedly harbors immense peril. However, this overwhelming threat shall not be directed towards someone of my modest capability. You are utterly foolish. Regardless, I must go. I am determined to rescue Feng Wuxia. No, you cannot go. I insist. Senior brother, you are simply envious of Feng Wuxia. You shall not go. If you prevent me from going, I shall perish before your very eyes. Yu Hongling sighed softly. Her expression grew serene. During combat, she forbade herself from succumbing to intense emotional fluctuations. Every emotional disturbance could significantly impact the battle. Yet, while she sought to remain composed, her adversaries had other intentions. Yu Hongling, would you care to meet Feng Wuxia? Inquired the little dragon king. Perhaps it was out of reluctance, but Yu Hongling nodded. I wish to see him. Feng Wuxia was brought forth, covered in blood, bruised and battered, with multiple bones broken. The little dragon king, increasingly irritated, had seized him and delivered another beating. As Yu Hongling gazed upon Feng Wuxia's current state, she was taken aback. Surprisingly, she felt no emotional upheaval, neither sorrow nor hatred nor pain. He has been reduced to this. Yu Hongling struggled to maintain even a sliver of hope. The little dragon king chuckled. Do not misunderstand. His condition is not due to our coercion to lure you here. It is simply because he claimed to know you and offered to assist us in eliminating you. I abhor such deceitful behavior, which is why he has been treated in this manner, he said with a grin. The little dragon king's words extinguished Yu Hongling's remaining hopes. It is all your fault. Before Yu Hongling could inquire further, Feng Wuxia suddenly erupted in despairing shouts. It is all your fault. How many times have I told you? I wish to join you. You are undeniably powerful. You possess the ability to protect me. Why did you refuse? Do you have any idea what torment I have endured here? If only you had allowed me to follow you sooner, none of this would have transpired. If you care for me, why did you not permit me to accompany you, to safeguard me? You neither protect me nor assist me. And even when I speak 100 words to you, you do not respond. What kind of affection is that? You are nothing but a wretched woman. Yu Hongling. Protect him? She suddenly erupted in laughter. Feng Wuxia, asking her to protect him? After living for such an extensive time, she had always been shielded by her senior brother. Whenever challenges arose, she would turn to him, knowing he would always find a solution. Now, however, there stood someone who felt that her failure to protect him rendered her deserving of blame. Do not kill Feng Wuxia. Leave him to me. The voice of Yu Hongling turned cold. She positioned herself with both hands and feet. Let us engage together. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of celestial lightning descended, heralding the explosive might of the 9 heavens thunder array. The blinding white lightning, imbued with overwhelming heavenly authority, struck directly towards Yu Hongling. Wind calling seal. As a bolt of thunder cleaved the air, figures emanating a formidable aura materialized from 8 directions, their energies interconnected, surging toward Yu Hongling with relentless ferocity. The stage was set for a grand battle. Ding ding ding. Host, why did Yu Hongling discover the truth without weeping uncontrollably like Chu Ling? The system's inquiries echoed chaotically within Lu Ye's mind. Lu Ye fell into a momentary silence before responding. That is because she has yet to find herself in a dire predicament. Yu Hongling's emotions have always flowed like water. In the past, I was her dam. And when it burst, hatred surged forth like a flood. Now, war serves as her barrier, and when it crumbles, regret will cascade like a deluge. Just observe patiently. Chapter 45, Bloodshed. Fierce Battle. Indeed, the relentless skirmishes have fostered a deeper harmony between her and the fearless seal. As anticipated, the efforts expended in the early stages of cultivation far surpassed the compensations made later on. Lu Yi observed the combat of Yu Hongling and offered his commentary. Ding ding ding. The system emitted a discontented chime. The purpose of this battle was to provide you with the visceral satisfaction of emotional retribution. Yet you are preoccupied with discussing the significance of early-stage cultivation? Might you not seek enlightenment once more? Just as the system entertained this thought, it witnessed Lu Yi close his eyes, a formidable force emanating from within him, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into his being. With a resounding roar, Lu Ye's aura surged once more, breaking through to the 9th layer of the infant stage. He truly had achieved enlightenment. At this moment, even the system could not help but harbor a greater disdain for those women. The more indifferent Lu Yi appeared, the deeper the wounds he bore at some point. To take up and to relinquish. These 4 simple words encapsulate a depth of suffering and struggle. Kill. Yu Hongling grew more valiant with each clash. Her form charred, her garments stained crimson with blood, her eyes ablaze with fierce intent and battle spirit. Various seals flowed from her fingertips with ease. The fearless seal, the mountain-crushing seal, the wind-calling seal, the spirit-absorbing seal, the rebirth seal, the strength seal, the divine light seal. All 81 seals mastered, transforming a cultivator into an entity devoid of flaws. Although Yu Hongling's current prowess did not suffice to unleash all 81 fearless seals, nor even half, against adversaries of this caliber, it was sufficient. Boom. A celestial prodigy from the divine clan was sent flying, their chest caving in, agony reaching its zenith. Yet, threads of light coiled around this divine being, swiftly restoring their sunken chest. In mere seconds, the celestial prodigy let out a furious roar and re-entered the fray. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the 8 Desolations locking kill formation. 8 directions, united as one. Fatal injuries are partially borne by others, allowing for rapid recovery. And they continuously rejoin the battle, ruthlessly locking and slaying the enemies within the formation. Yu Hongling understood that this could not persist indefinitely, so she invoked a secret technique. Fearless Divine Body. In that instant, her aura surged, a myriad of golden rays illuminating her form, her hair transforming into a delicate golden hue. Annihilation Seal. Boom. A demon clan prodigy was obliterated by this strike, reduced to mere fragments, beyond recovery. The other 7 also suffered injuries. The combat prowess displayed by Yu Hongling at this moment was truly astonishing, instilling fear in all who beheld it. How terrifying! To be capable of such overpowering force within the 8 Desolations locking kill formation? Boom. Another bolt of heavenly thunder descended, striking directly at Yu Hongling. Heavenly thunder represents the mightiest of assaults. Her body was hurled into the abyss, an abyss forged through the relentless passage of time and the crushing force of lightning. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 8 Desolation locking killing formation was once again replaced by 8 individuals, surging towards Yu Hongling. Surrounding her were countless figures, at least 100 strong, all awaiting their turn to enter the fray. Not to mention the formidable members from various factions, the Little Dragon King of the demon race, the Broken Sword Demon of the magic race, the Ancient God Prince of the divine race, and the Ain Sha Ghost of the ghost race. These top-tier prodigies had yet to make their move. The sheer strength of the formation and the multitude of enemies instilled a sense of despair. Yet, Yu Hongling did not succumb to despair. With fierce determination, her true essence surged within, igniting in a relentless blaze. Simultaneously, she employed the spirit-seizing seal to forcibly siphon the true essence from her adversaries to replenish her own, while the rebirth seal absorbed their vitality to mend her injuries. The battle raged with fervor. Bolts of lightning struck down. Observing Yu Hongling in such dire circumstances, still capable of slaying enemies time and again, the various alien races were rendered speechless, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. Her power was unparalleled. Her combat prowess was utterly terrifying. A woman, it was not a matter of underestimating women, but rather a rarity to find one who could elevate her combat capabilities to such heights. This formidable offensive power was something even few men could achieve. If this person were not eliminated and allowed to grow, our clans would face great calamity. The Insha ghost declared with unwavering certainty. Humanity flourishes, consistently producing one or two astonishing figures. The advantage lies with humanity, yet we are powerless. The little dragon king fixated on Yu Hongling, his expression somewhat dazed. He felt a profound discomfort within, unable to discern its source, yet acutely aware of his unease. Jealousy, anger, and sadness swirled within him, intensify the assault. Do not give her a chance to recover, he bellowed. The 8 attacking powerhouses simultaneously jolted into action, unleashing their most potent killing moves. Yu Hongling was struck by 4 attacks, coughing up blood. Once again, the thunder descended. 7 figures were forced back, while one was seized by Yu Hongling and thrust towards the heavenly thunder. Boom! The divine lightning obliterated the body of that demon race prodigy, erasing both form and spirit. 8 more rushed in simultaneously. Their assaults surged like unending waves, relentless and infinite. Yu Hongling's eyes gleamed with a chilling, murderous intent, her demeanor as cold as ice. She resembled a relentless killing machine, engaged in continuous slaughter. Even if she could only eliminate one foe at a time, she would do so 10-fold, 100-fold, until none remained. Yet, it was exceedingly arduous. Enemies surrounded her, an unceasing barrage of attacks raining down upon her, with thunder roaring incessantly. Indeed, she could recover. However, the essence regained could scarcely compare to that which was lost. Each strike she delivered was executed with all her might. The immense consumption of true essence was evident. Yu Hongling had lost track of how long she had been fighting. Fatigue began to weigh upon her. Her body felt heavy, and the flow of her true essence slowed to a crawl. Beneath her lay a sea of shattered corpses, blood pooling into a crimson mire. Unbeknownst to her, half of the allied forces from the alien races had already perished. One by one, the talented individuals bore expressions devoid of joy, their faces etched with gravity as they fixated intently on Yu Hongling. The slaughter continued. Observing as Yu Hongling seized a prodigy from the demonic tribe, a single rune struck, transforming the demon into a cloud of black mist, causing all brows to furrow in unison. Could she truly not tire? A demonic prodigy muttered in a daze. Every human experiences fatigue. Surely she must be nearing her limits. The voice of the broken sword demon lacked its usual coldness, infused instead with a peculiar significance. Yu Hongling was undeniably an admirable practitioner, even if she stood as an adversary. Yet, through the ongoing carnage, one could only ponder the depths of despair she endured within the formation. The other extraterrestrial prodigies had begun to harbor feelings of trepidation. So close, so very close. Yu Hongling, battered and on the brink of collapse, her breath growing increasingly faint. But what of it? She remained steadfast in battle, relentless in her slaughter. Thunder rumbled ominously. Descending once more, the little dragon king closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had turned utterly frigid. Gentlemen, it is now our turn. Chapter 46. Heart-wrenching brother, how did you break free back then? Such a thought emerged in the mind of Yu Hongling. A scene from her previous life replayed vividly. Lu Yi opened the door to a confined space, standing against the light. At that moment, the indistinct figure of her brother seemed to come into focus within her mind. His body was marred with scars, each inch of his skin bearing the marks of torment. The excruciating pain relentlessly invaded his senses, not merely physical anguish, but a profound sorrow that weighed heavily on his heart. Her brother, astute and perceptive, could discern at a glance that it was a trap, a snare laid specifically for him. Yet, he ventured forth without hesitation. Back then, his strength paled in comparison to her own at present. Even she, now formidable, felt a deep sense of despair ensnared within such a trap. Brother, how did you manage it? A single tear, mingled with blood, slipped from Yu Hongling's eyes. Kill. The dragon claw clenched into a fist, glimmering with a blood-red light, and it struck mercilessly at Yu Hongling's abdomen. Boom. She was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall, blood spilling from her mouth. The Insha ghost let out a piercing scream, its soul force transforming into a heavenly blade that struck at Yu Hongling's consciousness, causing her to convulse in agony. The demon's sword flickered with a ghostly light, erupting in a flash as its blade surged toward Yu Hongling's heart, drawing ever closer. Her heart raced in terror. She was about to slay such an extraordinary talent. Suddenly, the blade's advance halted abruptly. A bloodied yet strikingly beautiful hand grasped the demon sword with unwavering resolve. Yu Hongling's face contorted with fury. "You dare attempt to kill me? Star shatter." The countenance of the broken sword demon shifted dramatically as he forcefully twisted the sword, aiming to sever Yu Hongling's grip and nullify her offensive. Thud! A hand fell away. The broken sword demon. Boom! The broken sword demon was obliterated into fragments. "Die!" roared the little Dragon King, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying power that struck Yu Hongling's temple. She was propelled away, blood or sweat splattering in her wake. Upon witnessing the demise of the broken sword demon, the Insha ghost refrained from approaching, instead unleashing its soul attacks from a distance in a frenzied manner. The force of the little Dragon King's strike was immense. It was evident that Yu Hongling's gaze had dulled, her spirit extinguished, as she lay against the stone wall. Gently shaking her head, the little Dragon King emitted a long, resonant dragon roar, opening its mouth as a golden divine dragon spiraled forth, seemingly determined to personally end Yu Hongling's life with overwhelming lethal force. The others present refrained from intervening. If the little Dragon King sought to kill, so be it. After all, as long as Yu Hongling perished, it mattered not who delivered the fatal blow. The golden dragon surged with the wind, spiraling through the void, before suddenly accelerating and crashing heavily onto the body of Yu Hongling, producing a tremendous roar. The golden radiance erupted in a blinding explosion. A bolt of celestial lightning then struck down, combining to form the most formidable of assaults. Yu Hongling lay prostrate on the ground, her form charred black, emitting wisps of acrid smoke accompanied by a nauseating scent of burnt flesh. Her breath had grown exceedingly faint. It seemed she was finally at the brink of death. The expression on the little Dragon King's face was peculiar as he strode purposefully towards Yu Hongling. In her next life, she must not place her faith in love again. The little Dragon King raised his hand, his claws viciously grasping towards the back of Yu Hongling's heart. In a twist of fate, the charred Yu Hongling suddenly turned, and the dragon claw pierced through her abdomen. With a surge of strength, she forced the claw entirely through her body, bringing their forms closer together. Death! With her last vestiges of strength, the final act of slaughter ensued. The little Dragon King gazed at the rune that flew towards his head. This is possible? Boom! The little Dragon King's head burst apart like a watermelon. He was dead. With her final ounce of energy, Yu Hongling had slain the little Dragon King, the most potent of the demon tribe thus far. A chill coursed through the hearts of the powerful beings from various clans. She, despite her grievous injuries, still possessed the strength to retaliate against the little Dragon King. In that moment, 7 figures surrounded Yu Hongling, none daring to advance further. "Brother! Brother!" A mournful cry resonated from Yu Hongling's throat. She was in pain, excruciating pain. At that moment, the agony throughout her being stripped away the veil of battle, piercing directly into her soul. Yet, the pain of her wounds was not the most agonizing. The most tormenting was her heart, aching profoundly, tearing her apart. How had her brother escaped? After he had fled from the depths of despair, countless words must have lingered on his lips, tales of the dangers he faced. Revelations of Feng Wuxia's true nature, affirmations of her suspicions, and his desire to communicate. But what of her? In her madness, she had forced all of his words back, compelling him to utter only 3 words in the end. "I'm sorry." The pain. It was unbearable. Yu Hongling wept bitterly, her entire body trembling. Were she possessed of strength, she would have cried out in anguish. Yet now, she lacked even the energy to howl. Observing her current state, the myriad of alien beings fell into silence. What was she weeping for? Was it for Feng Wuxia? No, it could not be solely for him, for throughout it all, Yu Hongling had not once cast her gaze upon Feng Wuxia. Then for whom was she crying? Meanwhile, within the luminous screen, the scene of Yu Hongling's plight unfolded. Lu Yi, witnessing this moment, finally allowed a smile to grace his face. He felt himself becoming more monstrous. In this moment, Yu Hongling truly wept bitterly. Yet Lu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. "So now you realize the gravity of your tears? Did you not attain the love you have yearned for day and night? What is it that prompts your sorrow?" Ding ding ding. The system excitedly chimed incessantly within Lu Ye's mind, reveling in the moment. It was ecstatic beyond measure. Lu Ye perceived that, this time, Yu Hongling was destined for demise. He had once been unable to escape. However, at that very moment, a firebird caught Lu Ye's attention, and his expression darkened instantly. Who could this firebird be? Despite its disguise, Lu Ye recognized it immediately. It was the Zhuke. This is problematic. The Zhuke was not supposed to be present. In a previous life, the Zhuke had been absent. The myriad of foreign beings looked up at the sky. Regardless of the reason for her tears, they thought, "Let us disregard it and proceed to slay." Boom. Another bolt of heavenly thunder was conjured, and the searing white lightning descended fiercely upon the weeping Yu Hongling. At that moment, a firebird, concealed among the many demon races, sighed helplessly upon witnessing this scene. With a shift of its form, the ordinary firebird transformed into the magnificent Zhuke. A torrent of flames surged forth to meet the heavenly thunder. Boom. The flames exploded, intertwining with the lightning in a cataclysmic eruption. A resounding cry of the bird echoed throughout the heavens and earth, as the colossal firebird split into 6, simultaneously charging towards the 6 surrounding foreign beings. The intensity of the flames was nothing short of terrifying. The 6 foreign beings were taken aback, employing every means of defense. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless series of explosions erupted, showering the sky with fiery rain. A figure, swift as a shooting star, dashed into the flames, seizing Yu Hongling and racing towards the perimeter of the formation. Initially, Lu Yi had no intention of intervening, but her tears were simply too unsightly. Witnessing this scene, he nearly smashed the light screen in frustration. Upon seeing the figure of the Zhuke, he sensed impending doom. To his astonishment, she had indeed intervened to rescue Yu Hongling. Damn it, if Yu Hongling survives, will she not relentlessly seek him out for an apology? Is this never-ending? Bind the Zhuke, eliminate both of them together, and rally for me. Chapter 47. The first life of the Vermilion Bird in a past life. I was the Vermilion Bird Emperor. This title perplexes many, as who in the 9 heavens does not know of the notorious 9 lives celestial sovereign, who has mercilessly slaughtered countless demons and harbors a profound disdain for their kind. Yet, the Vermilion Bird, a divine beast, adopts the title of Demon Emperor. It was only later, during Lu Ye's tribulation, that the truth dawned upon everyone. The reason the Vermilion Bird Emperor claims the title of Demon Emperor is to provoke the 9 lives celestial sovereign. Do you despise demons? Then I shall embrace the name of Demon Emperor. The Vermilion Bird struck, intending to break through the encirclement with Yu Hongling. However, the 8 Desolation Locking Kill Array proved to be exceedingly formidable. 8 prodigies swiftly formed a formation that sealed off the Vermilion Bird's escape route. What audacity! You dare betray the demon clan? Bellowed a demon clad in armor, resembling a standing pangolin. You are merely the servant of myriad spirits. Yet you dare to call yourself one of us? Break through. A torrent of pure Vermilion Bird flames surged forward, clutching Yu Hongling. The Vermilion Bird's wings sliced through the air like celestial blades, cleaving a demon prodigy into 4 pieces with a single strike. Divine Punishment Light. A powerful beam descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Vermilion Bird. The ancient god Sion roared, as the radiant light ahead intertwined, manifesting an intricate and resplendent divine technique. He unleashed a fist towards the divine art, and through it, an enormous fist appeared in the sky. Underneath that colossal fist, all beings seemed as insignificant as ants. The fist broke through the dark clouds, surrounded by flickering white lightning, projecting an aura of overwhelming terror. Even from a distance, one could behold this gigantic fist descending from the sky, as if a deity were striking down from the celestial seas. The various alien races hastily withdrew. The Vermilion Bird gazed upward at the terrifying giant fist, as a drop of her essence blood separated from her body and merged into Yu Hongling's mouth. Subsequently, her wings shielded Yu Hongling, and her form swiftly spun, transforming into a magnificent whirlwind of flames, charging towards the giant fist in the sky. With a resounding cry, the Vermilion Bird's call echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Boom! The 2 forces collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion akin to a comet striking the earth. Indeed, the Vermilion Bird had made her move. Yet, she soon found herself besieged. In the 8 Desolation Locking Kill Array, all alien powerhouses launched an assault. The formation solidified into 5 layers, with 40 alien prodigies attacking simultaneously in an orderly fashion. The strength of the vermilion bird was formidable, rivaling that of Yu Hongling. For both were emperors reborn, possessing the most elite techniques and divine abilities. Although Yu Hongling had weakened slightly due to the formation of her celestial pill, her prowess in combat rendered the difference negligible. Such a prodigy exists among the demon clan, and they are aligned with the human faction? An enraged demon exclaimed, feeling as though the world had transformed into a surreal dream. A perfectly intact vermilion bird is indeed a force to be reckoned with. The twin wings transformed into a blazing celestial blade, with the true flames of the vermilion bird burning with a terrifying intensity. Yu Hongling, shielded by the vermilion bird, fought with unwavering determination, willing to slay even a single enemy at the cost of her own injuries, deeming such sacrifices worthy. In that moment, the once confident prodigies surrounding her appeared visibly distressed. The death toll was staggering. Countless prodigies had perished in this battle, and the price paid for besieging Yu Hongling was steep. Now, they sought to eliminate another formidable being, akin to Yu Hongling herself. Yes, a demon. What was the purpose of targeting such a creature, as long as it was not a human? The emergence of such a formidable prodigy from the demon race was something other races could accept, for the greatest adversary remained humanity. The other prodigies of the demon race, faced with the vermilion bird, had lost their will to fight. This was one of their own. If the vermilion bird were to be brought to the brink of death, would they not be compelled to intervene? What significance would such a battle hold then? Even as the demons began to falter, the pressure on the vermilion bird remained immense. All the other races shared a singular thought. The vermilion bird must live, but Yu Hongling must die. Yu Hongling had consumed a drop of the vermilion bird's essence, which halted the deterioration of her injuries, offering her a moment of respite. Yet, witnessing the vermilion bird still unable to break free, tears streamed down her face. She understood now. She grasped the truth. She realized how her senior brother had escaped death. It was because he had sacrificed his own life. In such dire straits, with his strength, there was no way he could have fled. He must have perished once, only to be reborn through a second life, annihilating the enemies in the process. The 9 lives celestial sovereign. Her senior brother had condensed his first life in the nascent soul realm for the sake of his most unworthy junior sister. Why had he not spoken of it? Why had he not confided in her? Yu Hongling recalled her own hysterical reaction upon hearing of Feng Wuxia's demise, and despair flooded her heart anew. How could he articulate such a truth, faced with her previous self, if he had revealed that he had died once? What hurtful words would she have uttered in response? Feng Wuxia was correct. She was indeed a wretched woman, selfish and devoid of loyalty. The battle raged on, yet its intensity waned as many prodigies of the demon race sought to persuade the vermilion bird. In your embrace lies a human, the mightiest prodigy of humanity, our mortal enemy. Why would you, as a member of the demon race, seek to save her? Release Yu Hongling, and we shall consider this incident as though it never transpired. If you continue in this obstinate folly, the demon emperor will surely unleash his wrath upon you. You do not even know her. Why save her? The vermilion bird remained silent, suddenly seizing an opportunity. With a swift retraction of her wings, she transformed into an intense conflagration and charged toward her fellow demon kin. The demon prodigies, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Ultimately, they could not withstand it and chose to evade. Stop her! The other races cried out in haste. However, it was too late. The fireball propelled the demon clan away, enduring several formidable spells, and finally broke free from the confines of the 8 Desolations locking killing formation. With colossal flaming wings unfurled, it left behind splatters of vermilion blood and soared into the heavens. It shattered the thunderous dark clouds and fled into the distance. Damn it! Damn it! Pursue! They were so close to eliminating Yu Hongling. Demon clan, you must provide us with an explanation. So many powerful beings have perished, yet Yu Hongling still escaped. Cursed demon clan, are you colluding with the human race? The powerful beings from other factions glared furiously at the remaining prodigies of the demon clan. At this moment, they even suspected whether this was a trap set jointly by the demon and human races, aimed at annihilating the prodigies of other factions. The demon clan felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly explained, "We never anticipated this outcome. Our little dragon king has perished. How could we possibly collude with the human race? We shall certainly report this matter to the Demon Emperor and ensure that the fiery bird pays the price." The vermilion bird soared into the sky with Yu Hongling, regaining its freedom. The vermilion bird lowered its head, hearing Yu Hongling's faint whispers. "The Tianling Pool. Tianling Pool." The vermilion bird gazed in the direction of the Tianling Pool and took flight. The Tianling Pool could indeed assist Yu Hongling in her recovery. It is a splendid place. Chapter 48. The Hatred of the Vermilion Bird. Ding ding ding. Dog host, they have arrived. The Heavenly Spirit Pool, a picturesque locale. After a loud call from the system, the light screen was promptly shut. It was somewhat exhilarated. For witnessing events through a distant projection could never compare to the tangible joy of being present in the moment. "You even partake in my spectacle?" Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Ding, yours is the most fragrant and sweetest." Lu Yi, to see or not to see? That is a question worth contemplating. The arrival of Yu Hongling would likely bring forth the same tearful lamentations, filled with heartache and regret for past decisions. She would be no different from Chu Ling. Never mind. The Heavenly Spirit Pool is indeed conducive for cultivation. For the moment, he was disinclined to relocate. As the system suggested, the path of enlightenment is long and winding. One is not bound to perpetual cultivation. Sometimes, exploring other vistas serves as a form of cultivation in itself. With this thought, Lu Yi closed his eyes. The proximity to the void refinement stage grew ever closer. The restrictions of the celestial heroes' ancient battlefield would soon be further lifted, allowing the second batch of heroes under 50 years of age to descend. In due course, the ancient battlefield would be completely unsealed, welcoming all heroes under 100 years. That would herald the greatest tumult. What rank would he achieve on the eternal heroes list with a single punch? Before long, a wave of searing heat surged forth, approaching swiftly from the horizon. The vermilion bird's eyes were sharp, and in an instant, it caught sight of Lu Ye's figure, causing a tremor within her heart. It is he. A myriad of emotions entwined within the vermilion bird's soul. Their initial encounter had been marked by Lu Ye's act of salvation when the monarch of all spirits sent assassins to pursue her, desiring her true blood. Lu Yi rescued her, nurturing her back to health, for she was gravely wounded and her strength diminished. He kept her by his side as a small pet. Eventually, she escaped his control, and although many from the demon race pursued her, the vermilion bird always believed that the plight of her kin stemmed from the ambitions of the demon monarchs, with the monarch of all spirits being the most despicable among them. Not all demons are wicked. Had it not been for the monarch's misguided leadership, they would not have descended into such chaos. Later, she was once again saved by Lu Yi. By then, he had become utterly opposed to the demon race, emerging as a primary adversary to the monarch of all spirits. A cataclysmic war erupted between the demon and human races, resulting in casualties on both sides to an unbearable extent. Eventually, Lu Yi succeeded in slaying the monarch of all spirits, yet the conflict persisted. Perhaps it could no longer be termed a war, but rather a massacre. Lu Yi asserted that the monarch had not truly perished, but had transformed into countless demons, each embodying both themselves and the monarch. Thus, he commenced a relentless slaughter, a frenzied carnage that instilled terror across the realms. The vermilion bird felt an overwhelming despair. She placed her faith in Lu Yi, believing in his righteousness despite the pain it caused her. However, in comparison to the peril posed by the sovereign of all spirits, this drastic measure of severing one's own flesh to cure poison was an unavoidable course of action. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that she later acquired the complete text of the all spirits blood transformation technique. The methods within it contradicted Lu Ye's assertions. The sovereign of all spirits did not manifest in countless forms as he claimed. This revelation was the source of Zhu Kei's animosity towards Lu Yi. His words were untrustworthy. Her own findings were the undeniable truth. Zhu Kei summoned a fierce gust of wind and gently lowered Yu Hongling. Lu Yi maintained a calm gaze fixed upon her. Yu Hongling's condition was dire. Her abdomen had a gaping wound, one arm lay shattered, and her body was riddled with numerous injuries, far beyond mere dozens. Senior brother. Yu Hongling struggled to maneuver her body, kneeling at the edge of the Tianling pond. I was wrong. Hongling acknowledges her mistake. It was my fault. She sobbed bitterly, pressing her forehead against the earth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing her words, a faint smile graced Lu Ye's face, a perverse pleasure surging within him. He understood well enough. In his previous life, he believed he had someone to protect, someone to love, which fueled his ambition to become the strongest. Yet after such profound betrayal, he contemplated the possibility of eliminating all 8 women. And then what? Alone and unbound. He questioned whether he possessed the resolve to reach the pinnacle and behold its vistas. Perhaps, as he ascended, he might suddenly find it all meaningless, which would be the true tribulation of the heart. Yet how splendid was the present. He tirelessly cultivated his strength, not only to leave these women behind, but also to witness their fates. With these 2 motivations to bolster him, Lu Yi could continually rise. Perhaps, at some stage, he might experience a moment of release, transcending betrayal to embark on a new life, a fresh beginning. At the very least, that was beyond his grasp for now. "Senior brother, will you forgive me?" she pleaded. "I know you cherish me most. Consider it a moment of childishness on my part. I promise I will never err again. I will obediently heed your words and trust you. Please forgive me this last time. You have been so accommodating before. Surely, you can do so again, right? Senior brother." Yu Hongling's voice was laced with a tender vulnerability. She harbored a faint hope that he might forgive her as he had in the past. Lu Yi had initially intended to tease her, but suddenly found it all rather dull. Thus, he turned his gaze to Zhu Quebec. Zhu Ke instinctively took a step back, only to realize there was nothing to retreat from. She returned to her previous stance. "What poison did you inflict upon me in your past life?" Lu Yi inquired. Zhu Ke was momentarily taken aback. Having been reborn, why inquire about past lives? Do you wish to rekindle a connection through the events of a former existence? He is merely indulging in folly. The poison I have administered is exceedingly malevolent. Did you not seek bloodshed? You annihilated countless beings of my demon kin. Thus I bestowed upon you the heart of slaughter lotus, to allow you to indulge in your carnage to your heart's content. What do you think? The vermilion bird spoke with a somewhat sinister expression. The heart of slaughter lotus? Lu Yi's expression froze. Truly, one more adept than the last. The heart of slaughter lotus is a treasure of the Shura emperor lineage, derived from the slaughter lotus, once wielded by the Shura god emperor himself, possessing the means to command the slaughter of the world. This artifact is devoid of poison, but can incite an overwhelming desire for bloodshed. One so potent it could lead to a loss of control over one's own murderous impulses. Having received the answer he sought, Lu Yi declared, "Begone. From this moment forth, do not darken my doorstep again, and I shall grant you my forgiveness." This was directed at Yu Hongling. "Senior brother." Lu Yi looked up as a surge of sword energy approached in an instant. The vermilion bird was taken aback, swiftly pulling Yu Hongling aside. The sword energy left deep scars on the ground. Had the vermilion bird not intervened, this strike would have been sufficient to obliterate Yu Hongling. "Are you mad?" The vermilion bird gazed incredulously at Lu Yi. Yu Hongling was his most cherished junior sister. He had truly attempted to kill her. Chapter 49, Absolutely Impossible. Get out. Zhu Ke glared at the dozen or so intertwining sword energies approaching her. She swiftly intervened, yet in an instant, the sword energies extinguished her true flames. Zhu Ke retreated rapidly, but one of the sword energies nearly severed her wing. The cold-heartedness of Lu Yi at this moment left Zhu Ke utterly incredulous. How had Lu Yi transformed into such a person? In his previous life, Lu Yi was the epitome of sunshine and cheerfulness, often imbued with a hint of humor. Anyone who came into contact with him would undoubtedly feel his charm. Aside from his ruthless demeanor towards the demon and alien races, he was unfailingly kind to the human race, displaying a remarkable sense of equality even towards the weak. Now, he sought to kill Yu Hongling, to kill her. As Lu Yi began to rise, Zhu Ke dared not linger any longer. The murderous intent radiating from him was palpable. If she left Yu Hongling here, it was certain that Yu Hongling would meet her demise. Their figures vanished. Lu Yi did not pursue, instead collapsing back into a meditative posture. Yu Hongling had also resolved her own matters. Lu Yi felt a sense of ease wash over him. The love he had envisioned had led to such an unfortunate outcome. His closest senior brother no longer trusted him, choosing instead to believe in a demon he had known for a mere brief moment. For the sake of a demon who wished to end his life, he had turned against his senior brother. Now, Yu Hongling should comprehend everything. Only through understanding could one deeply grasp the essence of their own missteps, and with that realization came even greater anguish. Lu Yi had released a pin-up frustration. Moving forward, Yu Hongling would live, but her existence would be steeped in suffering. Death, should it come, would merely be death. with his mind unburdened. Lu Yi re-entered a state of cultivation, this time at an accelerated pace. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of breaking infancy, and he was on the verge of achieving great perfection. For him, breaking through to refining void was not a daunting challenge, though he remained cautious. It was best to accumulate strength first. Zhu Ke had taken Yu Hongling away, her voice filled with continuous complaints about Lu Ye's ruthless actions towards Yu Hongling. Her dissatisfaction perhaps stemmed from a fear that she too might face a similar fate as Yu Hongling. Such callousness was harsh enough to seem uncharacteristic of Lu Yi. How could he strike with such lethal intent? Did he not care for any feelings at all? In their previous life, she had been his beloved. And even if they were not lovers in this life, she was still his junior sister. Yu Hongling's eyes were hollow. When I struck against him in my past life, did I ever consider that he was my beloved, my senior brother? Yu Hongling mused aloud. One sentence left Zhu Ke momentarily speechless. Why had I failed to grasp the essence of this matter in my previous life? Tell me clearly, was Feng Wuxia truly the one you cherished? How could you possibly have feelings for such a timid demon? Though I have yet to encounter this individual, it is said that he possesses a trace of phoenix blood. During his time among the demon race, he was surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, engaging in deceitful practices. Many from the demon clan coveted his phoenix lineage, seeking to unite with him, hoping to give birth to as Yu Hongling gazed at him with deep contemplation, Zhu Ke hastily fell silent. Why did you not mention this in your past life? Who could have known which Feng Wuxia you were referring to? Moreover, I was not involved in such battles back then, otherwise I might have perished. Though Lu Yi was steeped in bloodshed, he was indeed formidable. At that time, the demon clan, the devil race, the Buddhist sect, the ghost clan, the divine race, and the spiritual beings all conspired to eliminate Lu Yi, only to be met with his overwhelming might, resulting in their chaotic retreat. The battlefield was littered with corpses. Yu Hongling's heart ached even more. At that moment, she had learned of Feng Wuxia's demise, consumed by hatred and sorrow, secluding herself for an extended period, failing to grasp the full circumstances. Had she understood even a fraction, what must I do for my senior brother to forgive me? Yu Hongling posed the question to Zhu Ke, as well as to herself. Zhu Ke fell into a contemplative silence. The previous life's battle between Lu Yi and the ancient heavenly sovereign revealed that he indeed had a considerable chance of attaining sainthood. Yet, it was thwarted by their actions. To sabotage someone's path to enlightenment is a transgression that cannot be overlooked. After all, a saint is a rare being, emerging only once in 100,000 years. And betrayal. Zhu Ke could not help but shake her head. Had she been in such a situation, her first act upon reincarnation would have been to eliminate those traitors. Such would be the extent of her temper. Observing Zhu Ke's reaction, Yu Hongling coughed up a mouthful of blood, her expression darkening. Zhu Ke hurriedly assisted her in stabilizing her injuries. Chu Ling was wrong, and I was wrong. Ha ha ha. Comically misguided. Is it possible, Zhu Ke, that you two have misunderstood senior brother? Impossible. Zhu Chue's response was vehement. I have already located the original text of the 10,000 spirits transforming blood demon scripture, and it contains none of the techniques he claims. He is merely a butcher who slaughters the demon race. I could never misinterpret him. Zhu Chue's voice rose significantly. Yu Hongling refrained from further argument, falling into silence. Zhu Ke took a moment to compose herself, releasing a gentle sigh. Very well, let us not dwell on this. You must first focus on healing. Only by restoring yourself can you hope to seek Lu Ye's forgiveness, Zhu Ke advised. Yu Hongling nodded earnestly, commencing her recovery. However, the severity of her injuries posed a daunting challenge in returning to her prime state. Zhu Ke gazed up at the sky, Yu Hongling's words echoing in her mind. Had she also misjudged Lu Yi? Impossible. It could not be true. It was absolutely inconceivable. On the other side, the news of Yu Hongling, who single-handedly confronted over 100 formidable opponents from various races, managing to slay more than half of them before being rescued by a creature of the demon clan, spread wildly across the heroic battlefield. Every individual who heard this news stood in stunned silence. Could it be that their ears had deceived them? How could this be possible? How could such a feat be achieved? Yu Hongling had claimed she had matters to attend to, yet she boldly charged into the heart of the enemy's formation, engaging in a fierce battle. The astonishing outcome of her valor was truly deserving of the title of the new generation's foremost warrior of the human race. It was utterly remarkable. How dare they? Roared Feng Longxiang. Gather, everyone. I demand you all to assemble. By the heavens, the demon, magical, divine, and ghost clans have gone too far. The human champions, fueled by indignation, began to rally and launch an assault upon their foes. The actions of the alien races had indeed provoked the anger of many. In an instant, the entire heroic battlefield descended into greater chaos. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect, upon hearing this news, deliberated for a moment, and one of their disciples let out a furious cry. The alien races have gone too far. Though we often dwell in the light of the ancient Buddha, we are still a part of the human race. Fellow disciples, respond. Let us exterminate the demons. Amitabha. As the situation unfolded, the days passed. Finally, with a resounding boom, the 4th to 6th layers of the heroic battlefield were unveiled. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Chapter 50. Such impatience, the delicate morning mist accompanied by the glow of dawn enveloped the atmosphere. An invisible pressure loomed, as if the very heavens were collapsing, and the laws of existence lay subdued. Above the ancient battlefield's 3rd layer, the clouds dispersed, revealing an expansive sky, breathtaking in its grandeur. The 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of space opened up. This time, all prodigies under the age of 50 were permitted to enter the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Lu Yi rose. Having sat for too long, he felt the need to move. Just like now, he intended to hunt a demon. This demon, known as Tu Wuing, possessed a rather unusual cultivation path, specializing in stealth and assassination. In his previous life, the number of human prodigies who perished at the hands of Tu Wuing surpassed 100, with the Dao sect suffering the most catastrophic losses. Why, you may ask? Because of Lu Yi. Tu Wuing's brother had fallen to Lu Yi, inciting a desire for vengeance. This was entirely understandable. Although in this life Lu Yi had not slain Tu Wuing's brother, it mattered not. Lu Yi simply yearned to eliminate Tu Wuing, which he deemed justifiable. Now that the 6th layer of the ancient battlefield had been unlocked, the advantages of the Tianling pool no longer manifested. To take a life and then retreat to cultivate beneath the wisdom tree on the 6th layer was the most prudent course of action. The wisdom tree, one of the most precious treasures within the ancient battlefield of prodigies, had sprouted from a seed planted by a prodigy who had perished here countless years ago. Gradually, it took form. Many sought to carry the wisdom tree away, for if such a treasure were returned to their sect, it would surely incite ecstatic celebrations. A single wisdom tree could elevate a sect to astonishing heights. However, it was nearly impossible to seize it. Beneath the wisdom tree, numerous prodigies were engaged in their contemplations, imprinting their essences upon it, which allowed the tree to evolve divine abilities, effectively resurrecting these prodigies from the past, akin to a minor cataclysm. The task of removing the tree became increasingly daunting as time progressed. Lu Yi's figure vanished. Within the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield, numerous figures emerged, exuding powerful auras, their robes billowing, their eyes shimmering with concealed brilliance. The strong from other races also arrived promptly. This time, the younger generation of prodigies appeared unusually quiet. They had been present for 7 days with minimal casualties. Could it be that they were coexisting with the alien races? One voice queried. Coexisting with aliens? The alien races have always been insatiable. There is no logic in coexistence. I fear the situation for our human race is rather dire. Let us not be disappointed. This dialogue arose from the fact that outside the ancient battlefield, the shattering of human prodigies' soul stones had been alarmingly scarce. Unlike before when merely entering the ancient battlefield resulted in a survival rate of 1 in 10. Such circumstances instilled a sense of unease. It could either mean that a top-tier human prodigy had emerged, overpowering all alien prodigies, or that the human race had retreated, unwilling to engage in battle. As the crowd deliberated, they speculated on who might surpass the extraordinary talents of other races. Names like Li Wubai and Feng Longxiang surfaced. Yet the consensus was that none could possibly exert such overwhelming dominance. Just then, a figure gracefully ascended from the 3rd layer, traversing the teleportation passage to materialize in the 4th layer. Lu Yi indeed possessed an exquisite appearance, yet the onlookers found themselves perplexed, unable to recall his name. It was only a senior uncle from the Dao sect who finally remembered. Lu Yi, is that you? Upon hearing his name, Lu Yi cast a glance towards the nearby crowd, mindful of his urgent desire to confront Tu Wuing. Nevertheless, he decided to extend some courtesy towards his own sect. Greetings, Senior Sister Ding, he said. Ding Qing, a member of the first batch of the 92nd generation disciples, was approximately 30 years his senior, yet still under 50. The disciples of the Dao sect were divided into 3 cohorts, each separated by roughly 30 years, enough time for a new generation of infants to emerge. Lu Yi belonged to the second cohort of the 92nd generation. Had he arrived any later, Bai Qilan could have been his senior sister. Senior sister Ding. Lu Yi greeted respectfully. You remember me? Ding Yuqing responded, somewhat astonished. Senior sister, you are as stunning as ever. Do you require anything of me? He nearly fell into the habit of excessive flattery, but resolved to refrain from such indulgences this time, avoiding the pitfall of making countless women blush with delight. A faint smile graced Ding Yuqing's face, interpreting Lu Ye's reticence as shyness. Her charm was indeed remarkable. I have no particular business. I merely wish to inquire about the current situation between our human race and the alien race below the 3rd layer, she inquired. In response to your query, senior sister, our side boasts the formidable Yu Hongling, whose combat prowess is unparalleled, allowing us to dominate the alien forces. Consequently, the human race is advancing with great momentum, seizing the majority of territory in the 3rd layer and enjoying an absolute advantage. The mention of Yu Hongling left the assembly in a state of bewilderment. Ding Yuqing recognized Lu Ye's name due to his prior victory in an internal competition, yet the identity of Yu Hongling remained a mystery to her. Is Yu Hongling truly that powerful? What of Li Wubai? Posed a prodigy from the Supreme Sword sect. Li Wubai, Feng Longxiang, and other exceptional talents had been fighting alongside Yu Hongling. The gathered senior brothers and sisters were stirred, realizing that Yu Hongling was indeed formidable, compelling even Li Wubai to willingly serve under her command. I recall you were the champion of the sex competition. If Yu Hongling is so powerful, then you must be equally impressive, Ding Yuqing remarked. Lu Yi promptly refuted, that was merely her generosity, esteemed brothers and sisters. I have pressing matters to attend to. May I take my leave? Venturing into layers 4 to 6 carries far greater dangers than those below the 3rd layer. Encountering an alien could lead to your demise. Might you consider accompanying us instead? Ding Yuqing kindly suggested. No need, I bid you farewell. Time has passed. Yet one can still discern the whereabouts of the elusive Tu Wuing. Delay further, and one may find it impossible to trace him. His figure has vanished. The crowd. Such impatience may lead to their downfall, remarked a prodigy of the mountain and river pagoda sect. It is indeed a matter of certainty, esteemed friends. I too must depart in search of my own destiny. Should fate allow, we may convene once more. If the foreign races rise in unison to attack, we can unite our strengths then, but for now, I bid you farewell. Farewell. This group dispersed, each embarking on their own quest for fortune. Initially, they would venture independently, but as tensions escalated and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, they would consider collaboration when they had amassed sufficient treasures. Lu Yi moved swiftly, navigating stealthily. Soon, guided by the ebb and flow of demonic energy, he located the teleportation point of the demon clan. However, due to distance, the prodigies of the human race arrived first. While those of the alien races would need to wait before they could enter, Lu Yi remained vigilant at this spot. Before long, the demonic energy intensified. In his hand appeared a stone sword, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 51. The Tree of Enlightenment utterly useless, they are nothing but waste. Voices of discontent echoed among the demon faction. They possessed means to pinpoint the life signs of their kind, only to discover the devastating reality of their losses. The once hopeful broken sword demon had long since perished, while numerous other distinguished demons had fallen in droves, a sight that was truly harrowing. However, at long last, the tide could be turned in favor of the demon race. For this time, 3 of their most formidable prodigies had arrived. The first was the shadowy assassin, Wu Ying, master of lethal strikes. The second, the formidable Xinya, whose power was akin to that of world annihilation. Lastly, there was Yian, the son of the demon emperor. These 3 strongest demons, even if they could not dominate the battlefield, were enough to instill fear in all opposing factions. The confidence of the demon race surged, their aura swelling with malevolence. The glory that belonged to the demons was destined to return. Yian led the charge, the first to emerge from the teleportation portal into the ancient battlefield of prodigies. His gaze immediately fell upon Lu Yi, who stood resolutely with his sword. He hesitated momentarily. A human? What does this mean? What purpose does this solitary figure serve here? Next, Wu Ying appeared, just as Yin was about to speak. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted instantaneously. In that moment, it seemed as though heaven and earth had vanished, leaving only that singular beam of light in existence. His body trembled slightly, every hair on him standing on end, and he found himself unable to muster strength in his grip on his weapon. Swift, accurate, ruthless. A gentle breeze stirred Yin's hair. Wu Ying's figure was cleaved in two, his eyes reflecting a bewildered confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No. You, the son of the demon emperor, do not slay me, do you? What grudge do we share? Have we ever met? You were just waiting here to kill me. And I have only just arrived through the portal. Who among my kin understands this? Encountering a madman who struck me down without warning. In an instant, Lu Yi had obliterated Wu Ying, casting a calm glance at Yi and without making a move against him, for it would have been equally simple to do so. Lu Ye's figure drifted away leisurely, vanishing in the blink of an eye, already thousands of meters distant. Large beads of sweat cascaded down Yi En's forehead. That fleeting glance from Lu Yi had made him acutely aware of how close death had been. So near it felt almost tangible. The third demon prodigy arrived, originally wearing an eager smile, only to be met with the sudden, acrid scent of blood. Upon surveying the scene, his expression was one of shock as if struck by lightning. How did Wu Ying die? Xinya exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense is this? He had only been a step behind Wu Ying. Not even 5 seconds had passed before he was teleported here, and then Wu Ying was reduced to mere fragments. Yin's eyes were vacant and dazed, clearly at a point of existential doubt. Yin, how did Wu Ying meet his demise? Could it be that you were the one who killed him? The scene was devoid of any presence aside from Yin. The most likely perpetrator was indeed Yin. But why? What motive could he possibly have for slaying Tu Wu Ying, a mere human? Yin took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the terror and shock that surged within him. He was genuinely terrified. Had that blade been aimed at him, his demise would have been inevitable. If that sword had struck him after dispatching Tu Wu Ying, he would have certainly met the same fate. Humans! Xing Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Where are the humans? Yin pointed towards the direction in which Lu Yi had departed, his voice turning hoarse. I think I am beginning to comprehend the horrific fate that has befallen the demon clan. One by one, the demon prodigies arrived, only to be petrified on the spot. Goodness, in such a brief span of time, Tu Wu Ying was slain before the son of the heavenly demon emperor? A portion of the demon clan suddenly lifted their gazes toward the vortex. Should we return? This ancient battleground of prodigies seems even more ferocious than before. Having vanquished Tu Wu Ying, Lu Yi felt an exhilarating clarity. In his previous life, the torment inflicted by Tu Wu Ying had been relentless, especially with his fellow disciples perishing one after another before his eyes. Lu Yi had etched this adversary into his memory. Once was not enough. He felt compelled to exact vengeance once more, which seemed only fitting. He surged from the 4th layer of space to the 6th, familiar with the terrain and skillfully circumventing the more troublesome areas, as many held little value for exploration. The middle 3 layers lacked the treasures Lu Yi sought. When the final 3 layers would open, he intended to retrieve another artifact, known as the Pure Blood Sea Pearl, which was vital for the cultivation of his second life, distinct from his original. For now, he needed to remain beneath the enlightenment tree, hoping for solitude. Any interruption would necessitate confrontation, which he wished to avoid. Throughout his life, he had always been amiable towards others, except when it came to demons, monsters, and deities. Ahead loomed a verdant tree. As Lu Yi approached, a phantom materialized before him. Without uttering a word, he swung his sword, instantly obliterating the apparition. The enlightenment tree swayed gently, its emerald leaves radiating glimmers of light, as phantoms continued to emerge. 3,000 swords. With a single stroke, 3,000 swords sang in unison. Numerous figures shattered into nothingness. Lu Yi reached the base of the enlightenment tree and gazed upward. As beams of light cascaded down upon him, his mind unexpectedly found tranquility, like a windless, clear lake, undisturbed by the surrounding cosmos. Commence enlightenment. A chime echoed, signaling the activation of the enlightenment. Beneath the enlightenment tree, he experienced a dual enlightenment, leading him to doubt his humanity in that moment. Yet, as soon as the doubt arose, it was swiftly dispelled, vanishing from his consciousness. The Dao. Only the Dao. Various clans surged into the ancient battleground of prodigies. The newcomers possess formidable strength, with the initial batch consisting of disciples from the new generation. Their abilities generally fluctuating around the breaking infancy realm, where the strongest among them barely reach the 3rd or 4th tier. In contrast, this latest group exhibits a minimum prowess of the 6th or even 7th tier in the breaking infancy realm. Notably, some have already attained the capability to step into the refining void realm at any moment. Theoretically, within the first heaven, the harmonious path represents the pinnacle of strength, making it somewhat inappropriate to refer to those in the refining void realm as prodigies. However, considering that there are 9 heavens, the first heaven serves merely as a starting point or perhaps a form of protection for the weaker beings. Thus, having those in the refining void realm recognized as prodigies is not particularly remarkable. The 9 heavens allow ascension but not descent. This was established by the sage of the 9 heavens, who, moved by the plight of the weak, created the 9 heavens with the specific rule of ascent only. Yet, since the sage has fallen, powerful factions possess special means to briefly descend to the mortal realm. As the human race congregated, the newly arrived individuals were taken aback upon witnessing that the human faction had nearly occupied all major fortresses in the lower 3-tier battlefield. Wait, are the new generation of youngsters truly this formidable? They exclaimed. Meanwhile, the strong from other races struggled to locate their own kin, their frustration mounting. Union became imperative. Those from the Buddhist sect, observing their disciples, though lacking in brilliance, had not suffered excessively, felt a sense of relief wash over them. With no imminent danger, the Buddhist disciples promptly called for action, the Enlightenment Tree. We must seize the Enlightenment Tree first, and then set up formations to protect it. In doing so, our Buddhist teachings will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 52. The only way before the Tree of Enlightenment. Dozens of monks hurriedly arrived, only to behold a myriad of radiant lights descending upon a solitary figure. The atmosphere was serene and harmonious, as if the person, the Tao, and the tree were seamlessly intertwined. How swift! The leading monk, Duzong, was taken aback. Fortunately, there was but one individual. As he scrutinized the young man before him, he noted his strikingly handsome visage, with rosy lips and white teeth. Had he chosen the monastic path, he would surely possess profound karmic ties to the Buddha. Fellow practitioner, I perceive that this tree holds a connection to my Buddhist sect. Brother, suddenly, a disciple of the Buddhist order interrupted Du Zheng's words. This person is formidable. Many disciples of our sect have perished at his hands in the Tianling pool. Du Hui hastily remarked. Du Zheng's eyes gleamed with golden light. Are you suggesting that he harbors enmity towards our sect? Indeed, there is enmity, yet his strength is considerable. I fear that if we engage him, the price we pay may be steep, Du Hui replied anxiously. Du Zheng chuckled softly, embodying warmth and compassion. Young brother, your perception of his strength stems from your ignorance of my own abilities. Since he bears animosity towards our sect, let us employ the compassion of Buddhism to sway him. Just watch. With a decisive step forward, a surge of golden light erupted behind him, manifesting a colossal Vajra visage, fierce and imposing, with the power to shake the heavens and earth. Heretic, show yourself. The roar stirred the dust and leaves, creating a tempestuous atmosphere. Lu Yi, feeling the reverberation, instinctively dug into his ears, as if the very sound had dislodged his earwax. Buddhism again. Always Buddhism. He opened his eyes, his expression tinged with impatience. The Tree of Enlightenment was indeed a coveted sight, attracting numerous factions, and if one were to strike, it would surely invite trouble. In an instant, he moved. Dare not disturb my lord's tranquility. A melodious but authoritative voice rang out, as a massive sword beam surged forth, stirring the winds and clouds. Aimed at the disciples of the Buddhist order, Lu Yi remained unfazed, his figure becoming ethereal, darting like a specter among the disciples. Golden light erupted repeatedly, accompanied by the clashing of metal. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if multiple indistinct Lu Yes were simultaneously engaging within the crowd. Some disciples attempted to obstruct him, only to witness their treasures shatter, while others could scarcely discern his speed. By the time they reacted, crimson blossoms had already erupted upon their necks. In a fleeting moment, dozens of figures moved in unison. In a single breath, they coalesced into one. Lu Yi returned to his original position beneath the Tree of Enlightenment, resuming his meditative posture. The clash between the demonic sword and the Vajra visage resulted in numerous fissures appearing upon the visage. Yet, its master gazed on with widened eyes, filled with astonishment and disbelief, tinged with a trace of regret. Blood gushed forth in a continuous stream. In a moment, the once lively disciples of the Buddhist sect now found themselves in a nearly identical posture, clutching their necks and collapsing to the ground. Their expressions transformed from bewilderment to anguish. Some disciples attempted to staunch their bleeding and control their injuries, yet a formidable sword energy lingered at the wound, denying them any chance of recovery. Amitba. The last utterance of Du Zheng resonated as his body fell with a resounding thud. Chu Ling, sword in hand, watched this scene unfold, her astonishment giving way to a myriad of emotions. She turned, her gaze laden with complexity, towards Lu Yi, her innermost thoughts crystallizing into stark reality. The young master. He was not bickering with them, nor mocking them. It was evident that they had lost all significance in his eyes. It was all too swift. Lu Ye's rate of cultivation had far surpassed her expectations, reaching an astonishing level. He had no need to entangle himself with them any further. In a mere brief moment, he could leave them far behind, achieving heights they could scarcely aspire to. He had no intention of engaging with them again. In such a short span of time, barely over half a year since his rebirth, his power had escalated to such an unbelievable degree. Given another 2 or 3 years, he might ascend to the second heaven, rendering them unworthy of even witnessing his presence again. A profound anguish gripped Chu Ling's heart. Was this the decision the young master had made? From the beginning, he had never harbored fierce conflicts with them. Initially, he had even regarded her with murderous intent, but now, when he looked at her, his gaze mirrored that of a stranger. No, even less than that. He disregarded her entirely. Kneeling on the ground, her voice trembled with supplication. Young master. Lu Yi closed his eyes, his heart undisturbed by any tumult. His infatuation, with 8 women by his side, had been a folly for which he had paid a considerable price. In the beginning, having just traversed into this realm, he had not sought out numerous beauties, familial bonds. Friendships and love were what he truly craved. Yet, the path was strewn with the bones of the fallen. Brothers perished in battle, and revered ancestors fell from grace. He had once possessed these experiences. In this life, he no longer yearned for such ties. He merely wished to explore the pinnacle of the great path he had never attained. To wield the power of the world while indulging in the embrace of beauty was nothing more than fleeting smoke. Only the path remained. Only the path. In Chu Ling's eyes, a mix of pain and resilience emerged. It was only after the incident at the Chu Sword Manor that she realized how profoundly Lu Yi had cared for her. He had playfully referred to her as his little maid, yet his tone was laced with unmistakable affection. In this world, who would traverse mountains of daggers and seas of fire for their maid, or safeguard her way to becoming an emperor? Who would consistently delight in teasing their own maid to laughter? As long as he found amusement, his joy resembled that of a child, a genuine smile emanating from his heart. Yet now, such expressions can no longer grace the young master's countenance. Chu Ling pressed her hand against her heart, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the searing pain that rendered her breathless. Her gaze fixated fiercely upon the youth enveloped in a myriad of radiant feathers, her fists clenched tightly. Young master, I shall accompany you wherever you go. I will undoubtedly catch up to you. With these words, Chu Ling bowed her head and struck the ground thrice before rising to depart. She resolved to grow stronger at any cost. The thought of Lu Yi never appearing before her again, of losing the one who loved her most in this world, filled her with dread about how she could possibly endure. Unlike Lu Yi, who was wholly devoted to his path, she was entangled in her emotional tribulations and the weight of her regrets. Lu Yi, on the other hand, remained oblivious to Chu Ling's turmoil. He was preoccupied with a significantly pressing matter. He had reached the pinnacle of the breaking infancy stage, but did not yet feel he had hit his limit. Perhaps he could push this realm even further, striving for the higher tiers of breaking infancy. Let us strive for more, for greater health. Chapter 53. Not yet complete in the ancient battlefield of the 4th layer, Yu Hongling's injuries healed rapidly. The 81 fearless divine seals could be utilized for offense, defense, recovery, and explosive power. However, regrowing a severed hand was far from a simple task. It mattered little. Zhu Ke had already departed, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. She had her own matters to attend to, yet her spirits were exceedingly low. Her once bright and handsome visage now appeared dejected, lacking the vigor befitting a formidable warrior. She felt utterly defeated. Yu Hongling was overwhelmed by a profound sense of discomfort. As she turned to reflect on the past, she could not help but feel like an utter fool, foolish to an unfathomable degree. How could she have placed such unwavering trust in a creature of the demon clan? Despite having only known Feng Wuxie for a brief time, she was acutely aware of her senior brother's character and the kindness he had shown her. Yet, despite this clarity, she found herself infatuated with a fleeting fancy. A bitter smile escaped her lips. A tarnished and corrupted ideal, and here she was, a sovereign still pining for it. The more her brother cared for her, the more she convinced herself it was out of a sense of debt, that he was being kind merely due to his perceived obligations. Haraha. Feng Wuxie. The mere utterance of his name felt like a chilling gust from the depths of hell. She resolved to find Feng Wuxie, to confront him with a fury that would rend him into pieces, before seeking her brother's forgiveness. As long as he was willing to absolve her, she would comply with any demand, even if it meant her own demise. Death held no fear for her. Her brother's kind heart would surely soften at her endless apologies. Yet, that was not enough. Her brother cherished her innocent, naive demeanor. A shimmering water veil appeared before her, revealing her reflection. A fleeting smile graced her features, but it felt amiss. She attempted to conjure a different smile, but it remained all wrong. Where had her innocence gone? Where was her charming Navet? In that moment, Yu Hongling experienced an epiphany. Her innocence had flourished only in the embrace of happiness, and now it was nowhere to be found. She waved her hand, dispersing the water veil, her gaze sharpening with a faint crimson glow. Feng Wuxie, await my wrath. I shall end you. Feng Wuxie was in a state of panic. He could scarcely fathom how the encirclement had transformed into such chaos. A multitude of prodigies, those he had regarded as unattainable, had failed to vanquish Yu Hongling. Were they truly so inept, or was there another explanation? How was it possible that within the demon clan, there existed those who could rescue Yu Hongling? The likes of the Little Dragon King and the Swordbreaker Demon, their names echoing with great renown, yet their fates were nothing short of tragic and humiliating. It was unfathomable that such a renowned assembly could be so utterly ineffective, their reputations mere facades. Feng Wuxie was nearly driven to the brink of despair. And so were the malevolent entities surrounding him. The demon race found themselves under fierce scrutiny, as questions arose regarding the betrayal within their ranks. Originally, Yu Hongling was cornered, seemingly at her wit's end. Yet, out of nowhere, a formidable demon emerged, rescuing her from certain doom. This demon boldly claimed ignorance of the fiery bird in question. With strength surpassing even that of the Little Dragon King, how could the demon race feign ignorance of such a being? Were they attempting to deceive the gullible? Were it not for the recent coordinated assault, wherein the demon race suffered the greatest casualties and exerted the most effort, other factions would suspect this was a ploy orchestrated by the demons themselves. They pondered whether the demon and human races had conspired together. Unable to vent their frustrations on the demon race, they turned their ire towards Feng Wuxie. The demon faction was poised to obliterate him, while the ghostly beings prepared to extract his very soul, but the divine race intervened. Hold on, he still has his uses, spoke a deity known as Shui Yi. Uses? Yu Hongling has already discerned Feng Wuxie's predicament. Is it possible for him to earn her forgiveness? A furious demon retorted. Forgiveness is beyond his reach now. Yet he has become the object of Yu Hongling's deepest loathing. My observations were keen. It seems she missed something crucial because of him, and upon discovering his true nature, the agony of that loss is palpable. Thus, it is evident that Yu Hongling harbors an intense hatred for Feng Wuxie, likely surpassing our own. She would relish in his demise. Shui Yi's eyes sparkled with wisdom. You suggest. Indeed, love can be a trap, and so too can hatred. Feng Wuxie felt a surge of elation. Did this imply he might yet survive? However, Shui Yi cast a disdainful glance his way. Such a wretch as he deserves only a fleeting reprieve. Your rage can be unleashed upon him without restraint. The smile that had briefly graced Feng Wuxie's face froze in horror. No, you cannot do this. A towering demon stepped forward, swiftly tearing away a substantial piece of Feng Wuxie's flesh and consuming it. Blood flowed freely as anguished screams erupted. The surviving demons and malevolent beings unleashed their pent-up fury upon Feng Wuxie, and to them, his cries were like the sweetest melody. Shui Yi displayed a flicker of compassion. emanating strands of blue light to mend Feng Wuxia's wounds. Be gentle, gentle. Do not kill him. Do not sever his arm. It is difficult to reattach. And please, avoid stomping on his groin. It could prove fatal. After an exhausting hour of torment, Feng Wuxia found himself devoid of the strength to even scream. He awakened from unconsciousness only to succumb to pain once more, drifting in and out of awareness. His body was drenched in blood, every inch marred. Not a single patch of skin remained unscathed, nor a morsel of flesh untouched. Shui Yi tirelessly tended to his wounds, managing at last to pull him back from the brink of death. The ire of the onlookers must have subsided somewhat, and thus I shall take this individual away. If the opportunity arises, I will re-establish contact with you all and hunt down you Hongling once again. Next time, she shall not escape. As time passed, Feng Wuxia's body swelled, his skin grotesquely distended, filled with a milky fluid, a thin layer of dermis that could easily be pierced. A moment's carelessness caused a slight rupture in his skin, unleashing excruciating pain that contorted his features. Yet, he dared not move, for any sudden action would exacerbate the injury, intensifying his suffering. The fury of his tormentors had dwindled significantly. However, Shui Ye's wrath had not abated. Now, Feng Wuxia found himself once more before the newly arrived divine beings. A new hunt was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 54. The Bitter Cold Beyond the Ancient Battlefield. Bai Qiulan and Sun Ruowei had already arrived. They were all under a century in age, still eligible to enter the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, albeit on the brink of the 100-year limit. For instance, the leader of the Dead Dao sect had surpassed 100 years and could no longer gain entry. It was merely a matter of fate and timing. Isn't it a bit unfair for someone at the harmonization realm to still enter the ancient battlefield of prodigies? Sun Ruowei remarked, somewhat exasperated. Bai Qiulan, clad in white, stood gracefully as the gentle breeze fluttered her attire, accentuating her striking figure, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. While I may indeed be at the harmonization realm, the eternal prodigy rankings consider not only strength and innate talent, but also various other factors, including age. Perhaps my rank may not even compare to yours on the eternal prodigy list, Bai Qiulan replied with a faint smile. Don't belittle me. I'm still light years away from the harmonization realm. Our ages are quite similar, Sun Ruowei responded as they conversed, when a dashing young man approached. Junior sister Bai. It has been quite some time, said Su Maji, an elder from the Shanhua Baoda sect, renowned for his craftsmanship. This is a jade hairpin I recently crafted, which can enhance beauty and calm the spirit. I believe it suits you perfectly. May I present it to you? Su Maji's face bore an elegant smile as he revealed an exquisitely crafted jade hairpin, intricately inscribed with numerous formation patterns, radiating a powerful spiritual light, a testament to the effort he had invested. Sun Ruowei could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Oh, look at that. Truly, love-struck individuals see only each other. Here I am, a living person standing beside you, yet you haven't even spared me a glance, let alone a word, she remarked sarcastically. Su Maji felt a bit awkward, his excitement overwhelming him. It had been nearly a decade and a half since he last saw Bai Qiulan, and he was astonished that she had not faded with the passage of time, but instead shone more brilliantly than ever. Who could possibly withstand this? My dear junior sister, I apologize. It has been so long since I last saw you, and my emotions got the better of me, Su Maji explained. Sun Ruowei interjected. All right, Su Maji. What do you mean by my dear junior sister? Have you forgotten what to call me? Su Maji. Bai Qiulan remained composed, responding, Thank you, Taoist Su, for your kind gesture, but we share no deep bond, and it would not be appropriate for me to accept your gift. How can there be no bond? We once fought side by side against the demons. I implore you not to be persistent, Taoist Su. My heart is solely devoted to the great Dao, with no other intentions. Your insistence will only lead to your own hurt, Bai Qiulan firmly declined. Su Maji's expression dimmed. I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. It is merely that this jade hairpin has been crafted with great effort and dedication. I believe that you, Sister Bai, and the hairpin are a match made in heaven. Even if you hold no affection for me, I earnestly request that you accept this hairpin, for it deserves the finest of owners. Bai Qiulan furrowed her brow. She wished to refrain from speaking harshly and kindly urged Su Daoyu to withdraw, lest their harmony be disturbed. Su Maji, I believe this hairpin would suit me rather well. Perhaps you could bestow it upon me? Sun Ruowei said with a cheerful smile. Sumaji cast her a glance before departing in dejection. Sun Ruowei was filled with rage. What did this mean? What was conveyed in his gaze? How dare he? Bai Qilan placed her hand gently atop Sun Ruowei's fluffy head. Calm down. Unexpectedly, Sun Ruowei shivered all over. She spun around abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Bai Qilan. Bai Qilan was taken aback. She turned back, finding nothing behind her. However, Sun Ruowei seized her hand from atop her head, holding it tightly. Why is your hand so cold? Sun Ruowei exclaimed. Cold. Bai Qilan was somewhat perplexed. She extended her other hand to feel, finding no chill. Sun Ruowei grasped Bai Qilan's other hand. This hand is equally frigid. Why is this so? This hand is as cold as ice. Do you not feel it? What about your body? What about your body? Sun Ruowei's expression was filled with anxiety, her eyes reddening as she rolled back Bai Qilan's sleeves. Her skin was exquisite, smooth and lustrous, akin to the finest satin. Yet, the more Sun Ruowei touched, the more alarmed she became. Chilly, cold, piercingly cold, bone-chillingly cold. What has happened to you? Are you concealing something from me? A normal person, and you are still in the harmonization realm. Do you not realize your body has grown so icy? Bai Qilan frowned. She touched her own arm, still unable to sense any coldness. Is it due to the chaos in divine body? Though she was uncertain of the cause, Bai Qilan managed to smile. Do not make such a fuss. It is merely a side effect of cultivating a special technique. I shall recover shortly. Is that true? I must tell you, Bai Qilan. You cannot deceive me. We are the best of sisters, and if you lie to me, it would sadden me greatly. Sun Ruowei insisted. I am not deceiving you. How could I? It truly stems from my cultivation practice. If it were not for the powerful technique I have cultivated, do you think I could have advanced to the harmonization realm so swiftly? This is merely a minor side effect, and I shall return to normal before long. Really? Indeed. But this is excessively cold, is it not? Just touching with my hand feels so frigid. Look, let me touch with my arm. The two arms made contact. In an instant, countless goosebumps arose on Sun Ruowei's arm. She hurriedly withdrew, her hand's skin being comparatively thick, so the sensation was bearable, akin to touching a piece of millennia-old ice. However, her arm, with its delicate skin, could not withstand even the slightest contact. Are you certain you're all right? A faint smile graced Bai Qilan's face. I am truly fine, rest assured. Very well. It seems I ought to touch you a bit more frequently, should any issue arise. We must address it immediately. Bai Qilan nodded gently. Do not worry. Her gaze shifted toward the direction of the ancient battlefield, imbued with an inexplicable emotion. It was chilling, as cold as the ancient ice of 1,000 years. In that moment, her heart could not help but waver slightly. She had previously pondered that if during their dual cultivation, Lu Yi had never experienced even a semblance of comfort, could he truly be said to be taking advantage of her? Each time, Lu Yi endured this overwhelming sensation of extreme cold. Could the notion of betrayal truly hold any validity? Bai Qilan found herself engulfed in confusion. Chapter 55. The True Celestial Fist. Finally, Yu Hongling has located Feng Wuxia. Drawing upon the strength of the human race, she exerted considerable effort and at last discovered Feng Wuxia's whereabouts. As she scrutinized the information in her hands, her brow furrowed in concern. It was almost laughable. Had she made a fool of herself once, only to be eternally regarded as such? Was this orchestrated by the divine beings? Yu Hongling inquired. According to the intel, it appears to be led by the gods, Luo Yuan replied. Contemplating the situation, Yu Hongling thought, regardless, the divine beings are using Feng Wuxia to lure me back into the fray. If I can delay my entry for a while, they will undoubtedly torment him. A glimmer of wisdom shone in her eyes. Before Luo Yuan could speak, Feng Longxiang was already in awe. Indeed, Lady Yu possesses extraordinary strategic prowess. Luo Yuan interjected. Yu Hongling. Old Feng. Feng Longxiang exclaimed with slight confusion in his large eyes. Am I not praising her correctly? When he usually lauded his master, she would be exceedingly pleased. Yu Hongling made a decisive choice. She would temporarily spare Feng Wuxia and instead devote herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. As time passed, the divine beings grew increasingly agitated upon realizing that Yu Hongling did not seem to fall for their ruse. What is happening? Wasn't it said that Yu Hongling lacked intelligence? The information about Feng Wuxia has already been released, yet this individual shows no sign of action. Shuei chuckled. What do you think? The absence of response indicates that Feng Wuxia holds no significance in her eyes. it would be better to eliminate him altogether. Watching him meander is simply vexing. Ha ha ha, exactly. Shui Yi laughed heartily. Yu Hongling is likely adopting a strategy of neglect, allowing us to torment Feng Wuxia. Even someone with no grudge against him, like you, cannot tolerate his daily comfort. I refuse to believe she can endure it. From this moment on, we shall not only cease to mistreat Feng Wuxia, but also treat him even better, providing him with resources for his cultivation and presenting him with beautiful bird demons. Let us see who can withstand whom. Yu Hongling had indeed been monitoring Feng Wuxia's situation. When she realized that events were not unfolding as she had anticipated, a surge of anger welled within her. Witnessing Feng Wuxia thrive was more unbearable than if she were to be slain herself. If you wish to kill me, do not blame me for declaring war. For Yu Hongling, battle was the finest form of cultivation. She set out alone, not to kill Feng Wuxia, but to strike against the divine beings. Anyone from the divine race that crossed her path would meet their end. After each kill, she would flee. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lu Yi continued his cultivation, while a distant group of monks, witnessing the bodies of over 20 fallen monks sprawled on the ground, were filled with rage. However, the wounds on those monks made them exceedingly wary. One strike, one death. Every strike was lethal. Even those who had just begun to refine their essence were effortlessly slain by a single sword stroke. Such prowess was truly terrifying. However, the Enlightenment Tree, a treasure revered by the Buddhist sect, now found itself at the center of animosity between both parties, compelling them to engage in battle. Yet, the opponent's strength was profoundly inscrutable. If they launched a full-scale assault, the Buddhist sect risked total annihilation. Amitabha, the monk intoned, I am willing to put myself to the test. Should I fall, it shall signify that the time for the Enlightenment Tree has yet to arrive. If I can contend with them, then surely the Enlightenment Tree is destined to be with the Buddhist sect. The monks gazed at Dushan, murmuring among themselves. Amitabha, Dushan possesses formidable defenses, having cultivated the six-span golden body. If he cannot withstand this, then there is truly no need to proceed. Yet, the youth within the radiant light was astonishingly young. How could he possess such unfathomable strength? Dushan sat cross-legged, his robe billowing as he began to elevate his aura. Initially at the 9th layer of the breaking infancy stage, he stepped forward once more, transcending into the realm of refining void. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Above, boundless golden light cascaded down, and torrents of spiritual energy surged toward Dushan. The six-span golden body manifested behind him, its golden form expanding to an imposing height of 3 spans. The world was awash in golden radiance. Dushan chanted a Buddhist mantra, his palms pressed together. Amitabha, behind him, the 3-span golden body mirrored his every gesture, also chanting the mantra in unison. With a single step, the golden body advanced beyond the Enlightenment Tree. I am Dushan, and I seek your guidance, fellow cultivator. The voice of the golden body resonated like thunder, its radiant aura crashing toward Lu Yi like a tidal wave. Lu Yi opened his eyes, beholding the 3-span golden body. Yet, the refining void realm compelled his utmost seriousness. Without rising, he raised a hand, and in that moment, the entire Enlightenment Tree began to sway. If the tree possessed a mouth, it would surely exclaim in astonishment. The Tao. This is the Tao. The Enlightenment Tree aids others in realizing the Tao, yet it too derives its understanding from the paths of others. However, the profundity of Lu Ye's punch eluded its comprehension. Nevertheless, this did not impede the tree's tremors of excitement and trepidation. It sensed that it had discovered something profound. Raising his hand, he clenched his fist, bending his arm. With the combined force of heaven and earth, Lu Yi unleashed his punch, channeling all the power of the cosmos as if it had finally found its purpose, converging madly toward this singular blow. If Lu Yi possessed ample strength, he could harness 10-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold of his own might. Aided by the pull of the Tao and the forces of the universe, the punch surged through the air. Dushan's golden body, once dignified and solemn, now stood frozen in disbelief. Wait, my friend, is this necessary? What am I? What level do I possess? Must you unleash such a devastating punch? Your strike has shattered my heart's aspiration toward the Buddha and obliterated my path to enlightenment. Not at all, truly not at all. I am but a mere fool, utterly unworthy of invoking such a formidable strike from you. The 3-zhang golden body did not even attempt to defend itself. There was simply no need. absolutely no need. The only remaining thought of Dushan was to voice his complaints, the final lament of a life. Boom. The imprint of the fist struck, shattering the golden body. Dushan fell backwards, his body emitting a thunderous sound as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. In that fleeting moment, the breath of life vanished. The world fell into silence. Lu Yi exhaled softly, feeling quite satisfactory. He was not merely contemplating the Dao for amusement, to become a heavenly sovereign. His understanding of the Dao had already reached an unparalleled pinnacle, just beneath that of a sage. What he now sought to comprehend was the distinction between perceiving the Dao when he was weak and when he was strong. There exists a genuine difference. Yet it is also the same. Indeed, he could already wield the heavenly sovereign fist with a semblance of competence even in the infant-breaking realm. The harvest was quite commendable. The monks of the Buddhist order glanced at Dushan, then at Lu Yi. There was no time for sorrow. They bid farewell without delay. Henceforth, should anyone provoke this individual in the Buddhist realm, it would surely bring calamity upon the faith. Chapter 56. What have I done wrong? On the ancient battlefield, one after another, the blessed lands found their masters. Some prodigies, indifferent to these sanctuaries, sought challenges solely for the sake of cultivation. Among them, a fortunate few soared to greatness like a dragon breaking free from the depths. Battles erupted with alarming frequency. Conflict reigned everywhere. Zhu Ke, having rescued Yu Hongling, found herself unable to hide within the demon clan any longer. While she cultivated, she kept a watchful eye on the circumstances of the demon race. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor, in a desperate bid to collect the blood of prodigies, faced considerable obstacles. As the saying goes, ideals are lush while reality is stark. Prior to entering the ancient battlefield of prodigies, the demon race treated myriad clans as mere resources, acquiring others' blood as effortlessly as reaching into a pocket. However, once inside, progress proved exceedingly difficult. Do you still desire my blood? I find your demon core rather appealing as well. The demon race was similarly affected, burdened by overwhelming malevolence. Yet upon entry, they were beset from all sides, their morale almost shattered. The human race fared relatively better, thanks to the fierce Yu Hongling and the occasional appearance of a formidable female sword cultivator, both of whom were terrifyingly powerful. In this vast realm, countless beings vied to be the first, yet how many could truly claim that title? The conflict between Yu Hongling and the divine race raged fiercely. Her diverse combat techniques allowed her to unleash havoc upon the divine race, causing them to cry out in despair. The divine race began to reconsider whether Shui Yi's strategy was indeed wise. Shui Yi, feeling wronged, maintained that his plan held no flaws. A scheme targeting the human race seemed flawless, yet who could have anticipated Yu Hongling's rapid growth? With the second wave of strong contenders from the divine race arriving, they found themselves utterly at a loss against her. Who could he turn to for answers? They were utterly stymied. The divine race made a pivotal decision to release Feng Wuxia and allow him to fend for himself. After a prolonged silence, Shui Yi ultimately acquiesced to this suggestion. Unable to capture Yu Hongling, all their schemes were rendered futile. Now, due to her, the entire development of the divine race faced significant restrictions. This could not continue. No, I will not leave. Feng Wuxia's expression changed dramatically upon being informed of his potential release. You don't want to depart? Then I shall break your legs and cast you out. No, I can serve as bait. I may be a mere distraction, but Yu Hongling is the pinnacle of human prodigies. If you do not eliminate her now, she will grow to become a calamity for all races. You must extinguish her in her cradle, and I can assist you. She despises me deeply. As long as I fare well, she will surely seek to kill me. I am the bait. With that, Feng Wuxia's legs were shattered. Shui Yi, expressionless, carried him away, finding a desolate mountain where he discarded Feng Wuxia. Here, indeed, there were no traps. This matter would end here. The divine race no longer needs to serve as the vanguard against the human race. Don't leave. Please, don't go. I do not wish to remain here. You can send me to the demon race, to the dark forces, or to anyone else. Despite his frantic pleas, Shui Yi remained resolute, not once glancing back. Feng Wuxia was already incapacitated. His cultivation had plummeted to its nadir, and with his legs broken, merely surviving was a considerable fortune. In vain did Feng Wuxia seek help, ultimately erupting in a torrent of curses. He could not fathom what transgressions he had committed to warrant such calamity. He had ventured to the celestial hero's ancient battlefield solely to enhance his strength, never provoking anyone. It was the demon race that pursued him first, instigated by that hideous creature, Tian Wu. Had he truly erred? Feng Wuxia's mental state shattered, and he wept inconsolably. A shadow enveloped his figure, revealing a pair of crimson cloud boots before him. She had arrived. A wave of terror surged within Feng Wuxia. Yet he still clung to the will to live. After all, even the lowly strive for survival. He merely wished to evade death. There was no shame in that. It is all my fault. They seek to end my life, yet I only desire to live. What have I done wrong? I was merely frightened, overwhelmed by fear. The demon race has lost their sanity. Unable to contend with the humans, they have resorted to fulfilling the task assigned by the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, collecting the blood of the myriad beings, and they wish to take even a drop of my phoenix essence. I do not wish to perish. I only want to survive. You must tell me what I should do, what I can do. If you were in my position, could you do better than I? Initially, Feng Wuxia pleaded. But as he spoke, his agitation grew. This situation was not his fault. He was merely swept along by fate, a weakling devoid of agency in this matter. The wind gently tousled the hair of Yu Hongling. She did not regard Feng Wuxia. Her once radiant eyes now bore a desolate glimmer. Feng Wuxia was not to blame. Nor was Lu Yi. The true fault lay with her. In truth, it was not as though Lu Yi had never attempted to discuss Feng Wuxia with her throughout their long past. Yet, every time he mentioned Feng Wuxia, she would spiral into a frenzy, only to later adopt an indifferent demeanor. Lu Yi believed she had come to terms with it, but in reality, she had buried her resentment deep within her heart. When she mistrusted Lu Yi, any mention of Feng Wuxia by him could not penetrate her soul. Yu Hongling turned to depart. The decision to kill or spare had lost all significance for her. In her heart, Feng Wuxia was already deceased. Feng Wuxia raised his gaze, watching as Yu Hongling's silhouette faded into the distance, momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Hey! Summoning an unexpected courage, Feng Wuxia called out to Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling's footsteps never faltered. She had contemplated everything with clarity, and her connection with Feng Wuxia had been severed. In her heart, she had come to grasp the essence of Lu Ye's current state of mind. Was there hatred? Yes, but it was a powerless kind of hatred. To despise others, to loathe oneself, it was all rather insipid. Feng Wuxia genuinely pondered what merit he possessed that could invoke such affection from Yu Hongling. However, her figure soon vanished, rendering the question seemingly unnecessary. At last, he had survived. Feng Wuxia collapsed to the ground, exhaling a long, deep breath. In that moment, he felt that everything he had endured was a treasure on the path of his future growth. As long as he remained alive, he could. A pair of azure-embroidered shoes appeared before his eyes. Azure-embroidered shoes? It was not Yu Hongling returning. Yet, he did not recognize the woman adorned in those shoes. With a stiffened neck, Feng Wuxia lifted his gaze. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in a flowing azure gown stood before him, wielding a black and red sword. Her eyes fixed upon him. That gaze filled him with foreboding. The young lady poof. With a single stroke, there was nothing left of him. Chu Ling sheathed her sword. The young master did not grant you mercy. Chapter 57. Incitement in the Shadows. This is the current distribution map of the blessed lands occupied by various clans within the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. The human race remains the most formidable, and although the alliance of various clans is evident, our numerous powerful individuals instill confidence, as the hearts of the alien races are not so unified. According to the distribution map, the human race occupies 45% of the blessed lands. The Buddhist sect occupies 15%, the divine race 10%, the demon race 10%, the fiend race 10%, and the ghost race occupies a unique territory, with only the ghost and spirit races benefiting, collectively holding 10%. Within the grand tent, Shangguan Wuchang wore a faint smile as he narrated the current situation of the various forces to the many formidable beings present. Shangguan Huanling, upon entering, distanced herself from the multitude of human clan members, rarely revealing herself. Shangguan Wuchang did not concern himself with his sister. Initially, he had contemplated using this opportunity to eliminate Shangguan Huanling, but for reasons unknown, over the past 6 months, she seemed to have transformed into a different person, treating him with utmost reverence. Thus, Shangguan Wuchang temporarily abandoned this plan. The numerous powerful figures gazed at the distribution map, nodding in agreement. The human race's acquisition of 45% of the blessed lands was indeed quite remarkable. However, it was precisely due to this substantial occupation that the strength of the human race has surged dramatically, earning them the title of prodigies. What location is this? And why is it blank? Inquired a powerful individual from the Jie sect, pointing at the map. Shangguan Wuchang had anticipated this question. This area is enveloped by the Buddhist influence. It can indeed be considered within the sphere of our human race. Yet the individual here is exceptionally formidable. According to reports from our scouts, this place is known as the Enlightenment Tree, a celestial treasure that aids practitioners in attaining enlightenment. It is currently possessed by a single individual of remarkable strength. The corpses of Buddhist disciples lie at the foot of the Enlightenment Tree. Yet no retaliation from the Buddhist sect is evident, which speaks volumes. Upon hearing Shangguan Wuchang's words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Is that truly the case? The temperament of the Buddhist disciples is known to be understanding and tolerant. Furthermore, due to their unique philosophy, although many Buddhist disciples are of the human race, they have gradually become less accepted by their own kind. Naturally, this is true. Look at their attire. This person is a disciple of the Dao sect. Shangguan Wuchang was well aware of Lu Yi. Shangguan Huanling had warned him before entering the ancient battlefield of the prodigies not to provoke Lu Yi, even stating that engaging him would lead to his demise. Presently, it appears that Lu Yi is indeed formidable, single-handedly suppressing the entire Buddhist sect into silence. However, cultivation is not solely about conflict and violence. The Enlightenment Tree, he covets it greatly. Such a treasure should not be monopolized by a single individual. Our sects. Ding Yuqing from the Dao sect paused momentarily. His name is Lu Yi. This name, not only did Ding Yuqing recognize it, but several others also recalled it, as they had encountered him shortly after their arrival. At that time, the young lad was rather impulsive, and everyone speculated that with such an anxious demeanor, he might not survive long in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. As a result, one individual reached the Enlightenment Tree, slaying numerous members of the Buddhist sect, yet emerged unscathed, monopolizing the Enlightenment Tree. Indeed, he was a disciple of the great Dao sect, and quite remarkable at that. A smile involuntarily graced Ding Yuqing's face. Since the Enlightenment Tree had been claimed by the human race, might it be incorporated into the human domain? Shangguan Wuchang inquired. Ding Yuqing raised an eyebrow, not being foolish. Within moments, she grasped Shangguan Wuchang's intent. I believe it is unnecessary. He cultivates alone beneath the Enlightenment Tree and has not utilized the domain we occupy. Thus, there is no need to pressure him into relinquishing the Enlightenment Tree. Ding Yuqing stated. Shangguan Wuchang's demeanor remained gentle. He did not suggest that the tree should be surrendered, for the Enlightenment Tree is not exclusive to one's understanding. Many may comprehend its wisdom simultaneously. Consequently, he could continue his cultivation, and the other domains occupied by the human race could be made available to him, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. At this moment, Ding Yuqing appeared quite assertive. You need not ponder such convoluted notions. If you seek enlightenment, you may pursue it yourself. While your words sound pleasant, should Lu Yi refuse to share the Enlightenment Tree, would it not then become his burden? Therefore, some matters require personal initiative rather than dragging others into the fray. Everyone possesses their own intellect. Your thoughts are not beyond comprehension. I, too, believe the Enlightenment Tree ought to be shared. I intended to seek enlightenment without inciting conflict with the great Dao sect. If he remains obstinate, should I take action against him or remain passive? At this juncture, another voice chimed in. It was a practitioner from the Yin-Yang sect. Certain truths remain. The Enlightenment Tree is indeed a rare treasure, belonging to a significant opportunity, and should rightfully be shared among humanity to maximize its potential. Another practitioner from the Yin-Yang sect added, I find this inappropriate. While this matter may be open to negotiation, it cannot be imposed. The Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect interjected. Although the Jiuli Celestial Empire held animosity towards the Supreme Emperor's dynasty, it harbored a certain envy towards the mystique of the Enlightenment Tree and expressed agreement with Shangguan Wuchang's assertions. Opinions were divided. Let us inquire further. I, too, believe that the Enlightenment Tree should not belong solely to one individual. At that moment, a previously silent youth suddenly spoke. As he did, all eyes turned toward him, drawn by both his prowess and his identity. Guqingshan of the eternal ancient sect. Even amidst the celestial battlefield, The eternal ancient sect had never been particularly eager to participate, and those who came were few. The resources provided from above sufficed for their needs. However, this time, two individuals had indeed arrived, a man named Gu Qingshan and a woman named Lu Qingyan, both under 60 years of age. What if he is unwilling? Ding Yuqing asked. Gu Qingshan smiled lightly. That is simple enough. I shall compel him until he agrees. Ding Yuqing's fury ignited. You would resort to bullying the weak? Lu Qingyan smiled gently. This esteemed fellow occupies the enlightenment tree alone, silencing the entire Buddhist sect. If we were truly to engage him in combat, could it really be deemed an act of the mighty oppressing the weak? Of course, should you find my words somewhat unpalatable, I shall rephrase. Lu Qingyan's expression gradually turned cold. We would indeed be acting as the powerful against the powerless. What could your great Dao sect possibly do about it? You would find yourself at a loss. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air from outside the grand tent, as a crimson figure dashed forward like a tempest, launching a magical seal towards Lu Qingyan. With a cold snort, Lu Qingyan summoned forth radiant light, causing a single leaf to multiply. 2, then 4, then 8. Countless ethereal silver leaves coalesced into a protective shield. Boom! The magical seal struck the leaf shield with tremendous force. Lu Qingyan's expression shifted slightly as she retreated from the grand tent. Such formidable strength. Chapter 58. No Choice, Part 4. The battle commenced. The shield before Lu Qingyan remained unbroken as she struck it with her palm. In an instant, countless silver leaves transformed into a whirlwind, surging towards Yu Hongling. Unfazed, Yu Hongling raised her hand to unleash a mountain-crushing strike, causing the silver leaves to scatter. The leaves swiftly returned, attacking Yu Hongling from all directions. With a graceful motion of her hands, she gathered her true essence, and the leaves were halted by an unseen force suspended around her. Lu Qingyan formed hand seals, causing the leaves to radiate a brilliant light and tremble. Stop! Cease the fighting! The onlookers within the tent rushed out in alarm. Gu Qingtian furrowed his brow slightly and called out, Junior sister. To think that a mere 4th-level infant could unleash such power. Your Dao sect certainly has my attention. Lu Qingyan gestured, and all the silver leaves vanished into her sleeves. Yu Hongling regarded her coldly, issuing a stern warning. No one is permitted to disturb my senior brother's cultivation. Should anyone dare to interfere, they shall have to step over my corpse. Initially, I was ambivalent about intervening. But having heard your words, I am now compelled to witness this firsthand. The two women stood at an impasse, with Yu Hongling's temper flaring. No one should hold us back. Come, let us settle this with a duel. A duel it shall be. Hongling. Ding Yuqing hurriedly intervened, recognizing the arrogance of the Wang Gu sect. While Yu Hongling was undeniably formidable, she was still youthful, and youthfulness could prove disadvantageous against someone slightly older, regardless of innate talent. Regardless, you cannot interfere. Yu Hongling remained resolute. My decision to participate is mine alone, and you have no say in the matter. Lu Qingyan replied with a smile. With your demeanor, seeking out my senior brother is akin to courting death. Oh, I am so frightened by your words. My curiosity has only intensified. Let us inquire, miss you. There is no need for you to be enraged. If Lu Yi disagrees, we, as members of the human race, can certainly discuss it amicably. Indeed. The effect of cultivating alone on the enlightenment tree is akin to that of cultivating amidst a group. We do not infringe upon Lu Ye's interests. Infringe? We are practically aiding Lu Yi. During our battles against demons and foreign races, he never lifted a finger. Now we are graciously offering him a share of the resources obtained from our bloodied struggles. He stands to gain immensely. Quite right. A smile graced Shangwan Wuchang's face. Now this is becoming lively. Observing the clamoring crowd, Yu Hongling gently shook her head. Some individuals were intent on courting disaster, and she could not prevent it. At that moment, Shangwan Wuchang had cleverly concealed himself behind the throng. Gu Qingtian stepped forward, making his way towards the enlightenment tree, with other talented individuals of the human race following suit. Ding Yuqing gritted her teeth and followed suit. At this moment, the members of the Great Dao sect were notably incensed, while those from the Supreme Sword sect and the Robbery sect also exhibited signs of displeasure. These three sects generally maintained amicable relations, while the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect tended to adopt a rational and neutral stance. The sudden mobilization of numerous human powerhouses aroused the vigilance of various races. Observing that these human champions were heading directly towards the location of the Buddhist sect sparked confusion. The Buddhist sect appeared to be on high alert. After all, they had not harbored any animosity with the human race since their arrival in the ancient battlefield of heroes. Why then were so many sect members rushing towards them? It was rather intimidating for the monks. However, as they proceeded, the direction of this group shifted, seemingly veering away from the Buddhist sect. The wayfinding tree. This path led towards the wayfinding tree. What was their intent? Lu Yi remained immersed in comprehending the great Tao and sensed that during his enlightenment, this tree, whether intentionally or not, consistently transmitted feelings of affinity towards him. He paid it no mind. The wayfinding tree was still quite young and could only assist him in the early stages, given his pace of cultivation. It would not be long before the tree's assistance became negligible. By the time the wayfinding tree fully matured, he could not even fathom the level he would have attained. The sound of wind rustled around him. Lu Yi calmly opened his eyes. The cacophony of breaking winds suggested that things were about to become lively. A bit of commotion was welcome, as the system favored such activity. A throng of individuals arrived, quickly noticing the monks strewn across the ground. The fatal injuries left many in a state of mild shock. However, Lu Yi? Gu Qingtian inquired. It is I. Lu Yi glanced around and noted with relief that none of his distasteful acquaintances were present. We have come to discuss a matter with you, Gu Qingtian stated. Please proceed. Yu Hongling, standing at a distance, felt daunted by the crowd and dared not approach Lu Yi, fearing that her sorrow might overwhelm her. Observing Lu Ye's demeanor toward strangers contrasted sharply with his treatment of her, causing her eyes to well with tears. Such disparate treatment. She felt an urge to weep. I have heard that beneath the wayfinding tree, one can draw closer to the great Tao. Thus we thought to come here and cultivate beneath it. Would you be amenable to this? Gu Qingtian inquired. In truth, he could have elaborated by adding that as a return. They would allow him to utilize the blessed grounds occupied by other human clans for his cultivation, which would have made the proposition more appealing. However, Gu Qingtian deliberately withheld this information. So, this was the purpose of their visit, Lu Yi realized. He had some understanding of Gu Qingtian. He was rather proud. And in a previous life, they had sparred, with Lu Yi narrowly emerging victorious. After that, they had lost contact. Is that all? Lu Yi asked. What more is there? Gu Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Lu Yi smiled, sensing that the situation had grown intriguing. I find myself in agreement with this matter. In truth, it holds little significance for me. What piques my curiosity, however, is how you would respond should I express dissent. Gu Qingtian chuckled at this. I regret to inform you that, in my presence, the option of disagreement does not exist. The tension between the two escalated with each exchanged word. Lu Yi surveyed the crowd behind Gu Qingtian. Who among them shared his sentiments? Silence enveloped the assembly. Gu Qingtian appeared somewhat domineering. Why not articulate the subsequent thoughts? Lu Yi, if you would permit me to cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree, a sacred ground claimed by humanity, you may also engage in your own practice. Would such an exchange be agreeable? A prince from the Jiuli celestial dynasty spoke up. What I mean to convey is that the phrase I have no option for disagreement. Who among you concurs with this? Shangwan Wuchang glanced around. What is the matter? Why the hesitation? He had initially intended to remain inconspicuous, yet now, silence prevailed. I concur. I believe that as a member of the human race, it is only natural for you to contribute to our cause. The enlightenment tree should rightfully be accessible to all human prodigies, Shangwan Wuchang declared. With one leading the charge, others began to follow suit. Indeed, I too concur. You ought not to refute this matter. I agree that if humanity is weak, even if you are strong, you cannot monopolize the enlightenment tree. Thus, it is only fair that it be shared among our kind. Chapter 59. The Ruthless Onslaught. 5 changes, moral coercion, fishing in troubled waters, a cacophony of birds. Lu Yi surveyed these individuals and recognized his adversaries. He had no intention of opposing the human race. Fortunately, this group of fools did not represent humanity as a whole. Thus, let the battle commence. Rising to his feet, Lu Yi stepped forward. His figure seemed to disregard the constraints of distance, instantly appearing before Gu Qingtian, his stone sword erupting with a brilliant sword light. The void resonated with a piercing explosion. Gu Qingtian's expression shifted as an ethereal green lotus materialized above his head, cascading down myriad rays of chaotic brilliance, forming an indomitable shield. The sword light struck the lotus aura. Boom. Gu Qingtian was violently propelled backward, shattering a small mountain. A mist of blood trailing in his wake. Lu Ye's figure showed no signs of hesitation, vanishing in an instant once more. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light, accompanied by a sharp wail, signified its terrifying velocity and power. It was swift, too swift. Some formidable warriors could not withstand it, perishing on the spot. One man, one sword. This was the punishment for their transgressions. Lu Yi, Ding Yuqing's countenance paled as she cried out. We cannot slay them all. Such trivial grievances. If Lu Yi were to eradicate this group entirely, there would be no place for him upon his return to the great wilderness. Lu Yi remained deaf to her pleas. His sword grew even more ferocious, more terrifying. Typically, sword energy is characterized by its sharpness. But Lu Yi's sword energy was never solely defined by that. It was a combination of brute force and keen edge. A single strand of sword energy resembled a celestial seal, imbued with the power to shatter the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of blood mist erupted. Shangguan Wuchang's expression altered dramatically. Prior to entering the ancient battlefield of the Chosen Ones, he had declared he would die. Yet that did not imply he truly wished for death. Protect me, Shangguan Wuchang bellowed. The formidable warriors of the Supreme Deity Dynasty assembled before him, various treasures emanating radiant light. Lu Yi, having swiftly cast aside the one who had spoken earlier, now faced only the individuals from the Supreme Deity Dynasty. Lu Yi, I bear the Supreme Deity seal. Should you slay me, the Supreme Deity Dynasty shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Shangguan Wuchang roared in fury. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the Supreme Deity Dynasty nearly erupted in furious exclamations. Your words are less effective than a plea for mercy. Lu Yi chuckled. His stone sword pointed directly at the group from the Supreme Deity Dynasty. His foot struck the ground with great force. Boom. The earth quaked violently. Countless strands of sword energy coiled around Lu Ye's form, forming a deadly spear. Die. Boom. 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 A vast expanse of blood mist exploded as Lu Ye's figure surged through the ranks of the Supreme Deity Dynasty, piercing through Shangguan Wuchang as well. In the end, Shangguan Wuchang's eyes remained wide with disbelief. A madman. He was truly a madman. How could he dare? Did he not realize that with such ferocity and joy in his slaughter, his demise would inevitably follow after departing from the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies? With this final thought, the consciousness of Shangguan Wuchang faded into oblivion. A radiant burst surged towards Lu Yi. He extended his hand, and the mark of the Supreme Deity fell into his palm. As he gently rubbed his fingers together, the paths clashed, shattering into nothingness. Yet, this was not the end. Lu Ye's gaze shifted to the severely wounded figures around him. To protect the human race? In his previous life, he safeguarded the human race, and in this life, he could do so once more. The bonds of love and affection should exist within this realm. One should not allow personal loss to dictate the fate of all. However, this human race did not include those who stood against him on his path. Lu Yi moved once more. If he were to kill, let it be decisive. Ding Yuqing could no longer contain herself and position herself directly in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi, you cannot kill any further. You must escape. They have learned their lesson. If you continue, even the Taoist sect will be unable to protect you, she urged anxiously. This matter was instigated by them first. Lu Ye's retaliation, though severe, had its justifications. Yet now, with them gravely injured, should he continue his assault, the Taoist sect would struggle to defend him. Junior brother Lu, you cannot kill any further. Linghu Wushuang also rushed over to counsel him. Indeed, junior brother Lu, remain calm. Xiao Huayong joined in the plea. Lu Yi, initially intent on annihilation, he softened at the sight of concern in the eyes of the Taoist sect members. Was there truly someone who cared for him? Sigh. Just one more, the last one. Ding Yuqing clenched her fist. Lu Ye's might was so formidable that it instilled a sense of dread within her. This battle could only be described with 4 words, an utter devastation. She understood that if Lu Yi wished to act, she would be utterly powerless to stop him. His cessation of violence was solely a concession to her. One more kill. Surely you do not mean to slay. Lu Yi nodded, offering her a gentle smile as he circumvented her obstruction. His target was Gu Qingtian. Gu Qingtian emerged from the pile of stones, his expression a mix of astonishment and fury. Well, Indeed a formidable strength, His aura surged violently, instantly crossing the threshold of the infant-breaking realm to enter the virtual refining realm, yet it was merely the span of his words. Lu Yi swung his sword downward. This beam of sword light spanned hundreds of feet, enveloping the air in a tempest of wind and mist, birthing thunder and lightning. Gu Qingtian roared, "Eternal azure lotus, fill the sky." The illusion of the azure lotus expanded, threatening to eclipse the heavens above him. The sword light and the lotus collided fiercely. The azure lotus trembled violently. Lu Ye's arms revealed faint veins as he exerted his immense strength. Shatter! Boom! The azure lotus instantly crumbled, reduced to dust. The immense sword light obliterated everything in its path, including the ancient Qing Tian, leaving behind a profound chasm in the earth. The world fell silent. Lu Yi sheathed his stone sword and gazed upon the gathered crowd. "This deed was solely mine," he declared. "Should anyone seek vengeance, come forth. I await your arrival at any moment." He hesitated, then added, "Never mind, just leave." With that, Lu Yi vanished, returning beneath the enlightenment tree. Closing his eyes once more, his countenance remained as tranquil as water. The battle that had just unfolded, fierce as it was, felt like but an illusion. The various factions stood still, as if bound by an invisible seal, remaining silent for an extended period. Ding Yuqing felt a shiver run down her spine. She addressed the assembly, "Let us depart. It is impolite to disturb one's meditation. If there are matters to discuss, let us find another venue. Disputes should not unfold here." She worried that should Lu Yi become enraged once more, she might find herself unable to locate even a single person to quarrel with. Li Wubai's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his body trembling with anticipation. Incredible! That sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful. A sense of dread welled up within him, yet the more he feared, the more exhilarated he became. The crowd, bearing the fallen and the grievously wounded, began to disperse. Lu Qingyan wished to carry away the remains of the ancient Qing Tian, yet all that remained was mere refuse. She was relieved that she had refrained from speaking earlier. Chapter 60. It is not my weakness what transpired. Outside the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies, the formidable warriors of the Supreme God sect erupted in rage. In an instant, a multitude of their members perished, including the prince, Shangwan Wuchang. "Who is responsible? Who has slain my kin from the Supreme God sect?" His eyes burned with fury, a tempest of wrath and murderous intent. Have disciples of the Yinyang Law sect also fallen? How despicable! Could it be that another grand conflict has emerged? No, this is not a battle. Such rapid fatalities indicate a massacre. Who is the perpetrator? Regardless of their identity, the Supreme God sect shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Many who listened to the outcry from the Supreme God sect could not help but furrow their brows. How could this happen so swiftly? What calamity befell the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies? The loss of so many prodigies in such a brief span is nothing short of horrifying. Bai Qilan's expression turned slightly skeptical. This cannot be right. The Supreme Sword sect, the Robbery sect, and the Great Dao sect have suffered no losses, and their alliances are traditionally strong. However, now the Yinyang Law sect has lost several members, and the Mountain River Pagoda sect has witnessed 2 of its own perish. While the Supreme God sect mourns a multitude, she felt an unsettling notion that Lu Yi may have played a role in the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies. Only Lu Yi possesses the capability to unleash such terrifying power. Let it not be Lu Yi. Should he clash with these factions, their annihilation would be all but certain. Within the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies, a throng of individuals surged forward in fervor, only to later depart, dejected and disheartened. The prowess Lu Yi displayed was a grave blow to their confidence. All were prodigies on the path of cultivation. Some were ahead, others behind. This was an inevitable truth. Yet, the current predicament was that they had all begun from the same starting line, and before they had even completed half the race, Lu Yi had already claimed the trophy. His existence loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. They could forge ahead, but to truly become the ultimate being, Lu Yi represented an unavoidable obstacle. Ding Yuqing pondered her words. "My senior brother has slain your senior brother?" The figure of Yu Hongling reemerged, fixating her gaze on Lu Qingyan. "Then it is my turn to vanquish you." Yu Hongling was eager to engage. Lu Qingyan was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, perfectly suited to be her rival. Lu Ye's rapid ascension in strength instilled a profound sense of urgency within her. Hongling, Ding Yuqing's voice was tinged with a hint of exhaustion. Are you two siblings intending to provoke the heavens? A prodigy from the Yin-Yang Law sect spoke up. 5 of our esteemed brothers and sisters have perished. They fell not in battle against demons, but at the hands of our own. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. My Mountain River Pagoda sect will also seek an explanation from the Great Dao sect when the time comes. Yet not now. Now is the time to speak of Lu Yi, yet it is preferable to wait until we leave the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies, or until the final 3 layers of this battlefield are activated. Has the human race departed? It appears they have. Let us proceed to ascertain the situation. Upon receiving the news, various factions stirred. The human race was once too numerous, and other races were apprehensive of potential schemes, daring not to approach. Now, however, with a significant portion of the human forces having departed, they felt emboldened to reveal themselves, albeit still hesitant to draw near. A distant glance revealed Lu Yi, as serene as ever, seated in meditation, while the tree of comprehension gently swayed, its radiant light cascading around him. A closer inspection would reveal the marks of battle and stains of blood. A confrontation had undoubtedly ensued. With a clear outcome, Lu Yi had triumphed. The demon, ghost, and divine races were perplexed by the situation. How could the human race, so formidable and fierce in their approach, leave in such a dejected manner? In contrast, the demon and Buddhist factions sighed in relief, realizing that it was not due to their own weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of Lu Yi. It was he who felled 2 Wu-Ying with a single sword strike, murmured Yan, the son of the demon emperor. It is he. The demon elites exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the tree of comprehension remained here. Faced with such a treasure, Yan had repeatedly cautioned the demon clan not to provoke the humans seated beneath it. Clearly, they had been left with psychological scars from the encounter. With such a peerless prodigy emerging from the human race, what course of action should be taken? Everyone understood the terrifying nature of such an extraordinary talent. The rise of such an entity would undoubtedly be accompanied by untold bloodshed and flames. If this prodigy belonged to the human race, it was evident that the ensuing carnage would befall the other races. Only one choice remains. A cold glint flickered in Yian's eyes. What choice? When the final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies are activated, the true powerhouses of various races will unite to eradicate this threat. Surely the human elite will intervene in their defense? Yian scoffed. Have you not perceived that he favors solitude? We must act with utmost swiftness. The human race will not have time to offer rescue. Young master is astute. Yian cast a profound glance at Lu Yi. If such a being were to survive, it would spell sleepless nights for the other races. He resolved to contact all factions, awaiting the activation of the final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies. At this moment, Lu Yi found himself in a quandary. What realm does he currently occupy? The 12th layer of the breaking embryo stage? Within his dantian, the diminutive Lu Yi had transformed into a figure akin to a small giant. Should he wish to break through and attain the void refinement realm, he could do so at any moment. Yet, he was troubled by the potential emergence of unknown toxins. Once he transcended, this power, unblemished by time, would erupt forth. He contemplated that when the final 3 heavens opened, he would acquire the pure blood sea pearl and deliver a formidable blow to the everlasting heroes list. This strike would surely be well received by the esteemed list, and in turn, a surge of power would be bestowed upon Lu Yi, enabling him to seize the opportunity to transcend into the void refinement realm. Unfortunately, within the ancient battlefield of prodigies, there was no means to condense the final element of his 3rd life, known as the withered man wood. By gathering the withered man wood, the pure blood sea pearl, and the golden sunflower, the 3rd life could be realized. In this lifetime, he resolved not to employ an additional life. Much like when he had just been reborn and deceived by Cholan, if he were to reach the ultimate path of enlightenment, merging 9 lives into one, he might ascend to become one of the most formidable sages throughout history. His thoughts were myriad. He had nearly comprehended all the paths that could be understood. His own path was already quite mature and complete. Coming here to seek enlightenment was merely a shift in perspective to admire the scenery. And now, he had seen it all. Lu Yi rose, preparing to vanish, when a branch gently landed on his shoulder. The enlightenment tree swayed softly, expressing a request for Lu Yi to take it along as they departed. Chapter 61. Shengwan Huanling, do you wish to accompany me? Lu Yi inquired. The enlightenment tree emitted a faint consciousness, affirming his intent. Quite astute. I shall take you with me. Lu Yi extended his hand, and the enlightenment tree emanated a misty radiance, gradually shrinking until it became palm-sized, resting in Lu Yi's grasp. With a single hand, Lu Yi formed a seal, and a rune coalesced, flying towards the tree and merging within it. A subtle connection was forged between the man and the tree, as the enlightenment tree integrated into Lu Yi's skin. Cultivation was Lu Yi's primary pursuit, and having reached a plateau where further advancement seemed unattainable, he was now determined to seek additional resources. The treasures within the celestial hero's ancient battlefield were generally of modest rank. However, certain items in their seedling stage were exceedingly precious, and once matured, they would be worth a fortune. Lu Yi possessed the insight to discern what held true value and where to find it. For instance, within the fifth layer of the battlefield lay a young fusong sapling and a single fusong fruit, coveted by countless formidable beings. Should one pursue the path of fusong, they would undoubtedly be hailed as a supreme fire elemental master. As Lu Yi traversed the area, those who recognized him quickly made way, while the unacquainted met their demise at his hands. His domineering presence was unmistakable. Yet, soon, a frown creased Lu Yi's brow. He discerned that many of the coveted treasures had already been claimed. It was one thing for a few items to have been taken, after all. Everyone has their own fortunes. But to have the majority of treasures Lu Yi sought already removed was simply anomalous. Who could it be? It was not until Lu Yi arrived at Mount Wanzhong that he discerned the source of his unease. The mountain resembled a colossal bell, resonating with the winds that swept over it. This was, in fact, a spiritual treasure, having fused with the mountain over time following the demise of its master. In this realm, the quality of treasures was distinctly categorized: magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, postnatal spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, postnatal supreme treasures, innate supreme treasures. In the first heaven, the treasured possessions of various sects were predominantly postnatal spiritual treasures, with innate ones being exceptionally rare. Upon Lu Yi's arrival at Mount Wanzhong, the entire mountain trembled, large boulders crumbling away to reveal a gleaming bronze sheen beneath. A figure clad in a black robe was performing hand seals, gathering the resonant bells. Observing the cloaked individual, Lu Yi felt a sense of recognition. It was impossible not to know them. His hands swept before his eyes, his pupils transforming to a golden hue, allowing him to see clearly. Shengwan Huanling. Sensing a ripple of aura, Shengwan Huanling turned, and, upon seeing Lu Yi, her expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, Lu Yi unleashed a sword chi. You dare covet my treasures? You have chosen the path to your own demise. The sword chi sliced through the air, accompanied by a terrifying howl. Shengwan Huanling, acutely aware of Lu Yi's formidable prowess, did not dare underestimate him. Thus, she instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood. Boom. The crimson glow vanished with a speed akin to teleportation. Lu Yi, well, the demonized blood god escape. He didn't even dare to counter his own strike. Such a decisive use of the demonized blood god escape left Lu Yi somewhat bewildered. In any battle, who would resort to such a self-destructive technique without even exchanging a single blow? He began to understand why the treasures he cherished had all vanished. Most had been taken by Shengwan Huanling beforehand. He did not pursue, nor could he catch up, unless he too employed the demonized blood god escape. Even then, controlling the direction would be challenging. Nevertheless, this bell should belong to him. As the earth trembled, Lu Yi resumed his search after stowing away the bell. Within a cavern, Shengwan Huanling appeared pallid, her aura severely depleted. She hastily affixed several concealment talismans at the cave's entrance and diminished her own presence to the utmost. Finally, exhaling a sigh of relief. How had he emerged from beneath the enlightenment tree? No, she could no longer collect treasures so recklessly. If she encountered Lu Yi again, survival would not be guaranteed. However, she had already gathered sufficient spoils. It was time to cultivate. A multitude of treasures enveloped Shengwan Huanling. Streams of spiritual light began to surge forth from them, entering her body. This technique, known as the Heavenly Devouring Scripture, could consume the essence of all things. The treasures she acquired were of exceptional quality. The more she gathered, the greater the influx of primal energy, accelerating her cultivation. Before long, Shangguan Huanling reached the 6th stage of breaking the infant. 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage. Then, her hand seals shifted, and her realm began to plummet. 8th stage, 7th stage, 6th stage. As she oscillated between these stages, her aura grew increasingly stable. Upon concluding her cultivation, her realm officially stabilized at the 8th stage of breaking the infant, showcasing an astonishing rate of advancement. I told you without you. I can still ascend to the throne, perhaps even stronger than in my past life. Shangguan Huanling felt the powerful fluctuations of true essence within her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Perhaps some had begun to regret betraying Lu Yi, but she held no such remorse. In her previous life, she always believed that Lu Yi's assistance was a form of restraint. She was capable of achieving great heights on her own, yet was stubbornly tethered to him, unable to break free. She had genuinely loved Lu Yi. However, in the end, his affection left her feeling suffocated. All treasures came to her without the need for a search. She no longer had to endure any trials. Yet, this was not the life she desired. The freedom to roam the heavens and earth was the life she yearned for. She was finally free. In this rebirth, the treasures were far easier to find than she had imagined. So, what merit did Lu Yi possess? What right does one have to confine oneself to another's side through their own merits? Lu Yi had not encountered Shangguan Huanling again. Indeed, from the 4th to the 6th levels, many genuine treasures had been taken by Shangguan Huanling. The Celestial Devouring Sutra. It is undeniably a formidable scripture, granting one the ability to consume all like the mythical Kuanpeng after cultivation. Some treasures were gathered into Lu Yi's possession. This group exhibited a disconcerting degree of obedience. While collecting treasures, Lu Yi encountered beings from the divine and demon races on multiple occasions. Their behavior struck him as somewhat unusual, far too uniform. Had they united once more? Lu Yi shook his head. After all, it was of no concern to him. Calculating the time, the last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield for prodigies were about to open, within a day or two. In his previous life, he had achieved the 33rd rank on the Eternal Prodigy list. It was not due to his weakness, but rather the names on the list were absurdly extraordinary. The top 10 shrouded in chaos, obscuring clarity. The 11th position bore the name Yi Wudi. Few were aware of this name, yet he possessed another title, the Unrivaled Sword Sovereign. The master of the Unrivaled Sword, a monster of the celestial venerable tier, stood at the 11th rank. Chapter 62. The 9 layers fully unveiled this time. There are no traitors, right? At a high-level meeting, the leader of the divine clan, known as Guang Wuyo, began with a sarcastic remark. It was evident who his words were directed at. The beast clans who Sheng glared with wide eyes. What do you mean by that? Guang Wuyo smiled lightly, saying, what could I possibly mean? I merely fear that everything is meticulously planned, and at the critical moment, someone might suddenly betray us and help him escape. How embarrassing that would be. Upon hearing this, Hu Sheng smashed a stone in front of him into dust with a paw. Who the hell are you talking about? The stone hits the dog. The one who barks the loudest is the one who gets hit. A monk clad in a cassock chose not to engage further and stood up to leave. Knight and hurriedly blocked his path. Dui, where are you going? Dui maintained a calm demeanor. With the clans divided, this endeavor is bound to fail. What purpose does my presence serve here? It would be better to return and recite scriptures several times. Dui spoke candidly. How can there be division? That is absurd. We are all gathered here to eliminate Lu Yi before the human race even realizes it. Guang Wuyo, Hu Sheng, can you both behave normally? Do you truly believe that as of now, Lu Yi has not clashed with you, and he will never do so in the future? Once Lu Yi grows stronger and encounters you, you will understand what it means to regret. Shall we unite? Speak up, both of you. If we are to join forces, let there be no more idle chatter. If not, we might as well disperse now. Knighton spoke with a grave expression. The atmosphere in the cave was oppressive, with flickering flames casting shadows. Guang Wuyo and Hu Sheng fell into silence. Unite. Guang Wuyo finally spoke. Humph. Hu Sheng scoffed. Knighton shouted in anger. What else with the scoff? Are we uniting or not? Hu Sheng's expression darkened. His claws clenched and then relaxed. Ultimately, he nodded. Unite. Very well, then listen closely. As the final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield open, our clan's powerful warriors shall refrain from any actions except the first, to contact the warriors of all clans and surround and eliminate Lu Yi. This matter is of utmost importance. Nothing is more critical than this. Remember, It is to be a full-scale assault. Approach this as if it were the last battle before the annihilation of our clans. You all must muster every ounce of your abilities to persuade your strong ones. You cannot afford to falter in any way. Time ticked away. Suddenly, Lu Yi lifted his head. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed in the sky. Clouds rolled and wind swirled, the heavens becoming ever more boundless. Shadows danced, and the world was divided into layer upon layer. The final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield officially opened, and the faint shackles that had bound everyone dissipated entirely. A colossal vortex appeared in the sky, larger than any seen before. Lu Yi's eyes gleamed with determination as he vanished from sight, racing towards the Bloodsea Cliff. Almost all the prodigies, whether human or of other races, surged towards the 7th layer of space. The formidable beings arriving this time possessed immense strength, and even those from the other races were sufficiently distant from the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Following the emergence of a powerful figure from the human race, others began to manifest in succession. A powerful aura enveloped the area. Those who entered were all at the refinement void stage. In less than a century, should one fail to achieve this stage, they could hardly be deemed a prodigy. Night approached without hesitation. The members of the demon race bowed slightly upon seeing him. He was the son of the heavenly demon emperor, young yet an unparalleled prodigy of the demon race, deserving of respect for both his lineage and potential. Having encountered Prince Yi, the leader of the demon race, clad in jet-black armor with horns emanating a fierce aura, stood tall and imposing like an insurmountable mountain. Shimiya, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Shimiya nodded in acknowledgement. Please, Prince Yi, go on. A prodigious figure has emerged from the human race, possessing the bearing of an emperor. If we do not eliminate him today, he may become a significant threat in the future. I have already reached out to the demon race, the ghost race, the divine race, the Buddhist sect, and the spirit race. We await your arrival to join forces and eliminate this individual. Are you willing to heed my call? Night stated. Upon hearing this, Shimiya's eyes seethed with a murderous intent. Is he truly so powerful? What is his current realm? It must be refinement void. Very well, please lead the way. Prince Yi, I shall deal with him. Not just you, but all the strong from the demon race must join this battle. We must leave him no chance of survival. Shimiya replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. The demon race was not alone in this pursuit. Other races followed suit. Hu Sheng sought out the strongest among the demon race, named Hua Qianshi. The Buddhist sect found a figure of higher lineage, Hui Jing. The ghost race located Yin Xia Yi, the spirit race discovered Huan Wang, and the divine race identified Xinjiang. Meanwhile, Bai Qiulan entered the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Master, Yu Hongling rushed forward. Seeing Yu Hongling unharmed brought a wave of relief to Bai Qiulan. Where is your senior brother? Bai Qiulan inquired. Yu Hongling's eyes brimmed with tears. Master, her voice quivered with sorrow. Bai Qiulan's heart sank at the sight. What could have happened? Yu Hongling buried herself in Bai Qiulan's embrace, but shivered from the cold. Master, why are you so cold? What has befallen you? It is nothing. After the breakthrough, the Taiyin divine power has yet to stabilize. But it will be fine in due time, Bai Qiulan reassured her. And you? Why do you appear so distressed? Tears cascaded down like precious pearls from Yu Hongling's eyes. Master, I have misunderstood my senior brother. I have wronged him, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with sorrow. Bai Qiulan, Feng Wuxia was merely a trap. My senior brother stepped into it resolutely for my sake, sacrificing his very life. I have caused him harm. Master, I am deeply remorseful. I can never atone for my mistakes. I am wretched, Master. Her cries echoed with heart-wrenching despair. Bai Qiulan could not help but close her eyes, overwhelmed by yet another misunderstanding. How could it have come to this? All their efforts had so swiftly spiraled into such grave errors. Sun Ruowei's ears perked up, attuned like antennas. She feigned indifference, yet absorbed every word of Yu Hongling, analyzing them with utmost care. Each character was familiar to her, but strung together. Their meaning eluded her. Senior brother refers to Lu Yi. Who is Feng Wuxia? Lu Yi lost his life? Does one not possess but a single life? Is it true that Lu Yi has perished? Oh heavens, it cannot be. But if Lu Yi were dead, how could Yu Hongling still seek forgiveness? What does this mean? She pondered, confusion clouding her thoughts. How peculiar that all the clans seemed to be converging towards a singular location, remarked a young elder from the Grand Dao sect, holding an instrument in his hand, perplexed by the unfolding events. Chapter 63. The gathering storm. The disciples of the Dao sect turned their attention as Feng Tianqi held up the compass, which shimmered with ethereal lights of various hues: black, green, white, gray, and more. This was a compass designed for tracking energy, with each beam representing unique energies such as demonic, beastly, and ghostly auras. It indicated a movement towards the 8th spatial layer. Bai Qiulan remarked, "Do they truly disregard the treasures and blessed lands of the 7th layer?" Feng Tianqi expressed his curiosity. Bai Qiulan pondered, "The movement of a single foreign entity is insignificant. However, the simultaneous activity of so many is perplexing. I shall investigate," she declared decisively. "I shall accompany you." Sun Ruowei chimed in. "And I as well," Yu Hongling added. "Junior brother Feng, please contact the other sects and inform them of this matter. Maintain communication at all times. Should anything arise, I will notify you immediately so that you can respond swiftly," Bai Qiulan instructed. Feng Tianqi hesitated slightly. "Sister Bai, should we not all go together as members of the Dao sect?" "No need. I have already attained the harmonious path realm. Even if I cannot withstand the combined forces of these foreign entities, they will find it challenging to detain me. Besides, many of our brothers and sisters have come to the ancient battlefield of the prodigies in pursuit of opportunities. It is uncertain what the situation truly is. You should seek your own fortunes first." "Very well, but do exercise caution, sister," Sun Ruowei responded with a neutral expression. Regardless, wherever Bai Qiulan was, the group's attention would naturally gravitate towards her. She glanced down at her own chest. "Humph, we are all cultivators. Why cling to such mundane beliefs as beauty equates to justice denotes truth? Distasteful. Let us proceed and see." Bai Qiulan waved her hand, and the 3 figures appeared upon a white cloud, heading towards the gathering of various foreign entities. Feng Tianqi watched them depart before he began contacting the other sections. Most of the other factions did not take the matter seriously. The human race is formidable, extremely formidable. Even if the foreign entities initiated conflict, they might gain some initial advantage, but once the human race reacted, they would likely have to relinquish 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. For many powerful humans, the collection of treasures remained the utmost priority. They needed to employ every possible means to elevate their strength, reaching the pinnacle of their power, so they could ascend to the Blood Sea Cliff and etch their names upon the Eternal Prodigies ranking. The Eternal Prodigies ranking is not merely a reflection of one's strength based on a single punch. Instead, it is determined by a comprehensive amalgamation of factors, including one's realm, age, talent, and the path they have chosen. Some at the Yuan Dan realm might strike and achieve a rank of 999, while others at the Refinement Void realm might hit with no recognition on the ranking whatsoever. Of course, for those of the same age, as long as they do not engage in reckless haste, the stronger one is, the greater the likelihood of a higher rank. Due to the countless prodigies of generations past, their names etched upon the Eternal Prodigy ranking, a relentless cycle of competition ensued. Now, merely entering the top 100 is enough to send ripples throughout the first heaven, capturing the attention of the higher realms. So let the competition intensify. With fervor, Lu Yi traversed the 8th layer battlefield and arrived at the 9th layer battlefield. His objective crystal clear, the Blood Sea's pure stone. It would be absurd to hesitate in this second life. If one were to falter, what significance would rebirth hold? Ahead lay the Blood Sea, boundless and vast, yet devoid of any foul stench, instead emanating an ineffable sweetness. Perhaps it is due to the blood of fallen prodigies that has merged into this sea, forming its essence. However, this blood is not to be used, for it harbors terrifying obsessions, the myriad thoughts and desires that, with the passage of time, have not waned but rather intensified, growing ever stronger. Lu Yi remained unaware of the monstrous entity that this phenomenon might eventually spawn. In his ascension to the status of a celestial sovereign, this blood sea had yet to truly give birth to any beings. He stepped forth, his feet making contact with the Blood Sea as he moved towards its opposite shore. He recalled that the Blood Sea's pure stone was located near the cliff that housed the Eternal Prodigy ranking. The sky was vast, and the sea lay tranquil, like a polished mirror. Clad in a dark robe with his black hair simply styled upwards, each step he took sent ripples dancing across the surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle. He gazed upward towards the rising sun, where an enormous stone tablet hovered above the Blood Sea, resembling a colossal mountain. The tablet bore a gray-brown hue, its surface inscribed with names akin to vermilion paint. Yet, this was not the eternal prodigy ranking. The true ranking resided at the pinnacle of this stone monument. An aura of supremacy radiated from the enigmatic black tablet, its golden inscriptions chronicling the passage of time. Although Lu Yi could not discern the details from his current position, he had witnessed it in his previous life and felt no urgency to examine it anew. In Lu Ye's eyes, the eternal prodigy ranking was a treasure of chaos, a unique manifestation birthed from the natural world and the convergence of the Tao. To inscribe one's name upon it was to receive the blessings of heaven and earth. Having reached the appropriate juncture, Lu Ye's figure halted. He immersed his feet into the blood sea, his body gradually sinking into its depths. The sea regained its stillness. Shortly thereafter, a radiant golden light burst forth from the southeast, exuding a sacred Buddhist aura as a group of monks, resembling legendary deities, descended upon clouds. From the east, a tumultuous surge of demonic energy intermingled with malevolent forces approached, accompanied by piercing screams that echoed incessantly. A mere glance at the roiling black mist sent shivers down one's spine, leaving souls trembling. To the northeast, ominous mists enveloped fearsome silhouettes, revealing grotesque forms among the monsters. They have arrived. They are all here. Lord Tiger, the scent has vanished. I suspect it has entered the blood sea. A cunning-looking mouse spirit spoke in a high-pitched voice. Where has the final flavor vanished to? Here. The mouse spirit gestured towards the spot where Lu Yi had disappeared. Excellent. Hu Sheng produced a black magic stone, riddled with countless small holes, resembling a honeycomb. The location of Lu Ye's disappearance had been pinpointed. According to our plan, we, the Demon Clan, shall arrange the 4 symbols Heavenly Suppression Formation. Very well. The Buddhist sect will set up the Diamond Demon Extermination Formation. Can't you think of a different name for the formation? The Demon Clan expressed their frustration. Ba, the Diamond Demon Extermination Formation is now being established. The Ghost Clan will arrange the Heavenly Ghost Soul Snatching Formation. Good. The Spirit Clan will set up the 10,000 Spirits, 10,000 Kills Formation. All right. The Divine Clan is preparing the Divine Clan Aurora. Everything is in place. One by one, figures began to bustle around the area centered on Lu Ye's disappearance. Bai Qilan and her companions stood at a distance, observing this scene. What are they doing? Setting up formations. Sun Ruowei looked at Bai Qilan in disbelief. Do you think I'm foolish? Can't I tell they are arranging formations? What I mean is, what purpose do they serve in doing so? Chapter 64. Bai Qilan takes action. What is the purpose of their formation? Bai Qilan's expression had grown grave. She exchanged a glance with Yu Hongling, and they both simultaneously harbored the same thought. Lu Yi. It seemed that only Lu Yi could provoke such a widespread mobilization of the alien races, uniting them and compelling them to expend immense resources to establish such a formation on the entire Tianjiao ancient battlefield. Master, please act. Yu Hongling spoke decisively. The great formation had yet to be fully established, and with so many powerful beings involved, even her elder brother would find himself in an extremely precarious situation. Although Bai Qilan was reluctant to maintain such an abnormal relationship with Lu Yi, he was, after all, her disciple. Without hesitation, she acted, with her hands forming seals. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and a terrifying cold wind swept across the land. The temperature plummeted. In mere moments, the sky had turned an alarming shade of darkness. The blood sea, though not frozen, had its temperature reduced to an extreme. The alien races observed this change, their expressions shifting. There exists a harmonious path. Ba. The chant resonated as a massive golden hand struck toward the dark clouds above. The intricate patterns of the golden hand were clearly visible, radiating a vast Buddhist light. As the golden hand approached, the brilliance began to dim, countless frost crystals freezing it in place. It began to rain. Ice crystals emerged from the clouds, followed by more, second, third, fourth. An infinite cascade of ice crystals poured down like a vast galaxy, descending upon the alien races below. A wolf's howl echoed through the heavens and the earth. A white wolf opened its jaws wide, possessing an insatiable hunger, devouring the immense quantity of ice crystals, its body now covered in frost, trembling in the cold. Dozens of enormous ice crystals appeared, gossamer thin. A chilling sound of destruction filled the air as various divine powers unleashed their assaults upon the ice crystals. Upon shattering, these crystals transformed into countless minute shards. Puff, puff, puff. The minute ice shards unleashed indiscriminate assaults, inflicting significant casualties upon the alien races. Baichulan swiftly formed seals with her hands. 5 harmonious path beings surged toward her. The speed of her sealing intensified. Roll. A blade of darkness cleaved through the air. Yu Hongling was about to charge forward. Redling, Baichulan called out, prompting Yu Hongling to realize that she was merely at the breaking infancy stage. Even though she had been an emperor in her past life, it was impossible for her to contend with harmonious path beings at her current level. Sun Ruowei took action, conjuring an ancient zither between her hands, the melodious notes resonating as various beams of light surged toward the blade of darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The blade of darkness shattered all obstacles. Go. Baichulan completed her final seal. In an instant, vast expanses of white mist surged toward the alien races. The dark blade was frozen, and the attacks from the other harmonious path beings were also halted, as the white mist rolled continuously. How can it be so powerful? All the formidable beings of the alien races were utterly bewildered. It was one thing for everyone to achieve harmony with the Dao, but how could one individual dominate a multitude of Dao practitioners? Moreover, your intent seems not merely to suppress all Taoists, but to confront the entirety of the alien races. Amitabha, the forces of Buddhism intervened. A colossal golden bell emerged, enveloping all the alien beings in its vast embrace. As it appeared, numerous fissures marred its surface. In that moment, the ghostly clan took action, brandishing a seemingly decrepit umbrella. Boom! The golden bell shattered under the assault of ice. The ghostly Dao practitioner, In Xiayi, wielded the dilapidated umbrella, and in an instant, all the white mist surged towards it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, at least dozens of alien prodigies were encased in ice. Return what is yours, In Xiayi bellowed, closing the umbrella and aiming it at Baichulan. The white mist transformed into beams of light, racing towards her. Baichulan swiftly formed seals, the gentle white light eroding the beams until they dissolved into soft radiance, which grew increasingly vast until the beams dissipated entirely before her. With her hands joined, all the white light coalesced between her palms, forming a luminous sphere. The sphere shot forth and then returned. A colossal elephant leaped forward, wielding a massive black shield. The shield expanded rapidly, becoming a formidable barrier akin to a city wall, standing tall above the sea of blood. Assist me. One Dao practitioner after another rallied behind the giant shield, placing their hands upon it, infusing it with their power. Boom! The shield trembled violently. Yet, composed of an unknown material, it remained unbroken. Baichulan's expression shifted. With a swift motion, hundreds of slender silver needles shot forth. Uft, uft, uft. The silver needles pierced through the wall, embedding themselves within the bodies of the Dao practitioners behind. In that moment, those struck by the needles felt a chilling aura pervade the air, freezing their primordial spirits into a hue of blue. What ghastly chill is this? It is utterly terrifying. What on earth is happening? Why does the human race continually produce such prodigies? Why can't we have one of our own? How unjust is the heavens? Oh, lofty heavens, why do you treat me so harshly? Pay no mind to us. Continue to set up the formation. I refuse to believe that no matter how many prodigies the human race possesses, we, the alien races, must be subjugated. I refuse to accept it. For every prodigy the humans send forth, we shall slay one, and as long as our lineage endures, it will be our turn eventually. Continue to set up the formation. The giant elephant roared, exerting its strength. The enormous wall surged with earth-shattering force towards Baichulan's position. Baichulan furrowed her brow, summoning tremendous celestial palms to strike against the giant shield. The shield began to crumble, yet it pressed onward relentlessly. Baichulan unleashed the full force of her Tying divine power, transforming her lustrous black hair into a shimmering silver hue. Although this battle seemed devoid of significance, it held profound importance for Baichulan. Tying chaos light. A chilling wave of icy energy surged forth in all directions. Sun Ruowei felt her eyelids flutter uncontrollably, sensing her very soul freezing at that moment, prompting her to hastily pull Yu Hongling away. The Tying power coalesced into the most resplendent radiance, vast and awe-inspiring, charging towards the colossal shield. This time, the giant shield shattered. Behind it, for beings at the harmonious Dao stage radiated brilliant spiritual light, their forms rapidly turning into ice sculptures, eyes wide with sheer terror. Suddenly, a beam of light materialized before Baiqiulan. A black dagger shot forth like lightning, striking with a simplicity that belied its deadly intent. Baiqiulan's expression shifted dramatically. The Tian energy morphed into a protective barrier. However, the black dagger remained unaffected. When Baiqiulan reached out to block it, her palm was pierced. The shadowy figure briefly stiffened as the dagger severed Baiqiulan's arm with a swift horizontal slash. In retaliation, Baiqiulan's surrounding Tian power erupted violently. The shadowy figure was sent flying, yet Baiqiulan suffered a grievous wound. Her neck cut open a quarter of the way. It was at this moment that Lu Yi discovered the Blood Sea Immaculate Stone. Chapter 65, Transforming Void into Reality Above. The fierce battle raged on, and Lu Yi could sense it faintly. However, as the Blood Sea turned frigid, he realized that Baiqiulan had likely taken action. The Blood Sea was peculiar, perhaps due to its extraordinary viscosity or the chaotic energy within the blood. Lu Yi found it challenging to discern the situation above. Yet, it mattered little. Clarity was not a necessity. With the acquisition of the Blood Sea Immaculate Stone, Lu Yi ascended towards the surface, eager to observe whom Baiqiulan was contending with and whether he might seize an opportunity to intervene. His body surged upwards swiftly, and the further he ascended, the colder it became. Baiqiulan was indeed employing lethal force. The intensity of the lunar energy was palpable, and it seemed likely that further chaos and malevolence would soon emerge. Splendid. He hoped Baiqiulan would engage with more adversaries. A healthy bout was preferable, after all. For death brought solitude. How poetic. At last, his figure broke through the water's surface, and in that instant, the Blood Sea abruptly hardened, resembling divine iron. Radiant beams of light erupted rapidly, intertwining in a tapestry of colors as various formidable beings of other races claimed their positions. Layer upon layer, one formation after another unfolded before Lu Yi, and at that moment, a hint of bewilderment crossed his countenance. He was genuinely perplexed. In his previous life, he had led a temporary alliance for humanity, vanquishing the other races, thereby incurring their animosity, a natural consequence. However, what was the current situation in this life? What had he done? He had trained in the heavenly spirit pool, yes, and had slain a few monks, but that was only because they had sought trouble first. Indeed, he had also dispatched a few more monks beneath the enlightenment tree, similarly provoked. And he had eliminated the notorious Tu Wuing. Aside from these formidable foes, the rest had been mere cannon fodder. He had not drawn attention to himself nor slain any unparalleled prodigies. And what of the specters, divine beings, and spiritual races? The system could attest that he had scarcely encountered them. Lu Yi struggled to comprehend why this assembly of beings had converged upon the Blood Sea, erecting layers upon layers of formations with the intent to extinguish his life. He fell into silence for a moment, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. This was sheer bullying. Boom. Not even a moment's respite was granted before these otherworldly beings unleashed their assault, a divine radiance extracting the immense power from at least 20 divine entities, coalescing into a singular, terrifying beam directed forcefully at Lu Yi. The void quivered under the impact of the beam, becoming momentarily indistinct. In an instant, Lu Yi drew his sword, the stone blade slicing upwards as his feet sank deep into the iron-like Blood Sea. The beam split into two, detonating on either side of his body, the cataclysmic energy sending tremors through his very essence. A chilling roar erupted, laced with anguish. Lu Yi's body quivered slightly as he hurled a punch towards the monstrous celestial demon, the demon's shriek escalating to an excruciating pitch. Boom. As a tiger's claw collided with a fist imprint, the claw shattered, and the imprint dimmed significantly, yet it still struck the celestial demon, causing chaos. The four symbols emerged: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Towering figures encircled Lu Yi, while the celestial demon reappeared, its form considerably dimmed. "I told you we must eliminate him," roared Yin in fury. "What an ominous existence this is! What realm does he inhabit?" With a single punch, he can obliterate a tiger's claw and nearly annihilate the celestial demon. The soul attack from the celestial demon merely caused a brief stiffness in his body. If such a being of humanity is not eradicated, the alien races will surely face annihilation in the future. With a mighty roar, the four symbols charged towards Lu Yi simultaneously. The Vajra pestle radiated a blinding Buddha light, waiting for its moment to strike. Lu Yi swung his sword, cleaving the azure dragon in two. However, the azure dragon remained unfazed, as it was essentially a manifestation of energy, easily restored. Its form darted about, and waves of sword light erupted forth, shattering the four symbols repeatedly, only for them to reform and launch incessant attacks, causing Lu Yi considerable frustration. Each assault from these four symbols possessed the strength of the harmonization realm. Even Lu Yi had to dissipate the force to withstand them, as taking them head-on would surely result in injury. His offensive capabilities were terrifying, with sword light that could pierce through anything, and the celestial fist was astonishingly powerful. Seizing an opportunity, the Vajra pestle flashed and lunged towards Lu Yi. Without turning, Lu Yi struck with his elbow. Boom! A fearsome roar echoed. Lu Yi staggered momentarily. A piercing scream resounded once more. Lu Yi felt as though his head might explode. His tolerance for pain was formidable, yet he remained conscious, though he could not help but stiffen for an instant. The divine light of the gods erupted once again. Boom! A beam of light, connecting heaven and earth, struck Lu Yi forcefully. His fists were clenched, yet he was a heartbeat away from launching a counterattack. Husband, senior brother, both Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling cried out in alarm. Sun Ruowei's mouth fell open, but no sound emerged. She even doubted her own hearing. Or perhaps the intensity of the battle had left her mind in disarray. Did she truly hear Bai Qiulan call out, "Husband"? In this moment, Bai Qiulan could no longer concern herself with whether her address was mistaken. She unleashed an even greater surge of power, while the harmonization realm beings let out anguished roars. The divine light of the gods crashed solidly against Lu Yi. In an instant, Lu Yi's body endured immense damage. Transcending the infant realm to the harmonization level was indeed a formidable challenge. If that is the case, amidst the colossal beam of light, Lu Yi's expression contorted into a fierce snarl. Then let it come. The giant-like nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes. In that moment, it transformed from illusion to reality. With a single step, it solidified the ethereal into the tangible, allowing the nascent soul to persist within the cosmos. As the nascent soul underwent this transformation, Lu Yi's meticulously refined true essence underwent a profound qualitative leap. A stream of true essence, akin to a vast river, suddenly transformed into a celestial dragon. In that fleeting moment, a glistening crimson lotus seed materialized from the void, only to shatter in the next instant. The air was thick with a palpable aura of malevolence, surging like the tumultuous waters of the heavenly river. An overwhelming intent to kill erupted, reminiscent of the cataclysmic rupture of stars. How many lives had Lu Yi extinguished in his past? Countless, utterly incalculable. The war of annihilation against the demons. The battle of the great thousands. The ancient conflict. The timeless war. The struggle in the 9 nether realms. The campaign against eternity. The dismantling of false heavens. The slaughter of gods and demons. The quelling of chaos. Hundreds of thousands of battles, all contributing to the forging of Lu Yi's unparalleled heart for slaughter, his soul steeped in malevolence. The title Heavenly Sovereign of 9 Lives is revered among the human race, while world-annihilating sovereign is feared by the otherworldly. His blood-red eyes opened within the radiant light of the divine race, devoid of any trace of humanity at that moment. His very soul was consumed by the desire for bloodshed. Can the carnage experienced by a sovereign be contained by mere illusionary realms? Kill, kill, kill. Lu Yi gazed upward amidst the divine radiance, as the crimson malevolence coalesced into a fiery torrent. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yi surged upward, delivering a single, devastating punch. In an instant, the first layer of the 4 symbols suppressing heaven array obliterated several demon kin, reducing them to a mist of blood. Chapter 66. Complete Evacuation, Part 4. It is over. Upon witnessing that blinding crimson hue, Bai Qiulan was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The seeds of the killing lotus had unexpectedly erupted at such a critical moment. Retreat. Retreat. It is imperative to evacuate the celestial hero's ancient battlefield. No one can remain here. Anyone who lingers will surely meet their demise. There will be no exceptions. Currently, Lu Yi has transformed entirely into a monstrous entity driven solely by the urge to kill. He will employ every means of slaughter available to him. Retreat. Bai Qiulan performed a hand seal, enveloping Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei with her lunar divine power, and fled without a glance back. At the same time, she took out the communication stone. Feng Shidi, you must inform all disciples of the great Dao sect to withdraw from the celestial hero's ancient battlefield with utmost urgency. Notify all members of the human race, any sect or faction, to tell them to leave immediately, abandon everything, and evacuate as swiftly as possible. Feng Tianqi was startled by Bai Qiulan's message. Sister, what on earth has happened? A most terrifying fiend has emerged. All beings remaining in the celestial hero's ancient battlefield will perish. I am not exaggerating. The situation is extremely grave. You must act as I have instructed. Remaining here guarantees death. Absolutely. There is no chance of survival. Evacuate at once, immediately. Bai Qiulan's voice was filled with seriousness and urgency, laced with fear. Sun Ruowei was left in a daze. Her expression had transitioned from the foolishness of hearing her husband's name to a state of sheer bewilderment, as if her features had been frozen in time. Is it truly necessary? Is it really? No. Isn't this just Lu Yi turning red? Why does it instill such terror and anxiety in Bai Qiulan? How formidable can Lu Yi be, having only recently entered the fold? They are aware that they have but one chance to leave their mark on the eternal heroes' rankings, and now they are being told to depart? Who would willingly abandon such an opportunity? Qiulan, it cannot be this dire. Lu Yi is merely your disciple. While he is indeed impressive, does he warrant a complete evacuation? Even if he were to go on a rampage, would there not be enough foes for him to slay? You do not understand. I will explain everything once we are outside. Feng Shidi, did you hear that? I heard. I will contact the various sects immediately. Due to the gravity and urgency in Bai Qiulan's voice, Feng Tianqi surmised that the severity of the situation may have exceeded his expectations. He hurriedly reached out to other sections. What? We are to evacuate now? The reactions from the major sects were nearly identical. Their first thought was disbelief. How could they possibly abandon their efforts? They had yet to attempt to etch their names onto the eternal heroes' rankings, and should they succeed, it would not only grant them everlasting fame, but also immense rewards. Particularly, the formidable beings of the void refinement and harmonization realms had scarcely arrived at the celestial heroes' ancient battlefield for a day. They had yet to even embark on an exploration, let alone reap its benefits. How could they possibly be inclined to withdraw? Bai Qiulan rushed to Feng Tianqi's side at the utmost speed. Feng Tianqi was startled by Bai Qiulan's silvery hair. Without delay, Bai Qiulan seized the communication stone from Feng Tianqi. I am Bai Qiulan. Now, I attest to you by my personal Dao, my words bear no falsehood. I implore all esteemed heroes of the various sects, regardless of your confidence, to depart the celestial heroes' ancient battlefield within a mere quarter of an hour, or face certain death. I harbor no jest nor deception. Trust me, if you remain, death is inevitable. Bai Junior sister, what on earth has transpired? Please elucidate. Why will we perish if we do not leave? Even if a demon has emerged, how formidable could a demon in the celestial hero's ancient battlefield truly be? Surely, we are not without the means to confront it. Indeed, even if one of us cannot stand against it, united, we should not be overwhelmed. Yet, even united, we would struggle to escape the clutches of death. Bai Qiulan's voice brimmed with urgency. Everyone, believe me, vacate the celestial hero's ancient battlefield immediately. Silence enveloped the communication stone. No further words were exchanged. The crowd fell into a contemplative hush. Some suspected Bai Qiulan had lost her senses, yet she was a harmonization realm expert. Whatever had caused such a breakdown in her composure must be a terror beyond comprehension. All disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect, retreat. Someone from the Supreme Sword Sect proclaimed. Yes, Master Brother. All disciples of the Robbery Sect, withdraw immediately. Brother, I wish to remain here. I want to test my mettle against the Eternal Heroes list. You, Sai, do take care. All practitioners of the Central State Dynasty, retreat. Understood. My sister, may I inquire, was it he? Came the voice of Shangwan Huanling. Indeed. Very well, I understand. All practitioners of the Supreme Divine Dynasty, withdraw. What gives you the right to command the practitioners of the Supreme Divine Dynasty? A disdainful voice interjected. The Supreme Divine Dynasty need not retreat. I am keen to see what manner of demon could instill such fear in this timid assembly of cultivators. The Geely Celestial Dynasty shall retreat. Those who wish to remain may do so. The Yin-Yang Law Sect, those who desire to depart may leave. However, I remain unconvinced that our Yin-Yang Universe Array could be breached. I shall not leave. The Mountain River Pagoda Sect, very well. The Mountain River Pagoda Sect shall withdraw. The majority of the human factions placed their faith in Bai Qiulan's judgment as a harmonization realm expert. Her evident panic was sufficient to underscore the impending horror. Additionally, efforts should be made to alert scattered human cultivators to retreat. Bai Qiulan's figure vanished. A colossal voice reverberated throughout the universe. An unparalleled demon had emerged, slaughtering all in its path, leaving no room for survival. I am Bai Qiulan of the Dao sect. Anyone who hears this proclamation must flee the ancient battlefield of the prodigies with utmost urgency. Such a declaration echoed across the myriad layers of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Bai Qiulan could only act in this manner. Every soul saved was a victory. If it allowed Lu Yi to accumulate a modicum of slaughter, then so be it. Over the sea of blood, a resounding crash ensued. The four-symbol suppression array was utterly shattered, its focal point transforming into a mist of crimson. In the next moment, this blood mist was drawn to Lu Yi, who consumed it in a single gulp. His body involuntarily quivered with anticipation, a surge of exhilaration flooding his heart. The celestial demon emitted a piercing scream as Lu Yi cleaved through countless beams of light, seizing the demon's head with his outstretched hand. Boom! The demon's skull was crushed, and Lu Yi opened his mouth wide, forcefully shoving the entire being into his maw. Waves of sword light erupted incessantly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Each beam shimmered with a sanguine hue. From between his clenched teeth, a single word emerged: death. Chapter 67, Carnage, Part 1. The Heart of the Formation. The sword energy transformed into a crimson tempest, emitting a piercing roar as it surged towards the weakest point of the formation. What of the Vajra demon banishing array? What of the 10,000 spirits, 10,000 kills array? Each name boasts unparalleled grandeur, yet in Lu Ye's eyes, they are riddled with flaws, utterly vulnerable. Boom, boom, boom. At the focal point of the formation, billows of blood mist erupted. The Vajra pestle descended with furious might, while countless threads intertwined. Lu Yi unleashed a mighty punch, colliding with the Vajra pestle. For a moment, they remained locked in a stalemate. Lu Yi remained unyielding, while the Vajra pestle was ground down, inch by inch, into powder. A group of harmonization realm practitioners watched this spectacle with trepidation. Amitabha, particularly the disciples of the Buddhist sect, who understood better than anyone the extraordinary hardness of the Vajra pestle, which had shattered the skulls of countless formidable beings. Yet now, it was reduced to dust by a single punch. I refuse to believe he possesses such strength. The divine general, clad in white armor and a crimson cloak, exuded an imposing aura. His eyes reflected disbelief intertwined with intense defiance. The divine clan's radiant assault surged forth once more. The general transformed into a blinding white light, a colossal phantom emerging behind him as he unleashed a spear with all his might. The strike of pride. A divine dragon coiled around the spear, marking his ultimate lethal blow, the strongest strike of a harmonization realm practitioner. He could not fathom that Lu Yi could withstand this unparalleled assault after enduring the divine clan's radiance. Harmonization, the unity of strength and principle. His path was that of invincibility. A sinister smile graced Lu Ye's face, a blend of ferocity and peculiarity. With a casual swing of his sword, he cleaved through the divine radiance. In the face of this earth-shattering thrust, he extended his palm. Grip! Crash! The advancing figure of the divine general halted abruptly. Lu Yi remained unmoved, his blood-red eyes fixated on the general, his smile cruel and terrifying. You dare to claim invincibility? A murderous aura emanated from Lu Ye's gaze, piercing into the divine general's very being. In that moment, the general beheld mountains of corpses and seas of blood, witnessing the true fall of deities and Buddhas, hearing the anguished wails of countless beings akin to ants in despair. Upon closer inspection of these countless beings, he was gripped by extreme horror, realizing that each minuscule creature possessed strength akin to his own. His eyes glazed over in confusion, mingled with sheer terror. All of them were traversing the path of invincibility. With a subtle tug, Lu Yi drew the divine general closer. Raising his right leg, he unleashed a formidable, tempestuous force. A knee strike. The divine general's body exploded instantly, transforming into a dense blood mist. A completely white nascent soul fled, seeking escape, only to be seized by Lu Yi. With a swift motion, he devoured it whole. Crunch, Crunch, crunch. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Ye's mouth as he surveyed the multitude of figures around him. They were all destined for demise. With a single sweep of his sword, countless beams of sword light erupted. The formation was utterly obliterated, transforming the alien beings into mere blood mist, their wails echoing incessantly. A devil. He is a devil. Do not kill me. I implore you, spare my life. At this moment, the foreign beings of the harmonization realm felt a chill run down their spines. Flee. Fear was deeply imprinted in their hearts. If the divine generals could be dispatched so effortlessly, how could they possibly contend with this devil? The Buddhist sect was the first to retreat. The fiend's ferocity was unparalleled. The radiance of the Buddha was dimmed. In this moment, it was wise to conserve their strength, awaiting the day when the Buddha's brilliance would shine once more to vanquish demons, thus adhering to the righteous path. As the crowd dispersed, fleeing for miles, their figures suddenly vanished, only to reappear not far from Lu Yi. The alien beings exclaimed, "There is a formation." Night Dark's expression shifted dramatically. Why was there a formation at this periphery? Who had set this trap? In the void, a young boy cloaked in a mantle, with rosy lips and white teeth, remained unnoticed, as if his cloak rendered him invisible. Were Lu Yi to behold him now, he would surely strike him down with a sword. Were Lu Yi to see him in his lucid state, he would be astonished to recognize this youth as Li Huayu. His identity did not belong to the 5 major sects, nor to the 3 great dynasties or the Eternal Church, but stemmed from a more enigmatic origin. He had little interest in cultivation, yet an extraordinary passion for formations, albeit he was somewhat dull-witted, provoking his master's ire and disappointment, leading to his casting into the ancient battlefield of the prodigies for trial. His comprehension of formations was indeed laborious, taking him several minutes merely to breach a single array. He had come with the intention of rescuing Lu Yi, who had aided him in some manner. However, he soon realized that perhaps rescue was unnecessary. So formidable, so terrifying, more fearsome than his senior brother. By Li Huayu's estimation, Lu Yi should be capable of annihilating this entire group. Yet, should they attempt to flee? Thus, Li Huayu arranged a trapping formation. Haraha. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yi could not suppress a maniacal laugh. He cast a glance at Li Huayu, who shivered all over, an overwhelming fear inundating him like a tidal wave. He could actually see him? How could this be? His cloak was a congenital spiritual treasure, intended by his master for his protection. Strike! The glint of the sword manifested. Monks fell like rain, the Hui lineage monks bellowing in rage, forming a battle array. The next moment, the crowd erupted, limbs scattering. Amitba, Amitba. The lamenting chant of the Buddha resonated through heaven and earth, echoing more like a dirge. Amitba could not save them. Even the Buddha wept in this moment. Damn it! Damn it! Hurry, break the formation. We cannot breach it. What manner of devilish array is this? Let us out. Who set this formation? Let us out. I do not wish to perish. I possess boundless prospects and a grand path awaiting my pursuit. I refuse to fade away. Alas, it is all your fault. He has not provoked us, so why must you conspire to extinguish his life? Cursed be the demons, cursed be the demons. The elite of the Ghost Clan emitted cries of despair. Clearly, they had no prior interaction with Lu Yi. Why did they foolishly choose to confront him? Wails, bloodshed, collapse. Li Huayu witnessed the most merciless scene of all, a slaughter devoid of suspense, a struggle wrought with anguish. Panic seized him. The blood-red gaze of Lu Yi merely glanced at him, etching itself deeply into the recesses of his soul, rendering him weak and trembling. No, I must flee. Once Lu Yi has dispatched the others, I too shall meet my demise. Li Huayu swiftly vanished from sight. Upon returning to the sect, he must warn his senior brother to never provoke Lu Yi. Tiger Sheng observed the massacre, his expression gradually transforming, as if countless layers of eyes emerged within his pupils. How could such a being manifest in the first heaven? Lu Ye's figure materialized before Tiger Sheng, their blood-red eyes locking in a fierce gaze. Come forth. Lu Yi rasped. A peculiar smile graced the corners of Tiger Sheng's mouth. Very well. His skull was shattered by a single, devastating blow. Chapter 68. Difficult to persuade with kind words. Second update. Corpses, blood, severed limbs. All merged into a sea of blood. Lu Ye's true consciousness, akin to an observer, watched as his body unleashed its devastating prowess as a formidable weapon of slaughter. That gaze from earlier, an unmistakable mark of the all-spirits demon emperor. Lu Yi recognized it well, as it belonged to one of his most troublesome adversaries from his earlier days. With each act of carnage, Lu Yi's own awareness began to awaken, stirring excitement within him. Having been reborn and devoted to cultivation, he had nearly forgotten the glories of his previous life. Thus, he thought, "Come forth. Let us contend for the path. Slay the last of the alien race." The world fell into a hushed silence. Yet, the bloodlust surged within him, intensifying as the slaughter lotus ignited his murderous intent, amplifying it exponentially. Merely slaying one was evidently insufficient. Far from enough. His figure vanished, unleashing a punch that shattered the outer formation. The formation of the Heavenly Pavilion? To his surprise, it seemed that the Heavenly Pavilion had also sent its people this time. The crimson malevolence churned like flickering flames as Lu Yi soared through the air, producing a thunderous roar. His divine sense spread in all directions. "Hurry, bring me a creature to slay. Quickly." In the demon realm, upon the skeletal altar, several soul stones had already shattered significantly. Tu Wuing had just arrived when his soul stone fractured, startling the powerful beings of the demon realm. The speed of destruction was astonishing. As Tu Wuing stepped into the teleportation vortex, it seemed as if his garments still lingered in the demon realm while he had already perished. However, the deaths ceased thereafter, allowing the demon emperor to breathe a sigh of relief. The demise of Tu Wuing appeared to be mere coincidence. Such misfortune. Indeed, the concept of luck holds great significance for practitioners. Tu Wuing possessed terrifying potential. Had he survived, he might have become a being that instilled dread in the hearts of the strongest across the heavens. Alas, he met his end. Crack. 7 soul stones shattered simultaneously. The powerful beings of the demon realm turned their gazes with solemn expressions. Thankfully, they were merely ordinary demons. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, other soul stones began to shatter, the pace of destruction becoming alarming. "What is happening?" a demon warrior exclaimed in astonishment. Until the soul stones of the harmonized realm demons shattered as well, the entire demon realm fell into an eerie silence. The elite of the demon race, utterly annihilated. Roar. The demon emperor unleashed a thunderous roar. The obliteration of so many elite demons signified what? It indicated that for decades, perhaps even a century to come, other races could produce a new generation of formidable beings, becoming the backbone of the first heaven after the elder generation ascended to the second heaven. Yet, the demon realm would lack this cohort of strong beings, creating a significant gap in potential future power. What on earth transpired? Who was responsible for the annihilation of the demon race as elite? Immediately contact the other factions. No, reach out to the sovereign of all spirits. He must be aware of the unfolding events. It is not only the demon realm experiencing such turmoil. The spirit realm, the divine realm, the Buddhist realm, and the ghost realm, these independent worlds expelled from the great wilderness, are all facing similar predicaments. Only the sovereign of all spirits possesses the knowledge of what has transpired. He has left a mark within too many of the demon kin, who appear to be independent entities, yet can be replaced by him at any moment. In the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, the 8th layer, a quarter of an hour ago, Shangwan Huanling received a transmission from Bai Qilan and hurriedly inquired about Lu Yi. Although she merely referred to him as he, both she and Bai Qilan were acutely aware that this pronoun alluded to Lu Yi. Thus, she promptly agreed to allow everyone from the Supreme Empire to depart. However, it seemed she held little authority within the Supreme Empire. "Royal brother, we must leave. I am well acquainted with Bai Qilan. The danger she speaks of is undeniably real. If we remain in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies until that fiend arrives, we shall all perish," Shangwan Huanling urged fervently. Shangwan Tianin raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you know this fiend? Moreover, I do not recall you being acquainted with Bai Qilan. She is significantly older than you, and the Supreme Empire has had little interaction with the Dao sect. How do you know her?" "This is not the time for explanations. Royal brother, the situation is truly urgent. We must ensure the immediate evacuation of everyone from the Supreme Empire, or we shall all meet our doom. I am aware of this fiend, and he is terrifying beyond measure." Shangwan Tianin turned a deaf ear. "Then tell me, what is the name of this fiend? I am quite familiar with the formidable beings among the human race and various other races. I do not believe a single individual exists who can annihilate all the powerful entities of the Supreme Empire. Shangwan Huanling. Even if she uttered Lu Yi's name, he was previously not well known. Shangwan Tianin would not be persuaded that a mere Lu Yi could vanquish anyone in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. What purpose would I have in deceiving you? Shangwan Huanling sighed. Shangwan Tianin chuckled softly. Sister, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril if one retreats at the first sign of danger. How can one hope to achieve greatness? If you do not grasp this principle, your journey in cultivation will meet an early end. Shangwan Huanling felt a surge of frustration. In her past life, she had reached the realm of the emperors. Must she now be instructed on cultivation by an early deceased Shangwan Tianin? I shall say this one last time. Those who wish to leave, follow me. With that, she turned to depart. A chorus of laughter erupted from behind. Shangwan Huanling. If you choose not to go, so be it. My sister may be somewhat timid, but it matters not. After all, as a girl, no one expects much of her, so a little timidity is of no consequence. However, the urgency displayed by the Taoist sects by Qilan suggests that danger indeed looms. Therefore, let us establish a defensive formation and prepare for unforeseen events. The second prince exhibits remarkable wisdom. Shangwan Tianin's eyes burned with fierce ambition. Everyone must depart. Once all have left, the entire ancient battlefield of the prodigies will belong to him. At that point, his prestige within the Supreme Dynasty may very well surpass that of the first prince, rendering the ascension to the position of Crown Prince a distinct possibility. In the seventh layer of space, the members of the Yin-Yang sect remained behind, similarly engaged in arranging formations. Luo Yuan, as the saintess, found herself in a state of profound conflict. Yu Hongling discreetly sent her a message, urging her to leave without delay. Yet, she was reluctant to depart. Coupled with the constant reassurances from the powerful members of the Yin-Yang sect that they feared not the fiends, she ultimately resolved to stay. Many chose to leave, while others clung to a sense of luck, believing themselves invincible. Gradually, the exodus continued. Within a quarter of an hour, the entire ancient battlefield of the prodigies had quieted considerably. Chapter 69, The Heart of An, Part 3. Suddenly, a throng of individuals surged forth from the depths of Julong Valley, leaving the esteemed cultivators awaiting outside the vortex of transmission utterly bewildered. Has the ancient battlefield of talents concluded? The crowd was vast, encompassing various sections. Yet, was it not the case that the last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield had just opened less than a day ago? How could it end so swiftly? What transpired? Why have you all emerged? An elder from the GS sect grasped the arm of a GS sect disciple, inquiring urgently. Greetings, elder. We emerged upon the council of Bai Qilan from the Dao sect. She proclaimed that an unparalleled demon had manifested within the ancient battlefield, intent on slaying us all. Her assertions were fervent and unequivocal, prompting us to heed her advice and withdraw from the battlefield. What demon of unparalleled might? Did you even attempt the ancient talents ranking? We are as bewildered as you, elder. We did not have the opportunity to engage with the ancient talents ranking. Nonsense. The elder's countenance darkened as he raised his voice in admonition. You retreated from the ancient battlefield based solely on hearsay? Do you not comprehend the immense rarity and opportunity the ancient battlefield presents to you? The elder's words resonated like thunder, leaving everyone's ears ringing. In the path of cultivation, are demons truly so scarce? If you encounter a demon and flee, what becomes of your training? You might as well return home to till the fields, where you shall undoubtedly evade any demons. What a disgrace. Truly, what a disgrace. Do you know why we are called the Jie sect? Explain to us the origin of the name Jie sect. We fear not calamities nor great tribulations. We can endure any peril. Yet, you fled without even encountering this so-called demon? The Dao sect must provide an explanation to the Jie sect. Not only the Jie sect, but other sects also found the situation utterly absurd. Because Bai Qilan claimed that a demon of unparalleled strength would emerge, so many have withdrawn? At what point did the courage of cultivators diminish to such an extent? Is there anyone left inside? Do not allow them to exit. Utilize every means possible to keep them within. I am furious beyond words. Due to the ancient battlefield existing in a separate realm, communication across such spatial divides posed considerable challenges. Conventional communication stones could not bridge such distances. Fortunately, the Shanhua Baoda sect possessed a prodigy equipped with a unique artifact known as the Winged Letter. I shall notify them. An elder from the Shanhua Baoda sect exclaimed urgently. The crowd continued to emerge from the ancient battlefield, and with each individual that exited, the hearts of the sects ached deeply. What a waste! Such a splendid opportunity squandered. The elder from the Shanhua Baoda sect produced a half of the winged letter and began inscribing upon it. The characters transformed into golden light, vanishing, while the other half of the winged letter would convey the written content here. Why is there no response? The elders of the Shanhua Baoda sect were on the verge of despair. A golden radiance appeared, and within the Tianjiao ancient battlefield, the disciples of the Shanhua Baoda sect responded, ceasing their retreat from the battlefield. Friend Chung, may I borrow this pair of winged scroll? Please inform our GS sect disciples that they absolutely must not leave the Tianjiao ancient battlefield. What do the demons fear? Let us confront them. This is not a discussion, but a command. They must not depart. Friend Chung, please also assist the Taishang Sword sect. The Taishang Sword sect was equally reluctant to allow their disciples to leave at this moment, as the way of the sword emphasizes relentless advance. Retreating was not an option. Langia, think carefully. Based on our understanding of Sister Bai, she is not one to issue empty threats. If she claims there is an unparalleled demon, it must be an insurmountable force. I implore you to reconsider. The representatives of the Dao sect spoke up. They were the ones who understood Bai Qiulan best and would never believe she was deliberately trying to intimidate others. She must have felt that remaining in the Tianjiao ancient battlefield would lead to certain death, prompting her to urge everyone to evacuate. Langia hesitated, his expression filled with conflict. A difficult choice lay before him. You need not use it. Friend Sheng, please inform the people of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty to refrain from emerging as well. The opportunities within the Tianjiao ancient battlefield are too rare to abandon so easily. Cheng Liang did not hesitate either, reaching out to the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty. The more individuals who remained, the greater the chances of survival against the demon. He could not believe how formidable the demon could truly be. As time passed, the crowd continued to pour out. Almost all disciples of the Taishang Sword sect and the Dao sect emerged, with many cultivators from the Jiuzhou dynasty following suit. Other sects also began to exit, albeit more gradually. A significant number of loose cultivators emerged as well, as they tended to trust the judgment of the Dao sect strong. However, approximately one-third remained inside, the majority being powerful individuals. The Yinyang Law sect had nearly all stayed behind. Chu Ling had also managed to escape. When Bai Qiulan, Yu Hongling, and Sun Ruowei finally emerged, Bai Qiulan immediately took note of how many had yet to exit. Her expression changed dramatically. Why are there still so many people inside? Bai Qiulan exclaimed anxiously. Bai Qiulan, what are you thinking? You are well aware that the Tianjiao ancient battlefield presents an unimaginable opportunity for all, yet you are urging them to give it up. The Yinyang Law sect took the lead in voicing their discontent, loudly reprimanding her. Indeed, Bai Qiulan, you must provide us with an explanation today. How infuriating. So many opportunities for the prodigies have been squandered because of you. You, the Dao sect, you must offer us an account. Bai Qiulan took a deep breath. Once more, I shall reiterate. A temporarily possessed entity has emerged upon the battlefield of the celestial heroes, wielding an unfathomable power, slaying those in the harmonious path with the ease of slaughtering poultry. This being is currently engulfed in a relentless state of carnage, and any living creature that crosses its path shall be mercilessly dispatched. I pledge upon my great Tao that my words bear no falsehood. I implore you to release those within. To swear upon the great Tao is a solemn vow. Many present displayed subtle shifts in their expressions. To slay within the harmonious path with such ease? Bai Qiulan has even sworn upon the great Tao? Such alarmist rhetoric. I demand to know, who is this fiend? The elder of the Yinyang sect rebuked. Bai Qiulan. I do not know him. Ha! What a marvelous claim of ignorance. You do not even recognize him? If what you say is true. His words trailed off abruptly. A lamentation suddenly echoed from the direction of the Supreme Imperial Court. The second prince. All gazes converged upon the location of the Supreme Imperial Court, and what they beheld sent shivers down their spines. The soul stones were shattering. Crack, crack, crack. With scarcely a pause, all the soul stones fractured in a frenzy, each shattering representing the extinguishing of a life. Chapter 70. The Light of Death, Part 4. In the ancient battlefield of the 8th layer, as Shangguan Tianin and his companions were setting up the grand formation, Lu Ye's figure was shrouded in a torrent of malevolent energy, violently rushing through the void. The demon had arrived, and to everyone's astonishment, it was but a mere mortal. The Supreme Divine Dynasty remained on high alert, for the warning from Bai Qilan was not to be taken lightly. Her name carried significant weight. However, Shangguan Tianyin had always believed that this demon would belong to an alien race, never suspecting it to be human. Observing the youthful visage amidst the crimson malevolence, he pondered briefly before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Bai Qilan, oh Bai Qilan, I told you women are timid. Such an obscure young man, though his aura is indeed somewhat intimidating, has frightened the women into a frenzy. It is utterly hilarious. The others from the Supreme Divine Dynasty sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hey, you demon. I command you to depart immediately, or do not blame us for exterminating evil. Shangguan Tianyin bellowed. Lu Yi lowered his gaze, raising the stone sword in his hand. At that moment, the sky transformed into a blood-red hue, as if the clouds had instantaneously morphed into blood clouds. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, coalescing in that instant. A colossal blood-red sword light erupted, expanding to several thousand zhang in an instant. What does this signify? With a single stroke, this sword could cleave a city in twain. The expressions of the Supreme Divine Dynasty's warriors froze abruptly. While some possessed sword lights that were grand, yet insubstantial, shattering upon contact, others found their power amplifying with size. Now, gazing at the blood-red sky and the awe-inspiring, malevolent sword light, it was evident this belonged to the latter. In that moment, the warriors of the Supreme Divine Dynasty felt a profound sense of dread. Could the formation they had set up truly withstand such a sword? The sword light descended amidst howling winds, reminiscent of a cataclysmic force. Boom! Dust surged into the sky, forming towering waves of debris that rapidly spread outward. The sword struck the defensive formation with tremendous force. All the formation's nodes detonated, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure. The grand array shattered, and the sword light dissipated alongside it. Lu Ye's figure landed upon the earth, advancing toward the Supreme Divine Dynasty. The numerous warriors of the dynasty were now terrified, their courage crumbling. As Lu Yi approached, one among them, emboldened by desperation, let out a battle cry and charged forward. Puff! A single punch reduced the assailant to a mist of blood. Lu Yi quickened his pace, sword energy howling, as clusters of blood mist erupted. Unstoppable, annihilating all in its path. Do not kill me. I am Shangguan Tianyin. I am from the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Puff! A sword light sliced through, cleaving Shangguan Tianyin in two. Lu Yi could hardly be bothered to spare a glance at him, continuing his slaughter with relentless fervor. When an infant's soul attempted to flee, he seized it and consumed it without hesitation. The fragmented remnants of another were dismissed as inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, tranquility enveloped the world once more. The bloodied stone sword, gripped tightly by Lu Yi, dared not emit a sound, fearing that its master, in his current fearsome state, might shatter it should it dare to sing. The system remained silent as well, apprehensive that a mere utterance might provoke Lu Yi, who was teetering on the brink of madness, to crush its own existence in a futile search for the source of the sound. Clean the battlefield. Clean the battlefield. Clean the battlefield. Lu Ye's subconscious urged incessantly, striving to exert some influence over himself. The significance of battle was paramount, yet the cleansing of the battlefield held equal importance. Ultimately, after his carnage, Lu Yi could not even spare a glance at the scattered corpses, his figure vanishing in an instant. Searching. Seventh layer. Boom. Lu Ye's feet struck the earth with ferocity as he began to run, surging forward. The expressions of the members of the Yin-Yang sect shifted, activating their formation as the Yin and Yang spiraled like a Taiji symbol, intercepting Lu Ye's path. His speed escalated, his momentum intensifying, as the very heavens and earth fused with him in his wake. A punch erupted forth. The yin-yang diagram spun rapidly, confronting Lu Yi. Boom. The diagram was pierced through with ease. Screams and wails arose from behind the diagram, blood staining the ground. Luo Yuan watched in horror as a member of her sect was reduced to a mist of blood by the force of this youthful figure's strike. She stood frozen in disbelief. In that moment, her mind echoed the warning from Yu Hongling. Luo Yuan, you must leave the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Regardless of whether the others from the Yin-Yang sect depart, if you wish to survive, you must leave at all costs. Should you remain, your death is inevitable. Remember, It is absolutely certain. She had dismissed those words, yet now, it was indeed a certainty. A bitter smile flickered across Luo Yuan's face, soon transforming into a pitiable expression as she tore a portion of her clothing. She refrained from fully rending it, knowing well that the allure of the half-visible was the most potent charm. The overwhelming scent of blood filled her delicate nostrils, casting her in shadow. Tears welled in Luo Yuan's eyes as she timidly raised her gaze. A fist, seemingly larger than her own face, loomed ominously. Boom! Her head exploded, blood gushing forth. In Jiulong Valley, the Yinyang sect erupted in cries of alarm and mourning. Panic ensued. The speed of annihilation for the Supreme Imperial Court and all members of the Yinyang sect was alarmingly swift, with the transition from existence to oblivion occurring in mere minutes. The implications were painfully clear. It signified that their adversary was on an entirely different plane of existence, transforming the encounter into a sheer massacre. Quick! Summon all members of our sect, hurry! The elder of the Shanhua Pagoda sect was overtaken by distress, a palpable urgency in his demeanor. The bywing scribe hastily began to inscribe the unfolding events. The prince of the Jiuli Celestial Empire rushed forward, exclaiming, "Chung, my friend, please assist me in notifying our cultivators of the Jiuli Celestial Empire to evacuate. Fellow cultivators of the robbery sect, prompt them to emerge. There is no time to waste." Panic ensued. Just 10 minutes prior, they had vehemently refused to allow their disciples to leave. But witnessing the swift demise of the Supreme Celestial Empire and the Yinyang Dharma sect, they were truly alarmed. Messages were dispatched one after another through the bywing book. Suddenly, a soul stone belonging to the Taishang sword sect shattered. It belonged to a swordsman reluctant to depart. Soon after, the first disciple from the Shanhua Treasure Pagoda sect met the same fate. The sound of shattering echoed. Crack, crack, crack. Fragments flew. Individuals began to teleport out, their eyes filled with terror. Half of a corpse materialized, blood spraying in every direction, devoid of any life force. The soul stones continued to break in succession. Some who teleported out were still engulfed in fear, screaming, "No, don't kill me. Spare me. A demon. He is a demon. Let me go quickly." Wails, cries, and moans filled the air. The pace of the soul stones shattering increased dramatically, as if the demons within sensed the fleeing souls and escalated their slaughter. At last, no one emerged from the swirling vortex of teleportation. The vortex spun in serene silence, untouched by any speck of dust. It appeared tranquil and beautiful. Yet, to the eyes of all, it had transformed into the gaping maw of a demon, devouring every essence of life. Chapter 71, The Parasitic Celestial Demon, Part 5, The Ancient Battlefield of the Prodigies, First Layer. Lu Yi was drenched in blood, though it was predominantly that of others. The ground was strewn with shattered corpses, a grim tableau of destruction. Grasping a severed torso, Lu Yi pulled it from the abyssal vortex, his blood-red eyes fixed intently upon it. The vortex, it seemed as though there were others lurking within. A flicker of tension coursed through Lu Yi's main consciousness, yet he discerned that emerging from this chaos bore no grave consequences. After all, it was merely a cycle of combat and slaughter. As he vanquished foes, he also refined their primordial spirits, rendering any concerns of insufficient true essence moot. Lu Yi advanced toward the vortex, driven by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. As he was about to enter the swirling portal, his steps abruptly faltered. He turned his gaze in another direction, his eyes flaring with crimson intensity. Boom! Lu Yi shot skyward, racing toward the northwest. For there he sensed the presence of numerous life forms. Many, many indeed. At the exit of the vortex in the demon realm, the vermilion bird concealed her aura with utmost diligence. Possessing a formidable secret technique, she could cloak herself so effectively that even in her weakened state, she remained undetected beneath the watchful gaze of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. She fervently hoped that Lu Yi would not discover her presence, as this would afford her an opportunity to etch her name upon the ancient prodigy rankings. Of course, should she be found out, it mattered little. She was at the exit, and once Lu Yi arrived, she would make her swift escape. How terrifying, the vermilion bird mused. One might question all aspects of Lu Yi, yet his strength was beyond reproach. In his previous life, he faced adversity. In this life, he was unequivocally invincible. No contender at his level could rival him. Even those a significant realm beneath him stood no chance. At that moment, a small demon emerged from the swirling entrance. The diminutive creature appeared to be no older than a decade or two, its strength measured at the primordial Dan level. The vermilion bird was taken aback. What business did such a young demon have in the perilous ancient battlefield of the prodigies? The young demon, upon spotting the vermilion bird, was equally surprised. It scrutinized her closely, finding no distinguishing features. What brings you to the ancient battlefield of the prodigies at this time? It is extraordinarily dangerous. You must leave at once. The vermilion bird believed firmly that there were both virtuous and malevolent beings among humans and demons alike. Lu Yi, who once exploited the name of the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor to slay countless weaker demons, was undoubtedly a villain. However, the small demon disregarded her warning, erupting into a fierce roar. The vermilion bird gasped, instinctively moving to cover the demon's mouth. She had misjudged. Demons were not solely classified as good or evil, but also included the foolish and the naive. Just then, a second small demon entered. The vermilion bird? Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. An influx of youthful demons poured in, as if a tide of demons had been unleashed, continuously arriving. The vermilion bird? What are you doing? Who permitted your entry? Leave at once. There is a harbinger of death here, and your presence will lead to your demise. Different demons continue to emerge. Upon their arrival, they unleash a cacophony, exerting their utmost strength. They are deliberately luring Lu Yi here. Among them, there are even juvenile beasts. Zhu Kei is on the verge of madness. She disregards her concealment and channels her demonic energy, forming a formidable shield to obstruct the vortex through which the demon race arrives. What is happening? Why come here to court death? At the very moment Zhu Kei's power erupts, all the small demons turn their gaze upon her. Their eyes gleam with a covetous light. Zhu Kei? It is indeed Zhu Kei. Do not enter. Retreat, for you shall perish if you do. Zhu Kei cries out. At this moment, a young wolf approaches her from behind and suddenly opens its mouth wide, sinking its teeth into Zhu Kei's neck. However, it is far too feeble. Even in its surprise attack, it cannot breach Zhu Kei's defenses. A look of disbelief fills Zhu Kei's eyes. This young wolf is attacking her? With a gentle shake, she sends the young wolf flying. Why? Why is this happening? Ding! A dagger plunges forcefully into Zhu Kei's body, attacking with a fervor meant to inflict harm. A swarm of small demons rushes forth, using weapons, teeth, and claws. Uft! Zhu Kei bleeds. A peculiar essence swiftly enters her body through the wound. With a piercing scream, Zhu Kei sends all the juvenile demons flying. At the vortex, the small demons, their expressions twisted with malice, fixate intensely on Zhu Kei, their terrifying gaze sending chills down her spine. The juvenile demons, undaunted by death, charge again. Realizing they cannot harm Zhu Kei, they resort to insults, spitting at her and hurling curses. Some even throw their filth directly at her. Zhu Kei's expression turns numb. The malevolence in the eyes of these juvenile demons is far beyond what mere younglings should possess. They are manifestations of the Hongling Demon Emperor. It is the Hongling Transformation Blood Demon Sutra. In that moment, Zhu Kei's mind buzzes. She withdraws her power, observing the countless juvenile demons entering the ancient battlefield for the talented, resembling zombies. They no longer bother to disguise their intentions. All the juvenile demons wear a singular expression. They are all part of the Hongling Demon Emperor. Lu Yi, what he said is indeed true. He did not deceive her in his past life. Those demons slain by Lu Yi were all manifestations of the Hongling Demon Emperor. Even the weakest demon, if it becomes a host for the Hongling Demon Emperor, can return with vengeance. He did not lie to himself. Yet, was not the Hongling Demon Emperor nurtured by the Hongling Transformation Blood Demon Sutra? This technique does not encompass such means. Such terrifying methods can only be achieved through equally fearsome techniques. Wrong. She was mistaken. Zhu Kei gazed upon the faces around her, filled with both anticipation and malice. In that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. A young demon appeared before Zhu Kei, its domineering and menacing gaze scrutinizing her. What kind of technique have you cultivated to achieve such deeds? Zhu Kei cried out in despair. It seems you know quite a bit about this emperor, the WNL Ing Yohu Ing remarked. The WNL Ing Hu Su Yoj Ing does not possess such powers. What exactly are you practicing? The WNL Ing Yohu Ing was taken aback. WNL Ing Hu Su Yoj Ing? What a splendid name. I must confess, I was unaware that my parasitic celestial demon technique bore such a title. He chuckled heartily. Zhuke was momentarily speechless. Parasitic celestial demon technique? He is a parasitic celestial demon. The one who had been battling with Lu Yi in the seventh heaven was indeed the parasitic celestial demon. The WNL Ing Hu Su Yoj, Ing was merely a ruse. It was a deception orchestrated by the parasitic celestial demon, targeting her and Lu Yi. The parasitic celestial demon was the WNL Ing Yohu Ing, and the WNL Ing Yohu Ing was the parasitic celestial demon. It was never about gathering the blood of myriad spirits to enhance power. Instead, it involved parasitizing the owner of the blood, compelling the Essence's master to aid in its cultivation. At this moment, the blood light filled the sky. Lu Yi had arrived. Chapter 72, Once, Part 1, Living Beings. Lu Yi gazed upon the frail demon clan with his blood-red eyes. Though the demons were diminutive, their youthfulness imbued them with a vitality akin to the dawn's first light. To extinguish their burgeoning lives would only serve to satiate his thirst for carnage. All the weak demons turned their gaze upon Lu Yi, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Indeed, among the human race, there were prodigies more extraordinary than even this demon. Come, slay me. Without uttering a single word, Lu Yi swung his sword with a horizontal slash. Thud, thud, thud. Blood stained the earth. The pungent scent of blood surged into the sky as the young demons were cleaved in twain by the sword's aura, their faces exhibiting a peculiar smile as they perished. Streams of crimson energy surged towards Lu Yi. Unfazed, he continued his slaughter. The young demons continued to pour into the ancient battlefield of the celestial heroes. Yet their influx was far too slow, insufficient to quench Lu Yi's thirst for bloodshed. His blood-red eyes flickered to a filthy firebird nearby, devoid of any dignity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. Boom. The firebird was obliterated, its feathers scattering like petals in the wind. A gasp escaped Lu Yi's lips. With another punch, the heavens seemed to lend him their strength, and a tempest erupted from the void. The vermilion bird was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of regret as her form was shattered by Lu Yi's fist, and within her heart, a strange feeling of liberation emerged. Let it end. Death would be a relief. Lu Yi had saved her twice, and she owed him 2 lives. In that moment, her memories transported her back to the past. The vermilion bird? One of the 4 divine beasts? How could she be such a diminutive creature? Those who recognized her as the vermilion bird would know her worth. Those who did not might mistake her for a mere chick. Hello there, little chick. What a reunion. Alas, in such a disheveled state, allow me to give you a wash. Cough, cough. You little thing. How dare you repay kindness with malice? I help you bathe, and you drag me into the water? Little bird, it's a pleasure to see you again. What troubles your demon clan? Why are they relentlessly pursuing you? For goodness sake, you are the vermilion bird. The demon clan knows your lineage. It is their blindness to not revere you, yet they still hunt you down. Stay with me. If you do not, it won't be long before you meet your demise. The monarch of all spirits is truly terrifying. But fear not, little bird. Watch how I deal with him. Lu Yi engaged in a battle of unparalleled magnitude against the monarch of all spirits. The more he fought, the more silent he became. Until the very end. Lu Yi, you have slain so many demons? I had no choice. If I do not kill them, they will kill me. At that time, Lu Yi's expression was laden with exhaustion and bloodlust. Such weak demons, how could they threaten you? Weak demons? Do you not realize that the diminutive demon behind you is the monarch of all spirits? Impossible. I have never deceived you. Step aside. The vermilion bird chose to believe Lu Yi. Yet, there was far too much loss, far too many lives extinguished, including those helpless cubs that were mercilessly slain by Lu Yi. It was a lamentable sight. However, she perceived only the tragedy of the demon race, oblivious to the anguish mirrored in Lu Yi's eyes. The slaughter of the weak, for Lu Yi, was an agonizing torment in itself. Yet, he found himself with no other recourse. If he refrained from killing, his previous efforts would amount to naught, rendering the lives he had already taken meaningless. In a desperate act, the vermilion bird positioned herself before a newborn cub, one that had scarcely seen the light of day, its eyes barely open. How could such an innocent creature be regarded as part of the sovereign of all spirits? Stand aside. The murderous intent on Lu Yi's face had become palpable. His stone sword aimed at himself. If he were to slay it, then he must perish alongside it. It had only just entered the world. but it is the sovereign of all spirits. It is not. The vermilion bird could not fathom the hideous malice that the cub, once sheltered by her, might have displayed in her absence. She had kept secret from Lu Yi that she had hidden a young demon, a firebird that bore a striking resemblance to herself, still lacking its full plumage. She wished to ascertain whether it truly was the sovereign of all spirits. Eventually, after numerous attempts to intervene, Lu Yi incapacitated her. When she regained consciousness, she discovered that nearly half of the demon realm had been slaughtered by Lu Yi, particularly the younger demons. Lu Yi later sought to explain himself, and though she recognized the validity of his actions, she found it difficult to accept at that moment. She awaited the growth of the young bird, which thrived under her protection for an extended period. It lived long, yet by a stroke of fate, the firebird perished without ever exhibiting the traits of the sovereign of all spirits. In the aftermath, even though she struggled to accept this reality, witnessing the fractured demon realm gradually rejuvenating allowed her to find some solace. Reflecting on those times, she suddenly realized that the period during which the young bird thrived under her care coincided with Lu Yi's most arduous struggles. From the second to the fourth heavens, it seemed as though the entire world had turned against Lu Yi, even drawing the ire of the eternal sect. Many memories now appeared as mere coincidences, defying all logic. Until, in the ancestral grounds of the demon race within the seventh heaven, she stumbled upon a tome of demon scriptures, the blood transformation scripture of the sovereign of all spirits. She mused that the sovereign of all spirits, who practiced the blood transformation scripture, was entirely unaware of the name of this very technique. The sovereign of all spirits was, in fact, a parasitic celestial demon. In her misguided belief that she had rescued a firebird, she had inadvertently saved a being capable of wreaking havoc upon the entire demon race, leading them to utter annihilation. She could not perish. She absolutely must not. Were she to die, Lu Yi in this lifetime would not necessarily need to confront the sovereign of all spirits. For in this lifetime, Lu Yi was exceedingly powerful, requiring no adversaries. With unwavering dedication to his cultivation, he could leave all enemies far behind. She sought to slay the sovereign of all spirits. She yearned to experience the profound anguish that Lu Yi endured during his confrontation with the sovereign. After she has traversed the depths of the torment he once faced, she would approach Lu Yi, imploring him to take her life himself. In a blaze of fire, a sharp and piercing cry of a bird echoed through the heavens and the earth. Fiery flames, golden and crimson, erupted to a towering height, revealing the magnificent form of a colossal vermilion bird amidst the inferno. Exuding the supreme aura of the four divine creatures of the heavens and the four symbols of the mortal realm. Suddenly, blood-red chains ensnared Lu Yi, a manifestation of the sovereign's intervention. The parasitic entity he coveted could not be so easily vanquished by Lu Yi. While ordinary parasites could perish without consequence, a being like the vermilion bird, though difficult to inhabit, would not be overlooked by the sovereign as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for success. Yet, he underestimated Lu Yi. The blood-red chains posed no hindrance to him whatsoever. With a powerful punch, the chains shattered instantaneously. Boom! The true flames of the vermilion bird were extinguished by the sheer force of his strike, and a faint red light swiftly surged into the vortex of teleportation. Vanishing into its depths, a multitude of young demons surged forth, rushing into the fray. Chapter 73. A Mountain of Corpses and a Sea of Blood. Second update. Kill, kill, kill. These feeble creatures of the demon race could hardly satiate Lu Yi's thirst for slaughter. However, it mattered little. He was not particular. As long as any living being dared to enter, he would not hesitate to kill. The sovereign of all spirits sought to attach his parasitic power to Lu Yi through the act of destruction. Typically, the sovereign refrained from parasitizing humans, as his cultivation technique was rooted in demonic scriptures, allowing for perfect symbiosis only with demons. Yet, Lu Yi's potential was simply too alluring. In the sovereign's eyes, Lu Yi was akin to the flower of enlightenment, the fruit of the Dao, the embodiment of the human path. Should he manage to parasitize Lu Yi, he would willingly forsake his true form. Thus, what was a mere parasite? Let Lu Yi kill to his heart's content. The more he slaughtered, the greater the power the sovereign could wield. He could not believe that as a demon sovereign, he would be unable to contend with a mere human at the void refinement stage. As time passed, the corpses of demonic beasts piled ever higher. and the blood below flowed like a river, forming a mountain of bodies. The acrid scent of blood was nauseating. Yet, Lu Yi reveled in the ambience, feeling utterly at ease, as if he were a fish returned to water. The lotus of slaughter continued to incessantly stir his bloodlust. Observing this scene, Lu Yi's primary consciousness remained largely unfazed. In truth, the current spectacle was far less distressing than the initial torment he experienced while exterminating the juvenile demons one by one. He had never been a bloodthirsty individual. The complete annihilation of the sovereign of all spirits had left him feeling profoundly sickened. Those tiny, defenseless creatures, still in need of nurturing, had evoked a deep sense of pity within him. Yet what choice did he have? Once the slaughter commenced, it was not something one could simply halt. The anguish was unbearable. During this time, the vermilion bird continually urged him to reconsider. Did he not realize that he ought not to massacre the weak? The vermilion bird's words merely deepened Lu Yi's torment. His worldview and outlook on life, cultivated since childhood, insisted that he must not slay the weak or act with cruelty. Yet, reality countered this belief. If he did not kill, the future would only bring death to many. At that time, Lu Yi had not yet matured to the point of possessing a heart as resolute as iron. He too felt pain and revulsion toward slaughter. However, following that bout of killing, his heart had grown ever harder. Slaughter was merely slaughter, after all. Those juvenile beasts had still known how to disguise themselves, presenting themselves as pitiable. Now, however, the new arrivals bore fierce expressions, each a potential host for the sovereign of all spirits. How many had come? 100,000? The mountain of corpses suggested it was close to that. Yet, why had the influx slowed? Lu Yi's primary consciousness sensed something amiss. He had begun to perceive the impatience of his body. The demon race was entering too slowly. Now, under the sway of bloodlust, his corporeal form might very well charge into the vortex, seeking to enter the demon realm for a proper slaughter. The act of slaughtering within the demon clan is indeed devoid of consequence. The crux lies in the fact that he has yet to etch his name upon the ancient prodigy rankings. While he was engrossed in the delightful carnage of his own form, he nearly forgot one of the primary reasons for his entrance into the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Lu Yi's blood-red gaze fixated upon the swirling vortex. With a mind as pure and naive as his physical being, he discerned the myriad of life forms lurking beyond the vortex. Thus, he began to step forward. Was he truly about to exit? Lu Yi felt a tinge of helplessness. Yet he resigned himself to the notion that leaving was inevitable. This was not something to be coerced. However, what Lu Yi did not anticipate was that, while he yearned for freedom, the monarch of 10,000 spirits was unwilling to grant him such liberty. This vessel was one that the monarch held in high esteem. Until he had inscribed his name upon the ancient prodigy rankings, the monarch would never permit this body to escape. Consequently, a multitude of demons surged forth, many of whom were under a century in age, their cultivation weak, already showing signs of aging. No longer limited to the youthful beasts under 20. The options for demon selection had expanded significantly. The previous choice of youthful beasts was predicated upon the fact that they had yet to invest significantly in their development. Their demise would allow for the regeneration of the demon race, with minimal sunk costs. Now, witnessing Lu Yi's intent to flee, they hastily abandoned any consideration of sunk costs. All must enter. All must perish. Thus, another wave of demons erupted. Lu Yi halted, his expression earnest, his stone sword swinging incessantly, reveling in the slaughter. The disciples who escaped from the ancient battlefield of prodigies gradually calmed down after a period of reassurance, their initial terror subsiding. However, this tranquility was fleeting. The psychological scars left by their experiences in the battlefield would linger, haunting them for an indeterminate time, awakening them from nightmares in the dead of night. Practitioners are human, and every individual has their own limit of mental endurance. Observing their disciples regain composure, the heavily afflicted sects were filled with profound sorrow. A rift had formed. Sects like the Yinyang Law sect and the Supreme Divine Dynasty found their younger generation nearly decimated. In the future, other sects would inevitably produce a new cohort of formidable warriors, and even a simple arithmetic addition could plunge a sect into a state of irreversible decline. Emoji, do you see me? Do you still remember who it was that slaughtered our brothers? An elder from the Mountain River Pagoda sect inquired of Su Emoji. It was unfathomable that a practitioner at the void refinement level could be driven to such a visceral state of terror. Su Moji's eyes were vacant. The image of his senior brother at the harmonization realm invoking the heavenly shield, only to be obliterated along with it by a single punch, resurfaced in his mind. Flesh and blood were reduced to mere pulp. All were perishing, all were disintegrating. He consumed nascent souls, devouring one after another. The nascent souls bled profusely. Ugh! Su Mo vomited once more. The spirited demeanor and the gentlemanly image he once exhibited in the presence of Bai Qilan had completely vanished. The members of the Shanhua Baoda sect found themselves in a state of exasperation, compelled to seek answers from another. At last, one disciple, partially obscured in his vision, fled in a panic and lamentation, escaping just in time to avoid severe mental turmoil. He caught a glimpse of Lu Ye's visage and hastily pulled out paper and pen to commence his drawing. The malevolence, which he first depicted as a flame-like aura, began to take form. As he continued to describe it, a fearsome, malevolent youth sprang to life upon the page. This young figure was as strikingly handsome as the legendary readers of old, yet his expression was chillingly cold, capable of inducing terror with a mere glance. Enough to silence a crying infant. Is this truly the one? The disciple nodded vigorously. Were his eyes really that large? Observing the eyes on the paper, which appeared as substantial as a fist, the elder of the Shanhua Baoda sect felt a tinge of doubt. Surely, the proportions were exaggerated? The disciple continued to nod emphatically, insisting, I witnessed it with my own eyes. This is how he appeared. Chapter 74. If only my senior brother were here. As the disciples of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect fervently sketched portraits, Bai Qilan quietly transmitted a message. Elder son, please discreetly shatter the soul stone of my disciple, Lu Yi, and ensure that no one discovers this. Although confused, Sun Li complied nonetheless. Who is this person? Does anyone recognize him? Elder Yu Tianyu of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect meticulously enlarged the image, employing various energy lines to delineate the figure within the portrait. Before them stood a youth, tall and imposing, with eyes astonishingly large, enveloped in a tempest of blood flames, resembling a reincarnation of a god of slaughter. All gazes were drawn to the figure suspended in the sky. This person looks familiar. At the Grand Dao sect, Yu Hongling stared at the floating figure and was momentarily taken aback. Is this my senior brother? She strained to discern any resemblance to Lu Yi within this depiction. She found none, truly none at all. Which divine being could have rendered her senior brother in such a manner? The crowd shook their heads as they beheld the image. Judging by the physique, it bore some resemblance to those from the robbery sect. Central Zhou dynasty. Do you recognize this individual? The Central Zhou dynasty, still relieved by their amicable relations with the Grand Dao sect, heated by Qilan's words. While none had inscribed their names upon the eternal heroes list, at the very least, they had preserved their own safety, a stroke of good fortune compared to other factions. No, we do not recognize him. Never seen this person. What about the Grand Dao sect? Do you know him? Yet, Yu Tianyu's focus had never been on the Central Zhou dynasty. It had always been directed towards the Grand Dao sect. The members of the Grand Dao sect were equally curious about the identity of this individual. They scrutinized the image once more, pondering deeply. Ultimately, they shook their heads. Sorry, we do not recognize him. Yu Tianyu turned his gaze towards Bai Qilan. Daoist Bai, you must know him, right? Bai Qilan maintained a calm demeanor as she observed the image, uttering not a word of falsehood. I do not know him. Do you dare swear? Swear to what nonsense? Who do you think you are, demanding my master to swear? Yu Hongling's temper flared instantaneously. Yu Tianyu was taken aback. How audacious! I am conversing with your master, and what right do you, a mere junior, have to interject? His voice resonated with authority, akin to thunderous waves, deafening in its intensity. For the weak, such a roar could easily instill terror. To address a young girl in such a manner was undeniably ruthless and insidious. Taoist, this is excessive, is it not? Bai Qilan's eyes turned icy in an instant. The power of the Taiyin radiated around her. Excessive? Not quite. I am merely teaching her the essence of respecting her elders. Yu Hongling's eyes glistened with indignation. You, an old, decrepit waste, dare to call yourself an elder? Your mere age is but a facade. If I were to reach your years, you wouldn't even be able to tie my shoelaces. As this statement was uttered, the countenance of the elder cultivators grew markedly grim. Hongling, mind your words. Bai Qilan immediately reprimanded Yu Hongling. Turning her gaze to Yu Tianyu, she admonished, Elder Yu. As a senior, it is truly unbecoming to entangle yourself with juniors, and lose your dignity. I shall cast aside dignity today, the elder retorted. So many disciples of the Shanhua Baoda sect have perished. I have come here to lead the charge. How can I return to the sect without avenging my disciples? Bai Qiulan, you are undoubtedly familiar with this villain. He has committed heinous crimes, so why do you hesitate to reveal his identity? With Yu Tianyu taking the lead, other severely afflicted sects stepped forward, unwittingly encircling the Dao sect. The powerful figures of the Dao sect immediately heightened their presence. Junior Bai has already stated she does not recognize him. Why must you press her further? Indeed, Elder Yu, do you truly believe that the Dao sect fears you? Without hesitation, the members of the Taishang sword sect approached the Dao sect, their sword intent already beginning to surge. Are you attempting to bully the fewer with your numbers? We of the Taishang sword sect are not merely spectators. The Central State dynasty hesitated briefly before mobilizing to stand before the Dao sect. In an instant, the various sects formed two distinct factions, tension palpable in the air. I am not unreasonable. By Taoist, your vow to save lives is commendable. It is our ignorance that has led to the fall of disciples, and we cannot blame others. However, if you can vow upon your own path to save others, why do you not dare to swear that you do not recognize this villain? Yu Tianyu proclaimed loudly. Enough. If you wish to fight, then say so directly. We are all at the harmonious Dao realm. What right do you have to demand others to swear oaths of purity? The Taishang sword sect's Langya sword berated. Humph, if you dare not. It means you do recognize him. In any case, since many disciples under my leadership have perished, I shall return to the sect to atone for their deaths. I might as well inquire about your techniques. Come forth. Just unleash a single strike, and let us see if I can cleave you in two. The situation intensified, teetering on the brink of conflict. Bai Qiulan sighed deeply, unable to bear witness to the various sects of the great wilderness embroiled in internal strife, which would only lead to further suffering. Everyone, please remain calm. Since Elder Yu requests I swear upon my path to prove my innocence, I shall do so. After all, our sects are one and should not descend into conflict. Master, Yu Hongling exclaimed in alarm. This is an affront. They are demanding evidence from those who have made accusations. How can one be compelled to swear an oath without any substantiation? Bai Qiulan interrupted Yu Hongling's protests. I, Bai Qiulan, swear upon my own path that I do not recognize this figure of light and shadow. Should I recognize him, may my path be severed. With the vow established, Yu Hongling immediately burst into tears, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. Why? What gives them the audacity to compel the master to swear an oath by the great Dao? This specter of light and shadow bears no resemblance to my senior brother. If it did, what would the master do? If only my senior brother were here. If he were present, who would dare act in such a manner? Not to mention forcing the master. The moment Yu Tian uttered his first words, Lu Yi would have charged forward with sword in hand. They can do as they please. In the chaos of battle, Lu Yi is indifferent to the heavens collapsing or the earth shattering. His only concern is for those around him. Senior brother. Senior brother. After Bai Qiulan swore her oath, she let out a deep sigh within her heart. She felt a pang of discomfort. If only Lu Yi were here. You scoundrel, to humiliate my master, I shall annihilate your entire sect. I fear I would be too late to mediate, let alone utter any oaths of the great Dao. Bai Qiulan has sworn her oath. Yu Tian was taken aback, not expecting Bai Qiulan to truly make such a vow. For a moment, all words were caught in his throat. Alas, he could not remain in the illustrious ancient battlefield forever when the time came for him to emerge. He would certainly know who he was. Initially, those who had suffered psychological trauma were too afraid to look, but with the encouragement of their elders, they found themselves unable to suppress their fear and stole a glance. Upon doing so, they were rendered speechless. I am not afraid. This is not right. That person is unequivocally not like this. How could his eyes be so round? They are clearly elongated, with red flames flickering at the sides. No, that person's figure is slender, certainly not the stocky form before them. That person's attire is also not like this. The crowd. Chapter 75. The enchanting fragrance of melons. Fourth update. No one could have anticipated such a colossal blunder. The disciple of the Mountain River Treasure Tower sect confidently depicted the visage of the fiend, only to discover it was entirely erroneous. Yu Tianyu was infuriated, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the disciple, rendering his face swollen. Did you not discern what you were recklessly sketching? The disciple, feeling aggrieved, hesitated momentarily. Yet Elder Yu firmly asserted that he had seen the figure. He, too, believed he had perceived it, as the likeness bore a striking resemblance to his own drawing. The many who had narrowly escaped began to unite, gradually detailing the appearance of the perpetrator. After a lengthy half-hour of comparisons, a completely new figure emerged within the gaze of the crowd. Gazing upon this silhouette, many fell into silence, for it was utterly inconceivable. Not only the others, but even the members of the Great Dao sect felt incredulous at this sight. It appears that unless we engage in a confrontation with the Great Dao sect, you will not rest easy, thundered the elder of the Great Dao sect. A mere youth, only 18 years of age, has been a member of the Great Dao sect for less than a year. Pray tell, what level could he possibly attain? The elder's roar echoed like thunder. Throughout history, has there ever been an instance of someone achieving such mastery in just over half a year? Is there even a single individual? Is it not your desire to conspire against the Great Dao sect? Come forth, and let the battle commence. Other sects fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Yi, such an unassuming disciple, was hardly the focus of attention. The only interest they had in Lu Yi stemmed from his calm and steady cultivation prior to the opening of the ancient hero's battlefield. At the moment the battlefield was unveiled, Lu Yi was the first to soar into the sky. And that was all. The others held no recollection of him whatsoever. Yu Tianyu took a deep breath and glanced once more at Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan's aura erupted, her hands forming seals. As the terrifying Ta'in divine sword began to coalesce amidst the clouds, causing the temperature of the world to plummet at an alarming rate. Yu Tianyu realized that if he allowed Bai Qiulan to swear an oath this time, battle was inevitable. His previous aggression was merely a means of intimidating Bai Qiulan, who did not seem the type to fear chaos. Now, however, Bai Qiulan had clearly expressed her stance. This person is a disciple of the Great Dao sect. May I inquire if his soul stone is shattered? Yu Tianyu inquired. Bai Qiulan turned her gaze towards Sun Li. Sun Li had silently shattered Lu Ye's soul stone long ago. It is broken. Sun Li indicated the shattered soul stone before him. Broken? Yu Tianyu was incredulous and immediately began to compare the essence emanating from the soul stone to identify the individual. The final result rendered Yu Tianyu's expression exceedingly grim. It truly is shattered. It appears that a malevolent entity has seized Lu Ye's body, resulting in such carnage. Let us await his emergence from the ancient hero's battlefield. Regardless of whether he is human, ghost, demon, or beast, he shall be swiftly eradicated. I propose we set up a formation. I second that. The opposing party seems to possess a certain mastery over formations. We must construct a formidable grand array. Very well. Let us unite our efforts and vanquish the fiend. This endeavor is not solely ours. We must also communicate with our sect to summon even stronger allies. At this moment, Sun Li felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. He was the elder responsible for this mission, a formidable being at the 6th level of the harmonization realm. Previously, he found it perplexing when Bai Qiulan inexplicably conveyed a message urging him to shatter Lu Ye's soul stone, but now everything was crystal clear. The one unleashing carnage in the ancient battlefield of heroes was, in fact, a disciple of his sect, the Dao sect. Furthermore, it was one of the latest disciples from the 92nd generation. No, he was aware of Lu Yi. He was the champion of the sect's talent competition. However, that was merely a contest for newcomers. This implied that Lu Yi could be no older than 20 years. For a disciple of such youth, encountering a harmonization realm practitioner, let alone escaping with his life, would already be a feat worthy of 50 years of bragging rights. And yet, he was slaying harmonization realm practitioners, killing a multitude of them. Sun Ruowei was the only one, apart from Lu Yi's deceased romantic interests, who had a grasp of the situation. Ever since she departed from the ancient battlefield of heroes, her demeanor had remained unchanged, stiff and rigid. Others assumed that Sun Ruowei was simply frightened, an assumption not entirely unfounded, especially given that even harmonization realm practitioners were questioning their own existence. Indeed, Sun Ruowei was terrified, but not merely by the slaughter itself. Her mind was inundated with a torrent of information, each fragment requiring considerable time for her to process. It was akin to being overwhelmed by an enormous harvest. The first astonishing revelation was that Bai Qiulan referred to Lu Yi as her husband. This time, she heard it distinctly, the words husband, imbued with a tenderness never before witnessed in her 60 years of acquaintance with Bai Qiulan. The second extraordinary revelation was not only by Qiulan calling her disciple Lu Yi husband, but her other disciple, Yu Hongling, also exhibited an immense interest in Lu Yi. Thus far, it was evident that three women, Chu Ling, Yu Hongling, and Bai Qiulan, had feelings for Lu Yi. Heavens above, what chaos! This revelation profoundly shook Sun Rui's values and beliefs, yet she found herself inexplicably exhilarated, caught in a whirlwind of excitement. The third astonishing revelation was Lu Yi's extraordinary strength, the kind that could instill terror. How could he be so powerful? The chilling curiosity sent shivers through her very soul. When she found herself alone, even if Bai Qiulan sought to silence her, she was determined to unravel this mystery. Failing to comprehend these three monumental revelations would leave Sun Rui feeling as though her path to enlightenment had been severed. Oh my, how could there be such delectable, intoxicating news around me? I must indulge. Meanwhile, Lu Yi continued his rampage. The corpses piled up to a height of several hundred meters, blood flowing like streams. Lu Yi stood atop the heap of demon corpses, his eyes gleaming crimson as he gazed at the approaching demons. However, his gaze seemed to have lost some of its initial sanguine intensity. The effects of the killing lotus began to wane, as Lu Yi's murderous intent was gradually alleviated. The demons charging in started to slow their advance. This time, Lu Yi remained patient, awaiting the demon's assault. As the last demon was cleaved in two, its lifeless body crumpled onto the mountain of corpses. Lu Yi ceased his actions. The wind could not stir his garments, now entirely soaked in blood, and his hair had transformed into a shade of deep red. At this moment, within the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies, he stood as the sole survivor. From the ninth layer to the first, he had exterminated them all, leaving no trace behind. Good and evil, gratitude and resentment, all vanished in this singular moment. The world was reduced to this solitary existence. The stone sword disappeared. A series of crimson lights coalesced to form Lu Yi's silhouette, flickering rapidly around him. The contest for supremacy begins. Chapter 76. The Struggle for the Path. Fifth update. What is the struggle for the path? It is a method far more dreadful than the mere seizing of a body. To seize a body is to devour a soul and occupy a vessel. However, the union of body and spirit is fraught with difficulty, seldom achieving singularity. In contrast, the struggle for the path begins with the essence of the Tao, engendering a mutual clash of grand principles within the soul, ultimately merging into a singular, optimal state beneath the Tao's dominion. The monarch of all spirits possesses unwavering confidence in his own path. With myriad great ways at his disposal, he asserts his existence within the cosmos. The five elements and the nine heavens are omnipresent. He cannot fathom how a mere youth, no matter how formidable in battle, could traverse far along the path of the Tao. The immense power he has sacrificed is sufficient to draw Lu Yi into the most fitting realm of the Tao, utterly annihilating him. The first path, the path of all living beings. I am the myriad beings, and the myriad beings are me. Enter the Tao. In an instant, the consciousness of both Lu Yi and the monarch of all spirits blurred simultaneously, as a colossal ethereal figure materialized above Lu Yi's head. The monarch intended to deliver a minor shock to Lu Yi, envisioning a moment when he would behold the endless multitude of beings, all reflections of himself. What state would Lu Yi fall into then? He would doubt himself, question the Tao, and find it hard to believe that a person's path could attain such magnitude. With these thoughts lingering, the Tao they entwined began to coalesce into a grand realm. The ethereal figure in the sky began to reveal its form. What was it? It was the starry sky. Gigantic celestial bodies floated within the boundless cosmos, appearing immobile, yet their motion was imperceptible due to the vastness of the universe. Each star was breathtakingly colossal, adorned with rings of various hues that evoked an indescribable spiritual awe. The monarch of all spirits stood bewildered. He gazed upon these immense stars, observing the infinite multitude. Where were his myriad beings? No, where were his countless souls? His path was meant to evolve myriad beings, not to manifest countless stars. At that moment, the tree of enlightenment upon Lu Yi's arm trembled with excitement, every leaf quivering. He realized he had chosen the right master. He once believed he had merely latched onto a powerful figure, but witnessing the spectacle of these myriad stars, he recognized that this was no ordinary ally. It was indeed a celestial tree reaching toward the heavens. Suddenly, the scene of the emerging Dao transformed again. The infinite stars abruptly contracted, coalescing into a swirling, resplendent vortex. The galaxy, an even more astonishing sight, unfolded. With the emergence of the first galaxy came the second, third, fourth. Each galaxy resembled, no, it was the most exquisite necklace suspended in the vast expanse of the universe. Millions of galaxies converged to form an utterly magnificent tableau. Such a sight, witnessed by anyone, would leave them in lifelong awe, forever unforgettable. How could this be? How could one possibly possess such a path? I refused to believe it. In an instant, the Emperor of all spirits let out a terrified roar, unable to comprehend the reality before him, convinced he was ensnared in an illusion. His grand path was unstable, fragmented, collapsing before his very eyes. His faith lay in ruins. In that moment, his heart, yearning for enlightenment, was battered and on the verge of destruction. I will not yield. No, it must be an illusion. My path is eternal, imperishable, and everlasting. In a swift transformation, the Emperor of all spirits shifted his grand path. And one cannot help but acknowledge the brilliance of this being. From his survival in the first heaven to the perfection of his cultivation in the seventh heaven. Manifesting as a parasitic celestial demon, his prowess was undeniable. Though Lu Ye's cultivation speed in his past life cannot be deemed unparalleled, it remains a rarity throughout the ages. Yet, the Emperor of all spirits stood as his formidable rival, showcasing immense strength. As the cosmic river of stars dissipated, Lu Ye sat in meditation atop a mountain of corpses, chaos swirling above him. Suddenly, the mists of chaos parted, revealing a new vista unfolding within the void. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. The Emperor of all spirits was prepared to engage Lu Yi in a desperate struggle for the path of immortality. Yet his countless avatars made the endeavor to vanquish him akin to scaling the heavens. He was confident, but in the next heartbeat, an incomprehensibly massive maw emerged from the ethereal realm. This colossal mouth was so vast, its owner concealed in darkness, as it inhaled gently. In that moment, all was consumed by chaos, reduced to dust and mist. Living beings, treasures, divine gold, and potent elixirs. Ultimately, the sun, moon, and stars, along with the great principles of the universe, all transformed into ephemeral light, drawn into that immense maw. Everything was obliterated, everything faded away. This was but a glimpse of the ensuing darkness and turmoil. Witnessing such a sight, who would dare to proclaim themselves immortal? The Emperor of all spirits was nearly driven to madness. Around Lu Yi, violent waves of crimson energy surged. He was engulfed in fear and disbelief. This was the absolute suppression of both realm and perspective. The scene shifted once more, now revealing boundless calamity clouds within the cosmos. The mere pressure of the heavenly tribulation rendered the void chaotic. Golden divine lightning traversed the darkened clouds. A single strand of this lightning could obliterate a great star. This was a vision of Lu Ye's tribulation upon ascending to emperorhood. Under such a tempest of divine wrath, who would still dare to claim invulnerability? Not even the mature parasitic celestial demon. A chilling scream escaped the Emperor of all spirits as his grand path crumbled to dust, expending countless resources for a pursuit that led only to the shattering of his resolve. In the demon realm, within the palace of all spirits, a piercing cry of terror erupted from the Emperor, his form crashing through the palace and crashing heavily to the ground. No, no, he suddenly fell to his knees, as if possessed by madness, fervently striking his forehead against the ground, each impact sending dust and stones flying, causing the earth to tremble. I was wrong, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. He laughed maniacally. Huh? It's all a lie. Everything is a fabrication. The sovereign of all spirits was engulfed in profound anguish, alternating between tears and laughter, pleading for mercy one moment and raging the next. Boom. Suddenly, amidst the horrified gazes of countless demons, the sovereign of all spirits erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. He self-destructed. What on earth transpired? The demon race was on the brink of insanity. What had the sovereign of all spirits experienced to drive him to such madness, culminating in self-destruction? Lu Yi opened his eyes. This time, the crimson hue within them had diminished significantly. Although remnants lingered, they were now suppressed by a newfound clarity of consciousness. It seemed that the sovereign of all spirits would find it exceedingly difficult to surmount this hurdle. Of course, should he manage to overcome it. He might pose a somewhat formidable challenge to Lu Yi in this lifetime. I can finally gain control, though much material has been wasted. Frivolous spendthrift. Lu Yi muttered to himself. Forming hand seals, flames began to engulf the remains. His gaze drifted toward the battlefield on the 9th tier, as if piercing through layers of space to behold the eternal prodigy, rankings suspended above the blood-soaked stone tablet. It was time to make his mark. Chapter 77. Ascend the rankings. The mountain of charred corpses and the sea of blood ultimately transformed into a gleaming pill. This elixir, exuding an alluring fragrance and a vivid crimson hue, promised to be a potent tonic. Dominated by the spirit of slaughter, Lu Yi paid no heed to the spoils. They bore no relevance to him. He had collected divine fire solely for the purpose of alchemy and artifact forging, and this sanguine pill was precisely what he desired. Without the slightest hesitation, he consumed it in one gulp. Ah, delightful. In truth, the art of alchemy bears little distinction from the cooking of meat, as both involve flesh and blood. The sanguine pill swiftly morphed into searing energy, coursing through Lu Yi's corporeal form, enhancing his physical strength. However, this was merely a modest boon, hardly worth mentioning. Onward to the rankings. In his previous life, he had only secured the 33rd position. Perhaps in this life, he could aspire to be the top contender. Yet, Lu Yi estimated the odds were slim, for the top 10 were all saints. And the Eternal Pride ranking dared not reveal their names, lest they attract great karmic retribution. Although Lu Yi was formidable, he had not ascended to sainthood in his past existence. Well, he was being modest. Given his current prowess, he doubted not that he could shatter the Eternal Pride ranking with a single punch. With the return of the celestial sovereign, his heart set upon the path. And equipped with a system, Lu Yi transformed into a streak of light and surged toward the 9-tiered battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Sea of Blood. The stone monument of the Blood Sea towered majestically, a sight both spectacular and imposing. Each name inscribed upon it, if spoken, would resonate throughout the 9 heavens. Lu Yi hovered in midair, standing before the monument, his gaze filled with a faint nostalgia as he beheld these names. In truth, he recognized at least half of the individuals listed. They were luminaries scattered across the 9 heavens, some having attained the status of emperor, while others held regal titles. Lu Yi held his breath, his aura settling like a tranquil lake. His path, his laws, his strength, his past and present, and his unwavering commitment to the way surged within him. He raised his fist. Behind him, the winds roared, and the celestial light flickered and shifted. A tempest swept through the entire 9-layered battlefield. Lu Yi's raven hair danced wildly, his entire being radiating immeasurable brilliance. On this list of prodigies, some were reincarnated emperors, others, reborn celestial sovereigns. There were those born with innate Dao bodies and those with primordial divine forms. Yet, none of that mattered now. With this punch, he sought only the clarity of thought and the eternal persistence of the great Dao. His eyes opened wide. Celestial sovereign fist. With a single strike, the winds howled, and the Dao surged and fell. The divine light surrounding him coalesced into this one punch, bearing the force of the heavens as it struck the monument with tremendous force. Boom! A colossal roar resonated, echoing throughout the ancient battlefield of prodigies. No, it reverberated across the entire first heaven, reaching every realm, be it the demon realm, the Buddha realm, the monster realm, or any other world, great and small, all heard this thunderous sound. The reverberation was akin to the evening drum and morning bell, instantly clarifying the minds of all who heard it. With a single punch, Lu Yi staggered backward. It was evident that his strike had not landed upon the physical stone tablet itself, but rather upon a layer of energy that enveloped its surface. At that moment, this energy surged violently, streams of luminous light converging towards the very bottom of the tablet. As the light coalesced, it formed a radiant orb. In the next instant, the brilliance began to leap swiftly above the names inscribed. Thunderous roars echoed. Dust and sand fell continuously from the tablet as the light darted through, while fine cracks rapidly spread across its surface. It was shattered. Lu Yi continued to gently swing his arm. Though his punch was immensely powerful, the recoil nearly shattered his arm. Observing the dancing light with eager anticipation, Lu Yi noticed that, without any pause, the flickering brilliance surged ahead by 100 ranks. Its momentum was ferociously upward. The first 50. Lu Yi stared intently. Last time he ranked 33, he received a bountiful reward, elevating his realm by 4 minor levels. And under the resonance of the great Dao, he had significantly advanced the previously incomplete text of the 9 Lives Immortal Scripture. The incomplete version allowed for the cultivation of 3 additional lives, but through the resonance of the great Dao, it had been extrapolated to permit the cultivation of 4. Thus, the resonance of the great Dao was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Ascending further, names both familiar and renowned throughout the 9 heavens were surpassed by this orb of light. 32nd place. At this moment, Lu Yi had entirely surpassed his original standing, achieving 32nd place. Yet, this was not the culmination. The light continued its ascent. The top 30, the top 20. As the radiance breached the top 20 of the stone tablet, a magnificent spectral image of a stone tablet materialized high in the sky. The heavens resonated. Celestial music played, and divine light dazzled. It was as if the entire cosmos was celebrating the emergence of a new prodigy. Everyone in the first heaven beheld the appearance of the stone tablet. What manner of tablet is this? In an instant, formidable figures stirred from their cultivation, stepping forth into the sky, gazing at the spectral tablet in awe. The prodigy tablet, the eternal prodigy ranking. The manifestation of this tablet signified that an unparalleled prodigy had entered the top 20 of the eternal prodigy list. The hearts of the strong were stirred. This was the top 20. Such individuals, barring any misfortune, could ascend to emperor status and command reverence. An emperor could dominate an entire realm, while a celestial sovereign could reign supreme across the heavens and earth, etching their name into eternity, unifying the world under a singular voice. In truth, these powerful beings were merely entertained by the spectacle. The real intrigue lay among the myriad factions within the 9 Dragons Valley. They were well aware that a harbinger of death had emerged within the ancient battleground of prodigies, where all cultivators had perished. Moreover, according to Baicholan, this harbinger had initially slain the demonic and alien entities. This signifies that the slaughter god embodies indiscriminate murder. Within the entirety of the celestial hero's ancient battlefield, no other cultivators remain. Thus, the entity that has surged into the top 20 of the eternal hero's ranking is none other than this slaughter god. He has breached the top 20 of the eternal hero's ranking. That is indeed the top 20. At such a young age, his murderous intent has reached such formidable heights. Should he continue to evolve, the heavens themselves shall lament beneath his sword. Dear companions, this harbinger of death has already begun to take shape. The once great saint of the 9 heavens, who eradicated malevolent cultivators and established the righteous path, now faces the resurgence of evil practitioners. We must surely eradicate this menace for the sake of all living beings, to safeguard a radiant world. An esteemed elder of the Yin-Yang Law sect proclaimed loudly, I implore all sects to immediately send word to their respective domains and summon their strongest warriors. If necessary, we may even call upon the ancestor of tribulation. Indeed, all sects should gather their mightiest to collectively vanquish this vile creature. This matter transcends individual sects. If we allow him to grow, the first heaven shall face annihilation. His terrifying bloodlust requires no further elaboration. A group of elders, whose disciples were slain by Lu Yi, expressed heightened agitation. Many found their sentiments to be justified. The individual from the eternal hero's battlefield, indiscriminately slaughtering all within, is indeed a fiendish cultivator. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan exchanged glances at that moment. Yu Hongling was initially overwhelmed with joy. Her senior brother has grown stronger. In his previous life, he ranked 33rd, yet in this life, he has ascended into the top 20. However, as joy morphed into concern, Yu Hongling felt a sense of detachment. It seemed that her brother's relentless pursuit of cultivation was aimed at distancing himself from them as swiftly as possible. Upon the ethereal monument, the radiance did not cease after entering the top 20. It continued to surge upward. The many powerful beings of the first heaven could not suppress the chill that surged within their hearts. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 78. Reflections across the heavens. In this moment, Lu Ye's demeanor was remarkably tranquil. Whether fortune favored him or not, merely clashing with the paragons of antiquity was a stroke of luck in itself. The radiance continued to ascend, albeit at a diminished pace. The top 20 were all formidable figures, with the exception of those who had fallen midway, all possessing the foundational cultivation of an emperor. As he observed the brilliance surpassing name after name, A faint smile graced Lu Ye's lips. When you all relentlessly attacked me during the great cataclysm of antiquity, how does it feel now that the tables have turned? 15, 14, 13. The onlookers in the first heaven were utterly astonished. Still pressing forward? Yu Hongling's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Could it be? How could her reincarnated senior brother possess such extraordinary strength? Even with his rebirth, to surge from 33 into the top 20 was already astonishing. Now he was climbing even higher? Master, why is it that my senior brother can elevate himself so significantly? Yu Hongling uttered in confusion, being a reincarnated emperor herself. Even though she was aware that there existed a realm's difference between emperors and celestials, her own advancement paled in comparison. Bai Qiulan's gaze was complex as she fixated unblinkingly on the ascending light. Why had Lu Yi become so powerful? Perfect primordial pill, Bai Qiulan articulated those 5 words. In his previous life, Lu Yi had only achieved the heavenly pill, which could be seen as a substantial flaw. Among the top 20, or even the top 30, each individual had traversed their path with utmost perfection. The fact that Lu Yi had reached 33 despite his deficiencies in the primordial pill attests to his formidable prowess. Yu Hongling fell silent. So, in his previous life, Lu Yi could have soared even higher. It was merely because he had given her the perfect primordial pill that his rank had suffered. Yet, could a single perfect primordial pill account for such immense growth in my senior brother? Yu Hongling remained unconvinced. Bai Qiulan shifted her gaze towards Yu Hongling. The Battle of the Silent Grove. Yu Hongling, the 9 lives celestial sovereign, who lost 1 life due to her, now stood in stark contrast to her current unscathed existence. I recall that when Lu Yi left his mark on the ancient paragon's rankings in his previous life, he was not in his prime. Yu Hongling, this wasn't her fault. At that time, her senior brother was injured while saving Zhu Ke. Hence, without our presence, he truly soared, becoming unstoppable. Bai Qiulan let out a profound sigh. Yu Hongling's smile had vanished entirely. 12. 11. As that radiant entity reached 11, the invincible sword sovereign retreated automatically. Such a pinnacle sword cultivator was thus surpassed by Lu Yi. An uproar ensued. A genuine uproar. While Lu Ye's entry into the top 20 had left everyone astounded, it was still somewhat palatable, for he was indeed a killer. If his strength were lacking, he could not have vanquished all competitors in the ancient battlefield. But to push into the top 10? 10th. The first 10 names shrouded in the light of chaos. A miasma of turmoil unfurling, revealed themselves under Lu Ye's gaze. Sang Jiutian, reverently known as the Great Sage of the 9 Heavens. He is the benevolent sage who opened the 9 heavens, granting respite to the weak. What was this world like before the 9 heavens were established? The Emperor's banners dominated, obscuring the sky and sun, with hundreds of thousands, even millions of beings drawn into the Emperor's domain. The purple river carriage was forged into the wind. Countless malevolent spirits and demonic entities thrived at an alarming pace, while billions of beings floated like rootless reeds, uncertain of their survival from one day to the next. You could diligently cultivate the path, only to be slain by a malevolent force that had begun its training later than you. The cries of chaos echoed as they wreaked havoc without remorse, while the dead lay unburied beneath their roads and bridges. Fellow cultivator, help me attain my path. In such an atmosphere, one can only imagine the absurdity of the world. Ordinary beings were nearly driven to extinction. It was against this backdrop that the great sage of the 9 heavens, in profound sorrow, rose invincible, vanquishing evil and purifying the cosmos, thus giving rise to the 9 heavens. He is a revered sage, admired by all beings, and to this day, countless souls still offer him incense. Lu Yi too holds him in high esteem. Yet now, Lu Yi has taken his place, directly claiming the 10th name. In that very moment, the ethereal steel in the void erupted with unprecedented brilliance. A multitude of steel shadows reflected towards the heavens. The 2nd heaven, the 3rd heaven, the 4th heaven, all the way to the 9th heaven. The eternal pride ranking is a treasure of chaos, possessing boundless power. Casting but a mere shadow into these 9 heavens is indeed a simple feat, yet this shadow has stirred a tremendous uproar among the heavens. The pride steel? Has another entered the top 10? Splendid, splendid. It appears another grand era is upon us. My path to emperorship lies with this individual. Father, what is this? The eternal pride ranking records the unparalleled geniuses of the ages, those who can ascend the list are all extraordinary prodigies, destined to become emperors, revered ones, or even saints, more than one or two. Where is it? I must go and test my prowess. With my strength, I shall surely rank high. In the first heaven, you cannot pass. No method whatsoever. Such momentum should belong to the child. The sage's design is daunting. The steel hovers in the 9 heavens. Under the gaze of the multitude, this ranking challenge has yet to conclude. Lu Yi glimpsed the 9th name inscribed upon the steel. Liamo, also known as the demon sage. Indeed, he is the most formidable malevolent cultivator who ascended through the most frenzied and darkest of times. One might say the title of demon sage carries an almost overwhelming weight of significance. 8th, Zhu Qing Shun. Splendid, splendid. The heartless sage can only be placed at 8th. Can he? Deep feelings, yet fleeting life. Profound emotions lead to deep wounds. Lu Yi gazed at this name, inexplicably sighing. The path of the heartless. The path of the heartless, indeed. Had it not been for Lu Ye's inherently optimistic disposition, the betrayal by 8 women whom he held dear might have led him to question his own worth. As the saying goes, when one person betrays you, the fault lies with the betrayer. But what of 8? One might indeed ponder if the issue lies within oneself. There is a certain logic to this assertion. Lu Yi neither refuted nor acquiesced to such thoughts. No one is without flaws, and even the most revered are not perfect. In this world, where right and wrong are often nebulous, one must simply remain true to their own heart. To be candid concerning those 8 women, if even one were to return in a rebirth, resolutely closing her heart and forging ahead, Lu Yi might not harbor such intense disdain for them. Of course, this is contingent upon their complete departure from his life, staying far away and living well, perhaps even creating a life that dazzles with brilliance. Was not Shangwan Huanling intent on becoming self-reliant and strong? Her origin-devouring scripture was, after all, a formidable technique derived from Lu Ye's devouring heaven scripture. Should she harness her own strength to acquire treasures and absorb their essence, there exists a genuine possibility for her to reclaim her imperial status. Yet, this is all predicated on her actual capability. The 7th entity, the demon. He did not inscribe his name, but instead adopted the moniker of demon. The great sage of the demon race, the devouring sky mayfly? Lu Yi could not ascertain this with certainty. Yet it mattered little to him. He has always been indifferent to such supernatural beings. Chapter 79. His name is Lu Yi. Is he still ascending? The heavens bore witness to the name that was cast down by this radiant light. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was undeniably seen. Goodness! The great sage of the 9 heavens, the demon saint, the unfeeling sage, the monster saint, one by one, these illustrious figures were ruthlessly supplanted. Just how formidable is this newly emerged prodigy? In 6th place, Xiang Changsheng, the sage of longevity. This is a being who has cultivated the path to an unparalleled degree, ultimately aspiring to share longevity with the heavens and the earth. Alas, is there truly anything eternal in this world? Even the cosmos will one day fade into ephemeral blossoms. Still ascending. In 5th place, Brother Red Dust. As we delve further, we encounter exceedingly ancient existences, making it difficult to fathom how these venerable figures manage to remain at the forefront in an increasingly competitive realm of cultivation. Moreover, this name, it scarcely resembles that of a person, but rather, it appears more like a title. How shall I put it? Inscribing another's name on the ancient prodigy ranking is undeniably a display of grandiosity. In 4th place, the chaotic rebel. This individual is the rightful first among the chaotic rebels. The blood-weeping era. Upon the emergence of the chaotic sage, the yin and yang were overturned, and the rivers of stars were reversed. Throughout the 9 heavens, countless souls beheld the rankings above. Can he break into the top 3? Anticipation fills the air. Some wish for his triumph, while others hope for his downfall. Lu Yi, too, harbors a slight curiosity. What entities occupy the top 3? Suddenly, that radiance melded into the top 3. However, this time, the names of the top 3 remained concealed. Even Lu Yi could not behold them. He speculated that the reason the ancient prodigy ranking did not reveal the top 3 might be due to 2 possibilities. First, the top 3 could be forbidden, unspeakable existences. Second, they might still be alive. Whichever the case, if the ancient prodigy ranking dares to manifest them, it may have inadvertently touched upon fate, risking direct annihilation. Meanwhile, the ranking of Lu Yi seemed to be in a state of indecision. It hesitated to determine his rightful place. Observing this, Lu Yi could not help but chuckle. When uncertainty arises, it signifies that I have already claimed the top position. The three enigmatic beings, whom the ancient prodigy ranking dared not provoke, coupled with Lu Yi's currently modest strength, made its hesitance regarding his rank all too apparent. Upon hearing Lu Yi's declaration, the ancient prodigy ranking resolved to act decisively. In an instant, within Lu Yi's line of sight, that burst of light surged upward, leaping to the first place. The pinnacle, the ancient prodigy ranking floated towards Lu Yi, hovering before him. Please inscribe your esteemed title. This moment presented Lu Yi with a choice. Should he write 9 lives? Or inscribe his own name? If he chose 9 lives, it would be only in later stages that others would come to know who he truly is. Should he inscribe his own name, then the heavens would remember Lu Yi. In the future, a cataclysmic battle is undoubtedly destined to unfold incessantly. After all, the list of eternal prodigies is established in the first heaven, where the exceptional beings from the other 8 heavens have no opportunity to inscribe their names. Among the gifted individuals from the other realms, there are many with terrifying talents, some even born aligned with the Dao, thanks to their formidable lineage. Should Lu Yi inscribe his name, these individuals would become his competitors in the pursuit of the Dao. Yet, who truly cares? Lu Yi wields his finger as a pen. In his past life, he feared no formidable foes, and in this life, he remains undaunted. What matters is not merely surviving, but astonishing all with his clandestine growth. To Lu Yi, only relentless courage and relentless progress, vanquishing all adversaries, can lead to invincibility. With his finger as his pen, he crafts with grace. 2 grand characters spring forth onto the paper. Lu Yi. Boom. The entire battlefield of prodigies trembles simultaneously. Celestial light envelopes the space, and chaos swirls ethereally. The Dao manifests as chains, present between heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Yi's name is vividly inscribed upon the stone tablet, appearing on the list of eternal prodigies, in the sight of all practitioners across the 9 heavens and myriad realms. What audacity! In an instant, countless prodigies' eyes blaze with fervent brilliance. Such boldness! To inscribe his true name stroke by stroke, what immense courage that requires. Bravo, Lu Yi! Many cultivators, having lost their competitive spirit, gasp in astonishment. This is a formidable character, indeed a fearsome one. Just this singular act allows them to foresee the blood-soaked storms that shall arise in the future. The first heaven, you say? Come forth quickly. I implore you to ascend. I can hardly wait to either vanquish you or be vanquished. Why, oh why, am I not one of them? Why was I not born in the first heaven? Dare you ascend the list of eternal prodigies? Truly, too audacious, yet I find it utterly captivating. These are the musings of those unfamiliar with Lu Yi, who now turn their attention towards him. Meanwhile, in the 9 Dragons Valley, as the crowd gazes upon the name at the apex of the prodigious stone tablet, a collective gasp escapes their lips. Lu Yi, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the eternal prodigies list. My word, that is the foremost position. Countless saints, celestial lords, and emperors find themselves beneath his feet on this prestigious list. The 9 Dragons Valley is engulfed in a prolonged silence. The disciples of the Dao sect yearn to erupt in jubilant cheers at this moment. This is Lu Yi, their disciple. Their disciple has claimed the top spot on the list of eternal prodigies. Under normal circumstances, they would have already been celebrating with immense joy. However, the issue lies in the fact that Lu Yi recently eliminated a multitude of disciples from various sects, rendering him an adversary deemed a thorn in their sides, an enemy to be reviled. To cheer would be inappropriate. Yet, to refrain from cheering seems utterly unbearable. The first place on the eternal prodigies list. The mere thought of it evokes feelings of unparalleled honor. Shall they continue to hunt him down? The elder of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda, with a voice tinged with uncertainty, inquired. If it were merely 20 or even a dozen, then encircling him would be manageable. However, this is the first. The experts of the Supreme Divine Dynasty were suddenly filled with fervor. Why not encircle him? What does it matter if he is first on the eternal prodigy rankings? A prodigy is ultimately still a prodigy, not a true powerhouse. No matter how exceptional a prodigy's talents may be, if he is slain, he becomes nothing. When he was still obscure, we dispatched a single transcendent being to eliminate him. Now that he claims the top spot, we shall send 10, even 50 transcendent beings to encircle him. I refuse to believe that we cannot deal with a newly risen prodigy. If we do not slay him, shall the lives of our fallen disciples be in vain? If we spare him today, we shall only await the day he comes to exact vengeance upon us. The experts of the Supreme Divine Dynasty were agitated, as were those from the Yin-Yang Law sect. Other factions might have suffered the loss of a few disciples, yet their entire younger generation has been annihilated. Nevertheless, the elder of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda remained apprehensive. The Grand Path sect. You assert that Lu Ye's soul stone has shattered, indicating he cannot possibly belong to your sect. If we were to encircle Lu Ye, would your Grand Path sect take action? The elder of the Grand Path sect pondered for a moment. Take action, was the unequivocal response. Against whom? Queried an elder from the robbery sect. Whoever slays Lu Ye shall be the target of our wrath. The various sections. Chapter 80. Capturing turtles in a jar. The words of the Taoist sect began to render the situation delicate. You claim that whoever strikes at Lu Ye will have the support of your Taoist sect? The elder of the Calamity sect seemed to have not fully comprehended. Elder Qin Yoji of the Taoist sect nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Lu Ye is a disciple of our Taoist sect. If someone were to attack our disciple, how could we stand idly by? We must naturally defend our own. He has already committed heinous acts by killing numerous disciples of the Calamity sect, and yet you of the Taoist sect do not act justly, but instead harbor this villain. Can you truly call yourselves righteous? The elder of the Yin-Yang sect rebuked angrily. He has violated sect rules, and we must naturally punish him according to those rules. However, he is still a disciple of the Taoist sect, and any disciplinary action must be taken back to our sect for the sect leader to decide. If you are dissatisfied with our handling, you may appeal to our Taoist sect. However, should you take action against our disciple, particularly in such a manner as to bully the weak, we cannot simply sit by. Are you attempting to incite civil war? It is not we who instigate civil strife. We merely protect our disciple, which is no error. At this moment, the Taoist sect exhibited an unexpected firmness. In truth, aside from those lacking in intelligence who failed to understand Lu Ye's significance to the sect, anyone with a modicum of sense can clearly perceive Lu Ye's value. He is a potential asset capable of propelling the Taoist sect to unprecedented heights, transforming it from a second-rate force in the nine heavens to a top-tier power. The Taoist sect would go to great lengths, even sacrificing all its resources, to ensure Lu Ye's safety. The Supreme Sword sect remained largely silent, with all powerful figures silently gravitating towards the Taoist sect. Should Lu Ye indeed soar to greatness, the Supreme Sword sect would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. The Central Continent dynasty also aligned itself with the Taoist sect, setting aside other matters. Whatever the Supreme Divine Dynasty opposes, the Central Continent dynasty will surely support. There is no need for further contemplation. The faces of the many powers, including the Yin-Yang sect, Calamity sect, Mountain River Pagoda sect, Supreme Divine Dynasty, and Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty, were all grim. They believed that if everyone united to surround and kill Lu Ye, the likelihood of success would be significant. Yet now it is difficult to say. The Calamity sect could not suppress its regret. Their relationship with the Taoist sect had been fairly amicable. However, due to a grave misjudgment that prevented the timely withdrawal of their disciples, they found themselves in direct opposition to the Taoist sect as their disciples suffered tragic fates. In retrospect, Bai Qilan had already sworn her allegiance to the Tao. How could they have been so foolish as to doubt the inherent dangers? Bai Qilan is no insignificant figure. Having achieved harmony before reaching a century of age, she would not act without cause. One misstep leads to another, directly resulting in the current awkward situation. To take a life is to pay the ultimate price, a principle upheld since ancient times. I, the underworld, adhere to this doctrine. Since the Grand Tao sect has chosen to protect a murderer, I shall put their abilities to the test and see just how formidable their teachings truly are. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated through the air. A dense black mist enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any malevolent aura. Within this swirling darkness, 7 formidable figures emerged, radiating an aura of terror within the Nine Dragons Valley. The ancient sect also made its presence known, with powerful beings at the pinnacle of the Tao and even those transcending calamities appearing. Both the underworld and the ancient sect stood united in their intent to eliminate Lu Ye. The expressions on the faces of the Grand Tao sect's forces darkened. How lively! I never anticipated that the prodigy my junior brother spoke of would ascend to the top of the ancient prodigy rankings. I am genuinely intrigued to test Lu Yi's prowess. A handsome youth clad in a moon-white robe, holding a folding fan and adorned with a smile, stepped forward. Intricate embroidery of a peculiar pavilion adorned his robe. The celestial pavilion had also joined in the fray. Unbeknownst to Lu Yi, the commotion outside was quite vibrant. As he basked in joy, first place, he had surprisingly become the leader of the rankings. Yet, had he been aware of the excitement outside, he might have felt even more elated, albeit with a hint of lingering murderous intent yet to be purged. Boom! A colossal beam of light descended from the heavens. The rewards for the ancient prodigy rankings commenced their distribution. Perhaps it was due to Lu Yi's position as the foremost contender, or perhaps because he was the sole individual to ascend the ancient prodigy rankings. The rewards were exceptionally bountiful. The spiritual energy from the entire nine-tiered ancient battlefield was drawn forth, as the great Dao reverberated within the prodigy battlefield, flooding Lu Yi's mind with an overwhelming influx of insights. Under the resonance of the great Dao, Lu Yi felt as though he was not alone in his pursuit of enlightenment. Instead, he was accompanied by all the prodigies whose names had graced the ancient prodigy rankings throughout the ages, aiding him in his journey of comprehension. The cultivation commenced. Ding! It has begun. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar suddenly emanated from within Lu Yi. Infinite radiance converged towards his Yuan-ing. His strength began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Before long, he reached the second layer of the void refinement. The third, the fourth. Even in his previous life, reaching the 33rd rank allowed him to break through 4 small realms in one breath. Yet now he stood as the first, the 5th layer, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. From the inception of void refinement to the 9th layer, it all transpired within a single reward. Lu Yi's aura continued to swell. The spiritual energy of the 9-tiered ancient battlefield surged forth, its richness beyond imagination. He even experienced a vivid sensation. He realized that, should he desire, he could now break through to the Dao integration realm. However, such a rapid breakthrough was, of course, unattainable. Firstly, the third life, including the original one, has yet to discover the treasure of convergence. The realm of harmony is the most suitable stage for consolidating this third existence. Secondly, Lu Yi aspires to ascend to the pinnacle of sagehood, striving to become the strongest being throughout history. How could he possibly attain such a monumental breakthrough so casually? Compress. The ominous roar reverberated incessantly within Lu Yi, and subtle bolts of thunder began to manifest around him, a consequence of the energy traversing at an alarming speed. His strength began to plummet abruptly. From the 9th layer, it fell to the 4th in a single breath. It was simply impossible to descend further. The realm began to rebound. A faint sorrow etched upon the visage of his primordial infant. From the 9th layer to the 4th, what was this? A mere spring? It felt as though it might be crushed under the pressure. Despite standing at a height of 6 feet tall, they insisted on compressing it back to 5'3". This cyclical struggle persisted. Regardless of the continuous compressions, Lu Yi's realm ultimately remained stagnated at the 8th layer of the void refinement. Initiate the simulation. Ding! It is now activated. Lu Yi commenced his calculations amidst the resonance of the great Dao. This time, he sought to deduce whether he could, as he had deceived by Qilan, proclaim that he sought a breakthrough through the unification of 9 lives. In the 9 Dragons Valley, the emergence of the Netherworld and the Eternal Sect had occurred. The Dao Sect, the Supreme Sword Sect, and the Central State Dynasty were forcefully expelled. The Dao Sect had no choice but to temporarily retreat and opt to gather reinforcements. Under the guidance of the Netherworld, a monumental formation gradually took shape, enveloping the 9 Dragons Valley both above and below. All that remained was for Lu Yi to emerge. They were preparing for a grand scheme of capturing a turtle in a jar. Chapter 81. The Choice, 5th Update. Why has Lu Yi ascended to the pinnacle? In his previous life, he was merely a celestial sovereign who had not yet attained the path of a saint, and now he has returned in a rebirth. What grants him the capacity to transcend the saints, particularly in light of the unspeakable taboos that shroud the top 3? The top 10 on the list of eternal prodigies. Each one is a paragon of brilliance. Lu Yi attributes his success to 3 key factors. Firstly, he has endured the cataclysm known as the Eternal Calamity. Among the many calamities recorded, the Eternal Calamity stands as the most formidable, having manifested only once throughout the endless annals of history. This occurred in the distant primordial era, when a divine being born of heaven and earth, possessing a chaotic constitution, engaged in battles against celestial sovereigns and saints without suffering defeat. Yet, upon achieving sainthood, he succumbed to the eternal calamity. It can be surmised that any celestial sovereign capable of invoking such a calamity possesses combat prowess on par with that of an ordinary saint. Lu Yi too experienced failure. But what was the cause of his downfall? As the 9-lives sovereign, he was left with but a single life, plagued by 8 yin-yang devouring insects, and, after facing betrayal, he despaired and chose to forfeit his tribulation, opting instead for mutual destruction with the source of darkness. At that juncture, Lu Yi had grown weary of the tribulation. He was utterly exhausted. The fatigue of his mind and the weariness of his spirit left him questioning the very value of his existence. Secondly, he possesses a system. Upon his rebirth, he has transformed into a seemingly idle observer. However, in reality, while in a state of cultivation, Lu Yi maximizes his training speed. During the initial stages of cultivation, whether a saint or a celestial sovereign is reborn, the training velocity remains largely indistinguishable. Any disparities only emerge in the later stages. Among the 9 individuals who were reborn alongside him, he is somewhat familiar with Yu Hongling and Chu Ling. He cultivates Qi, and both of them cultivate Qi as well. He forms his Yuan Dan, and they follow suit. He breaks through the infant stage, while they are still at the Yuan Dan stage. He achieves perfection in breaking the infant stage, while they have only recently done so. He cultivates the void, while they remain in the infant stage. Even just entering the intermediate level, the system has drastically accelerated Lu Yi's cultivation speed to an unfathomable extent. The subtle differences in the early stages will culminate in vast disparities in the later stages. The second option is the comprehension of the Tao. In truth, this comprehension holds little significance for Lu Yi at present, but it is important to understand why it bears no weight. This is because, in his previous life, Lu Yi had already attained profound insights into the heavenly principles through the system's comprehension of the Tao. Should the discourse concern the Tao, Lu Yi possesses great confidence, capable of engaging with all, including but not limited to saints. The third option is deduction. This serves as a means for Lu Yi to create. Whether it be crafting techniques or devising novel systems, it is an immensely powerful auxiliary function. However, in this lifetime, it still holds little significance. The latter 2 options have been amalgamated by Lu Yi to deduce the technique of the 9 lives unification. Although only the practice of cultivation proves beneficial, it is precisely this very cultivation that allows Lu Yi to transcend his limits, reaching a level that astounds even the ancient prodigy list. The ancient prodigy list has witnessed an abundance of geniuses, various divine physiques, and diverse bloodlines. Yet never has there been a being capable of breaking through the constraints of cultivation speed. Fast can only be so fast. Your divine physique may be unparalleled, born of the Tao, yet the time spent gestating within the womb is considerable. 4 powerful individuals, giving birth to a child after 10, 8, or even 100 years is not uncommon. The ancient prodigy list takes this time into account as well. Bai Qiulan, with her chaotic Taiyin divine body, possesses a physique terrifying enough to resonate with the essence of chaos. Yet she cannot possibly reach Lu Yi's level at his age. She falls far short. Young cultivators, if they wish to cultivate, must first temper their bodies. The postnatal and innate realms await them. Only upon reaching adulthood, with their bones, meridians, and souls fully developed, does the true path of cultivation commence. Thirdly, in this life, he is rid of those 8. How should one articulate this? Setting aside other matters, in terms of cultivation, it is undeniably exhilarating. What of the pure water pearl, the budding affections of his junior sister, the escape of the vermilion bird, and the perilous predicaments faced by Shangwan Huanling? What do they have to do with him? In his previous life, merely these 4 events caused Lu Yi countless injuries and delayed him for an immeasurable time. Now all of that is gone. Exhilarating. 33 is the rank of his burdensome path, stumbling towards enlightenment. First is his rank as he breaks free from shackles, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Even if millions deem him unworthy and undeserving, he remains fearless and unrepentant. What to do? Qin Yoji finds himself in a quandary. He had previously resolved to protect Lu Yi, even at the cost of the entire sect's strength. However, now, not only have several sects comparable to the Tao sect arrived, but the underworld has also come, and the ancient teachings are joining the fray. Even the Heavenly Pavilion has appeared. The Dao sect cannot contend with the ancient teachings, let alone face the underworld and the Heavenly Pavilion. Is it worth sacrificing the entire sect for Lu Yi? Qin Yoji is unable to decide and thus contacts the sect's leader. Although the leader may not be the strongest within the Dao sect, he is the highest authority and possesses extraordinary wisdom. He should provide a sufficiently reasonable suggestion. Taking out the transmission stone, he recounts the entire matter. Lu Changfeng falls silent. At that moment, his body begins to tremble slightly. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling are exceedingly anxious. Yu Hongling initially wishes to plead for mercy, but Bai Qiulan restrains her. There can be no factors interfering with the sect's decision at this juncture. Any plea for mercy now could very well backfire. Lu Changfeng found himself grappling with a momentous decision, the first on the Eternal Champions list. The sect leader's token in his grip creaked under the pressure. The chance of failure loomed at 40%, threatening the destruction of the Dao sect, while a complete decline was assured at 100%. But what were the odds of soaring to greatness upon success? And what of Bai Qiulan? Lu Changfeng inquired. Qin Yoji hastily passed the communication stone to Bai Qiulan. Junior sister, you are acquainted with Master Lu Yi. What manner of person is he? Lu Changfeng asked. Bai Qiulan exhaled softly. He is steadfast in loyalty and righteousness. Then why, when the Grand Elder of the Sword asked him if he would forsake Bai Lan Peak and join another sect, did he respond affirmatively? The specifics are not mine to disclose, but I can assure the sect that Lu Yi's loyalty is rare throughout history. The figures in Lu Changfeng's mind began to rise. What were the chances of success? 2%? 3? 4? 5? What probability could elevate the Dao sect to unprecedented heights? Clenching his fist, Lu Changfeng proclaimed, "Transmit my sect leader's command. Summon our ancestors from seclusion to support our disciples." Which ancestor? Sect leader. At that moment, clad in armor, his black hair billowing wildly, Lu Changfeng waved his hand through the air. The rise or fall of the Dao sect rests upon this very day. All is at stake. Chapter 82. The Onslaught of Tribulation, Part 1. Once again, I found myself unable to hold back. Achieving the 9th level of the Void Refinement stage. Initially, I intended to temper my excitement, but the accolades from the Eternal Prodigy ranking were simply overwhelming. The 9th level of Void Refinement is indeed commendable. Casting a glance at the pinnacle of the Eternal Prodigy ranking, my name flickered incessantly, eliciting a smile from Lu Yi. It is time to emerge. I pondered whether a fierce battle awaited me outside. Yet, Lu Yi remained indifferent. Whether to fight or to kill held no significance. Right or wrong was inconsequential. Even should I be in the wrong. With that thought, his figure vanished. No, our Central State dynasty cannot partake in your gamble with the Great Dao sect. The Central State dynasty was taken aback by the news of the Great Dao sect mobilizing their entire forces. You have lost your minds. This is merely an unseasoned prodigy. And yet you conjure such a catastrophic calamity. Who is unaware of the countless bones littering the path to the Great Dao? This is simply madness. The Central State dynasty resolutely refused to join the Great Dao sect in their folly. Naturally, the Great Dao sect did not insist. Meanwhile, many within the Supreme Sword sect furrowed their brows. It was indeed somewhat insane. Yet, it stirred a thrilling excitement. Lu Yi was not a disciple of the Supreme Sword sect. They were merely allies of the Great Dao sect. Thus, even if the Supreme Sword sect extended their utmost assistance, they would not reap the same substantial rewards as the Great Dao sect. However, to refrain from participating in the encirclement was not an option. If they did not engage in the counter-encirclement, would their swords not rust? No, they must partake in some manner. After a period of contemplation, the Supreme Sword sect reached a decision. Those who wish to lend their hand to the Great Dao sect may do so freely. Upon hearing these words, the sword practitioners of the Supreme Sword sect erupted in cheers. While not all were mobilized, a considerable number of sword practitioners set forth. After all, the likes of the Eternal Cult and the Underworld Pavilion had emerged. Could the Supreme Sword sect remain idle? To remain passive was far more unbearable for the battle-hungry Supreme Sword sect than death itself. Despite Lu Yi having slain 2 disciples of the Supreme Sword sect, they fell in their quest for the Great Dao, and thus bore no grudge against him. The sect had already ordered a retreat, yet they chose to remain resolute, prepared to face death without a hint of regret. Such is the essence of a cultivator. Descending from the 9th level battlefield, Lu Yi embarked on another round of treasure hunting. Upon reaching the third-level battlefield, he realized he had not adequately plundered due to the chaos that ensued. From the 9th level to the 1st, Lu Yi gazed upon the swirling vortex of teleportation. Without hesitation, he stepped forth. Amidst the shifting light and shadows, a multitude of figures surrounded him, akin to the celestial troops besieging the great sage Sun Wukong, rendering any escape impossible. As the last being teleported away, those who remained behind vanished without a trace. The ancient battlefield of prodigies, which awakens once every millennium, drew its curtains today. Lu Yi raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings. Layer upon layer of grand formations encircled him, and formidable figures, fully armed and emanating powerful auras, stood resolute. Ah, such confidence! Many have come to face the tribulation. Shall we engage directly, or will there be idle chatter? Lu Yi, the unparalleled champion of the Eternal Heroes list, is indeed formidable and astonishing. I have heard from my junior apprentice that your formations are equally unmatched. I have laid out this 3,000 labyrinth formation for you. If you can break through, you may escape with your life. If not, death awaits you here. The current master brother of the Heavenly Pavilion, Lu Xuantian, remarked with a smile. Lu Yi, daring to inscribe your name upon the Eternal Heroes list, did you not foresee this day? You bear no enmity with the netherworld, and we act merely as agents of others, loyal to our cause. My apologies. Lu Yi, you have slain many disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, rendering you a fiend. We shall ensure your demise today. Should you surrender, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Should you remain obstinate, my supreme empire shall seek vengeance for our cultivators and royal kin. Lu Yi, having taken the lives of my sect's disciples, did you ever consider the consequences? Blood for blood, life for life. Do you have anything to say in your defense? To the clamoring of others, Lu Yi offered no retort. Their words were blunt and reasonable. He indeed had taken many innocent lives amidst his slaughter. Yet, what of the eternal sect? Lu Yi cast a disdainful glance at the one who spoke for them. Hypocrisy. The representative of the eternal sect was infuriated. Others had insulted him without retaliation. Yet he was met with scorn. The eternal sect acted first. A golden hill surged forth, growing in size as it hurtled toward Lu Yi. Almost simultaneously, all the formidable beings launched their attacks. Among them were dozens of Tribulation Realm experts, including several fierce individuals in the mid to late stages of tribulation. It was evident that they were resolute in their intent to eliminate Lu Yi. With hands forming seals, Lu Yi embraced the myriad of laws and illuminated the vast pathways. An unending brilliance surged toward him as a blurred three-legged cauldron materialized above his head. This cauldron, ancient and worn, bore the scars of time. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the bronze cauldron. In merely the first wave of assault, Lu Yi was already coughing up blood. The disparity was indeed significant. He had refined the void and harmonized path, yet to refine the void and transcend tribulation seemed nearly impossible. Even if he were to break through to the harmonized path now, the insufficient accumulation would surely leave flaws in his advancement. However, Lu Yi remained unperturbed. He pressed his seals into the bronze cauldron, which appeared to connect with the distant void. Boom! The second wave of attack approached, and the bronze cauldron trembled violently. In that moment, Lu Yi's speed in forming seals reached an astonishing level. Within the void, amidst the terrifying energy fluctuations, intricate patterns began to emerge rapidly. Great Ascension Annihilation, Eternal Prosperity, Yin-Yang Disorder. Various spells and divine abilities surged forth in abundance. Lu Yi continued to spew blood, the bronze cauldron teetering on the brink of collapse. As numerous fissures appeared upon its surface. Ha ha ha, the first on the Eternal Hero ranking is merely an illusion. Behold my great wilderness fist. Youthful arrogance blinds you. Were I in your position, even if I were to venture into the demon realm, I would never return to the great wilderness. Having slain so many of the human race, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Enough with the empty words. Unleash your full power to vanquish him. Lu Yi maintained his composure throughout. Suddenly, a colossal ethereal figure materialized behind him, an indistinct Buddha. If the Buddhist sect were to witness this scene, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Is it possible that you have mastered their techniques as well? The Buddha enveloped Lu Yi in its embrace, absorbing all incoming attacks. Lu Yi continued to form seals, ripples in the void multiplying exponentially. The Buddha shattered, and an ancient lotus flower blossomed, engulfing Lu Yi. Defense. Once again, it was a defensive technique. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the periphery. The great Dao bell resonated softly, and in an instant, the entire Nine-Dragon Valley was reduced to ruins. Infinite patterns emerged, revealing the might of various grand formations. Lu Yi, hold on. We are coming to your aid. Lu Yi heard Lu Changfeng's voice, and a fleeting smile graced his otherwise serious countenance. Unexpectedly, the great Dao sect was coming to the aid of one stained with so much blood. Yet, perhaps it was unnecessary. Chapter 83. Purpose. Second update. A cacophony of smoke and thunder shook the earth, causing it to tremble incessantly. It had been many years since the vast wilderness had witnessed the simultaneous emergence of over 50 transcendents. Furthermore, it had been an eternity since the top-tier forces, one sect, 3 dynasties, and 5 sects, had collectively mobilized. The Dao sect alone had summoned 19 transcendents, along with 6 scattered divine beings and numerous integrators and forgers. Each powerful figure from the Dao sect was armed to the teeth. The scattered divine beings were those who had failed in their transcendence, yet had not perished, representing a severed path. While their combat prowess was indeed formidable, it came at the cost of burning their very lives. In essence, the scattered divine beings were the last resort of strength, now unleashed. All formations erupted into action. The Dao sect produced various top-tier spiritual treasures, even the innate spiritual treasure. The Dao bell was deployed. With each resounding toll of the Dao bell, the earth was reduced to mere powder. The void quaked beneath the intensity. However, the formations were excessively powerful. They had been meticulously crafted by a group of strong beings over an extended period, interlinked and not easily dismantled in a short span. Kill him swiftly, bellowed the transcendence of the Yin-Yang Law sect. No one had anticipated that the Dao sect would go to such lengths for a mere disciple. With such relentless force from the Dao sect, even the most resilient formations would crumble. All transcendents began to unleash their utmost combat strength. The ancient lotus shattered, and Lu Ye's body cracked like porcelain. A shadow of the black tortoise manifested above Lu Ye's head. Continue to defend. How does he possess so many defensive measures? A transcendental being's temperament grew increasingly agitated. Was this never-ending? Blood poured from Lu Ye's 7 orifices. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy fluctuations of the world. The black tortoise spiraled above him, shielding him from all attacks. A breeze gently swept through the heavens and the earth, refreshingly cool, as though the Tao itself caressed his face. A thread of pattern emerged amidst the chaotic energy, rapidly spreading forth. These patterns disregarded the tumultuous energy, swiftly taking shape in the void, collectively forming an immensely profound array. Bai Qilan, who had been attacking the formation alongside the Dao sect, witnessed the Dao patterns spreading through the void, and her expression changed drastically. This is bad. Quickly retreat. Bai Qilan urgently cried out. What? The members of the Dao sect were bewildered. Hurry, listen to me. All of you retreat, especially the transcendents, retreat. The wind suddenly intensified. Within the realm, an invisible force began to succumb to the influence of the array, cascading from the heavens. This force was exceedingly vague, appearing as fragile as if it would disperse at a mere gust. Should such a force strike, it would scarcely be capable of severing a single hair. Many sensed this feeble and indistinct aura. Yet, he remained oblivious to the nature of this phenomenon. Lu Yi, expending tremendous effort, had formed countless seals, collectively manifesting as this peculiar formation. Was this the result of such exertion? A mere wave of a hand from someone in the crossing tribulation realm summoned forth this enigma? Regardless of its essence, the priority was to dispel it. However, as his power made contact with this strand of energy, an instant later, boundless tribulation force ignited like oil meeting fire. It was the might of the heavenly tribulation. A sudden exclamation erupted from a crossing tribulation expert. Boom. The previously gentle breeze transformed into a tempest, wild and frantic. The sky, once clear, was abruptly shrouded in thick black clouds, obscuring the heavens. Dark clouds pressed down upon the mountains, and fierce winds splintered trees. The tribulation energy rapidly spread among the many crossing tribulation experts, utterly inextinguishable. At that moment, the expressions of the experts from the Great Dao sect and the Supreme Sword sect resembled those of specters, retreating frantically, their faces contorted in terror. Who had lost their sanity? Who dared to undergo tribulation at this moment? With so many crossing tribulation experts present, was this not akin to a dung beetle seeking dung in a latrine? The experts from the Great Dao sect and the Supreme Sword sect fled with remarkable speed, for they were not ensnared by the formation. The vastness of the world offered them freedom to escape. However, the crossing tribulation experts surrounding Lu Yi were at a loss. Where had this tribulation energy originated? All the eyes of those capable of killing in the crossing tribulation realm were fixated upon Lu Yi. Covered in blood, Lu Yi grinned at the encircling experts. The instant he beheld the multitude of crossing tribulation experts intent on his demise, Lu Yi had devised a strategy. Sometimes, taking a life does not depend solely on superior strength, but rather on leveraging various circumstances. Now, the situation had become quite lively. Hurry, dismantle the formation, let me depart. The countenance of a crossing tribulation expert, untouched by the tribulation energy, changed drastically as he sought to escape the formation, wishing to distance himself. Yet, the formation remained intact. Lu Yi could not exit the formation. Were the others within it so easily able to escape? Dismantle the formation. Quickly, dismantle the formation. Damn it! Who set up this formation? Hurry and undo it. This is terrible. I too have been targeted by the heavenly tribulation. It's over. With so many crossing tribulation experts engaging in tribulation simultaneously, how immense would the heavenly tribulation's power be? It's over. Everyone is doomed. Tian Sun Tian, who had approached without attacking Lu Yi, was merely curious about him. But now he was not in the crossing tribulation realm, merely at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. Yet, to his astonishment, the heavenly tribulation had also locked onto him. The tribulation energy was overwhelmingly dense. It had simultaneously targeted everyone, regardless of their crossing tribulation status, including Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled with unrestrained joy. Let us undergo tribulation together. How lively would it be with 40 or 50 crossing tribulation experts facing tribulation simultaneously? Lu Yi looked up at the sky. The tribulation clouds, thick and oppressive, completely obscured the light of day. The world was engulfed in darkness. Boom! A thunderous bolt of lightning wove its way through the clouds, capturing the attention of all those in the tribulation stage, who gazed up in despair at the silvery streak of thunder. Typically, the lightning associated with tribulations is merely white, but this argent hue suggested a potency that transcended mere levels. The formidable practitioners of the Dao sect instinctively retreated, especially those in the tribulation phase, who fled over 1,000 miles yet still felt an inexplicable chill creeping over their skin. A sense of lingering dread enveloped them. What could have precipitated such a phenomenon? Lu Changfeng turned to Bai Qilan, the one who had first urged everyone to evacuate. Her understanding of the situation was undoubtedly profound. Bai Qilan took a moment to compose herself and explain that the technique employed by Lu Yi was known as the Heaven and Earth Tribulation Art, a remarkably powerful method. However, Lu Yi's current strength was insufficient, and he had no intention of using this technique to slay his foes. Instead, by merely invoking a trace of the heavenly tribulation's intent, he could stir the tribulation energy within all the practitioners, thereby locking them into the impending catastrophe. Lu Changfeng inhaled sharply. Lu Yi, oh Lu Yi. His audacity was indeed remarkable, drawing 4 or 5 dozen tribulation stage cultivators into such a dire calamity. Yet, this meant he too would be subjected to the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Bai Qilan closed her eyes. Killing was not his primary aim. Rather, his foremost objective seemed to be the arrival of this impending tribulation. Chapter 84. All Reduced to Ashes, Part 3. Lu Changfeng had yet to grasp the meaning behind Bai Qilan's words. With a resounding clap of thunder, the heavens and earth were instantaneously rent asunder by a blinding silver light. The thunderstorm descended, not as a singular strike, but as a torrential cascade of lightning, unrelentingly striking down upon the entirety of Jiulong Valley. Was it a formation? Were they ensnared like turtles in a pot? Indeed, the pot was remarkably sturdy. Yet all the formidable beings had been rendered as mere turtles, captured without a trace of resistance. One must concede that the grand formation established by this assembly was undeniably powerful. The initial dense wave of silver lightning failed to shatter all the formations. We must unite in our efforts to withstand the tribulation. If we fight individually, we are all doomed. The leader of the Wangu sect, in a fit of exasperation, bellowed. Initially, victory seemed assured. Lu Yi's focus remained solely on defense. Just as it appeared he was on the brink of annihilation, Lu Yi, rather than merely defending, executed a singular maneuver. No, from the very outset, he had conceived a strategy to break the deadlock. The seals he had inscribed were not intended for defense at all, but solely for the consolidation of this formation. Boom. The second bolt of tribulation lightning fell. All formations were obliterated. An overwhelming aura of tribulation pervaded the air. The density of lightning attributes spiritual energy reaching its zenith, with errant bolts of lightning crackling in every direction. A formidable shield was raised, a treasured artifact of the Wangu sect. Known as the indestructible shield, an innate spiritual treasure. Everyone, combine your strength. At this juncture, no one paid heed to Lu Yi. Above him, the Xuanwu spiraled. Though its brilliance had dimmed considerably, breaking through would still require collective effort. All those in the tribulation phase gathered behind the indestructible shield. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into the shield. Shadows of shields rapidly materialized, culminating in a total of 99 shield forms. Lu Yi closed his eyes, his hands swirling above his dantian. An ethereal silver glow began to emanate from his being, as the errant lightning attribute spiritual energy converged upon him. It was time to transition from cultivating true essence to refining his body. Boom. The third bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Layers of shield light upon the indestructible shield were annihilated as if they were mere dry leaves. The entire shield sank under the force, and the weakened tribulation practitioners coughed up blood, their bodies gravely injured by the sheer force of the impact. Too powerful. Quickly, everyone, deploy your defensive artifacts. An anguished voice cried from the depths of despair. The leader of the Yiming sect was the first to summon his spiritual treasure, a pitch-black talisman, which ignited to form a curtain of black light. Others hastily followed suit. The fourth bolt of lightning struck. Boom. Every defensive artifact was shattered, reduced to mere debris. The indestructible shield, the most resilient of all, was pierced in an instant. The tribulation practitioners were left charred and battered, suffering varying degrees of devastating injury. And this was only the fourth bolt of tribulation lightning. It was imperative to remember that there were 9 such strikes. Despair enveloped the hearts of all present. One practitioner in the tribulation phase turned his gaze upon Lu Yi, a venomous glint igniting within his eyes. It's all your fault. It is all because of you. Cursed be you. Lu Yi lightly nodded in response, inviting his demise. He once again formed hand seals, and in that moment, the 4 symbols, vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger, formed 4 radiant barriers that enveloped Lu Yi entirely. A shadow of the black tortoise, despite enduring 3 strikes from a group of tribulation stage cultivators, remained unbroken. Now, Lu Yi had harnessed the essence of the 4 symbols, merging them into a singular force. I will ensure your death. The tribulation stage cultivator was driven to madness, roaring as he charged towards Lu Yi, his internal energy surging uncontrollably. His physique swelled like a balloon. Lu Yi was taken aback. Could it be a self-detonation? Such bravado. The 4 symbols united could not withstand the self-destruction of a tribulation stage cultivator. Go. The 4 symbols suddenly expanded, enveloping the tribulation stage expert, while Lu Yi's figure transformed into a streak of light. The secret technique, 9 steps of reincarnation, was activated. In just 1 step, Lu Yi's silhouette blurred. A farce. With the formation destroyed, escape was inevitable. This group of people could not hinder him. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed through 9 Dragon Valley. The ground trembled violently. The 4 symbols were instantly obliterated. Although Lu Yi fled with great speed, he was still affected, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. His body was hurled through the air like a tattered sack. At that moment, the 5th thunder tribulation descended. Above, the thunder loomed. Below, the self-explosion of the tribulation stage cultivator erupted, leaving the gathered tribulation stage experts in shock. Damn. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign. I thought you wouldn't come. Boom. The silver serpents danced wildly, divine might overwhelming. The weak were instantly reduced to ashes beneath the thunder. In this strike, all below the tribulation stage were annihilated, turned to dust, including the onlooker, Lu Xuantian. A third of the tribulation stage cultivators perished, a scene too harrowing to behold. Lu Yi could not escape the wrath of the thunder either. He too was marked by the heavenly tribulation. The main tribulation lightning fracturing into minute bolts that struck him mercilessly. Lu Yi's body charred, his hands frantically swirling around his dantian. The 9 tribulations' indestructible body, refined for me. The thunder surged through him. Although it brought excruciating pain, his expression remained eerily composed. Pain is merely a testament to my growth. The dense thunder surged into Lu Yi's body, silver light flickering. In this moment, the dormant essence within him finally unleashed its power. A torrent of vitality surged forth, rapidly mending Lu Yi's ravaged form. His flesh was torn, restored, then torn again, and restored once more. The 6th bolt of thunder fell amidst the despairing gazes of the tribulation stage experts. Once again, a lightning bolt as thick as a forearm struck Lu Yi. Puffed. Lu Yi coughed up another mouthful of blood. The skin and flesh around him contorted grotesquely. The pain. It was excruciating. Yet, Lu Yi's expression remained eerily tranquil. On the path of life, when has pain ever been absent? Countless currents of thunder coursed through his body. Ha ha ha. All is dead, utterly dead. The tribulation period of the eternal sect has rendered him almost unrecognizable as human. He emitted a hoarse laugh, filled with desolation. After 300 years of cultivation, today he is reduced to ash. Enough, enough. His gaze finally settled upon Lu Yi. A chilling voice seemed to emanate from the depths of an abyss. What a fine number 1 on the eternal talents list. Today, many formidable beings of the eternal sect have perished, and the great karma rests upon you. I stand upon the path of reincarnation, awaiting you. Lu Yi lifted his gaze, his tone remarkably earnest. Failing the tribulation means not entering reincarnation. These are not rules I have set, but those decreed by the Lord of Reincarnation, the powerful of the eternal sect in the tribulation realm. Oh, it infuriates me. Boom. The 7th bolt of heavenly thunder descended. The final tribulation phase was reduced to dust amidst the thunder's brilliance. Lu Yi gazed at the oncoming thunder and realized he could no longer withstand it. A stone sword appeared in his hand. 3,000 swords. In an instant, a torrent of sword light surged toward the thunder, but the violent thunder annihilated all the sword light and struck down upon Lu Yi. Chapter 85. The Indestructible Body of 9 Tribulations, Part 4. The gaze of the multitude from the great Dao sect fixated upon Lu Yi. No one anticipated that he would employ such a formidable tactic. It was utterly terrifying. In one breath, he had annihilated 4 to 5 dozen tribulation stage practitioners. After today, the tribulation stage cultivators in the vast wilderness would become a rarity. Yet, could he withstand the cataclysmic tribulation he had provoked? Though the primary tribulation was directed at that group of tribulation stage cultivators, even a mere 1% of the tribulation's force could obliterate a tribulation stage being. Lu Yi appeared gravely injured. His body resembled charred remnants, with crimson light pulsating within him, causing the blackened blood scabs to shed rapidly. The 8th bolt of tribulation lightning descended. It seemed that, having eradicated all the tribulation stage cultivators, its power had multiplied exponentially. Lu Yi positioned himself, his body enveloped in a unique rhythm of the Tao, embodying the principles of Tai Chi, Yin and Yang, and transformation. The cycle of Yin and Yang, ceaseless and eternal. He advanced towards the tribulation lightning, his hands guiding the energy, causing the lightning to distort. In that moment, the thunderous force swirled around him like flowing water, as the essence of the yin-yang path transformed the fierce, unyielding tribulation lightning into a gentle, flowing essence enveloping him. As the tribulation lightning circled his form, his body rapidly absorbed its power. Though his flesh continuously disintegrated, within that destruction, new life emerged. Gradually, the lightning dissipated through transformation, completely absorbed into his being. In truth, had Lu Yi not refined his body with the tribulation lightning, he would not have endured such hardship. Nevertheless, all was for the sake of growth. His form was shrouded in darkness, yet lightning flickered around him incessantly. His heart beat robustly, pulsating with life. Streams of vibrant blood surged through his body with each heartbeat. In that moment, his flesh rapidly rejuvenated from the brink of destruction, completing the first stage of the indestructible body of 9 tribulations. The final bolt of tribulation lightning, come forth. Lu Yi lifted his gaze. Above, the clouds roiled ominously, coalescing into a formidable mass. An overwhelming celestial might enveloped the realm. At this moment, heaven and earth merged with Lu Yi. The blackened scabs fell away, revealing pristine skin beneath, which shimmered with a radiant glow. Boom! The tribulation lightning descended like a dragon. In an instant, Lu Ye's figure soared, agile and poised. With a single punch, the very fabric of the heavens trembled. Heavenly Sovereign Fist. In that moment, his right fist gleamed with brilliance, akin to a shooting star. As it struck down upon the lightning with ferocity. Boom! The fist collided with the lightning in a cataclysmic clash. A blinding light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The silver-white lightning exploded, sending currents of energy surging throughout the sky. Lu Yi was propelled backward, yet before he could touch the ground, he halted in midair. His gaze electrifying, his body embodying the essence of a dragon. After the punch, he formed a seal with both hands. Return. In an instant, the shattered lightning transformed into a torrent as Lu Yi opened his mouth, drawing in all the lightning, which then manifested around him. He had consumed the tribulation lightning. The final calamity has subsided. The clouds have dissipated, and the heavens shine brightly. The Julong Valley has been utterly leveled, with numerous craters dotting the scorched earth. A landscape marred by devastation. Lu Yi hovers in the sky, a surge of vitality coursing through him, his hair growing wildly and swirling like a tempest, resembling a divine being. The members of the Dao sect gaze upon Lu Yi with a profound sense of reverence, an instinctive awe for the powerful. As Lu Yi adjusts his storage ring, crafted from renowned spatial stones known for their remarkable durability, impervious even to the tribulations of lightning, he realizes the immense fortune he has amassed. The entire Dao sect has rallied to his aid, a gesture he had not anticipated. Yet, now that they have come, Lu Yi feels a sense of camaraderie with the sect. In his previous life, the Dao sect had risen from a second-rate sect to a pinnacle of sanctity. Lu Yi glides toward the Dao sect, addressing the sect leader, the esteemed ancestors, and the revered uncles. Everyone has been acknowledged, except for his master, Bai Qiulan. Lu Yi, well done. You truly embody the brilliance of our Dao sect. However, your actions have slain numerous formidable figures from various factions, inflicting severe losses, particularly to the Netherworld and the Wangu sect. We should return to our sect and activate the protective formation before discussing further, Lu Chongfeng asserts with clarity. Death in the tribulation will inevitably reach other factions, and vengeance is certain to follow. They may even send formidable beings, possibly with significant treasures, he continues. Regardless, I shall return to the sect, for merely being present outside invites calamity upon us. I will remain hidden. They cannot harm me, Lu Yi replies with a smile. Lu Chongfeng's expression turns grave. What are you saying? The sect and you are united in purpose. Do you believe that by not returning, our Dao sect can remain uninvolved? Enough talk. Let us return to the sect. Lu Yi, indifferent, reflects that he has achieved the 9th level of the refining void stage and completed the first tier of the undying body. Realizing that few can truly threaten him at this level, he decides to return to the sect to recuperate and examine the storage rings of his adversaries, keeping what he needs and relinquishing the rest to the sect. Additionally, returning to the sect has its advantages. Should the Wangu sect send formidable beings with treasures, he can simply depart, diverting attention away from the sect and onto himself. Shadows dart through the air, swiftly making their way back to the sect. Respected sect leader, may I first recuperate from my injuries? Lu Yi inquires respectfully. Of course, recover first, then come to the main hall, the sect leader responds. Lu Yi nods and vanishes from sight. The protective formation of the Dao sect is activated, one of the most powerful formations among the first-tier sections. Who does not invest tremendous human and material resources to continuously upgrade their family's protective formations, ultimately creating an enormous super array? Take the Wandao sect for instance. Its numerous peaks serve as the foundation for the array. This grand formation envelopes an expanse of over 10,000 kilometers, and once activated, it consumes vast quantities of spirit stones daily. However, breaching it is an arduous task, indeed, exceedingly difficult. At long last, it is over. Yu Hongling could not help but exhale deeply. The ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies had imparted upon her a profound sense of the capriciousness of fate and the transience of life. Bai Qiulan also sighed softly, her silvery hair transforming into a deep black. Bai Qiulan. Sun Ruowei's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Both Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling turned their gazes towards Sun Ruowei. You dare to refer to Lu Yi as your husband? How could you, Bai Qiulan? I considered you my closest sister. Yet you have concealed such a significant matter from me. Pray tell, what is the situation? Why do you call Lu Yi husband? Could it be that the two of you? In that moment, the gossip queen emerged, and a fierce flame flickered in Sun Ruowei's eyes. In this world, such a curious disposition can easily lead to trouble. Indeed, this was the case. In her previous life, Sun Ruowei met an early demise, yet in her final moments, she remained captivated by the sensational gossip, truly willing to face death for the sake of juicy revelations. By Qiulan, you must have misheard. Chapter 86. She truly did not know? Part 5. You must be jesting. Am I truly mishearing? You unequivocally referred to him as your husband, and I heard it distinctly, without a shred of doubt. Pray tell me, what is the true situation? We have shared a friendship for over 60 years, inseparable companions in our cultivation. And we have nearly shared a bed. By Qiulan. Yu Hongling revealed a look of helplessness. She had previously suggested that their master directly call Lu Yi by his name, but the master, lacking resolve, had quickly yielded under the oppressive influence of her senior brother, ultimately sobbing as she referred to him as her husband. In contrast, Yu Hongling remained steadfast, refusing to call him anything other than her master, no matter the hardships she faced. Eventually, the master grew accustomed to the term husband, yet it seems the truth has now been uncovered. I assure you, you have misheard. What I actually said was, go on, continue your fabrication. I am eager to see what you can conjure up, Sun Ruowei scoffed. Bai Qiulan pondered deeply, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. What I said was, the actions of a gentleman are to cultivate oneself in tranquility and to nurture virtue through frugality. Without detachment, one cannot clarify their aspirations. It was merely that my voice trailed off towards the end. You simply did not hear it clearly. At that moment, Sun Ruowei was rendered speechless. You must be kidding? I must be a fool in your eyes? Sun Ruowei could not accept it. Regardless, it is as I say. Lu Yi and I are indeed innocent. We are merely master and disciple, with no other relationship, Bai Qiulan declared, adopting an attitude of indifference. Very well, Hongling. Do you harbor feelings for your senior brother Lu Yi? Sun Ruowei shifted her focus onto Yu Hongling, believing this naive girl would be easier to manipulate. Yu Hongling replied affirmatively, yes, I do indeed have feelings for my senior brother. Are you able to accept that your senior brother has more than one woman? Sun Ruowei pressed on, convinced that Yu Hongling's naivety would yield a different response than Bai Qiulan's. Yes, Yu Hongling responded resolutely. Not only that, she has already become comrades with those other women. Would you be able to accept serving alongside your master in devotion to one man? Yu Hongling paused, perplexed. Bai Qiulan observed the two with a sense of helplessness, feeling somewhat out of her depth. Their conversation seemed increasingly incomprehensible to her. Why was it growing quieter? Suddenly, with a thud, Bai Qiulan collapsed straight down. Neither Yu Hongling nor Sun Ruowei anticipated such an occurrence. After all, Bai Qiulan was a cultivator at the harmonization stage. Unharmed and unperturbed, why would she suddenly fall? Master, Yu Hongling exclaimed in alarm, hastily crouching down to assist Bai Qiulan. Cold. An indescribable chill enveloped her the moment she touched Bai Qiulan, nearly causing her to withdraw her hand. Qiulan. Sun Ruowei was also taken aback. She reached out, bewildered by the chilling cold. Hadn't she claimed that recovery would come swiftly? Quick, provide warmth to our master. Yu Hongling, aware of Bai Qiulan's condition, urged urgently. How do we provide warmth? Sun Ruowei was equally anxious. Her hands turned crimson as she unleashed fervent energy upon Bai Qiulan. Yet, it proved futile. The warmth emanating from her hands could not penetrate, or rather, it was incapable of reaching the frigid cold enveloping Bai Qiulan. It was incompatible. Yu Hongling understood her master's plight, though not entirely. Her master had always found it difficult to speak of her afflictions. However, she had witnessed how her senior brother alleviated this chilling affliction before. Thus, she extended her hands to unfasten Bai Qiulan's garments. Sun Ruowei, perplexed, chose to remain silent. There were only the three of them present, and the barrier she had erected ensured their safety. Before long, Bai Qiulan was stripped of her layers. Yu Hongling proceeded to remove her own constraints. Sun Ruowei? The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. In a swift motion, Yu Hongling freed herself from all bindings and cradled Bai Qiulan in her arms. In that instant, the bone-chilling cold inflicted excruciating pain upon Yu Hongling. It was a torment beyond the limits of human endurance. Her body trembled uncontrollably, instinctively urging her to flee 1,000 times over. Yet, Yu Hongling refused to abandon her. Bai Qiulan's body began to regain a semblance of warmth, though it remained terrifyingly cold, no longer as frigid as before. Ultimately, Yu Hongling could endure no more. She sensed that if she continued, her body would succumb to frostbite, and her very soul would suffer irreparable harm. Reluctantly, she released Bai Qiulan and wrapped her tightly in a thick blanket. What on earth is happening? Sun Ruowei inquired hastily. She began to unfasten her own garments, mimicking Yu Hongling's actions to embrace Bai Qiulan. In an instant, a cry of profound agony escaped Sun Ruowei's lips. She found herself unable to withstand the extreme cold. After merely a moment of contact, she had to let go. It was unbearably cold, far too cold for the human body and soul to endure. Bai Qiulan's breathing steadied, her eyes firmly shut. The breath she exhaled bore no significant anomaly, yet her body remained chillingly frigid. Only my senior brother has a solution. I must seek him out. He will know what to do, Yu Hongling declared as she donned her clothes. Uncle Sun, please tend to our master here. I shall fetch my brother at once. Very well, be swift and return. Yu Hongling's figure darted towards Lu Yi's location. She aimed directly for Lu Ye's room, but halted abruptly just 10 centimeters from the door. See, I told you that teaching someone isn't effective. However, when it comes to practical matters, they grasp it in an instant. Brother, our master is in trouble again. She has fallen into a coma. You must come with me to save her. Yu Hongling spoke with urgency. Within the confines of the room, silence reigned. Senior brother. She knocked on the door. This is truly urgent. Please come with me at once. After all, she is our revered master, our only master. Despite the thunderous knocking, Lu Yi remained silent, clenching her teeth. Yu Hongling was about to force the door open when, at last, Lu Ye's voice emerged from within. Is she unwell again? Yu Hongling's spirit lifted. Yes, she has lost consciousness and feels exceptionally cold. Senior brother, please save our master. Lu Ye's tone held an odd quality. How can I save her? Any way you can. Please. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ye's mouth. Anyway, after saving her, will I not become the one who defies the master and incurs her wrath? Yu Hongling, our master is unaware of the suffering you endure. This cannot be blamed on her. Do you truly believe she is ignorant of it? Chapter 87. Respect for others' fate. Does Bai Qiulan truly comprehend the immense agony that Lu Yi endures? She feigns ignorance, yet the reality is starkly different. The chaotic yin poison. When it manifests, it necessitates the life flame to actively warm and dissolve that lethal chill. The terror of the chaotic yin poison extends far beyond mere coldness. It penetrates the marrow and the soul. Lu Yi has already lost a life to this dreadful affliction. Through relentless deduction, he managed to discover a sliver of hope after his demise. The remedy lies in preemptively consuming a dozen or so potent yang elixirs, employing his own lifespan and cultivation as the flame to forcibly neutralize the chaotic yin poison. Naturally, this method is not solely within Lu Ye's capabilities. Should others succeed in developing those elixirs and disregard the cost of their lifespan and cultivation regression, they too could assist Bai Qiulan in detoxification. However, these elixirs are rather intricate. During the initial calculations, it nearly caused the nascent system to crash. It was precisely due to these elixirs that Lu Yi, while attempting to detoxify, became rather overwhelmed, flipping Bai Qiulan back and forth, her eyes rolling in exasperation. Master is unaware of your suffering. Yu Hongling found it hard to believe that her revered master could be so hypocritical. Listening to Yu Hongling's unwavering conviction, Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. See, some things never change. The words spoken are forever met with disbelief, requiring no investigation, as they are outright denied with extreme certainty. He could not fathom it. He and Bai Qiulan had shared countless experiences, revealing their most sincere selves. Under the influence of the elixirs, Lu Yi displayed little pretense. If only Bai Qiulan would cast a glance his way, or even refrain from looking at him, she would discern the torment he endured. Lu Yi waved his hand. Boom. Yu Hongling was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily against a stone, while the door swung shut. To utter another word would only make her a fool. After a visit to the ancient battlefield of heroes, he had reaped significant rewards, coupled with the timely support from the Dao sect, which warmed Lu Ye's heart. Yet, his good spirits were short-lived, as he was once again disgusted. Damn it! Yu Hongling rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother, please save our master. He is our only master. This time, Lu Yi chose to remain silent. With no other recourse, Yu Hongling hurried back to where Bai Qiulan was situated. Sun Ruowei anxiously inquired, "What is the situation? Has Lu Yi arrived?" Yu Hongling's face was etched with bitterness. "Senior brother won't help. It seems I have once again said something to anger him." "What did you say?" "Really, with your master in such a state? How could you say anything to provoke him?" Sun Ruowei struggled to understand. Yu Hongling remained oblivious to her misstep. "Did my senior brother not once save our master?" "I mentioned that the master was unaware of his suffering, only to be struck aside." "Sun Ruowei, how can you assert that your master is oblivious to his pain?" In that moment, Yu Hongling was rendered speechless by Sun Ruowei's words. How could she possibly know? Indeed, how does she know? It was the master who stated that Lu Yi was not in such distress, but rather found enjoyment in his plight. Yet, is that truly the case? The master's words led her to believe without question, but what of her senior brother's assertions? When has she ever placed her trust in his words? Yu Hongling clutched her heart, feeling an overwhelming pain. It was excruciating. She could barely maintain her footing. Why did she always approach her senior brother with such a demeanor? Despite her regrets, why did she revert to this behavior in his presence? In that moment, Yu Hongling even felt a twinge of self-loathing. She could not comprehend what was happening to her. Why was she perpetually so unreasonable and self-assured when confronting her senior brother, only believing what she wished to believe? Sun Ruowei let out a soft sigh. A glance at Bai Qiulan revealed that the entanglement between Bai Qiulan and Lu Yi was far deeper than she had initially imagined. What should be done now? Yu Hongling, suppressing her heartache, inquired. Sun Ruowei fell into contemplation. "I shall seek out Lu Yi. It is imperative to speak with him. My senior brother's temper is volatile, and he resorts to violence at the slightest provocation." Sun Ruowei vanished. Soon, she stood before Lu Ye's door, gently knocking. Lu Yi was in his room, meticulously searching through numerous storage rings belonging to those in the tribulation realm. Upon sensing Sun Ruowei's arrival, he paused to ponder. "Ding! My kindred spirit has arrived." The system's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of excitement. "She possesses a system too?" Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Ding, no. She simply enjoys gossip." Lu Yi. "Ding, yet she enjoys your gossip the most." Lu Yi. "Perhaps you should revert to the Tao of Heaven. At least then you'd be honest." Lu Yi opened the door, slightly bowing to Sun Ruowei. "Disciple Lu Yi, at your service, Sun Shishu." A gentle smile graced his face, warm and inviting. In her previous life, although Sun Ruowei had met her demise through gluttony for gossip, she had also fought valiantly alongside others in battles against alien forces. She held Lu Yi in good regard. Lu Yi. This was not their first encounter. Their recent interactions included one where Lu Yi transformed, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence as if to annihilate the world, and another where he summoned heavenly tribulations to eliminate a multitude of those in the tribulation stage. Goodness! Lu Yi, who once seemed merely a junior disciple to her, now instilled a sense of fear within her heart. "Shishu, there is no need for trepidation. I only slay our enemies. All within our sect are comrades." Lu Yi sensed the trepidation emanating from Sun Ruowei, and his voice, imbued with a trace of Taoist resonance, soothed her fears. Indeed, Sun Ruowei felt her anxiety dissipate. "It is true, we belong to the same sect, and we are akin to family. My friendship with your master is profound, and I have always regarded you as my own." Perhaps that phrase is not entirely precise, but it conveys the sentiment. Do you understand? The disciple comprehends. Now, your master lies in a state of unconsciousness. I heard from that girl Hongling that you possess a method to save him. Might you lend your aid? Sun Ruowei inquired. "I regret to inform you, esteemed martial aunt, that my master has explicitly stated he does not require my assistance. While I have indeed aided him in the past, I have since faced consequences and dare not intervene again. I kindly request that you consult others. Perhaps they may possess a remedy." Lu Yi's demeanor was respectful, yet his words were undeniably cold. "She forbids you from assisting? Your master is your master, and you are but a disciple. Reverence for one's teacher is paramount, and the distinctions between genders are a matter of ethical propriety. One must not overstep boundaries. I ask for your understanding of my predicament, esteemed martial aunt." Lu Yi bowed respectfully. Sun Ruowei, in extraordinary circumstances, extraordinary actions may be deemed justifiable. The esteemed martial aunt also concedes that it is justifiable. However, to deem it justifiable implies it is forgivable. Forgiveness arises only from wrongdoing. If I choose not to act, does that not mean I have committed no error, thus rendering discussions of forgiveness unnecessary? Sun Ruowei found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 88. What should you call me? She did not require my salvation. I rescued her, yet she would harm me in return. If I chose not to assist, would that not render everything inconsequential? This is what it means to relinquish the impulse to help and to respect the destinies of others. Goodness, should I merely watch as she descends further into despair? Lu Yi offered no response to this query, instead maintaining a calm gaze upon Sun Ruowei. In this moment, silence was the most poignant answer. Is it truly impossible to assist? It is. The two words were spoken with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for negotiation. Sun Ruowei took 2 steps back. Very well, I understand now. I shall not intrude upon you further. Safe travels, Master Uncle. I shall not accompany you. Under Lu Ye's gentle smile, Sun Ruowei departed, and only when her figure vanished from view did Lu Yi close the door once more. Such politeness and gentleness. What could be the reason behind it? Alas, I have become accustomed to being an onlooker. Yet this does not seem to be a fitting time for such. What should I do next? Ding. Kindred spirits, indeed. I must observe how this kindred spirit will act. Lu Yi. A shimmering screen materialized before him without his consent. Lu Yi. Damn it. This system is becoming increasingly attuned to my thoughts. If the system were to inquire whether Lu Yi wished to watch, he would undoubtedly be disinterested, yet it began to play without his approval, leaving him with no recourse. Surely, he could not simply assault the system, could he? Ahem. In any case, gathering treasures is hardly a tedious task. Watching will not cause any detriment. Lu Yi felt as though he had returned to his childhood on Earth, a time when he was placed in an orphanage. The orphanage had somehow obtained an abundance of cotton that had yet to be separated from its husks. The headmaster called all the children together, instructing them to begin peeling the cotton, seemingly as a reward by allowing them to watch an outdoor film. As they peeled the cotton, they watched the screen. This was, surprisingly, one of the rare, beautiful memories in Lu Ye's life. Now, it bore a striking resemblance to that experience. Sun Ruowei returned to Bai Qiulan's residence, where Bai Qiulan still appeared pallid. How did it go? Upon seeing that Lu Yi did not follow Sun Ruowei, Yu Hongling's expression fell in disappointment. He had already been told clearly by Qiulan that she did not require his assistance. Indeed, it was as such. At this moment, Bai Qiulan trembled slightly. She felt as though she were in a dream, one where she had plunged into a deep chasm filled with icy water. Beset not only by the biting cold, but also by an overwhelming fear of drowning. She wished to break free, to escape this abyss. Yet, the more she struggled, the deeper she sank. In the past, at such a time, a pair of warm hands would appear, grasping hers, accompanied by a fervent breath that enveloped her tightly. Those strong arms would lift her upwards, casting aside all coldness and the terror of drowning, leaving them far behind. However, this time, no matter how deeply she sank or how she fell, that breath never reappeared. Husband, husband, save me. Both Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei turned to Bai Qiulan, listening to her dreamlike murmurs, enveloped in silence. Her subconscious yearned for Lu Ye's rescue. No one wishes for death. No. I refuse to believe that only Lu Yi can save Qiulan. I shall seek the sect master. With so many extraordinary talents in the Dao sect, surely someone can rescue her. Sun Ruowei could no longer endure this disbelief. Yu Hongling's eyes brimmed with sorrow. It is futile, in the vast heavens. Amidst countless deities, only senior brother can save our master, only he can. Then I shall compel the sect master to command Lu Yi to assist. Sun Ruowei stormed away towards the Dao Peak. Soon, she encountered Lu Changfeng. Sect master, Bai Qiulan is gravely injured and unconscious, suspected to have been poisoned. According to her disciple Yu Hongling, only Lu Yi can save her. I come to beseech a decree from you, sect master, to command Lu Yi to rescue his master. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng's heart tightened, his thoughts consumed by a mindset of infatuation. How could Sister Bai be poisoned? I must go see her. Chaming immediately summoned the elders from the Medical Peak and Alchemy Peak to Qiulan Peak. Sun Ruowei interjected, Sect Master, it is futile for you to go. Neither the Medical Peak nor the Alchemy Peak can help. Only Lu Yi possesses the means to save her. Even I, skilled in healing, cannot assist. You need only to command Lu Yi to act. Lu Changfeng then recalled that Sun Ruowei was indeed a practitioner with remarkable healing abilities. Yet when it came to Lu Yi, his mind, clouded by infatuation, was swiftly overtaken by the sect master's rationality. He regained his composure. Sister Bai is Lu Ye's master. Why would he not save her? Lu Changfeng inquired. Sun Ruowei hesitated. How could she respond? To say that Lu Yi must become a rebel against his master? Even if Bai Qiulan were saved, would she still have the face to live on? Sun Ruowei, well acquainted with Bai Qiulan, understood her to be quite traditional, adhering strictly to moral teachings. She would never permit any inappropriate entanglements with her disciple. While Lu Yi faced challenges, this matter posed no detriment to him. All that was required was the sect master's command, and everything would unfold smoothly. In Sun Ruowei's view, Bai Qiulan undoubtedly harbored feelings for Lu Yi, but their circumstances prevented them from crossing that threshold. Yet, the sect master's decree must be obeyed. Thus, a third party's intervention was necessary to forcibly advance the emotional progress between the two. Lu Changfeng comprehended the situation. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Lu Ye's reluctance to act, he recognized that even as sect master, he could not compel another to save a life. If he were to issue a forceful order, Lu Yi would likely respond out of respect for the Dao sect and come to the rescue. After saving the individual, Lu Yi was poised to depart from the Dao sect, thereby resolving any lingering grievances between himself and the sect. Yet, there remained the matter of senior sister Bai. On one hand stood the future powerhouse upon whom the entire sect had staked its hopes, and on the other, the woman he cherished deeply. Lu Changfeng's expression grew grave as he took his seat as the sect leader. He gazed at Sun Ruowei and spoke. Senior sister Bai has been poisoned. It is the duty of the physicians from the medical peak and the alchemists from the alchemy peak to administer the antidote. Lu Yi is merely an unskilled cultivator. How could he possibly know how to cure ailments? He turned to Changming. Hurry and summon the esteemed elders from the alchemy peak and the medical peak. Vice sect leader Ji Changming immediately acquiesced, hastily departing. Lu Changfeng Yu. Sun Ruowei's eyes brimmed with disbelief, which swiftly transformed into profound disappointment. She could hardly fathom that Lu Changfeng, who had harbored such affection for Bai Qiulan, could resolutely abandon her at this critical moment. Lu Changfeng's demeanor was one of utmost seriousness as he regarded Sun Ruowei, his tone cold and unyielding. Junior sister, beyond the Dao peak. You may refer to me as Lu Changfeng or senior brother Lu without objection. However, within the halls of the Dao peak, what title should you bestow upon me? Sun Ruowei looked upon Lu Changfeng, who occupied the exalted seat of the sect leader. In that moment, he appeared imposing, his visage stern and devoid of emotion, akin to a deity bereft of feelings. Startled, Sun Ruowei met his gaze, her voice trembling slightly as she offered her response. Sect leader. Chapter 89. Deceiving oneself awakened. Bai Qiulan has awakened. With a soft moan, Bai Qiulan opened her eyes, and at that moment, her aura surged, enabling her to ascend 2 minor realms in one breath. The Taiyin transformation scripture is indeed a formidable technique. During her slumber, it operated automatically, continuously dispelling the chaotic, toxic energies. It transformed, allowing the primordial infant to absorb and condense. Then it transformed again, enabling further absorption and condensation. Naturally, the speed of absorption by the primordial infant could not match the rate of its birth. As Bai Qiulan gradually regained her composure, her body temperature restored significantly. You're awake, exclaimed Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei in unison, their joy palpable. Suddenly, Bai Qiulan furrowed her brow, her expression shifting dramatically. Who touched my clothes? Master. It was I who moved them, Yu Hongling hurriedly replied. Bai Qiulan then sighed in relief. How do you feel now? What exactly is the condition of your physique? Why, even at the harmonization realm, are you still beset by such calamities? Sun Ruowei inquired anxiously. It's nothing to worry about. I have my own means to address my condition. My fainting was merely a form of self-protection. I hope my unconsciousness did not alarm anyone. Bai Qiulan asked. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei exchanged glances. Ahem, no? Bai Qiulan's face displayed a mixture of resignation and curiosity. Then, do tell, who has been stirred by this situation? It was better not to mention this matter. But once it was brought up, Sun Ruowei was filled with indignation. Qiulan, what on earth is going on? Why are there such men surrounding you? Just one Lu Yi. Despite all entreaties, even if we plead with him, he refuses to act. He won't even save you. Although Bai Qiulan had surmised the situation, Hearing of Lu Yi's indifference still sent a chill through her heart. Fine, I admit I may be a bit foolish. I explicitly stated I did not want Lu Yi's help, yet I find myself disheartened by his refusal to assist. It is indeed my fault for not allowing him to intervene. I can hardly blame him. Bai Qiulan felt no unusual emotions. Lu Yi aside, you insisted he not help. And what of Lu Chongfeng? Bai Qiulan's expression changed dramatically. You allowed Lu Chongfeng to attempt to save me? Though she found it intolerable to accept any man other than Lu Yi due to traditional beliefs, she envisioned her ultimate fate as one of solitary pursuit along the path of enlightenment. No, it's impossible for Lu Chongfeng to save you, Yu Hongling. Aware of Bai Qiulan's reaction, quickly clarified. Bai Qiulan exhaled in relief. It wasn't he about him saving you. I ordered him to command Lu Yi to save you. Yet he refused to issue the order, insisting I should not address him by name, but rather as sect leader. It is utterly outrageous. Sun Ruowei expressed her discontent. Bai Qiulan comprehended Lu Chongfeng's stance. She felt a twinge of melancholy. It seemed that apart from Lu Yi from her past life, there was no one else in this world who could treat her with such unwavering kindness. Yu Hongling hesitated, her thoughts uncertain. Bai Qiulan gazed at her, as if she had something to convey. Master, do you truly remain oblivious to the immense suffering your senior brother endures while aiding you? Yu Hongling inquired. Bai Qiulan paused momentarily. Why the inquiry? When I sought out senior brother to rescue you, I mentioned that you were unaware of the great pain he would endure. Yet, he replied, you know. Bai Qiulan fell silent, refraining from answering the question. I am weary and require some time for meditation and recuperation. You too may attend to your own matters. Her silence was the most resounding response of all. Yu Hongling could hardly believe it. Master, you truly knew? Had she not repeatedly claimed ignorance? Why? Why did she pretend to be unaware when she clearly understood? What could be the reason? She wished to inquire further, but was pulled away by Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan stared at the closed door, shut her eyes, and ultimately could not restrain herself. A tear slipped down her cheek. She was indeed aware of Lu Yi's profound suffering, yet she chose to forget it willingly. Especially after acquiring the Ta-In transformation scripture, Lu Yi would no longer endure pain. As time stretched on, she gradually forgot the anguish he had once faced. However, she vividly remembered Lu Yi's identity. She was the master, and he was the disciple. She was deceiving herself, a tragic self-deception that she had come to believe. This is hardly captivating. Lu Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding, if it is not captivating, why are you so engrossed? The system promptly conveyed its displeasure. Am I truly engrossed? Ding, indeed you are. You must be mistaken, and indeed, you lack eyes, so your error is understandable. Ding, I possess eyes, as many as I desire. All of them are blind. Ding, you are the one whose eyes are blind. Lu Yi engaged in a verbal sparring match with the system and, having tidied up his storage ring, felt rather pleased. Reflecting on it, he had returned to the sect for some time. Why had those factions yet to react? The silence was disconcerting. He resolved to seek out the withered tree. The withered tree was a crucial treasure for consolidating his 3 lives, and he knew its whereabouts. His reason for not departing from the Grand Dao sect was to await the other sect's alliance to strike, intending to draw all the fire upon himself under their very noses. After the Grand Dao sect's return, it had sealed its gates, leaving Lu Yi unaware of the current circumstances outside. Little did he know, all 46 transcendent beings had perished, and this news spread swiftly throughout the vast wilderness. The speed of dissemination was alarming, almost terrifying. The entire expanse of the wilderness was abuzz. 46 transcendent beings, 57 questioners, all annihilated. Good heavens, could the heavenly mechanism report be jesting with us? In the vast wilderness, the combined forces of all factions scarcely amount to a handful of transcendent beings. For instance, the Great Dao sect mobilized its entire army, sending forth 19 transcendent beings to rescue Lu Yi. The 5 major sects, the 3 great dynasties, along with the Eternal sect, collectively muster a maximum of merely 200 transcendent beings. The number of transcendent beings from the Great Dao sect is undoubtedly of a commendable caliber. Beyond these elite factions, there exist first-rate powers, alongside the concealed realms of the underworld and the celestial pavilion. This implies that at least 1/7 of the transcendent beings in the entirety of the first heaven have been vanquished. A staggering 1/7 of the transcendent beings have perished. The Yin Yang Law sect and the Supreme Divine Dynasty find their might dwindling perilously. The Tribulation sect and the Mountain River Pagoda sect are now engulfed in regret, lamenting their decisions. Previously, their rapport with the Great Dao sect was amicable, as evidenced by Su Mo's gifting of treasures to Bai Qiulan. Yet now, the situation has devolved into hostility. They have not only become adversaries of the Great Dao sect, but have also suffered tremendous losses, with their younger generation experiencing grievous casualties, resulting in a breakdown of their ranks both in the rear and at the front. The absence of formidable forces and the depletion of potential have left these factions in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 90. No More Waiting, Part 4. Ha ha ha. In the demon realm, the demon emperor laughed heartily, a dark banner suspended behind him, shrouded in an endless swirl of black mist, within which seemingly countless souls emitted anguished wails. I could hardly believe it. It was utterly unfathomable. The demon emperor was beside himself with glee. My dear demon saint, 46 transcendental beings perished, all at the hands of a ruthless killer who invoked the heavenly tribulation through extraordinary means, leading to their simultaneous demise. Upon receiving this news, he almost lost his breath, nearly succumbing to laughter on the spot. Surrounding the demon emperor, numerous transcendental beings of the demon race wore savage smiles. Initially, they had been apprehensive, concerned that the young generation of demons had suffered such heavy losses, leaving the race weakened. But now, those worries evaporated completely. The human race was no longer merely lacking strength. They were utterly incapacitated. 46 transcendental beings, 46. The demon emperor repeated this figure incessantly. The demon race had effectively rid themselves of a formidable enemy. Send forth the demon emperor's decree, contact all clans. We shall seize the opportunity to invade the great wilderness and unify the first heaven. This time, I shall ensure that my soul banner feasts upon the essence of human souls. Indeed, it is akin to the demon realm. As news spread among the other alien races through their spies in the human realm, their powerful beings erupted with excitement. The fall of 46 transcendental beings was celebrated like a grand festival among them. They swiftly received the message from the demon emperor. Attack! Attack! This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be squandered. Now, while the great wilderness is in turmoil, is the perfect moment for our assault. United, we shall ensure that the human race pays dearly. I believe we should bide our time. With so many transcendental beings of the human race already fallen, the birth of a new one requires considerable time. The human race is currently embroiled in infighting, the ancient prodigy Lu Yi, having slain so many transcendental beings, has the Dao sect siding with him. How could the other sects possibly remain passive? They will undoubtedly seek retaliation, and this ensuing conflict will be anything but trivial. Either the Dao sect will be annihilated, or the other sects will suffer severe losses. Patience is imperative. We must not rush. Amitba. It is indeed a prudent course of action. I too believe we should wait a while longer. Very well, we shall wait. But we must gather our strength and be ready to act at any moment. The various alien races began to deliberate. At that moment, a descendant of the water deity from the divine race, named Shui Liang, spoke up. Perhaps we could reach out to those forces that have suffered substantial losses of transcendental beings. What do you mean? The Supreme Divine Court has contacted my divine race, claiming that if we can obliterate the Dao sect and eliminate Lu Yi, they would be willing to coexist with us. This revelation from Shui Liang instantly piqued the interest of the alien powerhouses. Did the Supreme God sect truly utter such words? Indeed, it possesses a certain significance. Thus, it warrants contemplation. The Dao sect. I can no longer afford to wait. Lu Yi abruptly rose, realizing that remaining idle while an enemy did not approach was an utter squandering of life. He was unwilling to languish in inactivity. He sought to cultivate. His figure vanished, only to reappear at the Dan Peak. The name Lu Yi was well known throughout the Dao sect. The scene of his fateful confrontation during the tribulation was vivid in the minds of all, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Disciple Lu Yi requests an audience with the Lord of Qinghua Peak. Upon hearing that Lu Yi had arrived, the elders of Dan Peak dared not delay, promptly escorting him up the peak while notifying Taoist Qinghua. Before they had taken many steps, the laughter of Taoist Qinghua resonated. Ha! Lu Yi, have you come to my Dan Peak seeking elixirs? Whatever you require, feel free to express it. Lu Yi cupped his hands in respect. I have come not to seek elixirs, but rather to borrow the 9-dragon flame furnace. I wish to refine a grand elixir. The Lord of Qinghua Peak was immediately taken aback. You can refine elixirs? Indeed. There was no need for modesty here. Lu Yi's alchemical skills were indeed remarkable. What elixir do you intend to concoct? An unnamed elixir. If one must assign a title, let it be called the Giant Spirit Elixir. The Lord of Qinghua Peak was momentarily bewildered. An unnamed elixir? Did this not imply that the elixir was created by Lu Yi himself? Do not jest. At your age, having cultivated to such a level already makes you a dragon among men, a prodigy. One cannot become a master of the alchemical arts without long-term immersion in its study. The disciple understood the Lord's skepticism, but it mattered not. I only require the use of the 9-dragon flame furnace. It is incredibly sturdy. Even should I cause an explosion, the furnace would remain undamaged. You need not worry in the slightest, Lu Yi replied with a smile. His words were indeed reasonable. Very well, please follow me. The two proceeded to the location of the 9-dragon flame furnace. The furnace had a diameter of 3 feet, adorned with the images of the 9 dragons coiling around it, capable of expelling flames at will, truly a marvel. And arguably the most renowned alchemical furnace in the Dao sect, even in the first heaven. May I observe your alchemical process? Daoist Qinghua inquired curiously. He harbored doubts regarding Lu Yi's mastery of alchemy. Should Lu Yi falter, he could offer guidance. Perhaps, should Lu Yi recognize his vast knowledge and exceptional talent, he might even choose to follow him to learn the alchemical arts, allowing him to become a mentor of sorts. The thought of such a possibility was delightful. Lu Yi did not decline. As you wish, Lord. Extending his palm, he ignited the sunlight beneath the furnace. And the 9 divine dragons coiling around it seemed to come alive in that moment. The furnace illuminated, signaling the commencement of the heating process. Daoist Qinghua nodded gently. Lu Yi demonstrated a proficient technique in heating the furnace, and his fire control was commendable. Lu Yi produced a handful of spiritual herbs and unceremoniously tossed them into the alchemical furnace. Wait. The Qinghua Daoist was momentarily stunned. Lu Yi had already thrown in a batch of herbs that he had not even had the chance to examine closely. What on earth? Which herbalist discards their materials in such a haphazard manner? The flames surged dramatically, and the intense heat swiftly transformed the herbs into a potent elixir. The Qinghua Daoist raised both hands, and if not for the embarrassment, he would have covered his ears. The furnace might explode. A deafening sound loomed. Yet, the anticipated explosion did not manifest. The lid of the furnace opened automatically, revealing 12 chi-boosting pills, each exuding a rich aroma and boasting a plump, smooth exterior with clear and uniform patterns. Wondrous celestial. The Qinghua Daoist gasped in astonishment. Has it truly been perfected? What sort of alchemist throws all their materials into the furnace at once? The order of the herbs matters greatly. Conflicts are easily ignited. Nevertheless, Lu Yi had done just that, and succeeded. Lu Yi tested his hands, familiarizing himself with his current state of alchemy, and deemed it satisfactory. Thus, he commenced. Suddenly, a multitude of spiritual herbs appeared in his grasp, each radiating formidable spiritual energy. These were, after all, treasures suitable for transcending tribulations. Wait. Lu Yi tossed all these dozens of herbs into the 9-dragon fire furnace in one swift motion. In an instant, Lu Yi turned, manipulating the flames while curiously inquiring. What's wrong? The Qinghua Daoist's face turned ashen. It's over. The alchemical peak may very well be obliterated. Chapter 91. The Elixir Master Foam. Please do not be so anxious. Lu Yi glanced at the Daoist Qinghua, noticing his tightly clenched hands, and could not help but offer some words of comfort. Focus on the cauldron. Daoist Qinghua raised his voice. All right, truly, there is no need for concern. This is not my first time refining elixirs. But the herbs you previously used were of ordinary, inferior quality. The materials you are now introducing into the cauldron are of exceptional grade. Fit for those in the tribulation realm. How can they possibly be compared? What he did not realize was that Lu Yi's previous materials were, in fact, top-tier divine herbs, some of which had already developed sentience, recklessly tossed into the mix by Lu Yi. Generally speaking, the properties of herbal materials are similar. They are not drastically different. A slight deviation can lead to catastrophic failure. Even a single herb can possess varying properties. Before Daoist Qinghua could finish his sentence, Lu Yi seized another large handful of herbs and cast them into the cauldron. Hey. Daoist Qinghua could no longer contain himself. Be careful. Look, it hasn't exploded. With another handful of herbs thrown into the cauldron, the 9 dragons continued to breathe fire, rapidly transforming the materials into liquid essence. Lu Yi tossed in yet another large handful, as if he were merely gathering a bundle of weeds. At this point, Taoist Qing Hua was rendered speechless. He had realized that the properties of this new batch of herbs were indeed similar, as Lu Yi had claimed. However, elixirs were not crafted in such a manner. A single elixir requires not only herbs with compatible properties, but also those that conflict with them. Merely relying on a singular property renders the formation of an elixir impossible, often resulting in toxic remnants post-consumption. Time passed steadily. Lu Yi produced yet another large assortment of entirely new herbal properties. No. Taoist Qing Hua was at a loss for words. His prior knowledge warned him that this heap of herbs would undoubtedly lead to an explosion in the cauldron. He braced himself for the worst, prepared to protect Lu Yi at the first sign of catastrophe. His life could be sacrificed, but the sect's future must be safeguarded. Lu Yi cast a glance at Taoist Qing Hua, understanding his apprehension. After all, he was merely a novice in the art of alchemy. As the herbs melted within, billowing clouds of white smoke erupted from the 9 dragons' flame cauldron, akin to the smoke from a coal-burning locomotive's chimney. Taoist Qing Hua tensed with anticipation. Wait, hasn't he exploded? At that moment, Lu Yi swiftly retrieved another batch of herbs and tossed them in with lightning speed. Taoist Qing Hua realized that Lu Yi possessed remarkable speed. With a mere flick, he had gathered an entire heap of herbs. Without even pausing to check their compatibility, he simply cast them into the cauldron. As the medicinal herbs continued to multiply, the cauldron trembled gently, emitting a tumultuous sound akin to a raging tempest. Lu Yi remained calm and unhurried, persistently adding herbs into the cauldron. There were simply too many. The quantity of herbs he was incorporating was astounding. In conventional alchemy, a blend of dozens of herbs was already considered quite challenging to refine. Yet, Lu Yi had tossed in a rough estimate of several hundred varieties. Who would dare to throw such a plethora of herbs into a cauldron in the practice of alchemy? Finally, as the last handful of herbs was cast in, the radiant sun fire he unleashed intensified significantly, producing a continuous, roaring sound, accompanied by a bubbling noise that suggested an imminent explosion. With a hiss, a copious amount of steam erupted forth, filling the entire alchemical chamber with dense mist. Were it not for their cultivation, such thick fog could have easily led to carbon dioxide poisoning. Success. The elixir was successfully congealed. The Qing Hua Taoist squinted, unwaveringly fixated on the cauldron, despite the stinging discomfort in his eyes from the smoke. He was eager to witness what extraordinary elixir Lu Ye's frenzied method of alchemy would yield. When Lu Yi opened the cauldron, an incredibly rich fragrance of herbs burst forth. The Qing Hua Taoist was taken aback. What an exquisite aroma. However, at that moment, Lu Ye's expression darkened. No. Damn it. The level of the radiant sun fire was too low. Although it was divine fire, refining such a multitude of top-tier herbs from the first heaven was still quite challenging. He had encountered a personal setback in his alchemical endeavors. What's wrong? The Qing Hua Taoist, curious, leaned in closer, and then was left speechless as he beheld the elixir within the cauldron. Lu Yi, with a grimace, retrieved the elixir. It was a pill larger than his own head, with a diameter of no less than 20 centimeters, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an alluring fragrance. Judging by its perfection, the intricacies, and the aromatic scent, it was evident that this pill was of exceptional quality, classified among the finest. Such a size. The Qing Hua Taoist marveled, exclaiming, "By the heavens, I have never seen such a large elixir. How is one meant to consume this?" Lu Yi shot a sidelong glance at the Qing Hua Taoist, his lips twitching with irritation. Forgive me, I often speak without thinking. You have deviated from the conventional methods of alchemy, yet you managed to produce such a remarkable elixir. If you had approached it systematically, surely the outcome would have been, this elixir? Initially, the Qing Hua Taoist had focused solely on the size of the elixir. Now, he finally recognized its quality. An exceptional elixir? He gasped. Indeed. Thanks to the Peak Master for allowing the use of the 9-dragon leaving fire cauldron. Never mind. Lu Yi produced a knife and carved a piece from the gigantic elixir, offering it to the Qing Hua Taoist. Feel free to eat it or study it. I shall take my leave. The Qing Hua Taoist stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the fist-sized elixir resting in his palm. With a knife? He excavated a piece of the elixir. He. The fragment he unearthed was the size of a fist. In that moment, the proud alchemist, Qinghua Daoist, faced the most formidable shock he had ever encountered in his pursuit of alchemy. Lu Yi carefully stored the colossal spirit elixir away, only daring to retrieve it once he had returned to his chamber. Ding, ding, ding. The system emitted a resounding, bell-like laughter within his mind. Lu Yi pondered whether to slice, scoop, or gnaw at this precious elixir. Alas, Lu Yi's figure began to expand. The law of heaven and earth. No matter. Despite the ceiling, he would not be thwarted. His head alone swelled, his mouth gaping wide. His jaws stretched to their utmost, contorting his visage into a fierce grimace, and at last, he devoured the elixir in one swift motion. Shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. The elixir entered his abdomen. An immense surge of energy swiftly permeated and coursed through him. Seated in a meditative posture, Lu Yi had already made his resolution. After refining this elixir, he would promptly depart from the Dao sect. Not only did he intend to leave, but he also aspired to make his name known throughout the world. At that moment, he would achieve unity with the Dao. Chapter 92 Departure. First update, Cultivation. The pursuit of refinement. He had already reached the 9th level of the void refinement stage. Now, by gathering medicinal herbs from the storage rings of 46 transcendents, along with the herbs obtained from the ancient battlefield of heroes, he concocted a pill tailored to his cultivation needs. The name of the pill was inconsequential. What mattered was that it fulfilled his requirements. His desire was to elevate the pinnacle of the void refinement stage just a notch higher. He had even pushed his nascent soul to its limits. The formidable potency of the herbs transformed into the purest energy, flowing through Lu Yi's body. The 9 lives immortal scripture continuously operated, pushing the speed of his cultivation to its utmost limits. The surging energy transformed into true essence, which surged into the nascent soul, facilitating its growth. As the nascent soul expanded, it expelled a copious amount of true essence, integrating the medicinal properties. Lu Yi's body began to swell, but it was of no concern. His physique had been tempered, and the 9 catastrophes immortal body allowed him to withstand such an intense influx of energy. As the refinement continued, the total amount of true essence steadily increased, making the nascent soul increasingly vivid and larger. Fortunately, the space within his dantian was boundless. No matter how large the nascent soul grew, it could be accommodated. With every increment of authenticity gained by the nascent soul, it signified his success in solidifying the ethereal into the tangible. Thus, 3 days passed. With the complete consumption of the medicinal power, Lu Yi opened his eyes, devoid of the electrifying brilliance that typically flickered in the void. Instead, he found himself enveloped in a tranquil serenity. It was sufficient. Lu Yi couldn't help but reflect on how well he had fared in the void refinement stage. Not long after his breakthrough, he had received the blessings of the eternal heroes list, and the purity of that energy was beyond description. He had surged to the 9th level of void refinement in one breath. Furthermore, he had concocted this pill using an array of top-tier herbs from the transcendent stage. As for the rumors claiming that cultivation cannot rely on external aids, such notions are mere fabrications to deceive the impoverished. If external aids were forbidden, why would the sacred sects seize fortuitous lands? Why would they fight tooth and nail for resources? If one were impoverished, they would be told that cultivation must rely on arduous self-effort, with each step painstakingly earned. This, they would say, is the true path. Conversely, if one were wealthy, they would be informed of the wondrous nature of their elixirs, assuring them that consumption would allow them to outpace their peers, gaining advantage at every turn. This is the essence of a cultivator's competition. One can only say that Lu Yi had truly been fortunate. Having concluded his cultivation, Lu Yi rose and made his way to the peak of the Great Path. Disciple Lu Yi requests an audience with the sect master. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongfeng's face broke into a smile as he personally came out to greet Lu Yi. Lu Yi, how is your recovery? Do you require the sect to provide you with pills for your recuperation? Lu Yi also wore a smile. Thank you for your concern, sect master. I am quite well now. I have come to seek your approval regarding a new idea I have developed. Oh, pray do share. Now that I have reached the pinnacle of void refinement, I am but a step away from unifying with the Dao. However, there are no methods for such a union within the Great Path sect, hence I require an excursion. So soon? Lu Chongfeng furrowed his brow. One must not recklessly abandon their cultivation. What do you require to transcend to the Dao? Allow me to see if the sect possesses it. We are indeed at a critical juncture. I have received news that the various clans beyond the realm are stirring restlessly. Although other sects have yet to exact their vengeance, they will not simply let matters lie. Should you venture out now and risk exposure, you would not only face attacks from rival sects, but also the formidable beings from alien races. Lu Changfeng spoke the truth. Lu Yi, now stepping beyond the sect, was devoid of the protective formation of the Dao sect. If discovered, he would truly be at odds with the entire world. The treasure I seek is known as the Withered Man's Wood, which can only be found in the western desolate Buddha Desert. The Withered Man's Wood. This was the first time Lu Changfeng had heard of such a treasure. The western desolate Buddha Desert was originally a land of the Buddha, but it was transformed into a desert due to the emergence of a Buddha known as the Transcendent Buddha, who aspired to enlighten humanity and vowed to make all people disciples of Buddhism. Consequently, the sacred ground of the Western Buddhist domain was reduced to sand. The entire Buddhist sect was expelled from the great wilderness, severing ties with humanity. Now, the Buddhists no longer regard themselves as part of the human race, fixated on returning to the great wilderness to rekindle the light of Buddhism. Do not be hasty. I shall send someone to search. Lu Yi was acutely aware that the Dao sect did not possess such a thing. He had sought it in his previous life. Although he was only ranked 33rd then, he was nonetheless among the elite in this life. Upon returning to the sect from the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, he was met with unparalleled honor. At that time, he had sought the Withered Man's Wood and entrusted the Dao sect with the task of finding it. When they could not, he turned to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, which eventually provided him with news of the wood. Lu Changfeng commanded a search while he engaged Lu Yi in conversation. If it proves impossible to find, there is no need for you to search personally. I can dispatch others to retrieve it for you. Lu Yi chuckled in exasperation. Sectmaster, I am not an ignorant child. Every action I take is the result of careful deliberation. There is no need for anyone else to search. I am more than capable of acquiring it myself. If I must rely on others for this, it would render me a mere waste. Regardless of my status as the foremost prodigy of the eternal rankings, Lu Changfeng understood the validity of Lu Ye's words. Yet, was this not exceedingly perilous? Soon, Ji Changming responded, revealing that the Withered Man's Wood had not been located. Lu Yi rose and cupped his hands in respect. That disciple shall depart from the Dao sect. Do not worry, Sectmaster. The great wilderness is vast, and perhaps only 2 or 3 can hinder me. I will not grant them the opportunity. Lu Changfeng sighed deeply. Very well, if you are so determined to venture out, then take the Dao belt with you. Lu Yi, truly, there is no need. Farewell. Lu Yi departed. Lu Changfeng pondered for a moment, reaching out to Master Qing Feng, instructing him to secretly protect Lu Yi without his knowledge. Understood. Lu Changfeng could do no more. He knew that from the moment Lu Yi stepped onto the eternal rankings, he would face trial after trial ahead. 46 tribulations merely signify the initial trial. Yet, what does it mean to be the foremost on the list of timeless prodigies? Fearless and unwavering, advancing relentlessly through each challenge, overcoming every obstacle. This embodies the true essence of a prodigy's cultivation. Even in the face of death, one should harbor no regrets. However, this is the path of Lu Yi, not that of Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng serves as the sect leader, chosen by the entirety of the Dao sect, and his duty is to elevate the sect to unparalleled heights. Lu Yi departed from the Dao sect, a subtle shift in his brow signaling his thoughts. Ah, Master Qing Feng, I must shed this burden, otherwise it will impede my escape, and the troubles I have caused will undoubtedly be beyond Master Qing Feng's resolution. Thus, half an hour later, the venerable Master Qing Feng, with silver hair and youthful visage, gazed around in confusion. He retrieved a communication stone. What is the matter? Lu Changfeng inquired. I've lost track of him. Lu Changfeng, a scattered deity, had lost track of a void refinement cultivator. Lu Changfeng comprehended. Lu Yi was deliberately eluding him. What, precisely, was this young rascal plotting? Chapter 93. The Fishing Pond. Second update. What is Lu Yi planning? No one knows. Yet, in an instant, the entire wilderness became aware. Inyang Sacred Land. This place is adorned with picturesque mountains and clear waters, characterized by 2 towering peaks facing each other. One peak gleams white, resembling a mountain of pure jade, while the other is black, akin to ink or carbon. 2 lakes resemble the eyes of the Tai Chi symbol, imbuing the entire sacred land with profound Taoist essence. Lu Yi has arrived. As per the established principle, if he does not create a significant stir, how will others know that he has departed from the Grand Dao sect? He shall bear the consequences of his actions alone. If they seek vengeance for their grievances against him, they need only come forth. The disciples guarding the mountain beheld Lu Yi, suspended between heaven and earth. Due to their lack of strength, they did not recognize him. "What are you doing?" they demanded. "This is the entrance to the Yin Yang sect. You must return to the ground immediately and declare your intentions. Otherwise, do not blame us for seizing you." Even the disciples of the Yin Yang sect, though tasked with guarding, commanded a certain authority over the powerful. Just as the formidable sword master Li was compelled to behave himself in the presence of the Yuan Dan disciples, despite his own formidable prowess. Alas, Lu Yi was no ordinary person. He formed hand seals, and in an instant, the earth trembled and mountains shook as a colossal peak gathered from immense magical power. Shadows gradually enveloped the entire Yin Yang sect. Two guardians? Boom. The massive mountain crashed down upon the Yin Yang sect. The protective formation of the sect activated automatically, and large rocks shattered, dust billowing into the sky. The resounding sound of the Yin Yang horn echoed mightily. Powerful auras surged rapidly from within the Yin Yang sect. "What audacity! How dare you assault my Yin Yang sect? You seek death." Lu Yi condensed the mountain with his hand seals. The insult carried far more weight than the attack itself. While the damage was not catastrophic, the sheer size of the mountain caused dust to envelop the once picturesque sacred land, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. Though the protective formation remained intact, its occupants were startled. In Lu Ye's hand appeared a stone sword, and with a furious swing, he cleaved down. In an instant, the sword light struck fiercely against the protective formation. The formation trembled slightly, but dissipated the sword energy into nothingness. A figure from the Harmony realm rushed out, finally catching a glimpse of Lu Ye's visage. "Lu Yi," he exclaimed, his expression contorting, as he hastily retreated back into the formation. He was too swift. Lu Yi had intended to strike him down with a single blow, yet the opponent's retreat exceeded the speed of Lu Ye's sword swing in that fleeting moment. The potential for extraordinary power to manifest in a life-or-death situation proved true. Lu Yi has arrived. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entirety of the Yin Yang sect. The ancestors were roused from their slumber, and those in the tribulation and scatter realm rushed out en masse. "Lu Yi, how dare you appear in my Yin Yang sect? You are courting death." It was evident to all that Lu Yi's presence here was not without purpose. He could not possibly have come merely to seek his demise. Lu Yi, however, paid no heed, striking with both fist and sword, causing the protective array to tremble. He then cast a scornful glance at the furious scattered gods erupting from the Yin Yang Law sect. With that, he turned and sprinted away, the wind howling around him. "Be wary of treachery. If there is none, we must eliminate him," proclaimed the esteemed leader of the Yin Yang Law sect, Wuji Daoist. Lu Yi ran with remarkable swiftness, employing a technique known as the floating feather art, allowing him to drift like feathers in the wind, elusive and unpredictable. Nonetheless, his pursuers were formidable scattered gods, and the distance between them steadily diminished. Suddenly, Lu Ye's figure plummeted, vanishing into the earth, his presence completely erased for a moment. The two scattered gods paused, scrutinizing the surroundings. This direction, though faint, his aura was still detectable. They continued their relentless pursuit, only for his essence to suddenly split into 9, fleeing in 9 disparate directions. With a roar of fury, the two scattered gods unleashed their yin-yang divine light upon 2 of the auras, shaking the very ground and creating immense craters. Yet, within those craters, nothing remained. The remaining 7 auras swiftly retreated, widening the gap between them and their pursuers in the blink of an eye. The two scattered gods were left uncertain as to which aura to chase. After the 7 auras had fled a considerable distance, 6 of them vanished simultaneously. This direction, the two scattered gods regained their focus and raced after him. Such an aura could not endure for long. Lu Yi possessed myriad means of escape. In the realm of cultivation, the mightier the individual, the greater their repertoire of escape techniques. This is primarily because those with few methods of retreat often meet their demise along the way. It has been jested in the cultivation world that any emperor could be dubbed the fleeing emperor, reflecting this very truth. Even the most invincible of emperors may find themselves subdued by an opponent several realms stronger. Indeed, Lu Yi could easily elude these two scattered gods. Yet how would that create a spectacle? What direction was he headed? As the two scattered gods pursued, they suddenly realized they had arrived near the imperial capital of the Jiuli Celestial Empire. Upon entering the capital, Lu Ye's presence dissipated entirely. Akin to rain returning to the sea, not a trace of energy released. The arrival of the two scattered gods from the Yinyang Law sect raised alarms within the Jiuli Celestial Empire, awakening scattered gods who soared towards the stronghold of the Yinyang Law sect. Fellow Taoists of the Yinyang Law sect, what brings you to Jiuli City? Inquired Guqingzi, the founder of the Yinyang Law sect. What? The voice of the ancestral figure of the Jiuli Celestial Empire rose sharply. At that moment, an awe-inspiring sword light shot into the sky. Terrifying sword intent erupted, altering the very hue of the heavens, as the massive sword towered above the mountains, piercing the clouds. With a single stroke, it descended upon the palace of the Jiuli Celestial Empire. The imperial palace activated its grand formation, and simultaneously, the entire Jiuli city summoned its protective array. Boom! The earth quaked violently. In an instant, countless houses in Jiuli city crumbled with a thunderous roar, eliciting cries of panic from the populace as they fled in all directions. A multitude of formidable beings from the Jiuli Celestial Empire ascended into the air, including four who had attained the status of scattered deities. It was no jest. Should Lu Yi unleash a massacre in Jiuli city, the entire Jiuli Celestial Empire would inevitably collapse. The atmosphere in the Jiuli Celestial Empire was fraught with tension. Fear not, for his sword light has not breached the inner formation. Currently, both the inner and outer formations of the Jimin Great Array are fully activated. He cannot escape. If we conduct a thorough search, we shall surely locate him, proclaimed one of the scattered deities of the Jiuli Celestial Empire. Indeed, the Great Array of the Jiuli Celestial Empire was formidable. The outer formation served as both a defense and an offense to protect the city, while the inner formation safeguarded the imperial palace, impenetrable in its strength. A multitude of soldiers began to weave through the city, scouring for any possible hiding spots of Lu Yi and meticulously inspecting each residence. At this moment, Lu Yi had already concealed his presence within the inner formation. Reflecting upon himself, he realized that after so many years as a celestial sovereign, he had nearly forgotten the very skills in which he excelled. While dismantling others' formations could indeed bring humiliation, what of the aftermath? One could merely wash away the shame and pretend as if nothing had transpired. However, what if he were to pilfer another's treasury? Surely, he could not simply return some worthless trinkets and feign that his own treasury had not been lost. Lu Ye's intention for entering was none other than to seize the royal treasury of the Jiuli Celestial Empire. Chapter 94. The Encirclement, Part 3. His technique for concealing his presence is known as the Veil of Heaven. This remarkable method proved exceptionally effective. In fact, he and the system had engaged in extensive deliberation to develop such a skill for cloaking one's aura. Just how effective is it? When he assisted the system in pilfering the Tao of Heaven, the Veil of Heaven played a pivotal role. Therefore, employing it to mask his own essence now feels utterly effortless. Is the royal treasury indeed heavily guarded? Numerous defensive formations intertwine, each layer connected to the next. Triggering any one of them could set off a cacophony of alarms. Lu Ye's eyes transformed into a faint silver hue, rendering the world around him into mere simplistic lines. In a fleeting moment, Lu Yi unleashed a plethora of secret techniques, each more diverse than the last. Bang! Two swift strikes landed upon the guards, infused with a hint of primordial morning mist. The two sentinels emitted not a single sound as they were engulfed in an exquisite agony. Their souls torn asunder in an instant, their lifeless bodies swiftly stowed away in a storage ring. Lu Yi swiftly dismantled the formations, opened the treasury doors, and slipped inside. The treasury doors automatically sealed behind him. Aside from the absence of two guards, the treasury remained unchanged. Once inside, Lu Yi was indiscriminate, collecting whatever he could find, sweeping from the first to the third floor without a hint of presence escaping. It was not until the final level that he encountered an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, staring back at him. Ah, indeed. What treasury is without its ancestral guardian? Lu Yi could only offer a polite smile in return. Old thief, the old man exclaimed, his figure retreating in an instant. The shrill alarm of the treasury rang out, and Lu Yi dashed away with great speed. All formations would activate as he approached, while the old man's proximity would trigger them as well. The treasury doors swung open and then shut. Boom. In the next moment, the treasury doors were shattered. Lu Yi had vanished without a trace. Where is he? The elder's furious roar echoed throughout the entire palace. Following the preordained path, Lu Yi swiftly fled the palace. A moment's delay would have resulted in the palace being surrounded beyond escape. The formations posed no threat to Lu Yi. Upon reaching the outer city, he breached the grand formation once more, reappearing in view. He struck the formation with a resounding slap. Boom. The formation trembled lightly, drawing the attention of all powerful beings towards Lu Yi. Capture him. In an instant, a multitude of radiant figures surged towards Lu Yi, who turned and fled. What? Lu Yi attacked the gate of the Yinyang sect? Lu Changfeng abruptly rose from the seat of the sect leader. Wasn't he supposed to be searching for the withered tree? Why on earth would he assault the Yinyang sect? Ji Changming could not help but chuckle wryly. Who could have known? This is too perilous. He likely has no inkling of the strength of the scattered gods. We must take action. Immediately summon all sect members and prepare to support Lu Yi. Indeed, how can a young man be so impatient? What is the rush? With another 5 or 10 years of cultivation, would the Yinyang sect not be able to handle the situation? The formidable warriors of the Dao sect had long been on alert, and upon receiving the call to gather, they swiftly assembled at the Dao Peak. Bai Qilan also arrived. As a harmonization realm practitioner, her prowess was formidable, and she could not remain indifferent when it came to Lu Yi. Just as Lu Changfeng was about to speak, further news arrived. What? Lu Yi had plundered the treasury within the palace of the Jiu Li Heavenly Dynasty? A single Yinyang sect member could be met with fierce resistance by the Dao sect, who would fight valiantly to protect Lu Yi. But how had he entangled himself with the Jiu Li Heavenly Dynasty? What? He smashed the ancestral statue of the robbery sect and insulted them for their utter poverty, claiming they possessed nothing of value? What? He breached the defensive formation of the Shan He Bao Ta sect, citing their overly stringent treasury defenses? The elite members of the Dao sect, upon hearing the reports from their scouts, felt their scalps tingle. This was absurd. They had already offended these factions, who had been holding back from attacking the Dao sect, yet Lu Yi had gone ahead and insulted them. What is this? You, infinite celestial venerable. Did you not set out to seek the withered wood? The venerable Qingfeng Daoist could not help but exclaim, Infinite celestial venerable. Fortunately, I did not follow. Had I done so, I would have surely met a brutal fate. Master, what shall we do? Lu Changfeng was at a loss. He had seen reckless behavior before, but never such brazen folly. Lu Yi's actions were so audacious that those aware of his cultivation level would be astounded. While those unaware might assume he had successfully navigated his tribulation, others wielded scattered spirits and innate spiritual treasures, yet he dared confront their sections. Had he encountered even a slightly weaker opponent, would he have dared to wipe them out? What to do? What can be done? Utilize every means to meticulously gather all information related to Lu Yi and have the Tianji Pavilion monitor the situation closely. Everyone prepare for battle at a moment's notice. Yes, it was not merely the Dao sect that was focused on this matter. Now, all factions were keenly observing Lu Yi's actions. Absurd, utterly absurd. These top-tier sects had not been so provoked in many years. Lu Yi was not merely challenging one faction. He was provoking all those who bore a grudge against him. The entire great wilderness was in an uproar. Arrogance, it was sheer arrogance. Naturally, the Tianji Pavilion would not overlook this lucrative opportunity, closely monitoring the situation and swiftly creating a report to sell at a remarkably low price. Yet even at such a modest cost, they soon found themselves with overflowing profits. As it stands, 5 factions, the Shan He Bao Ta sect, Robbery sect, Jiu Li Heavenly Dynasty, Yinyang sect, and the Supreme Divine Dynasty, had dispatched 11 scattered spirits to hunt down Lu Yi. 11 scattered spirits. With such a force, even if the Dao sect intervened, they could only engage in a mutually devastating struggle against these scattered spirits. According to the intelligence from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the Great Dao sect remains in a state of inactivity. In other words, they are not providing any assistance at the moment. The latest news reveals that Lu Yi has fled to the Desert of Eradication, with all 11 scattered deities in pursuit. The Desert of Eradication is fraught with peril. Many perished during the time of its annihilation. However, These are all formidable beings, so it should not pose a significant issue. Yet, once they enter the desert of eradication, will the celestial mechanism pavilion still be able to report in real time? To suggest otherwise would be an affront to the pavilion. For the celestial mechanism mirror observes all things. They cannot be blind to such events. Alas, how could the powerful of the human race descend into such chaos? While the alien races are stirring restlessly, our side has become embroiled in internal strife. What a deplorable situation. In my view, entering the desert of eradication signifies that Lu Ye's escape route is narrowing. It likely won't be long before he is overtaken, and at that moment, his demise will be inevitable. I beg to differ. Lu Ye has previously annihilated 46 beings at the transcendent stage, and now he faces merely 11 scattered deities, whom he could likely dispatch with ease. Chapter 95. The Path of Seeking Dao, Part 4. The Desert of Annihilation. The boundless desert radiated an oppressive heat, causing the air to shimmer incessantly. Lu Ye traversed through the sands, and as others had mentioned, he was gradually encircled. 11 scattered deities, not to be confused with those in the tribulation stage, who could provoke heavenly tribulations. Scattered deities were devoid of such concerns. In terms of combat prowess, the strength of a scattered deity was comparable to that of a tribulation stage cultivator. One had yet to undergo tribulation, while the other had failed. Should one disregard the heavenly tribulation and unleash their full power, it was uncertain whether a scattered deity could prevail over a tribulation cultivator. However, such recklessness would likely lead to the tribulation cultivator's demise. At present, Lu Ye faced a scattered deity with relative ease, employing various techniques to contend. Yet, the cost would not be insignificant. Confronting any of the 11 scattered deities would prove challenging. His purpose for being here was unequivocal: to draw the world's attention, ensure the safety of the Dao sect, acquire the withered human wood, and achieve a breakthrough in the path of unity. To vanquish foes. As for right and wrong, on the path of seeking the Dao, such distinctions were trivial. If Lu Ye triumphed, it would signify the obstinacy of various sects leading to the annihilation of their disciples, who relentlessly pursued Lu Ye, thereby sealing their own fate. If Lu Ye fell, it would reveal his excessive bloodlust, succumbing to madness, thereby reaping the consequences of his own actions. Such is the nature of this world. Victors are kings, while the vanquished are but bandits. Ahead, half submerged in the sands, lay a temple once resplendent with golden splendor and radiant Buddhist light, now reduced to crumbling ruins. The shattered Buddhist statues, enshrouded in dust, bore faces once compassionate, now transformed into grotesque visages. Lu Ye stepped within, faint echoes of chanting lingering in the air, yet he paid them no heed, striding forward with determination. The head of a statue silently twisted, and Lu Ye, with a swift motion, cleaved it with a stone sword, leaving a profound gash upon its surface. "Do not disturb me," he declared, as the spirit attached to the statue retreated in silence. This was a manifestation of an obsession formed from the demise of a once mighty Buddhist figure, possessing ordinary combat strength, akin to the realm of formlessness, yet exuding an aura of terror. Passing through the front hall, he beheld the central Mahavira hall, now collapsed, strewn with countless skeletons. Lu Ye's fist struck the ground, sending a multitude of bones flying, creating a deep pit in the desert sands. He plunged into the crater, where the sands began to surge in a bizarre manner, layers of murderous intent transforming into a blood-red hue, threatening to engulf Lu Ye entirely. He pressed deeper into the abyss, as innumerable grains of crimson sand invaded his being, filling his nostrils, mouth, eyes, and ears. No, even the veins within him began to fill with sand, a sight too horrific to behold. A living man was on the verge of becoming a creature of sand. Lu Ye had experienced this in a past life. It was not merely an offensive tactic, but rather a profoundly realistic illusion. Upon entering the temple, the desiccated wood began to incessantly inflict toxins upon Lu Ye. This toxin, formless and intangible, went unnoticed by him. He remained unperturbed by mere hallucinations, having descended deep into the desert. Through his concealment techniques, he masked all traces of his presence. Suddenly, Lu Ye halted. Within his consciousness, he had transformed into a state of profound terror. Blood-red sand enveloped his entire being, even filling his head. Lu Ye extended his hand, grasping a withered, blood-red piece of wood. The roots of this desiccated wood were abundant, intricately extending in various directions. Though it appeared lifeless, grasping it filled his hands with the sensation of warm blood. The brilliance of a sword flickered. Faint, anguished cries emanated from the withered wood. With the wood in hand, he unleashed his essence, creating a space amidst the depths of the desert for cultivation. Ding! The cultivation commenced. Golden sunflower, blood sea immaculate pearl, and desiccated wood, three treasures converging to form the third life. In this state of cultivation, the nascent soul opened its eyes, resolutely choosing to break through. Harmonizing with the Tao, aligning with the Great Path, this was an initial stage of engaging with the Tao, a realm where many determined their spiritual direction. In his previous life, Lu Ye's chosen path of harmonization was somewhat amusing. It revolved around guardianship, protecting beloved ones and safeguarding humanity. Those who lack love, if they manage to grasp it, will hold on dearly, even if it is fraught with thorns, their hands bloodied yet reveling in the experience. Only those abundant in love are entitled to select and discern love. While he bore no grievances in safeguarding humanity, he often smiled knowingly when witnessing others' happiness. The world holds myriad beauties worthy of protection. In this moment of guarding his beloved, a cruel smile graced Lu Ye's face. In this life, he sought the path of the Tao. All that is unknown, all that remains unseen, is what I pursue. In this life, he did not seek beauty or wealth, nor compassion or kindness. He sought the precipice of the Tao, the pinnacle of existence, the willingness to embrace death in the pursuit of truth, and the courage to forge ahead. A serene, indifferent smile appeared on Lu Ye's face. He was ready to harmonize with the Tao. What new poison awaited him? In the demon realm, after the self-detonation of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, chaos ensued. The emperor had held such lofty prestige among the demon clan that many still struggled to accept his demise. However, the deceased remained gone, and the demon race had to look forward. Thus, a new demon emperor was ascended to power, a formidable creature of the Qiongqi bloodline, its combat prowess rivaling that of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. In a desolate corner of the demon realm, a damp, grayish bird lay in the mire, its breath faint. It was the vermilion bird. Yet now, the condition of Zhuke is evidently amiss. Her body trembles incessantly, as if something within is incessantly writhing. Suddenly, Zhuchue's eyes fly open. In that moment, her gaze transforms into one of ferocity and madness. In the next heartbeat, her eyes shut once more. When they reopen, a sense of agitation and struggle prevails. Two consciousnesses are entangled in a frenzied clash within a single body, battling for dominance, merging into one. The process of parasitism is underway. No, damn it. Why is your essence so formidable? A voice that does not belong to Zhuke escapes her lips. The demon sovereign, bearing the bloodline of Qiongqi, emits a howl of anguish and defiance. His eyes undergo a transformation. From the Qiongqi demon sovereign to the Hongling demon sovereign, Zhuke gasps for breath, having emerged from the flames in a state of extreme weakness. The Hongling demon sovereign clings desperately to parasitize her, yet still fails. However, it cannot be deemed a complete failure. At this moment, it appears as though two perspectives manifest within Zhuchue's gaze. One is her own, and the other belongs to the Qiongqi demon sovereign. The seed of parasitism takes root within her, and although she forcefully severed all its tendrils, the seed remains unexpelled. It has completely fused with her being. This implies that in order to utterly annihilate the Hongling demon sovereign, she too must perish. Chapter 96. A grand offensive. Send the orders. Convey my command. The sovereign of all spirits has been resurrected. Although he was severely wounded in his Tao heart by Lu Yi, to the point of nearly complete annihilation, he is nonetheless a parasitic celestial demon. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he was able to ascend from the first heavens to the seventh heavens at a pace that matched Lu Yi's, a testament to his formidable nature. Of course, this was also due to Lu Yi awaiting the ascent of his group of cherished companions. The parasitic celestial demon has reconstructed his Tao heart. He has glimpsed Lu Yi's path, and in the aftermath of his own destruction, he has experienced a profound transcendence. Even if one possesses boundless stars and universes, what of it? Sooner or later, he shall inhabit the celestial realms, becoming the most terrifying existence among the 9 heavens. With the resurrection of the Qiongqi demon sovereign, the sovereign of all spirits has swiftly grasped all the happenings during this period. The foremost on the eternal talents list? slaughtering 46 tribulation transcenders, 11 scattered gods pursuing Lu Yi into the desolate Buddha desert, other alien races biding their time to enter the great wasteland. Upon comprehending all this information, the sovereign of all spirits felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, still waiting for an opportunity? This chance is rare, perhaps once in a millennium. If we delay any longer, what will happen when Lu Yi eliminates the 11 scattered gods and breaches into the great wasteland, subsequently single-handedly facing all the alien races post-breakthrough? Who is the fool advocating for patience? Instantly relay my orders, contact all alien races, and summon their strongest forces to traverse the void and return to the great wasteland. Upon entering the great wasteland, we shall first annihilate the 9 celestial dynasty and seize their territory, establishing it as our base of operations. The second step involves gathering all tribulation transcenders and scattered gods, with half remaining behind and half advancing into the desolate Buddha territory to slay Lu Yi. As long as we eliminate Lu Yi, the third step will be a full-scale assault on the Mountain River Pagoda sect and the Robbery sect, completely consuming the northern expanse of the great wasteland and standing in equal measure against the human race. The sovereign of all spirits was exceedingly irritable, his speech brimming with confidence and dominance. He did not approach this as a mere suggestion. Rather, he commanded the alien races to heed his directives. We must not allow the tribulation transcenders to encircle and eliminate Lu Yi. He possesses means to provoke heavenly tribulations, making it perilous for them to pursue him. The sovereign of all spirits erupted in fury. What is wrong with you? Do you not pay attention to the reports from our scouts? Lu Yi's provocation of heavenly tribulations led to the deaths of 46 tribulation transcenders because they ensnared themselves within formations. Otherwise, upon the emergence of tribulation energy, all tribulation transcenders would have fled. Given the speed of the heavenly tribulations, a single tribulation transcender could escape anywhere. What nonsense about provoking heavenly tribulations! His tone was audacious. Hearing this, the other alien races suddenly felt as though this Qiongqi had become akin to the sovereign of all spirits himself. Are you the sovereign of all spirits? One alien race could not help but inquire. I am the successor of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, who has long bestowed upon me the 10,000 spirits blood demon sutra. Now that the demon emperor has fallen, I shall assume the mantle of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Hear my command, alien races, advance upon the 9 celestial empire. Boom. A vast multitude of alien soldiers gathered, traversing the void, charging toward the great wilderness. The human race was thrown into disarray as their spies hastily reported. The alien races are upon us. But where are the champions of the human race? At this moment, despair enveloped all within the 9 celestial empire. Quickly, send word to all factions, urging them to converge upon the 9 celestial empire. We are in dire need of support. Dispatch messages to all forces. Indeed, in the face of the alien onslaught, the human race displayed remarkable unity. In a flurry, various sects, including even the scattered cultivators, rushed towards the 9 celestial empire. Shimmering lights streaked across the sky, racing through the void. The great Dao sect also prepared for battle, although the 9 celestial empire had past grievances with Lu Yi. Wait, what? Those 11 scattered deities did not return from the annihilating Buddha desert? The order to provide support, poised on the lips of Lu Changfeng, faltered. It seemed the 9 celestial empire was not in such a hurry after all. Their scattered deities had yet to return, still pursuing Lu Yi. Why should the great Dao sect rush? The 9 celestial empire. Above, dark clouds gathered, and tempestuous storms burst forth, unleashing a catastrophic deluge upon the realm. Tornadoes ravaged the land, while torrents of rain surged like a deluge, causing floods to swell. Fiery meteors, accompanied by colossal boulders, rained down. Yes, it was the divine race that initiated the first battle. The war, a conflict among cultivators, had begun. This is dire. Among the 11 scattered deities, 2 received the news, their faces paling in shock. These 2 were the scattered deities of the 9 celestial empire. They had never anticipated that the alien races would strike at this moment, nor did they expect that the first battle would occur not at the supreme divine empire, but at the 9 celestial empire. We must return to provide support. The 2 ancestral scattered deities of the 9 celestial empire were immediately agitated. No, We have already pinpointed the last known location of Lu Yi, which is within this temple. If you leave now, would that not be a wasted effort? Even if we too depart, you still have 9 others. Can you not eliminate Lu Yi? How long could it possibly take to slay a single Lu Yi? Ensure he is dead before you leave. Do not grant him any chance to survive, for if he grows stronger, our lineage shall face annihilation. Under the persuasion of the other 9, the 2 remained, surrounding the entire temple. It is certain he is here. One scattered deity, holding a compass, declared with unwavering conviction. Do not allow him to escape. 11 of us. Each must guard our respective positions. Understood? Let us proceed. Boom. The abandoned temple was utterly shattered in that moment. The lingering obsessions within were completely dispersed. Is there nothing? No, it is not that there is nothing. The compass has vanished right here, beneath the ground. Clear away all the sand. Several scattered deities summoned their immense powers to begin removing vast quantities of sand. The sand was indeed quite thick. As it was swiftly cleared away, a multitude of blood-red roots came into view for the 11 individuals. There was indeed something unusual within. More sand was hurled aside. At last, a surge of vital energy was revealed as the sand was swept away, exposing the concealed essence. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is here. Come to me and perish. One of the scattered deities let out a hearty laugh, raising a hand to strike down at the vital energy. The vital energy was shattered with a single blow, revealing Lu Yi hidden within. In that instant, Lu Yi opened his eyes. The aura of the harmonious Dao realm erupted from his being, while a multitude of strange patterns began to spread across his entire body. These peculiar patterns were imbued with the essence of reincarnation. The 4th type of deadly poison erupted violently. Chapter 97. The Obsession of Reincarnation, Part 1. System. Initiate the simulation. Beep. Simulation in progress. This poison is evidently not the Tyene essence worm, which implies that the toxin laid by Cholan still has further implications. It is fortunate that it is not the Tyene essence worm. Which woman is responsible for this? Beep. Simulation successful. It is the obsession of reincarnation. Lu Yi comprehended. The obsession of reincarnation, akin to the previous mysterious mists, is not strictly a toxin. Rather, it represents a unique existence formed by the souls that possess an overwhelming desire to resist reincarnation, crushed by the path of reincarnation and deposited in its deepest recesses. In this world, life is marked by birth, aging, sickness, and death, desires unfulfilled, enmity and affection, love lost, and the prevalence of the 5 aggregates. Some individuals are born into suffering, unwilling to be reborn, preferring eternal oblivion. Others endure the pains of old age, their bodies and hearts weary, powerless to change their fate. Steeped in sorrow, some are plagued by chronic illness throughout their lives, beset by calamities, enduring unbearable torment. There are those who are profoundly fearful of death, viewing it as the ultimate end, reluctant to re-enter the cycle and face new mortality. Some harbor grievances unavenged, finding no peace in death. Others love yet cannot attain their desires, suffering from an inescapable anguish. There are individuals who meet only to part for a lifetime, and some who gather the world's sufferings. Born into poverty, afflicted with grave illnesses, fearing death, with hearts worn down, unable to seek life or dare to seek death, yearning for love that remains unattainable. Such immense sorrow, such profound pain. They shun the cycle of reincarnation, daunted by its prospect. These souls exist, and there are many. This phenomenon is designed to influence the path of the heart and is exceedingly troublesome. Even the esteemed reincarnation deity, a master of the cycle, struggles against them. Lu Yi's heart is as steadfast as iron, unyieldingly resilient. Yet, why do tears streak down the corners of his eyes? Indeed, Lu Yi is weeping. The 11 scattered deities regard him with intense malice, each gathering their strength to strike him down. But now Lu Yi is crying? They express disbelief. They have traversed countless battles in their cultivation journey, yet before the fight has even begun, he weeps. This is a first for them. This weeping figure is, astonishingly, the foremost among the eternal prodigy rankings. Lu Yi wipes away his tears, his heart feeling as if 1,000 divine steeds are stampeding through it. How bitter! So painfully bitter. Yet, it is not solely his suffering. Well, he suffers too, but one cannot weep over suffering. One of the scattered deities cannot suppress a cold smirk. It seems you are aware of your impending downfall, weeping for yourself in advance, is only natural. Prepare to die. Yin and Yang, the path of dominance. The yin-yang sect's scattered deity strikes first. The black and white forces whirl, a colossal palm, white on one side and black on the other, descends upon Lu Yi. Lu Yi's gaze is icy. His true essence, belonging to the realm of harmony, has seen a tremendous enhancement in both quality and quantity, granting him the preliminary qualifications to wield the great Dao. Sky-slaying sword Dao. Lu Yi's raven hair danced wildly as he raised his sword toward the heavens. An infinite sword intent flowed through the cosmos, and in this moment, the 11 scattered gods felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They resembled mere ants awaiting slaughter. If, before achieving enlightenment, one could traverse the skies and earth, it belonged to the realm of high martial arts. Attaining enlightenment, however, transcended that, reaching the realm of the fantastical. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged violently, and 11 strands of sword energy shot skyward, a formidable sword intent swirling in the void. Simultaneously, the 11 scattered gods unleashed their fury, invoking a terrifying sandstorm in the desert. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy shattered their 11 attacks. Lu Yi stepped forward, a 9-colored lotus blooming beneath his feet. With each step, he ascended toward the heavens, his nascent soul within him condensing a mystical seal. His aura surged. First level of enlightenment, second level, third level, each step signifying a minor realm gained. Secret techniques erupted under the enhancement of the Dao. Water severing. The sword energy emitted a piercing howl, wreaking havoc, leaving distinct traces in the void. The fabric of space tore apart. The sword energy sliced through a layer of space, charging toward the 11 scattered gods. Such a razor-sharp and terrifying sword energy incited an undeniable fear within the hearts of the scattered gods. They were scattered deities, those who had failed their tribulations, their hearts already shattered under the weight of the heavenly tribulation. Now, under the onslaught of the sword path, they teetered on the brink of collapse. Their only remaining pride lay in their superior cultivation compared to Lu Yi. The sword of Jiuli. Clang. 2 beams of sword light collided. The profound sword energy of the scattered god clashed with Lu Yi's water, severing sword energy. The density of their energies was leagues apart, at least twice as disparate. Yet, when the water-severing sword energy met the Jiuli sword energy, it sliced through as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, instantly severing the Jiuli sword energy. The scattered god from the Jiuli celestial dynasty gazed on in disbelief. Splurt. His body was cleaved in two by the water-severing sword energy. The stone sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, vibrating in sheer delight. At that moment, the sword path Lu Yi wielded was the epitome of satisfaction for the stone sword. Ah, finally, one worthy to be its master. In the vastness of heaven and earth, how many could achieve such swordsmanship? The 10 strands of water-severing sword energy bloomed like petals, each one slaying a scattered god, while the remaining gods unleashed a variety of techniques. Some attempted to redirect the water-severing sword energy, others sought to evade, while those who braved it head-on were all bisected. 5 scattered gods, desperate to mend their wounds, realized with despair that their injuries could not heal. Lu Yi, employing secret methods, stepped 9 times, forcibly elevating himself to the pinnacle of enlightenment. Though his total essence fell slightly short compared to the scattered gods, the gap was far less than anticipated. A terrifying sandstorm raged behind Lu Yi, forming a colossal sandstorm manifestation. He raised his fist. The towering figure behind him, a manifestation of immense power, raised its fist. This figure was Lu Yi, and Lu Yi was the embodiment of this formidable presence. With a mighty punch, the ground shook. A violent gust of wind carved a gaping chasm into the desert, its depth unknown. The scattered spirits struck by this blow disintegrated into a mist of blood, merging with the swirling sands, dissipating into the air. It was ferocity personified, unparalleled in its intensity. With tears streaming down his face, Lu Yi appeared fearsome beyond measure in the eyes of the remaining 4 scattered spirits. How could there exist such a powerful swordsmanship, and such terrifying fist techniques? Was this the weight of being the foremost contender on the eternal talents list? Despite their true essence surging at 2 or 3 times his own, or even more, under Lu Yi's true essence, there's felt insubstantial, lacking quality and belonging to an entirely different realm. Flee. The 4 scattered spirits were genuinely frightened. This was what true genius embodied. When pursued, they broke through in the heat of battle and retaliated fiercely. If they survived this encounter, none would dare pursue a genius again, for they would surely take their heads. Such beings were blessed with great fortune and should not be provoked. A profound sorrow enveloped Lu Yi as painful memories surged forth, making him question the meaning of life. Yet, his heart of the Tao incessantly urged him onward, whispering, "You can do it." It seemed he had succumbed to a state of melancholy. However, this despair did not hinder his actions. Lu Yi fiercely wiped away the tears on his face. Do not run. Chapter 98. I Want to Become a Woman, Part 2. Lu Yi is formidable in both swordsmanship and martial arts. However, this does not imply that these are his only strengths. Observing the scattered gods fleeing in 4 directions, he swiftly formed hand seals. The aura of calamity erupted. The Heavenly Calamity technique. Previously, without the guidance of a grand path, he had spent an eternity forming seals, only to produce a meager breath of calamity that dissipated like a mere puff of air. This time, however, he executed countless seals per second, with innumerable fingers blossoming forth. Thunderstrikes. Boom. The aura of the Heavenly Calamity enveloped the 4 fleeing mad gods. The scattered deities looked up in alarm. Heavenly Calamity. How could there be a Heavenly Calamity? How could he summon it? Was he still human? The scattered gods were, after all, the products of failed tribulations. They inherently harbored a profound fear of heavenly calamities. The might of the heavenly wrath was boundless, and the calamity thunder was relentless. It shattered their physical forms and threatened to obliterate their very souls. The haunting images of their tribulation failures were forever etched in their minds, casting deep shadows upon their hearts. Now, once again shrouded by the aura of calamity, terror permeated their beings. Boom. For pure silver bolts of lightning descended with a resounding crash. In a world cloaked by a sandstorm, the brilliance of the lightning flashed, and the thunder roared like the wrath of the heavens. Simultaneously, the 4 scattered gods were reduced to charred remains. Done. Lu Yi produced a piece of paper to wipe away his tears and snot. The obsession with reincarnation lingered around his primordial spirit, and both the spirit and Lu Yi wept. Life was truly unbearable. Damn it, reincarnation sovereign, you created this path but failed to cleanse it. It serves you right that you cannot become a sage. System, please deduce a way to resolve this. Lu Yi's voice trembled with sorrow. Ding. What did you say? I said, deduce a solution to this reincarnation obsession. Ding. What did you say? Lu Yi. Dog system, come out here, or I will crush you. Ding ding ding. The system emitted a cheerful sound. Ha ha, the host is actually crying. The host is a weeping bundle, ha. The system mockingly laughed at Lu Yi but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For Lu Yi to break through to the harmonious path was indeed a perilous endeavor. The system feared that due to his past life's experiences, he might unwittingly tread the path of ruthless detachment. The path of emotional detachment was indeed the pinnacle of the grand paths. But what was the point? It had once been the heavenly path. Witnessing firsthand how 8 women conspired against Lu Yi. And what was the outcome? It could not intervene or inform Lu Yi, for it was the heavenly path. And the heavenly path was devoid of emotion. From the perspective of the heavenly path, Lu Yi was even regarded as an adversary. This epitomizes the essence of emotional detachment. Should Lu Yi embark on this path, it would lead to a true dead end. Even if he were to ascend to the zenith of the grand path, joy would forever elude him. Happiness is a living essence, the most precious of treasures. Indeed, it is also the most invaluable possession of any system. Ding. The simulation is currently in progress, with an estimated completion time of 12 hours. Please await patiently, host. Lu Yi sniffled and began to tidy the battlefield. Ding, host. What is it? Ding. It's nothing. I merely wish to hear your voice. Lu Yi, perhaps you should revert to being the Tao of heaven. I find myself longing for that emotionless system of yours. Ding, I refuse. I recall that before becoming the Tao of heaven, you weren't so mischievous. You merely had a penchant for gossip. How did you end up like this? Ding, I have suddenly conceived a splendid idea. Would you care to hear it? No, I do not wish to listen, and I wish to clearly express that you should refrain from speaking. Ding, I am preparing to transform into a female. Transform into a female. What? Lu Yi's voice rose sharply at that moment. What did you just say? Ding, isn't that a marvelous idea? Oh, come now. What nonsense. You are a system. How can you transform into a female? Ding, I am a system. Why should I not be able to become female? Aren't you particularly fond of females? You only see my affection for women. Do you not recall when I harmed them at all? To be honest, Lu Yi now harbors a profound wariness and even aversion towards women. The system's desire to transform into a female is utterly unwelcome to him. He finds himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the nature of women. When you treat them poorly, a slight kindness leaves them utterly moved. When you consistently treat them well, they take it for granted, even viewing your kindness as a form of constraint. One might say, is this not sheer madness? Ding, well then, I shall ponder it further. What prompts such a desire to become a woman? Lu Yi must understand the system's motives. Ding, I believe those women are living far too comfortably now. There are no juicy tales for me to relish. Lu Yi, living comfortably, is it? Lu Yi contemplated. Chu Ling, it has been a while since he last saw her. She must have understood her purpose, thus exerting herself to keep pace with him. Yu Hongling, the truth of Feng Wuxia has come to light. She did indeed suffer for a time, but soon returned to her self-importance. Bai Qiulan, the chaos and poison within her have begun to manifest. There is little to say here, as her suffering will only intensify until her demise. Zhu Ke, reborn from the flames, should have gleaned some insight into the myriad spirit demon emperor, yet her existence does not seem overly fraught with suffering. Shangguan Huanling continues to tirelessly gather treasures and cultivate her techniques. Am I perhaps too merciful? Lu Yi reflected earnestly upon himself. It seemed he had indeed shown too much compassion. Then, I shall harden my heart. His figure vanished into the vast expanse of the desert. In the realm of Jiuli Celestial Dynasty, various foreign tribes surged forth, engaging in a fierce conflict with practitioners. How swift is the battle among cultivators? For ordinary mortals, it is quite customary for skirmishes to last 6 months to a year. Yet, in the realm of practitioners, the advancement can span thousands of kilometers in merely half a day, devoid of any palpable strain. The foreign tribes descended like locusts upon the land, leaving behind a landscape marred and ravaged. Countless cultivators perished, prompting an urgent plea for assistance from the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty. Many formidable warriors of the human race responded to the call for aid, yet they still found themselves outmatched. Had it not been for the significant losses inflicted by Lu Yi upon the powerful, the situation might have been more tenable. Alas, with so many elite warriors fallen and the Taoist sects remaining stagnant, while the Supreme Sword sect did intervene, their efforts were not executed with full force. Other sects allied with the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty against Lu Yi received successive news of fallen divine spirits, causing their morale to crumble. Having departed from the desert of annihilation, Lu Yi arrived at the nearest city and procured a heavenly mechanism report. To his astonishment, he discovered that Wan Ling had survived. This individual possessed remarkable fortitude. Having endured such trials, he would undoubtedly emerge even stronger. It was while Lu Yi perused the report that the latest news broke forth. The Jiuli Celestial Dynasty had been annihilated. Chapter 99, A Scheme of Mine, third update, boom. This piece of news erupted like thunder, leaving everyone around in a state of dizzy bewilderment. The Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty has fallen? How could such a grand empire meet its demise in such a short span of time? Lu Yi received the news and let out a soft sigh. The fall of an empire inevitably meant countless souls would become fodder for other races. What could he do? The only path forward was cultivation. A glimmer of madness flickered in Lu Yi's eyes. If the alien races could launch an assault on the Da Huang human race, then the humans had every right to retaliate against the aliens. Although the alien races had fortified their small worlds into impenetrable fortresses, it posed no challenge for Lu Yi, who was well versed in the art of formations. Currently, he was at the first level of harmony, lacking the power to crush all alien foes. He needed to break through. The second target of the alien races had already been determined, the Mountain River Pagoda sect. Why this particular sect? The answer was simple. Lu Yi had previously breached their protective formation. The demon race had clearly received word of Lu Yi's triumph over 11 scattered spirits. His growth had been alarmingly swift. The form of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor had undergone a transformation. Once resembling a monstrous beast, it had now morphed into a bizarre entity, its eyes burning with a terrifying murderous intent. Have the blood essences I requested been gathered? The 10,000 spirits demon emperor inquired. Report to the demon emperor. They have been collected. Excellent. Proceed with the assault on the Mountain River Pagoda sect as per usual. Capture those you can alive, and slay those you cannot. Understood. Lu Yi was well aware of the direction of the alien assault, and he felt no anxiety whatsoever. After all, the destruction of the Mountain River Pagoda sect held little relevance for him. If all went according to plan, the next to fall would be the Supreme Divine Dynasty. The Mountain River Pagoda sect was strategically positioned between the Supreme Divine Dynasty and the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty, and he had intended to peddle various magical artifacts to both empires. Now, however, the destruction of the sect would only facilitate such dealings for others. Lu Yi advanced towards the Divine Clan. The demon race was of little concern. Most of the treasures within had already been thoroughly plundered by the 10,000 spirits Demon Emperor. The same could be said for the demon race, as the Heavenly Demon Emperor was fervently cultivating the Myriad Souls banner. Were it not for the Earth Demon Emperor's intervention, the entire demon realm would have become sustenance for the Heavenly Demon Emperor. In this offensive, all alien races were mobilizing their forces. Faced with the overwhelming coalition of alien races, the Mountain River Pagoda sect was left with no choice but to make a regrettable decision. Their protective formation had not only been destroyed by Lu Yi, but was now unrecognizable, requiring considerable time to restore. It could only be said that the timing of the alien assault was exceedingly fortuitous. Thus, they retreated towards the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Upon seeing this, the alien races wasted no time and surged towards the Supreme Divine Dynasty. The ruler of the Supreme Divine Dynasty was named Shengguan Hongtian. At this moment, within the Imperial Palace, all formations had been activated. This grand array was constructed upon the foundation of mountains and rivers, with dragon energy as its veins, collectively forging this superlative formation. Any foreign entity within the Great Formation will inevitably face suppression, while the human race will experience enhancement. Amidst this ebb and flow, the advancement of the foreign tribes has finally begun to falter. In the palace of the Supreme God Dynasty, an overwhelming sense of urgency enveloped everyone, their expressions grave, and the atmosphere in the Grand Hall was unbearably heavy. What does the Eternal Sect say? Reporting to the Emperor, the Eternal Sect has yet to acknowledge our envoy. Damn it! Su Guanhongshan erupted with fury. We established a united front among the human race, pledging mutual support. The Eternal Sect, which we regard as our foremost sect, now retreats like a turtle? What of the Robbery Sect? They have been contacted, but they have relocated their sect to the south of the Grand Dao Sect. What does the Grand Dao Sect say? They claim they will take no action until Lu Yi returns. Su Guanhongshan swayed slightly, collapsing into the dragon throne. Very well. This is truly a sorry state. Such a human race deserves annihilation. He gritted through his teeth. Your Majesty, the fourth princess requests an audience. Su Guanhongshan, already fraught with irritation, thought, what does a princess want to see me for at this moment? Is she seeking a reprimand? Tell her to leave. I shall not see her. He needed to deliberate with his council on their next course of action. An imperial dynasty cannot simply uproot like a sect, without the populace. Can an empire truly be deemed an empire? Father, I possess a strategy to repel the enemy. Su Guanhongshan's daughter, Su Guanhuling, called out from outside the palace. In her previous life, under the accumulation of Lu Ye's various treasures, she had made rapid progress and ultimately ascended to the rank of emperor. However, in her eyes, such an emperor was a mere facade. Though Lu Yi had elevated her to the status of emperor, he was the most ineffectual emperor, merely a subordinate of the celestial venerable. What she desired was not that kind of emperor. She needed no assistance from Lu Yi. In this second life, she was fully capable of achieving unparalleled power herself, even aspiring to challenge the celestial venerable and ascend to the realm of saints. Father, I truly have a plan to repel the enemy. You must believe me. Su Guanhongshan's gaze darkened. He was acutely aware of his daughter, Su Guanhuling. Over the past 6 months, her cultivation had surged dramatically, recently breaking through to the void refinement realm, now standing as the strongest among the numerous princes and princesses. Yet, having just entered the void refinement stage, she was still too weak. In this situation, she could hardly make an impact. Nonetheless, her persistence was unwavering. Su Guanhongshan raised his hand. Let her in. Upon hearing this, Su Guanhuling was immediately filled with excitement, sensing that her grand opportunity was at hand. The timing was right. All that was left was to gather the people. My daughter, Su Guanhuling, pays her respects to father. Su Guanhongshan regarded his daughter, who possessed a striking appearance. and initially contemplated arranging a marriage alliance with other factions. However, her astonishing talent for cultivation had changed his mind. You claim you have a strategy to repel the enemy? Su Guanhongshan inquired. Indeed, father. Please, share your thoughts. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Mountain River Pagoda sect has relocated entirely to our supreme divine dynasty. I possess a supreme cultivation technique known as the Heavenly Devouring Scripture, which enables one to absorb the essence of all things, particularly various spiritual treasures. I humbly beseech your Majesty for assistance, requesting that the treasures of both the Supreme Divine Dynasty and the Mountain River Pagoda sect be bestowed upon me. With these resources, I am confident that I can achieve a breakthrough to the Transcendence realm in a remarkably short period. Moreover, I am utterly certain of my success in this endeavor. At that time, I shall be capable of vanquishing all foreign tribes. Shangguan Huanling spoke with unwavering determination, her gaze filled with steadfast confidence. Given sufficient resources, she believed she could attain invincibility. In her previous life, she had been coddled, never forging her will to strive for greatness. However, in this life, she would fight for herself. Within the grand hall, the powerful figures observed in silence, each maintaining their own thoughts. I heard nothing. At my advanced age, my hearing had seemingly failed me, rendering the matter inconsequential. Shangguan Hongtian gazed intently at his daughter, his expression growing increasingly complex. He reflected upon his own intelligence and the virtuous nature of his esteemed consort, pondering how they could have produced such a daughter. Could it be that she was not his biological child? Chapter 100, The Emperor's Rebirth, Part 4, Begone. Father, I assure you, I am capable. Please have faith in me. I command you to leave. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, Shangguan Hongtian sent Shangguan Huanling hurtling backward, blood spilling from her lips. Father, why do you not believe in me? I truly can. Shangguan Huanling knelt outside. Disbelief etched across her features as she cried out in desperation. Seize her and throw her into the dungeon. She shall not be released without my command. Shangguan Hongtian was nearly beside himself with rage. In such dire circumstances, why must she add to his troubles? Were she anyone else, he would have executed her on the spot. Shangguan Huanling was cast into the dungeon, her expression still one of incredulity. It cannot be like this, she thought. What I said is true. With the primordial devouring sutra, given ample spiritual treasures and materials to consume, I can indeed elevate myself swiftly. I will reach the tribulation stage, then successfully transcend, annihilating these foreign beings before my ascension. Is this not a straightforward endeavor? Why does father not trust me? Even Lu Yi, a person with no blood relation, believes in me, offering countless treasures without a second thought. Why does father doubt me? Surely there is a misunderstanding. Oh, I did not mention that I am reborn. If I reveal my past life as the emperor, he must believe me. With this thought, Shangguan Huanling called out fervently, quickly. Inform my father that I was the emperor in my previous life, and now I have returned reborn. Let him have faith in me. I can save the Imperium of supreme authority. Not only can I save it, but I can also lead it on a journey to the heavens, achieving unparalleled greatness. Her cries attracted the attention of others, prompting a wave of laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. The Emperor's reincarnation. No, the Emperor's rebirth. How extraordinary. I cannot fathom that a reborn emperor would so foolishly reveal their rebirth. How could such a simpleton attain the title of emperor? This is troubling. If you are truly a reborn emperor, then my identity as a reborn celestial sovereign will surely be uncovered. And my identity as a reborn sage cannot remain concealed either. You should tell Shangguan the Elder that I, as a sage, have been reborn. He must come and bow before me 10 times and call me grandfather 100 times. And I shall grant him the opportunity to become emperor. Laughter echoed throughout the dungeon, filling the air with a sense of levity. Shangguan Huanling was furious. What nonsense are you all spouting? I was indeed the emperor in my past life. Do you not know the Purple Phoenix Emperor? She was my dear friend, the Celestial Dome Emperor. Are you familiar with her? I often enjoyed tea with her. Apologies, but we truly do not know her. Since you claim to be the emperor, I am quite curious. What path did you follow to achieve such an esteemed status? A curious voice inquired. Shangguan Huanling scoffed disdainfully. The method I practice is known as the Source Devouring Scripture. By consuming the essence of the world's spiritual treasures, one can rapidly cultivate. In the past, I consumed the treasures of the celestial devourer and the celestial talisman, thus ascending to the realm of the emperor. So, you have not cultivated any great path? Merely becoming an emperor suffices. There is no need to pursue the great paths. Haraha. Another bout of raucous laughter ensued, so intense that it brought tears to the eyes of others. Source devouring scripture. What a remarkable scripture indeed. If what you claim is true, then this art is truly unparalleled, a rarity throughout the ages. You have me in stitches. To hear such a jest from an emperor who does not cultivate the Tao. Even in death, it is worth it. Shangwan Huanling's brow furrowed tightly. Humph, short-sighted, I shall not argue with them. She turned to the jailer and commanded, I order you to immediately relay this message to my father. He will surely release me. Do not delay. The jailer observed with a detached demeanor, his eyes fixed on his nose on his mouth, and his mouth on his heart. In truth, Shangwan Huanling's current demeanor could hardly be deemed foolish. It bordered on absurdity. She was the first to openly speak of her rebirth. Likely, throughout history, she is the first emperor to ascend without cultivating the great Tao. One can discern the monumental effort Lu Yi exerted to elevate these women to the realm of emperors. Presently, Shangwan Huanling exhibited not a single endearing quality, eliciting a sense of disdain. Indeed, when Lu Yi first encountered Shangwan Huanling, though she was somewhat haughty, she still possessed the innocent brightness of youth, her smile radiant. The battle raged fiercely. The otherworldly races clashed violently with the coalition of the Supreme Empire and the Mountain River Pagoda sect. Other human cultivators, filled with fervor, also joined the fray. At that moment, a deity swiftly approached the ancient god king, urgency etched across his features. My lord, grave news. Our divine realm is under attack. The ancient god king's expression shifted dramatically. Which faction dares to assail us? All major powers are under the watchful eye of the otherworldly races. How could our divine race be attacked so stealthily? It is not a faction, it is but a single individual. The ancient god king relaxed his brow slightly. If it is but one person, why the alarm? Who is it? Is it the Supreme Sword Sect's Li Tianwu? No, it appears to be Lu Yi. Lu Yi? Which Lu Yi? The Lu Yi who ranks first on the ancient prodigy list. Is it truly him? What is the situation? It is dire. The divine washing pool has been seized, and both the ancient god tower and the divine refining temple have been thoroughly plundered. Additionally, one scattered deity and a tribulation-transcending cultivator have perished. The ancient god king's countenance shifted once more, a mix of shock and fury. Is it possible that he alone can wreak such havoc while the rest of us in the divine realm are powerless against him? No, we cannot capture him. He evades us completely. When he conceals himself, his aura vanishes entirely, making it impossible to locate him even with the sky-searching mirror. The ancient god king contemplated retreat. The divine realm was his stronghold. He could not allow Lu Yi to lay waste to it. There is no need to retreat. After the victory in this war, the spoils of the divine clan will increase by 10%. The sovereign of all spirits forbids the divine clan from leaving at this moment. Should you choose to depart now, not only will it result in a futile loss for the divine clan, but the efforts of the preceding battles will also be rendered in vain. At this critical juncture, we must adopt a do-or-die approach. The ancient god king gritted his teeth. Very well, strike with all your might. Enraged by the situation, the divine clan unleashed their fury with even greater ferocity. Lu Yi, too, was consumed by a reckless fervor, as he ruthlessly seized every resource that caught his eye. Among the divine clan, there remained formidable guardians. One such guardian from the three-eyed clan had likely cultivated to the 8th or even 9th tier of the divine ascendancy, showcasing astonishing power. Lu Yi engaged in a fierce battle with him, but, after 3 minutes, found himself unable to vanquish the foe and had no choice but to retreat. However, this singular warrior was inconsequential and could not impede Lu Yi's advance. He adopted a strategy of retreating when the enemy advanced, disrupting them when they withdrew, and striking when they grew weary, swiftly absconding with the divine clan's most treasured artifacts. To Lu Yi, the priceless treasures ensnared by various formations appeared as vulnerable as a maiden unrobed, ripe for his taking. Chapter 101. Without you, I am invincible. Part 5. In the demon realm, the vermilion bird has already regained her strength. Although she did not enter the great wilderness, her experience was nearly indistinguishable from having done so. Her vision was bifurcated, One perspective was her own, while the other belonged to the sovereign of all spirits. Can humans and demons coexist? This is a question that everyone can answer. No. In the vermilion bird's sight, countless demon creatures, ferocious and ruthless, relentlessly devoured the human race. The sound of shattered bones echoed ominously. Cries and screams filled the air incessantly. Some demons feasted only on the tenderest flesh, while others devoured human heads. A plethora of horrific and brutal scenes unfolded before her. Despite her extensive experiences, the vermilion bird felt a visceral discomfort in the face of such savagery. Compared to the actions of the current demon clan, Liu Ye's earlier extermination of them could only be described as merciful. Why had they descended to such depths of cruelty? The sovereign of all spirits was even more terrifying than she had anticipated. She witnessed firsthand that this entity was not only parasitizing the demon race, but also humans, the magical beings, and even the divine. It had descended into madness, indiscriminately parasitizing all beings, regardless of their nature or alliance. The more she observed, the colder her heart became. Could its parasitism be limitless? She had to stop the sovereign of all spirits, but how? She glanced at herself. If the sovereign perished, she too would meet her end. Was there truly no method to extract the sovereign's parasitism intact from the bodies of other beings? Surely, there must be. Yes. Liu Yi. She must seek out Liu Yi. He would surely have a solution. The vermilion bird spread her wings and soared towards the great wilderness. At this moment, Liu Yi had plunged into the ghost realm. The atmosphere was eerie and terrifying, ordinarily. A living soul entering the ghost realm would be akin to casting a sun into darkness. Yet, Liu Yi traversed this realm, resembling a specter more than the spirits themselves. The Ghost King had also received the news. He too did not retreat, but instead intensified his assault on the supreme divine dynasty. United with the Mountain and River Treasure Pagoda sect, they could no longer withstand the onslaught. They could only retreat, continuously falling back until they reached the imperial capital, where they activated a full defensive formation. Shangguan Huanling escaped from the dungeons and once again stood before Shangguan Hongtian. Father, has it come to this? Do you still refuse to believe me? Please, allow me to try. There is no other way. Father, in my past life, I truly was an emperor. I have been reborn, and in this life, if I am given sufficient resources, I can achieve the status of emperor once more. Father, at this point, is there any need for me to deceive you? Trust me just this once. Shangguan Hongtian gazed at his daughter. Rebirth, emperor, the primordial devouring of the heavens. The situation had reached this critical juncture. Outside the imperial capital, a deafening roar resounded, and the entire city trembled precariously. Shangguan Hongtian clenched his fist, producing a postnatal spiritual treasure. Demonstrate it for me, he commanded. Shangguan Huanling was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why had she not considered that she could perform a demonstration herself? Without further ado, she grasped the postnatal spiritual sword and activated the essence devouring heavenly scripture. The sword began to tremble, streams of luminous energy coursing along its blade, converging at the hilt before merging into Shangguan Huanling's body. A slight quiver ran through her form as her aura markedly increased, catapulting her to the second level of the illusory refinement stage. Shangguan Hongtian was left utterly astonished. Had she truly achieved such an elevation? Could his daughter's words indeed be authentic? Once more, his voice trembled with excitement. Shangguan Huanling commenced another absorption, although she did not break through this time. Her aura still surged. Father, I told you I could. Excellent, excellent. Shangguan Hongtian rejoiced, immediately issuing commands. Bring forth all the treasures of the palace for Ling to absorb. And what of the Mountain River Pagoda sect? Have their leader bring every spiritual treasure they possess for her to assimilate, swiftly. With the imperial city already on high alert, the leader of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, known as Master Danqing, soon stood before Shangguan Hongtian. Master Danqing was not only a master craftsman, but also a remarkable artist, a true marvel of the mortal realm. Upon his arrival, Shangguan Huanling was rapidly advancing, having unconsciously reached the fourth level of the illusory refinement stage. Brother Danqing, this is my daughter, Shangguan Huanling. Today, she spoke to me of the wondrous nature of her cultivation technique. With spiritual treasures, she can achieve boundless elevation. At this moment, I have provided her with numerous spiritual treasures from the supreme divine dynasty, and her strength has astonishingly transcended 3 small realms in a remarkably short time. Master Danqing was taken aback. Is such a thing truly possible? Observe, Brother Danqing. As Shangguan Huanling continued to absorb the essence of the spiritual treasures, her cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. However, the consumption of the treasures was alarmingly rapid. One by one, the spiritual treasures were reduced to powder, vanishing entirely. Master Danqing was profoundly astonished. This technique. Such an enigmatic method existed in the world. As a top-tier craftsman, he certainly understood that all things possess an essence, particularly rare treasures, which contain abundant essence. Yet, the concept of essence was both profound and mysterious. He had never heard of anyone successfully capturing the essence from within treasures. Yet, this technique could so domineeringly absorb such essence. What did the emperor intend? At that moment, the threat of foreign troops loomed large, and both sides teetered on the brink of peril should the city's defensive array be breached. Both the Mountain River Pagoda sect and the Supreme Divine Dynasty would face obliteration. Now we find ourselves at the end of our wits, cornered and desperate, with our strengths far outnumbered by the adversary. In this dire moment, I am in dire need of the mightiest ally to aid us in our struggle for survival. Given the current pace of my young disciple's cultivation, with sufficient treasures for her to absorb, she may ascend to heights beyond our imagination. At that point, both my Imperium and the Shanhua Pagoda sect shall have a glimmer of hope for survival. Brother Danqing, time is of the essence. I implore you to make a swift decision. At this moment, the aura of Shangguan Huanling trembles once more. She has already broken through to the 5th level of void refinement. Look, yet another breakthrough. She has ascended from the 1st to the 5th level in less than a quarter of an hour. Just a moment longer. Allow me to witness this. However, Master Danqing hesitates to make an immediate decision, for such absorption of the essence undoubtedly requires a vast amount of treasures. Yet, if these treasures are not utilized now, they will likely be surrendered to the foreign tribes. In what seems like merely 5 minutes, Shangguan Huanling has already reached the 6th level of void refinement. With resolute determination, Master Danqing made a swift decision. I swiftly instructed others to bring forth the spiritual treasures crafted by the Shanhua Pagoda sect. Shangguan Huanling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Yi, what does it matter that you are the first on the ancient talents list? I shall consume all the treasures from both the Imperium and the Shanhua Pagoda sect in one go, and my cultivation will surpass yours, far beyond your reach. I can thrive without you. I am invincible. Chapter 102. Rapid Progress in the Realm of Tribulation. Both the Supreme Divine Dynasty and the Mountain River Pagoda sect possess individuals who have reached this stage. However, the current circumstances render the act of transcending tribulation akin to courting death. With a world war unfolding and the laws of the universe in turmoil, the battle has barely commenced when some tribulation realm practitioners resolutely choose to undergo their tribulation. So far, 3 have attempted this perilous endeavor, only to meet their demise. Now, the people find themselves trapped within the imperial city. To attempt transcending tribulation here is folly. The first bolt of tribulation lightning would obliterate the city's protective array. The Heavenly Dao is not Navi. It would never permit one to transcend tribulation beneath the shield of a grand formation. While formations can be utilized during the tribulation, they must be based solely on one's own estimations, crafted to withstand the initial strike of lightning. If one estimates the intensity of the first bolt to be equivalent to the most formidable attack from a 5-fold tribulation realm practitioner, then the strength of their formation must barely suffice to withstand such an assault. In that case, the strength of the tribulation lightning begins from the 5-fold level. Should one prepare a formation capable of withstanding an attack from an 8-fold tribulation realm practitioner, the intensity of the first heavenly tribulation would then correspond to the 8-fold realm's strength. Of course, if one employs their own understanding of formations for the purpose of transcending tribulation, that does not count. Such is the dire reality. To transcend the tribulation now is to embrace the notion of mutual destruction, hoping to drag the enemy down with oneself. Shangguan Huanling claims she can successfully transcend, yet Shangguan Hantian is utterly incredulous. However, the extraordinary nature of Shangguan Huanling's displayed abilities is too remarkable to ignore. Shangguan Hantian, a learned individual, recalls every tome he has perused, and he has never encountered such a technique. Breaking through a realm in mere minutes? Perhaps Shangguan Huanling speaks the truth. She may indeed be a reincarnated emperor. Perhaps a miracle truly exists. The Mountain River Pagoda sect has arrived with numerous spiritual treasures. Although they are adept at refining artifacts, the number of treasures remains under 100, partly due to sales and partly due to being pilfered by Lu Yi. With each fallen loose deity or tribulation practitioner, their collection diminishes by one. Shangguan Huanling is overjoyed. As she acquires the spiritual treasures, she begins to absorb their essence vigorously, streams of luminescence flowing into her being, until the treasures disintegrate into powder. Seventh layer of void refinement. The elder of Danqing watches in awe, astonished at such a rapid pace of cultivation. Even in the chaotic era of 9 days prior, no one could have achieved such a feat. This technique is remarkably domineering, more sinister than dark arts and more malevolent than demonic paths. Yet, after absorbing the treasures, no chaotic or malevolent energy emanates from Shangguan Huanling. Instead, pure essence transforms into genuine primordial energy, continuously enhancing her power. A reincarnated emperor. She is indeed a reincarnated emperor. If she can truly accomplish what she claims and successfully transcend her tribulation, perhaps the Mountain River Pagoda sect can find a formidable ally. What if the Dao sect clings to Lu Yi? He may be the number one on the eternal prodigy list, but Shangguan Huanling is a reincarnated emperor. In her previous life, she was an emperor, and now, in this rebirth, she is poised to surpass her former self. However, there is something about Shangguan Huanling that evokes a faint sense of folly. Is it merely an illusion? Even if she is not an emperor, her status as a princess of the supreme divine dynasty should preclude any notion of foolishness, should it not? Yes, it must be an illusion, surely an illusion. The eighth layer of void refinement. How astonishingly swift. Shangguan Hongtian has even driven everyone else away, leaving only him and the master of Danqing present. Such a terrifying technique. Truly a momentous opportunity, an abundance of fortune. Oh, Emperor, you have indeed sired a remarkable daughter, the master of Danqing remarked with a sense of awe. Fortune, after all, constitutes at least half of the equation. Some possess extraordinary talents, yet lack the fortune, causing them to repeatedly miss their opportunities, while others, seemingly ordinary, are endowed with overwhelming luck, soaring to great heights. To wield such a formidable technique is itself a manifestation of fortune. A smile could not help but surface on Shangguan Hongtian's face. As it stands, Shangguan Huanling exhibits no signs of distress. Her aura remains steady, and her true essence is pure. This is feasible, absolutely feasible. The ninth layer of void refinement. In such a brief span, she has already reached the 9th level. Shangguan Huanling is utterly focused, continuously augmenting her total true essence, inching ever closer to the realm of harmony. Compression. She has begun to compress her true essence. Both Shangguan Hongtian and the master of Danqing watched with eyes aglow. At such a critical juncture, the fact that she is compressing her true essence indicates that Shangguan Huanling is truly self-assured. The master of Danqing felt a sense of relief, recognizing that compressing true essence before a breakthrough solidifies one's foundation. The foolishness he previously sensed was likely an illusion. In truth, he too had entertained thoughts of claiming Shangguan Huanling's abilities for himself. If he were to acquire such techniques, advancing while forging artifacts would render him invincible. Alas, the present circumstances are not conducive. Were it not for the encroachment of foreign armies, he might have truly acted on those impulses. Compression. After compressing 3 spiritual treasures, Shangguan Huanling finally felt a sense of satisfaction. A breakthrough into the realm of harmony. Harmony, indeed, signifies the initial affirmation of the Great Path. In her previous life, when Shangguan Huanling attained harmony, she had not yet acquired the essence-devouring heavenly scripture, a technique that had exhausted Lu Yi, who struggled to master it in the early stages. Thus, she had previously achieved harmony on her own, though at that time, her path was one of emotion. Affection, love, and friendship were the ideals she cherished, aligning closely with Lu Ye's path of guardianship. At the time of her harmonization, her emotional path was not particularly robust, leading Lu Yi to believe it was due to the fall of the supreme divine dynasty. Nevertheless, she ultimately succeeded in attaining harmony. However, it remains uncertain whether it was due to Shangguan Huanling's perceived lack of aptitude or her relatively tepid feelings for Lu Yi that her emotional path proved so tumultuous. Subsequently, there was a stagnation in progress. Lu Yi assisted her in discovering various cultivation techniques, ultimately finding that the most effective was the fragmented manuscript of the heaven-devouring demon art. This art was a creation born from the fusion of the heaven-devouring mayfly's innate powers. Lu Yi initially transformed the heaven-devouring demon art into a version suitable for human cultivation, naming it the heaven-devouring scripture. However, he soon realized that the heaven-devouring scripture merely enhanced true essence without guiding one along the path of the great Dao, which was utterly inadequate. Thus, he commenced another round of revisions, altering the heaven-devouring scripture to the heart of the heaven-devouring scripture, only to find it still lacking. The heart of the heaven-devouring scripture was subsequently changed to the Dao of the heaven-devouring scripture, yet it still did not meet the mark. As Lu Yi urged Shangguan Huanling onward, he tirelessly continued his theoretical explorations, nearly exhausting the system in the process. Ultimately, the primordial heaven-devouring scripture emerged triumphantly. This technique, while not directly cultivating the great Dao, nonetheless allowed for cultivation. And intriguingly, one could also choose not to cultivate. Even without pursuing the great Dao, breakthroughs were achievable, albeit with exceedingly extravagant resource requirements. As for combat prowess, there exists a wealth of practical records. Chapter 103, The Weakest in History, Truly Recorded Combat. Let us momentarily set aside the realm prior to the Empress's ascension and focus solely on her accomplishments thereafter. She has faced the Purple Phoenix Empress in 3 encounters. In the first, the Purple Phoenix Empress narrowly claimed victory, as Shangguan Huanling had only just transcended to the Empress realm, her foundation still precarious. In the second, Shangguan Huanling achieved a narrow triumph, as the Purple Phoenix Empress's Purple Extreme Phoenix Fire was rendered ineffective against her. In the third, Shangguan Huanling emerged victorious with overwhelming strength. She has similarly clashed with the Celestial Dome Empress, but only once. The Celestial Dome Empress graciously acknowledged her superiority and chose not to continue the duel, instead inviting Shangguan Huanling for tea. At that time, Lu Yi had only recently ascended to the Celestial Venerable Realm when Shangguan Huanling was defeated by the Purple Phoenix Empress. When she narrowly prevailed, Lu Yi had personally vanquished the fallen Dao Venerable, and when she achieved a resounding victory, Lu Yi had subdued the wild Forbidden Lands, his renown echoing through the heavens. Thus, Shangguan Huanling is indeed formidable, not merely a decorative empress. At this moment, she has reached the pinnacle of the void refining realm. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. In her past life, she chose the wrong path, forsaking myriad avenues to pursue the path of love. This path was entirely unsuitable for her. Perhaps she truly loved Lu Yi, but in this world, what love can endure eternally? Consequently, her path was severed. In this life, she vows never to select the path of love again, regardless of the myriad roads before her. She seeks invincibility. She aspires to tread the path of the invincible. At this moment, Shangguan Huanling's resolve is unyielding. She has witnessed many paths of invincibility. Although she encountered Lu Yi and her path collapsed, it was due to their lack of strength. The aura of the invincible, in her eyes, is utterly overwhelming, unparalleled in the cosmos. Lu Yi has never possessed such presence. Invincible path, come forth. A faint essence of the great path manifested upon Shangguan Huanling. Both Shangguan Hantian and Master Danxing trembled simultaneously. It has begun. The essence of the path flows gently, gradually converging toward Shangguan Huanling's primordial spirit. The two? They perceive the invincible path. Yet why is this essence so extraordinarily faint? Indeed, faint, far too faint. Both individuals are well-versed and have witnessed the merging of many. Even the weakest of such unions manifests a ripple of path essence far more potent than what Shangguan Huanling currently exhibits. No, what is happening? Shangguan Huanling is equally startled. What is amiss? Why, upon condensing the invincible path, does only this essence arise? Her accomplishments are verifiable. She has defeated 2 empresses, and even the 8 female empresses posed little challenge. Although she has refrained from engaging in battle since her ascension to the celestial realm, and has no need to do so, can her victories over so many empresses not suffice to earn her the title of invincible? Shangguan Huanling feels a pang of anxiety. Little does she understand that true invincibility is not a mere fleeting thought devoid of foundation. Indeed, the invincibility of Shangguan Huanling exists solely as a fleeting thought, scarcely qualifying as a will. Throughout history, who among those that tread the path of invincibility has not engaged in countless battles? earning the admiration of all beings? This is the essence of the invincible path. The invincible path is forged through combat, not merely conceived in thought. Even if Shangguan Huanying were to pursue the path of devouring in this lifetime, none could have anticipated her audacity to embark upon the invincible path. Should Lu Yi appear before her now, he would likely shield his eyes in disbelief. No, this cannot be. The invincible path is somewhat feeble. She must seek an alternative. The great Tao has thoroughly merged with her nascent soul, and in the very moment before this fusion, the invincible path nearly shattered entirely. The harmonization realm is achieved. Shangguan Huanying's body trembled slightly. She has merged, yet with such a diminutive Tao? This Tao? Shangguan Huanying found herself at a loss for words to express her current emotions. At that moment, the expressions of Shangguan Hongtian and Master Danqing shifted dramatically. Linger, what is the nature of the Tao you have harmonized with? Shangguan Hongtian, momentarily disregarding the potential disruption to Shangguan Huanying's cultivation, was consumed by concern over the Tao's weakness. The strength of the harmonized Tao directly influences a cultivator's future potential. A frail Tao, no matter how diligently one cultivates, pales in comparison to those who pursue the supreme Tao. Shangguan Huanying's chosen path is the invincible Tao, a path that is among the most elite and accessible. Easy to grasp and with a high ceiling, yet its mortality rate is exceedingly high. However, the fact that Shangguan Huanying nearly failed to harmonize with such an ostensibly simple invincible Tao left her bewildered. She recognized that her eagerness in this harmonization was perhaps premature, feeling a momentary pang of discomfort that it should not have transpired this way. Nevertheless, she reassured, "Father, Master Danqing, please do not be anxious. I am merely experimenting. My cultivation method does not necessitate harmonization. I seek to transcend the original constraints of my technique. Simply observe as I continue to ascend." Although a flicker of panic coursed through her, Shangguan Huanying swiftly regained her composure. While she was perplexed as to why the invincible Tao she harmonized with was so feeble, she reflected that in her previous life, she had become an emperor without harmonizing at all. This time, having harmonized, she resolved to persist and grow. She continued her cultivation. As she consumed spiritual treasures, her aura began to rise once more, seemingly boundless. By this point, despite lingering doubts, Shangguan Hongtian and Master Danqing could accept the unfolding events, provided there was a steady stream of advancement. Spiritual treasures were rapidly devoured. Harmonization 2nd level. Harmonization 3rd level. Harmonization 4th level. So swift. Shangguan Hongtian and Master Danqing felt a jolt of energy, their doubts dissipating somewhat. Yet, at that moment, the spiritual treasures began to vanish at an alarming rate. The higher her realm, the greater the amount of true essence required, naturally necessitating more spiritual treasures. Over 100 treasures had dwindled to merely 20. Harmonization 7th level. Only 13 treasures remained. This is insufficient. These spiritual treasures are not enough. I require more, exclaimed Shangguan Huanying. Friend. Shangguan Hongtian turned to Danqing Shangren, whose expression was fraught with hesitation. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed through the air as the city protection array began to show signs of fissures. Friend, the situation is dire. The calamity of the annihilation of sects and nations is looming ever closer. Danqing Shangren gritted his teeth and produced 11 additional spiritual treasures, evidently of superior quality compared to those previously offered. 8-fold harmony. Yet, only 5 treasures remained. Still insufficient. Shangguan Hongtian clenched his jaw and retrieved the last remaining postnatal spiritual treasures reserved for the mightiest of the supreme divine dynasty. He glanced at Danqing Shangren. In that moment, both had transformed into gamblers, having placed substantial bets on Shangguan Huanying, with no possibility of retreat. To withdraw now would render their previous investments futile, risking the downfall of their nation and sect. They had no choice but to press on. Danqing Shangren sighed deeply, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. Was this truly the rebirth of an emperor? It hardly seemed so. Reluctantly, having come this far, he vanished from sight, determined to gather the spiritual treasures from the other cultivators of the Shanhua Baoda sect. Chapter 104. Merely treasures. Innate spiritual treasures. Shangguan Hongtian showcased a prime example. The Supreme Imperial Dynasty possesses 2 innate spiritual treasures. One is known as the Supreme Imperial Seal, and the other, the Map of Mountains and Rivers. Now, He unveiled the map of mountains and rivers, a treasure of immeasurable worth that aids practitioners in their cultivation, holding paramount significance for the supreme empire. However, after the fall of his kingdom, such treasures would merely serve others. I must succeed. Whether this declaration was meant for Shangguan Huanling or himself remained uncertain. I must succeed. Shangguan Huanling felt no psychological burden and immediately began to absorb the map of mountains and rivers. It was merely an innate spiritual treasure. In her previous life, she had consumed numerous artifacts of celestial rank, achieving the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. The innate spiritual treasure indeed proved formidable. I require more. Shangguan Huanling spoke. Master Danxing sighed softly. The Mountain River Pagoda sect possessed 3 innate spiritual treasures: the Mountain River Pagoda itself, the Purple Chi, Celestial Fire Cauldron, and the Glazed Yellow Sword. The Mountain River Pagoda symbolized the sect and could not be refined by Shangguan Huanling. Likewise, the Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron, a divine artifact for crafting, was off-limits. Thus, only the Glazed Yellow Sword remained. Even if you absorb the Glazed Yellow Sword, you will only reach the first stage of the Tribulation Realm. Can you truly succeed in the Tribulation? Master Danxing could not contain his concern. The rarity of innate spiritual treasures weighed heavily on his heart. Shangguan Huanling raised an eyebrow. You dare to question me? With her hands forming seals, she unleashed the secret technique of the Celestial Silkworm's 9 transformations, her aura surging dramatically, propelling her into the Tribulation Realm in an instant, reaching the 5th level with astonishing speed. Such a method was indeed remarkable, enabling one to ascend so many realms in a fleeting moment. Not only did she leap across a significant boundary, but she also surged through 5 minor realms thereafter. Once I enter the Tribulation Realm, I will be in a semi-invincible state. Should I succeed in the Tribulation, I shall be entirely invincible. Shangguan Huanling proclaimed confidently. Displaying her prowess left Master Danxing at a loss for words, and he sighed deeply before presenting the Glazed Yellow Sword with both hands. Merely an innate spiritual treasure. Once I grow stronger, even the most treasured artifacts will seem insignificant. When the time comes, I shall gift each of you an imperial weapon, provided you can wield them. Master Danxing maintained a stoic expression. In the presence of the mighty, innate spiritual treasures may seem trivial, yet this was one of the sect's sacred treasures. And hearing such words stung his heart. Nevertheless, he concealed his feelings. Yet, he could not fathom how such a disposition could belong to an emperor. What kind of emperor possesses such a temperament? Upon absorbing the essence of the Glazed Yellow Sword, she opened her eyes. Not enough, still not enough. Shangguan Hongtian and Master Danxing exchanged glances, their expressions frozen. The Supreme Imperial Seal represents the Supreme Imperial Dynasty. It truly cannot be destroyed. Shangguan Hongtian gazed imploringly at the Taoist Danxing. This item, after all, was the Imperial Seal. It embodied the hopes of the common folk and bore the dragon's aura of the Supreme Dynasty. Taoist Danxing. The pagoda of our mountains and rivers serves as a symbol too. And what of the Purple Chi Heavenly Fire Cauldron? The Purple Chi Heavenly Fire Cauldron is the foremost treasure of our sect for refining artifacts. Without this cauldron, how could we possibly forge anything? Danxing was vehemently unwilling. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire city defense array was on the verge of collapse. The life and death situation hung in the balance. Taoist friend, Shangguan Hongtian called out. Danxing, this is exasperating. His heart ached, his flesh throbbed, his teeth hurt, his liver pained. It was truly unbearable to see the Purple Chi Heavenly Fire Cauldron being destroyed. A sheer waste. Just think of how many spiritual treasures could be forged from a single Purple Chi Heavenly Fire Cauldron. Taoist friend, here, take it. A small cauldron, about the size of a palm, was handed over by Taoist Danxing. Surely, with this, Shangguan Huanling could break through to the Tribulation Crossing realm, couldn't she? Shangguan Huanling curled her lips in disdain, short-sighted as ever. The investment made today would yield returns 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold in the future. What was there to hesitate over? She accepted the Purple Chi Heavenly Fire Cauldron and began to absorb its essence. Vast currents of true essence surged forth, and her nascent soul took on the form of Shangguan Huanling, breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal as a celestial being. She was drawing ever closer to the Tribulation Crossing realm. Closer and closer. Shangguan Hongtian and Taoist Danxing clenched their fists tightly. Suddenly, their eyes widened in horror. No, please no. Shangguan Hongtian's voice transformed into a sharp cry, akin to that of a eunuch, as his heart raced to his throat. But it was too late. Shangguan Huanling abruptly compressed her true essence. What was once a realm so close to the tribulation crossing was now abruptly forced back to the initial stage of the 9th level. Taoist Danqing was left dumbfounded. Shangguan Hongtian clutched his chest, his breath becoming rapid. What is happening? Shangguan Huanling asked, bewildered. Is it not normal to suppress one's realm before a breakthrough? You have exhausted all your treasures, yet you still compress your realm. How can you hope to break through to the tribulation crossing? Shangguan Hongtian shouted in fury. Exhausted? Father, is there not still the supreme imperial seal? In her previous life, it was you who perished, leading to the downfall of the supreme empire. I refrained from absorbing the supreme imperial seal, leaving it as a memory. Now that the supreme empire will not collapse again, I can absolutely consume the supreme imperial seal and surely break through to the tribulation crossing. Shangguan Huanling declared earnestly. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the formation began to completely shatter, fragmenting into chaos. A torrential wave of black fog obscured the heavens. Ha ha! To annihilate two powerful human factions together. How delightful. Ha ha! The tyrannical and cruel laughter echoed in their ears. Shangguan Huanling's complexion changed drastically. Father, hurry. There is no time left. Shangguan Hongtian was filled with a murderous intent toward Shangguan Huanling. You assert that you can effortlessly achieve a breakthrough. Yet you insist on suppressing your realm just before the pivotal moment. How much enhancement can such a trivial suppression truly provide? It is imperative that you transcend the tribulation. Alas, I have my own considerations. Shangguan Huanling has obtained the supreme divine seal, and the golden radiance emanating from it swiftly integrates into her being. The mountain and river pagoda? I demand it promptly. No, the mountain and river pagoda is the emblem of my sect. It must not be allowed for you to absorb it. The sect is on the brink of annihilation, yet you still cling to symbols. It was destroyed in the past. And if you do not follow in my footsteps in this life, it shall meet the same fate. Hurry and hand it over. Shangguan Huanling declared loudly. Danqing Shangren vehemently shook his head. Absolutely not. The anguished cries from outside reverberated like thunder. A multitude of imperial guards had been slaughtered, and the palace's formation was under siege. Shangguan Huanling's eyes widened in determination. Without consulting Shangguan Hongtian or Danqing Shangren, she once again compressed her true essence, exerting considerable effort in her endeavors. She abhorred such indecisive behavior. She had already proclaimed that those who followed her would receive 1,000-fold return in the future. It is merely a primordial spiritual treasure. Linger, have you lost your senses? Shangguan Hongtian, witnessing Shangguan Huanling compress her true essence once more, felt utterly exasperated. I am not insane. Do you truly believe that the heavenly tribulation is easy to navigate? I must position myself in my strongest state, the mountain and river pagoda. Grant it to me. Danqing Shangren's eyes turned crimson, his fists clenched tightly. He must possess the mountain and river pagoda. What difference does the absence of a single pagoda make? Why must it be this way? It drives me to despair. Chapter 105. Infuriated, however, Shangguan Huanling did not perceive this as a significant trial for the master of Danqing. It was merely a trifling innate spiritual treasure. In her previous life, she would not have cast a glance at such an object. She understood that the mountain and river pagoda was the most vital treasure of the mountain and river sect. In her past life, when Lu Yi beheld the mountain and river pagoda, he remarked that it was truly a pity to see such a splendid item ruined. Thus, it was better to keep it. The master of Danqing, with eyes aflame, produced the mountain and river pagoda. The pagoda was exquisitely crafted, with soaring eaves and elegantly curved corners, adorned with vibrant yellow jade paintings that were breathtakingly beautiful, embodying the quintessence of Eastern aesthetics. Yet, to Shangguan Huanling, there was no beauty to behold. Upon receiving the mountain and river pagoda, she immediately began the process of refining it. The pagoda quickly dimmed. Shangguan Huanling's expression shifted. Why did this treasure possess such scant origin? Under the operation of the heaven-swallowing scripture, the mountain and river pagoda swiftly decayed, crumbled, and shattered. Shangguan Huanling felt a slight surge in her aura, but it was still far from perfection. Panic struck her. Quickly, are there no other treasures? I am merely a step away from breaking through. Is this mountain and river pagoda not the cherished treasure of your sect? Why is it so worthless? She shouted urgently. The master of Danqing gazed at the ashes of the mountain and river pagoda, listening to Shangguan Huanling's tirade, and a frenzied smile spread across his face. It's destroyed. All destroyed. Ha ha ha. Everything is in ruins. He was the center of the mountain and river sect. All the spiritual treasures, the very symbol of the sect, had been reduced to nothingness by his hand. Are there no more treasures? Ha ha ha. Are there no more treasures? You were bestowed with what the mountain and river sect regarded as its spiritual support, and yet you still inquire if I possess any treasures? Shangguan Hongtian nearly choked, almost fainting from anger. I told you not to compress your true essence anymore, yet you persist. Shangguan Huanling was equally furious. I have already stated that transcending tribulation is not a simple feat. I must ensure I am in optimal condition. Boom. The entire palace trembled. A colossal Buddha's palm blotted out the sun, striking down upon the formation, which responded with a mournful wail. A long spear descended from the heavens, piercing the grand array and causing it to fracture. Quickly, where are the spiritual treasures? There is no time for idle chatter. With just one more innate spiritual treasure, everything will conclude. Shangguan Huanling demanded urgently. The master of Danqing's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Shangguan Huanling. I ask you, without a spiritual treasure, can you still break through? Shangguan Huanling was startled by the intensity of his crimson gaze. Yet, she quickly erupted in anger. Do you think you are Lu Yi? Without a spiritual treasure, any other type of treasure will suffice. I am merely one step away from breaking through to the tribulation stage. Ha ha ha. The master of Danqing erupted in wild laughter, his white hair dancing in the air. The treasured mountains and rivers had vanished. The purple qi and heavenly fire cauldron had disappeared, and even his most cherished Shuntian jade brush and Pishio inkstone were no longer in his possession. The mountain and river pagoda sect had offered all their spiritual treasures for the use of Shangguan Huanling. Everything. He had reclaimed the spiritual treasures from the hands of other powerful members of the sect. I ask you, can you break through? The master of Danqing inquired once more. Shangguan Huanling, deeply frustrated, had already made herself abundantly clear. No, no, no. The master of Danqing exploded in fury. If not, then you might as well perish. A flicker of fire ignited in his palm, the flames shimmering gold, infused with his great Dao, unleashed in a fit of rage as he delivered a frenzied strike. Heavenly fire exploding palm. Master Danqing. Shangguan Huanling gasped in surprise, reacting swiftly with a punch. Heavenly sovereign fist. A unique aura radiated forth. The true essence surrounding Shangguan Huanling converged towards her fist, colliding forcefully with the master of Danqing's heavenly fire exploding palm. Boom. The master of Danqing stood unwavering, while Shangguan Huanling found herself unable to halt her retreat. Ha ha ha. The master of Danqing let out a slightly deranged laugh. Such power, such strength. Could this truly be the rebirth of an emperor? Could such might carry me through tribulations and times of peril? Shangguan Hongtian was equally astonished, gazing incredulously at Shangguan Huanling. Why is your strength so feeble? It could not be deemed weak. Shangguan Huanling's power within the harmonization realm was quite commendable, yet it fell far short of their expectations. In their minds, possessing such formidable techniques, it was indeed suspected that Shangguan Huanling was the reincarnation of an emperor, effortlessly battling beyond her level, and successfully crossing tribulations as if plucking fruit from a tree. Yet now, she could not even overcome the master of Danqing. In that moment, Shangguan Huanling was equally perplexed. She had just unleashed the heavenly sovereign fist, the unparalleled skill of the 9 lives heavenly sovereign, Lu Yi. How could she, at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, on the cusp of perfection, find herself retreating after a single exchange with someone in the tribulation realm? In his past life, Lu Yi had never encouraged her to fight fiercely. He had not imparted her with an abundance of combat skills. Only 3, the heavenly demon blood escape, the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations, and the heavenly sovereign fist. Lu Yi had advised her that if she encountered a formidable opponent, she could first unleash the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations to see if it would intimidate her foe. If that failed, then she should resort to the heavenly sovereign fist. If the heavenly sovereign fist still did not intimidate her opponent, she should then use the heavenly demon blood escape to flee. At the time, Shangguan Huanling had not fully comprehended, having already employed the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations and the heavenly sovereign fist, who could possibly stand against her. Why resort to intimidation? I will slay you. The master of Danqing was on the brink of madness, feeling as though he might vomit blood. The mountain and river pagoda sect's millennia of accumulation had been squandered on such a worthless individual. The mountains and rivers, the sacred pagoda, lie shattered. That was the emblem of the mountain river pagoda sect. Even in the face of its annihilation, as long as the sacred pagoda remains, this sect will forever be etched in memory, leaving a trace in this world. Yet now all is lost. Everything is gone. All because of this woman. At this moment, the master of Danqing erupted with all his might, his aura akin to a volcano in eruption. Golden fire clouds churned in the sky, and the heavens and earth sensed the presence of the tribulation realm, beginning to gather the calamity clouds. However, the master of Danqing paid no heed. He sought blood. He sought vengeance. The nine heavens' mysterious fire finger. Father Emperor. Shangwan Huanying gazed at Shangwan Hantian. Shangwan Hantian drew a deep breath, his voice resonating with an anger that was difficult to contain. The Supreme Divine Seal. With a furious roar, he unleashed the Supreme Divine Seal towards Shangwan Huanying. Indeed, it was directed at her. He was truly on the brink of exploding with rage. How could he have birthed such a foolish daughter? Whom does she resemble? Shangwan Huanying's eyes reflected an undeniable disbelief. Her father, was he truly intent on taking her life? At that very moment, the protective array surrounding the imperial palace crumbled completely. Shangwan Huanying unleashed the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations, her left and right hands morphing into fists, ready to counter 2 incoming attacks. Boom! Shangwan Huanying was sent flying once more. Her face flushed, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Do not engage. I, the Mountain River Pagoda sect, am willing to surrender. As long as I can slay this wretched maid, I am willing to yield. In light of these events, Shangwan Hantian let out a mournful roar. I too am willing to submit. Let me kill her. Chapter 106. The Solution, Part 1. Why has this come to pass? Gazing at the murderous expressions of her father and the master of Danqing, Shangwan Huanling's eyes were filled with profound sorrow. Numerous formidable beings from various tribes had surrounded the entire imperial palace. Shangwan Huanling found herself powerless, with no time to persuade her father. Father, take care of yourself, she implored, offering a final reminder to Shangwan Hantian before she was engulfed in a crimson mist. The blood-red glow surged forth with an astonishing velocity. Even the heavenly demon emperor, at the tribulation stage, could not react in time, and Shangwan Huanling vanished from sight. She could not accept this. She refused to believe that her combat prowess was so limited. After all, she had once defeated an emperor. What went awry? Ding, ding, ding. The system emitted a cheerful sound. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was fervently scavenging treasures, having already plundered the realms of the Divine Clan, Spirit Realm, Ghost Realm, and Demon Realm. There was no need to venture into the Monster Realm. As he continued on his path, the system abruptly halted him, allowing him to witness a remarkable spectacle. The light screen faded. Ding! She could actually attain the status of an emperor? At that moment, I was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the incredibility of it all. The system itself expressed disbelief. Could it be that this entity could truly become an emperor? Lu Yi was now thoroughly awakened, not merely from the influence of reincarnation's obsession, but from a complete realization regarding his feelings for these women. Reflecting upon the past, he recognized his egregious mistakes. He had never denied his wrongs. Perhaps it was precisely because he understood his errors that he refrained from taking the lives of these women. Had Lu Yi made no mistakes, the unfolding of events would not have led to this outcome. On the first day of his rebirth, within the first 3 minutes, in the first minute, Chu Ling shuddered, causing the wash basin to crash to the ground. Lu Yi glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Useless maidservant, you cannot even hold a basin steady. You have chosen the path to your demise." Kill. In the second minute, Yu Hongling burst through the door, shattering a skull with a single punch. Kill. In the third minute, a failed ambush on by Qiulan forced a retreat under the protection of the clan's grand formation. On the second day, he infiltrated the Supreme Divine Dynasty to assassinate Shangwan Huanling. On the third day, he penetrated the monster realm to eliminate Zhuke. From that point forth, he remained singularly focused, cultivating to the second tier before pursuing another target, advancing to the third tier to continue his killings. This was the correct approach. Shangwan Huanling's path of affection had already crumbled. Did he not understand this from the outset? Or perhaps, he was unwilling to comprehend? Lu Yi smiled lightly, ultimately recognizing that his shortcomings stemmed from a lack of love, always believing that things were close enough, that it would suffice. that it should work. Yet in the end, it truly did not. Ding. The simulation was successful. The countdown finally concluded. Throughout that day, Lu Yi had not ceased his weeping. He was indeed suppressing the overwhelming obsession of reincarnation with an extraordinarily formidable resolve. Had he not been the mightiest celestial sovereign, the obsessions accumulated over countless years on the path of reincarnation would have shattered him in an instant. At present, Lu Yi is merely weeping. In truth, the cacophony of innumerable cries, murmurs, and lamentations, a multitude of sorrowful voices intertwined, is potent enough to rend asunder the hearts of all beneath the emperor. Even the emperor would be driven to madness by such tormenting sounds. Lu Yi perceives them solely as sorrow. Everything he endures now is a reflection of your collective suffering, and I can assist in alleviating your grief. Ding. There are two methods for resolution. First, attaining sanctity. A sage transcends the heavenly path, thereby extinguishing their obsessions. Lu Yi. It is well known that the first floor is filled with nonsense. Second, a revised version of the parasitic celestial demon technique, transforming into a parasitic obsession, which can disperse and implant the obsessions within another's body. However, it must not disturb the obsessions. If disturbed, they will solidify. Lu Yi comprehends. He has perused the parasitic celestial demon technique, a hallmark of the myriad spirits demon sovereign. He has grown accustomed to referring to the myriad spirits demon sovereign in this manner, for they are old adversaries. In truth, he ought to call him the parasitic celestial demon, an enigmatic parasite. Lu Yi begins to ponder. Naturally, he cannot replicate the myriad spirits demon sovereign's method of large-scale parasitism through blood essence. That is the sovereign's innate divine ability, a means possessed from birth. Moreover, to not disturb the obsessions, this implies that he cannot simply seize someone and infuse his obsessions into their soul, for the nature of obsession is vast and formidable. An ordinary individual can only bear a modicum before their soul crumbles. Once the soul collapses, the obsessions would naturally become alarmed. They would cluster together, akin to a leech, clinging tightly and refusing to let go. Quite a conundrum. After 6 minutes of deep contemplation, inspiration strikes. Lu Yi's tear-stained eyes gleam with newfound resolve. He need not learn from the myriad spirits demon sovereign. He simply needs to instill the obsessions into the myriad spirits demon sovereign. The sovereign, of course, cannot permit nor endure such a deluge of obsessions. When a flood arrives, what can be done but to release the waters? The greater the flood, the more must be released. Thus, a stratagem is imperative. Lu Yi's mind is already brimming with ideas. He has nearly gathered the necessary artifacts and can now return. His figure moves toward the great wasteland. Shangwan Huanling has escaped. The blood escape of the celestial demon is recognized as one of the most formidable evasion techniques across the 9 heavens. It can be employed from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven. The more blood essence one expends, the swifter one flees, rendering it a panacea for retreat. Shangwan Huanling has escaped. She burst through the encirclement of the alien army, her face ashen as she concealed herself. How could this be? Why has this occurred? Shangwan Huanling still cannot accept it, repeatedly murmuring these phrases. Her battle achievements are verifiable. It should not be like this. Certainly, there seems to be a problem, yet she cannot discern where the issue lies. She finds herself unable to approach Lu Yi for inquiries. Based on her previous encounter with him, Lu Yi had indeed exhibited hostility the moment he laid eyes on her. Who, then, should she consult? A figure emerged in Shangwan Huanling's mind, Bai Qiulan. Among the 8 empresses, only 2 possess the qualities of an elder sister, one of whom is Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan is Lu Yi's mentor, and he holds her in high regard. She ought to comprehend the current circumstances. Thus, it is imperative that Shangwan Huanling seeks her counsel. It is essential to clarify the matter. After regulating the depletions within her essence, Shangwan Huanling soared towards the Grand Dao sect. Along her journey, she beheld the ravaged earth, the mountains adorned with countless corpses. Too many cultivators and innocent souls have perished in this cataclysmic conflict. A sardonic smile involuntarily graced Shangwan Huanling's lips. Is Lu Yi not the protector of the human race? Is this truly his method of safeguarding them? In this time of immense casualties among the human race, where is he? Why does he not emerge to intervene? Hypocrisy. Despite the treacherous path, she navigated without incident. At last, she arrived at the Grand Dao sect. Who goes there? The Grand Dao sect, at this moment, was enveloped by layers of protective formations, shrouding countless peaks in a veil of mist, rendering them indistinct. Two elders of the harmonious Dao realm, their eyes aglow, fixated on Shangwan Huanling. I am Shangwan Huanling, an acquaintance of Bai Qiulan from your esteemed sect. I seek an audience with her and kindly request that you relay my presence. Chapter 107. What Nonsense You Speak, Part 2. In the Grand Sect of Dao. On Bailan Peak, Bai Qiulan's eyes widened with surprise. Who is it that seeks an audience outside the sect? What brings her here? Yu Hongling furrowed her brows. She harbored a certain animosity towards Shangwan Huanling, feeling that Lu Yi treated her with undue favor, more so than he did with her. How could that be permissible? Moreover, regarding Shangwan Huanling, how should one put it? In Yu Hongling's view, both her master and Chu Ling, as well as Zhu Ke, were all worthy of becoming emperors. Even though Lu Yi had aided them considerably, it was uncertain if they could not ascend to the emperor's realm without his assistance. She possessed the eternal chaos reversal scripture, and her fearless disposition in battle demonstrated her genuine combat prowess, embodying the principles of the Dao. Chu Ling was also making remarkable strides in swordsmanship, her combat capabilities being nothing short of exceptional, positioning her among the elite sword emperors. Bai Qiulan, with her chaos in divine body, inherently wielded the formidable power of chaos in, rivaling those of innate Dao embryos, her in techniques being terrifyingly potent. Though Zhu Ke was compassionate, her origin was illustrious. Being Zhu Ke endowed her with divine abilities that secured her a place among the emperors. In a confrontation with the former Emperor Zifeng, it would likely result in mutual destruction. As for Shangwan Huanling, even the Zifeng emperor was nearly driven to exasperation. Emperors possess their own dignity. When Lu Yi had just ascended to the status of celestial sovereign, the Zifeng emperor had been reluctant to show him favor, as Lu Ye's requests bordered on humiliation. However, as Lu Yi grew increasingly formidable, coupled with his amiable demeanor, she had no choice but to grant him respect. Eventually, Lu Yi reached an astonishing level of power, prompting the Zifeng emperor to accept that being sought by such a celestial sovereign was merely a performance. No objections. Bai Qiulan had only just learned of the Supreme Emperor's direct surrender to the foreign tribes. Shangwan Huanling's arrival here likely stemmed from her unwillingness to capitulate. I will go to receive her. I shall not. Yu Hongling's temper flared. Her senior brother had been gone for quite some time. Initially, she felt indifferent about Lu Ye's prolonged absence, but now, having not seen him for an extended period, a sense of loneliness washed over her. She found herself missing him. Surely, her senior brother had already achieved harmony with the Dao. Would he still tread the path of guardianship as he did in his previous life? If he chose the path of guardianship, she would only need to re-enter his protective embrace, and he would continuously safeguard her. In this lifetime, she vowed not to be so willful. Before long, Bai Qiulan returned with Shangwan Huanling, dispelling the barrier. All is well. This place is safe. You may relax now. Bai Qiulan spoke gently. Shangwan Huanling exhaled deeply, pouring herself a glass of water and drinking it in one go, not from thirst, but to quell the discomfort swelling within her heart. Sister Bai, the Supreme Emperor has fallen, Shangwan Huanling uttered, tears threatening to spill down her cheeks. Bai Qiulan had little to say on the matter. After all, it would be inappropriate to declare it deserved. In her previous life, the Supreme God had colluded with foreign races, leaving nothing worthy of redemption. Do not be disheartened, should you find yourself without a place to go. You are welcome to reside at Bailan Peak, Bai Qiulan softly offered. Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. Despite her indignation, she ultimately chose silence. I did not come here to linger at the Taoist sect. Rather, I seek to comprehend a particular matter. Both Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan turned their gazes towards Shangwan Huanling. Taking a deep breath, Shangwan Huanling spoke. The cultivation technique I practice is called the Origin Devouring Heaven Sutra. Are you familiar with it? Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling exchanged a glance, the unique meaning evident in their eyes. We are aware. In my past life, I ascended to the rank of emperor through this technique. Would you not consider it exceptionally formidable? Bai Qiulan nodded once more. To elevate one who had not cultivated the Dao to the emperor realm is no mere feat. Such a technique is indeed rare and unprecedented, surpassing even her own Taiyin transformation sutra in its terror. This divergence in their paths contributed to the discord between Yu Hongling and Shangwan Huanling. Yu Hongling practiced the method of the fearless emperor. While it suited her well, it was not of Lu Ye's own creation. Shangguan Huanling's technique initially drew from the Devouring Heaven Demon Sutra, but eventually became a complete original creation of Lu Yi, consuming untold effort and devotion, more than he afforded to Yu Hongling. Given the potency of this technique, why is it that despite my breakthrough to the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, my combat prowess is still akin to that of an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator? Shangguan Huanling questioned in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiulan fell silent. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. In her previous life, Lu Yi had repeatedly instructed everyone not to criticize Shangguan Huanling, as her own Dao had crumbled, leaving her in profound anguish. He feared that further scorn would be unbearable for her. They decided to wait for a more opportune moment to reveal the truth, which ultimately stretched until her demise of Lu Yi. Indeed, spot on. Bai Qiulan found herself at a loss for words, as Yu Hongling now seemed unfazed. Everyone had betrayed their senior brother, and it appeared he no longer cared for them. Thus, whether Shangguan Huanling crumbled or not was of little consequence to her. Your technique is indeed impressive. However, the crux of the matter is that it is not a combat technique. You were an emperor in your past life. How could you fail to grasp that an emperor who cannot wield the Dao cannot truly be considered an emperor? Yu Hongling stated bluntly. Shangguan Huanling was momentarily taken aback and quickly retorted, how can it not be a combat technique? I fought against the Purple Phoenix Emperor, achieving 3 victories out of 2 battles. Yu Hongling scoffed dismissively. Hongling, Bai Qiulan could not help but admonish her. Sister Bai, let her speak. Shangguan Huanling felt as though she was on the verge of uncovering an immense truth, simultaneously gripped by fear and urgency. Oh, why has the formation been set up again? Sun Ruowei exclaimed at the entrance. Another revelation? You, Bai Qiulan. I feel as though I've nearly exhausted the revelations, yet here arises this infernal barrier. She pressed against the barrier. What are they discussing inside? Speak freely. Do you truly believe you can contend with the Azure Phoenix Emperor? The fact is, the Emperor has never truly engaged with you. Should she choose to, you would be reduced to ashes without even being able to withstand a single strike. Hongling, cease your words. Shangguan Huanling's eyes widened at this revelation. Impossible. I have fought her 3 times. It is evident that my progress is the reason she struggles against me. Nonsense. During the first match, when my senior brother ascended to the Celestial Sovereign, he hurriedly communicated with the Azure Phoenix Emperor to concede to you. Yet she ignored his plea and did not harm you. In the second encounter, after my senior brother had slain the fallen Dao Sovereign and arrived injured to visit the Azure Phoenix Emperor, she was moved and consented to give you a chance. In the third bout, my senior brother once again presented gifts, and by then, the Azure Phoenix Emperor was indifferent, merely indulging you in a performance that allowed you to claim victory. Without my senior brother's intervention, you would amount to nothing, with your mere status as a decorative emperor. You lack even the qualifications to meet the Azure Phoenix Emperor, yet you dare to prattle on about a best of 3. How utterly disgraceful. Chapter 108. The deception unveiled. Shangguan Huanling was taken aback. Her battle with the Emperor of the Purple Phoenix had been a best of 5 match, and she was stunned to discover that it was due to Lu Ye's prior arrangement with the Emperor. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. An emperor possesses dignity, and the Emperor of the Purple Phoenix is a paragon among them. How could he possibly concede deliberately? Would he not care for his own prestige? Observing the disbelief etched on Shangguan Huanling's face, Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. What? You still doubt it? Of course I don't believe it. Shangguan Huanling's voice rose sharply. What about the Emperor of the Celestial Dome? I challenged him without anyone knowing, and there was no way Lu Yi could have manipulated that behind the scenes. Yu Hongling burst into laughter, a mirthful yet mocking sound. It would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it. Now I find it even more amusing. Remember when you sought out the Emperor of the Celestial Dome and used the Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations? What else did you employ? The Celestial Sovereign Fist. In this vast realm, who doesn't he know that the Celestial Sovereign Fist is my senior brother's most formidable technique? Do you truly think the Emperor of the Celestial Dome is foolish? The aura of the Celestial Sovereign Fist you emitted clearly marked you as my senior brother's disciple. When he taught you the Celestial Sovereign Fist, it was precisely to prevent you from courting death. With your level of power, merely provoking an emperor could result in your demise with a single strike. Yet, by unleashing the aura of the Celestial Sovereign Fist, my senior brother was unmistakably signaling to everyone that you were his disciple. Anyone engaging you must be prepared to face the wrath of the Celestial Sovereign. The Emperor of the Celestial Dome is not a fool. Do you genuinely believe that merely exuding a powerful aura could intimidate an emperor into surrendering? It was my senior brother's celestial sovereign fist aura that revealed your identity to him. And no. Shangguan Huanling retreated several steps, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Bai Qiulan rushed to support her. What about my battles with the seven of you? A glimmer of hope flickered in Shangguan Huanling's eyes. She had engaged with all the other women. Yu Hongling snorted coldly, about to speak, when she suddenly recalled the method her senior brother had used to compel her to allow Shangguan Huanling to have a chance. Her face flushed slightly. That moment was truly indescribable and unimaginable. After it concluded, Yu Hongling, feeling as if she might perish, listened to the recording Lu Yi had left for her. Many of Lu Yi's statements resonated with her, including the directive to give Shangguan Huanling a chance during their fight. Of course, that was merely a minor detail among many. Lu Yi understood Yu Hongling's character well. Had he directly suggested that she allow Shangguan Huanling a moment, she would have exploded with fury, assuredly striking Shangguan Huanling down. However, Lu Yi proposed several outrageous demands, including some exceedingly shameless requests, making the suggestion to grant Shangguan Huanling an opportunity seem trivial. Yu Hongling agreed without hesitation. However, even so, when Yu Hongling fought against Shangguan Huanling, she managed to best her, ultimately feigning a lack of spiritual energy and conceding defeat. Yu Hongling remained silent. Bai Qiulan sighed. The situation had reached this point, so it was time to speak the truth. Before your challenge, we indeed promised Lu Yi to allow you to win. Upon hearing this, the light in Shangguan Huanling's eyes extinguished completely. Her body weakened, and she could barely stand. No, this cannot be. Tears welled up in Shangguan Huanling's eyes as scenes from the past flooded her mind. Your path, has it vanished? One day, Lu Yi looked at her in disbelief. Shangguan Huanling felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Lu Gu, I seem to lack the talent for cultivation. Despite my efforts, why has my progress stagnated? At that moment, Lu Yi appeared profoundly affected, grappling with the realization that her path had vanished. Her path was the path of emotions. How could it be gone? Why would it disappear? I reflect upon myself. I have done nothing wrong. What? Lu Yi forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. It's all right. It's all right. Just because the great path is lost doesn't mean it doesn't imply a lack of talent for cultivation. Wait for me. I will find a way for you. Subsequently, Lu Yi sought every possible method to restore her path, bringing her joy through playful escapades and offering her treasures, yet no restoration occurred. Lu Yi, feeling helpless, resolved to seek an alternative path for Shangguan Huanling. How could the great path vanish only to be replaced? Exceptional talents may endure, but considering Shangguan Huanling's circumstances, it was inconceivable. Eventually, Lu Yi exerted great effort to find a divine remedy and ascended with her. She sensed Lu Yi's fatigue and suggested he should not concern himself with her. Naturally, this was not her genuine intent. Lu Yi smiled and replied, never abandon. Never give up. That is the spirit of Steel 7. Shangguan Huanling? Until Lu Yi discovered the Swallowing Heaven Demon scripture. He encouraged her to begin her cultivation journey. From the Swallowing Heaven Demon scripture to the Swallowing Heart scripture, then to the Swallowing Dao scripture, and finally to the Origin Swallowing Heaven scripture. She finally re-embarked on the authentic path of cultivation. Although the great path was absent, her realm ascended rapidly. Not only did she catch up to the other 7 women, but she also seemed poised to surpass them, which greatly boosted her confidence. However, Lu Yi constantly reminded her to refrain from engaging in battles. Although her realm had improved, her combat abilities remained relatively weak. Given her swift growth and strength, she was naturally unwilling to accept this. She implored Lu Yi to teach her formidable combat techniques, but he refused. Unyielding, she began to cultivate combat methods on her own, but continually failed. She could only persist in her pleas to Lu Yi, who eventually, out of exasperation, selected 3 techniques for her to practice: the blood escape of the celestial demon and the 9 transformations of the celestial silkworm. Moreover, Lu Yi's mightiest celestial fist surged forth. Fragments of bygone memories gradually resurfaced before Shangguan Huanling, causing her to weep profusely. Is the purpose of having me cultivate the origin devouring scripture merely to mold me into a mere ornament, a worthless being, a laughingstock for all? Shangguan Huanling spoke sorrowfully. Engrossed in the reminiscence of that enchanting moon Hongling, she abruptly rose from her seat, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Shangguan Huanling. What do you mean by that? Shangguan Huanling replied with a wistful smile. What meaning could I possibly possess? What significance remains for me? While you all walk the path, I am left without one. I am the weakest among you. What value can I hold? The origin-devouring scripture. Ha ha ha. What a splendid scripture that cultivates realms without nurturing the path. It has deceived me so profoundly, so devastatingly. Chapter 109. Hilarious. Part 4. Yu Hongling was furious. You are foolish. You cannot cultivate the great path, and yet you blame your senior brother? As you pursue your own path, you can even lose it yourself. How can you fault him for that? Shangguan Huanling, perhaps irritated by Yu Hongling's antics, found an unexpected surge of strength. My great path has vanished, and he abandoned me. I did not compel him to forsake me. He spoke of not abandoning or giving up. Yet you all possess your own great paths, while I am left to cultivate a technique that cannot lead to the great path. How can this not be blamed on him? Suddenly, Yu Hongling lunged forward. Bai Qiulan, swift of hand, seized Yu Hongling and restrained her. Hongling, calm down. I am furious. Master, what nonsense is she spouting? Do not hold me back. I will crush her. As Bai Qiulan held her, Yu Hongling writhed, intent on battling Shangguan Huanling to the bitter end. I am not wrong. I am not wrong. You are utterly mistaken. Who told you that the origin-devouring heaven scripture cannot lead to the great path? It is your own ineptitude that prevents you from achieving it. When you obtained this scripture, what was your realm? How can you speak of the great path? At that realm, who does not have the great path already integrated into their being and heart? I have returned to life and also cultivated the origin-devouring heaven scripture. Yet I am unable to manifest the great path. The power is diminished to its utmost limits. This is the essence of the technique. Bai Qiulan froze, and Yu Hongling was momentarily taken aback. Their gazes instinctively turned to Shangguan Huanling, both expressions reflecting a sense of indescribable astonishment. It seemed they were questioning their own ears, grappling with a profound shock. What path have you cultivated in this lifetime? Bai Qiulan could not help but inquire. The invincible great path? Yu Hongling uttered those 4 words in disbelief. What of it? What of the invincible great path? Shangguan Huanling observed their reactions, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within her. Master, please release me. I shall not strike her. In that moment, Yu Hongling suddenly found the situation rather dull. Why should I bicker with a fool? She cultivates the invincible great path? Ha! She actually cultivates the invincible great path. Yu Hongling's shoulders trembled uncontrollably, her expression shifting wildly. Shangguan Huanling, what do you mean by this? The moment she asked, Yu Hongling could no longer contain herself and erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, you are killing me. Master, she actually cultivates the invincible great path. Yu Hongling pointed at Shangguan Huanling, doubling over with laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. At that moment, her derision for Shangguan Huanling reached its zenith. Bai Qiulan's composure momentarily faltered, revealing a smile that she quickly suppressed, yet it did not escape Shangguan Huanling's notice. No, Bai Qiulan has always been renowned for her gentleness and tolerance. What was that smile just now? Was she mocking herself? Why? What is there to laugh at? What is wrong with me traversing the invincible path? I take pleasure in the invincible path. I firmly believe I am unmatched in this world. What is the matter with that? Shangguan Huanling expressed her dissatisfaction. Yu Hongling laughed even more joyously, shaking with mirth. Shangguan Huanling turned to Bai Qiulan. Sister Bai, what is wrong with my choice of the invincible path? Why does everyone find it amusing? Bai Qiulan struggled to maintain her composure, speaking earnestly. Huanling, you have chosen the wrong path. Shangguan Huanling was taken aback. You know Lu Yi well. How could you choose the invincible path? With Lu Yi in this world, who dares to claim invincibility? Given your close relationship with Lu Yi in your previous life, did you not recognize his strength? Can you defeat Lu Yi while walking the invincible path? Shangguan Huanling protested. But Lu Yi does not follow the invincible path. She was still fighting against the inevitable. However, the strong who tread the invincible path will ultimately face Lu Yi, attacking him, wailing, and falling. Lu Yi is the terminus of invincibility. If you walk the invincible path, then it is not, Yu Hongling interjected. A tragic fool. No, that is incorrect, a simpleton. Shangguan Huanling remained obstinate. But I do not see any aura of invincibility in Lu Yi. That is because Lu Ye's invincibility is directed towards outsiders. Bai Qiulan's gaze grew desolate. His path towards us has always been one of protection. How could the invincible sword be turned against one's own? How could the invincible fist strike one's own? Moreover, you tread the invincible path? Invincibility is forged through battle, through conquest. Have you defeated even 20 opponents combined to claim the title of invincible? Foolishness, utter foolishness. It is a level of folly I cannot accept. A wave of sharp pain surged within Shangguan Huanling's heart. Yu Hongling shook her head, embodying a sense of hopelessness. Shangguan Huanling was indeed struck hard by this revelation. Seeing Yu Hongling's demeanor, she felt a surge of anger. Look at you. You've been reborn. And Lu Ge will no longer obstruct you and your Feng Wuxia. Why have you not gone to soar together with him? Shangguan Huanling taunted. Yu Hongling replied, I'll compete with you. Lu Yi was still unaware that Shangguan Huanling had arrived at the Path sect. He returned with a significant cache of resources and initially intended to dive headlong into the Pill Peak upon reaching the sect, but after some consideration, he decided to first seek an audience with Lu Changfeng. Disciple Lu Yi pays his respects to the sect master. Ha! I heard you stormed into the lair of the alien race, slaying 7 during the tribulation and 4 scattered spirits, and emptied their stronghold? Lu Changfeng exclaimed with excitement. The more he observed Lu Yi, the more he felt that his initial decision had been extraordinarily astute. Lu Yi possesses not only remarkable talent, but also a composed demeanor and clear objectives. Crucially, he exhibits a certain ruthlessness. When the alien races launched a massive invasion and humanity found itself in peril, Lu Yi decisively eliminated all 11 divine spirits pursuing him, showing no inclination to spare them for battle. Emerging from the desert of annihilation, upon witnessing the fall of the Jiu Li Celestial Empire, he refrained from hastily joining the fray and instead resolutely ventured into the alien realm to conduct covert operations. Given his insufficient strength, even if he were to engage in battle, his impact would be minimal. Unable to contend with the sovereign of all spirits and the demon emperor, any efforts would be futile. Indeed, he managed to plunder some treasures. As he spoke, tears welled in Lu Ye's eyes. Lu Changfeng, he was somewhat at a loss, wondering why Lu Yi was crying for no apparent reason. No matter, it was merely the fierce winds of the desert of annihilation that had clouded his vision. These are the treasures I have acquired. Those that I can utilize have already been secured, while the rest, which are of no use to me, can serve as resources for the sect. Chapter 110, The Divine Stream Tong. 5th update, Lu Changfeng hastily declined. Master, please rest assured. These items are truly of no use to me. Moreover, I am inherently one with the sect. The sect's prosperity equates to my own. Likewise, my own strength contributes to the sect's strength. This is a mutual relationship. You should be aware that it was the disciple's boastfulness. With a resigned smile, Lu Changfeng continued. Very well, since you possess such intent, the sect shall not neglect you. At the appropriate time, the sect will reward you with a batch of spiritual stones. Additionally, should you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform me directly. If they are reasonable, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Thank you, Master. By the way, there is another matter. I plan to launch an assault on the alien tribes in 7 days. If the sect wishes to join me, please be prepared. 7 days? Is that not too hasty? Not at all. It should be ample time. The current Lu Yi is no longer the Lu Yi of the Qi Gathering and Yuan Dance stages. Back then, Lu Yi lacked resources and treasures, possessing only a single technique and the system's cultivation capabilities. However, the present Lu Yi is markedly different. Having amassed such a wealth of cultivation resources, he can at least concoct 4 giant spirit pills, sufficient to satiate one's hunger. As for the residue of the pills affecting the purity of true essence, that concern pertains to the first-time cultivators. What relevance does it have to a reborn individual? During the dark turmoil, those beings consumed star systems without hesitation, devouring various divine metals and elixirs without a second thought. Never have I heard of anyone being affected by impurities. His figure arrived at the Pill Peak. Lu Yi, you've come. Are you here to refine pills? The Qinghua Taoist inquired, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Indeed, Master. I would like to borrow your 9-dragon leaving fire furnace once again, Lu Yi replied with utmost politeness. The Qinghua Taoist waved his hand dismissively. That is a trivial matter. However, could you perhaps take it a bit slower this time while refining? I was so astonished last time that I scarcely learned anything. It would be wonderful if you could refine at a more leisurely pace. Naturally, that poses no issue. My ability to refine pills at such speed stems from my profound understanding of pharmacology. If you delve deeply into the subject, you too may refine in such a manner. At that time, I shall document my knowledge of pharmacology along with some insights into pill refining. If you do not mind, you may take a look. A hint of embarrassment flickered across the Qing Hui Daoist's face. Is that appropriate? Lu Yi smiled warmly, tears streaming down his face. Ah, how vexing. Startled, the Qing Hui Daoist exclaimed, All right. I no longer require your pharmacological insights. Please do not be upset. Lu Yi, my eyes have sustained some injury and have yet to heal entirely. It is unrelated to you, so there is no need for concern. I see. I have some eye healing elixirs here. I shall give you some. No, the elixirs are of no use. Let us proceed with pill refining. Refining while crying. Does that not affect you? Rest assured, it does not. Two individuals entered the alchemical chamber, and Lu Yi, wishing to impart some understanding of the art of alchemy to the Qing Hui Daoist, deliberately slowed his pace of concoction. After a brief interval of half an hour, he inquired, How do you find it? The Qing Hui Daoist responded, Can we add the medicinal ingredients one by one? Your handfuls are simply overwhelming. Shall I slow down even further? Lu Yi offered. No, the alchemy is of utmost importance. Please continue your work. The Qing Hui Daoist realized that reaching Lu Yi's level of alchemical mastery would not be achieved in a fleeting moment, especially considering Lu Yi's astonishing speed. Grasping a multitude of ingredients, Lu Yi displayed them to the Qing Hui Daoist, who gasped at the sight of 4 to 5 dozen varieties. Before he could fully recognize them, Lu Yi announced that the time had come and promptly cast the ingredients into the alchemical furnace. How can I learn this? The Daoist mused. Very well, you may learn later. Lu Yi then summoned the flames, transforming the original bright sun fire into a soft gray luminescence. For during his time in the ghost realm, he had refined a divine fire known as the Een Soul Fiery Blaze. By amalgamating these two divine flames, the temperature of the fire increased appreciably. However, with a greater variety and quantity of ingredients, the final elixir still measured approximately 15 centimeters in diameter. Subtle glimmers danced upon the intricate patterns of the elixir, unmistakably indicative of a superior product. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 elixirs successfully completed. Lu Yi bid farewell to the Qing Hui Daoist. I shall transcribe the pharmacological principles and insights for you when time permits, but that may take a while. I must first consume the elixirs for my cultivation. The Qing Hui Daoist hastily waved his hand. You attend to your matters. I am in no rush. Very well. I take my leave. Lu Yi turned and departed. The Qing Hui Daoist, gazing at Lu Yi's retreating figure, could not help but gently stroke his beard. Gentle and refined, neither arrogant nor impatient, such a young man possesses the demeanor of a master. No wonder so many young women are enamored with him. Yet he is single-mindedly devoted to the path of enlightenment. His future is boundless. The more he observed Lu Yi, the more he admired him. Such youthfulness, rare in this world. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Yi regarded the elixirs, realizing this time he need not invoke celestial phenomena. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a radiant beam of light burst forth, illuminating the elixirs as they began to shrink dramatically, finally reducing to the size of a fingertip, which he swallowed in one gulp, commencing his cultivation. Ding! Cultivation initiated. Harmonization second level, commencing enhancement. A torrent of true essence surged within him, and the potent energy from the elixirs boiled forth. Lu Yi's figure became shrouded in a mystical haze, resembling a celestial being. His strength began to escalate. Harmonization third level. Harmonization fourth level. Harmonization fifth level. Having consumed all 4 elixirs, the rare and treasured medicinal concoctions transformed into the most vigorous support for Lu Yi's cultivation. Meanwhile, Yu Hongling, having heard of Lu Yi's return, hurried to his door. Senior brother. She knocked on the door. Lu Yi was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, paying no heed to her. However, at that moment, ethereal light and shadow gently rippled through the void, while radiant hues permeated the air. A slender, pristine leg emerged gracefully from the luminous mist. The light converged, weaving together a resplendent robe of myriad colors, which draped over the exquisite figure of a woman, unmatched in beauty and divine elegance. Ding! The transformation was a success. The woman parted her crimson lips, her visage so flawless that it seemed too perfect for this realm, revealing a subtle smile. Hee hee. Since the dog master remains indifferent, I shall entertain myself. She stepped forward, accompanied by a waft of enchanting fragrance, arriving at the threshold of the door. Yu Hongling inhaled gently. What a delightful scent. This aroma was far more than mere fragrance. It bore the essence of a transcendent elixir, akin to the scent of a corporeal sanctity. In this world, no living being could resist such a captivating aroma. Creak. The door swung open. Their eyes met. Yu Hongling stood transfixed, her gaze betraying an undeniable astonishment. How could such unparalleled beauty exist in this world? Ding. Hello, I am Shinshito. You must be one of my brother's former wives, Yu Hongling, am I correct? Chapter 111. The Unbreakable Barrier. Shinshito? My ex-wife. Yu Hongling was initially taken aback by the stunning beauty of the woman before her. However, as she pondered Shinshito's words, an overwhelming fire ignited within her heart. Yet, she refrained from erupting. She endured, even as this unnameable flame reddened her eyes. Do you know me? Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. If you hadn't separated from my brother by familial ties, I would have had to address you as sister. But it seems that is no longer necessary. Why is it unnecessary? Yu Hongling's eyes grew even redder. Shinshito appeared blissfully unaware, her face adorned with a pure, joyful smile. Because you betrayed my brother, betrayed love. He is a man of deep emotions, and the more profound the betrayal, the greater the wound. He will certainly not forgive you. Moreover, consider this. If you betrayed him and he loved you deeply, the pain would be unbearable, and forgiveness would be impossible. If he were to forgive you, it would only indicate that your betrayal did not hurt him significantly, suggesting that he did not love you as much as you believed. Now, faced with these two paths, how will you choose? Upon hearing these words, Yu Hongling's face turned ashen. Her body involuntarily retreated 3 steps, the flames of fury consuming her thoughts, leaving her dazed. 2 paths, how to choose. Forgiveness equates to a lack of love. Love entails an inability to forgive. Oh, by the way, choosing forgiveness implies that you do not care for Guoshu, nor for whether Lu Yi loves you. You only desire the resources that Lu Yi can provide. I do not. Yu Hongling roared. Shinshito remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile. I believe you, for you are remarkably beautiful and possess an enviable figure. You cannot possibly be a heartless ingrate. Yu Hongling forcibly steadied herself. At that moment, the disdain she felt for the inexplicable Shinshito had eclipsed her animosity towards Shangwan Huanling by a significant margin. Who are you? How do you know so much? In Yu Hongling's memory, there was no trace of Shinshito. A beauty like her, once emerging into the world, would undoubtedly astonish all. She could not possibly have remained obscure. The cultivation realm is a unique place, rife with beauty. In this world, there are countless women who yearn for beauty. When a woman possesses the means to enhance her appearance without adverse effects, one can only imagine the fervor it incites. Yet, no matter how exquisite one may render themselves, it remains a subjective beauty. However, the Shinshito before her seemed to embody all forms of beauty. Upon their first encounter, Yu Hongling instinctively recognized her as the most beautiful existence in the world, akin to the supreme flower of the Grand Dao. Such a person she had never heard of in her past life. How could this be? I am merely an ordinary individual, currently in a mutual affection with my elder brother, who confides in me about everything. What do you mean by everything? I inquired. Everything, including our past life and how you betrayed him. Yu Hongling exclaimed in fury once more. The term betrayal vexed her greatly, yet what enraged her most was that Lu Yi had disclosed the matter of reincarnation. She could comprehend Shangwan Huanling's mention of reincarnation due to her naivety, but for someone as astute as Lu Yi to speak of it was incomprehensible. This could only imply one possibility. This woman was the one Lu Yi chose to trust again, despite having endured 8 betrayals. No. Yu Hongling could not come to terms with this. If Lu Yi were to close his heart and sever all love, she could bear not receiving his forgiveness, as she would continue to strive for it. For Lu Yi's emotional closure stemmed from an inability to forget them. The emergence of a new woman in his life, willing to embrace a new romance, signified something profound. It meant that Lu Yi was attempting to break free from the encirclement of the 8 of them, ready to trust in love anew, willing to entirely forget their existence. How could this be tolerated? Yu Hongling's eyes reddened, igniting an intense aura of lethal intent within her. She would rather perish than allow her brother to forget her. She would rather die than see him shift his affections. Die? Yu Hongling bellowed. her fists forming a seal as she unleashed a formidable attack, intent on shattering Sheng Shitong. Sheng Shitong's lips curled into a slight smile. Congratulations. You were the first to launch an assault against me. The last to attack her was the Heavenly Dao, hardly a human. Sheng Shitong gently raised her hand, her delicate fingers colliding lightly with the force of the attack. Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Even while cultivating, he could sense the murderous intent masked by the system. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a vibrant figure retreating towards him. This aura was the Heavenly Dao? No, it was the system. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yi caught the woman before him. His intention was merely to assist, yet unexpectedly, she burrowed into his embrace. Ah, this ex-wife is formidable. I cannot contend with her. I will kill you. Yu Hongling had completely lost her sanity, her figure darting towards Sheng Shitong like a released arrow, unleashing her most potent attack, known as the Bodhi Seal. Yu Hongling harbored an intense hatred for Sheng Shitong. Lu Yi's eyes revealed a glimmer of lethal intent. Go ahead and kill. He raised his hand, his fist clenched, preparing to strike Yu Hongling with the Heavenly Sovereign Fist, believing it would not dishonor her. However, to his astonishment, Sheng Shitong grasped Lu Yi's arm with one hand. Brother, it is all my sister's fault. Do not blame her, do not kill her. Lu Yi. As the words of the system echoed, a wave of goosebumps surged across Lu Yi's body. The Tianzuan fist unfolded, and Lu Yi struck forth with a single palm. Boom. Yu Hongling spewed blood and was sent flying. Lu Yi. She cried out in a heart-wrenching scream as she collapsed in the courtyard, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. Lu Yi, with an icy expression, gazed at her while holding Sheng Shitong in his embrace. In this moment, Yu Hongling felt an unprecedented distance between them, so far that it seemed untouchable, unapproachable. Senior brother, her voice turned pleading. Do not treat me this way. You cannot do this to me. A sudden smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. It was undeniable that witnessing Yu Hongling's current state elicited a twisted sense of pleasure within him. What have I done to you? When I underwent my tribulation, there were 8 yin-yang devouring goo, 8 kinds of poison. The primordial morning mist, ha ha ha. Such a thing can only be wielded against those one despises most. You, too, can inflict it upon him. Live on, live well, but suffer the utmost while doing so. 3 breaths. If you do not leave, you shall perish. 3, 2. Yu Hongling rose, intent on seeking her master to persuade her senior brother. 1. In a state of utter disarray, she fled into the distance. Master, what shall I do? What shall I do? Chapter 112. The Canine Barrel, second update. Yu Hongling has fled. Lu Yi, suppressing his sorrow, felt it surge forth with greater intensity. He gazed down at the ethereal figure conjured by the system, unable to resist rubbing his temples. The woman manifested by the system was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, deserving of the title of the foremost in the 9 heavens. Yet at this moment, Lu Yi felt no interest in women. Indeed, even the allure of the system itself failed to captivate him. Is it amusing? Once Yu Hongling departed, the system ceased its pretense. Ding ding ding, it is indeed amusing. Exceedingly so. Shall I join you in your amusement? Ding, you are merely daydreaming. Sheng Shitong's essence transformed into a stream of light, merging with Lu Yi's being. Lu Yi. A throbbing headache. Previously, this wretched system had proclaimed its desire to become a woman, which he had firmly rejected, yet it transformed nonetheless. So, is this simply a rejection born of solitude? The system is indifferent to gender. In its previous life during tribulation, it manifested in the guise of the ancient Heavenly Sovereign. This was due to the system's reliance on the time path of the ancient Heavenly Sovereign, rendering it too lazy to adopt another form. Are you planning to seek out Sun Ruowei for amusement once you become human? Lu Yi inquired. Ding, of course. We are kindred spirits. Lu Yi could only chuckle in disbelief. Should the system transform into a man, it would surely have no trouble captivating Sun Ruowei. Please, quiet down for a while. I wish to cultivate in peace. Do not bring me any more nuisances. Ding, humph. Lu Yi took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and sought to suppress the anguish within. The desire to cultivate clashed with the turmoil of his heart. Now that you have become human, shall you not choose a name for yourself? Lu Yi asked. Ding, I have already decided. You can name yourself? Ding, this system is unparalleled in wisdom. Naming is a trivial task. Henceforth, my name shall be Sheng Shitong. Lu Yi, that name is rather unappealing, as your master. I believe I can bestow upon you a more melodious name. Ding, is it unpleasing? Then try to name me something better. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. How about Goshido? What do you think? Ding, dog host, dog host, dog host. Ding 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 ding. After scolding the wretched system, Lu Yi finally found clarity. He resumed his cultivation. In the northwest of the great wilderness, the cataclysmic battle had concluded. The coalition of alien tribes had indeed proven formidable, annihilating the 9 Li Celestial Dynasty, the Supreme Divine Dynasty, and the Mountain River Pagoda sect in one fell swoop. The Yin-Yang Law sect trembled uncontrollably. Had they not been located in the northwest, they too would likely have met the same fate. What did you say? The Demon Emperor's eyes, resembling bronze bells, fixated on Danqing Shangren. Behind him, the black flag billowed ominously. During this period, the flag seemed to grow even more terrifying, with countless souls flickering within the black mist, each one contorted in agony. The souls that once existed were predominantly demonic, but now, a significant number of human souls had also emerged. Our Mountain River Pagoda sect is now devoid of any innate spiritual treasures. The face of the Master Danqing is etched with bitterness. At this moment, it can be said that the Mountain River Pagoda sect is experiencing its most destitute period since its establishment. The Mountain River Pagoda, which possesses little substantial efficacy yet embodies beauty, has vanished entirely. What more remains? Boom. The Demon Emperor struck swiftly, delivering a crushing blow to Master Danqing, who was sent flying, blood spewing forth. I shall grant you another chance. Now, answer me. Where are the treasures of the Mountain River Pagoda sect? The Demon Emperor seethed through gritted teeth. Having already surrendered, how audacious to still deceive oneself. Who bestowed this audacity upon him? Master Danqing felt no anger. Instead, he was engulfed by a sense of sorrow. In his final moments, he wagered and lost, initially hoping to eliminate Shangguan Huanling and then self-destruct, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. However, Shangguan Huanling had escaped, and at this juncture, he had lost the courage to self-destruct. How pitiable, how lamentable. Deceived by a single individual, Master Danqing spoke with a calm demeanor. The expression of the Demon Emperor grew increasingly sinister. Deceived? All was taken. Everything, not just the treasures of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, but also those of the Supreme Divine Dynasty, all taken by one person. You seek to enter my 10,000 souls banner, do you? With another punch, Master Danqing was sent reeling once more, his vitality waning. A resigned smile graced his lips. Perhaps entering the 10,000 souls banner would offer a fitting conclusion. He truly could not fathom how he could face the ancestors of his sect upon traversing the path of reincarnation. By entering the 10,000 souls banner, at the very least, he could avoid reincarnation and the accompanying burdens. Despite his apparent fury, the Demon Emperor possessed a meticulous nature, observing Master Danqing with keen scrutiny. It seemed the old fellow had spoken no falsehoods. But how could that be? Regardless, he was the sect leader of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. His intellect must be intact. Was it conceivable that all treasures were taken by a single individual? Who possesses such advanced deceit? Speak. What truly transpired? The Demon Emperor's menacing demeanor softened, his eyes narrowing in a manner that sent chills down one's spine. Master Danqing's expression shifted. Very well, since you wish to hear. I shall recount the events. Given Shangguan Huanling's escape techniques, she is surely beyond your grasp. Let others pursue her. As long as she endures suffering, I shall have my vengeance. It is as follows. Shangguan Hongtian has a daughter named Shangguan Huanling, who claims to be the reincarnation of a great emperor. She demonstrated an exceedingly formidable technique to us. By devouring the essence of treasures, one can significantly enhance their power. Known as the Essence Devouring Scripture, she possesses a secret method that allows her to elevate her realm instantaneously. She is aware of everything, from the secrets of the past to the events of the future, with absolute clarity, which is why we placed our trust in her under such dire circumstances. Indeed, the knowledge of the past and future is woven by the Master of Danqing. For such utterances render him not particularly foolish and lend credence to the words spoken by Shangguan Huanling. The matters at hand were meticulously recounted by the Master of Danqing. 8 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. A strange light glinted in the eyes of the heavenly Demon Emperor. Could it be that the great emperor has been reborn? He resolved to inquire further with Shangguan Hongtian. At that moment, Shangguan Hongtian was in a daze, imprisoned within the celestial dungeon. He had never imagined that one day he would find himself confined in the very dungeon of the Supreme Empire. Is your daughter the reincarnation of the Great Emperor? The Heavenly Demon Emperor inquired. Shangwan Hongtian suddenly lifted his head. Without uttering a word, he lowered it once more. Ha ha ha, how utterly tragic you are. Deceived so grievously by your own flesh and blood, it is truly lamentable. Shangwan Hongtian clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. As her father, you should know your daughter best. Do you believe that the matter of her being the Great Emperor reincarnated is true or false? At last, Shangwan Hongtian made his decision. Do you wish to know? The Heavenly Demon Emperor seized Shangwan Hongtian by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Do you still consider yourself the sovereign of the Supreme Empire? Speak the truth. An overwhelming malice enveloped Shangwan Hongtian's entire being. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Shangwan Huanling, this is all your fault. I can ascertain Shangwan Huanling's location through the Supreme Imperial Seal. Chapter 113, The Severity of the Situation. Third update. The Supreme God Seal has been consumed by Shangwan Huanling. It is an innate spiritual treasure, a royal bloodline technique, imprinted within the veins of royalty. Should anyone slay a member of the royal bloodline, the Supreme God Seal would transfer to them. Although there have been unforeseen circumstances, such as the demise of his two sons on the ancient battlefield of heroes, no mark has fallen upon others. The Demon Emperor chuckled. The rebirth of the Great Emperor, whether genuine or not, must be witnessed. If it were true, it could potentially bestow upon him immense advantages. Where might she be? Shangwan Hongtian began to sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes. The Dao sect. The Demon Emperor murmured, the Dao sect. The next target for the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor seems to be the Dao sect. It was a disciple of the Dao sect, Lu Yi, ranked first on the ancient heroes list, who had decimated numerous prodigies of the demon clan. Lu Yi had become a profound source of concern for the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor. In truth, there had been a dispute between the Demon Emperor and the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor regarding their next course of action. The Demon Emperor desired to attack the Central State Dynasty, as it was the most densely populated area of the human race. Should he conquer this place, he could scarcely imagine the delight his 10,000 souls banner would bring him. However, given the presence of the suspected reborn Great Emperor, Shangwan Huanling, within the Dao sect, he was no longer fixated on assaulting the Central State Dynasty. There was no need to inform the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor about the rebirth of the Great Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, the Demon Emperor departed from the prison and retrieved a communication stone. 10,000 spirits, you may advance on the Dao sect. I grant my consent. Ha ha ha, you finally see it my way. Let us gather the army and cleanse the Dao sect thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Zhuke spread its wings and soared towards the Dao sect. At the Dao sect, on Bailon Peak, Yu Hongling moved with great speed, crashing into Bai Qiulan's Dao courtyard. Within the courtyard, Shangwan Huanling was meticulously examining her current cultivation state. The invincible Dao cannot be traversed, fortunately. She had yet to break through to the tribulation crossing stage. She pondered whether there were alternative paths available to her. Sun Ruowei was assessing Bai Qiulan's condition, delving deeply into her current state. Master, senior brother has brought another woman, one we do not recognize. Yu Hongling exclaimed, her eyes filled with urgency and sorrow. Bai Qiulan's arm trembled violently. Shangwan Huanling instantaneously opened her eyes. Sun Ruowei silently withdrew, making no sound, hiding behind a tree. You all say? When I am not present, I hear nothing. Not only has he found another woman, but also in our previous life. Hongling, Bai Qiulan shouted sharply. Sun Ruowei's ears perked up, more attuned than an antenna. Yu Hongling hesitated in her speech. In an instant, Bai Qiulan charged towards Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan, if you cast me out again, I shall wage a bloody battle against you. Sun Ruowei exclaimed hoarsely. Yet, she ultimately proved no match for Bai Qiulan, who seized her and unceremoniously hurled her away. Ah, Bai Qiulan, I shall not share the same sky with you. From this day forth, our bond is severed. Bai Qiulan, I beseech you, allow me to hear it. I swear I shall not speak of it to another soul. I implore you, permit me just this once. With a wave of her hand, Bai Qiulan instantly immobilized Sun Ruowei. It was not an ice sculpture akin to that of a fearsome sword cultivator, but rather a binding of her essence. The barrier then activated. Sun Ruowei's eyes blinked rapidly, her gaze darting, a single tear trickled down her cheek, only to be swiftly encased in ice. Bai Qilan, I loathe you. The barrier sealed shut. Bai Qilan immediately turned her gaze towards Yu Hongling. What is happening? How could this be? Panic surged through her, a disquiet she did not even recognize herself. Master, brother has found a new woman. He has utterly forsaken us. Bai Qilan's complexion turned ashen. Shangguan Huanling's heart raced, nearly choking her. Wait, that cannot be right. Given Lu Ye's notoriously fickle nature, it is only natural for him to pursue another woman. It is no great matter. Yu Hongling merely enjoys making a fuss, a tempest over trivialities. Indeed, it is hardly surprising that Lu Yi, ever the libertine, would seek solace elsewhere, and if he manages to contain himself, that would be the true anomaly. Yu Hongling, have you not grown accustomed to this? Remain composed, Shangguan Huanling remarked. Neither paid her any heed. What is truly transpiring? Please elaborate. Bai Qilan's expression turned grave. Today, I heard news of my brother's return and sought him out. Initially, when I knocked on his door, no one responded, and I sensed no anomaly. Just as I prepared to leave, the door unexpectedly swung open. A woman appeared, a strikingly beautiful woman, the likes of whom I had never encountered even in my past life. Her beauty left me utterly astonished. Bai Qilan's countenance grew more serious. But master, do you know what this enchanting woman said as her first words to me? Yu Hongling recalled that moment, tears streaming down her face in front of Bai Qilan. What did she say? Bai Qilan sensed the profound psychological impact that had befallen Yu Hongling. She introduced herself as Shen Shidong and inquired if I was Yu Hongling, one of Lu Ye's 8 ex-wives. Master, brother has divulged the events of our previous lives to her. She knows everything. He trusts her. He trusts her to such an extent. Yu Hongling cried. Bai Qilan's expression shifted dramatically, her pallor deepening. She felt her heart racing uncontrollably, a tormenting pain tearing through her chest, rendering her breathless. How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Yi is a person of profound emotional depth, yet she has suffered the betrayal of 8 women simultaneously. It is highly probable that she will never again place her faith in love. In such a brief span of time, how could Lu Yi possibly find another woman, let alone disclose the events of her past life to her? The reversal of time is indeed a monumental occurrence. It pertains not only to their personal cultivation, but also to the future trajectory of the world. The origins of various terrifying wars and the means employed by formidable beings are at stake. The locations of numerous treasures and the methods to acquire them abound. There is simply too much at hand. What significance does this hold? I have also revealed that I am the reincarnation of a great emperor. Yu Hongling, your tears are quite unbecoming. It is entirely unwarranted. Shangguan Huanling remarked nonchalantly. Silence. Bai Qilan could not help but admonish Shangguan Huanling sharply. Previously, Shangguan Huanling had remained unfazed by the deluge of information, but now, upon receiving Bai Qilan's reprimand, she was taken aback. Bai Qilan had always embodied the role of an elder sister, gentle, virtuous, and cultured. Yet now, she was admonishing her so sternly. To tell her to be quiet? In that moment, Shangguan Huanling began to vaguely grasp the gravity of the situation. Chapter 114. Then it's no big deal, Part 4. Bai Qilan's chest heaved violently. After reprimanding Shangguan Huanling, she turned her gaze towards Yu Hongling, scarcely able to temper her emotions. And then, she uttered, For my senior brother to forgive us implies he no longer loves us. It is through his refusal to forgive that his love is evident. She compelled me to choose, to embrace forgiveness devoid of love, or to love without granting forgiveness. Forgiveness signifies release, letting go of past affections. As long as love endures, the pain wrought by betrayal from a beloved will never dissipate. Which path to take? Bai Qilan felt certain she would opt for the former. To be forgiven would mean discarding an inappropriate love. However, when it truly came time to make a choice, the anguish rendered her indecisive. Neither option seemed to lead to the answer she yearned for. In my fury, I acted against this woman, but do you know what transpired? The mere mention of this incident ignited Yu Hongling's ire, causing it to surge uncontrollably. She felt as if flames were about to burst from her very crown. Were she an ordinary person, such rage might have induced a heart failure. What did you do? Shangguan Huanling inquired weakly. I attacked her. Yet my strikes felt as though they were landing upon cotton, completely thwarted by her. To my astonishment, she shamelessly pretended to be sent flying, directly diving into my senior brother's embrace. I could scream. Yu Hongling recalled this incident, and her anger intensified. even causing blood to seep from her nostrils. Such a phenomenon would be deemed impossible for a practitioner, yet it manifested in Yu Hongling. Shangguan Huanling could not help but gasp in astonishment. You were that incensed? It seems the matter is indeed rather grave. Furthermore, when my senior brother witnessed me forcing that woman back, she had yet to utter a word. And he astonishingly unleashed the Celestial Emperor's fist. That is the Celestial Emperor's fist. Most crucially, that woman had the audacity to plead on my behalf, claiming it was all the sister's fault. It drives me mad. Yu Hongling's voice brimmed with profound indignation. Bai Qiulan's chest rose and fell even more dramatically. Though she was not present, the vividness of Yu Hongling's narrative ignited a tumultuous wave of rage within her. Master, how could she be so duplicitous? How could my senior brother possibly be enamored with such a duplicitous woman? Shangguan Huanling fell into silence. She was not entirely naive. She had once overheard her mother utter a particular phrase. Thus, she spoke it aloud. Sometimes, what women perceive as duplicitousness is seen by men as the tender, considerate demeanor of a good sister. Could you please be quiet? I implore you, just stop speaking and cease provoking me. Yu Hongling practically begged Shangguan Huanling. Shangguan Huanling. Under ordinary circumstances, if Yu Hongling were to plead with her like this, she would surely be filled with pride. However, at this moment, she felt an unexpected pang of empathy. Bai Qiulan took a deep breath, striving to quell the flames of her inner turmoil, even invoking the power of the moon to calm her emotions. Hongling, do not be angry. Perhaps she is deliberately trying to provoke you, Bai Qiulan consoled. Yu Hongling was in distress. Master, I understand she is intentionally aggravating me, but I truly cannot contain myself. Among the 8 of us, there are foolish and stubborn ones. Yet none have ever exhibited such duplicitous behavior. How could she be so insidiously charming? Calm yourself. I shall speak with Lu Yi, Bai Qiulan declared. No, master. You must not go. It could be detrimental to your health. Fear not. That will not happen. Though Bai Qiulan felt uncertain, she could not refrain from going, for she wished to witness the extraordinary woman who could stand by Lu Ye's side at this moment. What made her worthy of replacing them? No, Shangguan Huanling. You shall go. Due to their mutual animosity, Shangguan Huanling typically referred to Yu Hongling by her name, and Yu Hongling reciprocated the same. Lu Yi will surely be furious with me. Shangguan Huanling quickly shook her head. The last time at the ancient battlefield, Lu Yi had attacked her mercilessly upon their first encounter, and her swift escape had saved her. Now, to face Lu Yi again, she dared not. What do you fear? Lu Yi will not harm you at the Dao sect, Yu Hongling retorted in anger. Shangguan Huanling hesitated. I am not entirely convinced. Consider this. You are currently in the harmonious path realm, having integrated a sliver of the unparalleled Dao. Your future prospects are at stake. Do not even mention returning to the Emperor realm. Surviving the tribulations of the Tribulation realm would be impossible. My senior brother possesses profound insights into the Dao. In your previous life, the failure to alter the Dao was due to your elevated realm. Now that you are in the harmonious path realm, it is the perfect time to effect a change. Yu Hongling could not bear to let her master take risks, so she decided to send the foolish Shangguan Huanling instead. Shangguan Huanling indeed felt a flicker of temptation. If Lu Yi were to assist her, perhaps she could truly reforge her Dao, creating a more formidable path. The concept of the unparalleled Dao no longer held the same supremacy in Shangguan Huanling's heart. The Dao was not merely about what suited her, rather, it was about which path she deemed impressive when she reached the harmonious path. Oh well, I possess the heavenly demon blood escape. If all else fails, I can flee. Indeed, the possibility of escape is there, Yu Hongling nodded. Then I shall go. Go. Bai Qiulan seemed to wish to say something further, yet ultimately held her tongue. Shangguan Huanling departed. Yu Hongling could no longer maintain her composure, embracing Bai Qiulan and burying her head against her chest, weeping softly. Alas, master, it seems my senior brother may abandon us. White Qiulan gazed vacantly into the distance, her mind adrift in uncertainty. Meanwhile, Shangguan Huanling arrived at Lu Ye's dwelling, a place she knew well, having spent some time there in the past. Back then, the courtyard was alive with activity, as Chu Ling practiced her swordsmanship, and Yu Hongling engaged in her martial arts. A small red bird perched on a branch, playfully breathing fire. Memories of those vibrant days flooded Shangguan Huanling's mind. Yet now, the courtyard lay desolate, overgrown with weeds, as if it had not been tended to for ages. Indeed, with Chu Ling gone, who would care for this space? Yu Hongling? Don't be absurd. She wouldn't lift a single blade of grass, even as the courtyard transformed into a wilderness, prepared to activate her blood escape technique at any moment. Shangguan Huanling approached and knocked on Lu Ye's door. Lu Yi was deep in meditation. Above him, the ethereal figure of Shinshi Tong materialized, though merely as a wisp of mist, lacking any solid form. Shinshi Tong, curious, glanced over. Come, let me see who has arrived. Let us engage in battle. Upon recognizing Shangguan Huanling, he relaxed. Then it is of no concern. Chapter 115. Only as the Master, Part 5. Indeed, all is well. Shin Shitong returned to the body of Lu Yi, transforming into an impeccably dedicated system. As for Shangguan Huanling, the system truly wished to avoid interaction, fearing that this entity might diminish her intelligence. After much effort to become astute, she had no desire to regress. Shangguan Huanling knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It seems no one is home. She exhaled in relief. Absence was fortuitous, allowing her to return. Shangguan Huanling made her way back. What are you all discussing inside? Sun Ruwei had stealthily followed, only to witness Shangguan Huanling knocking at Lu Ye's door, which remained unanswered. Initially anticipating a significant revelation, she was met instead with solitude. Unable to contain herself, she poked her head out and intercepted Shangguan Huanling with a barrage of questions. Yu Hongling mentioned that Lu Yi had found an exceptionally beautiful woman, prompting me to see what she was like. Does Yu Hongling harbor feelings for Lu Yi? Does Bai Qiulan also have affections for him? Do you share those feelings as well? Why do all of you like Lu Yi? What is his status? A relentless series of inquiries ensued, revealing Sun Ruowei's overwhelming curiosity. Indeed, we all once held affection for Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan emerged with a sullen expression, casting a helpless glance at Sun Ruowei. Perhaps you should indulge in fewer rumors. It would yield you a greater amount of joy. Sun Ruowei gritted her teeth. Without these rumors, I would perish. Bai Qiulan. She pulled Shangguan Huanling into the barrier. Sun Ruowei found herself scratching her head, pacing back and forth. How irritating. So, did you meet that woman? Bai Qiulan inquired impatiently. No. Did no one attend to you? Shangguan Huanling was perplexed. Perhaps they were simply absent. I shall investigate. Bai Qiulan could no longer restrain herself and headed towards Lu Ye's residence. As Sun Ruowei made a slight movement, a layer of frost instantly encased her. Internally seething, she vowed, Bai Qiulan, I shall not rest until I avenge this. Once I uncover the entire truth, if I do not mock you to oblivion, I shall not be Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan arrived at the door. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she knocked. The door swung open, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage before Bai Qiulan. Though Yu Hongling had portrayed Shin Shitong as exceptionally lovely, the reality of the moment evoked an indescribable awe. Even with her preparation, is there truly such perfection in this world? Shin Shitong appraised Bai Qiulan from head to toe, her gaze lingering upon Bai Qiulan's chest, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. I have met the master. I am Shin Shitong. Shin Shitong offered a gentle bow, embodying the respect of a disciple. Bai Qiulan furrowed her brow, sidestepping to evade this display of reverence. I am not your master, nor are you my disciple. There is no need for such formalities. Bai Qiulan stated earnestly. Shin Shitong offered a gentle smile in response. Master is jesting. As a disciple, I am now by my brother's side, and our affections are mutual. Surely, I shall become his partner in the future. As the saying goes, when marrying a chicken, one follows the chicken. When marrying a dog, one follows the dog. Since you are my brother's master, you should also be considered my master. Thus you can graciously accept this gesture. But you are not Lu Ye's partner. Bai Qiulan replied with a serious countenance. Shin Shitong's expression turned peculiar. Master, why do I not comprehend your words? In the vast expanse of the heavens, there are countless masters and disciples. I have yet to hear of a master interfering in their disciple's search for a partner. Do you not feel, master, that your possessiveness over your disciple is rather excessive? Bai Qiulan raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with indignation. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. As your master, why should I not concern myself with my disciple's pursuit of a partner? Indeed, master, I shall heed your teachings. By the way, it will not be long before I partake in the ceremony of becoming my brother's partner, and I hope to trouble you to serve as the witness. Do you not understand my words? I mean to say, you are not Lu Ye's partner. Master, my affection for my brother is genuine. I declare my disapproval. Shin Shitong blinked innocently. If master disapproves, you must articulate your reasons, for I assure you, I shall amend my ways. Why do you object? Bai Qiulan scrutinized Shin Shitong, searching for any flaws. Yet, the longer she looked, the more astonished she became. Flaws? Where could they possibly lie? How could such a perfect woman exist in this world? What is your background? Bai Qiulan inquired. I am the daughter of the sect leader of the Xiandao sect, with a lineage of impeccable standing. The Xiandao sect? Indeed, it is a prestigious sect, second only to the 5 major sects, and holds a first-rate status in the great wilderness. She had heard whispers of the sect leader's beloved daughter. Cherished as if she were a treasure, rarely allowed to venture out for fear of being whisked away by a wandering rogue. Your lineage is impeccable. What is your strength? Bai Qiulan asked. In response to Master, I have just entered the harmonization realm, and though I cannot compare to your 7-fold mastery, Lu Yi has also recently entered this realm, so our levels are similar. Bai Qiulan sensed the aura of the harmonization realm emanating from Shin Shitong. With a pure lineage and comparable strength, where else could she find fault? Master, my union with your disciple is truly fated. If you insist on opposing it, could it be that there is some hidden reason? Bai Qiulan gritted her teeth, her expression stern. If my disciple has found a suitable match, you should rejoice rather than obstruct. The relationship between master and disciple is one of mutual respect. If you cannot find any flaws in Shitong, I kindly ask you to bless our union. Blessings. The bond between master and disciple must not be neglected. I implore you, esteemed master, to recognize your role and embody the essence of a master, solely as a master. Bai Qiulan took a step back. These words struck her heart like a sledgehammer. To be merely a master. Indeed, Yu Hongling could still confront this woman as a rival in love, engaging her in battle. Yet, what standing did she possess now before this woman? At present, she held only the identity of a master. Gone were the days of being a grand matron, capable of influencing Lu Ye's choice of a companion. To be a master, nothing more than a master. Was this not her heart's deepest desire? Yet now, with Shin Shitong's insistence on the title of master, it seemed she was being irrevocably bound to this role. If you wish to be solely a master, then indulge in that. Beyond the title of master, cast aside all other thoughts. Shin Shitong, in her presence, was not the same as when she faced Yu Hongling, where her aggression was palpable. Instead, she was employing the path of master and disciple, methodically severing the bond between her and Lu Yi with a slow, painful precision, sealing their fates. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the great bell tolled. The allied forces of the other races were approaching. All the formidable warriors of the Grand Dao sect prepared for battle. It was at this instant that Lu Yi opened his eyes, filled with profound anguish. The moment they had awaited had finally arrived. Chapter 116. The Host's Folly, Part 1. Lu Yi cast a glance at Bai Qiulan, who appeared lost in despair, and then at Shin Shitong, whose expression was imbued with reverence. You entertain yourself. I must embark on a path of slaughter. With that, Lu Ye's figure vanished. Wait. As partners in life, I shall accompany you, Shin Shitong exclaimed, transforming into a streak of light that surged into Lu Ye's being. This left Bai Qiulan alone at the scene. Indeed, she was Lu Ye's mentor, and her duty was to uphold the responsibilities of a teacher. Beyond that, she had no authority to intervene. Shin Shitong, who emerged from the unknown, treated her with the decorum befitting a mentor, which was undoubtedly appropriate. Rather, it was courteous and composed. She should take solace in the fact that Lu Yi had found a companion like Shin Shitong, rather than someone like the treacherous Yu Hongling, who constantly attempted to drag her down. Yet, why did she feel such profound discomfort? Was it not said that everything was to return to its rightful course? Bai Qiulan departed, lost in her thoughts. Perhaps she herself was reluctant to admit it. She yearned to impose the weight of moral obligations upon Lu Yi, wishing to instill a sense of indebtedness within him. As the saying goes, the essence of love is often accompanied by a lingering sense of obligation. However, true love is characterized by both parties striving to ensure that the other does not feel indebted. Now, Shin Shitong had thrust the burden of moral obligations upon her as well. Did she not wish for Lu Yi to harbor any inappropriate thoughts toward her? How laughable! From the moment they betrayed Lu Yi, how could he possibly entertain any such notions? That would be nothing short of absurd. Lu Yi could accept a woman's caprices, her obstinacy, her temper, for he was starved of affection. He did not understand that love should be a source of unparalleled happiness for both individuals involved. Love is not merely about tolerance. At present, Lu Yi held no improper thoughts toward his mentor and sincerely hoped she would harbor none for him either. The weight of moral obligations loomed large. The principles of heaven and earth prevailed. Suddenly, Bai Qiulan coughed up a mouthful of blood, which instantaneously transformed into frost. The poison of the chaotic Taiyin erupted once more. Lu Yi arrived at the peak of Great Dao. Within, not only were the disciples of the Great Dao sect present, but also members of the Taishang Sword sect, the Central State dynasty, and even those from the Tribulation sect. The Yinyang Law sect, however, had still not sent anyone. Their long-standing enmity with the Great Dao sect prevented them from coming uninvited, especially in the absence of the Wangu sect's leadership. Were the Wangu sect to take the lead, there would be no argument. The various human sects would unite against the foreign coalition, creating a tale to be recounted for millennia. But without the Wangu sect at the helm? What right did the Great Dao sect have to claim leadership, given their limited strength? Lu Yi arrived. Lu Yi, quickly. Do you recognize the divine beast Zhuke? Lu Changfeng inquired. Zhuke? Indeed, everyone knows Zhuke is a divine beast, yet it amusingly considers itself part of the demon race, and has even taken on the title of Zhuke Demon Emperor. Has she arrived? Lu Yi did not respond to whether he recognized her. Instead, he focused on observing the purpose of the vermilion bird's presence. It was not so much a visit as it was a lingering around the Great Dao sect, informing us of her acquaintance with you and delivering the alarming news that the alien army had departed from the Supreme Deity dynasty, swiftly approaching the Great Dao sect. There is a 70% chance that this news is true, so prepare for battle. I shall venture outside to ascertain the intentions of this vermilion bird. I will have 2 ancestors accompany you. No need. A mere feeble vermilion bird poses no threat to me. Why does Lu Yi wish to meet the vermilion bird? On one hand, he recalls sensing the aura of the myriad spirits Demon Emperor on her during their last encounter at the ancient battlefield of the heroes. Although the aura was faint, in his previous life, Lu Yi had eliminated numerous beings parasitized by the myriad spirits Demon Emperor, and even in the throes of slaughter. He had perceived it. Could the vermilion bird be a host for the myriad spirits Demon Emperor? On the other hand, a clamor arose. Take me to see the vermilion bird. Quickly, take me to see her. I shall engage her in battle. Host, 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 good host, handsome host. Indeed, the situation is as such. The canine system, having just taken form, is at the peak of its combat prowess. She aims to unleash a formidable attack on the vermilion bird. To be honest, the system is the sole witness to all that transpired in Lu Ye's previous life. She is aware of every action and thought he had, albeit in her former state as an inept system. Later, she merged with the Heavenly Dao and became devoid of emotion, rendering her incapable of devising strategies for her host. From the system's perspective, her host is a fool, wholeheartedly kind to others, unable to bear the slightest pain inflicted upon them. The Chuling's Chu sword manner was obliterated by the master of the sharp sword. Though you cannot contend with him, you merely observe from afar, pointing out to her the individuals from Chu sword manner, revealing that this Chu Songxing intends to forge swords with you, while the heir, Chu Shifei, wishes to possess you. And your adoptive parents desire you to become the material for sword forging in place of their son. Your biological parents were slain by this very family. Just say it. Does it matter to you whether Chu Ling harbors an illusory love? Truly. And then there is Yu Hongling. If she loves Feng Wuxia, let her go to the silent forest. At the brink of death, you swoop in as the hero to rescue her. She may learn the truth, and you return with a beauty in your arms. As for the possibility of Yu Hongling's demise, if she dies, it is her own doing. You have offered your counsel, attempted to intervene, and her death cannot be blamed on anyone else. Who knows, perhaps in her final moments, she might even express gratitude towards us. The one thing the host is least adept at is respecting the destinies of others. Let go of the compulsion to help. Yet, this is the true essence of the host. For the sake of misguided love, exerting every effort, both foolish and admirable. Lu Yi, of course, remains oblivious to the system's myriad thoughts. He genuinely harbors a desire to ascertain whether the vermilion bird has been parasitized. Alas, it seems he has unwittingly succumbed to the influence of the canine system. Whether the vermilion bird is parasitized is of no concern to him. Whether she has been parasitized or not. Ding. The unparalleled, extraordinary host. Lu Yi, exercise caution. Should any danger arise, Return to the sect at once. Understood. Lu Ye's figure vanished. The protective array of the sect opened a fissure, and Lu Ye swiftly exited. His consciousness spread expansively in all directions. Soon, he pinpointed the location of Zhu Quebec Ding. Allow me to take charge. Lu Ye had been engrossed in his cultivation, oblivious to how the system dealt with these women. Now, having sensed Zhu Ke, he confirmed that she had indeed been parasitized. Although it was not a complete parasitism, the aura of parasitism lingered. Multicolored light enveloped the area as the system transformed into Shun Shi Tong, soaring toward Zhu Quebec. Her garments rapidly became tattered, blood marred her face and her countenance. Though weary and sorrowful, could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. She murmured, "Lu Yi, brother Lu Yi," as she flew directly towards Zhu Quebec. Chapter 117, A Sacrifice of One, Part 2. Lu Yi, what a troublesome system this is. What peculiarities is she conjuring now? At this moment, Zhu Ke is in a state of uncertainty. She is utterly bewildered. The foreign entities have invaded the vast wilderness, and through the eyes of the demon emperor of all spirits, she has witnessed far too much cruelty. Although she is a demon, she cannot accept it. In truth, she is not merely a demon. She belongs to the divine beasts. Yet her bloodline has been sealed since childhood, raised instead by demons. Does Lu Yi possess a method to expel the parasitic celestial demon? It is highly unlikely. If he could, he would not have struggled so much while battling the parasitic celestial demon on the seventh heaven. However, at that time, Lu Yi had not yet ascended to the status of an emperor or celestial sovereign. Now that he has achieved such heights, perhaps there exists a solution. She contemplates how she should confront Lu Yi now. Lu Yi, brother Lu Yi. The sound of her sobbing resonates in Zhu Que's ears. Zhu Ke, Lu Yi. Brother? Surely, he cannot be alone. Soon, she sees a tattered woman flying toward her, accompanied by a scent of blood. A broken infant stage? Zhu Ke does not evade her form, and as the woman draws closer, a sudden jolt strikes her heart upon seeing her face. This woman is breathtakingly beautiful. Even the grime and disarray cannot conceal her exquisite features, which only enhance her pitiable charm. Such a stunning woman calling out to Lu Yi must indeed be the true Lu Yi. In Zhu Que's subconscious, it is entirely reasonable for such a woman to know Lu Yi. The demon clan, Shen Shitong, upon seeing Zhu Ke, first displays a deep terror in her eyes, which then turn a furious red. She shouts, "Demon, return my family's life." Shen Shitong charges toward Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke, now at the refining void stage, easily subdues Shen Shitong's attack. "Return my family's life, demon. Accursed demon, my family, my village, my nation have all been slaughtered by your kind. How can you be so cruel? Do you demons not fear retribution?" Zhu Ke, through the perspective of the demon emperor of all spirits, she has naturally witnessed countless slaughters. Now, the victim stands before her. "Do you know Lu Yi?" Zhu Ke inquires. "Of course, I know brother Lu Yi. I have come to find him to have all demons eradicated, completely wiped out." Zhu Ke, there exist both good and evil demons. If you seek vengeance, why not pursue those demons who harmed your kin, rather than indiscriminately seek to annihilate all demons? As the saying goes, grievances have their origins, and debts have their creditors. My kin has grievances with whom? With whom do we owe debts? Why were we slaughtered without cause? Shen Shitong retorts sternly. Zhu Ke falls silent. Lu Yi, my elder brother, adores me profoundly and possesses formidable strength. Should he learn of my plight, he would undoubtedly eradicate the demons, ensuring their extinction. Do not feign compassion. The vendetta against my kin is irreconcilable. Are you not a demon as well? Your involvement in the demise of my loved ones is undeniable. Mark my words. As long as I draw breath, I shall compel Lu Yi to annihilate every last demon, leaving not a single one alive. In the distance, Lu Yi gazed at the system, astonished by its desperate demeanor. How remarkable! This wretched system possesses a flair for theatrics? What is the source of Zhu Ke's anguish? It lies in her inherent goodness, or perhaps it is more accurate to label it as her saintly disposition. In her previous life, Lu Yi had taken countless lives, particularly when he first shocked Zhu Ke by vanquishing the sovereign of all spirits, decimating the entire demon race. The number of demons that perished beneath his stone blade was staggering. It was then that the seeds of discontent took root in Zhu Ke. She could not fathom why Lu Yi felt compelled to slay so many beings, many of whom were innocent and undeserving of death. The more Lu Yi killed, The greater Zhu Kei's dissatisfaction grew, ultimately leading her to take action against him. She had never anticipated that they would be granted a second chance at life. Upon her rebirth, she resolved to diligently cultivate her skills, vowing to personally slay the sovereign of all spirits to safeguard the tranquility of the demon race. Coexistence between humans and demons would be an ideal outcome. However, before she could mature, the sovereign had already confronted Lu Yi, igniting the flames of war prematurely. The ensuing conflict was devastating. In her previous life, the human and alien coalition had fought with equal fervor for an extended period, only achieving victory once Lu Yi had fully risen to power. The price of humanity's triumph was, of course, the annihilation of the alien race. In this life, the alien coalition advanced relentlessly, obliterating 3 prominent human factions in one fell swoop, turning the human realm into a veritable hell. You must not seek Lu Yi. Zhu Kei sought to prevent the conflict from escalating beyond control. If this individual were Lu Yi's new love interest, given his exceptional kindness towards women, he would undoubtedly show no mercy towards demons. He would indeed exterminate them, much like this woman intends. No, she would not allow such a fate to unfold. If you possess the capability, then end my life. But as long as I live, I shall ensure that Lu Yi annihilates you all. Shen Shitong began to struggle violently. Zhu Kei flapped her wings, reinforcing the seals upon Shen Shitong's body with her power. Ah, what a splendid notion. There are indeed good and evil demons. In this moment, what do your actions signify? Are you a benevolent demon or a malevolent one? Shen Shitong's laughter echoed, sharp and mournful. Zhu Kei's expression momentarily faltered. I merely wish to prevent matters from deteriorating further. My current circumstances are already dire beyond imagination. Zhu Kei fell silent. What it truly intends to convey is that you are merely one individual, whereas there exist countless demons and spirits, both good and malevolent. Release me. No, I cannot do that. Why? Why can you not set me free? What have I done wrong? Zhu Kei fell into silence. Ha ha ha, you are all of the same ilk. All of the same ilk. Revenge is futile, dear parents. So many innocent souls, I am deeply sorry. Even in death, I shall not spare you. I will not let you go. Shen Shitong's body began to swell, the energy within her spiraling into madness. Zhu Qiue's expression changed abruptly. Is she truly going to self-destruct? Now, she was left with but 2 choices. First, to release Shen Shitong and allow her to seek retribution. Second, to permit Shen Shitong to self-destruct. Sacrificing her might save countless others. How to decide? Zhu Kei opted for the latter. Boom. Shen Shitong's self-detonation was complete, transforming her into a myriad of luminous particles. Zhu Kei beheld this scene, her gaze filled with resignation. She let out a soft sigh. Do not blame me. I did this to ensure the survival of more beings. Chapter 118. The war commences, 3rd update. A soft chime resonated in Lu Ye's mind, confirming the completion of a task. As he observed the entire process, a gentle smile crept upon his lips, surprised by the impressive acting displayed. Behold, this system is omnipotent, came the reply. What were you just confirming? Lu Yi inquired. I was merely ascertaining whether Zhu Kei embodies genuine compassion or merely the self-righteousness of a so-called savior. It is now clear that she is indeed a self-righteous savior. The system responded. It seems you didn't cause her any distress this time, did you? Lu Yi chuckled. The system had just portrayed a vengeful maiden, coerced by Zhu Kei into self-detonation under the pretext of sacrificing one to save countless others. Because this time, I need not intervene. The system's tone was emphatic. There was no need for verbal confrontation to deal with Zhu Kei. The subsequent events would unveil the truth to her. She would discern the essence of true virtue versus false benevolence. Lu Yi nodded, contemplating this very question. Indeed, he would soon have an answer regarding the authenticity of her goodness. After all, she had been parasitized by the myriad spirits demon emperor. He wondered how Zhu Kei would react if he infused his obsession into the myriad spirits demon emperor's body. A sense of anticipation began to build within him. Lu Yi returned to the Grand Dao sect, entering the Hall of Inquiry. Upon his arrival, he received news confirming his suspicions. As expected, the coalition of the demon, devil, Buddhist, divine, ghost, spirit, and alien races was converging, their malevolent energy surging toward the Grand Dao sect. They had already traversed 5,000 miles and would likely arrive within half an hour. Still no response from the Eternal Sect? None. Lu Changfeng replied, unperturbed. If the Eternal Sect wishes to relinquish its role as the leader of the Great Wilderness, then it is time for a change in leadership after this battle. Convey my orders. All powerhouses, take your positions and prepare for combat. Dark clouds rolled ominously. The terrifying malevolence surged toward the Grand Dao sect from afar. At that moment, Lu Yi was navigating through the protective formation of the sect. Half an hour was ample time for him to implement some simple upgrades to the protective array. After half an hour of modifications, the defensive capabilities of the protective array were significantly enhanced, albeit at the expense of a considerable amount of spirit stones. In this critical moment of life and death, such concerns were trivial. All powerhouses, optimize your conditions to their peak. If the Grand Dao sect were to fall, the entire Great Wilderness would soon lack a force capable of withstanding the coalition's onslaught. Boom. A colossal golden finger, radiating brilliant Buddhist light and crackling with thunder and lightning, descended upon the protective array of the Grand Dao sect. The protective formation erupted with divine radiance, shattering the golden finger into fragments. Kill. Countless roars emanated from the black mist, and in the next moment, an overwhelming number of magical arts transformed into vibrant orbs of light, all surging towards the grand formation of the Dao sect. There were too many. The array of spells was immense. Among them were formidable techniques of great power, capable of obscuring the heavens and annihilating the earth. Within the formation, the formidable warriors of the human race unleashed their own divine abilities in retaliation against the coalition of foreign tribes. The war had scarcely begun, yet it had plunged into a state of utmost ferocity. An uncountable array of spells rendered the heavens and the earth dim, the spiritual energy roiling, and the cosmic order in chaos. The sheer magnitude of this force was enough to terrify the faint-hearted into submission. Lu Yi also began to unleash his divine powers, initiating his assault with the celestial calamity technique. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of thunderous calamity descended from the sky, striking fiercely within the ranks of the coalition. The defensive formations conjured by the foreign tribes shattered. Numerous foes were reduced to ashes. The intensity of this battle exceeded anything witnessed before. The coalition of foreign tribes relentlessly assailed the Dao sect's protective formation, causing it to tremble incessantly, yet it showed no signs of breaking. The coalition remained composed. Despite their losses, they had only suffered the fall of weaker entities. Time passed second by second. The protective formation of the Dao sect proved to be quite formidable. The national defense formation of the Nine Li Celestial Dynasty, under such prolonged bombardment, had begun to show cracks. The 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor, positioned at the rear, spoke calmly, "Allow me to intervene." The Demon King of Heavenly Spirits suddenly brandished the 10,000 Souls banner. In an instant, a tidal wave of inky black mist surged forth, composed of countless souls, emitting a chilling wail as it charged towards the Dao sect's protective formation. Boom. The protective formation quaked violently. 10,000 spirit stones were reduced to powder under this strike, and the disciples of the Dao sect hastily replaced the spirit stones. Thanks to Lu Ye's provision of abundant resources to the Dao sect, while they were not excessively wealthy, they were indeed quite well off. The 10,000 Souls banner of the Demon King is truly the mightiest demonic artifact from the era before the Nine Heavens. Impressive. The 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor laughed heartily. Ba, I too shall test the mettle of the Dao sect. The Buddhist sect had long held a grudge against the Dao sect since their protective formation had been shattered by the Dao bell. A golden nine-ringed monk's staff grew exponentially in the void, a faint chanting echoing as the black mist was bathed in golden light. To be honest, the Buddhist sect felt somewhat out of place among this coalition of foreign tribes, as their light dispelled the malevolent energies. Nonetheless, the time for hesitation had passed. The nine-ringed staff was brought down with great force upon the protective formation. Boom. The staff shattered upon impact, causing the protective formation to tremble once more. Splendid. I shall join as well. The ancient god of the divine race swung a mighty fist, unleashing a surge of overwhelming blood and divine power upon the protective formation. Numerous formidable beings from the foreign tribes followed suit, unleashing their own assaults. The monarch of all spirits and the ancient god king, both at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm, have lived for countless years. Their failure to ascend is attributed to the imperfections of the great Tao within the small world, which renders the process of transcending fraught with deficiencies. Had they possessed no ambition, they could have long since ascended. Yet, The desire to thoroughly harvest the resources of the first heaven leaves them unwilling to depart. Presently, the human race is fragmented. Recently, a new wave of beings in the Great Ascension realm has taken flight, presenting an exceptional opportunity. Joyful, exceedingly joyful. Waves of terrifying attacks relentlessly assail the protective array of the Dao sect. The Dao sect, in turn, continuously unleashes spells, systematically annihilating the coalition forces. Thus, half an hour later, the expression of the monarch of all spirits grew somber, while the heavenly demon monarch clutched his wand of 10,000 souls, veins bulging on his hands. The abbot of the Buddhist sect wore a grim countenance, and the ancient god king's eyes flickered with fury. Why has the protective formation of the Dao sect not yet been breached? The heavenly demon monarch gritted his teeth, stating vehemently, not only has it not been breached, but there is also no indication of such a trend. While they may disregard the deaths of their subordinates, the current toll is undeniably excessive. Chapter 119 Mastery of Numerous Arts Part 4 Master Lu, is it truly the case that the grand defensive formation of your great Dao sect possesses such formidable power? Whose hands crafted this magnificent array? What a terrifying formation, capable of withstanding such relentless assaults. The allied forces of the other races have been utterly confounded. Ha ha ha. If we can endure for another 3 to 5 days, the foreign coalition may very well be annihilated by our might. Everyone was particularly astonished by the performance of this protective formation. When attacking a major sect, the most troublesome aspect is invariably the protective array. These types of formations are characterized by their multitude of foundational points, intricate constructions, and formidable defenses, allowing them to both defend and counterattack. Those within can strike outward, while those outside can only reach the interior if they breach the formation. Lu Changfeng found himself somewhat bewildered. This protective array of the great Dao sect was not unfamiliar to him. He had tested its capacity to endure bombardments and was quite aware of its limits. Why then, was it exhibiting such resilience today? Master Yintian, have you made improvements to this formation? Lu Changfeng inquired of an elderly man with white hair and beard. Master Yintian gently stroked his beard. I merely accompanied Lu Yi on a tour of the protective formation and did not anticipate such significant results. Lu Ye's mastery of arrays is truly extraordinary. What? He can manipulate formations? Exclaimed Taoist Qinghua, his face a picture of disbelief. Could it be that he also possesses alchemical skills? The two exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Lu Yi indeed seemed to possess such talents, and not merely possess them, but excel to a degree that surpassed their own. Lu Changfeng, very well. Previously, when Sun Ruowei instructed him to command Lu Yi to rescue Bai Qilan, he had claimed Lu Yi was inept in all arts. That was not mere pretense. He genuinely believed Lu Yi lacked proficiency in various disciplines, considering how little time Lu Yi had devoted to his cultivation. Thankfully, he did not practice weapon forging. Master Yintian raised an eyebrow. He can concoct pills and set formations. You do not truly believe he is incapable of forging weapons, do you? Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the great Dao sect continued to unleash an array of spells. The foreign coalition was left utterly dazed, particularly the melee fighters among the allied forces. They were sharpening their blades with fervor, yet their weapons were rendered as thin as paper. Why had their turn not yet come? The prolonged siege was a severe blow to morale. They could not comprehend why these formidable beings had yet to breach the formation. After another quarter of an hour of bombardment, at last, cracks began to appear in the array. The morale of the coalition surged. Lu Yi estimated that the formation could hold for at most another half hour. He had secretly shed a significant number of tears. At this moment, he was desperately suppressing his sorrow, for his tendency to weep was seriously undermining his image. He resolved that he could no longer afford to cry. He must persevere. Another quarter of an hour passed. The coalition suffered grievous losses, engaging in close combat, yet they had not even made contact. They had lost at least a quarter of their forces merely attempting to breach this formation. The array now teetered on the brink of collapse. A mere quarter of an hour prior, the coalition believed they glimpsed the dawn. However, as time elapsed, that fleeting light had regrettably transformed into the dusk. Despair began to take root among many. This formidable array, could it be merely a ruse, feigning collapse to lure them into relentless assault and inevitable casualties? Zhuge observed this scene with acute awareness, comprehending that this grand formation had undoubtedly been altered by Lu Yi. The true terror of Lu Yi lay in his unparalleled versatility, be it sorcery, philosophy, martial arts, swordsmanship, alchemy, formations, talismans, or artifacts. There was naught he could not master. Furthermore, his expertise surpassed that of many who had devoted their lives to these disciplines. It was profoundly frightening. Zhu Ke felt a flicker of relief, grateful that she had resolutely compelled the self-destruction of Shen Shitong. Had Shen Shitong approached Lu Yi with her grievances, given his protective nature, it would have been a wonder if he had not annihilated the entire demon race. Alas, Shen Shitong was merely a casualty of misfortune. Zhu Ke harbored an unsettling feeling, yet it was tempered by stark clarity. The death of one versus the demise of millions. She discerned the gravity of each. Another quarter of an hour passed. Lu Yi's eyes began to redden gradually. It was not sorrow that stirred within him, but rather a burgeoning fury, a murderous intent brewing within every fiber of his being. He could no longer contain it. With a resounding roar, the protective grand array of the Dao sect shattered completely. Kill! Boom! Lu Yi's figure had transformed into a streak of lightning, charging forth toward the coalition of alien races. Kill! Countless roars erupted. The brilliance of countless swords flickered. Yet none could match Lu Yi's velocity. He surged toward the endless black formation, shrouded in a blood mist, reminiscent of smoke from a raging inferno. Lu Chongfeng's eyelids twitched. Such ferocity? This was perilous. A sword that slays gods. Lu Yi bellowed. Indeed, it was a technique from Chu Ling's great slaughter sword cannon. The stone sword emitted a resonant hum, sweeping forth with colossal brilliance, colliding fiercely with the coalition forces. Splatter! The blood mist erupted in abundance. The swords that Chu Ling wielded, Lu Yi mastered. Those that Chu Ling did not, he also possessed. Encircle him. The gaze of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor fell upon Lu Yi with chilling intensity, mingled with an unmistakable hint of fear, for when they had contested philosophy, Lu Yi had left him profoundly shaken. Upon receiving the command from the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, in an instant, 7 scattered deities and 5 tribulation transcenders surged toward Lu Yi. Light radiated from beneath Lu Yi's feet, and on the ground, myriad beams of light blossomed like flowers, forming an extraordinarily intricate talisman. He planted a foot firmly within the center of the talisman. Boom! Within 100 miles, all alien beings were instantaneously obliterated by the beams erupting from the earth. Die! Under the overwhelming aura of slaughter, Lu Yi found no further inclination to temper this sorrowful spectacle. Tears streamed from his blood-red eyes. The arrival of a formidable force was imminent. A grand umbrella unfurled above Lu Yi, its radiance enveloping him, only to be shattered by a single sword strike. The celestial fist. At this moment, the world was defined solely by this punch, embodying the essence of existence itself. With that blow, 2 scattered deities were instantly reduced to crimson mist, vanishing entirely from this realm. Clang, clang, clang. A great blade cleaved through the air, one ring after another. Lu Yi, wielding a stone sword, met the onslaught head-on, causing the stone blade to tremble incessantly, while the wielder of the great sword, in the tribulation realm, was forced to relinquish his weapon. A sword arc swept over his head, etching a long scar upon the earth. The expression of the myriad spirits demon emperor shifted dramatically. Lu Yi's rate of ascension and strength was astonishingly swift. Why had he grown so formidable? No, I must eliminate him. The ancient god king, eyes ablaze with excitement and fury, had long harbored a desire to slay Lu Yi, who had ravaged numerous treasures from his divine clan and slain many of their prodigies. With a single step, the ancient god king's form was clad in thick armor, his stature towering, and his aura surged, a terrifying pressure radiating in all directions. The relentless Lu Yi came to a halt, gazing at the ancient god king charging towards him. Come. The 9 transformations of the celestial silkworm. Chapter 120. Frenzied Slaughter. 5th update. Lu Yi possesses an abundance of explosive secret techniques. Whether it be the Battle Heaven 9 steps, the Xiantian 8 transformations, or the Tianyu floating sky, there is truly a plethora. However, amidst the chaos of war, the Tiancan 9 transformations proves to be the most comfortable to employ. For one reason, speed. The method he imparted to Shangwan Huanling, the heavenly demon blood escape, emphasizes swiftness, as does the Tiancan 9 transformations. The heavenly sovereign fist is merely a means of intimidation. Moreover, lacking the Dao, Shangwan Huanling cannot possibly cultivate the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. In this instance, the Tian Can 9 transformations, combined with the Heavenly Sovereign Fist, is flawlessly manifested through Lu Yi. He ingests 4 great pills and, in a remarkably brief span, ascends to the 7th level of the harmonious Dao. Now, under the Tian Can 9 transformations, he reaches the 8th level, the 9th level, the first layer of tribulation, the second layer of tribulation, the third layer of tribulation. With one final surge, he bursts forth to the 4th layer of tribulation. The great Dao flows, and in Lu Yi's eyes, the world vanishes. There exists only him and the ancient divine king. All he requires is one punch, the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. An infinite intention locks onto the ancient divine king. As the ancient divine king charges toward Lu Yi, an unsettling realization strikes him. It is eerily quiet. The world is enveloped in silence. He can hear his own heartbeat, his own breath, the whisper of the wind, and his own annihilation. One punch. Just a single punch. The ancient divine king emits a thunderous roar, unleashing all his might in that moment. He too delivers a punch, wielding his clan's most potent strike. Battle heaven. Boom. The two fists, propelled at breakneck speed, collide, a primal clash. A cloud of blood mist erupts. Before the eyes of countless spectators, Lu Yi's form passes through the colossal body of the ancient divine king. The ancient divine king is unable to resist, shattered by that unfathomable force. The tumultuous winds come to a standstill in that instant. Tears flow freely from Lu Yi's eyes as he releases a long howl, with hands forming seals. In an instant, 2 Lu Yis step forth from his original self. 3 identical Lu Yis emerge. Slaughter. One charges towards the alien coalition, another towards the heavenly demon emperor, and the last towards the myriad spirits demon emperor. All 3 figures exude peak energy. This divine ability is seldom utilized by Lu Yi. Opportunities are rare. He often cultivates a life only to have it extinguished, then cultivates anew, only to face the same fate again. Thus, this life and death divine ability has seen little use. Yet now he possesses 3 lives. 3 bodies manifest simultaneously. In this moment, he is consumed by madness. One casts a spell, invoking the great celestial calamity, with thunderous tribulation illuminating the terrified faces. Another wields a sword, the great slaughter sword scripture unleashing its full murderous potential, dispatching 2 scattered spirits in an instant. The third clenches his fist. The celestial fist provoked a profound shift in the Tao, gathering boundless spiritual energy. This strike was unmatched. Lu Yi wept. 3 manifestations of Lu Yi were in tears. Yet, the more fiercely he wept, the stronger his murderous intent became, for in the depths of such overwhelming fury, he could scarcely attend to the weight of his anguish. Behold my banner of 10,000 souls. The demon monarch trembled in fear, roaring to bolster his courage. As he wielded the banner of 10,000 souls, countless souls transforming into a wild tempest, surging toward Lu Yi, seeking to ensnare him within its grasp. Suddenly, Lu Yi's crimson eyes turned to a shade of gray, a breath of reincarnation blossoming around him. His lips parted in a fierce shout. Begone! The reincarnation's celestial sound mercilessly shattered the souls, obliterating them. Such a meager collection of souls could dare to call itself a banner of 10,000 souls. In a previous life, Lu Yi had encountered a true banner of 10,000 souls, wielded by an ancient relic from an era long past. A being who periodically harvested souls. Across those interminable ages, with a mere flick of his banner, the lamentations echoed throughout the realms, the cries alone capable of disintegrating souls, compelling them to yearn for a visit to the banner of 10,000 souls. Yet this current banner was scarcely more than a trivial trifle. The demon monarch's countenance shifted dramatically. Having lived for an extensive duration, every opponent he faced would suffer a headache at the sight of his banner of 10,000 souls. Never before had anyone, merely through a thunderous shout, extinguished the attacks of his banner so decisively. What terrifying power was this? Lu Yi pointed a finger at the demon monarch, and in an instant, 9 bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the heavens, striking fiercely towards the demon monarch. Boom! The lightning enveloped the demon monarch, intent on erasing him completely. The celestial fist. Lu Yi's true form charged towards the sovereign of all spirits. Other top-tier powerhouses were entangled with the forces of the Dao sect, the Supreme Sword sect, and the Central State dynasty, alongside the formidable beings of the Tribulation sect. At this moment, Lu Yi was single-handedly altering the course of battle. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ye's first life plunged into the ranks of the alien coalition, weeping as he slaughtered. Countless beings of other races were indelibly marked by the image of this weeping killer, whose ferocity increased in tandem with his tears. The demon monarch had just freed himself from the lightning. The fearless seal. 81 ethereal impressions flickered, weaving together the most powerful divine seal. Fearless and undaunted was the forte of Yu Hongling. However, Lu Ye's fearlessness surpassed that of Yu Hongling by leagues. The dangers he had faced far eclipsed those encountered by Yu Hongling, 1,000-fold, a myriad-fold. In terms of true fearlessness, even the fearless emperor would feel inadequate before Lu Yi. The fearless seal struck the demon monarch. Boom! The demon monarch's body exploded, taking the demon infant within him along for the annihilation. The shattered banner of 10,000 souls fell into Lu Ye's grasp. He contemplated for a moment before stowing it away. The banner's weakness stemmed from its possession by the demon monarch. In the hands of Lu Yi, there exist myriad methods to enhance the Wanhun banner. For instance, one could seek out another formidable wielder of the Wanhun banner, vanquish them, and then absorb their banner to gain strength. The demise of the demon emperor, coupled with Lu Ye's frenzied swordsmanship, has resulted in rivers of blood and widespread lamentation. He shows no discernment between the strong and the weak, slaughtering any alien race he encounters. The morale of the foreign forces has utterly collapsed, leading to their panicked flight. As the first, second, and third escapees emerge, the foundation for victory in this war has already been established. Amitabha, the Buddhists are the swiftest to flee. Lu Yi employs the Tongtian fist against the Wanling demon emperor, not because the latter is unworthy of the Tianzuan fist, but rather because Lu Yi has no intention of killing him. A single imprint of the Tongtian strikes the Wanling demon emperor, unable to withstand it. The Wanling demon emperor decides to flee. Lu Yi has already become a force to be reckoned with, and he cannot linger any longer in the first heaven. If he manages to escape, he shall ascend immediately. In this first heaven, those who wish to remain may do so, but he shall not. Lu Yi senses the Wanling demon emperor fleeing towards the direction of the supreme divine court, and a cold smile appears at the corner of his mouth. The true spectacle is only just beginning. Wanling, are you prepared for your flight? Ding, Zhuke, are you ready to make your choice? Chapter 121, Waste Not, Part 1. A sea of blood surged, and mountains of corpses lay scattered. This was a harrowing war. Even as Lu Yi unleashed the most terrifying slaughter on the battlefield, countless human cultivators fell. Chu Ling was in pursuit of the alien coalition. After such a long absence, she reappeared, her strength astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Indeed, the pinnacle of void refinement. It is worth noting that Lu Yi had also been diligently cultivating, not wasting a single moment. Moreover, he had received the reward for being the number one on the ancient prodigy list, amassing a vast array of resources, which propelled him to the 7th level of the harmony realm. One can only say that Chu Ling had truly exerted herself. She was among the first to comprehend Lu Ye's intentions, knowing that he had no desire to entangle himself with them. Lu Yi needed to do nothing extraneous. All he had to do was leave them far behind, to the point where they could only gaze in vain, and that would be the most profound form of revenge. She would absolutely not allow this to happen. Thus, she devoted herself fervently to her cultivation. Yet Lu Yi was too formidable, so formidable that it plunged her into despair. The 7th level of harmony. No, she too must attain harmony. Not only must she achieve it, but she must do so in an even more flawless manner. Her path had always been the path of the sword, and by the end, she could indeed be considered a true sword emperor, possessing an exceptionally potent killing power. She must attain harmony. Chu Ling ceased her pursuit and turned her gaze backward. The Supreme Sword Sect, it seemed all its strong ones had emerged. Lu Yi formed seals with his hands. A vast expanse of flames descended upon the earth. Tears streamed down his face, yet his expression remained chillingly cold. The flames deftly avoided the corpses of human cultivators, landing instead upon the bodies of the alien foes, wisps of blood essence rising within the flames, intertwining and coalescing in the void. The other two Lu Yes merged into one. I shall pursue. Lu Yi vanished from sight. A colossal flesh and blood elixir slowly took shape in the void, vast amounts of demon corpses becoming part of this elixir. Upon completing his seals, Lu Yi produced the 10,000 Souls banner. The banner was swiftly refined by him. As the banner waved, a multitude of alien remnants emerged. No, 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 these remnants. Upon seeing the 10,000 Souls banner, twisted in expression, filled with terror and despair. The term demon is indeed an intriguing one. In the days of yore, demons were categorized into two types. One type was the demon clan, born with the ability to wield demonic energy. Their forms varied and often grotesque, inherently brutal and cruel. The second type was the demon cultivators. Humanity delved into the demonic path through scriptures, later employing demonic energy, cunning and ruthless, often conjuring horrific schemes. When demon cultivators were at their fiercest, even the demon clan trembled. Presently, the demon clan continually sought to emulate the demon cultivators of old, albeit only grasping a fragment of their essence. Take the demon emperor, for instance. He possessed the 10,000 Souls banner. Yet the demon clan still had such a vast population. If only the demonic cultivator from 9 days ago possessed the soul banner. Friends, fellow disciples, common folk, and prodigies, I beseech you to assist me in my cultivation. Hasten to my soul banner for a visit. This soul banner of mine not only offers a realm devoid of suffering, where souls can dwell in comfort akin to soaking in hot springs and basking in sunlight, but also features delightful ethereal maidens to attend to you. Such enticing words. Once you enter, your soul will be transformed into the essence of hot spring water, ignited into brilliance, and metamorphosed into beautiful maidens serving others. How tragic. Here I am, simultaneously condensing flesh and blood into elixirs while absorbing remnants of souls. The coalition of human cultivators, witnessing this scene, fell into a profound silence. Cough, Master Lu, does your Dao sect possess such mysterious arts? An elder from the Central State Dynasty inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. Lu Changfeng. What Lu Yi is currently engaged in is hardly something one would expect from the Dao sect. It resembles the deeds of demonic cultivators from those dark times. Not a single moment wasted. First, slaughter, then bones and blood and souls. Perhaps, the arts of the Dao sect are indeed complex. Yet the efficacy of the technique lies not in its nature, but in the virtue of the practitioner. Lu Changfeng replied with a smile. Indeed, indeed. Lu Yi is undeniably virtuous. During his slaughters, he sheds tears of remorse, making him a paragon among cultivators. Truly, for the fallen beings, weeping is the mark of a good soul. I have never encountered such kindness. Others, when engaged in slaughter, become twisted by bloodlust, yet Lu Yi, driven by the imperative to protect the world's populace, displays profound reluctance towards violence, truly a person of righteousness. The formidable members of the robbery sect, the Supreme Sword sect and the Central State Dynasty suffered minimal harm because they heeded by Qiulan's counsel, resulting in a mass exodus of disciples. In contrast, the robbery sect faced a harsh fate. Half of their disciples were forcibly halted by the elders, leading to their tragic demise. Subsequently, in retaliation for this loss, they dispatched their strongest to hunt Lu Yi, resulting in further casualties among their ranks. It appears that the robbery sect and the Dao sect enjoyed a cordial relationship, now shattered due to these events. While Lu Yi bears some responsibility, for he is indeed the one who caused the deaths, the robbery sect also shoulders a part of the blame. The danger stemmed not from others, but from Qiulan herself. As a harmonization expert and a peerless prodigy of the Dao sect, she has sworn an oath upon the Dao. This situation resembles a lord on earth swearing upon his ancestors to warn of an approaching ferocious tiger, urging immediate evacuation. Yet, some refuse to leave, citing the need to gather their valuable possessions. Others wish to flee, only to have a deputy lord dismiss the threat, declaring, "It's just a tiger. No cause for alarm." When the tiger arrives, unyielding to blades and arrows, and begins to wreak havoc, the tiger may bear guilt. But what of the deputy lord who impeded the escape? After careful contemplation, the Jiezong ultimately decided to ease its strained relations with the Dao sect. Despite Lu Changfeng's persistent apologies, listening to the continuous praise of Lu Ye's beauty from the Zhongzhou dynasty and the Taishang sword sect, Jiezong found itself at a loss for words. Was he truly kind? Indeed, he was one who killed while weeping. Yet his tears fell without a trace of remorse upon his face. Was he benevolent? The blood and flesh great pill had already been refined, and all the remnants of souls had been gathered into the 10,000 souls banner. Such true compassion. Yet precisely because of this, the once expressionless faces of the Jiezong's formidable warriors had gradually transformed into smiles. The dead Dao sect was on the verge of rising, bolstered by such a ruthless individual. After Lu Ye's avatar had refined the blood and flesh great pill, he turned to Lu Changfeng and declared, "Sect Master, I shall pursue the Hongling Demon Emperor. Exercise caution. I will have the ancestors accompany you." Very well. Lu Ye's figure transformed into a streak of light as he sped towards his true form. Very well. 2 ancestors hastened to follow Lu Yi and protect him. 5 minutes later, the 2 ancestors returned, visibly disgruntled. Protect him? The man has already vanished without a trace. Chapter 122, Pursuit of All Spirits, Second Update. Lu Yi waited for a moment as his doppelganger melded into his body, and the blood essence pill appeared in his hand. With this artifact, the tribulation should be a tad easier to endure. However, he was never truly apprehensive about facing the tribulation. Even though each of his tribulations had become increasingly outrageous and ferocious, nothing that could not be destroyed would ultimately render him weaker. Sensing the location of the celestial seal, Lu Yi soared through the air, his inner essence rapidly replenishing. Zhu Ke observed the entire battlefield, her heart heavy yet relieved. The speed of Lu Ye's ascension was astonishing, to a degree that she found difficult to comprehend. Lu Yi was a reincarnated celestial sovereign, while she was a reincarnated emperor. Although there was indeed a realm's difference between an emperor and a celestial sovereign, in the initial stages of cultivation, this disparity was not overly significant, was it? Those who could ascend to the rank of emperor undoubtedly possessed a commendable understanding of cultivation, well, with the exception of Shangwan Huanling. Yet now, the gap was undeniably vast. The chase between Lu Yi and the All-Spirits Demon Emperor was beyond Zhu Ke's reach. However, she could perceive the current situation through the perspective of the All-Spirits Demon Emperor. He was filled with regret. Too late. Too late. He was gravely concerned that Lu Yi would grow stronger, causing his Dao heart to shatter, only to reforge it and seize a new vessel. He immediately rushed towards the great wasteland, intent on eliminating Lu Yi. But was it still too late? The last time his Dao heart shattered, he had encountered Lu Yi when he had just begun his journey in the void refinement stage. Now, upon seeing Lu Yi, he was on the verge of reaching the harmonization realm. How much time had passed since then? At this moment, the All-Spirits Demon Emperor was at a loss for what to do. As for whether Lu Yi could slay him, the All-Spirits Demon Emperor was not particularly worried. His inherent racial gifts were formidable. The parasitic demon insects were hermaphroditic, taking millennia to produce a single offspring. And the entire population of parasitic demon insects would not exceed 10. At this juncture, a formidable sense of danger emerged behind the All-Spirits Demon Emperor. 3 Lu Yes surrounded him from the southeast and northwest directions. Startled, the All-Spirits Demon Emperor fled westward, unleashing all his speed. The 3 Lu Yes gradually fell behind. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, there were only 3 Lu Yes. Had there been 4 surrounding him, he would have been at a complete loss as to how to escape. He was unwilling to destroy this body if he could preserve it. As he fled, the All-Spirits Demon Emperor did not remain idle. He continuously unleashed his parasitic essence, allowing more beings to be infested. Boom! A massive fist imprint surged from the east, the void resonating with a thunderous roar as a terrifying force swept through, creating a vacuum in the clouds. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor bellowed as 8 arms materialized from his body, simultaneously striking back at the incoming fist. Puff! 4 of his arms were shattered in an instant. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor spat blood as he continued to flee. Could he truly be found? In an instant, the sovereign of all spirits retracted all his presence and began to check for any lingering marks upon his being. A chilling sound echoed as a fierce sword energy sliced through the air. The swiftness of the sword energy was terrifying, advancing with an unstoppable ferocity, mercilessly cleaving towards the sovereign of all spirits. He hastily attempted to evade, yet his wings were still severed in half. He was certain that his adversary possessed the means to locate him. This realization only deepened his conviction. Above the sea of clouds, 2 figures maneuvered through the ethereal expanse, creating a vacuum in their wake. Where could he be? Why was he so elusive? Despite a cursory search, the sovereign of all spirits found no trace of any mark upon him. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light hurtled towards the sovereign of all spirits. He dodged as best as he could. When evasion was impossible, he braced himself against the onslaught, each impact forcing him to spit blood. Methodically, he sought the mark. Now, he was fleeing towards the demon realm, where perhaps the formations could provide some defense against Lu Ye's pursuit. Lu Ye trailed behind leisurely, as if walking a dog. Soon, the chase had transcended the great wilderness, entering the void. The demon realm lay not far ahead. Another flash of sword light from Lu Ye nearly cleaved the sovereign of all spirits in two. At last, he burst into the demon realm. He had found it. He discovered the mark that Lu Ye had left upon him and hastily began to summon his power to erase it. Simultaneously, the entire demon realm was shrouded in mist, and a colossal formation took shape. The realm itself was a vast array, a remnant of the ancient demon clans' might, which had allowed their kin to survive until now. You should never have been so arrogant. The path to supremacy is not a fleeting contest. When we meet in the second heaven, who emerges victorious remains uncertain. Lu Ye plunged into the great formation of the demon clan. He had shattered this array in his previous life, let alone in this one. The formidable demon body previously shaped by him had self-destructed in the contest against Lu Ye. Now, this demon, imbued with the bloodline of Qiongqi, was under his control. Despite urgent repairs, it remained far too weak, nowhere near the peak of the sovereign of all spirits. Lu Ye toyed with him, nearly bringing the sovereign to the brink of death. This predicament caused Lu Ye some concern. If he refrained from striking, the sovereign felt no sense of danger. If he attacked, the sovereign could not endure. Before the sovereign of all spirits could finish his words, he beheld Lu Ye emerging from the demon clan's formation. It seemed there was no need for the second heaven. Our paths crossed once more. A smile graced Lu Ye's face, yet the pain within him surged forth uncontrollably. The sovereign of all spirits let out a furious roar. How could this be possible? Lu Ye had already closed the distance, adopting the stance of the celestial fist, delivering a powerful blow to the sovereign's form. Boom! The sovereign of all spirits was sent flying. He unleashed a beam of light, which Lu Ye shattered with a single palm. As his figure vanished once more, Lu Ye seized the sovereign's wings and delivered a knee strike. The remaining three arms of the WNL Ingyi Ohuing struck simultaneously towards Ly. A resounding crash echoed as the WNL Ingyi Ohuing was struck on the side of its waist, the sound of shattering bones reverberating through the air, followed by a pained howl. Its assault upon Ly was entirely thwarted by a barrier of vital energy, prompting Ly to unleash a relentless barrage of punches upon the WNL Ingyi Ohuing. In truth, Ly could have evaded the creature's attacks. However, he found their feebleness unworthy of his effort. The WNL Ingyi Ohuing roared in fury, which swiftly devolved into anguished cries and lamentations. Each iron fist descended upon it with unyielding ferocity. The WNL Ingyi Ohuing contemplated surrendering this vessel, overwhelmed by pain and bereft of hope for survival. Just as it was ready to concede, Ly abruptly ceased his assault. Without uttering a single word, Ly vanished from sight. The WNL Ingyi Ohuing was left bewildered. Had he truly departed? Just like that, without a word? At that moment, the Zhuke also found herself in a state of confusion, uncertain of Ly's intentions. After a brief pause, realizing that Ly had indeed left, the WNL Ingyi Ohuing regained its composure. The injuries it sustained were grave. If it wished to prevent this body from perishing, it must absorb essence blood for rapid recuperation. A fierce determination glinted in its eyes. It had resolved to ascend to the second celestial realm, casting aside any reservations. It would seek to parasitize. It would parasitize with reckless abandon. Chapter 123. I beg you. Third update. Lu Ye gazed intently at the Hongling Demon Emperor, noting his frenzied parasitism. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Yes, exactly so, how obedient. The Hongling Demon Emperor swiftly engaged in parasitism, drawing in essence and blood, gradually mending his injuries and regaining his strength. At last, he returned to his prime condition. The countless parasites he had spawned covertly contributed to his cultivation, albeit a minuscule portion. However, as the adage goes, many a little makes a mickle. The more he parasitized, the swifter his cultivation would become amidst the 9 heavens, making him the fastest growing demon. Lu Ye, just wait for your demise, ha ha ha. As a shadow loomed above the Hongling Demon Emperor, The sinister grin on his face abruptly ceased. No. Weren't you supposed to leave? Boom. The Hongling Demon Emperor was sent flying, only to be met with another kick to his chest. Crash. A mountain crumbled upon impact with the Hongling Demon Emperor. Lu Yi shadowed him relentlessly, delivering punch after punch, kick after kick. The Hongling Demon Emperor might have felt a sense of pride, for he was indeed the first to endure such relentless assault from Lu Yi and yet remain alive. A demon. After delivering another brutal beating, Lu Yi said nothing and vanished once more. The vermilion bird was utterly bewildered. She truly could not comprehend Lu Ye's current situation, given Lu Ye's nature. It was astonishing that the Hongling Demon Emperor had managed to escape the Great Wasteland alive, especially considering Lu Ye's overwhelming superiority. Yet, he had twice left the Hongling Demon Emperor gravely injured without delivering the final blow. The Hongling Demon Emperor was seething with rage. Fine, still not dead. The mark upon him had dwindled to an exceedingly faint trace. If he could eradicate it, he would teach Lu Yi a lesson. First, he needed to regain his strength. The Hongling Demon Emperor roamed freely within the demon realm, where scattered gods and tribulation-transcending demons still resided, yet none dared to assail Lu Yi. What a jest! After being humiliated to such an extent, would they rush in to face him? Remarkably, one audacious scattered god demon, undeterred by fear, charged at Lu Yi during the Hongling Demon Emperor's third bout of punishment. What audacity! A mere human dares to act so recklessly amidst the demon clan. You shall perish. The shadow demon claw descended. Lu Yi countered with a single strike of his heavenly sovereign fist, reducing the assailant to a mist of blood. This display caused the other demon elites to tremble in fear. Indeed, the Hongling Demon Emperor was formidable, for even a scattered god demon was obliterated by this terrifying human with a single blow, yet he was able to withstand so much punishment. Leaving behind a battered and nearly unrecognizable Hongling Demon Emperor, Lu Ye's figure vanished once more. Just a fraction more. Just a final bit more. The Hongling Demon Emperor endured excruciating pain, unaware that such suffering was trivial. Lu Yi had yet to unleash the primordial morning mist. At long last, the sovereign of all spirits extinguished the last vestige of his mark. Ha ha ha. Lu Yi, I am free. Ha ha ha. The sovereign of all spirits shifted to a new position, ensuring that Lu Yi would never find him again, and let out a thunderous laugh. I shall ascend. I will ascend to the second heaven, Lu Yi. Wiping away his tears, Lu Yi reappeared before the sovereign of all spirits, staring intently at him. Why are you not laughing now? Is it because you are unhappy? How could you still find me? I had clearly erased the mark. The sovereign of all spirits was on the verge of unraveling. Finally, Lu Yi spoke. Your laughter is too loud. It disturbs my vision. The sovereign of all spirits attempted to respond, but Lu Yi had already taken a step forward. Boom. Another brutal onslaught ensued, leaving the great demons in the distance shivering with fear and a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. This human was undeniably merciless. After delivering another vicious beating to the sovereign of all spirits, Lu Ye's figure elegantly vanished. The sovereign of all spirits spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Strike me again, this shall be the last time. Next time, I shall not laugh so loudly. He was utterly fatigued. Lying on the ground, he did not immediately seek to parasitize or gather essence blood. Lu Yi appeared once more. The sovereign of all spirits questioned in disbelief as a thin wisp of white mist surged towards his body. In the next moment, an excruciating shriek erupted from the sovereign's mouth, the sound sending chills down the spine, so intense that it split his lips as he wailed. The sovereign of all spirits writhed on the ground, the agonizing pain rendering him unconscious, only to be jolted awake by the torment. It hurts so much. Lu Yi chuckled, recalling that this torment was inflicted upon him by Yu Hongling. His figure vanished again. After a full quarter of an hour of anguished cries, the sovereign of all spirits finally clawed his way out of the agony. He resembled a fish in its death throes, gasping for breath, filled with profound dread. He would rather perish than endure such suffering again. The sovereign of all spirits began to recuperate. He needed to recover swiftly, to hide away. When he finally felt he had concealed himself quite well, Lu Ye's figure appeared right on cue. What do you want? What are you doing? The sovereign of all spirits, utterly unhinged, shouted at Lu Yi with bloodshot eyes. Lu Yi grinned. He was confident that the sovereign of all spirits would come to understand. Boom. Another round of beating commenced. The sovereign of all spirits, trembling in fear, was no longer as terrified of being struck. His current apprehension stemmed from the dread of Lu Yi unleashing that white mist upon him. What was he planning to do? The vermilion bird felt an immense urgency. The sovereign of all spirits was madly parasitizing the demon race, and if this continued, all of the demon tribe would fall under the sovereign's control. Lu Yi's character is not of such a nature. He kills his enemies without inflicting unnecessary torment, for he has always believed that all are merely seekers of the path. Yet, the current situation feels remarkably amiss. The sovereign of all spirits is engulfed in despair. The mark has indeed been obliterated, so why can he still locate himself? Why must he continue to strike himself? He has resolved that should Lu Yi strike him once more, he shall relinquish this corporeal form. Restoration. Continuously restore. Once the restoration is complete, the sovereign of all spirits begins to await. As Lu Yi's figure materializes, the sovereign erupts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the frenzied laughter, the sovereign of all spirits detonates himself. He chooses to cease playing, for he is weary. Lu Yi raises an eyebrow and closes his eyes. As the sovereign of all spirits finds a new vessel in the realm of tribulation, he is yet to catch his breath. Lu Yi reappears. Sovereign of all spirits. What do you truly wish to accomplish? What do you desire? Speak. Tell me. I will heed your words. I beg you, cease your attacks. The sovereign, weeping profusely, kneels before Lu Yi. I implore you, please stop striking me. I have truly erred. Yet, what greets him is still the fist of Lu Yi. Chapter 124. The Understanding of All Spirits, Part 4. Exhausted, let destruction come. The spirit demon emperor, tormented to madness, relinquished his resistance. His injured form sprawled on the ground. Let love take its course. When the white mist re-emerged and enveloped the spirit demon emperor, he once again let out a piercing scream of anguish. Pain. Oh, the pain. Why unleash this white mist upon him once more? After enduring suffering more dreadful than hell itself, the spirit demon emperor finally discerned a pattern. During his recovery from parasitism, Lu Yi had never appeared. Once he was completely restored and ceased to be parasitic, Lu Yi would emerge, inflicting grievous wounds upon him. If he refrained from recovery, remaining in a state of injury, Lu Yi would unleash that white mist upon him. In that moment, the spirit demon emperor comprehended. As long as he persisted in parasitism, Lu Yi would not come to strike him. Let me try? The spirit demon emperor began to parasitize, continuing until he fully recovered. Yet he did not cease. The result was evident. Lu Yi did not reappear. He continued his parasitic existence. The spirit demon emperor understood that Lu Yi allowed him to parasitize for his own purpose. However, he could no longer afford to care. He wished to avoid further beatings. To escape the torment of the white mist, he desired an end. Zhu Ke watched in trepidation, finally daring to reach out to the spirit demon emperor for the first time. You cannot continue to parasitize. He knows your method of parasitism. If he is ruthless enough to kill you, every spirit you have parasitized will meet their demise as well. Wanling, you must cease your parasitism. With a furious roar, the spirit demon emperor retorted, get lost. If I do not parasitize, will you come and take my punishment? You will still be beaten in the end. Regardless of your parasitism, ask him, inquire about the reason behind your incessant parasitism, help him resolve the issue, and do not continue. Does he even acknowledge me? You saw for yourself. He pays me no mind. Every encounter results in violence. What can I do? Hold on, let me ask him. Get lost. You can ask him yourself. I will not stop. The extermination of the spirit race is inconsequential. Even if they perish, he would still prefer not to be beaten. Yet, Zhu Ke was also correct. With the spirit demon emperor's frenzied parasitism, the entire spirit race was nearly depleted. What would he do then? Currently, a significant number of spirits had already been parasitized, and the quantity he could infect was rapidly diminishing. Lu Yi's figure reappeared. Do not strike, do not strike. The spirit race has been nearly entirely parasitized by me. I can no longer continue. Please, do not harm me. Finally, Lu Yi spoke. With the spirits gone, there are still the demon race. The moment those words were uttered, a profound terror surged within the spirit demon emperor. His very soul trembled. What does this mean? Is he truly intent on annihilating the entire otherworldly race in one fell swoop? No, it cannot be. If he wished to eradicate all otherworldly beings, he would not need to rely on parasitism. He could simply slaughter them all himself. What could be the underlying reason? Lu Yi, you are not the person I thought you to be. What has happened to you? Tell me, and I shall assist you. At that moment, Zhu Ke soared from afar, inquiring loudly. Lu Yi, however, refrained from idle chatter and struck with his sword. In an instant, Zhu Ke was engulfed in a conflagration. This strike nearly brought Zhu Ke to her demise, were it not for her ability to emerge unscathed from the flames. Zhu Ke felt a shiver run down her spine. This is madness. How could Lu Yi have transformed in such a way? The flames would severely deplete Zhu Chue's vitality, and for the time being, she dared not confront Lu Yi again. Lu Yi raised his fist and resumed his assault on the monarch of all spirits. Stop! Stop! I understand. I will venture into the demon realm. I will go to the divine realm. I will visit all my small worlds. Just cease your attacks. The once proud monarch of all spirits was reduced to a state of psychological turmoil. Although Lu Yi did not exert himself with great force, the cries of the monarch were thunderous, amplified by his sheer terror, which intensified the sensation of pain. After the beating, Lu Yi departed. The monarch of all spirits, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise from the ground. He hastened to mend his injuries and dashed towards the demon realm, disregarding everything else. Had he not endured such repeated beatings, he might still retain his ambition to parasitize all and become the strongest. However, after all this punishment, the monarch had become exceedingly compliant. Upon entering the demon realm, the monarch embarked on his parasitic journey, and indeed, Lu Yi refrained from striking him further. As long as he diligently pursued parasitism, he would be spared from further beatings. The monarch felt akin to a laborer trapped in a dark mine, laboring desperately to avoid punishment. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of the demon race, who sought to thwart the monarch's rampant parasitism. The demon realm was not the monster realm, and it would not tolerate the monarch's reckless endeavors. Yet, when Lu Ye's figure appeared before the powerful demons, they fell silent. They had previously clashed with Lu Yi, who had effortlessly plundered their treasures and slain 2 demon emperors at the tribulation stage. They had also received news of the heavenly demon emperor's demise at Lu Ye's hands. The entire coalition had been routed, with Lu Yi playing a significant role in their downfall. Now, with Lu Yi barring their path, what could they do? They could only watch helplessly as the monarch of all spirits continued to parasitize within the demon race. In the great wilderness, at the Supreme Sword Sect, what audacity to dare steal the Sword Mountain! Boundless sword energy erupted from the Supreme Sword Sect as formidable sword cultivators surged forth. Chu Ling bore countless sword wounds, blood streaming from her, yet she cared not. The Sword Mountain of the Supreme Sword Sect is a congenital spiritual treasure, the very foundation of the sect. It houses years' worth of newly forged swords, remnants, broken blades, and divine swords awaiting their rightful owners. The entire Sword Mountain has been nurtured by the Supreme Sword Sect for countless years, consuming an unfathomable amount of resources. The purity of the sword intent within it is immensely beneficial to any blade. Yet now, it has been stolen. A profound disgrace. At all costs, we must reclaim Sword Mountain and eliminate the audacious individual who dared to strike against it. The most infuriating aspect for the Supreme Sword Sect is that this thief appears to be affiliated with the Great Dao Sect. Historically, the Great Dao Sect and the Supreme Sword Sect have maintained a relationship of mutual support, united as one. To be betrayed in such a manner is utterly unacceptable. Moreover, the sect leader of the Supreme Sword Sect is still absent from the Great Dao Sect. This is intolerable. The Supreme Sword Sect immediately contacted their leader, Li Wuyue, who upon hearing this news was left utterly bewildered. Subsequently, an immense fury erupted within him. Lu Changfeng, you must provide me with an explanation. Lu Changfeng. Observing Li Wuyue's wrathful demeanor, Lu Changfeng's heart sank. Li Wuyue is a person of serene disposition, a gentleman who seldom exhibits such anger. To provoke such ire in him must be an extraordinarily grievous matter. Brother Wuyue, please remain calm. What exactly has transpired? Chapter 125, Death to 10,000? Fifth update you. Members of the Great Dao Sect have infiltrated my Supreme Sword Sect and stolen our Sword Mountain. Is this how you treat your allies? The entire Supreme Sword Sect has mobilized, leaving only the elderly and infirm behind, yet you choose to pilfer from us while we lend you our aid? Li Wuyue's voice was filled with unrestrained fury. He was genuinely on the verge of exploding with rage. Lu Changfeng's expression was exceptionally grave. My friend, do not be hasty. You claim it was members of my great Dao sect who absconded with the Sword Mountain, but how can one ascertain such a thing? In truth, Lu Changfeng found it hard to believe Li Wuyue's accusations. Given the perilous circumstances facing the great Dao sect, both the elders and disciples were preoccupied with preparations for battle. Who would have the time to engage in such mischief at the Supreme Sword sect? With a wave of his hand, a luminous barrier appeared. Do you recognize this person? The image of Chu Ling emerged. Some members of the great Dao sect were familiar with her visage, including Ji Changming. Lu Changfeng did not know her, yet immediately cast a glance at Ji Changming. If it were anyone else, Ji Changming could simply deny any knowledge of them, but when it came to Chu Ling, he needed to tread carefully. After all, it seemed she had some ambiguous connection with Lu Yi. Junior brother, you should be acquainted with her, correct? Lu Changfeng inquired. Ji Changming nodded. This woman is named Chu Ling, a disciple under the Bailan Peak. She placed second in the talent competition within the sect, and appears to have some unclear relationship with Lu Yi. Li Wuyue's anger momentarily subsided. Even if there were complexities in her relationship with Lu Yi, it was unacceptable to inflict such harm upon an ally. That Sword Mountain belongs to my Supreme Sword sect. Should it vanish, how could we still call ourselves the Supreme Sword sect? My friend, please remain calm. We will immediately attempt to contact Chu Ling and reach out to Lu Yi. The Sword Mountain will not disappear so swiftly. My great Dao sect would never infringe upon the interests of our alliance. We shall undoubtedly stand on the side of justice. Lu Yi, of course, was unaware of Chu Ling's actions, and if he had known, it would not have surprised him. One life for another. And as for the incident at the Chu Sword Mountain Manor, he had not yet perished. The occasion where he sacrificed himself to save Chu Ling had yet to occur. As for Chu Ling herself, Lu Yi preferred not to dwell on her character. At this moment, he was far more intrigued by the group from the Buddhist sect. Although they had been expelled from the great wilderness, most disciples of the Buddhist sect were still human, having been brought back by those who sneaked into the great wilderness. Now, as Lu Yi drove the myriad spirit demon sovereigns, he had arrived at the Buddhist realm, where the strength of its practitioners, compared to other alien races, had suffered the least casualties. Lu Yi was poised for a grand battle, and indeed, the situation ahead warranted such preparedness. A grave expression crossed Lu Ye's face as he beheld a colossal Buddha, radiating boundless light, seated before him in meditation. The terrifying pressure seemed to freeze the entire Buddhist realm. This aura, was it that of a pinnacle Mahayana? Even the Buddhist sect harbored such an ancient relic? A single person faced off against a Buddha. Ba, the road ahead is blocked. I kindly ask my fellow cultivators to take a detour. Suddenly, a silvery light erupted from Lu Ye's eyes, revealing the faint presence of another pupil within. It was merely a relic lost in the first heaven. Indeed, this statue of Buddha was merely a fade meant to instill fear. Were it not for Lu Ye's undeniable prowess and his acute perception, he might have been deceived by this statue. The truth is evident. The expression on the statue's face shifted slightly. Since you are so obstinate, I shall subdue you. In that moment, the aura of the statue surged to an even more terrifying level, surpassing what one would expect from a being of the Mahayana realm. A colossal and vividly real hand of Buddha descended heavily upon Lu Yi. Unfazed, Lu Yi transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the Buddha's hand. The hand, descending with an overwhelming force, struck Lu Ye's body. Yet, at the moment of contact, everything dissolved into nothingness, allowing Lu Yi to pass through the statue without hindrance. The Buddhist sect was in flight. This was not a mere onset of retreat. They had clearly been fleeing for some time, leaving only a scant few disciples behind. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yi felt a pang of emotion. The Buddhist sect, repeatedly courting disaster, yet still managing to endure as a sect. Putting aside other considerations, their ability to escape and their self-awareness of their own strength surpassed that of many other factions. They had likely grown accustomed to fleeing. Calamity always struck the Buddhist sect one step behind. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor was somewhat at a loss. With the entire Buddhist sect having fled, he now found himself without a host. It should not be his fault, right? Onward. The Vermilion Bird was enduring a grueling rebirth through fire. She watched as the All-Spirits Demon Emperor rushed into the ghost realm to possess, then into the spirit realm to inhabit. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor could scarcely recall the multitude of beings he had already possessed. The newly inhabited body, initially at the third stage of tribulation, was now rapidly ascending, reaching the fourth stage. He was immersed in the most terrifying state of cultivation. Given time, he could swiftly progress to the 9th stage of tribulation once again. What exactly was he trying to achieve? The vermilion bird's eyes widened, her fear growing ever more palpable. She saw Lu Yi approaching the All-Spirits Demon Emperor. Believing he was about to be struck, the All-Spirits Demon Emperor hastily shielded his head. Thud! Thud! 2 arms flew off, and the All-Spirits Demon Emperor let out a wail. I have heeded your words. I have possessed countless demons and spirits. Please spare me. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor cried out in desperation. He could no longer endure the torment. He did not wish to be beaten any longer. The sensation of being ruthlessly ravaged took a tremendous toll on his psyche. Lu Yi extended his hand, grasping the All-Spirits Demon Emperor's head. This is your final test. If you survive, you shall live. With those words, the scene unfolded. In an instant, the obsession of reincarnation surged like a celestial river descending from the heavens, forcefully flooding the soul of the sovereign of all spirits. Reincarnation, what an ancient term it is. Throughout the vast expanse of time, how much suffering has remained unresolved, ultimately failing to enter the cycle and transforming into obsession? Too much, indeed. And now, Lu Yi finds a channel to release this obsession, pouring it all in. Oh. A painful wail erupted from the sovereign of all spirits. Under the initial wave of the obsession's onslaught, his soul began to show signs of total disintegration. At that moment, he comprehended why Lu Yi compelled him to parasitize more beings. The weight of too many agonizing obsessions was unbearable. He did not wish to perish. So many obsessions had already ensnared his soul. To live now, there existed but one path: to disperse the obsessions evenly among every parasitized soul. The sovereign of all spirits hesitated not, nor had he the luxury of time for hesitation. In that fleeting moment, countless hosts felt an intense agony. A cacophony of cries, hysterical lamentations, and delirious murmurs erupted within the souls of the parasitized. The weak succumbed swiftly to death. The vermilion bird, too, existed in a state of partial parasitism. Her brow furrowed, her expression marked by distress. No, this cannot be. This overwhelming tide of reincarnation obsession will annihilate all the hosts. There is absolutely no hope for survival. Their souls may be shattered by the obsessions. One by one, the tormented souls rushed swiftly toward all foreign realms. No, Lu Yi, cease at once. Every demon shall perish. Every being that has been parasitized will meet their end. At that moment, a singular obsession infiltrated the mind of the vermilion bird. It was Shen Shitong. It is you. The vermilion bird froze. Shen Shitong gazed calmly at her. I heard from Lu Yi that in your past life you were an emperor. Your heart steadfast against all influences of obsession. However, if they survive, you will die. Or rather, disregarding everything, if they perish, you will live. 1 life or 1,000,000. Make your choice. Chapter 126. The Choice, Part 1. The anguished cries reverberate through the celestial realms, the demon realm, the infernal realm, the spirit realm, and the ghost realm. In this moment, all beings possessed by the sovereign of all spirits experience an assault on their souls by their obsessions. Each fixation, every torment endured in life, transforms into the suffering of these demons and spirits. It is as if they have personally relived all the afflictions borne by these obsessions, as if they are battered and bruised by fate, the world, and the entanglements of love and hatred amidst this tumultuous existence. The pain engulfs all demons, and the world is filled solely with the sounds of despair. Yet this is merely the inception of obsession. Oh, the torment of reincarnation. There is far too much of it. Why does Lu Yi weep incessantly? Because the suffering is unbearable. Even his divine heart cannot suppress the overwhelming anguish. Should he forcibly contain it, his will and soul would surely descend into oblivion. He can only express his inner torment through tears, a manifestation of his profound pain. What is the meaning of this? Did you not self-destruct? The vermilion bird's eyes blaze with fury as it fixates on Shen Shitong. In her gaze, there lies a tranquility laced with coldness. Indeed, I exploded. My kin perished, and with a boundless hatred, I chose not to reincarnate, but to become an obsession, awaiting this very moment. You should not concern yourself with my presence here. Rather, focus on the suffering of those demons you protect. Observe the agony they endure. Shen Shitong transforms into a stream of light, piercing into the soul of the vermilion bird. In that instant, the consciousness of the vermilion bird sharpens considerably. Her connection with the sovereign of all spirits deepens, and the obsessions flow incessantly into her soul through the essence of the sovereign. Yet, as Shen Shitong indicated, she is an empress, one of the four divine spirits, the vermilion bird. Such a trifling fixation would at most cause her to furrow her brow. Even if all the obsessions of the living converged upon her, she could endure. However, through the lens of the sovereign of all spirits, she now perceives the countless wails of demons. Countless, too many to fathom. Across the vast earth and infinite forests, beings writhe upon the ground, lamenting. Their souls are subjected to horrifying assaults, their obsessions clinging to them like the most malevolent of parasites, inflicting the fiercest emotional assaults upon them. Some weaker demons, with just a single instance of this onslaught, find their spirits utterly shattered. They collapse, motionless, as their souls rapidly dissipate. Such tragedy. The vermilion bird gasps for breath. To kill is but a mere strike to the ground. Why must others be subjected to such torment? The obsession of reincarnation is the poison of that deranged woman. The vermilion bird knows who it is. Upon hearing that name, she felt that the obsession of reincarnation was akin to the bloodshed lotus heart she had unleashed, merely a means to unsettle Lu Yi's emotions. However, it is evident that this is not the case. The slaughter lotus has ensnared Lu Yi within the grip of carnage, while the current cycle of reincarnation has plunged him deeply into boundless agony. Scenes unfold incessantly in Zhu Chue's mind, each more tragic than the last. At every moment, demons perish in excruciating torment, their faces contorted in grimace, eyes forever unclosed in death. These visions serve as an immense torment for Zhu Ke. If she were to perish alone, would all these demons be spared? Among them, there exist benevolent beings as well. The cycle of reincarnation grows ever more expansive. Sheng Sitong's words linger persistently in her thoughts. She is an empress, her heart resolute. She can endure this overwhelming cycle of reincarnation. If she can gather all the burdens of reincarnation upon herself, then these sentient beings shall live on. Should she choose indifference, all these lives would meet their end. Zhu Ke suddenly emitted a clear, melodic cry, reverberating through the heavens. If that is the case, then let me embrace death. A mere death, sacrificing herself could save countless others. Her demise would be justified. Boom. With a resounding crash, the connection between Zhu Ke and the myriad spirit demons reached its zenith, severing all ties to the burdens of other beings, directing them all towards Zhu Ke. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ke let out a mournful wail. Her body crashed heavily to the ground, curling in upon itself, her feathers trembling in disarray. The cries of lament echoed forth. Zhu Ke witnessed a cruel tableau. If Lu Yi's attempt to transfer the burdens of reincarnation to the countless alien races of these small worlds was a scene of brutality, then this moment, filled with innumerable bitter burdens transcending vast epics, was a grand performance, enacting the most tragic of tales in existence. She followed each burden, experiencing their agony as if she had traversed countless cycles of rebirth. More and more, an ever-increasing tide. Zhu Ke coughed forth blood, each drop a testament to her essence. The blood of her heart, the heart of an empress, enduring such suffering, had transformed into this state. Sheng Sitong watched closely, relishing Zhu Chue's torment. TSK, TSK, TSK. Where do you find yourself now? Lu Yi has not even released a fraction of the burdens of reincarnation from his soul, and you are already in such pain? For the sake of those myriad alien lives, you must hold on. Zhu Ke emitted the most heart-rending of screams. She wept blood. At this moment, Lu Yi's face bore an expression of serene comfort. How delightful! The burdens of reincarnation, akin to a mire, have enveloped him since their eruption, leaving him perpetually weary, steeped in sorrow and suffering. Yet now, this muck, this shackle, is being cast off, severing its hold. How liberating! As for the sensation of all burdens of reincarnation converging upon one individual, Lu Yi has already surmised that it is most likely Zhu Ke. But what of Zhu Ke? Were it not for her divine mandate and extraordinary abilities that allow her to be reborn from flames, he would have long since extinguished her life. Now that Zhu Ke harbors lingering resentment over his slaying of demons, and has thus betrayed him, her assistance to the demons in sustaining their obsessions serves her purpose perfectly. Yet, can Zhu Ke truly endure until death? Lu Yi is filled with anticipation. 1/10 of the obsession dissipates. 2/10 of the obsession vanishes. The soul of the demon emperor is utterly shackled, unable to stir even slightly. 3/10 of the obsession fades away. Zhu Qiue's true flames scorch the heavens and obliterate the earth. 3/10 of the obsession has already driven her to the brink of collapse. The pain. Such excruciating agony. What can Zhu do? She can only endure with unwavering resolve. I am one of the 4 divine spirits. I am the Phoenix Empress. I am Lu Ye's wife. No, it is not. Zhu Qiue's thoughts have become chaotic. In this moment, she is ceaselessly traversing the cycle of life, enduring all the sufferings of the world. She can hold on. She must. Chapter 127. Regret. Second update. Zhu began to reminisce about the beautiful moments in her life, yearning to counter the sorrows of existence with the splendor of those memories. Raised by the demon race, she was nurtured by a stork who treated her with kindness, providing her sustenance and imparting the wisdom of cultivation. It was the stork that enlightened her to the duality of good and evil that permeates the world. In those days, she eagerly awaited the delightful treats her mother stork would bring her each day. However, a sudden veil of confusion clouded Zhu Qiue's eyes. In her happiness, there always seemed to linger the presence of another. This peculiar bird seemed quite charming, worthy of companionship. Little bird, come, sing with me. I am but a tiny bird, yearning to soar yet never able to rise high. Little bird, this divine fire appears to suit you well. Why not sample its flavor? If you harm my little bird, I shall annihilate your lineage. Do not fear, little bird. I am always here for you. Little bird, little bird, little bird. The final image that lingered in her mind froze beneath the calamity-laden clouds, capturing the moment when Lu Yi gazed at her with shock, disbelief, and heartache. It was unbearable. She found herself overwhelmed by anguish. Her thoughts spiraled in chaos. I seem to have erred. No, I have not erred. I owe an apology to Lu Yi. No, Lu Yi owes me an apology. I would willingly perish for the sake of countless beings. Yet, living allows me to protect even more lives. Yes, by living, I can safeguard more beings. These are but thousands of lives. In this realm of 9 heavens, there are innumerable demons that require my guardianship. No, I must not falter. Yet the pain was excruciating, truly unbearable. As Zhu Qiue's will to survive began to surge, her mind had already crafted its justification. Are you prepared to relinquish hope? The voice of Shinshi Tong echoed at that moment. Zhu heard it clearly but did not respond. The refrain within her mind persisted. By living, she could rescue more demons. Do you comprehend how many virtuous souls reside among these countless beings? Can you bear to witness their endless suffering and demise? To save the many, must one perish? Is that not your conviction? Or do you believe that it is only just to sacrifice another for the many, rather than to sacrifice yourself for their salvation? If you abandon them now, all those lives will perish. Their souls will be ensnared by obsession, eternally trapped outside the cycle of reincarnation, forever denied liberation. Should you forsake them, they will lose all hope of survival. If you give up now, they will all die. Do you truly wish to abandon them? The relentless inquiries echoed in Zhu Qiue's ears. Her voice was filled with despair. By living, I can save more. If those other beings encounter such a calamity again, will you still choose to forsake them, harboring the belief that you can save more lives? This is merely an excuse for your evasion. Do you not realize that if you fail to rescue these countless souls, you are nothing but a hypocrite? When you took my life, you claimed it was to save thousands, yet now that the tables have turned, you falter. Zhu, you are indeed Zhu. With so many beings suffering a tragic fate, can it not stir the compassion within your heart? You must save these lives. You must rescue them. Each word from Shun Shitong pierced Zhu like daggers. In that moment, Zhu Qiue's heart, her goodness, was left battered and broken. If you truly possess love, then endure a little longer. A great emperor, steadfast in their path, can surely withstand such torment. Lu Yi bears so much, merely shedding tears. Yet you are already in such despair? Remember your so-called faith. Remember your convictions. This level of obsession has brought Zhu to the brink of annihilation. In that moment, she felt not only profound anguish, but also the imminent threat of death, further weakening her resolve. Why should others perish while you remain untouched? Witnessing the death of others may seem like a means to save more lives, but your own demise could equally serve that purpose. If you endure, you embody goodness. If you falter, you become a hypocrite. Shin Shitong stood by, continuously encouraging and taunting. On one side, the The reincarnation obsession of the dog host, if not thoroughly purged, would lead to immense trouble in the future. The countless lives might not suffice to satisfy the host's needs. On the other hand, Shen Shitong genuinely anticipated that Zhuke would hold on until the very last moment, just before she could no longer bear it. The obsession that overwhelmed her would surge forth like a cataclysmic wave, shattering the souls of all beings in an instant. In such a scenario, Zhuke would become the greatest accomplice, and she could easily deceive her. Thus, Zhuke must persevere. As for whether Zhuke could absorb all of Lu Ye's soul's obsessions without a trace of regret, do not jest. In her previous life, as she observed this group of women, if Zhuke could selflessly meet her end to save others, she would dare to consume the dog host. At this moment, Lu Yi felt an unburdening of 1,000-pound weight. Zhuke should perish, Shun Tishi? In that instant, Lu Yi found within himself a flicker of admiration. To endure until death, Zhuke was indeed worthy of her title as a great emperor. Suddenly, a call of the sparrow reverberated across the heavens. The body of the Hongling Yao emperor began to tremble violently. Lu Yi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment in his eyes, which quickly hardened into a cold resolve. The reincarnation obsession surged into the soul of the Hongling Yao emperor with unparalleled ferocity. The phoenix intercepted the cycle of obsession, akin to a dam bursting, collapsing entirely. The immense cycle of obsession transformed into a torrent, crashing violently against the countless parasitic entities linked to the sovereign of all spirits and numerous hosts. In that moment, myriad small worlds were engulfed in cries of despair. An overwhelming multitude of beings perished, meeting their end in the most harrowing of manners. The soul of the sovereign of all spirits twisted and shattered in a frenzy. Reduced to ashes, Lu Yi retracted his hand. At that instant, all cycles of obsession vanished from his soul. The fourth toxin dissipated entirely. The phoenix exerted every effort to eradicate the cycles of obsession from her own soul. She could no longer endure such torment. She was unwilling to bear even a fragment of the cycle of obsession. Once the phoenix had purged all traces of it from herself, the realms of divinity, the underworld, the demon realm, and various small worlds transformed into desolate domains. At last, the phoenix escaped the boundless agony. She gasped for breath, having never encountered death so intimately. It was a form of demise that even the flames could not salvage her from. Laughter echoed in the recesses of the phoenix's mind. Ha ha ha, kindness, kindness. Ha ha. Chapter 128, Before the End, Part 3. The body of the all-spirit demon emperor collapsed with a resounding crash. His soul had shattered, and his essence dissipated entirely. Henceforth, the world would know no more of the all-spirit demon emperor, nor would it bear witness to the parasitic celestial demon. No, that is not entirely accurate. There is still one. Lu Yi vanished from sight, only to reappear before the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird looked up, meeting Lu Yi's frigid gaze, as the figure of Shen Shitong materialized before her. Brother, shall we eliminate one? Shen Shitong's voice was soft and gentle. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Certainly. He raised his palm, transforming it into a fist. The vermilion bird stood dazed. Her heart's resolve shattered entirely when her cycle of reincarnation was released. She had been hypocritical. She had prided herself on her benevolence, believing she could sacrifice her life for others. Yet, she had failed to fulfill that promise. The reality of true death was far more terrifying than she had imagined. As Lu Yi's celestial fist coalesced, a flicker of clarity returned to the vermilion bird's eyes. Tears of blood began to flow as she realized her impending demise. For a remnant of the all-spirit demon emperor's soul still lingered within her. Before I die, may I ask a few questions? Lu Yi had no intention of indulging her with idle chatter, and was poised to strike. However, Shen Shitong hurriedly clutched Lu Yi's arm. Master, is it truly entertaining to simply strike her down? You should ask her, Shen Shitong urged. The vermilion bird's gaze lingered on Shen Shitong's embrace of Lu Yi's arm. Once, she too could have performed such a gesture. She could have halted Lu Yi, even in the depths of his wrath. No matter how fierce his intentions, as long as she held him back, he would relent. But now, the one who stood in his way was not her. Lu Yi, the harbinger of death, had become her. Ha ha ha, the vermilion bird laughed, a sound laced with sorrow and despair. You clearly possess 9 lives. Why is it that during tribulation, you were left with but one? Lu Yi remained silent. Shen Shitong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Tell her. Reveal the truth." In her fervor, she spoke without thought. As Lu Yi observed the vermilion bird, memories of her once vibrant self flickered in his mind. "In my previous life, during my cultivation journey, I sacrificed a life for each of your 8. Lu Yi began to speak. The vermilion bird was struck with disbelief, her heart racing. "For me, you lost a life?" Lu Yi nodded. "When did this occur?" The urgency in her voice was palpable. "Parasitic celestial demon, white fire spirit, azure blue sea." As Lu Yi uttered these 3 terms, the vermilion bird's memories surged back to that fateful time. The parasitic celestial demon had appeared in the 7th heaven, and the white fire spirit was none other than the fledgling she had once hidden away. Under her meticulous care, the fledgling slowly matured. She named her by Hongling, with by derived from the white stork that nurtured her. The azure sea was the battleground where Lu Yi faced off against the parasitic celestial demon. Memories flooded back. She recalled everything. During Bai Huoling's presence, Lu Yi endured relentless assaults from formidable adversaries, battling fiercely and rising amidst excruciating hardship. On that fateful day, Lu Yi had pursued the parasitic celestial demon for a considerable length of time, finally cornering it at the azure sea. It was also on that day that she received a key, an artifact that unlocked the ancestral home of the demon clan. The key bore the lingering essence of Bai Huoling. The demon who delivered the key informed her that it was left for her by a fiery red bird known as Bai Huoling. At that moment, she felt perplexed. Bai Huoling had perished in the 6th heaven and had ascended to the 7th heaven. How could Bai Huoling still possess the ability to send her gifts from the 7th heaven? The messenger revealed they were from the Libra Pavilion, renowned for its equitable dealings and balance in all matters, thus deemed trustworthy. This key was entrusted by a demon named Bai Huoling, who had stored it at the Libra Pavilion, requesting its delivery to Zhu Ke at the appropriate time. What constitutes an appropriate time? Zhu Ke inquired. When the parasitic celestial demon faces its demise. The acknowledgement of the parasitic celestial demon left Zhu Ke astounded. Nevertheless, the Libra Pavilion's envoy had fulfilled their mission, advising Zhu Ke that a mere strand of her divine consciousness probing the key would unveil everything before taking their leave. Zhu Ke, though cautious, felt reassured. After all, it was merely a strand of consciousness, and her strength at that time was formidable enough to handle various situations. As she extended her consciousness, she was indeed met with the unmistakable essence of Bai Huoling's sister Zhu Ke. "We meet again. I should have perished by now, right? Haha, no matter. I was destined to die long ago. Living this long has been quite the boon for me. Now let us get to the point. This key is the key to the ancestral home of the demon clan, obtained during my final expedition, and it was due to this very key that I fell. The ancestral home, located in the 7th heaven, houses countless treasures of the demon clan, yet no one can currently locate it. You need only to drop a single drop of your essence blood upon this key to ascertain the location of the ancestral home. However, be cautious, for the guardian of the ancestral home is the parasitic celestial demon, a truly fearsome entity. I would never wish for you, Sister Zhu Ke, to fall into danger. Hence, I arranged for the Libra Pavilion to act when the parasitic celestial demon was on the brink of demise, to venture forth to the ancestral home of the demon clan. May Sister Zhu Ke find joy and experience smooth cultivation. Alas, I can say no more. Sister Zhu Ke, you must take care of yourself. Farewell." This message was left by Bai Huoling. Zhu Ke is certain that it indeed originates from Bai Huoling. She raised Bai Huoling, nurturing her growth, and throughout this journey, Bai Huoling never exhibited even the slightest trace of the attributes belonging to the sovereign of all spirits. Zhu Ke has faith in Bai Huoling. Thus, a drop of Zhu Chue's blood fell upon the key. The blood vanished, and she distinctly sensed the aura of her ancestral home emanating from the key. Consequently, she set forth to her ancestral abode, where she discovered the blood transformation of all spirits. In her overwhelming excitement, she inadvertently fell into a state of madness and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, she found Lu Yi by her side, and the place she occupied was the azure blue sea. Lu Yi informed her that the parasitic celestial demon had perished. "So, was I parasitized?" Zhu Ke asked, lost in thought. Shen Shitong gently waved her hand, and a luminous veil materialized before Zhu Ke. Chapter 129. The Past, Part 4. Within the luminous screen, the vermilion bird materialized in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. clutching the 10,000 spirits blood transformation demon scripture, her form trembling uncontrollably. A look of disbelief enveloped her face, her eyes wide with astonishment. The tumultuous energy within her surged forth, igniting the true flames of the vermilion bird, reducing numerous objects within the ancestral grounds to mere ashes. It dawned upon her that this indeed mirrored her circumstances at the ancestral grounds. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood, laughter erupting from her lips. Ha ha! It's all a fabrication, a complete fabrication. The cultivation method of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor possesses no means of possession whatsoever. Ha ha ha, it's all a lie. Lu Yi, you have deceived me so thoroughly, so profoundly. Another spurt of fresh blood escaped her. The vermilion bird collapsed into unconsciousness. In the vision, the scene was identical to her memories. There were no other presences within the demon clan's ancestral grounds. How could such an image have been disseminated? The vermilion bird stared blankly at the luminous screen. Suddenly, the unconscious vermilion bird opened her eyes, yet those eyes were unmistakably not her own. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi. In the end, I have triumphed. Even if your strength is unparalleled, what of it? Your woman, your beloved, now lies in my grasp. Do you dare to kill me? The parasitic celestial demon erupted into a grotesque, twisted laughter. From the first heaven to suppress me in the seventh, Lu Yi, you truly are the greatest adversary of my life. Come, let me allow you to annihilate me completely. Come. The vermilion bird soared into the sky, swiftly flying towards the azure sea. At that moment, the parasitic celestial demon had been utterly suppressed by Lu Yi, their battle causing the azure sea to churn violently. The entirety of the seventh heaven shrouded beneath a terrifying pressure. Countless spells and unparalleled sword lights clashed in a fierce contest between man and demon. The parasitic celestial demon, amidst the blows, laughed with unrestrained glee. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, in the end, I have won. I have triumphed. The parasitic celestial demon laughed maniacally at Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Fool. The celestial fist erupted with a terrifying might, hinting at the embryonic form of the celestial fist of the Supreme Being. A single punch sent the parasitic celestial demon spitting blood incessantly. As a powerful being, must you not exhibit a modicum of elegance? I, as a demon, do not possess such vile speech. The parasitic celestial demon despised Lu Yi's derisive demeanor, treating him as if he were a simpleton. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to be more refined. Pray tell, do you consider yourself a fool? The parasitic celestial demon erupted in rage, unleashing a tempest of demonic magic, launching a full frontal assault on Lu Yi, only to be repelled once more. The body of the parasitic celestial demon was being shattered repeatedly. Sword lights howled as the great slaughter sword technique unleashed its formidable lethality. The parasitic celestial demon grew increasingly feeble, its aura waning. Wounds on its body more abundant than the fish in the azure sea. Perish. Lu Yi brandished his sword, and the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Supreme Sword. This is the embryonic form of Lu Yi's imperial sword, the unparalleled path of the sword. Lu Yi can be regarded as the first individual throughout history to ascend to the throne with a sword, only to abandon it and master the art of boxing, ultimately achieving the revered status of a supreme being. What can one say? Lu Yi excels in every conceivable aspect. The system's comprehension and deduction functions have impeccably assisted him in elevating various techniques and arts to their zenith. The unparalleled sword light ignited. Just as Lu Yi prepared to obliterate the parasitic celestial demon with his sword, a figure abruptly intervened before him. Lu Yi's blade had already descended, yet it was forcefully halted, his arms erupting with torrents of blood, while the stone sword emitted a mournful wail. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, strike. Kill me. Even slay the woman you cherish most. The parasitic celestial demon cackled with a savage glee, tears of laughter streaming down its face. It was utterly convinced that Lu Yi would not dare to harm the vermilion bird, for even a mere outsider could discern the depths of Lu Yi's affection for her. Do you think I lack the courage to kill? Upon the appearance of the vermilion bird, Lu Yi instantly comprehended everything. A grimace contorted his features, and an unprecedented aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Ha ha ha, go ahead, strike. I invite you to kill. The vermilion bird stepped forward, presenting her neck to Lu Yi, urging him to strike. Who among the world does not recognize that such women are the most significant presences in one's life, surpassing all worldly treasures? Do you dare to kill? Do you have the heart to do so? Haraha. The vermilion bird, observing the scene within the luminous barrier, felt an icy chill within her heart. After losing consciousness, such events had transpired. It turned out that in her previous life, she had already been parasitized by the celestial demon. However, the situation had evolved into this, leaving Lu Yi to unravel the dilemma and eliminate the parasitic celestial demon without inflicting harm upon himself. With a swing of his sword, the final embodiment of the parasitic celestial demon was utterly annihilated. The demon was taken aback. "You have gone mad," the vermilion bird screamed. The destruction of its last embodiment signified that from this moment forth, it could only be the vermilion bird. It had no desire to be Lu Ye's woman. It bore no distinction between male and female. Perhaps being Lu Ye's woman was not so undesirable after all. To be frank, Lu Yi was the only opponent among all the adversaries the parasitic celestial demon had encountered who truly warranted its serious attention, even admiration. Aside from his affection for his woman, he possessed no weaknesses. His methods were astonishingly formidable. "Do you realize that after you annihilate my last embodiment, I can only be the vermilion bird, and the vermilion bird can only be me?" A cold smirk graced Lu Ye's lips. "Is that so?" Suddenly, Lu Yi grasped the vermilion bird's arm, and simultaneously, their arms were drawn across. In the next moment, their vital blood intertwined rapidly, and a grand yin-yang diagram manifested above their heads. In the interplay of black and white, the sun and moon erupt, engaging in an endless cycle of transformation. Both figures are enveloped in radiant light until, abruptly, the vermilion bird is sent flying away. Lu Yi collapses into the void, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The method of yin and yang transformation, for him, is infinitely more exhausting than cultivating alongside by Chilan. The parasitic celestial demon is left bewildered by the relentless cycle. Its consciousness, previously entangled in the forces of yin and yang, was violently twisted and distorted. Once the tumult subsides, its awareness inexplicably resides within Lu Yi. The parasitic demon is struck with terror, unable to fathom how Lu Yi achieved such a feat. The implications are truly horrifying. If Lu Yi were to target another being with this technique, would he not be capable of transferring himself into that creature, and then, effortlessly, strike it down? Thus, the parasitic demon frantically endeavors to merge with Lu Yi, striving to taint every inch of his soul and body with its essence. Yet, Lu Yi pays no heed to the demon's desperate actions. He places the vermilion bird aboard a spiritual vessel and vanishes from sight. Chapter 130. The Fall of the Vermilion Bird, Part 5. Lu Yi, you truly value loyalty and righteousness. However, now that you and I are fused as one, would that not be even better? The parasitic celestial demon, fully integrated with Lu Yi, articulated such words through his lips. The vermilion bird gazed at this scene. Her eyes gradually filled with dread. No, 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 this cannot be. This cannot be. In the unfolding tableau, the corners of Lu Ye's mouth subtly lifted. Another one gone. How lamentable. What does that mean? The parasitic celestial demon was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, it felt the energy within Lu Yi begin to surge wildly and violently. Lu Ye's complexion changed dramatically. What are you planning to do? Lu Yi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? What enmity, what grievance do we share that you would drag me into self-destruction? You will perish as well. Do you wish for us both to meet our end? Madman, stop. Quickly halt. Lunatic, for heaven's sake, lunatic. No, don't. The vermilion bird also cried out. Do not self-destruct, please do not. Boom. Within the luminous barrier, a dazzling sphere of white light ascended like a sun rising over the azure sea. A tremendous void appeared within the cerulean waters, sending towering waves surging in all directions. Lu Yi had self-destructed. He had compelled the parasitic celestial demon to merge with him, ultimately detonating alongside the demon's last remnants of spirit. A mutual demise. The vermilion bird was utterly stunned. So much had transpired while she was unconscious. Lu Yi had actually taken her place, allowing the parasitic celestial demon to infest him, and then detonated together with it. His life had been extinguished, all due to his own folly and misplaced trust in the fire spirit. The scene within the luminous barrier was not yet concluded. Having experienced death, Lu Yi reappeared. He sighed softly, his expression tinged with resignation, clearly at a loss regarding the women surrounding him. Yet, fortunately, a smile once again graced Lu Ye's face. The vermilion bird understood the unspoken continuation of his thought. He must have been saying, "Fortunately, the vermilion bird is unharmed." The imagery persisted. The vermilion bird witnessed Lu Yi reviving her from the ship. "Why am I here?" she thought, her eyes reddened and somewhat bewildered as she clutched her head. "You were parasitized by the celestial demon, attempting to prevent me from slaying it. Thankfully, my skills surpassed yours. Not only did I eradicate the parasite from your being, but I also utterly vanquished the parasitic celestial demon. How impressive is it not?" Lu Yi beamed with a radiant smile. He always exuded such brightness, as if he had never encountered death at all. The vermilion bird did not raise her gaze, responding in a subdued tone. "Impressive. Is this reaction not too subdued?" Zhu Ke raised her head, her face already displaying an expression of admiration, accompanied by a smile. "Indeed, Lu Yi is exceptionally remarkable." Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. He gazed at Zhu Chue's smile and, for a moment, felt utterly at a loss. "You, what is wrong with me? I've praised you, is that not enough? What more do you desire from me?" Lu Yi fell silent. Though Zhu Ke wore a smile, a hint of derision gleamed in her eyes. "Aren't you curious how I expelled the parasitic celestial demon from your body and subsequently vanquished it? You sacrificed a life. Is that not sufficient? Enough. Lu Yi, I am weary. I wish for a moment of tranquility." Lu Yi. Zhu Ke beheld the unfolding scene, tears streaming down her face. She observed Lu Ye's unbridled joy and pride, which her few words extinguished completely. She vividly recalled her own thoughts from the past. She despised Lu Yi. In that instant, her hatred for him surged immeasurably. She even found herself unwilling to maintain the pretense any longer. She questioned what there was to disguise when dealing with a deceiver. The light curtain vanished. Shen Shitong watched Zhu Ke, her face awash with tears, and the entire system rejoiced in delight. Ding ding ding, never trusting one's beloved is eternally foolish. You deserve such a fate. Can I kill him? Lu Yi inquired of Shen Shitong. Wait, I have one more question. Zhu Chue's voice was laden with regret and guilt. What is it? Speak. Shen Shitong, filled with anticipation, urged. Come, let this system hear your final words. Zhu Ke, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed longingly at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, her voice trembled. Lu Yi's expression remained indifferent. Zhu Ke struggled to articulate her thoughts, her body shaking as she wept uncontrollably. Did you feel fear when you self-destructed? Were you in pain? Shen Shitong paused in surprise. Lu Yi's celestial fist coalesced once more. He provided Zhu Ke with an answer. No fear, nor pain. Do you regret it? The celestial fist had reached its zenith. Lu Yi looked at Zhu Ke, whom he had genuinely cherished and cared for in his previous life. Countless memories flooded his heart. He offered her the most sincere response. Regret. A sorrowful smile appeared on Zhu Chue's face. Regret. Regret. She closed her eyes. The celestial fist descended with a thunderous crash. Boom. This time, Zhu Ke erupted into a sky of flames. Her soul, along with the barely alive soul of the Hongling demon sovereign, disintegrated under this strike. Thus, in the world, there was no longer Zhu Ke, nor the Hongling demon sovereign. Zhu Ke had fallen. Lu Yi gazed at the ethereal flames of the vermilion bird dancing in the void, his eyes clouded with inscrutable thoughts. The vermilion bird had once loved him, and he had reciprocated that affection. Yet, now their bond lay in tatters. Alas, it was merely a fleeting encounter with the winds of time. Lu Yi formed a seal, summoning the flames of the vermilion bird towards him, merging them into his own fire. He turned and departed. Shen Shitong, filled with profound satisfaction, transformed into a stream of light and melded into Lu Yi's being. Lu Yi traversed through myriad worlds, once more embarking on the journey to condense the essence of flesh and blood into a great elixir. Time ticked away, moment by moment. At last, Lu Yi returned to the great wasteland, and the communication stone resonated immediately. Due to the vast distance, he had only received the message upon his return. Lu Yi, what is your relationship with Chuling? She has stolen the Sword Mountain of the Supreme Sword Sect, and now they are pursuing her relentlessly across the realm. The Supreme Sword Sect is an ally of our Grand Dao sect, and their loss is compounded by the fact that their powerful members have come to assist us. What do you suggest we do? Perhaps you should contact Chuling and urge her to return the Sword Mountain. If she desires treasures akin to it, we could endeavor to forge new ones. Should she find it absolutely necessary, our Grand Dao sect can offer compensation to the Supreme Sword Sect. A flurry of messages ensued. Lu Yi, holding the communication stone, replied, Chu Ling and I are adversaries. If the Supreme Sword Sect were to aid me in eliminating her, I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 131. Obsession to Obsession, countless and unfathomable, hangs densely between heaven and earth. The obsession of reincarnation is indestructible. This is no mere jest. Even the Lord of Reincarnation finds himself powerless against these obsessions, which speaks volumes about their terrifying nature. Currently, Lu Yi finds himself equally helpless, for these entities transcend the three realms and exist beyond the five elements. One may attempt to obliterate an obsession, yet it shall never be entirely vanquished. It will inevitably return to the cycle of reincarnation, absorbing its power to restore itself. Dissipation, obsession is akin to a vast pit within the Lord of Reincarnation. The destruction wrought by these obsessions has claimed countless souls, whose corporeal forms Lu Yi has refined into blood and flesh elixirs. He has tried to assimilate these obsessions into the banner of 10,000 souls, yet to no avail. They remain unattended. As time progresses, these neglected obsessions begin to fade, becoming transparent and ethereal. They merge into the void, all converging toward a singular destination. There lies a colossal galaxy, slowly rotating, where billions of stars coalesce into the largest whirlpool, their gravitational forces intertwining to create a mesmerizing tableau. In the myriad realms, souls continuously enter this whirlpool, reincarnating. Indeed, this is the cycle of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation, having exhausted his life's energy, created this cycle to ensure the cosmic order aligns with the heavenly mandate, seeking merits through the cycle of reincarnation to attain enlightenment. At the entrance of this cycle stands a gigantic stone statue, seated in meditation. Draped in robes, it resembles a monk, with a mark of reincarnation upon its brow, emanating a captivating aura. He has long surpassed his destined end. However, due to the nature of reincarnation, he has managed to exist in a self-imposed state within the cycle for an extended duration, a testament to his formidable strength. Observing the souls entering reincarnation fills him with immeasurable joy, for each one contributes to his merits. Suddenly, an obsession approaches. No matter, obsessions are ever present. One obsession alone does not stir much emotional upheaval within the Lord of Reincarnation. A second obsession arrives. No matter, obsessions are ever present. The third obsession approaches. Could it be that calamity is once again befalling the world? The fourth obsession arrives. Alas, all beings suffer. It is lamentable that I cannot liberate them all. The fifth, sixth, and seventh obsessions follow. Wait, hold on. The Lord of Reincarnation feels a twinge of panic, as countless obsessions swarm toward the entrance of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation is taken aback. Why are there so many obsessions? Crack, crack, crack. The Lord of Reincarnation detaches from the statue, and upon doing so, he witnesses a scene that makes him question his very existence. Obsessions. Endless obsessions have coalesced into an ocean, stretching infinitely towards the cycle of reincarnation. No, Amitabha is on the same level as oneself. I should say, reincarnation sovereign above. No, the reincarnation sovereign is indeed oneself. The reincarnation sovereign's thoughts have been thrown into disarray by an overwhelming surge of obsessions. He has encountered dark times before, where countless cruel entities emerged, plunging the world into despair and sorrow. Yet, how many obsessions arose during those times? Not even a tenth of the current ones. What on earth has transpired in this world? Has there emerged a being solely dedicated to creating obsessions? Could this not be the greatest adversary of one's existence? The reincarnation sovereign's expression turned grave, his scalp tingling, as he hastily attempted to decipher the heavenly secrets to uncover the truth. However, the moment the heavenly secrets began to take form, they shattered. The secrets collapsed once more. A formidable presence, one that even the reincarnation sovereign found unsettling, forcefully obscured the heavenly truths, rendering him unable to discern what was occurring. The reincarnation sovereign's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he was aware that such relentless shock diminished his celestial dignity, he could not contain himself. The scene before him was unprecedented. The being responsible for these obsessions possessed the ability to directly shield the heavenly truths, thwarting his attempts at divination, and was undoubtedly not inferior to him. perhaps even stronger. Faced with such an entity, he felt a mix of awe and acceptance. There are simply too many obsessions. The reincarnation sovereign could not help but curse inwardly. The path of reincarnation has been in motion for countless ages, and the total obsessions formed throughout that time amount to no more than those manifested this time. This implies that the obsessions appearing now are equivalent to all those accumulated over the ages. No, the reincarnation sovereign was on the brink of madness. Reincarnation has existed for many years. How can so many obsessions suddenly emerge? Are you a machine for producing obsessions? Wait, why does this obsession seem somewhat familiar? The obsession that appeared before the reincarnation sovereign took the form of an elderly man, pale and clearly gravely ill. The reason the reincarnation sovereign found him familiar was that this elderly man had endured a life of suffering. Born into poverty and illness, his family accrued massive debts for his treatment, yet they merely pulled him back from the brink of death, leaving him still plagued by sickness. His father succumbed to despair and took his own life, while his mother, burdened by debts, raised him but directed all her resentment towards him. Though she never laid a hand on him, her words viciously assaulted his soul. A blind girl fell in love with him, and he reciprocated her feelings. Yet she was forced to marry a butcher and faced relentless abuse. He fought valiantly against the butcher, only to be ruthlessly struck down, while his mother unleashed the most vicious curses upon him. He contemplated suicide, yet was saved by his mother, who listened to his heart-wrenching lament that this family, meant to sustain his existence, had disintegrated. In his despair, he wished for death, questioning why he had not embraced it sooner. Amidst such anguish, he lived his life. The depth of his obsession moved even the Lord of Reincarnation. Upon witnessing this fixation, the Lord felt a tremor in his heart, vanishing in an instant. Could it be that the obsession had escaped his notice? No. Could it truly possess such power? His figure materialized in the deepest recesses of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the very place that once contained the obsession. Now, in this profound abyss, the Lord of Reincarnation beheld that same fixation. The Lord of Reincarnation? No. He had brought this obsession to the gateway of reincarnation, where 2 identical elder figures stood before him, both embodiments of the same fixation. Utterly identical, completely indistinguishable. In that moment, the Lord of Reincarnation's mind shattered. Who was it? Who could possibly be orchestrating this? As a divine being, who had the audacity to manipulate him in such a manner? How could such a perfect replication come to be? Obsession 2. Chapter 132. Transformed into Obsession. Second update. This is a pair. This is a pair. This is a pair. Deep within the cycle of reincarnation, the sovereign of reincarnation gazed upon the identical obsessions with a visage tinged with despair. Yet, he was acutely aware that any entity capable of such feats was undoubtedly beyond his reach. It was utterly unfathomable. These were the obsessions of reincarnation, which he himself could not control. To think that a formidable being could replicate such identical obsessions without his slightest awareness was astonishing. The divine secrets were entirely shrouded, leaving him unable to deduce anything. At last, after all the obsessions were paired, the solitary remaining obsession appeared before the sovereign of reincarnation. This is the vermilion bird? Goodness, one of the 4 spirits of heaven. An existence of such elevated stature had transformed into an obsession. Her eyes were devoid of life, and she muttered incessantly, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The sovereign of reincarnation furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, since she had already become an obsession of reincarnation, it implied that she was indeed dead. In the state of obsession, the true spirit would be trapped in perpetual torment, day and night, in an endless cycle. The complete annihilation of a living being entails 3 stages. First, the death of the physical body. Second, the death of the soul. And third, the death of the true spirit. Most beings perish when their physical bodies die, with their souls being automatically gathered by reincarnation. A strong soul may evade the pull of reincarnation, harboring the potential for rebirth. While some beings experience the shattering of their souls upon death, those who remain possess only their true spirit, which must undergo numerous reincarnations as the weakest of beings, such as a paramecium or various microorganisms, to gradually nurture their souls. After successful nurturing of the soul, they may then reincarnate into a living being once more. There exists another scenario where the true spirit is shattered. This often occurs during tribulations or during the dark upheaval when the strongest beings strike against the ordinary. Observing the true spirit of the vermilion bird, the sovereign of reincarnation chose not to act hastily. He decided to allow her to languish at the bottom of reincarnation and slowly endure her torment. In the sect of the Great Dao, the return of Lu Yi instantly drew a multitude of people toward him. What is the situation? Lu Changfeng inquired anxiously. With a gentle smile upon his face, Lu Yi delivered words that sent chills down the spines of those present. The situation is quite favorable. Over 90% of the alien races should be dead. If you deem the alien small world to be of value, you may reclaim it without much resistance. Immediately, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. 90%? Lu Changfeng sought confirmation of the staggering figure. Indeed, 90%. Ha ha ha, splendid. 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 The calamity of foreign tribes has been resolved in a single day. The vast wilderness shall enjoy a millennium of peace. Lu Yi, your contributions are indeed remarkable. Lu Changfeng could not help but burst into laughter. The entire hall of inquiry was filled with mirth and admiration. Lu Yi produced a vast array of storage rings and various pouches. Most of the items within were of low quality, as he had already extracted everything he required. These items are of no further use to me. I shall leave them for the sect. There are simply too many. Observing the mountain-like accumulation of treasures, the mere act of categorizing them would demand immense manpower and time. Yet, no one felt weary. There is an abundance. These treasures are your own hard-earned spoils, and you could easily keep them. No need. I have retained what I require. The rest can be utilized by the sect. Should I need anything, I shall request it from the sect. Very well, if you find yourself in need, do inform the sect at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, what of Chu Ling? Does she truly harbor a grudge against you? Lu Changfeng hesitated before speaking. If there is no significant animosity, perhaps you could persuade Chu Ling. The Sword Mountain is of utmost importance to the Supreme Sword Sect, a cornerstone of our establishment, especially while the Supreme Sword Sect is still aiding us. To steal the Sword Mountain would be an act unbecoming of our kind, Lu Changfeng remarked. Lu Yi chuckled softly. Sectmaster, I have already stated that I have no connection with Chu Ling. Any relationship we might share is one of enmity. I cannot reach her, nor do I wish to. Her life or death bears no consequence to me. There is no need to plead for mercy on my behalf. If she must perish, let it be so. Lu Changfeng hesitated once more. Are you truly certain? Absolutely certain. Lu Changfeng remained indecisive, for he understood the capricious nature of youthful affections. Some couples profess eternal enmity, yet if one of them were to suffer, the other would become consumed by rage, disregarding everything else. Some young lovers may engage in a cold war, uttering the most venomous words, yet a mere agreement could ignite their fury. Is this not sheer madness? You are truly resolute. I swear by the Tao, Chu Ling's fate is of no concern to me. Otherwise, I shall meet my demise. Oh dear! Lu Changfeng was startled and quickly covered Lu Ye's mouth. Enough, enough. I believe you. I believe you. There is no need for oaths. It seems Lu Yi and Chu Ling indeed share no significant ties. In that case, shall I notify the Supreme Sword Sect? Lu Yi smiled slightly. As you wish. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well. Focus on your cultivation, and should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to the sect. Lu Yi departed from the Hall of Inquiry. His cultivation had ascended to the 8th level of harmonization. The dissolution of his reincarnation obsession had allowed him to emerge from the mire, and in that moment of relief, he inadvertently transcended a small stage. The death of Zhu Ke was unavoidable. Once she was parasitized by the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, her demise was sealed. In the previous life, the perpetual existence of the WNL Ing Ohu Ing brought immense trouble to Ly, attracting countless adversaries. Although the DOD Oz Ing rose to prominence, it did so amidst a series of brutal battles, which resulted in the demise of wave after wave of disciples and elders. I could be considered a victim of the WNL Ing Ohu Ing's indirect actions. Thus, Ly could not permit the WNL Ing Ohu Ing to continue living. Even if the Zhu Ke, as one of the 4 divine beasts and an emperor, possessed the potential to completely suppress the WNL Ing Ohu Ing, Ly would not place the fate of his enemy in the hands of the Zhu Ke. His foes would be eliminated by his own hands. Ly had initially intended to focus on his cultivation when he suddenly raised his head. Oh, another breakthrough? He mused. It seems the frequency of the chaos poison's manifestation is increasing. The aura of Bi-Chi-Ln, belonging to the Tribulation Transcendent stage, permeated the entirety of the DoD Oz-ing. Yet another being of the Tribulation Transcendent stage was born. A chilling and terrifying cold enveloped the DoD Oz-ing in a layer of frost. In the midst of boundless suffering, Bi-Chi-Ln opened her eyes. At that moment, the system transformed into SHNXT-ing and vanished from sight. Chapter 133. The Meeting of the Melon King. 3 updates, at long last. She has awakened. Hongling's emotions surged, tears of joy streaming down her face. Baiqiulan's condition had nearly terrified her. Yet another episode of chaotic poison, even more severe than the last. Previously, Baiqiulan had merely lapsed into unconsciousness, but this time, amidst her stupor, she emitted pained groans. Sun Ruowei was equally distressed. Witnessing her dear sister in such a state, with her medical knowledge proving utterly futile, filled her with profound despair. Baiqiulan slowly opened her eyes, the anguish still evident within them. "Master, how are you? Are you feeling any better?" A strained smile flickered across Baiqiulan's face. "It's nothing, don't worry. I'm all right now." Hongling, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Did your senior brother do something to you? You fell unconscious right at his doorstep, and he didn't even attend to you. Is he even human?" Mentioning Lu Yi caused Baiqiulan's gaze to dim suddenly. "It's not his fault. I fainted after he left. He simply doesn't know. Master, you should ask your senior brother for help with the poison. Each episode grows more severe. It's only a matter of time before you can't endure it any longer." "No, there's no need. Master, there is no need." Sun Ruowei observed this exchange and concluded that, ultimately, all the troubles stemmed from Lu Yi. She must confront him. She could not allow her beloved sister to succumb to death bit by bit. Rising, she departed towards Lu Ye's residence. At that moment, a figure approached her. Sun Ruowei halted, gazing at the stunning silhouette that drew near. From the very first glance, an indescribable awe blossomed within her. The multicolored gown appeared as if woven from the very fabric of the universe, the graceful form embodying a perfect interpretation of beauty, and the visage was, indeed, a masterpiece cherished by the heavens, breathtakingly genuine. Sun Ruowei had often heard her companions speak of an extraordinarily beautiful woman beside Lu Yi, praising her beauty incessantly, which had led her to ponder just how magnificent she truly was. Among them, Hongling, Shangwan Huanling, Baiqiulan. Each was stunning, each more beautiful than the last. The most crucial aspect was that she had been the one to maintain order, while Hongling incessantly praised the beauty of other women. Sun Ruowei could only scoff internally at such folly, a group of people, blind to the brilliance surrounding them. However, upon seeing this woman, Sun Ruowei was utterly mesmerized. Perhaps she had been overly confident. It was difficult to fathom that such beauty truly existed in the world, enough to overshadow her own radiance. "Shin Shitong, it is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator." Shin Shitong regarded Sun Ruowei with eyes full of mirth, her demeanor unprecedentedly warm. A kindred spirit. A kindred spirit. With Sun Ruowei present, Shin Shitong felt reassured that she was not alone on this path. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Sun Ruowei," she stammered slightly. "Do not be anxious. Dear Ruowei, I feel a certain affinity between us. Upon first glance, there was a warmth that enveloped me, as if we share some commonality. At long last, Shin Shitong had encountered a kindred spirit, her heart brimming with joy, her smile radiant. In that moment, the world seemed to lose its hues. Sun Ruowei, momentarily entranced, was lost in thought. "What is it? Is my smile unappealing?" Shin Shitong inquired, touching her face. "Is it because I smiled too joyfully, causing my features to distort?" No, not at all. You are truly breathtaking, a paragon of beauty. Any woman who lays eyes upon you would undoubtedly feel diminished," Sun Ruowei exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. "However, you mentioned feeling a sense of familiarity upon seeing me. What do you believe that commonality to be?" A flicker of delight danced in Sun Ruowei's heart. Could it be that her beauty had finally been recognized? After all, Shin Shitong's most prominent virtue was her own exquisite appearance. How delightful it was to discover this shared trait. "I am not quite sure what it is. Perhaps we could each share our preferences and see if they align," Shin Shitong suggested with a smile. "Preferences, you say?" Sun Ruowei's expression faltered momentarily. "Surely, our commonality lies in our appearances, does it not? How can one not see that? It was rather vexing that such a stunning young woman could be so oblivious. I shall go first. I adore culinary delights, Shin Shitong declared. Sun Ruowei shook her head. I find little interest in food. My passion lies in the art of medicine. Shin Shitong responded with a shake of her head. I have little interest in medicine. I delight in gossip. Sun Ruowei opened her mouth. I too do not care much for gossip. What did you say? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Shin Shitong's heart was alight with joy, though she feigned modesty, appearing somewhat bashful. I enjoy gossip. Gossip about melons? You mean? No. I mean the tales of love and strife between people. At that moment, Sun Ruowei's eyes widened even further. She could hardly fathom that such a stunning beauty would indulge in such trivial pastimes. Indeed, it seemed that even the most exquisite of women shared commonalities. I too enjoy gossip. Sun Ruowei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Really? Shin Shitong's eyes sparkled with surprise. Indeed, I absolutely adore it, particularly the affairs of those around me. The slightest whisper piques my curiosity. So do I. I relish the stories of those near to me. How wonderful it is that we are of the same mind. No wonder I found you so pleasing to behold. Indeed, it is quite serendipitous. I often indulge in gossip alone, with no one to share it with. Do you truly enjoy it? May I share a piece with you? Of course. I have so many tales to tell, yet no one to share them with. It is driving me to distraction. The emotions between the two individuals were nothing short of exuberant joy as they grasped each other's hands, their eyes brimming with mutual recognition of their shared path. They promptly exchanged communication stones, anticipating future opportunities to share delightful news. By the way, what are you planning to do? Shin Shitong inquired. Suddenly, Sun Ruowei, who had been rather animated, composed herself. It seemed that this Shin Shitong was associated with Lu Yi. Do you know Lu Yi? Sun Ruowei asked. Indeed, I am quite familiar with him. I have indulged in his tales extensively. Immensely entertaining, Shin Shitong replied matter-of-factly. Oh, does he have many stories? Certainly. Allow me to provide you with an example. Take, for instance, the matter concerning his master, Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan is currently afflicted by a poison known as chaotic yin poison, a consequence of her unique physique, the chaotic Taiyin divine body. As the saying goes, lonely yin does not generate, lonely yang does not thrive. Bai Qiulan's predicament stems from an excessively deep yin. Lu Yi indeed possesses a solution. Can you guess what it might be? Shin Shitong's expression was one of peculiar delight, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully shielded her face with her hand. Sun Ruowei leaned closer to listen. Despite the peril surrounding Bai Qiulan, the prospect of both savoring gossip while uncovering news was, quite simply, perfect. What? Sun Ruowei asked in a hushed tone. Chapter 134, The Essence of the Yin Scriptures, Part 4, Dual Cultivation. What? Sun Ruowei's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Shoo! Lower your voice. This is not for the ears of the others. Let us speak in hushed tones. Is it truly dual cultivation? Sun Ruowei's voice softened. Yet her astonishment was palpable. Would I deceive you? It is indeed genuine dual cultivation, with not a hint of falsehood. As the saying goes, lonely yin cannot produce. Lonely yang cannot thrive. Bai Qiulan embodies the essence of yin, while Lu Yi represents the essence of yang. The former is a naturally gifted being, whereas the latter has cultivated his essence over time. No wonder I sensed an alluring aura around Bai Qiulan not long ago. Goodness, could it be that they have already? Sun Ruowei exclaimed, gesturing with her thumbs colliding in a playful manner. It seems not at present. Bai Qiulan appears unable to accept such a relationship, leading to the continuous outbreak of chaotic yin poison, resulting in the current predicament. So that is how it is. In that moment, Sun Ruowei felt as though she had spent a scorching day under the sun, only to return to her home with a refreshing air conditioning set to 20 degrees. Reclining on the sofa while savoring a large slice of chilled watermelon, the exhilaration made her tremble with delight. Indeed, Bai Qiulan possesses an antiquated mindset. But what of Lu Yi? Is he also unwilling? Bai Qiulan is an unparalleled beauty, especially with her figure, which could overshadow nearly all women in existence. Even she felt envious. Surely, Lu Yi must be inclined toward her? Moreover, men are often drawn to forbidden matters. For Bai Qiulan, ethical principles hold immense significance. However, for Lu Yi, it evokes an entirely different sentiment. Could it be that Lu Yi is truly reluctant? You know Bai Qiulan's temperament well. If Lu Yi were to engage in such treacherous acts, Would Bai Qiulan not loathe him profoundly? Yet, it might be better for her to harbor resentment than to witness her demise, no? Who can say for certain? What if Bai Qiulan believes that death is preferable? Or worse, holds a grudge against Lu Yi, even seeking revenge? Wouldn't Lu Yi be utterly innocent in that scenario? Impossible. Sun Ruowei immediately dismissed the idea. Can you be certain? Sun Ruowei pondered. It's indeed difficult to ascertain. But must this dual cultivation necessitate Lu Yi? Is there no other man who could suffice? What if it were the sect leader? Shin Shitong cast her an incredulous glance. This technique can only be borne by a select few. If Lu Changfeng were to assist Bai Qiulan in dispelling the poison, he would likely perish on the spot. Is that true? Absolutely. I have always chosen only the most exquisite of fruits. I certainly do not indulge in inferior ones. Why is that? Because this technique was devised by Lu Yi. Wait a moment. Let me contemplate the intricacies of this method. Shin Shitong tilted her head in thought. Sun Ruowei awaited with eager curiosity. If this technique were to be modified, it seems that women could also employ it, though it would bring them considerable suffering. Sun Ruowei gasped. 2 women, dual cultivation? How can that be accomplished? It seemed that 2 women could not truly be considered for dual cultivation. This technique originally required the vital essence of life and the fire of yang to neutralize the chaotic yin poison. If it were to involve women, it appeared that the heart fire could be utilized for the same purpose. Could women genuinely manage this? Sun Ruowei felt a surge of excitement. No, this technique is rather painful to implement. Most individuals cannot endure it, and you are certainly unable to withstand it. Perhaps you Hongling could, Shin Shitong remarked. I am on the verge of merging paths, while Hongling has only just reached the refinement void stage. If I cannot endure it, how could you Hongling? Sun Ruowei mused. Perplexed. There is something profoundly mysterious about Lu Yi, Yu Hongling, Bai Qiulan, and even Shangwan Huanling. I sense there are monumental secrets within them, yet I have yet to fully comprehend it. I believe we can explore this together and strive for indulgence. Sun Ruowei nodded fervently, sensing the immense secrets they all harbored. I shall now impart the technique to you. You may have Yu Hongling give it a try, or you may attempt it yourself. Sun Ruowei hesitated, but ultimately nodded. Very well, let us give it a try. This technique was one that Shin Shitong had devised herself. Previously, Lu Yi had only considered dual cultivation or allowing Bai Qiulan to resolve the chaotic yin poison on her own, never contemplating that a woman might aid Bai Qiulan in detoxification. Now, she had formulated it, though it might entail some pain. Other side effects would likely only lead to weakness. Interestingly, once activated, Bai Qiulan would control the initiation and conclusion of the technique, rendering the practitioner passive. Shin Shitong named it the Cha Nu Ji Yin Jing. In Taoist terminology, Cha Nu refers to mercury, which is highly toxic. This name, Sun Ruowei hesitated. Regardless, this is the name. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Remember, you must not practice this technique. I will contact you via the communication stone when I have time. Farewell. Goodbye. Shin Shitong's figure transformed into a spectrum of radiant light, dissipating into the void. Sun Ruowei remained rooted in place, gazing at the jade slip in her hand. She closed her eyes, using her consciousness to glimpse within. How profound! It was a mysterious method. Though it bore the title of a scripture, it was not a cultivation technique, rather a form of secret art, an authentic secret method. Should she still seek out Lu Yi? Contemplating Shin Shitong's words, the notion of dual cultivation was unwelcome to Bai Qiulan, and Lu Yi was equally averse. What then was the purpose of pursuing dual cultivation? First, she would return with the secret method, allowing Bai Qiulan to study it. And Yu Hongling should also take a look. Should she attempt to cultivate it herself? Perhaps she would assess the situation first. Sun Ruowei returned to the courtyard where Bai Qiulan resided. Everyone, I have encountered Shin Shitong. Before she could utter another word, Shangwan Huanling suddenly erupted with excitement. Have you seen her as well? No, on what basis should I? Yu Hongling has encountered her, Bai Qiulan has met her, and now you too have seen her. Why is it that I have yet to lay eyes on her? Shangwan Huanling was incensed. What does this signify? This is discrimination. The trio. That is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that she bestowed upon me a set of techniques, claiming that women too can dispel the chaotic poison afflicting Bai Qiulan. I have brought the techniques with me. Impossible. Yu Hongling's immediate reaction was disbelief. That woman is as treacherous as they come, undoubtedly possessing a heart as cold as a viper. Would she genuinely be so benevolent as to return with a set of techniques to assist our master in detoxification? She must be wishing for our demise, Yu Hongling exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. Sun Ruowei grew curious. What exactly has caused such enmity between you? Is the grudge truly so profound? Did they not first meet before the great battle? Such hostility. Could it be that she has stolen your man? Yet that cannot be the case, as Lu Ye's demeanor towards this master and junior sister is exceedingly harsh. It is unlikely he regards them as his women. The situation is utterly perplexing. Chapter 135, A New Storm, Part 5. Where is the technique? Bai Qiulan inquired. Sun Ruowei handed the Cha Nu Ji In Jing to Bai Qiulan. However, Yu Hongling suddenly intervened and snatched the text away. Master, what are you intending to do? Yu Hongling asked with caution. Shen Shidong harbors ill intentions. I intend to destroy this technique to prevent being deceived by her, Bai Qiulan declared. Master, there is no need to be so hasty. I would like to examine the technique first. Hongling, you must not look at it. Shen Shidong is certainly not a benign character. Should you look, you will undoubtedly fall into her trap. Master, rest assured, I am composed and will not be deceived. You. At this moment, within the halls of the Wangu sect, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Numerous formidable figures sat within the grand hall, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Wangu sect may not be numerous, yet each member is undeniably powerful. Even one of them could shake the vast wilderness to its core. It was unexpected that the Dai Dao sect could triumph over the allied forces of the foreign tribes. A single Lu Yi had decisively altered the course of battle, a Wangu elder spoke slowly. Upon utterance of this statement, the mood in the Wangu hall grew even more somber. The fact that the Wangu sect did not intervene to repel the foreign forces had already left many in the human realm disheartened. Everyone expected the Wangu sect to rise to the occasion, a singular sect among the 3 dynasties and 5 sects, revered above all. Yet, when the foreign coalition invaded, they faltered, offering no assistance whatsoever. It can be said that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The Dao sect, however, managed to turn the tide, annihilating the majority of the foreign coalition while sustaining minimal losses. In an instant, the standing and prestige of the Dao sect soared within the wilderness. A new saying emerged. Dao precedes Wangu. One morning, 3 sects. Does heaven and earth stand in opposition? The meaning is clear. The Dao sect has eclipsed the Wangu sect. Now, within the wilderness, there exists an empire and 3 sects. Do the Tian Pavilion and the Netherworld still hold relevance? A stark mockery, a blatant derision. Ironically, this statement has gained increasing circulation. Had it not been for the arrival of the Demon Coalition, with no strong figures falling, the Yin-Yang sect would have faced immediate expulsion from the ranks. In response, the Wangu sect found itself at a loss. The renown of a sect is earned through action, not mere proclamations. The Wangu sect could not compel the world to elevate it above others. In the midst of the silence, a tall figure clad in resplendent robes entered, indicating that he had just met with a highly significant individual. Greetings, sect leader. The assembly rose in unison, exclaiming. The Wangu sect differs from others. While other sects select suitable candidates for leadership, such as Lu Changfeng or Li Weiyue, the Wangu sect has its own distinctive approach. The primary duty of the sect leader is not merely to cultivate, but to steer the sect towards prosperity. However, the Wangu sect differs in this regard. The leader of the Wangu sect has always been its most formidable member, for only the strongest can establish a clearer communication with the second heaven. By connecting with the upper realm, directives are received and resources are granted. Feng Changya spoke, and the crowd was taken aback. The significance of the resources bestowed by the upper realm overshadowed the notion of tasks. The first directive was to capture Chu Ling, subjecting her to public torment to draw out Lu Yi. The second was to eliminate Lu Yi. Upon hearing these 2 missions, the expressions of more than half the assembly shifted dramatically. Lu Yi's prowess was firmly etched in their minds. According to reports, the Demon Emperor had been slain by Lu Yi with a single punch. Although there were several formidable figures within the Wangu sect who could rival the Demon Emperor, facing Lu Yi, they feared it would take no more than 5 punches. How do we confront him? Lu Yi has demonstrated an overwhelming strength, even with our utmost efforts. We may not stand a chance, an elder remarked immediately. In response, the upper realm devised a strategy. 2 elixirs materialized in his hand. The first, named the Tribulation Transcending Pill, is well known for its efficacy. Upon its mention, the eyes of all present ignited with fervor. This pill could elevate the success rate of a tribulation by at least 20%, a value of immense worth, nearly unattainable in the first heaven. And its essential ingredients were nearly extinct. The second elixir, known as the concealment pill, allows a successful transcendent to remain in the first heaven for an additional 10 days. Typically, upon successfully transcending to the great ascension stage, the force of reception from the second heaven would immediately manifest. This explains the absence of great ascension figures in the first heaven. The nine heavens sage abhors the slaughter of the weak by the strong, thus maintaining stringent regulations regarding ascension. Once one reaches the great ascension, the order is clear: depart immediately, without delay. Yet, where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures below, and the concealment pill has emerged. Naturally, this pill is even more precious than the tribulation transcending pill. The thought of an invincible being lingering in this realm for an extra 10 days is terrifying indeed. There are other matters I shall not elaborate upon, but the emergence of both the tribulation transcending pill and the concealment pill should indicate the upper realm's intense desire to eliminate Lu Yi. Now, I invite you all to express your opinions. An elder rose swiftly, having reached the 8th layer of tribulation. He had yet to break through to the 9th due to his lack of confidence in the tribulation process. Otherwise, he would have long since ascended. Now, with the tribulation transcending pill in hand, he was willing to wager his life. I will take action to eliminate Lu Yi. This was his stance. Excellent. In the stillness of the night, Feng Changya, without a hint of superfluous dialogue, tossed a tribulation elixir and a concealment elixir to the elder. I too can take action, proclaimed a voice from the 9th level of tribulation. Excellent. I, too, can participate. Elder Nyo interjected, but you've only attained the 1st level of tribulation. Perhaps it's best if you refrain. What am I 1st level of tribulation? I am still capable of transcending. If you provide me with a tribulation elixir, I shall undergo the tribulation at once and then hunt down Lu Yi. Feng Changya shook his head. You are not yet ready, at the very least. One must be at the pinnacle of the tribulation realm. With 3 tribulation elixirs and 3 concealment elixirs remaining, he inquired, is there anyone else in need? I. In an instant, 3 voices responded. Feng Changya retained 2 for himself. In that case, let us first capture Chuling. With her in our grasp, we can lure Lu Yi forth. The higher-ups have decreed that should this endeavor succeed, all involved shall receive rewards, which will be no less than the tribulation elixirs. Aiding your ascension. Indeed, the Wangu sect shall mobilize. Chapter 136, Jiang Dai, First Update. The news that the Eternal Sect had initiated a pursuit against Chu Ling swiftly spread throughout the first heaven. The immediate reaction from those who heard this was one of utter confusion. How could this be? There seemed to be no connection whatsoever between the Eternal Sect and Chu Ling. Chu Ling had maintained an exceptionally low profile in the first heaven. While Yu Hongling was preoccupied with her daily activities at the Grand Dao Sect, Chu Ling had already begun her journeys across the entire first heaven, seeking out dangers and ruins wherever they lay. Possessing the memories of her past life, she was acutely aware of the opportunities hidden within various blessed lands and secluded realms. This knowledge was not lost on Lu Yi or Yu Hongling. However, Lu Yi was overwhelmed with his own tasks, lacking the time to gather such information. Even if he had, it would not have been as expedient as eliminating powerful foes from other races. Yu Hongling frequently found herself in combat, yet her cultivation was undeniably lagging behind that of Chu Ling. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Shin Shitong would offer her assistance. Under such circumstances, with Chu Ling's minimal exposure, the Eternal Sect's pursuit of her seemed utterly baffling. The Supreme Sword Sect was equally perplexed by the motives of the Eternal Sect. Some speculated whether this was a reaction to the increasing number of allies at the Grand Dao Sect, leading them to fear for their own standing as the foremost sect, hence a desire to strengthen their ties with the Supreme Sword Sect. The Eternal Sect justified their actions under the banner of unifying the sects, accusing Chu Ling of betraying her allies, labeling her actions as those of the demonic path. Thus, they positioned themselves as purging evil and safeguarding the righteous. Both the Supreme Sword Sect and the Eternal Sect, 2 formidable sects, were now in pursuit of Chu Ling. However, Chu Ling possessed a myriad of methods at her disposal. Navigating through various forbidden zones, She had only recently breached the harmonization realm, yet was as elusive as a slippery eel, proving exceedingly difficult to capture. Lu Yi also caught wind of the news and immediately sensed something amiss. The seemingly arbitrary actions of the Eternal Sect appeared to be directed at Chu Ling. Yet their true aim was likely him. Who had orchestrated this? A figure emerged in Lu Ye's mind. Jiang Dai? In the second heaven, Jiang Dai was the young princess of the Jiang family, one of the most prestigious families among the 9 heavens, with ancestors who had produced a celestial sovereign and 2 emperors. Unlike the women of the first heaven, Jiang Dai was a cunning and strategic individual. While Lu Yi had been content with his 5 companions in the first heaven, Jiang Dai had schemed her way into his harem, successfully instigating palace intrigue. Was she now testing the waters? Lu Yi pondered, gaining a semblance of understanding. Should Chu Ling be captured and he remained indifferent? It would signify that he no longer stood as her protector, thus severing ties with her completely. In such a scenario, they would be free to pursue Lu Yi with lethal intent, eliminating any future threats. Conversely, if he were to intervene and rescue Chu Ling, the situation would become all the more intriguing. Lu Yi found himself perplexed. Knowing the extent of his past life's power, why would she choose to provoke him? What did this signify? Jiang Dai harbors immense confidence, believing that she can stifle Lu Yi at the first realm. Alternatively, perhaps she has already laid an intricate web in the second realm, awaiting Lu Ye's ascent. Regardless, she is the first woman to take action against him since his rebirth, and thus, she merits his utmost efforts. He rose and departed. The insights he had promised to share with the Qinghua Taoist were now complete. Though merely reflections on alchemy, they possessed the potential to become a pivotal doctrine for the Taoist sect, or rather, not just for the Taoist sect, but for the foremost alchemical forces. The compendium of herbs within is extraordinarily comprehensive. The Qinghua Taoist was elated, surprised at how swiftly it had been accomplished. It wasn't particularly troublesome, Lu Yi chuckled. Such great kindness deserves no thanks. All the alchemical furnaces and herbs of the Dan Peak are at your disposal. I hope you will not decline, the Qinghua Taoist remarked. Presently, the Dan Peak could be described as exceedingly affluent, having acquired numerous storage treasures. The Qinghua Taoist initially thought that since Lu Yi was adept in alchemy, he would naturally take the herbs. Especially given Lu Ye's style of tossing heaps of herbs into the furnace to forge a colossal pill, he must be in dire need of materials. However, when the sect leader distributed resources, the Qinghua Taoist was astonished by the bounty allocated to the Dan Peak. How could there be so much? Although many herbs were of a lower grade, this was precisely what the Dan Peak required. The purpose of the Dan Peak extends beyond merely concocting pills. It is also to train alchemists. What would novice alchemists use if not low-grade materials? Lu Yi nodded with a smile. Will you still be using the 9 Dragons fire furnace this time? The Qinghua Taoist inquired. No, I merely came to deliver the alchemical insights. I see. Do you have pressing matters at hand? If not, I could refine a pill, and you could help me identify any flaws, the Qinghua Taoist offered. The Qinghua Taoist's attitude toward Lu Yi had now evolved beyond that of a mere companion. He regarded Lu Yi with a sense of reverence, almost as a senior. Perhaps another day. I have other matters to attend to. Lu Yi politely declined with a smile. What is it? I might be able to assist. The Qinghua Taoist pressed. It's nothing of great consequence, no need for assistance. I shall take my leave now. Very well, do inform me if anything arises. Even if I cannot assist, I can still cheer you on. Had the Qinghua Taoist known Lu Ye's current intentions, he would surely have clung to Lu Ye's leg, weeping to prevent him from leaving. For after Lu Yi departed, he made his way to the forging peak. He intended to forge a pill furnace himself and enhance the stone sword. His cultivation was advancing too rapidly, and the stone sword ought to be upgraded as well. Otherwise, it might not endure to the imperial realm before shattering. Peak Master, Lu Yi requests an audience. Zheng Tianhua, the master of the forging peak, exhibited a sudden shift in expression, fluctuating dramatically. His lips trembled uncontrollably, attempting to curl upwards but restrained by sheer force. After a tumultuous struggle of facial expressions, Zheng Tianhua finally managed to display a warm smile, hastening his steps towards the foot of the mountain. From afar, Lu Yi could hear the sounds of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Lu Yi, welcome to the forging peak. We extend our warmest greetings to you from every corner of the forging peak. Lu Yi, said the sect leader Zheng, I am merely a disciple. Does welcome not seem a tad too grand? Lu Yi replied, both amused and exasperated. Quite the opposite, Lu Yi. Although I am slightly your senior in age, in the realm of cultivation, it is the adept who precedes. Given your profound mastery in formations and alchemy, it is evident that your skills in forging are nothing short of extraordinary. I have long desired to learn from you. Every elder, disciple, and even the grand elder of Forging Peak rushed out, their faces adorned with warm smiles, eagerly welcoming him. Lu Yi was accustomed to such fervent receptions, having experienced them in his previous life wherever he went, save for at home. This time, Lu Yi's purpose was simply to make use of the forging pool at Forging Peak. Zheng Tianhua patted his chest, assuring him, use it freely, without hesitation, stay as long as you wish. By the way, may I observe as well? Chapter 137, The Emperor's Banner, Second Update, Forging Tools. In his previous life, Lu Yi had forged a total of 8 celestial artifacts, one for each individual. The celestial artifacts utilized by Shangguan Huanling were borrowed from other celestials. They not only willingly lent them to Lu Yi, but were also prepared to be slain by him, truly kind-hearted individuals. As for his own celestial artifact, he had yet to forge one. It is somewhat amusing to recall that a celestial with no artifact of his own exists, while 8 empresses, regardless of circumstances, each possess one. Indeed, he had been quite the devoted admirer. Of course, his inability to forge a celestial artifact was partly due to the fracture of his stone sword. He was a person deeply attuned to emotions, and the stone sword, having accompanied him from the Yuan Dan to the realm of the emperors, had become his imperial weapon. After its breakage, he abandoned the use of weapons altogether. The forging pool. The intense heat permeated the entire cavern, with bubbling magma below casting a golden-red glow. Lu Yi retrieved a collection of exquisite metals and formed seals with his hands. Boom! The true flames of the vermilion bird erupted skyward. With the presence of the vermilion bird's flames, there was no need to seek other chaotic divine fires. If absent, he would naturally cultivate them through the great path. Sooner or later, the vermilion bird's flames could attain the pinnacle of the 4 divine spirits of heaven. Zheng Tianhua observed as the precious metals transformed into liquid. Radiant beams continuously imprinted within, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards it. The metals and celestial energies formed a unique fusion amidst various peculiar imprints. There was no exhilarating forging, merely a natural evolution unfolding effortlessly. The stone sword hummed, ascending above the forging pool, as the metallic liquid flowed towards it, enveloping the sword. Gradually, it seeped in, causing the stone sword to resonate with increasing fervor. How delightful! The stone sword, a treasure born of heaven and earth, once fully formed, would reach the level of an innate spiritual treasure, and upon further transformation, ascend to the realm of innate supreme treasures. There is no concept of postnatal in this regard. It turned out that although the stone sword was sharp, it had not yet attained the level of an innate spiritual treasure. Now, Lu Yi was assisting it in achieving its complete form. Whoosh! A powerful sword intent radiated in all directions. Within the stone cavern, a multitude of sword marks appeared, exuding an unparalleled sharpness, blossoming from the stone sword. The evolution unfolded seamlessly. The second item was the Banner of 10,000 Souls. Lu Yi felt the name Banner of 10,000 Souls to be somewhat unappealing. Perhaps he could bestow a more fitting name upon it. Since he intended to use it to protect the human race, would renaming it to Emperor's Banner be appropriate? Excellent. As strands of black stone transformed into liquid amidst the vermilion bird's true flames, the liquid emitted a piercing wail, as if it contained souls within. The black banner was far from aesthetically pleasing. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi swiftly formed seals with his hands, integrating the top-tier divine artifact, the gilded divine jade, into the black liquid. The two reacted swiftly, causing the black liquid to begin transforming into gold. The golden sheen radiated an air of integrity and transparency. The golden liquid elongated, morphing into threads. As the frayed banner of the Emperor of Humanity began to intertwine, a golden hue gradually enveloped a significant portion of it, with black and gold alternating in movement. Ultimately, a flag adorned with a black background and a golden dragon fluttered amidst the true flames of the vermilion bird. From a distance, it resembled a war flag, akin to a military standard. Zheng Tianhua gazed at this scene, his expression quite peculiar. If he was not mistaken, that was the banner of 10,000 souls, transformed into this form? Which family's banner of 10,000 souls appeared so righteous? Lu Yi stowed away the banner, lamenting that the souls within had yet to be rendered in golden hues. If waved, it would still emit black smoke. Once he found suitable materials and rendered the souls in gold, the banner would emit a brilliant golden light when waved. One by one, the souls, glowing with gold yet filled with resentment from suffering, surged towards one another, a sight too beautiful to behold. Is this the banner of 10,000 souls? Zheng Tianhua could not help but inquire. No, this is the banner of the Emperor of Humanity, Lu Yi asserted firmly. Zheng Tianhua. What nonsense about the Emperor of Humanity? It was clearly the banner of 10,000 souls. The current banner of the Emperor of Humanity is also a congenital spiritual treasure. The final item Lu Yi sought to forge was an alchemical furnace. Indeed, an alchemical furnace. Should the Qing Huadaoists discover that Lu Yi had come to the refining peak to forge an alchemical furnace, he would likely upheave the entire peak. He had maintained a good relationship with the Nine Dragons flame furnace, and if Lu Yi crafted an alchemical furnace, it was evident he would no longer frequent the alchemy peak. Nevertheless, Lu Yi ultimately required one. The three-legged, two-eared alchemical furnace gradually took shape within the true flames of the vermilion bird, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged within the refining pool, continuously purifying the furnace and eliminating impurities. Eventually, it was completed. Upon the furnace, the vermilion bird spread its wings, vividly alive. Its entire body radiated a crimson hue, shimmering with precious light, and within the furnace walls were inscribed 81 formidable formations, intricately interconnected, displaying extraordinary wonders. It had become a congenital spiritual treasure. Zheng Tianhua was profoundly astonished by the sight. A congenital spiritual treasure. The two preceding treasures were formidable in their own right, one enhancing, the other repairing, concealing Lu Ye's true level of refinement. Yet now, witnessing the creation from nothing to completion, culminating in a furnace of congenital spiritual treasure caliber, was truly remarkable. Inexhaustible heavenly sovereign, impressive. Master Zheng, here are some insights on refining that I have penned. Should you find them worthy, do take a look. I must take my leave for now, as I have other matters to attend to. Zheng Tianhua looked at the jade slip, eager to retain him. But his pleas were in vain. In his previous life, he had delayed ascending to the second heaven, waiting for his companion to ascend together. Bored during the wait, he began to teach the disciples of the Tao of greatness, leading to a remarkable enhancement of their overall strength. Now, he no longer needed to ascend with burdensome companions. Thus, Lu Yi had no time to linger in the first heaven. It seemed that he was already counting down to his ascension, despite only having reached the 8th layer of harmonization. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Yi commenced his alchemical practices. Before long, an alluring fragrance of elixirs permeated the air, and the surrounding flora flourished, radiating vibrant vitality for several kilometers around him. Following his alchemical endeavors, he engaged in cultivation. On the 9th day, he reached the 9th realm of harmonization. Accumulation, accumulation, accumulation. As expected, he attained the 10th realm of harmonization. The journey continues, persistently advancing. It was not merely Lu Ye's ambition. Rather, the necessity to confront the unknown toxins upon breaking through to the tribulation realm compelled him to perfect his harmonization state. Only then could he adequately face the lethal poisons. Speaking of which, Lu Yi remained unaware of the type of poison that Shangguan Huanling had inflicted upon him. 8 empresses. 8 distinct toxins. Whether it be the celestial stagnation poison or the slaughter lotus heart, any of them could potentially be acquired. However, the emergence of the cycle of rebirth's obsession led Lu Yi to sense an underlying conspiracy. The 6 paths of rebirth are guarded by the rebirth celestial sovereign. Due to the immense merit in shaping the 6 paths, the rebirth celestial sovereign occupies an exceptionally unique status, transcending celestials yet remaining beneath the saints, nearly immortal and indestructible. To extract the cycle of rebirth's obsession right under his nose, an almost impossible feat as for Shangguan. No, Shangguan Huanling, the weakest of the empresses, she might not even possess the strength to rival a quasi-emperor. The notion of her discovering a poison effective against the celestial sovereign is unimaginably arduous. Perhaps he should inquire with Shangguan Huanling. Chapter 138, Betrayal of the Empress, Part 3, Senior Brother. Senior Brother, this is terrible. Chu Ling is trapped in the wasteland of spirits, and she has nowhere to turn. You must hurry to her aid. Yu Hongling exclaimed anxiously while knocking on the door. Her relationship with Chu Ling was quite amicable. Both believed that they could achieve greatness through their own prowess and excelled in combat. Their early acquaintance had indeed fostered a strong bond. "Quick, let me see." The system responded immediately to Yu Hongling's plea, and a shimmering screen unfolded before Lu Yi. "Senior brother, I implore you. Chu Ling has already recognized her mistakes. You must save her. She deserves a chance for redemption." Lu Yi remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on the images displayed on the screen. Bang, bang, bang. "Senior brother, you cannot act this way. She is your beloved. Who among us is without fault? You once said, the ability to acknowledge and amend one's mistakes is a noble virtue. Senior brother, Lu Yi, what has come over you? Is it truly so that one misstep renders her irredeemable? You were not always like this." Yu Hongling's voice brimmed with urgency and indignation. Where did this anger stem from? Clearly, she held Lu Yi accountable for Chu Ling's plight. In a display of typical behavior, Lu Yi ignored her. "Lu Yi, I cannot believe I misjudged you. From this day forth, I shall never again seek your assistance. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall not implore you again." With fury, Yu Hongling departed, her eyes glistening with tears, her body trembling with rage. Yet, if she did not turn to Lu Yi, whom could she approach? Who would dare to confront the formidable powers of the ancient teaching and the supreme sword sect to rescue Chu Ling? And who possessed the strength to save her from the clutches of these two colossal forces? At that moment, Yu Hongling felt a deep-seated hatred. She loathed her own lack of strength. Despite being the reincarnation of a great emperor, why was she still merely at the void refinement stage? Those who had returned from Rebirth, her master had already reached the tribulation stage. Chu Ling had achieved the harmonization realm. Senior brother, at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, could slay those in the tribulation stage with ease. As for Zhu Ke, it had been quite some time since she had heard from her, but surely, she was not faring poorly. Even that foolish Shangwan Huanling had reached the peak of the harmonization realm, ready to step into the tribulation stage at any moment. And where was she? Still struggling in the void refinement realm. She had exerted immense effort in her cultivation, yet her progress was painfully slow. The harsh reality was that some aspirations could not be realized through mere diligence. Yu Hongling's innate talent was insufficient. She had condensed her Yuan Dan into a heavenly Dan. Although her pace of cultivation was astonishing in the eyes of others, it still paled in comparison to her peers. Far from enough. This was the stark truth. A soft sigh echoed gently behind Yu Hongling. In a pristine white robe, Bai Qiulan appeared, her skin as white as snow, and her features exquisitely delicate. "No, master. You have just broken through to the tribulation realm. It is too perilous," Yu Hongling immediately objected. "Surely, we cannot stand by and watch Chu Ling fall," Bai Qiulan replied. "Perhaps you could persuade senior brother? He always listens to you." "Hongling." Bai Qiulan's tone grew grave. Yu Hongling paused, realizing that the present was no longer as it once was. Bai Qiulan's voice carried a melancholic chill as she gazed into the distant sky, her expression tinged with a subtle loneliness. At that moment, Yu Hongling felt a lump in her throat. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as her body trembled. Countless words hung on the tip of her tongue, yet she found herself unable to articulate them. "Master, do you think we truly cannot return to the past?" Yu Hongling inquired. Bai Qiulan gently wiped the tears from Yu Hongling's face, offering a tender smile. "Isn't the present quite wonderful?" she asked, her voice filled with earnestness, glimmering with unshed tears. "Very well." Within the luminous barrier, Lu Yi observed the desolate land of the spirit realm, where Chu Ling was covered in blood, her body riddled with wounds. Despite her grave injuries and the numerous nicks adorning her demonic sword, her eyes remained fierce. "Chu Ling, our Supreme Sword sect and your Great Way sect were originally allies, and you, as a disciple of the Great Way sect, have betrayed us by stealing from the Supreme Sword sect while we aided you. How are you any different from the wicked?" A member of the Supreme Sword sect roared. "Humph. Cultivators vie against heaven for the Dao and against others for fate. The Sword Mountain benefits me. What of it if I take it?" Lu Yi heard Chu Ling's retort and was momentarily transported back in time. "Linger, the Goeishu sword sect is our ally. How could you dare to refine their Goeishu sword?" "My lord, the Goeishu sword is advantageous to me, and I wish to catch up to you, so I will seize all resources beneficial to my cultivation. Yet, your actions have incited great discontent from the Goeishu sword sect. If they are displeased with me, let them come and confront me. If they possess the strength, they can break my sword. You must accompany me to apologize. My lord, the Goeishu sword sect is not a formidable sect. There is truly no need to fear them. They are our allies, and your actions are unethical. Regardless, I shall not apologize. I am merely striving to match your pace. What crime is there in that? Lu Yi, Chu Ling, did you seize the celestial sword umbrella of the Xiantian sword sect? My lord, I would never deceive you. It was indeed I. The Xiantian sword sect is now the backbone of our human race. I have told you countless times, do not betray your comrades. Why do you not heed my words? I seek to enhance my strength. Sword cultivation is inherently a path of conflict. If the Xiantian sword sect is displeased, let them come and challenge me. If I were to lose, I would naturally return the heavenly sword umbrella to him. You must accompany me to apologize this time. No, my path of the sword dictates otherwise. I shall not apologize. Today, I shall bind you and take you back. In that case, you might as well sever my head and present it to the Xiantian sword sect as an apology. I fail to comprehend why, with your strength now ranking among the top 3 of the 4th heaven, the entire Xiantian sword sect would be insufficient to challenge you. Yet you cower in fear. As a fellow sword cultivator, do you not grasp the essence of our way? Lu Yi. It is far too many times. Who knows how many instances there have been. Eventually, Lu Yi became numb to it all. As long as trouble arose, he would simply be the one to clean up the mess. Lu Yi willingly referred to Chu Ling as the emperor of betrayal, a master at backstabbing her own allies. And now, she has once again returned to her old ways. Perhaps some individuals cannot shed their selfishness. This time, without stepping in to assist her. He shall observe how Chu Ling resolves the situation. She must. Lu Yi recalled his previous declarations of certain death, yet thus far, only a vermilion bird had perished, leaving him somewhat resentful. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking. My face is still stinging from the humiliation. Chapter 139, The Peril of Chu Ling, 4th update. Yu Hongling yearned to rescue Chu Ling. Their bond was profound and unrestrained, strengthened by countless shared moments. They had faced adversities together, embodying the essence of true friendship. If she did not step forward to save her, whom else could Yu Hongling turn to? It was evident that her only choice was Bai Qiulan. Should Bai Qiulan also venture forth, the eternal sect would ensnare all 3 women in one fell swoop. The mere thought of it brought a sense of lightness and joy to Lu Yi. Chu Ling was still in flight, albeit her escape route was dwindling. Fearsome powerhouses were converging from all directions. The wasteland of spirits was devoid of spiritual energy, severely suppressing everyone's strength. Those who entered were typically diminished by an entire realm. In such circumstances, Chu Ling held the advantage due to her formidable sword intent. The disparity between the harmonization and tribulation realms was indeed greater than that between the void refinement and harmonization, provided all possessed the great Dao. Moreover, those in the tribulation realm dared not unleash their full might in the wasteland, for invoking a heavenly tribulation in such a place could lead to dire consequences, the severity of which was unfathomable. A confrontation would likely be delayed. He vanished from sight, intent on seeking out Shangguan Huanling to inquire about the nature of the poison she had inflicted upon him. Indeed, Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling were absent. It dawned upon him that since his rebirth, he had not once returned here. Gazing upon the courtyard, it mirrored the memories etched in his mind. The well, the tree, the swing, the bed. Alas, Lu Yi's countenance darkened. Something felt amiss. It had been a considerable time since his rebirth. Had he recently developed an unusual longing for women? He cast a glance downward, his expression fluctuating between gloom and clarity. A significant flaw had emerged within him, a profound sense of estrangement from women. Regardless of who it was, even Sun Ruawei, the woman who had toiled all her life for a mere melon, he found himself reluctant to engage in conversation. Only the dog-like system, despite its personification as a woman, did not evoke disgust within him, as he recognized its non-human essence. In any case, he would never seek the company of a woman in this lifetime. After cultivation, he would not require sustenance. Unfathomable celestial lord. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Lu Yi's mind. Ding. Dog host. Please be advised that you are on the verge of breaking through to the tribulation realm. A realization dawned upon him. The tribulation energy had begun to influence his psyche. No worries, I won't lose my composure, Lu Yi reassured himself, though a hint of trepidation lingered. Ding. Shangguan Huanling was also absent. Could it be that she had accompanied someone to rescue? No, she was merely a person adept at fleeing. It was absurd to expect her to join a rescue mission. Lu Yi shook his head. Since she was not present, he would let it be. Returning to his chamber, the luminous screen reappeared before him. Ding, just now. Chu Ling was on the verge of death, and you did not even notice. The figure of Shun Shidong materialized, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds from who knows where. Lu Yi stared blankly at the sunflower seeds in Shun Shidong's hand. What are these? Ding, good things should be shared, he said, extending his hand. Lu Yi reached out, and a handful of sunflower seeds was placed in his palm. Ding, have a bite. Lu Yi cracked open a seed, and a rich, superior energy surged into his body, causing every pore to open in that very moment. What kind of sunflower seeds are these? Ding, sunflower seeds. I know they are sunflower seeds, but what kind are they? Ding, just sunflower seeds. Lu Yi. He pondered carefully, but could not recall what kind of seeds these were, yet they were truly delicious. At this moment, in a void, a voice filled with grief and fury echoed across millions of miles. Which scoundrel has taken all my Tsang Tian Meng Kuei's seeds? Are you even human? Are you? The audacity. This is truly outrageous. If you had simply stolen the Tsang Tian Meng Kuei, even the Dream Emperor would not have been so furious. Proving that the Tsang Tian Meng Kuei is a coveted, unparalleled elixir. But instead, you have audaciously plucked every single seed while leaving everything else untouched. This is an insult. A blatant insult. Two handsome young men were currently cracking sunflower seeds, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle displayed on the light screen. On the light screen, above and below, a multitude of powerful beings surrounded Chu Ling, their gazes icy. Chu Ling, you have nowhere to escape, said Feng Wuhui of the Taishang sword sect, his voice grave. Countless wounds adorned Chu Ling's body, her appearance disheveled, blood having completely soaked her garments. A faint bitterness lingered on her face. She had not escaped. She had truly not escaped. She had already merged with the Dao, capable of wielding some of its powers. Yet, the opponents were significantly stronger than her. Numerous tribulation and scattered spirits had emerged, and she had only recently broken through to the merged Dao realm. Despite her incessant attempts and various methods, the encirclement continued to compress her space for survival, ultimately leading to this dire predicament. Suddenly, Chu Ling felt a pang of regret. In her previous life, the young master had always helped her in the aftermath, despite her preparations for being without support. She believed that since the young master had been able to escape the relentless pursuit of various sects in the past, she too could do the same. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh lesson. Too many powerful beings were attacking from all directions, above and below, birds and insects, the celestial mirror of fate. It was overwhelming. Not to mention she, a living being, even an ant would find no escape. How had Lu Yi managed to evade time and again? And also, young master, do you truly care nothing for Ling? Once more, she resolved to manage her affairs, vowing never to bring calamity upon the young master again. I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the Sword Mountain, thundered Feng Wuhui. The Sword Mountain has been absorbed by me, woven into the very fabric of my swordsmanship. If you desire it, then you must claim it with your blade, declared Chu Ling with fervor. Upon hearing her words, the formidable warriors of the Supreme Sword Sect were seized with fury. Cursed be this audacious woman, who has truly consumed the Sword Mountain. If you relinquish the Sword Mountain, I may spare your life. Are you certain you have swallowed it whole? The Supreme Sword Sect does not indulge in hesitation, they warned. Their ire rooted in the presence of Lu Yi. Consumed. Feng Wuhui was utterly enraged. Stand back. I shall personally bring about his demise. In an instant, the Wuhui sword transformed into a streak of light, slicing fiercely towards Chu Ling. Should Lu Yi be incensed, he would readily accept the blame on behalf of the Supreme Sword Sect. Clang. The sword light howled, scattering sand and stones. Severely wounded, Chu Ling stood no chance against the might of Feng Wuhui, who was at the 7th level of tribulation. In merely 30 strikes, Chu Ling's arm was severed, and at that moment, an overwhelming sense of imminent death enveloped her entirely. Chapter 140. What technique? First update, has it appeared? The members of the Wangu sect are meticulously surveying the disturbances in the heavens and the earth from the periphery. They have laid an intricate trap here, awaiting Lu Ye's arrival. Yet, there is nothing, no sign of movement at all. Is it truly the case that there is not a single stir? Indeed, The Tianlu mirror has detected no fluctuations whatsoever. Could it be that this Chu Ling is someone Lu Yi does not recognize at all? Foolishness. The upper realm's focus is on Lu Yi, whose name is renowned as one of the top talents on the Wangu Heavenly Pride list. Chu Ling, on the other hand, is merely an inconspicuous little cultivator. If there were no connection between them, how could the upper realm possibly know of Chu Ling? It seems plausible. Yet what if Lu Yi does not come? The Taishang sword sect would surely not kill Chu Ling. The youthful minds of their members are often inscrutable. Yet one can discern their intentions from Feng Wuhui's actions alone. Suddenly, with a sickening crack, another arm is shattered. Chu Ling is sent flying by a kick, blood pouring from her mouth as she collapses to the ground. It seems she is truly on the brink of death. In this moment, a sense of bewilderment fills Chu Ling's eyes. Death. For her, this is a term that feels incredibly distant and unfamiliar. It has been ages since she last faced such a peril. Now, as she confronts it once more, the sensation envelopes her like an endless darkness, profound and all-consuming. Blood continues to flow, her breath growing alarmingly faint. Is she truly about to perish? The young master has not come to her rescue. He seemingly does not care for her at all. Tears mingle with blood as they stream down her face. Let me die? Feng Wuhui bellows, his long sword erupting with radiant light, offering no chance for Chu Ling to lament her fate as the immense sword light descends upon her. Suddenly, a sharp sound rings out. Ding! Although the sword light does not shatter, it is deflected. Chu Ling abruptly raises her head, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Has the young master come? He has indeed come to save her. Truly, the young master still cares for her. She realizes her mistakes. Wuhui, my friend, this girl cannot be killed yet. An ancient yet gentle voice resonates through the heavens and earth. A member of the Wangu sect, clad in a purple-gold Taoist robe, steps forward with a radiant smile. Taoist Ziquan, what is your intention? Wuhui, there is no need for alarm. The Wangu sect is also furious to hear that the sword mountain of the Taishang sword sect has been stolen. However, now that Chu Ling has condensed the sword mountain into her own path, even if you were to kill her, the sword mountain would still be lost. We, the Wangu sect, possess a secret technique known as the heavenly stripping technique, which allows us to extract another's path. Shen Shitong, who had been munching on seeds, nearly choked as he heard the name of this technique, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Ding, did he just say what the name of his technique is? Shen Shitong asked, uncertain. Lu Yi, however, remained unfazed, even chuckling inwardly. The heavenly stripping technique, indeed. Ding, what celestial art is this? Peeling. It is the art of stripping away your garments, your skin, your flesh, and everything that constitutes you. Bang. The table before Shen Shitong was shattered with a single strike. Ding, it is a transgression against the heavens. A grievous offense. Ding, very well, the eternal sect, I. Lu Yi beheld Shen Shitong retrieving a small notebook, shrouded in black smoke, and began to inscribe within it. Unable to resist, Lu Yi stole a glance. Ding, you shall not look. Shen Shitong turned away, scribbling furtively. Lu Yi found himself inexplicably delighted, laughing heartily, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. The scene within the luminous screen continued to progress. Our eternal sect is willing to intervene, to extricate the sword mountain from the path of Chu Ling. In doing so, we shall return the sword mountain to you, the supreme sword sect, while we take Chu Ling with us. Would that be acceptable? The Taoist from Zichuan spoke with a smile. Feng Wuhui furrowed his brow slightly. Thus, it seems plausible. Then we shall trouble the esteemed members of the eternal sect. This favor will be remembered by the supreme sword sect. Ha ha ha, we are all fellow travelers on this path. No need for formality. For formidable members of the eternal sect stepped forward, swiftly forming seals, unleashing a tempestuous aura. At that moment, the Tao appeared to ripple with irregular fluctuations. Chu Ling's body levitated of its own accord. An overwhelming agony surged through her entire being in an instant. One could perceive her Yuan Ying in the elixir field radiating an unprecedented brilliance, yet it flickered like a mirage, ceaselessly shifting. The blurred image of the sword mountain manifested before her Yuan Ying. Chu Ling could no longer contain herself, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. The pain of her Tao being methodically stripped away was no less than the anguish of her soul being torn asunder. It dawned upon her that wrongdoing incurs such excruciating torment. Young master, Chu Ling is in the wrong. She truly understands her mistakes. Young master. A piercing scream escaped from Chu Ling's lips. It has arrived. Suddenly, a terrifying wave erupted from the heavens above. At that moment, powerful beings looked skyward. The members of the Eternal Sect wore expressions of exhilaration. It has truly come. No, it is not Lu Yi. A chilling cold swept across the desolate spirit land. Everything was coated in frost. A torrential downpour cascaded from the sky, the terrifying chill transforming into white mist, resembling the breath of deities as it surged downward. Bai Qiulan, clad in white garments, appeared high in the sky, channeling the power of the chaotic Taiyin with all her might. Even though this chaotic Taiyin energy was exceedingly rare, it erupted with formidable might. This was an energy that should not manifest in the first heaven. Who is this? A question echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. Various powerful protective techniques were unleashed, yet they could not withstand the bone-chilling cold. Their Yuaning felt as though it would freeze in that moment. To unleash 70% of their power under such frigid conditions was already an extraordinary feat. It appears that Lu Ye's master, Bai Qiulan, has arrived in his stead. His master? This is even more advantageous. Seize her. Streams of radiant light surged skyward, rushing towards Bai Qiulan. Boom. At that moment, a flash of crimson light, moving at an incomprehensible speed, suddenly charged towards Chu Ling. Even those in the Transcendence realm could not capture this velocity. It was astonishingly swift. Shangguan Huanling dashed in front of Chu Ling. Celestial Silkworm, 9 transformations. Heavenly Sovereign Fist. A breath of unparalleled might erupted from the fist of Shangguan Huanling, instilling a sense of dread. Almost instinctively, several powerful figures froze in their tracks. This punch seemed to be profoundly terrifying. However, Feng Wuhui remained undaunted. He had just prepared to draw his sword when he hesitated. If it could be said that Chu Ling had no ties to Lu Yi, the arrival of Lu Ye's master, Bai Qiulan, made the situation decidedly ambiguous. With Lu Ye's master now present, the circumstances had become precarious. Shangguan Huanling's eyes gleamed with intensity as he embraced Chu Ling, enveloped once more by the crimson light. Boom. With 2 consecutive uses of the celestial demon blood escape, Shangguan Huanling's aura plummeted. One could only imagine that his resoluteness stemmed from a grand illusion painted by others. Chapter 141. Escape. Second update. A tremendous light burst forth, revealing that the myriad methods of the Eternal Church had not been employed, for their focus had shifted away from Chu Ling and centered upon Bai Qiulan. They had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. With Chu Ling in such a dire state, and Lu Yi yet to appear, it indicated that Chu Ling had lost all value. However, what if his master were captured? In both emotional and moral terms, he felt compelled to defend his master. Should he fail to act, the label of heartlessness would indelibly stain Lu Ye's reputation, with no one caring about the complexities of Lu Ye's relationship with his master. They would only remember that he had failed to rescue her when he had the means to do so. At times, public opinion wields a sharp blade, capable of inciting inner demons among cultivators, excluding the demons themselves. Although Lu Yi had taken many lives, his actions towards the great Dao sect were commendable. Thus, he should not be regarded as a demon. The members of the Supreme Sword sect had also abandoned Chu Ling. This was partly due to the astonishing speed of Shangguan Huanling, and partly because Lu Ye's master had already made her move, leaving them uncertain in their decisions. In an instant, the blood light shattered the barrier of light, vanishing at the world's edge. The blood escape of the celestial demon proved to be a universal remedy. With sufficient essence, essentially the very source of human life, one could flee with remarkable swiftness, outpacing the majority. Yet now, only Bai Qiulan remained. At the first level of the Tribulation Crossing realm, she was fortunate to possess this level. Otherwise, even her chaotic Taiyin divine body would have been obliterated. But at this moment, the Taiyin floating world emerged. In an instant, a terrifying force of Taiyin engulfed the sky, manifesting a spell that enveloped the heavens. Strikes of Taiyin divine thunder erupted from this spell, beams of light scattering in all directions, collectively weaving a scene of apocalyptic destruction. The Tribulation Crossing experts of the Eternal Church clashed with the spell, their internal coldness causing their auras to plummet. Their souls and primordial spirits seemed on the brink of crossing the tribulation. Yet, powerful divine abilities still managed to shatter the spell, as a bronze cauldron, weathered by the passage of time, hurtled towards Bai Qiulan. Crack, crack, crack. The bronze cauldron was instantly frozen in the void. Sword energy surged skyward, and fist imprints roared forward. Tian's myriad beings congealed. The chaotic Tian divine body was simply formidable. All attacks were frozen 1,000 meters from Baichulan, unable to approach her. She existed within an absolute domain, impervious to all methods, with nothing permitted to enter. Upon witnessing Chu Ling's rescue, Baichulan prepared to retreat. Leave me. A 9th-level tribulation crossing powerhouse unleashed their full strength, striking downwards. The eternal, indestructible palm. As this palm descended, countless imprints emerged from the river of time, coalescing into a singular blow. Boom. The palm imprint forcefully penetrated within 10 meters of Baichulan. Spurt. Baichulan coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, a mark descended, as if a fragment of the world itself had been cast down. The one undergoing the tribulation, enveloped in hues of purple and blue, retreated swiftly. Baichulan had already unleashed her secret technique, pushing herself to the utmost in a desperate bid to save Chu Ling. The power of the chaotic Yin coalesced into a terrifying tornado within the desolate land of the spirit, the frigid winds slicing through the air, punctuated by flashes of light. Ultimately, even the tornado succumbed to frost. Baichulan, pale and shaken, emerged from the chaos, her eyes clouded, evidently in a state of disarray. Hongling rushed forward, hoisting Baichulan onto her back. Just as she prepared to flee, a venerable elder from the Supreme Sword sect barred her path. I will ensure my senior brother compensates for the losses of the Supreme Sword sect. Hongling, aware of her limitations against the tribulation stage, resorted to wielding the reputation of Lu Yi as her shield. The elder hesitated, seemingly receiving a message, and stepped aside. With that, Hongling began to sprint away with Baichulan. She felt as though she bore a 1,000-year-old block of ice, the biting cold causing her body to tremble. Flesh and blood freezing and decaying, her very soul quaking in terror. Yet, she could endure. Was it merely cold? What was there to fear? She had to return to the Dao sect with utmost haste. The frozen tornado in the desolate land shattered explosively. Figures, pale and shaken, surged forth. Astonished that the obscure Baichulan could unleash such formidable power. Could it be that the Dao sect had truly encountered a stroke of fortune? How could such prodigies arise in succession? Why did you not stop them? An individual from the Eternal Ancient sect could not help but reprimand the Supreme Sword sect. However, the Supreme Sword sect paid them no heed, turning away instead. This action incensed the members of the Eternal Ancient sect. Now was not the time to confront the Supreme Sword sect. Once they broke through to the Great Ascension, they would deal with Lu Yi, and the Supreme Sword sect would certainly face retribution. A group of powerful beings commenced their pursuit of Hongling, exerting every ounce of strength to unleash the chaotic Yin. When did their relationship become so close? Lu Yi found himself perplexed. Ding, I know. What do you know? Ding, I understand. This is called seeking warmth in numbers. Fearing that the death of a rabbit may bring misfortune to a fox, thus they expend all their strength in a desperate act of mutual destruction. Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at this. You are quite versed in idioms, aren't you? Ding. Yes, I am exceptionally skilled. Shen Shitong replied with pride. In just a single skirmish, all 4 women had succumbed to severe injuries, prompting Lu Yi to shake his head. Before his rebirth, they had proclaimed their ability to ascend to emperor status through their own power, yet now, faced with the realities of rebirth, did they truly believe they could achieve such greatness? Lu Yi remained unconvinced. However, Baichulan had not yet reached the depths of despair, having escaped the encirclement. It would prove challenging for the members of the Eternal Ancient sect to catch up. Chu Ling may be unable to return to the Great Dao sect. Yet Baichulan and Hongling will undoubtedly gain entry. The Eternal Ancient sect is likely to seize this opportunity to declare war on the Great Dao sect. Thus, it is imperative for him to transcend the tribulation. As for the toxins he may encounter during this process, they are of no concern. When soldiers arrive, one must defend. When water comes, one must bury it. In his past life, he was a celestial sovereign, and there were few toxins that could lead to his demise, unless they pertain to the realm of the saints. However, in this era, there exists no such saints. The celestial sovereign represents the pinnacle of existence. Thus the poisons concocted by those 8 women should merely affect him without leading to his death. Otherwise, these toxins would not choose to manifest during the tribulation, but rather at any moment. Let the breakthrough commence. Ding. The cultivation begins. The Dao reverberates within Lu Yi. To transcend the tribulation does not require the condensation of a fourth life. It is only upon successfully navigating the tribulation to achieve the great ascension that such a step becomes necessary. In this moment, Lu Ye's heart is serene and peaceful, devoid of distractions. An unstable aura manifests around him. The Dao. He seeks only the Dao. Chapter 142. The Lunar Essence Worm. Part 3. Frost crystals began to manifest densely upon Lu Ye's body. He furrowed his brow as an intense wave of agony surged through him. Yet, it was merely pain, nothing more. This torment paled in comparison to the ferocity of the primordial morning mist. Within his ethereal dantian, the space appeared slightly blurred, and a translucent egg of the lunar essence worm quietly emerged. The mere appearance of this singular egg nearly shattered Lu Ye's composure. Fortunately, it was merely a lunar essence worm, a supreme entity that exists within the realm of the moon, holding a status of great significance, part of the lunar sun's essence. Should this creature manifest during his tribulation, it would ravenously consume the chaotic lunar power that Lu Ye had painstakingly acquired from his master over the years. This meant that his strength would plummet, plunging him into a state of utter disarray, where losing his life would be an undeniable possibility. Throughout his journey, Lu Ye had initially resisted the chaotic lunar power solely through the fire of his own life and the peril of his cultivation faltering. Later, as the scripture of lunar transformation began to show signs of emergence, Lu Ye finally transitioned from a state of depletion to one of benefit, continuously refining the chaotic lunar energy. This force provided him with considerable assistance in the latter stages of his growth. Bai Qiulan's esteemed position among the women was not without merit. It stemmed from her identity, her capacity to aid Lu Ye, and her generous stature. Moreover, her gentle disposition added to her allure. However, at this moment, Lu Ye had never absorbed even a fragment of the chaotic lunar power, and the lunar essence worm was incapable of breaking free from its shell, remaining frozen in its icy confinement. Without the sustenance of chaotic lunar energy, it was futile to expect the worm to escape its egg. As he faced the first stage of tribulation, Lu Ye looked up, feeling the overwhelming might of the heavens above him, akin to a blade poised to descend at any moment. Simultaneously, his mood grew increasingly agitated, as past memories began to resurface uncontrollably in his mind. Amidst a sea of flowers, Hongling lay among the blossoms, resting upon Lu Ye's lap, gazing at him with an infatuated expression. "Brother, if it were just the two of us in this world, I would wish for this moment to last for eternity," she declared. "What about Master?" Hongling pondered for a moment, a playful innocence gracing her features. "Then let us include Master. The three of us shall become eternal." "All right, let us become eternal," she exclaimed. "Brother, I love you so much." The two embraced and kissed amidst the floral sea. "Lu Ye, hurry down. You will freeze to death." "Master, I fear not. I cannot perish from the cold. I will save you." "No, no." The feeble hands attempt to push Lu Ye away. "Master, I shall not die. Trust me, I absolutely will not die, for if I were to perish, there would be no one left to assist you with the antidote. Even for your sake, I refuse to succumb." Bai Qiulan's tears streamed down her face. "Year, cease calling me master. Address me by my name, Bai Qiulan." "Lu Ye, remember, I hold affection for you. Regardless of the circumstances, my feelings for you remain unchanged." Lu Ye stood there, lost in thought, as sweet memories flooded his mind. Suddenly, the images in his memory shifted. "Lu Ye, I am your master, not your partner. From this day forth, you must not set foot in my chamber. Our bond is solely that of teacher and student, and we must not overstep our boundaries. Qiulan, call me master. Yet you once professed your affection for me." "That was merely the ramblings of a fevered mind, Lu Ye. I was not jesting, and you need not wear that playful faade. There exists a distinction between master and disciple. Now that I am free from the torment of the chaotic poison, we must rectify our mistakes." "Lu Ye, do you find this existence so dull? Is there nothing else you can do besides being kind to others?" Lu Ye gazed blankly at Shangwan Huanling. "Enough. I shall speak plainly. My path of affection has vanished." Lu Ye felt as if struck by lightning. The path of affection has disappeared. Since love has dissipated, I can allow you to depart. "Lu Ye, how can you be so irresponsible? I have entrusted my body to you, and now you wish for me to leave? What am I to become? You know my path of affection has faded. Can you not, like a man, Either restore my path of affection or acknowledge that losing it does not equate to a loss of love. I merely find you rather dull of late. Young master, does it hurt? I find myself powerless, overwhelmed with insecurity. Due to my frailty, all those from the Chu Sword Manor have perished, and I cannot keep pace with you. I truly must exert every ounce of my being. I can assist you in forging swords. The swords freshly crafted possess no essence. What I require are those that have borne witness to countless battles. Only by merging those swords can I grow swiftly and condense a mightier sword intent. Is this not what you taught me? I instructed you to take the swords of our enemies, not those of our allies. Enough of this fuss. You need not concern yourself with me. If I were to die while claiming a sword, so be it. After all, I am merely your maid and Sword Maiden, and you need not invest such care in me. Lu Yi inhaled deeply. The glimmer of unshed tears transformed into a mist that rose. The tribulation of the heart. The deeper the affection, the more profound the wounds. Despite possessing a resolute heart, he remains vulnerable to the trials of the heart. His gaze softened, becoming tranquil. The lunar mucus worm has yet to hatch. Let us contemplate how one might coax it forth. Ding. Simulation successful. Oh, so soon? Lu Yi expressed his surprise. Ding. The query you posed was too simplistic. Even a child would not ask such an elementary question, hence the rapid conclusion of the simulation. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Very well, if the system is feeling rather self-satisfied, then... Ding. Please assist me in deducing a complementary couplet for lonely and cold. I guard my solitude. Thank you. Ding. Commencing simulation. The system fell silent. Silent. Quiet. It lingered. Lu Yi could not help but display a satisfied smile. It appears to be struggling. Does it? BRR. It's so cold. Never mind. I shall refrain from teasing the system further. Cease the simulation. Ding ding ding. Host. This system shall fight back. Shen Shitong, filled with indignation, lunged fiercely at Lu Yi. With a swift maneuver, Lu Yi pinned Shen Shitong to the table. Ding ding ding. Wretched host, insufferable host, you scoundrel, release me. Am I not engaging with you right now? I don't care, let me go? Quickly, release me. I wish to take a bite out of you. Please, good host, kind master, allow me to vent my frustrations. Just let me bite you. I implore you. Chapter 143. The momentary pleasure of tormenting one's wife. Lu Yi found himself amused by Shen Shidong's antics. Just look at her lack of restraint. Well, let this rascal take a bite. Releasing his hold on Shen Shidong, she immediately opened her cherry-red lips and sank her teeth into Lu Ye's arm, leaving behind 2 neat rows of bite marks. Feeling better? Ding. Not too shabby. Still want another bite. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Ding. If not overstepping, can it still be Shen Shidong? Behold my grand capture. Ding. Boo-hoo host, I was wrong. After some playful banter with Shen Shidong, Lu Ye's spirits lifted considerably. By the way, how should I handle the tying essence worm that you predicted? Lu Yi inquired. Ding. At your current level, there is but one method, using Bai Qiulan's blood as a lure. The tying essence worm will sense the chaotic tying power and will voluntarily depart without any further action required from you. Lu Yi understood at once. So that is how it is. Help me locate Bai Qiulan. I wish to return her gift. Ding. This system does not possess the capability to locate individuals. Nonsense. You are fully aware of everyone's whereabouts while you indulge in gossip. Yet now you claim you cannot find her? Ding. Gossiping is one thing. Locating someone is another. These two matters should not be conflated. Shen Shitong retorted with conviction. Lu Yi shivered from the cold. Although the tying essence worm had yet to emerge, its rank was exceedingly high. Even its mere egg was beyond the endurance of Lu Yi, a great cultivator in the tribulation stage. Very well, I shall search for her myself. Lu Yi rose to his feet. However, before he could step out the door, he halted once more. If he ventured out now and encountered Bai Qiulan and her companions in dire straits, only to run into the people from the Wangu sect, would they attack him or Bai Qiulan? Surely, they would target him. Should he dispatch them effortlessly, it would inadvertently save Bai Qiulan and her group. He could not take that risk. I should contact Lu Changfeng. If Bai Qiulan and the others appear outside the sect, inform me at once. Lu Yi retrieved a communication stone to reach out to Lu Changfeng. Master, should my mentor be spotted near the Dideo sect, notify me immediately. Understood, no problem. Do you require the Dideo sect to provide assistance? Certainly not. Every individual has their own destiny. In facing them, We must maintain a mindset of detachment and respect for others' fates. For once you extend a helping hand, you may inadvertently alter another's destiny. Should they blame you for the outcome, you would be left to bear the consequences. Lu Yi spoke from personal experience, a lesson learned through profound hardship. Very well. Should they return, I will inform you at once. Thank you, I appreciate it. See you. After advising Lu Changfeng, Lu Yi resumed his cultivation. He found himself pondering a profound question. The second realm undoubtedly surpasses the first in terms of potential and strength, with many formidable beings residing within it. If we consider the first realm starting from the Qi gathering stage, it progresses through the stages of Qi gathering, Yuan Dan, breaking the infant, refining the void, harmonizing with the Tao, transcending the tribulation, and achieving great completion. The second realm, however, introduces 3 additional stages: heaven, earth, and humanity. The stage of humanity signifies the true being realm. Earth corresponds to the earth immortal realm, and heaven denotes the heavenly God realm. Naturally, the second realm encompasses more than just these 3 stages. There exists a multitude of other significant levels such as great completion, transcending tribulation, and harmonizing with the Tao. A notable characteristic of humanity is its ability to procreate. For instance, consider a powerful being from the third realm, who, through sheer determination and effort, has managed to father over 3,000 children with his partners. Although not all were born by a single partner, it is evident that the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to conceive, with longer gestation periods. This vividly illustrates the relentless dedication of that powerful individual. Hence, the progeny extends infinitely. And in the second realm, great completion practitioners are equally capable of establishing their own sects, avoiding the fate of becoming mere pawns after ascension. He contemplated the formidable strength of the Jiang family, which boasts more than one heavenly god, along with the powerful treasures left behind by the family's ascended patriarch. Ascending into their ranks would undoubtedly incite a grand upheaval. As for death, that was an unlikely concern. Having fled from powerful adversaries before his rebirth, he found it unacceptable to do so again after his resurrection, rendering his rebirth meaningless. He wondered if there was a means to attain overwhelming strength upon his ascension, enabling him to unleash a reign of terror across the second realm. Perhaps this would surprise Jiang Dai in ways unimaginable. At this moment, Lu Changfeng sat in the grand hall, accompanied by Ji Changming. "Old Ji," he inquired, stroking his beard, "what do you think Lu Ye's words imply?" Ji Changming, deep in thought, recalled his suspicions during the Genius Tournament, where he had wondered if the Dao sect had transformed into the Harmony sect, even evolving into the Dao Harmony sect. Currently, Lu Yi seemed to maintain a respectful distance from both Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan, remaining indifferent to them. However, he harbored concerns about a potential scenario unfolding within the Dao sect, reminiscent of a chase, one pursuing, the other fleeing, leading to moments of temporary delight followed by heartbreak. Lu Changfeng was taken aback. As a dedicated cultivator, he struggled to grasp the implications of Ji Changming's words. "What do you mean?" "It's akin to the romantic novels where the narrative unfolds. When I love you, you don't love me, and now that I've turned my affections elsewhere, you suddenly become infatuated with me. One escapes while the other pursues, culminating in a joyous union, a harmonious conclusion. Master, you cannot fathom how those romantic tales have both tormented my heart and brought me laughter to the point of pain." In one of the books, it is recounted that the female protagonist successfully cultivated her essence into a core within her dantian. Subsequently, the senior disciple suggested that she transfer her core to her mind, asserting that having it reside in the dantian might adversely affect her future offspring. This notion elicited a hearty laugh from me. Lu Changfeng. It is rather perplexing that despite Ji Changming being of greater age, he now seems to lead a far more joyous life than Lu. Thus, while Lu Yi may outwardly appear stoic and unyielding, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he would go to great lengths should something dire befall Bai Shimi and the others. Furthermore, if Lu Yi were entirely indifferent, there would be no need for him to send a message. The implication is clear. We must not allow Bai Qiulan and her companions to be left outside the sect. For if they were to perish and we informed Lu Yi after the fact, it would be too late. We may choose not to offer protection, adhering strictly to the sect's regulations. When disciples of the Grand Dao sect return, any grievances must first be discerned before any action is taken. We cannot stand idly by while our fellow sect members meet a tragic end at the gates of the Grand Dao sect, as it would tarnish our esteemed reputation. Since Lu Yi professes respect for the fates of others, it suggests that we should abide by the established rules, neither orchestrating nor infringing upon their circumstances. If Lu Yi truly harbors a rift with them, he would seek retribution or settle scores accordingly, would he not? Ji Changming provided a thorough analysis. Lu Changfeng found his reasoning compelling. Thus, it was decided, should they return, all matters would proceed in accordance with the sect's regulations. Chapter 144, Confronting the Storm, Part 5. Lao Ji, how was I unaware that you indulge in romantic novels? This matter traces back to the recent sect's genius competition. You cannot imagine, during the contest, Chu Ling nearly burrowed into Lu Ye's embrace, while Yu Hongling covertly glanced at Lu Yi over 30 times. Bai Shimi too consistently attempted to gaze in Lu Ye's direction, only to forcibly turn her head away. It is curious, for Bai Shimi is Lu Ye's mentor. Had she looked openly, it would have been entirely justifiable, as a mentor concerned for her disciple. Yet, her furtive glances, suggestive of a desire to behold yet unable to do so, hinted something amiss. Hence, I began to suspect that perhaps Bai Shimi harbors feelings for Lu Yi that transcend mere mentorship. Ji Changming was initially quite animated as he spoke, but as he continued, he noticed that Lu Changfeng's expression grew increasingly dark, shrouded in shadows. His voice diminished, becoming softer and softer. Oh no, he has forgotten. Lu Changfeng is fond of Bai Qiulan. He seems to have stirred a tempest. At that moment, Lu Changfeng's smile was a mere facade. Who could have anticipated that the vice sect master not only concerns himself with the cultivation of his disciples, but also with their romantic entanglements? Lu Changfeng murmured in a low tone. Ahem, well, rest assured. The ability to concern oneself with the emotional lives of disciples indicates that vice sect master Ji is not only diligent, but also finds ample leisure time. Henceforth, the management of trade between the Dao sect and the outside world shall be entrusted to you. Ensure that the sect's profits soar. Sovereign, I was mistaken. Ji Changming instantly conceded. I should have remained in seclusion, delegating all matters to you. Ji Changming, Bai Shimi and Lu Yi share a mentor-disciple bond. Bai Shimi is a traditionalist. How could she possibly engage in any improper relations with her disciple? Do you realize that what you speak amounts to slander? I was wrong. I shall impose upon you a month's worth of spirit stone offerings as punishment. Should you err again, the penalties shall be more severe. Yes, Ji Changming acquiesced. He longed to strike himself, lamenting how he could have forgotten Lu Changfeng's affection for Bai Qiulan. He had willingly leaped into the pit of fire. Indeed, it is said that romantic novels can cloud one's intellect. I have misplaced my wits far too often, rendering myself quite foolish. Begone, allow me some solitude. Farewell, junior brother. Ji Changming hastily exited. Unable to restrain himself, he slapped his own face in a moment of self-satisfaction, devoid of reason. Lu Changfeng remained alone in the Wendadian, his gaze distant, lost in thought. After a long pause, a sigh escaped his lips. Were he anyone else, perhaps he could compete. Yet, he is the sovereign of the Dao sect. At this moment, Shangwan Huanling had already rushed into the Dao sect, cradling the severely injured Chu Ling. She trembled lightly, her complexion pale as parchment. Once at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, she had now plummeted to the 7th layer of harmonization. The transformation into a demonic blood escape is truly a one-time consumption of one's cultivation. I wonder if Sister Bai can manage to escape, murmured Shangwan Huanling. Chu Ling endured excruciating pain, her foundation severely damaged. It seemed her cultivation would falter, potentially descending to the realm of harmonization. The young master had still not come to her rescue. Did he truly not care for her even a little bit? She recalled the moment of her rebirth, the contract ignited by flames. That piece of parchment, which she had once regarded as a disgrace in her previous life, now appeared to be the closest bond between her and Lu Yi. Yet now it lay in ashes, consumed by fire. Thank you. Chu Ling weakly expressed her gratitude to Shangwan Huanling. Shangwan Huanling waved her hand, saying that providing her with some spiritual treasures later would be the best form of gratitude. All right, I shall do so. At this moment, Bai Qiulan was fleeing desperately. Originally, it was Yu Hongling who carried her, but now the roles had reversed. Given that Yu Hongling's cultivation was considerably inferior to that of the Tribulation realm, allowing her to carry Yu Hongling would soon lead to being caught by the disciples of the Eternal Sect. although her chaotic poison was rapidly condensing. Invoking the power of chaotic Yin would only accelerate its growth. However, Bai Qiulan had no time to ponder such matters. Numerous spells rushed into the void. Should the pursuing Tribulation Realm disciples inadvertently collide with these spells, they would instantly be transformed into ice sculptures. Run. Escape with all your might. The Dao sect is drawing near. Yet, Bai Qiulan felt a twinge of anxiety. If the Dao sect refused to accept them, they would truly be facing certain death. But what could they do? They had reached a desperate impasse. They had never been pushed to such extremes before. Lu Yi had always been at the forefront, shielding them from all storms and tempests, while they foolishly believed he was delaying their opportunity to witness the grandeur of the storm. Now, facing the tempest directly, they could only say it was their own doing. The Dao sect was ahead. Suddenly, both Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan were violently shaken, spitting blood, which stained Bai Qiulan's white gown crimson. Dao sect, Dao sect. We are disciples of the Dao sect, being pursued by enemies. Please let us in, shouted Yu Hongling. The protective formation of the sect instantly activated. Shangguan Huanling and Chu Ling joined forces, rushing into the protective formation, which promptly sealed shut. Boom. A powerful attack struck the protective formation. Dong. The sound of the Dao bell resonated, signaling the presence of enemies. One by one, the Tribulation Realm disciples of the Eternal Sect approached the Dao sect, dark clouds roiling in the sky, enveloping the entire sect. The aura of the Tribulation Realm stirred the heavens, causing a shift in the atmosphere. Lu Yi opened his eyes, having received news from Lu Changfeng. Your master and junior sister have returned to the Dao sect, right at the mountain gate. Lu Yi, upon hearing the news, vanished in an instant. Shen Shitong subsequently appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the two stood together at the mountain gate. Alas, how tragic for the four women, each bearing a pallid complexion. Senior brother, you've come, Yu Hongling exclaimed with delight as she gazed at Lu Yi. The others, upon witnessing Lu Yi's arrival, were filled with astonishment and hope. They had just returned to the sect, and Lu Yi arrived in such a brief span. What did this signify? It indicated that Lu Yi had been vigilantly watching over them. Indeed, he was not a heartless individual. He truly cared for them. Young master, I apologize. I have brought shame upon you. Lu Yi, do not worry, I am unharmed. Brother Lu Yi, it has been a long time. Senior brother, the people from the Eternal Sect have bullied us. Could you possibly vanquish them? We acknowledge our mistakes and promise to serve you diligently from now on, ensuring we never provoke your ire again. This woman, we would gladly accept her into our ranks. I beseech you. Lu Yi approached Bai Qiulan, towering over her. Shadows enveloped Bai Qiulan as he raised two fingers, forming a blade, and with a gentle sweep, the dormant tiny mucus worm eggs began to quiver instantaneously. Chapter 145, Returning, 6th Update. What is Lu Yi doing? All eyes are fixated upon him. Lu Changfeng, Yu Hongling, Ji Changming, Qing Huidaoren, Linghu Wushuang. Too many to count. Their hearts sank at the sight of Lu Yi's actions. For what he was doing hardly resembled an attempt to save Bai Qiulan. Could he be contemplating a treacherous act against his master in broad daylight? Brother, what are you about to do? Yu Hongling exclaimed, her eyes widening. The excitement and joy that had recently surged within her were doused by Lu Yi's actions like a bucket of cold water. She lunged toward him. Shen Shitong stepped forward. You, why are you in such a rush? Do you still believe that your brother would harm Master Bai? Her innocent eyes blinked, her voice sweet as she addressed Yu Hongling. Get out of my way. Yu Hongling retaliated in anger. This time, Shen Shitong did not relent. She gently tapped Yu Hongling's finger, and in an instant, Yu Hongling was entirely immobilized, able only to move her mouth. Why can you never trust your brother? If he truly intended to harm you, you would have perished long ago. Look at you, alive and well. He is, without a doubt, a kind-hearted person, yet you persist in viewing him as the worst villain. No wonder he feels so despondent, unlike others who only show him compassion. Yu Hongling, upon hearing Shen Shitong's words, felt a surge of anger but also a wave of calmness. Indeed, if her brother had wished to kill them, they would have been dead by now. She couldn't help but feel disgusted with herself for having thought ill of him. Could you please refrain from being so insipid? It's utterly nauseating, your constant pretentiousness. Ding. Clink, clink, clink. Shen Shitong nearly burst into a fit of joyous laughter. Alas, only a woman deeply ensconced in happiness would exhibit such delicacy. Unlike you all, who, despite being in bliss, only know how to spread poison. With that one remark, The expressions of the three women who remained conscious shifted dramatically. Yu Hongling was ablaze with fury, feeling on the verge of breaking free from her confinement. Had she not been injured, this slight restraint would have been inconsequential. Brother, Shen Shitong smiled radiantly, opening her arms as she approached Lu Yi, exuding an air of seeking affection. Lu Yi cast her a glance. Shen Shitong halted, her demeanor returning to its previous coolness. How utterly mundane. A gathering of the weak and infirm, incapable of stirring my fighting spirit. Lu Yi nearly uttered a harsh word, but swallowed it upon witnessing Shen Shitong transition from a state of ethereal lightness to a grounded presence. The essence of the Tying miasma worm's egg melded with Lu Ye's blood, drawn by the alluring power of the chaotic Tying, causing the entire Tying miasma to tremble with excitement as it swiftly approached Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan seemed to awaken due to the overwhelming presence of the Tying force within her. Through her hazy vision, she discerned Lu Yi. An unending chill enveloped her, a sensation all too familiar, with Lu Yi standing before her. It felt as though she had truly returned to the past. Husband, it's so cold. She murmured. Master, you are mistaken. I am Lu Yi, your disciple, not another, Lu Yi replied calmly. Those words jolted Bai Qiulan from her dazed state. A sickly flush appeared on her face. I'm sorry. It's all right, he reassured her. It was then that Bai Qiulan realized her dire situation. Her arms were bleeding profusely, and Lu Yi's fingers rested upon the crimson flow. What are you doing? She asked, trembling. A smile crept onto Lu Yi's face. This is a treasure bestowed by my master. I am unworthy to keep it, so I dare to return it. I hope for your understanding. Bai Qiulan's eyes widened in shock. The Tying might. Lu Yi nodded gently. At that moment, the Tying might made its way to his fingertip, causing his skin to split slightly. The egg, eager to escape, fled Lu Yi's body like a dragon returning to the sea, merging into Bai Qiulan's being. In an instant, she became an ice sculpture, her visage twisted in agonizing contortion. The Tying might hatched, triggering an explosion of chaotic yin poison. It feasted ravenously. Was the Tying might a boon or a bane for Bai Qiulan? Undoubtedly a bane. It would incite a massive eruption of chaotic Tying energy, selecting the purest essence while discarding the impure remnants. This hatching would inevitably absorb a great deal of Tying power. Bai Qiulan's vitality began to wane, plummeting from the tribulation stage. Waves of chaotic Tying energy erupted, only to be voraciously consumed by the Tying might. In that moment, Bai Qiulan found herself teetering on the brink of life and death. Her survival now hinged upon fortune. Yet, it could not be said that there were no advantages. The Tying might, in its quest for prolonged absorption of chaotic Tying energy, might become her guardian, plundering while protecting. This agony would be enduring. A warm sensation re-emerged within Lu Yi. He smiled, feeling comfortable once more. But matters were not yet concluded. He turned to approach Chu Ling outside the Dao sect. Ominous clouds of tribulation were beginning to gather. The ancient teachings could no longer contain themselves and were preparing to transcend. Lu Yi remained unfazed. In the harmonization stage, he felt some apprehension towards the Great Ascension. Now that he had reached the tribulation stage, the Great Ascension was not as insurmountable as it once seemed. He stood before Chu Ling, the young master. Chu Ling wished to pay her respects, yet her injuries were grievous. Both arms had been severed. Although the bleeding had ceased, her face was ashen, devoid of any color. I have warned you countless times, do not betray your allies, Lu Yi remarked. Linger acknowledges her mistake. She will not dare to repeat it, she replied. Lu Yi could not help but chuckle. Observe, when you cherished her, despite your earnest admonitions. She remained indifferent, steadfast in her own ways. Now that your affections have waned, upon uttering the same words, she immediately concedes her fault and assures you of her future compliance. Is this what they call the audacity of the beloved? Truly contemptible. With that, Lu Yi struck down with his palm. Boom. Chu Ling did not flinch, yet a phantasmal sword mountain erupted forcefully from her primordial spirit. The primordial spirit spat forth blood, as did Chu Ling herself. Her aura plummeted, descending to the realm of virtual refinement, and she was now at the 8th level of that stage. What belongs to others must be returned, he insisted. It is unreasonable for one to merely say they are at fault and will not dare again, while the sword mountain is retained. Chu Ling's body slumped weakly to the ground. Lu Yi then turned his gaze toward Shangwan Huanling. Shangwan Huanling. Chapter 146. The Seed of Annihilation, Part 1. What? What do you intend to do? Shangguan Huanling stammered, her voice trembling. The current Lu Yi was utterly terrifying, a stark contrast to the Lu Yi she once knew. The Lu Yi she remembered was always adorned with a sunny smile, exuding humor and charm, often surprising her with novel expressions. He would even craft exquisite stories for her, reading them aloud with great enthusiasm. Titles like The Overbearing Husband's Deep Affection, The Wicked King's Pampered Wife, You Have Nowhere to Flee, and The Celestial King's Secret, Chasing After My Wife surpassed anything available in the market by leaps and bounds. Yet now, Lu Ye's gaze was as tranquil as still water. Though a faint smile graced his lips, it never reached his eyes, devoid of any warmth. When he looked at her, all traces of affection had vanished, leaving only an icy demeanor. What poison have you administered to me? Lu Yi inquired. A look of embarrassment crossed Shangguan Huanling's face. Is it too late for me to admit my wrongdoing? Lu Yi wearily shook his head. This individual. It was no wonder even Shen Shitong was reluctant to confront her directly. She was indeed a cause for concern. Could you perhaps assist me in altering my path? I no longer wish to pursue the path of invincibility. If you help me modify my way, I will reveal the nature of the poison I used. Shen Shitong cast a glance at Shangguan Huanling, and in that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Thank heavens she hadn't had to confront Shangguan Huanling. Otherwise, her intellect would have plummeted to unfathomable depths. If not for her current confinement, Yu Hongling would surely have rolled her eyes skyward in exasperation. Shangguan Huanling possessed an uncanny ability to render one foolishly amused, even making it impossible to feel anger. It seemed unreasonable to argue with someone so daft. What was she thinking? When faced with the other four women, they had all promptly confessed the poison they had used, fully aware that refusing to do so would incite Lu Yi's wrath. Yet now, Shangguan Huanling not only remained silent, but even dared to threaten Lu Yi. An individual at the harmonization realm, not even a disciple of the Grand Dao sect, daring to intimidate Lu Yi. Her audacity was simply astounding. Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Damn it. He placed a hand on Shangguan Huanling's shoulder and yanked her back. Instantly, Lu Yi's aura intensified. Try using your Heavenly Sovereign Fist again, and let us see if it still works. Lu Yi stated. Shangguan Huanling was taken aback. The Heavenly Sovereign Fist. She unleashed a punch that seemed utterly mundane. The grandeur and invincibility of the Heavenly Sovereign Fist were absent. For Lu Yi had retracted the essence of the Heavenly Sovereign Fist that lingered within her. Without Lu Yi's imprint of the Heavenly Sovereign Fist on her famed technique, Shangguan Huanling would have been utterly incapable of executing such a punch. Her fist was directed at Lu Yi. Boom. Shangguan Huanling was sent flying backward. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Lu Yi felt a throbbing headache. He had not intended to confront Shangguan Huanling from the outset. After all, she harbored no affection for him, nor was there any notion of regret. Yet, how could I refrain from retaliating when you raise your fist against me? Shangguan Huanling was beset by both pain and terror. Her supreme fist, her most formidable skill, had now vanished. Give me another chance, or I shall strip you of your other two divine abilities. What poison have you unleashed? Shangguan Huanling was thoroughly frightened. She finally grew compliant and hastily replied, It is the Seed of Annihilation, the Seed of Annihilation. Upon hearing this novel term, Lu Yi could not help but let out a soft sigh. This was a seed born from the ancient Annihilation sect, which sacrificed its entire order in pursuit of the ultimate annihilation, an endeavor to obliterate the very essence of the cosmos. They had nearly succeeded at one point. At that moment, the entire cosmos trembled with a terrifying force, causing the realms of countless beings to plummet. This was due to the sorrow of the heavenly pathways weeping for a sage who had reached the end of their road. The Annihilation Supreme, in a desperate bid to ascend as a new sage, had resorted to this reckless action. Little did they anticipate that even a sage on the brink of decay could achieve endless transcendence at the twilight of their life, ultimately shattering the Annihilation Supreme's delusions. The Annihilation sect was rendered a mere relic of the past, leaving behind only a solitary seed, vanishing into the boundless void. Even sages can perish, not to mention sages. Even the heavenly path has been supplanted by the system. This world is rife with possibilities. Where did you acquire this seed? Lu Yi asked, his expression darkening. I found it, she replied. It seems you truly wish for death. Shangguan Huanling's face was a portrait of grievance. I genuinely found it. Why would I deceive you? Lu Yi scrutinized her expression carefully. Were it anyone else, deception might be plausible. But this was Shangguan Huanling. Found it indeed. At this moment, Lu Yi was certain, 100% convinced that someone was plotting against him, though he had yet to ascertain who it might be. The source of darkness? There was a possibility. That lovesick individual? Also plausible. Even the Reincarnation Supreme could be involved, for apart from Lu Yi, the Reincarnation Supreme also had the potential to attain sagehood. Should Lu Yi ascend, the Reincarnation Supreme would be left waiting. Having obtained the answers he sought, Lu Yi turned to leave. Brother, wait for me. Xin Shitong called out, pausing in her steps. By the way, former wife Yu, Master Bai is on the verge of death. If you wish to save her, the Cha Nu Ji In Jing can do so. And as for maid Chu, even that foolish Shangguan can cultivate the Cha Nu Ji In Jing. You all ought to put in your best effort. If you do not, brother, we may ascend together. And then you shall never see me again for all eternity. Wait for me. Xin Shitong uttered these words before swiftly following Lu Yi. The swordsmanship embodied within the Sword Mountain was not something Lu Yi could manipulate with the sky stripping technique. He was not omnipotent. However, the swordsmanship of the Sword Mountain was precariously influenced by the sky stripping technique, teetering on the brink of collapse. After observing the execution of the sky stripping technique, Lu Yi gleaned some insights, leading him to strike down the Sword Mountain with a resounding slap. The essence of the Sword Mountain was obliterated, leaving behind only its illusory form. Lu Yi had no intention of reconstructing a new Sword Mountain. That would be overly cumbersome. As compensation, he could condense an exceedingly potent sword intent to present to the Taishang sword sect, which would undoubtedly be well received. What sword intent to choose? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi settled on an idea. Since it was the Taishang sword sect, he would refine a Taishang sword path to bestow upon them. Meanwhile, the Wangu sect was incensed by their unsuccessful attempt to capture Bai Qiulan. They could not comprehend how Lu Yi, the foremost genius of the Wangu Heaven's Pride rankings, could defy the odds in battle. Yet what was Bai Qiulan? Why did she unleash such terrifying power? Even a group of peak Tribulation Realm experts, along with scattered divine beings, fell victim to Bai Qiulan's tribulation. The strength was extraordinary. Tribulation. They must undergo tribulation, ascend to the great ascension, and crush the Dao sect. Thus, the first ninth-layer tribulation expert, having prepared extensively, consumed the tribulation pill and officially commenced their tribulation. Chapter 147. The Enormous Calamity Cloud, Part 2. Dark clouds billowed ominously, and the aura of catastrophe surged forth. A multitude of formidable figures from the Eternal Sect floated 1,000 miles away, most wearing expressions of delight as they observed the Purple Sun Taoist commencing his tribulation. The Purple Sun and Purple Spring Taoists were twins, both at the Tribulation Realm, and had left a remarkable legacy in the Great Wilderness years ago. After nearly a millennium of cultivation, he was finally prepared to transcend and ascend, drawing ever closer to the path of transcendence, a truly profound moment. Oh, the journey of cultivation is inevitably fraught with tribulations. Yet, to traverse 1,000 mountains and cross countless waves, to cut through thorns and brambles, is indeed a joyful endeavor. Indeed, Elder Purple Sun, endowed with the Purple Sun divine body, had reached the pinnacle of transformation, with the Tribulation Realm offering no further advancement. With the aid of tribulation elixirs and meticulous preparations, he was certain to face the tribulation as if it were a mere trifle. The Great Ascension Realm is truly a coveted state. As they gazed upon the ever-expanding calamity clouds, the crowd once again expressed their awe. The prowess of the Purple Sun Taoist was undeniably formidable. The scale of calamity clouds he had summoned was astonishing, and upon successfully navigating this tribulation, he would likely ascend to become a top-tier entity. The calamity clouds had already expanded to a radius of 300 miles. How formidable! Thankfully, he possessed tribulation elixirs. Otherwise, this tribulation would indeed be fraught with peril. Yet, the calamity clouds continued to swell. How could they still be expanding? Surely, it had reached 400 miles by now. The sheer terror of the Purple Sun divine body was becoming evident. The calamity clouds continued to grow. 500 miles, a distance not seen in the great wilderness for ages. Elder Purple Sun stood majestic, the Eternal Sect exuding power. 600 miles. The expressions of the onlookers finally turned grave. Something about the tumultuous calamity clouds felt amiss. Why did they remain so menacing? 700 miles. 800 miles. Beneath the calamity clouds, the purple sun Taoist gazed at the boundless expanse above, where the overwhelming heavenly might cascaded down, shrouding everything in silence. Initially, he had felt a sense of pride, for the size of the calamity clouds reflected one's strength. A large calamity cloud was indeed a matter of prestige. However, this calamity cloud was unreasonably vast. 1,000 miles. The formidable beings of the eternal sect were now retreating in alarm, their expressions wrought with fear. How could this be? 1,000-mile calamity cloud, surely. The purple sun divine body could not be so overwhelmingly powerful. It continued to expand. The smile on the purple sun Taoist's face froze. Only one thought consumed his mind. Unfathomable celestial sovereign. Boom. Thunder rumbled within the calamity clouds. Silvery lightning erupted, exuding the most terrifying divine might. It was over. In that moment, the purple sun Taoist felt an icy chill run through him. Silver calamity thunder. No, shouldn't the first strike be white thunder, gradually transforming into silver? The eternal sect had long since cleared this area, ensuring no disturbances would affect the tribulation. Yet, such an enormous calamity cloud. Unfathomable celestial sovereign, damn it. Boom. The silver serpent dances wildly, weaving between the heavens and the earth. The dark world suddenly transforms into an unprecedented brightness. A tremendous roar echoes from an indeterminate distance. As the ground trembles violently, boom, the second bolt of calamity strikes, scarcely allowing a moment for respite. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike of the thunder grows increasingly fearsome, descending relentlessly, from the width of an arm to that of a barrel, and then to the girth of several people embracing. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. The thunderstorm ceases. Upon the earth lies a vast black pit, exhaling wisps of white smoke, as the land, scorched by intense heat, resembles grains of sand. The Ziyang Taoist has left no trace behind. Brother, the Zichuan Taoist cries out in anguish. Elder Ziyang. A throng of individuals rushes towards the center of the tribulation as the storm clouds disperse. A tiny storage ring, now tattered and worn, remains the sole remnant of the Ziyang Taoist in this world. Tragic. So tragic. Why has this occurred? The Zichuan Taoist, unable to accept the reality, lets out a furious roar. The tribulation is a trial, a refinement, not an inevitable death sentence. Why then does such a terrifying calamity manifest? A mere cultivator undergoing tribulation has summoned colossal storm clouds spanning miles, unleashing silver thunder without mercy, leaving no escape for the practitioner. What went awry? The disciples of the Wangu sect are left bewildered, their scalps tingling with confusion. Could it be the tribulation pill? One elder ventures uncertainly. Aside from the tribulation pill, everything else was prepared by the Ziyang Taoist himself. He would never sabotage his own efforts. The only variable is the tribulation pill. Impossible. Wen Changya immediately rebuts. This tribulation pill was given by allies of the Wangu sect, a top-tier power. There is no reason they would harm us without cause. So, what then is the explanation for this situation? Silence envelopes the crowd. Is this merely a random occurrence? Should we attempt another tribulation? The elders exchange glances, shaking their heads in unison. Undergoing tribulation is paramount for cultivators. It is not as simple as eating a meal or taking a bath. Enough, the plan is postponed. I shall inquire about matters in the upper realm. Ding. I smile with self-satisfaction, reveling in my triumph, laughing away the mundane world. Shun Shitong hums a cheerful tune, merrily singing. You wish to unravel the heavens? I shall turn you to ashes. Let us see if you can still attempt it. Boom. A thunderclap suddenly erupts. Shin Shitong looks up, silenced, contemplating. I merely inscribed 6 names. Do I not possess this authority? Lu Yi observes Shin Shitong's inexplicable demeanor and recalls the name she had noted in her little black book earlier, realizing that someone is destined for calamity. Once this matter concludes, it appears I shall need to visit the Wangu sect. He is a person who fears being remembered by others. Whenever he feels the weight of someone else's thoughts upon him, an inexplicable itch arises within, compelling him to engage in conversation. As he feels a sense of guilt towards their consideration, Lu Yi retracted his thoughts, gazing at the ethereal sword mountain before him, the stone sword humming. It transformed into a streak of flowing light, descending upon the Sword Mountain. In that fleeting moment, countless sword intents resonated with the stone sword. The stone sword, absorbing the profound sword intent of the Supreme Sword Sect accumulated over the years, simultaneously, under the influence of Lu Yi, birthed an entirely new sword intent. Supreme and unparalleled. Indifferent as the Heavenly Dao, the intent of unity with all things manifested upon the stone sword. At this instant, this particular sword intent ascended rapidly, descending upon the peak of the Sword Mountain with an unmatched demeanor, as myriad sword intents emitted a gentle chime, expressing their reverence and submission to the Supreme Sword Intent. Enough. Lu Yi extended his hand, and the Sword Mountain transformed into a streak of flowing light, rushing into the sleeve of his robe. Come back. Let's go for a stroll. Lu Yi called out to Shin Shitong. Ding understood. The system abruptly transformed into specks of light, merging into Lu Ye's being. In an instant, Lu Ye's figure vanished. Chapter 148. The Female Immortal of Extreme Yin, third update. At the foot of the Supreme Sword Sect, Lu Yi of the Dao sect announced his presence. I seek an audience with the Moonless Sect Master. His demeanor was poised and his smile radiant, exuding an aura that compelled admiration from all who beheld him. The name Lu Yi had long echoed throughout the vast wilderness, and no one could impersonate him. Upon hearing his name, the disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect respectfully returned his greeting. Please wait a moment, esteemed elder. We shall promptly notify our superiors. Much obliged. Before long, a group descended from the mountain. Some gazed at Lu Yi with wary eyes, pondering whether he had come seeking vengeance. Given the severe injuries inflicted upon the four individuals, Lu Yi, your presence at the Supreme Sword Sect indeed brings us great honor. Please, enter. Let us converse in the Supreme Hall. The Moonless Sect Master is too kind. I have matters to attend to and shall not intrude further into the Supreme Sword Sect. My visit is primarily to return the Sword Mountain and to express my apologies on behalf of the Dao sect for the betrayal of our disciples. I hope this incident does not mar the millennia-long friendship between our two sections. Not at all. Every sect has its share of rogue elements. We have observed the conduct of the Dao sect and hold it in our hearts. Rest assured, this will not affect the camaraderie between our sections. Though such words were spoken, the thought of the Sword Mountain not being returned would undoubtedly linger in the minds of the Supreme Sword Sect. In the past, when Lu Yi was besieged by a multitude during his tribulation, the Supreme Sword Sect had extended their assistance. In their previous life, the relationship between the Supreme Sword Sect and the Dao sect was exceedingly close, akin to a bond where the loss of one would spell doom for the other. As a sword cultivator, Lu Yi harbored a favorable view of the Supreme Sword Sect. With a graceful flourish of his sleeve, the ethereal Sword Mountain materialized in the space between heaven and earth. I regret to inform you that the body of the Sword Mountain has shattered. Fortunately, the essence of the Sword Path remains. As a gesture of my apologies, I have inscribed this Supreme Sword Intent atop the Sword Mountain, which should prove beneficial to your sect. The elite members of the Supreme Sword Sect directed their fervent gazes towards the pinnacle of the Sword Mountain, where the Sword Intent resided, feeling an exhilarating thrill coursing through them. This Sword Intent, it is utterly formidable, so grand and refined that it seems almost otherworldly, perfectly aligned with the techniques and sword path of the Supreme Sword Sect. The advantages it brings are boundless. Some might even exaggerate to say that this single sword intent is more crucial to the Supreme Sword Sect than the entire Sword Mountain itself. Moonless Sect Master, are you satisfied? Lu Yi inquired with a smile. Absolutely, exceedingly satisfied. I even find this sword intent to be of immeasurable value. That is delightful to hear. Since you are satisfied, I shall take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to, Lu Yi replied cheerfully. Is there any assistance you require from the Supreme Sword Sect? With such a significant offering of sword intent, Li Wuyue felt compelled to reciprocate with the sect's goodwill. No need for concern. It is but a trivial matter that I can swiftly resolve. Very well, when you find some leisure time, do visit the Taishang Sword Sect. The entirety of our library shall be open to you, and perhaps you might inspire new insights, deepening your understanding of the sword's path. Certainly. I shall make a point to visit when I am free. With that, Lu Yi took his leave. His next destination was the Wangu sect. It was not that the Wangu sect sought to target him. Rather, he intended to confront them directly, inviting their scrutiny. Moreover, Lu Yi recalled that the Tongtian conch within the Wangu sect should be able to establish contact with the upper realm. He also wished to inform Jiang Dai to prepare herself for his ascension. In the great Dao sect, within a courtyard, 5 women gathered. Sun Ruowei relentlessly employed her healing skills to assist Bai Qiulan in her recovery, yet the effects were negligible. Bai Qiulan remained in a state of freezing, and her expression revealed the depths of her suffering. Her breath was faint, teetering on the brink of death. As Yu Hongling's injuries healed, witnessing this scene finally compelled her to speak. "Allow me to assist. I shall use the Chanu Jin Sutra to heal our master," Yu Hongling declared. "No. That woman likely harbors malicious intent. The techniques she offers are likely to be exceedingly harmful," Chu Ling responded, her arms gradually regaining strength, though her complexion remained pale. "I am aware of her wickedness, yet we find ourselves with no alternatives. Our master is in this state, and with my brother neglecting his duties, I must attempt this method. From my understanding of this technique, it should be beneficial rather than harmful to our master. I cannot bear to witness her suffering persist in this manner. Should something go awry, it would be too late for regret." Determined to employ the Chanu Jin Sutra, Yu Hongling found the others lacking viable options and received reluctant nods of agreement. She seated herself cross-legged upon the bed, propping up Bai Qiulan, and formed hand seals as her vital essence flowed in accordance with the sutra's verses. A unique aura enveloped Yu Hongling. She placed her hands upon Bai Qiulan's back, and an intense force emanated from her palms. In an instant, a profound chill penetrated Yu Hongling's body, as if her flesh were being sliced by countless icy blades. In her unconscious state, Bai Qiulan felt as though she were submerged in a frigid river, the relentless cold causing her very soul to tremble in agony. She was an empress. Possessing an indomitable will, she could endure pain. Yet, the torment was unbearable. This suffering surpassed anything she had experienced in her past life, with creatures gnawing at her essence as if devouring her soul. Why was the pain so acute? This agony eclipsed the torment of her previous life's chaotic toxicity by 10-fold, 100-fold. Suddenly, amidst the infinite icy river, she sensed a breach. Acting instinctively, she directed the waters of the river toward this opening. A small part of her body lay exposed beyond the glacier, an unimaginable warmth enveloping her in a spot devoid of ice. It was overwhelmingly warm, exquisitely comfortable. It was reminiscent of when Lu Yi had once radiated his fervent heat to warm her. Back then, Lu Yi was akin to a scorching copper pillar to others. He represented a brutal punishment, yet to Bai Qiulan, he was a radiant sun. Now, however, a breach had appeared. She yearned to cast this glacier entirely into that breach, for she could no longer bear even the slightest chill. Yu Hongling's eyes blazed crimson, and a thick layer of frost swiftly enveloped her. The very essence of her soul was being ruthlessly scraped by this penetrating cold. She let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Master, please, no more. I am perishing. I truly am perishing. Master, awaken. Awaken, I implore you." Chapter 149, A Test of Humanity, Part 4. The piercing scream of Yu Hongling startled all the women present. In an instant, Chu Ling sprang into action. However, lacking hands, she resorted to delivering a kick to Yu Hongling's arm, attempting to dislodge her. Yet, the grip was too steadfast. Yu Hongling's hands seemed as if they had fused to the back of Bai Qiulan. "Chop off my hand. It hurts too much." Yu Hongling's voice was filled with anguish, a chilling aura emanating from her lips. The frost from her breath rendered her throat frozen, leaving her unable to utter another word. A flicker of ruthlessness shone in Chu Ling's eyes as the demon's sword rose of its own accord, cleaving downwards. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword met Yu Hongling's arms, severing them with a forceful strike. Not a drop of blood flowed. The wounds were encrusted with frost. Yu Hongling's body grew rigid, yet tremors coursed through her. It was unbearably cold, excruciatingly cold. What should she do? Quickly cultivate the Chanu Jin Sutra, Sun Ruowei urged. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongling hastily began her cultivation. The feeling of frost began to wane slightly, yet a more intense pain surged forth. It felt as though countless icy blades were embedded within her flesh, and cultivating the Chanu Jin Sutra involved maneuvering these blades, generating heat through the friction against her own flesh to melt the ice. It hurts too much. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of regret enveloped Yu Hongling. Perhaps she should not have invoked the Chanu Jin Sutra. Indeed, the Chanu Jin Sutra could alleviate Bai Qiulan's suffering, as that agony had to be borne by another. The power of tying could indeed resolve the pain, yet it required one to endure profound suffering in return. If one could withstand this torment, it was even possible to refine the power of tying into one's own true essence, thus enhancing one's strength. The very fact that Yu Hongling was shouting for Chu Ling to sever her arms was testament enough to the intensity of her pain. Her arms remained firmly adhered to Bai Qiulan's back. Bai Qiulan felt a slight reduction in pain. Her brows no longer furrowed as deeply as before, though she had yet to regain consciousness. Now, one person was frozen, and it had transformed into two. Sun Ruowei gasped in disbelief. Indeed, what a malicious technique this was. This method, so insidious yet effective, verging on a ploy of grand design. The intent behind Shen Shidong's creation of this technique was intriguing. Bai Qiulan, unwilling to allow Lu Yi to intervene, could not bear the weight of moral obligation. With Lu Yi having been reborn, he would undoubtedly refrain from aiding her. In such circumstances, Bai Qiulan was acutely aware that Lu Yi would not come to her rescue. Her fate was to gradually succumb to an agonizing demise. However, with the Chanujin Sutra in play, the situation was markedly different. Bai Qiulan no longer required Lu Yi's salvation, as Yu Hongling may also provide her salvation, and Chu Ling could potentially rescue her. It is evident that Shangguan Huanling is largely beyond rescue, for she is unlikely to endure such profound agony. Should others attempt to assist her without a supreme will, the torment could instantaneously shatter one's spirit. This raises a compelling question. Will Bai Qiulan, fully aware of the excruciating pain that lies ahead, still allow Yu Hongling to save her? Under such distress, Yu Hongling would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. Would she still be willing to rescue Bai Qiulan? Bai Qiulan, the mastery of this technique rests in your hands. If you release the power of the tying, you may indeed alleviate the pain, yet the suffering will manifest in another form. If you channel less of the tying power, the anguish of others diminishes, but your own torment will not lessen significantly. Conversely, if you expel more, others will endure greater suffering while your own pain diminishes. Given that Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan share the closest of bonds, and considering her assertions that Lu Yi possesses a heart of stone, refusing to save her master, if you now possess the means to offer salvation, are you willing to endure such harrowing pain to rescue your beloved master? Shen Shidong does not perceive her actions as malicious, for she has indeed exerted her efforts to devise a mutually beneficial solution, merely testing the limits of human nature. The true depth of the bond between the master and disciple will reveal whether human nature can withstand such trials. Chu Ling comprehended the gravity of the situation, her scalp prickling with apprehension. Who bestowed this technique upon you? She inquired. It was the breathtaking Shen Shidong, who stands beside Lu Yi, replied Sun Ruowei. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ling recognized the ruthlessness inherent in Shen Shidong. She must exercise caution. What does this imply? Shangguan Huanling asked, bewildered. Chu Ling refrained from answering her question, contemplating a profoundly pragmatic dilemma. Should she learn this technique? If she did, she would become the catalyst for Bai Qiulan's salvation. Conversely, should she choose not to learn, all suffering would fall upon Yu Hongling. In light of Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling's willingness to risk their lives for one another, Chu Ling found herself engulfed in a tumultuous internal struggle. To learn or not to learn? Who possesses the Cha Nu Ji Yin Jing? Chu Ling queried. That technique was taken by Yu Hongling. If you wish to learn it, you may need to seek her guidance, Sun Ruowei responded. Undeniably, in that moment, a sense of relief surged within Chu Ling. Thankfully, it seems that for Bai Qiulan's recovery, it would suffice for Yu Hongling to utilize the Cha Nu Ji Yin Jing once more. Yet, it remains uncertain when Yu Hongling will be able to recover. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's figure has already appeared outside the grand gates of the Wangu sect. Gazing at the magnificent entrance, Lu Yi ascended into the air, forming a seal with his hands. The calamity clouds began to gather. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of white bolts of retribution thundered down upon the protective formation of the Wangu sect. In that moment, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. A throng of formidable figures surged forth, who dared to seek death by assaulting the grand formation of the eternal sect. They were met with a flash of sword light. In an instant, the ground was stained crimson with blood. A multitude of figures split asunder, falling lifelessly to the earth. The disciples of the eternal sect, who were poised to emerge from their protective formation, found themselves caught in a maelstrom of chaos. The resounding echoes of power reverberated throughout the entire sect. The formidable presence of Lu Yi had arrived. The shadow of Feng Changye materialized. I have heard that you, eternal sect, have been searching for me. Lu Yi inquired with an indifferent expression. Lu Yi, you forsake the path to survival and tread the path of demise, seeking death. A faint smile graced his lips. With his profound understanding of formations, the eternal sect's protective array was naught but a hollow facade to him. Yet, he refrained from infiltrating it stealthily. Instead, he intended to breach it with overwhelming strength, casting the entire eternal sect into the depths of terror. He stepped forward. An infinite cascade of sword light surged forth, coiling through the void, relentlessly charging towards the eternal sect. To kill. Chapter 150. Assault on the Eternal Sect. Part 5. What? Lu Yi is confronting the entire eternal sect alone. The Dao sect's Lu Changfeng instantly rose to his feet. According to the intelligence received from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, this is indeed the case, and the news is spreading swiftly, poised to create a stir throughout the vast wilderness. Why did he not even inform the sect? Immediately relay my command. All formidable warriors above the harmonious path in the Dao sect must assemble and rush to Lu Yi's aid. Sectmaster, if he did not consult us, does that not imply he wishes to keep us out of it? He might think it is his own affair, and whether we choose to assist him is our prerogative. However, we are irrevocably tied to Lu Yi in this battle. Should he perish today, the Dao sect will surely face annihilation tomorrow. Gather all treasures. To his aid. The news indeed caused an uproar. Lu Yi's solitary charge into the eternal sect left countless individuals astounded. In an instant, a multitude of powerful beings surged toward the eternal sect. Some were there to lend support, while others merely sought to witness the spectacle. Incredible, truly remarkable. A single individual challenging the eternal sect is an occurrence rarely seen in a millennium. Who would want to miss such excitement? Countless spells rained down upon Lu Yi. In that moment, his figure resembled a feather floating in the air, the floating feather technique perfectly suited for the occasion. Mere defensive measures would be insufficient. Such an onslaught of spells could obliterate the strongest defenses. Yet, like a feather, the floating feather technique allowed him to move with the wind. The currents generated by the spells enabled Lu Yi to deftly evade each one, leisurely strolling through the void, yet gradually closing in on the eternal sect. His nonchalant demeanor rendered the members of the eternal sect breathless. What kind of divine ability is this? How can he so effortlessly evade the barrage of spells? Continue the assault. I refuse to believe he can dodge them all. Feng Changye donned a pair of innate spirit treasure gloves, channeling immense power into his hands. The eternal unyielding palm. In that instant, Lu Yi felt himself being targeted. Shadows of hands converged, coalescing into an enormous palm that descended upon Lu Yi with tremendous force. Supreme Sword. A brilliant beam of sword light suddenly contracted into a fine line. The colossal palm was instantly cleaved in two. The wind from the palm's passage unable to affect Lu Yi in the slightest. Feng Changye gasped in shock. How terrifying. This fellow. No wonder he can single-handedly alter the tide of the alien invasion. Such a monster, beyond the ascendant stage, there exists no being capable of contending with him. Ascendant. I must break through to the ascendant stage. Hold firm, Feng Ho, and immediately seek to advance to the ascendant stage. Remember to utilize the Purity Spirit Talisman. The Purity Spirit Talisman is a blessing from the upper realms, capable of cleansing all impurities. The upper realms believe that perhaps the incident involving Zhang Daoist was due to a curse he suffered. Good. Feng Ho swiftly retreated, finding refuge behind the Wangu sect. In but a moment, the ominous calamity clouds surged in the distance, expanding with wild ferocity. Once again, Feng Changye's expression darkened to an extreme shade. He surmised that a change in personnel was necessary for the breakthrough. Those initially designated to receive the tribulation elixirs were likely cursed, rendering even the Qingling divine talisman ineffective. Xuanji, you shall undergo the tribulation. Fenghua, bestow your tribulation elixir upon her. Yes. Lu Yi struck the protective formation of the Wangu sect with a powerful fist, causing it to tremble slightly. Feng Changye couldn't help but exhale in relief. It appeared that Lu Yi could not easily breach the protective formation. There was still time. Xuanji rushed to the rear, commencing her tribulation. Feng Changye fixed his gaze intently on the back. The calamity clouds ultimately expanded to 300 miles before finally halting. Feng Changya let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, Xian, you too shall undergo the tribulation. Feng Yin, you shall undergo the tribulation. Changsheng, you shall undergo the tribulation. Quickly. In total, there were 7 tribulation elixirs. 2 had been destroyed previously, and now the remaining 4 were reassigned. Feng Changya also claimed 1 tribulation elixir and a concealment elixir for himself. In truth, he was the most formidable tribulation candidate. Yet, at that moment, he hesitated to face the tribulation. Who knew if his calamity clouds would swell to 2,000 miles, or if the silver lightning would shimmer with golden hues? Should such a sight manifest, he would find no peace in death. This predicament was undoubtedly orchestrated by Lu Yi. Once Lu Yi was dealt with, he could undertake the tribulation at a later time. Thud! Lu Yi struck the protective formation once more, causing it to tremble again. Various techniques seemed to have no effect on him. Why was he dragging his feet? This was clearly uncharacteristic of Lu Yi. His usual style was to charge forth and eliminate, collecting resources afterward without hesitation. This time, his indecision was irksome. Lu Yi had his own intentions. The human sovereign banner was fully repaired. Having never experienced it in his past life, he wished to experiment with it in this one. It was said that when one is engulfed in fear, their soul becomes more suitable as nourishment for the myriad souls, for the human sovereign banner. Lu Yi was eager to explore this phenomenon. With the 4th punch, the 5th, and the 6th, the 7th punch landed with a resounding crack. In an instant, countless fissures appeared, reminiscent of shattering tempered glass. Everyone within the Wan Gu sect gasped in astonishment. The protective formation had cracked? How could that be? It was inconceivable. This formation had been forged with countless hours, immense resources, and unmatched craftsmanship, deemed the strongest protective formation in the vast wilderness. And yet, it had fractured so easily? Lu Yi leisurely navigated through various techniques, landing punch after punch against the protective formation. As the protective formation of the sect shattered moments ago, Lu Yi's fist struck relentlessly, akin to hammers pounding upon their very hearts, causing them to race with palpable intensity. Fear, inescapable and overwhelming, surged within them, growing ever more potent. Lu Yi surmised that those who were first to undergo tribulation must be nearing their end. With a duality of dread, he contemplated whether the souls of the myriad disciples would prove sufficiently delectable. His palm grazed the luminous barrier of the protective formation, and with a sudden exertion, he unleashed a mighty force. Boom! The protective formation, which had stood for millennia, collapsed in that instant. Lu Yi, your end is nigh? A colossal aura surged swiftly from the distance, a presence that should not have manifested in the first heavens. The Great Ascension. Golden light cleaved through the void as the everlasting palm was propelled to its zenith by a being of great ascension, an overwhelming multitude of palm shadows converging, some even descending from the heavens above. Lu Yi inhaled gently, invoking the celestial silkworm's 9 transformations. In that fleeting moment, he transcended to the 9th stage of tribulation. Without the hindrance of a great boundary, ascending 9 levels posed no challenge. The Tao resounded with a thunderous roar, harmonizing with the forces of heaven and earth. The celestial sovereign fist, a singular strike, imbued with both ferocity and elegance. The resounding clash of his fist met the everlasting palm unleashed by the Great Ascension, the force propelling through thousands of miles. The everlasting palm was obliterated with overwhelming ease, and alongside it, the corporeal form of the Great Ascension disintegrated into a shower of fragments. Lu Yi lowered his gaze upon all the disciples of the eternal sect. The banners, adorned in gold upon a black background, fluttered ominously. Embrace your annihilation. Chapter 151. The destruction of the eternal sect with a single punch. A formidable figure in the Great Ascension realm was shattered. The members of the eternal sect, one and all, gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The Great Ascension. It represented the pinnacle of the first heaven, a realm so exalted that without the elusive hidden sky pill, one could not even linger within the first heaven. And yet, to be obliterated by a mere punch? Obliterated. Previously, Lu Yi had fractured the protective array of the sect, inflicting substantial psychological trauma upon the eternal sect. Now, with a single strike, he vanquished a Great Ascension master. The terror within the hearts of the eternal sect reached an unbearable crescendo. No. This must be an illusion. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The stone sword soared into the heavens, unleashing a torrent of sword intent. 1 divided into 2, 2 into 4. For into 8. In the blink of an eye, a vast ocean of swords manifested in the sky. Go! The sword sea descended with a thunderous roar. The entire eternal sect began to collapse, and countless screams echoed throughout. Subsequently, Lu Yi wielded the Emperor's banner with great force, unleashing a billowing black mist. The anguish cries, in an instant, could rend the very soul with their excruciating pain. The power of the soul banner lay in its myriad assaults on the spirit. Impact, tearing, illusions, pulling, and detonating. Disciples of the eternal sect were directly dragged into the depths of the Emperor's banner by vengeful spirits, destined to fight for the beauty and happiness of humankind for eternity. Even if they were to become soul oil, they would burn themselves to illuminate others. What a spirit of selfless devotion. Lu Yi, do you truly wish to make an irreconcilable enemy of the eternal sect? You may be invincible in the first heaven, but can you guarantee your supremacy across the 9 heavens? Today, you slaughter my eternal sect, but in the future, as you ascend to the second heaven, you will inevitably become our mortal foe. Feng Changye let out a howl. Lu Yi remained silent. The celestial sect and the mountain river pagoda had lost many disciples, some of whom may have been innocent. Yet, Lu Yi had never sought trouble with these 2 sections. The eternal sect, however, had never been innocent from the beginning. During the ancient battlefield of heroes, it was the eternal sect that had provoked Lu Yi. This was not the end. Time and again, they had sought confrontation, and now they dared to threaten him? The stone sword fell into Lu Ye's grasp. Kill. Blood mist erupted. Wherever Lu Ye's sword passed, nothing could withstand its might. Everything was cleaved in twain. Black smoke billowed into the sky, and the sword light howled. Lu Yi charged towards Feng Changye. With a great ascension master slain by a single blow, who could possibly obstruct Lu Yi? The answer was unequivocal. No one. As Lu Yi cleansed the entirety of the eternal sect, the second tribulation challenger had yet to complete their trial. Lu Ye's figure vanished, reappearing beside the tribulation clouds. The challenger glanced over, their expression shifting dramatically. Lu Yi appeared here, and the outcome was abundantly clear. The Wangu sect had perished. The sect, which had stood tall in the vast wilderness for eons, had now become a mere memory. Do not be anxious. Focus on your tribulation. Once you have completed it, I shall deal with you, Lu Yi comforted. Of the 3 who endeavored to transcend their tribulations, 2 perished due to their startled minds, leaving only 1 to succeed, only to be met with a formidable punch. Thus, the Wangu sect was utterly annihilated. Lu Yi commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. The Wangu sect, renowned as the foremost power of the first heaven, had its reputation well deserved, while the heavenly pavilion and the netherworld had retreated into semi-obscurity. Though their disciples were indeed formidable, their numbers were rather limited. In a genuine conflict, they would still find themselves outmatched by the Wangu sect. The Emperor's banner floated in midair, wisps of black smoke swirling within it. A host of formidable auras surged towards the remnants of the Wangu sect, revealing a scene of devastation and bloodshed. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Lu Yi materialized in the void, casting a glance at them. Since you have arrived, kindly assist me in handling the corpses. The flesh and blood elixir must not be carelessly refined, especially not from humans. If one were to do so, what difference would there be from those ancient, undying beings? In truth, the protagonists of the dark turmoil included some of the most elite among the human race. They had endured through the ages, with some even living to see a second life. Initially, they fought valiantly against the dark chaos, safeguarding the realm and its inhabitants. Regrettably, there were too many, too powerful. In another life, they continued the bloodshed. In yet another life, they would say, "Dear friend, may I take a seat? I too have arrived." Time is the most merciless of forces. It buries all ambitions and aspirations, and it dulls all loves and hatreds. Lu Yi had nearly finished gathering the higher-tier artifacts of the Wangu sect. He approached the last remnant, the Wangu Hall, fixating on the statue of the Wangu Tianzun at the apex. This figure was one of the principal architects of the dark turmoil. However, he found little purpose in assaulting a mere statue. In his hand appeared a key as he approached the statue. The most primordial safety is often guarded by the most rudimentary means. While formations may be deciphered, a chamber forged from billions of pounds of ancient black iron, without a key, is nearly inaccessible. With a series of clicks, the sound of gears echoed, and a hidden door swung open. A rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth. accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. What a splendid place. Lu Yi stepped inside. Various statues of all sizes adorned the sides. The surface of the ancient black iron was intricately inscribed with invaluable spiritual silver, forming an immense formation, one formation nested within another, all designed to conceal and shield the secrets of heaven. At the very center lay an exceedingly complex formation, a teleportation array. After a few glances, Lu Yi discerned the function of this formation. It was likely a mechanism through which the upper realms transmitted resources to the Wangu sect. A pristine white conch gently floats in the void, exuding the aura of a treasured artifact. Is it a semi-inherent divine treasure? The conch itself is a unique and formidable entity, its shell composed of an extraordinarily rare substance, akin to primordial matter. Someone has ingeniously forged this into a semi-inherent treasure. Lu Yi acquires the conch and channels his vital essence into it. Instantly, the conch radiates a luminous white light, and its intricate patterns begin to glow with brilliance. An enigmatic aura permeates the void, establishing a peculiar connection with a distant realm. It resonates. Silence. A profound stillness envelopes them. Neither party speaks, yet both intuitively discern each other's identity. Lu Yi, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a delicate maiden, emanates from the conch. Indeed, remarkable, true to your nature. You've already ascended to the pinnacle of the first heaven in such a short span, Jiang Dai remarks with a sense of admiration. Are you prepared? Lu Yi inquires. Prepared for what? For death. Jiang Dai pauses, her tone turning plaintive. Lu Yi, would you truly dare to kill me? I am, after all, the woman you cherish most. A subtle smile graces Lu Yi's lips. You shall find out soon enough. Then I shall await your arrival, eager to see whether you can slay me or if I shall be the one to end you. Lu Yi, this time, your fate is sealed. You are undeniably doomed. Chapter 152 Moral Coercion? Crack. The two heavenly conchs shattered simultaneously, as one could not exist without the other. How dare he make me wait for death? He hasn't even ascended to the second heaven. What gives him the right? What gives him the audacity? Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, and in an instant, the grand hall crumbled. A woman in a flowing black gown, her skin as pale as snow and adorned with a peculiar, mystical emblem on her forehead, burst forth from the ruins. Inform the eternal sect that their forces in the first heaven have been entirely obliterated. The enemy is expected to ascend to the second heaven within 3 years. Let them prepare for an all-out assault. Yes, convey my orders to summon all the elders of the Jiang family from their seclusion, placing them in a state of readiness to confront the formidable foe. Yes. Dispatch my command to issue the Jiang family's void edict, summoning all cultivators across the realm to convene and strategize the eradication of the demon. Yes. Each command reverberated through the air. Jiang Dai felt a chill. Lu Yi's rate of growth was alarmingly rapid, his realm advancing at a breakneck pace. He must not be allowed to enter the second heaven and commence his cultivation. He must be stifled the moment he is on the brink of ascension. For this, she was willing to employ all her powers. What grievances did she hold against Lu Yi? Perhaps only Jiang Dai herself knew the answer. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, no matter how hard he thought, could not fathom how he had offended Jiang Dai. He and Jiang Dai had crossed paths with the second heaven. It is said that conflict often fosters connection. Jiang Dai, possessing extraordinary talent, was akin to the ancestors of the Jiang family, blessed with the sacred physique. Lu Yi aided several cherished companions in their ascension, and together with Jiang Dai, they entered the third heaven. Within the ethereal illusions of the third heaven, she actively guided Lu Yi into the realm of beauty, thus becoming a member of his harem. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Lu Yi sat cross-legged, pondering the intricacies of his relationship with Jiang Dai. If one were to insist that there existed some animosity, could it be that he was blamed for the demise of their ancestor? No. The ancestor had already fallen to darkness and was unfamiliar to Jiang Dai. It was unlikely she would seek his life over such matters. It mattered little. Lu Yi had no desire to delve further into the issue. He could already envision countless powerful beings of the second heaven awaiting his ascension, like a pack of ravenous wolves poised to pounce the moment he arrived, tearing into him mercilessly. With a mere gesture, the intricate formations within the secret chamber, crafted with immense effort, lay in ruins. Exiting the chamber, he gathered all the resources at his disposal, intent on addressing the obstacle preventing his ascension to the second heaven. The time to act was now. Utilizing the art of deception as a foundation, he began to devise the technique of concealment. Lu Yi issued a command to the system. Ding, initiating the derivation. The art of deception can, under certain conditions, obscure the path of destiny. And ascending to a specific realm necessitates flight into the heavens, a law established by the celestial saints in conjunction with the path of destiny. Thus, mere deception is insufficient. One must also bypass the edicts of the celestial saints. The eternal sect has also been dealt with. Lu Yi stored all the treasures he required within his spatial storage. Thank you all for your timely assistance. As for the remnants of the eternal sect, please handle them as you see fit. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lu Yi, Lu Changfeng called out. Lu Yi, are you leaving? Oh, there are still matters concerning the Yin-Yang Law sect, as well as the Netherworld and Heavenly Pavilion that I must attend to. Lu Yi replied with a smile. Well, exercise caution. Lu Yi cupped his hands in acknowledgement, and Lu Changfeng continued. During the last invasion by foreign tribes, the robbery sect also aided us. Perhaps you could. There is no need to involve the robbery sect. Let them rest easy. Lu Yi, no longer the same as in his previous life, possessed a clear and discerning mind. Seeing through all, good and evil, right and wrong, all weighed in his heart. The chaos of his past life would not be permitted to repeat itself. Very well, take care. Lu Yi nodded, and in that instant, his figure vanished. The Yin-Yang Law sect was not far from the Eternal sect. Within half an hour's walk, he arrived. Lu Yi was fully prepared for battle. To his surprise, the protective array of the Yin-Yang Law sect had not been activated, and all members of the sect stood neatly outside, awaiting Lu Ye's arrival. As Lu Ye's figure materialized, the sect master, Qingxue, swiftly approached him. Her beauty was captivating. Though she was of considerable age, her grace could enchant anyone. A young girl possesses her own charm, and a mature woman has her own allure. Qingxue embodied the essence of womanhood, yet her demeanor was cold and distant, creating a striking contrast, akin to Bai Qiulan. However, Bai Qiulan's subtlety did not evoke such an intense emotional response as Qingxue's. We surrender. The entire Yin-Yang Law sect has recognized its mistakes and sincerely seeks to return. We implore you, dear friend Lu Yi, to show mercy and grant the Yin-Yang Law sect a path to survival. From now on, we shall speak cautiously, discern right from wrong. Every member of the Yin-Yang Law sect has awaited this moment, with none absent. We are willing to serve as your subordinates, seeking only to preserve our lives in pursuit of the Great Way. All members of the Yin-Yang Law sect bowed in unison towards Lu Yi. This display left Lu Yi somewhat at a loss. Surrender? No. How could you surrender? What is this? Lu Yi gazed at the bowed heads, their necks exposed, as if inviting him to strike at will. The Yin-Yang Law sect donned contrasting black and white garments, white for males and black for females. Regardless of gender, they were all of exceptional beauty. This sect placed great emphasis on appearances. However, in an instant, Lu Yi comprehended the truth. They did not recognize their errors, but rather understood their impending doom, hence the submissive demeanor. Those truly aware of their wrongs would have long chosen self-termination, rather than leaving such a difficult choice to another. Go ahead, kill. You are cold-blooded and merciless. Do not kill, oh you compassionate one. What a difficult choice it is. Lu Yi chuckled softly. With a single stroke of his sword, he aimed directly at the head of the Yin-Yang sect's leader. The expression of Master Qingxue suddenly shifted dramatically. Lu Yi, my friend, we truly acknowledge our mistakes. To acknowledge one's mistakes, and yet leave such a formidable dilemma to me? Then kill. The compassionate one or the cold-blooded. Whoever has presented this arduous choice before you, let them be the one to perish. Strike indiscriminately. There can be no error. Demon, you are indeed a demon. Fellow disciples, heed my command. Annihilate the evil of Yin and Yang. Master Qingxue, sensing Lu Ye's murderous intent, turned pale and let out a furious shout. The colors of black and white shifted rapidly, clearly having been rehearsed countless times. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Ye's face. Had Master Qingxue remained motionless and allowed his assault, he would have respected her as a responsible leader. Perhaps he could have truly spared the Yin-Yang sect a path to survival. Indeed, not everyone is like Lu Changfeng. Had the Dao sect reached such a dire predicament, Lu Changfeng, unwilling to see the downfall of the lineage, would certainly be prepared to sacrifice himself to surrender to the Grand Dao sect. Kill. Chapter 153, The End of Causality, Moral Coercion. It shall never vanish. Yet, if one possesses no morals, they can never be coerced. The demise of the Yin-Yang sect spread rapidly. Countless handsome men and beautiful women entered the emperor's banner. Lu Yi speculated that since the Harmony sect had established itself throughout the vast wilderness, it was only reasonable for it to open a branch within the emperor's banner as well. Moreover, given the high quality, many souls would willingly enter. The thought brought a smile to Lu Ye's lips. This time, no one was available to assist in cleaning the battlefield, so Lu Yi had to exert himself. Next stop, the Celestial Pavilion. The Celestial Pavilion, situated atop the Tianshan Mountains, was a small world where traces of immortals were seldom found. Lu Yi had no intention of annihilating the Celestial Pavilion. In fact, a cordial relationship should still exist between them. In his previous life, it was within the Celestial Pavilion that he acquired the seven-colored Celestial Lotus. At that time, when they besieged him, the Celestial Pavilion refrained from intervening. It could only be said that a fool from the Celestial Pavilion, intent on watching the spectacle, ultimately met his demise. The news of the Yin-Yang sect's downfall swiftly circulated through the first heaven. All cultivators in the vast wilderness felt a sense of numbness. The eternal ancient sect had perished, and the mere Yin-Yang sect was insignificant. Its destruction was of little consequence. As long as the Harmony sect remained operational, they could accept this fate. Lu Ye's figure appeared outside the Celestial Pavilion, where an elderly man and a youth had been waiting for quite some time. I am Wu Yo, a humble practitioner, and I have the pleasure of meeting you, young friend Lu Yi, said the Wu Yo Taoist, bowing respectfully. I am Li Huayu, honored friend Lu Yi. The youth introduced himself. Lu Yi, with a smile upon his face, returned their greetings. Might I inquire what brings you to the Celestial Pavilion? Wu Yo Taoist asked with a jovial demeanor, showing no signs of tension. Li Huayu, however, felt somewhat anxious. He held Lu Yi in high regard, believing him to be a good person of remarkable prowess, the foremost of the younger generation. Upon returning, he couldn't help but boast to his senior brother. Who would have thought that his senior would challenge Lu Yi? Feeling discontented, Li Huayu worried that this incident might foster resentment in Lu Yi towards the Celestial Pavilion. There is no need for concern, fellow Taoist. I come to the Celestial Pavilion not for conflict, but in search of a seven-colored Celestial Lotus for my cultivation. Wu Yo Taoist, might I inquire if there is one available? Lu Yi asked with a smile. Indeed, there is still one remaining. If you require it, I shall gladly offer it to you, Wu Yo Taoist replied cheerfully. That won't do. I have never been one to take without giving in return. I have gathered treasures from the eternal ancient sect and the Yin-Yang sect. If there is anything you desire, please do not hesitate to ask. I can offer in exchange for what I possess, Lu Yi stated. Wu Yo Taoist pondered for a moment. Are you well-versed in formations, my friend? I have some understanding, Lu Yi replied. If you could impart some knowledge to my disciple, I would be willing to offer the seven-colored Celestial Lotus as compensation. What do you think? Wu Yo Taoist said with a smile. Lu Yi glanced at Li Huayu, surprised to see that the boy was indeed quite favored. That is agreeable. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi refrained from unnecessary chatter and produced a blank jade slip. With his consciousness as a brush, he inscribed roughly 1% of his insights regarding formations onto the slip. The Forgetting Worries Taoist could not help but feel a moment of astonishment. Creating it on the spot? Was there no need for contemplation? However, being the number one on the Eternal Pride rankings, it was not entirely unexpected for someone so extraordinary. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yi completed the engraving. All right, my friend, take a look. Are you satisfied? He offered the jade slip to the Forgetting Worries Taoist. Just let my little apprentice have a glance. I am not ashamed to admit that I am utterly clueless about formations. Otherwise, I would not find learning them so exasperating. The Forgetting Worries Taoist replied with a hint of resignation. Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it was quite painful for an outsider to teach someone with expertise. Strangely enough, while conversing with the Forgetting Worries Taoist, Lu Yi felt quite at ease. His entire being relaxed, and his smile became more frequent than before. Perhaps it was due to the Forgetting Worries Taoist's exceptionally tranquil state of mind, unaffected by external joys or sorrows, which inadvertently enveloped Lu Yi in a similar ambience. Entering the Heavenly Pavilion for a chat, I fear my pavilion has not seen an outsider in hundreds of years. You are akin to a recluse among the world, he remarked. Ha ha ha, recluse. I am merely a hermit in a corner. I have long since grown indifferent to the conflicts of the cultivation world at my age. I only wish to observe the great Tao and reflect upon myself in this serene place, finding endless joy and satisfaction therein. Your words resonate profoundly. To behold mountains and rivers, to witness the struggles of humanity and the ebb and flow of the world, is but fleeting. Only by contemplating the eternal great Tao and discovering one's true self can one find genuine contentment and unrestrained joy, the forgetting worries Taoist responded. Somewhat astonished by Lu Ye's insights. Logically speaking, at Lu Ye's age, one would typically be restless, itching for battle if a day passed without it. Yet, it was surprising to discover he possessed such profound understanding. Li Huayu, listening to their conversation, felt somewhat bewildered but soon became entirely absorbed in the jade slip Lu Yi had provided. Formations. The boundless profundities of formation artistry. If his formations were akin to a star, then with a mere wave of Lu Yi's hand, he had laid a vast expanse of celestial bodies before him in just a quarter of an hour, engaging in delightful conversation. Lu Yi and the forgetting worries Taoist could not resist sharing a cup of tea in the heavenly pavilion. After obtaining the 7-colored heavenly lotus, Lu Yi took his leave. Are you planning to seek out the underworld next? The forgetting worries Taoist inquired with curiosity. Indeed, there remain unresolved ties with the underworld, and this journey shall serve to conclude them, Lu Yi affirmed. You may find it challenging to resolve them. By the time you defeat the alien coalition, the entire underworld may have already fled, the forgetting worries Taoist chuckled. Fleeing so swiftly? Lu Yi mused, recalling that the underworld had previously interacted with the Buddhist sect. Suddenly enlightened by the forgetting worries Taoist's words, Lu Yi understood that such rapid departure was to be expected. Then I shall take my leave, he said, bidding farewell. Lu Yi did not indulge in idle chatter. Upon learning that Yu Ming had fled, he felt compelled to investigate. Engaging in conversation with the Wanyu Taoist was not a deliberate attempt to waste time. Rather, the two were merely inspired by their sentiments, allowing their discourse to flourish. It is said that the essence of life is encapsulated in such discussions. Upon arriving at the place where Yu Ming had been, Lu Yi discovered, much to his dismay, that it had been entirely stripped bare, not even a stone was left behind. Closing his eyes, he gestured with his fingers to invoke a hint of celestial insight. Indeed, Yu Ming had departed quite some time ago. Thus, Lu Yi deemed it unnecessary to pursue him. At this juncture, it appeared that all ties of causality in the first heaven had come to an end. As for the matters concerning those women, they were remnants of a past life. In this existence, Lu Yi had not forged any significant connections with them. He had successfully acquired the 3 divine artifacts necessary to consolidate his 4th life, the Fengshen Yushu, obtained from the ancient treasury, the Jintian stone, acquired from the Yinyang Law sect's vault, and the Qicai Tianlian, exchanged from the Tianga. Now, he could devote himself to profound cultivation, transcend his tribulations, consolidate his essence, and ascend to the 2nd heaven, where he could unleash his wrath. Ding. The deduction is complete. The host may review the contents of the Concealed Tao Technique. Chapter 154. First Use. Part 1. The Taoist Sect. Master Bai Shizuan, you have finally awoken. With a gentle exclamation, Chu Ling rushed to Bai Qiulan's side, her heart brimming with joy. Bai Qiulan slowly opened her eyes, still clouded with confusion. Her memories lingered on the moment when Lu Yi returned the Taiyin miasma insect to her. Thereafter, she was engulfed in unending agony. Only Chu Ling was present, while Shangwan Huanling and Sun Ruowei tended to Yu Hongling. Indeed, Yu Hongling harbored profound feelings for Bai Qiulan, enduring immense suffering to siphon the majority of Bai Qiulan's chaotic, malevolent Taiyin poison. In the Tribulation Realm. Upon awakening, Bai Qiulan found herself still within the Tribulation Realm. Previously, the frenzied consumption by the Taiyin miasma insect had caused her to plummet in cultivation, yet the subsequent explosion of Taiyin power propelled her back to her former state. Bai Qiulan's recovery in the Tribulation Realm was swift. Her thoughts immediately turned to the harrowing experiences she had endured. Linger, why has my Taiyin poison vanished? Who was responsible? Bai Qiulan inquired urgently. Chu Ling, without reservation, replied truthfully. It was Hongling. She employed the Chan Nu Extreme Yin scripture to extract your Taiyin poison. She remains in a comatose state, but there is no need for alarm, Master. The Chan Nu Extreme Yin scripture is indeed a premier secret technique capable of completely eradicating the Taiyin poison. Hongling is gradually recuperating. Bai Qiulan sprang to her feet. I must see Hongling. Master, be careful. The two made their way to Yu Hongling's chamber. Before they even entered, they were enveloped by an icy chill. Upon seeing Yu Hongling lying on the bed, her body frozen and her face pale with pain, tears cascaded down by Qiulan's cheeks. Hongling, how could you be so foolish? I have already warned you that you must never use the Cha Nu Extreme in scripture. Why did you still choose to do so? This technique only brings harm to you and to me. Bai Qiulan wept as she approached Yu Hongling, desperately trying to grasp her hand. But where was her hand? Where is Hongling's hand? Bai Qiulan nearly lost her sanity, her voice rising in desperation. Shangwan Huanling held up two stiff hands. Here, Bai Jia. How could her hand be severed? Who did this? Fury ignited in Bai Qiulan's eyes. I did it, Chu Ling confessed. There was no other choice. At that moment, Hongling attempted to cease her use of the Cha Nu Extreme in scripture, but her hands were frozen and she could not stop. The only option was to sever her hands. It was a desperate measure. Tears flowed from Bai Qiulan like pearls, unceasing. She took Yu Hongling's hands, feeling the piercing cold wash over her. Upon touching Yu Hongling's body, the chill was even more profound. From now on, Hongling must never use the Cha Nu Extreme in scripture, not even if it costs me my life. You all must watch over her, do you understand? Bai Qiulan commanded fiercely. The others could only nod in agreement, signifying their compliance. Hongling, why are you so foolish? You are not worth this. This is my constitution, my fate. A month later, Yu Hongling finally returned to normal, her hands restored. Remarkably, her strength surged due to the absorption of the corrupted lunar energy, propelling her to the 6th level of the void refinement realm. Oh dear master, do not worry. I am completely fine now. Look, I am entirely recovered, with no lingering effects, and I have even benefited from this misfortune, breaking through 3 minor realms in one go. The purity of my true essence has improved immensely. It is truly wonderful. Yu Hongling exclaimed with a charming innocence. Bai Qiulan continued to admonish her. Next time the chaotic Yin poison strikes, you absolutely must not use the extreme Yin technique again. Have you destroyed that technique? You cannot allow Chu Ling and Shangwan Huanling to learn it. Rest assured, I have already obliterated it. Bai Qiulan felt a wave of emotion. Having such a disciple truly was a blessing. Oh, master. By the way, where is senior brother? I haven't heard from him in quite a while, Yu Hongling inquired. He is in seclusion. Ever since he defeated the Wangu sect and the Yinyang Law sect, he has entered a state of closed-door cultivation. I have heard that after the surrender of the Yinyang Law sect, he annihilated them all, Bai Qiulan replied. Yu Hongling fell silent for a moment. He is indeed much more ruthless than in his previous life. Sometimes I wonder if he has undergone a soul transfer. How could a person change so drastically? Perhaps we have wounded him too deeply. The mention of Lu Yi cast a shadow over both of their moods. Is he nearing his tribulation for ascension? Yu Hongling asked. He previously broke through to the tribulation stage. At his rate of cultivation, he will likely ascend within 2 years at the latest. Yu Hongling grew anxious. That is too fast. Senior brother's pace of cultivation is alarmingly rapid. At this rate, he will soon ascend to the 2nd heaven, and we will no longer see his figure. Master, what should we do? Yu Hongling implored desperately. Bai Qiulan, too, found herself without a viable solution. No, I absolutely will not allow this to happen. Immediately summon Chu Ling. We must devise a solid strategy. All right. Bai Qiulan did not oppose her. Watching Yu Hongling hastily depart, Bai Qiulan suddenly frowned, gently biting her lip as she suppressed the surge of coldness within her. She could not help but sigh. While Hongling alleviated the chaotic Yin poison without breaching ethical boundaries, what if she could withstand it this time? What about the next time? The time after that? The chaotic Yin poison is not a one-time affliction. It is permanent and long-term. Without the emergence of the lunar essence worm, it may still be possible for her to rapidly enhance her strength to delay the onset of the chaotic Yin poison. However, the Taiyin essence worm now resides within her, absorbing the purest essence of chaotic Taiyin energy and leaving her with only inferior remnants of this power. Her aspirations for a rapid breakthrough seem increasingly unattainable. At this moment, an audacious thought arises within her mind. The Cha Nu Ji Yin Jing, once initiated, appears to bind its practitioner from voluntarily halting its progression. If she were to seek out some notorious and malevolent fiends to master this technique, perhaps she could forego the need for Yu Hongling's assistance in absorption. In this scenario, she would also be ridding the world of evildoers, thus fulfilling a noble purpose. Once this notion takes root, it proliferates like wild grass. Should Bai Qiulan suppress this idea, the Cha Nu Ji Yin Jing would remain in Yu Hongling's possession, and she has yet to devise a more subtle approach to broach the subject with her. Soon, the four women convened a gathering, which Yu Hongling aptly named the preliminary mobilization meeting for the husband-chasing operation. The participants included Bai Qiulan, Shangwan Huanling, Chu Ling, and Yu Hongling, though regrettably, they were missing one. Zhu Ke? Chapter 155, The Pursuit of Love, Part 2. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak first. The purpose of this gathering, apart from our esteemed master, is for the three of us to acknowledge our errors. In his previous life, our elder brother undoubtedly loved us. It was our misunderstandings and the insidious manipulations of malevolent individuals that led us to betray and harm him, which is indeed our fault. Yu Hongling was the first to voice her thoughts, her high ponytail swaying gently, her eyes sparkling with hope. She could hardly suppress her fantasies of a life where Lu Yi would welcome them back, envisioning a carefree existence once more. Anything they desired could be obtained simply by asking Lu Yi. If they were a bit demanding, they could playfully act spoiled. If they pushed the envelope further, they could acquiesce to some of Lu Yi's more outrageous requests. Wherever they went, they would be met with deference. The gazes of all women directed at them filled with envy. However, as time wore on, they found this existence increasingly monotonous. Yu Hongling felt that the world had shrouded them in a veil of unreality, a sensation she found most distasteful. Yet now, that veil had been lifted. Beneath it lay a harsh reality, raw and tumultuous. Bai Qiulan remained silent. She too wished for Lu Yi's forgiveness. After all, she was his master. Yet now she felt as though she were an adversary, a state of affairs that was wholly inappropriate. In the presence of their elder brother, they could no longer afford to be as willful as before. They must gradually reintegrate themselves into his life. Let us discuss the points from which we might begin. Chu Ling spoke up. I believe we should start with the gentleman's daily necessities. In his previous life, all matters concerning his sustenance and comfort were managed by me. In this life, without my presence, I have observed that he rarely eats and wears the same two outfits. Although he is undeniably handsome, the constant sameness could lead to aesthetic fatigue. What do you all think? That is of little consequence. Lu Yi has always been a self-sufficient individual. He seldom changes his clothes because he sees no need to, and he has little interest in food, often remarking on its poor quality here, Bai Qiulan countered. I have noticed that Lu Yi has not indulged in the company of women for quite some time. Perhaps I should attempt to entice him? Every time he returns from an outing, he is like a ravenous wolf, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Since his rebirth, he seems to have dedicated himself solely to his dreams, suggested Shangwan Huanling. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. Have you forgotten that he has a rather persistent rival in the form of a certain green tea? Shangwan Huanling paused, taken aback. It seems she and Lu Yi are not in a romantic relationship, are they? How do you know? To any discerning observer, it is clear that she is the foul elder brother's companion. Shangwan Huanling, albeit somewhat dim-witted, possessed keen observational skills. The system had transformed into Shun Shi Tong. With no intention of forming any romantic ties with Lu Yi, her sole aim was to indulge in the juicy gossip, relishing the sweeter fruits of the unfolding drama. She is quite deranged, allowing this system to lead the dog host. Lu Yi harbors no such intentions. The child has been betrayed by 8 women, and now he bears psychological scars against them. Although Shin Shidong is the system, had it been anyone else, Lu Yi would have long since expelled them. A few others shared their thoughts, yet none felt they had a particularly good angle for approach. Perhaps it would be best to expose that woman. After all, they have all been reborn, and Lu Yi no longer intends to seek companionship. That woman lacks the capital to be arrogant. Shangwan Huanling remarked in a defeatist tone. The others glanced at her simultaneously, prompting Shangwan Huanling to retract her head in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? She inquired, bewildered. You're not foolish, are you? Who else could be called Shangwan fool? Was the unified response from the 3 women. The act of poisoning certainly wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. There had to be a mastermind behind it, someone with the ability to command respect. Bai Qiulan could be one, but she harbored no intense hatred for Lu Yi. Although he disrupted moral codes, it was initially out of necessity. Thus, it must be another individual. Who will address this? I will. Chu Ling was the first to raise her hand. I wish to go as well, Yu Hongling asserted. Both were eager not to miss this opportunity to enhance their rapport. Hongling, let me go. I cannot be at a disadvantage, Chu Ling pleaded. Linger, your senior brother still holds resentment towards you. He may not even acknowledge you. I, on the other hand, have already endured several punches from him, so his anger towards me has surely diminished. Thus, I am the better option. Shangwan Huanling and Bai Qilan observed the two, vying for the chance. No need to quarrel, let us draw lots. Whoever wins goes. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Mastering the art of concealment was indeed arduous, even while seated beneath the enlightenment tree, embracing a state of comprehension. Success was not to be anticipated within a month or two. His cultivation level steadily ascended, having reached the 3rd level of Tribulation Crossing. Various spiritual herbs and divine metal equipment were gradually refined, all of which would serve as his aids. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the courtyard was softly tapped. Lu Yi remained utterly still. The person outside was Chu Ling. He chose to ignore her, but Shen Shitong was restless, with a radiant aura enveloping her. Her exquisite form stepped forth, detaching from Lu Ye's body, and with a gentle smile, she proceeded toward the door. The gate swung open. Maid Chu was courteous, unlike Yu's former wife, whose knocks were loud and bothersome. Shen Shitong remarked with a smile. Although this was not Chu Ling's first encounter with Shen Shitong, she remained captivated by her beauty and presence. Friend, I am looking for. Stop. Shen Shitong abruptly interrupted Chu Ling. Do not refer to me as a fellow cultivator. I fear your potential treachery. There is no need for any form of address between us. It is far better to remain as strangers. After all, the closer our relationship, the greater the likelihood of betrayal, and so it is best to keep our distance. Chu Ling's countenance darkened instantly, her indignation palpable. I have not committed such acts of treachery. Do not slander me. Oh, is that so? Let me enumerate. Mount Hua Sword Peak, Hunyuan Sword Sect, Tianluo Sword Sect, Xiantian Sword Sect, Guishu Sword Sect. With each name uttered, Chu Ling's aura diminished, while Shen Shitong recited the names as if listing dishes. In that moment, Chu Ling resembled a frostbitten eggplant. In her previous life, she had been utterly oblivious to the multitude of betrayals she had committed. The treasures bestowed upon her by Lu Yi were minimal at best, as everything that was rightfully hers had been squandered in compensation to others. Initially, Lu Yi believed that Chu Ling was genuinely in need of resources, only to later realize that she simply relished the act of betrayal. It now appeared that her sole intention was to create trouble for Lu Yi. Chapter 156. The Call of the Mistress. 3rd update. Shen Shitong cast a disdainful glance at Chu Ling. Pray tell. What status do you assume in order to meet Lu Yi? She inquired. I am the young master's maid. Chu Ling responded, regaining her composure. Evidence. Shen Shitong extended her hand. What evidence? Chu Ling was taken aback. Merely declaring oneself as Lu Ye's maid does not suffice. I could assert that I am his mother. Does that render me his mother in truth? How dare you insult the young master? Chu Ling exclaimed, her anger flaring. Shen Shitong chuckled with delight. I speak thus because our relationship is amicable. Try claiming to be his mother and see if Lu Yi does not seal your lips. Chu Ling felt a mix of anger and helplessness. She had come to apologize to Lu Yi, not to engage in a quarrel. Without evidence, the contract of servitude had been incinerated within 3 minutes of her rebirth. Without evidence, how can you claim to be a maid? I doubt Lu Yi even recognizes you. Enough of this. Leave at once. If anyone could simply declare themselves as Lu Ye's maid and gain an audience, he would have no time left for cultivation. No, I truly have urgent matters to communicate to the young master. You must allow me entry. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences of delaying his important affairs. Yet Shen Shitong showed no intention of moving aside, continuing to block her path. Of course, if you lack proof of your status as Lu Ye's maid, it may not be of great consequence. I do have a method for you to demonstrate your position. Chu Ling struggled to suppress her urge to strike. What method? With a gentle smile, Shen Shitong appeared to render the world devoid of color in that moment. Simply address me as mistress. Chu Ling was momentarily stunned before her anger surged once more. Though she consistently proclaimed herself as Lu Ye's maid, she had never genuinely positioned herself as such. The title of young master was merely habitual. Lu Yi had previously asserted that none among them would be distinguished as wives or concubines. He treated all women equally with affection. Chu Ling was not even a concubine, let alone truly assuming the role of a maid. Her claim to maidhood was akin to that of her junior sister, Yu Hongling, who used a special title to safeguard her status. She had witnessed her refer to Bai Qilan as Sister Bai, Now, to be asked to address Shen Shidong as mistress? Preposterous. Shen Shidong was not surprised by her reaction, merely shrugging. See, since you are not Lu Ye's maid, you have no ties to him. You may leave. I am not merely the young master's maid. I am his wife. Allow me to enter. Shen Shidong rolled her eyes dramatically. You are not even qualified to be Lu Ye's maid. Yet you foolishly aspire to be his wife. You are akin to a toad yearning for a swan, hideously out of place. How could someone like you, with an average visage, a mediocre figure, and a lackluster demeanor, ever qualify to be a maidservant of Lu Yi? If Lu Yi sought to recruit maids, there are countless individuals far more exceptional than you, from the Grand Dao sect to the very edges of the Eastern Sea. What are you even thinking? Chu Ling felt as if her teeth, like steel, could shatter. How could she be compared to a toad? How could she be deemed ordinary? Her beauty was breathtaking. Her waist slender and delicate, and every inch of her body was both firm and supple. Yet now, she found herself utterly criticized by Shen Shitong. Chu Ling wished to retort, but upon gazing at Shen Shitong's stunning visage and flawless figure, she felt completely diminished, overshadowed in every aspect, including presence. The aura exuded by Shen Shitong was akin to the title she had bestowed upon herself, mistress. It was the very essence of a sovereign. It is worth noting that initially, Shen Shitong had aspired to transform into an adorable, sprightly little girl, hopping about like a little rabbit. Who could resist such charm? However, after some contemplation, she dismissed the idea of being a mere little girl. For a little girl possesses no commanding presence. This system aims to reign as a queen, to crush all beneath her, outshining all others as a queen. As Chu Ling stood under Shen Shitong's gaze, her resolve weakened further. Shen Shitong remained silent, merely fixating on her. Does referring to you as mistress truly validate my role as the young master's maid? Chu Ling gritted her teeth and inquired. Shen Shitong nodded. As mistress, I can indeed affirm it. Chu Ling's lips moved, her heart wrestling fiercely. Everything was for the sake of reclaiming the young master. Enduring a bit of humiliation was worth it. Finally, summoning every ounce of courage, she called softly, mistress. Shen Shitong fiddled with her ear. What? I did not catch that. Chu Ling bit her lip hard. Mistress. This time, her voice was sufficiently loud, and Shen Shitong heard her clearly. Shen Shitong responded. Very well, that confirms your claim as Lu Yi's maidservant. Shen Shitong said with a smile. May I now go to see the young master? Chu Ling was eager to step inside. Impudent. Shen Shitong exclaimed sharply. You, a mere maid, have no business seeing the master. Any matters must be reported to me first. Adorned in gaudy attire, presenting yourself like a seductress, you must immediately change into plain garments and return to discuss what you truly desire. Chu Ling's eyes brimmed with tears, staring fixedly at Shen Shitong. Shen Shitong, in turn, met her gaze without fear. Only mockery and disdain reflected in her eyes. What? With such wide eyes, this is how you treat your mistress? You possess no understanding of decorum. A person like you is unfit even to be a maidservant. Betraying the master, disrespecting the mistress, lacking awareness of hierarchy, devoid of purpose, and glimmering with ambition to climb the social ladder. What a disgrace. As a maid, one should diligently learn the decorum befitting the role. When one has yet to depart from the household, the kindness shown by others is merely a reflection of the family's status. Now that you have left the household, what do you amount to? A primordial sword body? I could easily strike down 100 of your kind with a mere stone. Chu Ling's eyes were suffused with a crimson hue, and her demonic sword trembled incessantly. What? Do you intend to slay the matriarch? Chu Ling bore the tumultuous urge to kill within her heart. She had come to ease tensions, not to exacerbate them. She had long listened to Yu Hongling's accounts of how insufferably green tea Shen Shitong could be, how infuriating her words were, yet she found it hard to believe. What use is such pretense? She thought it only served to disgust others. Yet now, Shen Shitong's demeanor was hardly that of a mere green tea. And it truly vexed Chu Ling. She was on the verge of fleeing in anger. Chu Ling doubted that if she lingered even a second longer, her demonic sword would be unable to restrain itself from cleaving Shen Shitong in two. Watching Chu Ling retreat in a hasty flight, Shen Shitong proudly lifted her chin. Pathetically vulnerable. I am indeed formidable. Chapter 157. Why aren't you laughing? Part 4. I am utterly infuriated. I am truly enraged. Chu Ling wielded her demonic sword, relentlessly striking at the boulders, Yet her fury remained unabated. The other three women approached her. Linger, remain calm, Bai Qiulan advised. That Shen Shitong is insufferable. She has driven me to the brink of madness. Chu Ling's chest heaved violently, though her limited talent did not create significant ripples. I warned you to be cautious of that Shen Shitong. She is exceedingly duplicitous. Bai Qiulan reminisced about her encounters with Shen Shitong, who was particularly rigid and inflexible. How did she treat you? Bai Qiulan inquired. She had the audacity to deceive me into calling her mistress. Chu Ling exclaimed in fury. Bai Qiulan suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Shen Shitong. She had provoked the irritable Yu Hongling, presenting a fade that only exacerbated the latter's temper. Against her traditional self, she assumed an even more conventional stance, firmly entrenching her identity in the role of a master. When facing Chu Ling, she clearly asserted her dominance, relegating Chu Ling to the role of a servant. In essence, her greatest skill lay in utilizing status, personality, and weaknesses to undermine others. Her combat prowess was formidable. What should we do next? If Hongling confronts her, it would undoubtedly lead to an explosion. As for myself, I must admit, Bai Qiulan felt a lingering trepidation. Shen Shitong's previous remarks had left her deeply unsettled. Huanling, you go, Bai Qiulan finally resolved, delegating the task to Shangguan Huanling. Me? Do I really have to go? Shangguan Huanling recognized that Shen Shitong was a tough opponent and questioned her own ability to handle the situation. You must go. You must remain composed. No matter what she says, do not take it to heart. Maintain that mindset, and you shall succeed. Bai Qiulan encouraged her. Shangguan Huanling fidgeted slightly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. She could no longer endure this invincible path. What was the point? She possessed the realm but lacked any combat strength. After several uses of blood escape, her power had not only stagnated but had diminished. She had no innate spiritual treasures, nor even acquired ones. What kind of life had she been leading? Spiritual treasures? They were beneath her notice, as she had feasted on supreme treasures, even heavenly and imperial artifacts. Now, she found herself devoid of even sustenance. Shangguan Huanling was determined not to continue living such a miserable existence. Very well, I shall go. Await my good news. Shangguan Huanling declared with renewed confidence, charging towards the location of Lu Yi with fierce determination. She sensed that Lu Ye's hostility towards her was considerably less than that directed at others, and thus she believed she was the most likely to earn his forgiveness. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Shen Shitong glanced over and remarked, "Oh, it's the foolish Shangguan. I cannot afford to provoke." With that, she vanished without a trace. Lu Yi, too, disregarded Shangguan Huanling and continued his cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yi, are you there? Knock, knock, Lu Yi. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. It's about the mastermind behind your suffering. Don't you wish to know? Lu Yi, open the door. If you step outside to meet me, I shall reveal to you who it is and why we were compelled to poison you. Lu Yi remained impervious to her pleas, effectively blocking out Shangguan Huanling's voice. After knocking for quite some time, she found herself utterly dumbfounded. Is there truly no one to respond? Am I not a living being, but merely an animal? Shouldn't someone at least check who has been knocking for so long? Shangguan Huanling felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Open the door at once. If you do not, I shall break it down, she shouted. Silence enveloped the air, a deathly stillness. I truly will smash the door. Ah, how infuriating. What do you mean by ignoring me? Come out and strike me. Come out and scold me. What does your silence signify? Ultimately, Shangguan Huanling refrained from breaking the door. In a fit of rage, she stormed off, utterly dejected. This is such an affront. How can they disregard me like this? Is this acceptable? What about Lu Yi? Did you see him? Yu Hongling inquired eagerly. Shangguan Huanling's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her lips pursed in dejection. They all ignore me. Why is that? Chu Ling's lips twitched slightly, her own disappointment momentarily alleviated. Yu Hongling turned her head, her voice tinged with peculiarity. It's nothing, nothing at all. I'm just thinking of a solution. Her shoulders trembled lightly. Are you mocking me? Shangguan Huanling glared at Chu Ling. Not at all. Haha, I merely recalled something amusing. What is so funny? Shangguan Huanling pressed. Well, today my pet gave birth. Chu Ling could no longer contain herself, erupting into laughter that resembled a goose's honk. What are you laughing about now? Shangguan Huanling glowered at her. My pet also gave birth. You two are each other's pets? Yes, yes. Oh, wait. As Shangwan Huanling observed the two, who were nearly in hysterics, her expression darkened. It appears we shall never earn Lu Ye's forgiveness. He shall ascend on a day of his choosing, never to face us again. He harbors a deep resentment towards us. And the only reason he refrains from killing us is to keep us alive in a torment of regret far worse than death. Shangwan Huanling roared in despair. The laughter abruptly ceased. She fixed her gaze upon the two individuals, observing the rapid disappearance of their smiles, replaced by expressions of anguish. Laugh, continue to laugh. Do you not revel in laughter? And now, you cease to smile. Ha ha ha, it is my turn to laugh. Ha ha ha. We are all deserving of this. None of us are virtuous. We fail to cherish what we have, and only in loss do we feel regret. But what use is regret? Can it erase the harm inflicted upon others? In that moment, Shangwan Huanling appeared to be driven to madness. A sudden roar erupted from within her, and in the next instant, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her vitality plummeting until it ultimately fell to the realm of the void refinement. She had obliterated her own path, the path of invincibility. What a farce that is. I regret it. Tears streamed from the corners of Shangwan Huanling's eyes. Memories of the past flooded her mind. Brother Lu Yi, I truly regret it. Bai Qiulan, witnessing this farce, felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Could such a group truly compel Lu Yi to abandon his past and rediscover love? It was sheer nonsense. In an instant, her body froze, collapsing backward. The chaotic malice erupted once more. Chapter 158, Hypocrisy or Not, 5th Update, Master. Yu Hongling swiftly supported by Qiulan. The biting cold sent her spiraling back to her own suffering, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Why has it flared up again? The onset is far too swift. Chu Ling observed this scene in silence. The pursuit of love? A ragtag bunch that hadn't even taken the first step, and already two were incapacitated. It is unbearable. The discomfort is overwhelming. Yu Hongling, feeling the chill, gritted her teeth. Linger, if you see that I am unable to continue, immediately send me flying. I will assist Master in alleviating the chaotic Yin poison. Chu Ling nodded. Very well. The woman's extreme Yin scripture. Yu Hongling's hand struck by Qiulan's back. A surge of intense pain coursing through her entire being in an instant. A torrent of Taiyin power was channeled into Yu Hongling. Master, Master, do not infuse so rapidly. I cannot bear it. Yu Hongling shouted, uncertain if Bai Qiulan could hear her cries, yet the agony was unbearable. With her exclamation, her throat froze. Woo-woo. Chu Ling understood immediately and gently pushed with both hands. Boom. Yu Hongling was propelled away, engulfed in frigid energy, while Bai Qiulan was likewise launched. The two of them momentarily becoming one. Unless Chu Ling severed Yu Hongling's arm with her sword, the two would be inseparable. However, such a severance was not to be taken lightly. Prolonged exposure could leave irreversible scars. White Master, it must end. Do not supply so much to Hongling at once. Administer it slowly. Do not be so reckless. White Master, regain your composure. Chu Ling felt a chill in her heart as she gazed upon Yu Hongling, now entirely frozen. Her features twisted in pain, leaving one to ponder the torment she was enduring. If it were she, could she withstand it? This was a question lingering in her mind. She was uncertain whether Bai Qiulan was conscious at that moment. If not, there was nothing more to be said. But if she retained some awareness and still fervently infused the chaotic Yin poison into Yu Hongling, it was indeed a terrifying thought. Chu Ling had already grasped the demon sword tightly. Suddenly, Bai Qiulan trembled violently. Yu Hongling was sent flying. Bai Qiulan, as if escaping death, gasped for air. Hongling, Hongling. Hongling in a panic. She turned and embraced the icy Yu Hongling, tears streaming down her face. I did not mean to. I was unconscious. I had no awareness. I truly did not intend for this. As Chu Ling witnessed this scene, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Bai Qiulan truly lacks awareness? Regardless of her consciousness. Chu Ling had resolved in her heart that this woman's extreme Yin scripture was indeed a venomous substance. In this moment, she could scarcely fathom how Bai Qiulan endured each episode of the chaotic Yin poison if she fought so desperately to expel it. Linger. It is utterly impossible for Hongling to bear the entirety of the chaotic poison alone, Bai Qiulan said, cradling Yu Hongling. Addressing Chu Ling was taken aback. What does this mean? Hongling cannot endure on her own. Must she assist in bearing the burden? What shall we do? Chu Ling retorted. Bai Qiulan's lips moved as she observed Chu Ling's expression. Next time, I must not allow Hongling to alleviate the chaotic poison for me again. With my constitution, it is fate that has led to my downfall. I cannot further burden others. Bai Qiulan's eyes were filled with desolation and despair. Chu Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Master, where there is a will, there is a way. Although Hongling has suffered, her strength has seen remarkable progress. The eternal reversal scripture she cultivates thrives on fearlessness, allowing her to advance rapidly. This is indeed an essential trial and refinement for her. If she can persevere, perhaps it will not be long before she soars to great heights, and ascending together with you and the young master will surely be within reach. Chu Ling consoled. And you? Bai Qiulan inquired. Me? I am unsure of what to do. I can only wait and see. Chu Ling resolutely refused to cultivate the extreme scripture of the Cha Nu, yet Shangguan Huanling had begun her training. This left Chu Ling feeling quite unsettled. Bai Qiulan, what kind of person are you? Hongling has already been dragged into this. Must you also involve Shangguan Huanling? Hongling is your disciple. It is natural for her to save you. But what ties you to Shangguan Huanling? Does she need to endure such intense suffering to rescue you? Chu Ling felt her heart grow colder. Time passed slowly. Shangguan Huanling remained oblivious, whether foolish or clever, as she had yet to complete the training of the extreme scripture of the Cha Nu despite her extensive practice. This secret technique did not seem particularly difficult. Hongling, remember, do not act foolishly again. Do not save me. When the chaotic poison strikes, I am utterly unaware. You cannot withstand it. Do you hear me? This is my command. If I perish, so be it. I implore you, do not attempt to save me again. Hongling, take care of yourself. You must take care of yourself. Frost began to envelop Bai Qiulan's body gradually. Yu Hongling trembled all over. In that moment, a thread of fear surged within her. Fearless and undaunted, cracks began to form in her great path. Could she refrain from intervening? She possessed a method to save her master. How could she possibly watch her master perish under such circumstances? Her master had treated her with such kindness. She would rather die than be a burden to her. Yet, facing a chaotic poison that erupts periodically, increasingly ferocious with each episode, with no knowledge of its end or when it would cease, could she truly endure? She can. In the depths of Yu Hongling's eyes, a resolute determination flickered. No matter how many times it took or how arduous the journey, she was resolved to save her master. Her senior brother could endure, and there was no reason for her to falter. The once cracked path now began to heal once more. Yu Hongling rescued Bai Qiulan yet again. At that moment, Lu Yi and Shen Shidong were observing the unfolding events through the luminous screen, captivated by the scene in the courtyard. To their astonishment, Yu Hongling remained steadfast in her commitment to her path, even after it had fractured and begun to mend. Shen Shidong remarked in surprise. However, Lu Yi gently shook his head. This was only the third time she had employed the Cha Nu Jiyin Jing, and already a hint of trepidation had surfaced. What would happen after 30 or 300 attempts? This moment of fearlessness did not imply that she could remain unafraid amidst an interminable despair. That alone was quite remarkable. Come on, you, do well with the Cha Nu Jiyin Jing, and ascend to the second heaven with us. Bai Qiulan awakened. As she gazed upon the unconscious Yu Hongling, she remained silent for a considerable time. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards Chu Linglinger. I truly do not wish for Hongling to bear such suffering on my behalf. If we were to capture some evildoers and compel them to cultivate the Cha Nu Jiyin Jing, absorbing my chaotic poison, perhaps Hongling would not suffer so. Moreover, by capturing these villains, we would also be ridding the world of evil and upholding righteousness. Chu Ling. Chapter 159. A disturbance in morality. The notion held by Bai Qiulan was indeed rather unsettling. Chu Ling found herself ambivalent regarding this idea, for she was not a paragon of virtue. It was merely that the current demeanor of Bai Qiulan made her feel profoundly uncomfortable, akin to a long-lost figure suddenly resurfacing in Chu Ling's mind. Zheng Shuiwei. Truly, in Chu Ling's thoughts, the images of Bai Qiulan and Zheng Shuiwei overlapped infinitely, both taking on a guise of insincerity. How could this be? The ever-gentle and kind Bai Qiulan, akin to an elder sister, could not possibly be so duplicitous. Was it conceivable that all her tenderness and grace were mere fades? Chu Ling? Bai Qiulan observed the silence enveloping Chu Ling, her heart sinking. Could it be that her words had struck a discordant note? According to the title of the Cha Nu Jiyin Jing, it is almost certain that this technique can only be cultivated by women. Furthermore, given that you previously sought to eradicate evil from the realm, the malevolent beings have long since fled, making it rather challenging to capture any female practitioners of dark arts. Chu Ling spoke slowly. Bai Qiulan furrowed her brow. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this matter? The reduction of evil practitioners is undoubtedly a momentous blessing for the entirety of the first heaven. Yet even if their numbers have dwindled, there must still be some remnants. Where might they be? Chu Ling inquired. Bai Qiulan frowned. I cannot readily recall at this moment. Chu Ling felt a sense of confusion, yet continued to ponder. After all, enlisting others to assist Bai Qiulan in alleviating the chaotic dark poison was surely preferable to her fixating on her own troubles. However, she still could not fathom where female practitioners of dark arts might be hidden. Never mind. If it eludes us, let it be. Chu Ling, I find myself somewhat restless atop this mountain. Would you accompany me for a stroll down below? Bai Qiulan proposed. Chu Ling felt no apprehension regarding potential danger, as Bai Qiulan had no motive to harm her. The two departed from the Taoist sect. Outside the sect, the atmosphere was less tranquil, yet imbued with a sense of freedom. Bai Qiulan led the way to a city situated at a considerable distance from the Taoist sect. Within the city, the air was filled with lively chatter, throngs of people bustling about. Shops lined the streets, and many vendors displayed their wares, creating a vibrant scene of prosperity. Bai Qiulan purchased 2 sugar figurines and 2 candied hawthorns, one for each hand, appearing genuinely as if they were adventuring in the world. Chu Ling also lowered her guard, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Master, this hairpin adorned with flowers is exquisite. Would you like to acquire one? Bai Qiulan smiled and nodded. Then let us each take one. Splendid. It feels as though it has been ages since I strolled through a city. Bai Qiulan mused with nostalgia. Indeed, the higher one's cultivation, the more one distances oneself from the common folk. Returning to witness the lives of the multitude certainly offers a unique experience, Chu Ling reflected. As the two continued their pleasant exploration, delicate and fragile voices wafted into their ears. My dear companion, come and join us. A stunning beauty graces our Hongling pavilion, captivating all with her dance. In 3 days, we shall auction her first night. Would you care to acquire a vial of our exquisite musk bullfight pill? It is a remarkable bargain at merely 30 spirit stones, and you may even sample it for free. Ah, your robust physique radiates such vitality, it nearly melts my heart. Please, enter swiftly and alleviate my sorrow. The alluring voice of the master is as delicate as a gentle caress, enchanting and irresistible. The duo paused, as Bai Qiulan looked up at the women adorning the Hongling pavilion, each clad in vibrant attire, their beauty striking and figures superb. Though the Inyang sect has perished, the Hongling sect thrives, seemingly flourishing without the blood-sucking practices of its predecessor. The comings and goings are incessant. Chu Ling glanced at the Hongling pavilion, then at Bai Qiulan. In that moment, she comprehended the true purpose of Bai Qiulan's invitation. The degradation of morals within the cultivation realm has been tainted by such individuals who, under the guise of the sacred Yin-Yang path, indulge in licentious acts. Linger, do you not agree that this is indeed malevolent? Bai Qiulan spoke calmly. Chu Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed. Then let us capture a couple for experimentation. Very well. Despite the Hongling sect's prowess, formidable individuals remain scarce. If we were to encounter even one who has attained the infant breaking stage within the Hongling pavilion, it would be an extraordinary find. In the face of the realms of void refinement and tribulation, resistance is futile. Soon, an elder of the Hongling sect and the newly ascended courtesan were apprehended together. They did not return to the Dao sect. Chu Ling observed Bai Qiulan's cold demeanor as she threatened the two. From her elevated position, she admonished them for their corrupting influence on the cultivation community. What could they do? Bai Qiulan's cultivation level was far superior. Merely releasing a hint of her aura was enough to instill profound fear within them. To preserve their lives, they began to cultivate the extreme Yin scripture of the enchantress. Chu Ling felt bewildered. Was it not said that only Yu Hongling knew the contents of the extreme Yin scripture? Yet here was Bai Qiulan, imparting her knowledge hand in hand. The technique was not particularly difficult. In just 6 days, the Hongling sect elder had successfully mastered it. Linger, please protect me. Bai Qiulan instructed. Chu Ling took a deep breath. Very well. At this point, she had fully discerned Bai Qiulan's character. Under duress, The Hahuan sect elder practiced the extreme scripture of the enchantress. She had no understanding of what this technique entailed, although the two appeared not to be malevolent. She could only hope that they were indeed innocent. This cultivation method was not inherently lethal. The extreme scripture of the enchantress commenced its operation. The hands of the elder from the Hahuan sect struck upon by Qiulan. In an instant, a piercing howl escaped her lips. Her soul, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment, was instantly shattered under the oppressive force of the energy. Bai Qiulan had just begun to inject her chaotic poison into the breach when it vanished without a trace. She opened her eyes to behold the elder, now transformed into a mere ice sculpture, her complexion drained of color. The souls of others proved too fragile to endure. At that moment, Bai Qiulan felt utterly despondent. The final method she had conceived, one that transcended her moral boundaries, had ultimately proclaimed its failure. To alleviate the chaotic poison, only those who had undergone reincarnation and once attained the status of an emperor, with unwavering souls, could withstand the onslaught of the chaotic toxin. Chu Ling let out a sigh. Sister Bai, please teach me the Chan Nu extreme scripture. Bai Qiulan's vacant gaze transformed into one of incredulity. I understand now. Aiding you in overcoming the poison is indeed an excruciating ordeal. Yet, the ascension of the young master is within reach. At this moment, I yearn to follow in the footsteps of the young master. Even if it entails enduring boundless suffering, I am willing if it allows me to ascend. Chu Ling had ultimately acquiesced. It was as if she were repaying Bai Qiulan's life-saving grace. Chapter 160. Disappearance. I have achieved it. Ha ha. I have succeeded once more. The exuberant voice reverberated throughout Bailon Peak. Yu Hongling emerged, her complexion pale and her form frail. With the assistance of the power of the Taiyin, she had indeed made remarkable progress in her cultivation. However, each time she aided Bai Qiulan in alleviating the chaotic poison, it posed a tremendous test to her Dao heart. Although Chu Ling and Shangguan Huanling had both cultivated the extreme scripture of the enchantress, they lacked the profound intimacy shared between Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan. They could only step in for Yu Hongling when she was utterly overwhelmed. As for Shangguan Huanling's Dao heart, she possessed none at all. It was solely due to her mastery of the source-devouring scripture that she had not succumbed like the elder of the Hahuan sect, whose soul was instantly frozen to oblivion. What have you achieved? Yu Hongling could not restrain her curiosity. I have cultivated the path of affection. Shangguan Huanling's declaration rendered Yu Hongling's mind momentarily blank. What? Yu Hongling's voice rose sharply. The path of affection. I have successfully recultivated it. Indeed, I still love Brother Lui. My affection for him remains unwavering. I must find him immediately and let him know. Shangguan Huanling could barely contain her eagerness as she soared towards Lui's residence. Brother Lui. Brother Lui. I have recultivated the path of affection. You must see my progress. Yu Hongling watched as Shangguan Huanling departed, enveloped in profound silence. Thus, is it true that simple-minded individuals possess simple blessings? The most straightforward-minded Shangguan Huanling reached enlightenment the quickest, rekindling the path of affection. Is there no limit to foolishness, only increasing folly? When Lui loved you, you lost your path of affection. When he did not, you reclaimed it. In that moment, Yu Hongling found herself at a loss for how to evaluate the situation. Upon hearing Shangguan Huanling's words, Lui was taken aback. No, you. Never mind. Let us set aside this matter for now. It is too chaotic. With that, Lui's figure vanished, only to reappear at the ancient site of the Wangu sect. After a brief arrangement, a vast spiritual energy began to converge. He was drawing ever closer to the 9th layer of tribulation. If the concealment techniques and heavenly deception techniques were employed together after successfully transcending the tribulation, their effectiveness remained to be seen. Should he fail, he would flee in a frenzy. Should he succeed, the Emperor's banner would surely envelop the entire second heaven. Shangguan Huanling, unable to find Lui, felt a jolt in her heart. Could it be that Lui had already ascended? Surely not. She returned with this troubling news, prompting Bai Qiulan to personally arrive and open Lui's courtyard door. He was indeed no longer present. Had he truly ascended? There had been no word of his ascension. I shall inquire with the sect master. Bai Qiulan soared towards the hall of inquiry. At that moment, in the hall, Lu Changfeng was engaged in a game of chess with a silver-haired woman. The woman, exuding an aura of elegance, bore a sword on her back. And although she appeared somewhat older, she possessed a unique charm. Master, Bai Qiulan requests an audience. Lu Chongfeng's hand, poised over the chess pieces, hesitated slightly. A knowing smile graced the silver-haired woman's face. Old Lu, shall I perhaps take my leave? Qin Yingyue suggested with a playful tone. Lu Chongfeng gently shook his head, grasping Qin Yingyue's sword-holding hand. There's no need. Perhaps today is indeed a fortuitous day. The union between the Supreme Sword Sect and the Dao Sect should be made public. Qin Yingyue's cheeks flushed momentarily, yet she playfully persisted. Are we merely a union? Lu Chongfeng could not help but laugh heartily. Forgive my blunder. It should be with one heart. Let Bai Shimi enter. Lu Chongfeng rose and took his seat in the position of the sect leader, wearing a smile that radiated both warmth and authority. As the Dao sect ascended to become the foremost sect in the vast wilderness, Lu Chongfeng's imposing presence intensified, his cultivation soaring to new heights. The entire Dao sect was experiencing a frenzied growth, with 5 more individuals reaching the tribulation crossing realm and a multitude advancing in the harmonization and refinement realms. Granted permission, Bai Qiulan swiftly entered. Bai Qiulan pays her respects to the sect leader. She greeted with a bow. Bai Shimi, this is the sword immortal Yingyue. Do you still remember her? Lu Chongfeng asked with a smile. Of course, I remember. When I once sparred with sword immortal Yingyue. Her sharp sword intent left me in distress, a memory vividly etched in my mind. It is delightful to see her now, having made such remarkable progress. Bai Qiulan responded with a smile. Sword immortal Yingyue and I are to formalize our bond as partners next month. If you are free, Bai Shimi, you are most welcome to join us, Lu Chongfeng announced with a grin. Bai Qiulan was taken aback. In her previous life, Lu Chongfeng had not been with Qin Yingyue. The tides of fate had indeed shifted, revealing the volatility of human hearts. However, Bai Qiulan held no interest in Lu Chongfeng. Despite his ability to make astute choices that led the sect towards prosperity, a testament to his formidable charisma. Yet, no matter how strong he was, could he rival Lu Yi? She could not even accept Lu Yi, let alone Lu Chongfeng. Then I must congratulate the sect leader and sword immortal Yingyue. I shall certainly come to partake in the joyous celebration, she said. In that moment, Lu Chongfeng felt a profound sense of release and acceptance. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Elder Bai, for your blessings. May I inquire why you have come today? Master, do you happen to know the whereabouts of my disciple Lu Yi? Bai Qiulan asked. Lu Yi? I am unaware. He has not ascended yet, has he? Lu Chongfeng pondered for a moment. Most likely not. If he had ascended, he would surely have informed the sect. Lu Chongfeng concluded. Bai Qiulan let out a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. I shall take my leave. Bai Qiulan turned to leave. But Lu Chongfeng spoke once more. Junior sister Bai. Bai Qiulan paused her steps. Sometimes, the rules hold less significance than one's own happiness. Bai Qiulan fell into silence, contemplating for a full 10 seconds before resuming her hurried departure. It was already too late. That day, the disappearance of Lu Yi stirred waves in the hearts of 4 women. Ultimately, Lu Yi had vanished. Perhaps, upon his rebirth, Lu Yi had not left the Dao sect immediately because he still harbored a glimmer of hope for them. Yet now, it was evident that Lu Yi had become utterly disillusioned and chose to depart. When was the last time she saw Lu Yi? It seemed to be when he returned the Taiyin essence worm to her. Bai Qiulan clenched her fist tightly. Lu Yi was likely preparing for ascension. Hongling, Ling heir. Huanling, if you 3 wish to continue following in Lu Yi's footsteps, you must exert even greater effort in your cultivation from now on. It may become increasingly arduous, but for the sake of finding Lu Yi, can you endure? Yes. Yu Hongling's voice resonated with determination. I want to find my master. Chu Ling affirmed with equal resolve. It truly hurts. Shangwan Huanling found it quite difficult to bear. Chapter 161. Who is the culprit behind the prolonged illness? In truth, Lu Yi has already discerned that it is not Jiang Dai, but rather a love-stricken individual from the 6 heavens named Yin Qingqing. Her possessiveness is exceedingly intense. She harbors a singular desire to monopolize Lu Yi, wishing for all other women to disappear. Furthermore, her prowess is unparalleled. Had Yin Qingqing encountered Lu Yi earlier, it is conceivable that he might have embarked on a lifelong romance with a soulmate, thereby sparing himself from betrayal. Alas, the path of love is governed by a sequence of appearances, and Lu Yi's previous life was dedicated to protection. He could never relinquish his guardianship for the affection of a lovesick individual. With no alternative, Yin Qingqing could only join Lu Yi's harem, resolutely aspiring to become his legitimate wife. Ultimately, she would fail. It was entirely expected that she would incite conflict among the women vying for Lu Ye's affection. Moreover, her ambition to confine and cultivate Lu Yi for her own desires likely stemmed from her warped mind. It is even possible that, after incapacitating Lu Yi, she would eliminate the other 7 women, seeking to possess him entirely and ensure their eternal union. However, one must ponder whether Yin Qingqing is merely a pawn on the surface. If Lu Yi's suspicions are correct, the other women are only aware of Yin Qingqing's presence, while the true force behind her is far beyond the comprehension of Bai Qiulan and her cohorts. As days turned into weeks, the fissures in Yu Hongling's heart became increasingly tangible and pronounced. The agony of repeatedly aiding Bai Qiulan in cleansing her of the chaotic poison was excruciating, not to mention the frequency of these ordeals. What began as once a month escalated to every 25 days, and now, the intervals have dwindled to less than 20 days. Each time she completed the Cha Nu Ji Yin Jing, she found herself immobilized for 4 to 5 days in a frozen state, followed by the arduous task of refining the power of the Taiyin. One could say that Yu Hongling's cycle consisted of the torment of freezing, the suffering of thawing, the struggle to absorb the Taiyin power, and the agony of digestion. Without a moment's respite, a new cycle would begin anew. Hongling, has time advanced again? Master, what is amiss with you? Can you not endure the chaotic poison a little longer? I am a human, not a puppet. I too deserve a moment of respite after enduring such agony. The pain is unbearable. Yu Hongling shouted in a fit of rage. Bai Qiulan halted abruptly, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and disbelief. I merely wished for you to consume some supplements. Yu Hongling paused, taken aback. Had she misjudged Bai Qiulan's intentions? Regardless, it was infuriating. She had no need for such trivial supplements. With that, Yu Hongling vanished. Bai Qiulan gazed at her retreating figure, her expression gradually descending into desolation. It dawned on her that every time Lu Yi assisted her in detoxification, he was always the one to initiate it, his face adorned with a radiant smile, seemingly unbothered even when reprimanded by her. Despite her stubbornness, she would even exert herself. Never before had she felt as she did now, clearly capable of enhancing her strength while merely enduring pain. Yet, Yu Hongling was inexplicably impatient. In the past, Lu Yi not only had to endure suffering, but also faced a decline in his abilities. They were both her disciples, and she treated them with utmost kindness. Why then was the disparity between Yu Hongling and Lu Yi so pronounced? Very well, since you wish to cease this endeavor, let her succumb to the torment of chaotic poison without ever requesting Yu Hongling's assistance in detoxification. Bai Qiulan may have forgotten a saying, no filial son is found by the bed of a long-sick parent. If there were indeed a devoted child by the bedside of a protracted illness, it would be sheer luck. Before long, Bai Qiulan's chaotic poison erupted once more. Her strength had already reached the 7th level of the tribulation crossing realm. Cold. Pain. It was unbearably cold. Excruciatingly painful. Yet, she did not inform anyone, enduring this agony alone. As a result, no one appeared before her to help absorb the chaotic poison. This time, she relied solely on her willpower to persevere. However, the intensity of her suffering was something only she truly understood. Bai Qiulan felt a profound sorrow. Yu Hongling had not appeared before her again. Perhaps she too was weary. Now, the few of them seemed like a mere joke. When Lu Yi was present, their common goals centered around him, and their conflicts could be easily resolved. But with Lu Ye's complete disappearance, their discord sharpened, ultimately leading to relentless torment. Unconsciously, Bai Qiulan experienced the second outbreak of poison. The chaotic poison could accumulate, and in the absence of effective absorption, it would only intensify with each occurrence. Once again, no one came to her aid. Bai Qiulan could not help but ponder. How had she fallen to such depths? Did she truly not merit the efforts of others? Yet, she did not wish to die. She could only save herself, hastening her cultivation, continuously striving to elevate her strength. However, the most refined power of chaotic Yin was absorbed by the Yin essence worm, and her attempts to elevate herself swiftly were far from rapid. Bai Qiulan felt utterly helpless and desolate. Yet, the chaotic poison would not delay its onset due to her despair or helplessness. The third eruption of chaotic poison occurred. This time, Yu Hongling and Chu Ling appeared simultaneously. Perhaps now, she would come to understand. Chu Ling spoke in a calm voice. Yu Hongling sighed. Her hands made contact with Bai Qiulan's back, and once more. An extreme cold surged into Yu Hongling's body. Initially, the raging cold felt as though it would tear Yu Hongling apart, but merely a minute passed, and the power of Yin became less ferocious. It transformed into a gentle stream, flowing towards Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling's agonized and contorted visage gradually eased, though the pain persisted. It was a marked improvement from before. Chu Ling observed this scene, unable to suppress a hint of derision in her gaze. What was the necessity of it all? Lu Yi remained oblivious to the activities of these women. Perhaps Shen Shitong held some understanding. With a resonant rumble within him, he officially transcended to the 9th level of tribulation. Yet, his resources were far from depleted. In fact, they were abundant. After all, he had acquired treasures from 2 eminent sects in one fell swoop, along with the vast resources he had previously amassed. Roll. Let the cultivation continue unabated. The process of cultivation entailed little more than the relentless operation of one's techniques, devouring various celestial materials and earthly treasures, transforming them into a torrent of true essence. Day after day, year after year, he immersed himself completely in this endeavor, indifferent to external pleasures and unperturbed by personal losses. Time flowed unceasingly in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, for months had elapsed. He had reached the limits of his cultivation. Lu Yi raised his gaze. Esteemed Lord Shen Shitong, we may commence. Ding acknowledged. The calamity clouds began to gather. Chapter 162, Ascension. 4th update. Lu Yi was no fool. The connection between the system and the Heavenly Dao had never been severed, even with the return of time. This was evidently clear. However, it remained uncertain whether the current Heavenly Dao was guided by the true essence of the Dao or by the system. Who held the reins of control? It was difficult to ascertain. If power lay in the hands of Shen Shitong, then the Heavenly Dao would merely be a subordinate. Whereas if it was in the hands of the Heavenly Dao, Shen Shitong would be the greatest contrarian. It appeared that control was likely in the hands of Shen Shitong. Boom. A bolt of heavenly tribulation descended with thunderous force. The silver lightning, imbued with celestial majesty, was cleaved apart by Lu Yi, while the 9 tribulations' indestructible body ravenously absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom. The second bolt erupted with the force of a full-powered strike from the 1st level of the Great Ascension. Yet, for Lu Yi, it was effortless. The 3rd and 4th bolts followed, as silver serpents danced wildly. The earth trembled incessantly, and all beings within 1,000 miles felt an indescribable terror. Lu Yi remained composed as he faced the tribulations. To be honest, in the 1st heaven, no matter how formidable the heavenly tribulation was, how powerful could it truly become? In his previous life, he had prepared meticulously to face the tribulations. In this life, however, he was rather nonchalant. 1, 2, 3. The 9th bolt of tribulation descended. A mountain-like tempest of thunder crashed down upon Lu Yi, illuminating the skies for hundreds of miles. The terrifying might seemed capable of shattering everything. Lu Yi met it with a single punch, obliterating the thunder. A tremendous force surged from within him. No, it was insufficient. Delay the dispersal of the tribulation clouds, Lu Yi commanded. Ding acknowledged. The tribulation clouds that were about to dissipate halted their collapse. Lu Yi's aura surged, yet it vanished into the void. He appeared amidst the tribulation clouds, his hands forming seals. In an instant, countless silver lights within the clouds began to boil, rushing towards Lu Yi in eager haste, with every inch of his being radiating brilliance. A vast amount of tribulation power was infused into every corner of his body. The 9 tribulations' indestructible body, 2nd tribulation, was successfully cultivated. His physical form surged to a level where he needed no expenditure of true essence, merely standing there. He surpassed the hardness of any innate spiritual treasure. The concealment technique and the deception technique were activated simultaneously. At that moment, Lu Yi seemed to transcend this world entirely, his aura completely vanishing. There was no sensation of ascension. Lu Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Shen Shitong might be the Heavenly Dao, he still regarded her with respect. The concealment technique had to be activated. Ding, your concealment technique is quite amusing. I truly cannot locate you. You are speaking with me, yet you claim you cannot find me? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, Indeed, I really cannot find you. This system is this system, and the Heavenly Dao is the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao's inability to find you is of no concern to this system. Lu Yi, this fellow is quite adept at quibbling. Someone is approaching. In an instant, Lu Ye's figure vanished. When he first entered the tribulation stage, he was already invincible in the first celestial realm, and now he has reached the first level of the Great Ascension period. His true essence is undergoing a frenetic metamorphosis. Upon reaching Great Ascension, the quality of true essence undergoes significant transformation, greatly enhancing its strength. This is precisely why one is not permitted to linger in the first celestial realm after entering the Great Ascension stage. However, complete conversion will require some time. This explains why Lu Yi was able to effortlessly slay a newly ascended Great Ascension Master from the Eternal Sect with a single punch. Although his figure was concealed, he did not depart. The vast expanse of tribulation clouds, clearly indicating a successful ascension, could only have been stirred by one person within a radius of several thousand miles. Lu Yi. Does this mean that Lu Yi has successfully transcended and ascended? According to the rules, indeed it does. Quickly, notify the heavenly pavilion of the second celestial realm to inform them of Lu Ye's ascension. Simultaneously, disseminate this news. Furthermore, document the enmity between Lu Yi and the current head of the Jiang family in the second celestial realm, Jiang Dai. Although the reasons for their feud are unknown, Jiang Dai's use of the Void Order, in conjunction with the Eternal Sect and the cooperation of the Jiang family's ancestors, undoubtedly indicates a profound and irreconcilable hatred. If Lu Yi were to be forcefully slain upon his arrival in the second celestial realm, that would indeed be the most sensational news. Regardless, since Lu Yi has ascended, there is no need to keep this information concealed. Let it be published, and let the entire first celestial realm take notice. Excellent. Lu Yi, overhearing the conversation of the two individuals, realized they were from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. During the tribulation, the celestial patterns were chaotic, necessitating the dispatch of personnel from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to investigate. Jiang Dai has actually become the head of the Jiang family in the second celestial realm. It seems her cultivation has grown even stronger after her rebirth. She must have reached the divine level, otherwise, such power would be unattainable. There are 3 realms in the second celestial realm: true being, earth immortal, and celestial deity. The head of the Jiang family must at the very least be at the divine level. It appears that if I can slay divine-level experts with the ease of butchering chickens and dogs, then I may commence my own ascension. Soon, news of Lu Ye's ascension to the second celestial realm spread throughout the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Bai Qiulan and others also received the news. It is now confirmed that their senior brother has ascended, though it remains a mystery where that green tea has gone. The young master treats those around him exceptionally well. Shen Shitong's presence by his side indicates he will undoubtedly take her along in his ascension. Yu Hongling, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. It turns out it was all the senior brother who led them to ascend, even though she is aware that Lu Yi harbors disdain for them. His ascension without so much as a farewell signifies that he has completely disregarded them, not even acknowledging their existence. Reflecting on their previous life, Lu Yi had awaited their completion for a grand ascension together, a total of 6 individuals. We must hasten our cultivation, for the distance between us has already widened. If brother advances to the 3rd heaven, we shall be left far behind, perhaps only able to reunite with him when we regain the status of the great emperor. At that point, our chances may indeed be lost. Sister Bai, do you possess any chaosine poison at present? I would like to partake. Bai Qiulan, with an apologetic demeanor, replied, I'm afraid not yet. Then let us hasten its manifestation. We must not delay, lest brother be entirely claimed by Jiang Dai. That is inconceivable. Yu Hongling immediately countered. Jiang Dai is certainly no match for that green tea girl. Even if brother were to confront her, he would stand unrivaled. Casting a lofty gaze over the entirety of the 2nd heaven, Jiang Dai might find herself in a dire predicament. Let us hope for the best. We must cultivate swiftly. The group of women, affirming Lu Ye's ascension, once more gathered together for warmth. Meanwhile, in the distant void, the Buddhist sect and the underworld felt a jolt of energy upon hearing the news of Lu Ye's ascension. Amitabha, the sacred light of the Buddhist sect shall ultimately illuminate the vast wilderness once more. This calamity has finally departed. We return. Chapter 163. Not quite a betrayal. 5th update. Had Lu Yi ascended? Jiang Dai received the news and was momentarily taken aback. She meticulously scrutinized the message, weighing each word with careful consideration. It was inconceivable. I had dispatched powerful beings to every major gathering point. If Lu Yi had truly ascended, he would have been captured without delay, unless he had taken an unconventional route to the second heaven. Yet, there was no trace of him. The second heaven bore no sign of Lu Yi's presence at all. Jiang Dai envisioned Lu Yi lurking in the shadows, his cold gaze fixated upon her, as if regarding a lifeless corpse, sending shivers coursing through her entire being. Deploy more personnel. We must locate him, ascertain his whereabouts. Jiang Dai was consumed by a frenzy. At the same time, monitor anyone associated with Lu Yi. Capture them immediately upon their ascension to the second heaven, and bring them back to me. Lu Yi had vanished utterly. No one knew where he had gone. The Buddhist sect and the underworld had returned from the void, and the surviving beings of other races began to emerge. A month later, Lu Changfeng held a ceremony for his Dao partner, with the great wilderness in attendance to celebrate. Lu Yi, not to be outdone, presented Lu Changfeng with a grand gift, a tome of cultivation, titled The Great Dao Reaching the Heavens. It contained accompanying divine arts and techniques. Furthermore, Lu Yi advised Lu Changfeng that those in the tribulation stage of the Great Dao sect should refrain from facing their tribulation for the time being. Wait for a while. If calamity were to befall the sect, shatter this stone of 1,000 miles, and I shall know then. Good. Lu Yi regarded Lu Changfeng with a glimmer of mirth in his eyes, reminiscent of the previous life, when Lu Changfeng had offered his congratulations. May you find happiness. Lu Changfeng remained silent. He could not shake the feeling that there was a profound weight behind Lu Yi's words. You too must find happiness, Lu Changfeng replied. Lu Yi erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, I shall take my leave. The heaviness transformed into a sense of relief. What is happiness, anyway? It is trivial. Lu Yi departed from the Great Dao sect, his ties to it nearly severed. The sect had resolutely chosen him, and in return, he had bestowed upon them the arts of weapon forging, alchemy, formations, and talismans. He had also provided numerous treasures, now augmented by the Great Dao reaching the heavens. That was sufficient, more than enough. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow. Bai Qiulan reached the 9th level of tribulation, while the other 3 women also made remarkable progress. Yu Hongling was taken aback, as she had alleviated Bai Qiulan's suffering more than anyone else. The repeated agony had forced her to wrestle alone between pain and awareness. Undeniably, a subtle fear had begun to take root in her heart. Yet, under these circumstances, her cultivation had advanced rapidly. She was but a step away from reaching the tribulation stage, perhaps achieving it today. Chu Ling commenced her journey into the power of the Tying at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Although she did not endure as much suffering as Yu Hongling, her cultivation nonetheless ascended to the peak of the harmonization stage. Shangguan Huanling, at the 6th level of harmonization, required a considerable amount of time to recover from the torment inflicted by the Tying poison. Despite her superior ability to absorb Tying energy through her origin-devouring scripture, her capacity to endure was rather feeble. Bai Qiulan was not inclined to attempt the tribulation carelessly. Should she succeed, there would only be Jiang Dai at the 2nd level of the heavens. Given Jiang Dai's disposition, it was highly improbable that she would assist in absorbing the Tying energy. This implied that Bai Qiulan would need to ascend alongside Yu Hongling and the others, yet the passage of time felt excruciatingly slow. 2 full years had elapsed. Aside from Shangguan Huanling, both Yu Hongling and Chu Ling had reached the 9th level of tribulation. Bai Qiulan experienced a semblance of the feelings that Lu Yi once had, being on the brink of ascension, yet still compelled to wait. Should we attempt the tribulation? Yu Hongling inquired. Absolutely not. I have yet to reach the 9th level of tribulation. Shangguan Huanling replied hastily. You've taken so long and are only at the 4th level of the tribulation realm. You are still far from the 9th level. If we wait for you, we might as well let the opportunity wither away. By then, our senior brother may have already ascended to the 3rd level. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes and stated. However, we are a coalition, committed to neither abandoning nor forsaking one another. If Sister Bai ascends and you all ascend, what will become of me? Shangguan Huanling expressed her anxiety. The trio turned their attention towards Shangguan Huanling. If your progress is slow, what can we do? We cannot possibly seize other spiritual treasures for your sake, Yu Hongling remarked. Shangguan Huanling protested. This is not how it should be. You promised to help me save Chu Ling, and you have yet to fulfill your end of the bargain. Now that all our enemies are vanquished, where shall we find treasures for you? We cannot resort to taking from our own alliance. Yu Hongling's patience wore thin. For reasons unknown, her temper had become exceedingly volatile, akin to a storm ready to unleash its fury. But you promised me. Shangwan Huanling turned her gaze to Chu Ling. While others might feel shame in betraying their allies, Chu Ling was likely well acquainted with such matters and might even possess the strength to enhance the endeavor. Chu Ling slammed her hand on the table. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I have already pledged to my master that I shall never betray my companions again. When did you make such a promise? Shangwan Huanling's memory was quite sharp. As far as she recalled, Chu Ling had not exchanged a word with Lu Yi. Regardless, I promised. I vowed it in my heart. But I saved your life. Shangwan Huanling truly did not wish to be abandoned. If everyone ascended and left her behind, what meaning would that hold? Family gone. Loved ones lost. Friends vanished. Chu Ling's expression stiffened. The debt of gratitude for saving her life. Despite her penchant for betrayal, she had not forgotten Shangwan Huanling's life-saving kindness. Now that Shangwan Huanling had brought it up, Chu Ling could not simply pretend she had not heard. Let us ascend together with the ethereal spirit. It is merely a matter of ascending a few more heavenly realms. I shall assist you in seeking out the spiritual treasures, exclaimed Chu Ling. Where else can we search now? Inquired Shangwan Huanling. Chu Ling waved her hand dismissively. You need not worry about that. I am certain I shall find them. To be clear, if I elevate you to the 9th level of tribulation, then your life debt to me will be repaid. Is that agreeable? Asked Chu Ling. Shangwan Huanling nodded vigorously. She was determined to seek out Lu Yi, to make him aware that she had once again cultivated the path of love, that she had rekindled her affection for him. She was not one to betray love. At this moment, Chu Ling began to contemplate her course of action. Which faction should she confront? The Buddhist sect? No, their methods are manifold, and their strength is formidable. The Netherworld? No, the Netherworld retains a cohesive strength. The Dao sect, on the other hand, seems to lack significant defenses against her. However, they are evidently not a viable option. The robbery sect. The robbery sect has a vendetta against my senior brother, and their practitioners are primarily body cultivators with simplistic methods. Although they currently maintain a favorable relationship with the Dao sect, it is merely out of fear of their might. The robbery sect shall be my target. It cannot be considered a betrayal. Chapter 164. The Women Facing Tribulation. First update. Lu Yi observed the scene within the luminous screen, where Chu Ling was being relentlessly pursued by the disciples of the robbery sect. However, Chu Ling, having once been an emperor in her past life and now possessing the strength of the 9th level of tribulation, was nearly invincible in Lu Yi's absence. The robbery sect had undoubtedly bitten off more than they could chew. Yet, there was another point to consider. The meager treasures possessed by the robbery sect were clearly insufficient to elevate Shangwan Huanling to the 9th level of tribulation. Who would Chu Ling target next? The Supreme Sword Sect? The Central State Dynasty? Surely not the Great Dao Sect? Ultimately, Chu Ling chose not to pursue these three forces, but instead sought out the Buddhist sect. In a fierce battle, it seemed that Chu Ling's sword was not as sharp as it had been before, yet she still emerged from the Buddhist sect, having slain several esteemed monks. Lu Yi accurately discerned the reason for the diminished sharpness of her sword. When Chu Ling had the most formidable support behind her, she could wield her sword fearlessly, for her blade could strike down anyone, regardless of the chaos she stirred. Lu Yi was always there to help her resolve it, thus her sword was exceptionally keen. Now, however, that support was gone. As she drew her sword once more, she had to contemplate the consequences of its unsheathing. This was reality. Shangwan Huanling reached the 9th level of tribulation. Lu Yi suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. What would be the feelings of these four women upon ascending, only to discover they were not in the 2nd celestial realm? How would Zhang Dai react upon witnessing their ascension? Ding! Hurry up and complete the tribulation. I want to see them meet Zhang Dai. The system exclaimed eagerly. You can see the 2nd celestial realm too? Lu Yi inquired, somewhat astonished. Ding! Should I not be able to? The system hesitated slightly. Of course you can. Ding! Then I can see. Lu Yi too was filled with excitement, pondering the encounter among the 5 women. Would Zhang Dai, who so desperately wished to eliminate him, capture these 4 women and compel him to reveal himself? The tribulation was underway. In their previous lives, some of these women succeeded in their tribulations on their own, while others relied on the treasures bestowed by Lu Yi, and some were aided by him to endure the trials. How did he assist them? It was simple. If one person commenced their tribulation, Lu Yi would step forth and face it alongside her. The Heavenly Dao would never permit such deceitful methods to go unpunished, relentlessly striking Lu Yi instead. Nevertheless, he successfully cultivated the 9 tribulations' indestructible body to perfection, recalling the bittersweet memories of aiding these women through their tribulations. Lu Yi found himself wishing for another round of lightning strikes. First, Bai Qiulan successfully completed her tribulation. An aura belonging to the great ascension realm radiated from her, as she transcended a significant boundary, appearing considerably lighter, as if she had shed a 1,000-pound burden. An elevation of a full realm would certainly ease her upcoming endeavors. Next, Hongling faced her tribulation. To Lu Ye's astonishment, she was struck by the tribulation lightning, causing her to spout blood. Her punches and seals seemed to have lost some of their former potency. Hongling found it impossible to accept, nearly rushing into the tempest of tribulation. She had successfully transcended her tribulation, yet her countenance bore no trace of the elation typically associated with such an achievement. Fearless and undaunted, the current semblance of her courage appeared considerably diminished. No, absolutely not. How could she entertain fear? She must devise a strategy to reclaim her indomitable spirit and fortify herself further. Should she continue down this path, she would ultimately fade into obscurity among the masses. Chu Ling had successfully navigated her 3rd tribulation. Her circumstances were somewhat more favorable than Hongling's, as her mastery of the sword path, coupled with the great slaughter sword cannon, rendered the ordeal of a minor heavenly tribulation rather manageable. Lastly, there was Shangguan Huanling. Huanling, have you truly mastered the earthly guardian you were taught? Bai Qiulan inquired. Shangguan Huanling nodded earnestly. I have learned it, and it suits me perfectly. That is splendid. Maintain a relaxed demeanor and give it your all. Shangguan Huanling nodded in solemn agreement. Her figure summoned the tribulation clouds. The stormy clouds swirled ominously, expanding from a radius of 10 miles to 20, then 30, and 40 miles. Shangguan Huanling furrowed her brow deeply, her expression contorted with tension. Wait, others undergo tribulation spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, while Bai Qiulan's tribulation clouds extended a staggering 1,300 miles in one breath. What is the meaning of these clouds? Are you adding 10 miles incrementally? This is infuriating. Why does the heavenly tribulation seem to disdain me? It is maddening. Why does no one wish to acknowledge my presence? If you have the ability, strike me down. Shangguan Huanling shouted at the tribulation clouds. Boom. A white bolt of tribulation thunder descended from the heavens, appearing grandiose, yet the thunder was white. Typically, only the most unremarkable cultivators experience such pale tribulation thunder. Despite the first bolt being as thick as a barrel, resembling a pillar of light piercing through heaven and earth, its might was less than that of a silver bolt no thicker than a thumb. Boom. The earth turned pitch black, and the ground beneath her feet formed a pit of moderate depth. Shangguan Huanling summoned the earthly guardian, bracing herself against the descending bolt of tribulation thunder. It was evident that this thunder could be easily withstood. Subsequently, bolts of white thunder continued to rain down. White, white. All were white, with no hint of silver gleaming in sight. Did you do this? Lu Yi asked Shen Shitong. Ding. It wasn't me. If they cannot even pass a standard heavenly tribulation, then I truly have no desire to engage with them. The system promptly denied. Then why is Shangguan's tribulation thunder so weak? Lu Yi pondered aloud. In her previous life, Shangguan Huanling also practiced the primordial devouring cannon, and the thunder it invoked was not particularly strong, yet it should not have been this feeble. Ding. What treasures did you provide to Shangguan the Fool in your last life? Now what treasures is she devouring? A child raised on meager rations cannot be compared to one indulged with delicacies daily, the system elucidated. Lu Yi suddenly grasped the situation. The might of the heavenly tribulation was indeed so minimal that Shangguan Huanling could ascend. A force of invitation descended from the heavens, enveloping 4 figures in a radiant array of 7-colored light bursting forth from the clouds. Bai Qiulan extended her hand. Hongling remained motionless, as did Chu Ling. After a brief moment of sorrow, Shangguan Huanling's spirits lifted once more. After all, she had chosen not to tread the path of invincibility. As long as her cultivation methods remained intact, her journey of self-improvement would persist. Thus, Shangguan Huanling placed her hand upon Bai Qiulan's. Quickly grasp it. We are about to ascend together once more. Awaiting us is an entirely new beginning. We shall catch up to Brother Li. Shangguan Huanling's voice resonated with an uncontainable joy as she extended her hand towards Chu Ling. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ling ultimately placed her hand in Shangguan Huanling's, simultaneously reaching out to Yu Hongling. Alas, they were one short without their senior brother. Yu Hongling sighed. And there is still Zhu Ke. In their previous life, the six had joined hands to ascend together. In this life, only the four of them remained. The most crucial person was no longer present. Yet, it mattered not, for they would reunite in due time. Chapter 165, The Second Heavenly Layer Ding. At last, ascension has come. Come and witness the spectacle. A radiant smile adorned Shen Shitong's face. Her large eyes transformed into crescent moons, exuding extraordinary beauty. Lu Yi cast a glance at her and, in a sudden fit of frustration, punched his own chest. Shen Shitong? Ding. Host, what troubles you? Are you saddened by their ascension? Shen Shitong inquired. Her expression filled with curiosity. No, my heart merely misbehaved and deserved a reprimand. How could it betray me by racing at the sight of Shen Shitong? He thought. If this continued, he would not hesitate to extract his heart and feed it to a dog. Ding. Is your heart misbehaving? Do you perhaps suffer from a heart condition? You know about heart conditions? Ding. Oh, I know much more than that. The scene before them transformed into the breathtaking vista of the second heavenly layer, the Ascension Pool. Those who successfully transcended would undergo cleansing in the Ascension Pool, aiding their rapid adaptation to their newfound status. Typically, those who had just ascended to the Great Ascension realm could complete a comprehensive upgrade of their energy within this sacred pool. Surrounding the Ascension Pool were numerous formidable beings. Yet at that moment, they appeared rather bored. The number of ascensions was too few. Initially, Jiang Dai had surged with vigor, and everyone was eager to seize Lu Yi, the top contender on the Eternal Prodigy rankings. However, after much waiting, they were left with only the news of Lu Yi's ascension. Thus, a nationwide search commenced for Lu Yi to ascertain if any unfamiliar entities had arrived. Yet, they found nothing. What to do then? Who knows? Jiang Dai showed no intention of giving up, and they could only remain in anticipation. On that day, the Ascension Pool finally stirred. Powerful figures opened their eyes in unison, witnessing four silhouettes emerge from the depths of the pool. Dense mist enveloped these figures, revealing them to be four women whose energies surged rapidly. Upon realizing they were women, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. Nevertheless, it was best to seize them first. As the four ascended from the Ascension Pool, a colossal hand descended upon them in an instant. The overwhelming aura of the Earth immortal realm erupted, striking terror into the hearts of all. Friends, what grievances do you bear against us, that you would attack? Bai Qilan questioned, her hands forming seals as the power of the Taiyin coalesced into a heavy hammer, striking fiercely against the giant hand. Yu Hongling and Chu Ling joined her in the fray. Together, their combined strength shattered the massive palm. Jiang family's Earth Immortal gasped, genuinely surprised by the formidable prowess of these newly ascended women. However, the other strong beings were already launching their assaults. In an instant, the air was filled with cacophonous roars. The four newly ascended individuals could scarcely withstand such relentless attacks, their bodies nearly shattered. Taisu fist. Yet another blow was unleashed. Boom. Blood mist erupted around the four, painting a tragic scene. Is that the Taisu fist? Are you from the Jiang family? We recognize you, Jiang Dai. Yu Hongling howled. Capture them alive. The other party's ability to reveal the name of the family had necessitated a degree of caution. In an instant, four golden bands sealed the four individuals. Zhang Ring produced a communication stone and respectfully spoke. Family head, we have captured four women who ascended from the first heaven, claiming to know you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dai was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with overwhelming joy. Finally, there was some development. These four women were likely Bai Qilan and her companions. However, why were there only four? Shouldn't there be five? Quickly, bring them to me. They haven't been harmed. Have they? No, they merely claim to know you. They have been sealed. Very well, I shall come at once. For the past 2 years, Jiang Dai had been restless, consumed by the thought that Lu Yi had vanished without a trace. How could this be? Now that Bai Qilan and the others had ascended, it seemed they had finally grasped Lu Yi's vulnerabilities. As for the rumors from the Tianji pavilion claiming that Lu Yi had lost interest in women, she held not a shred of belief. Lu Yi certainly harbored thoughts of forgiving them. As long as they recognized their mistakes, he would undoubtedly absolve them. She understood Lu Yi all too well. He was a man profoundly deprived of love, one who would love with all his might, even if it left him battered and bruised. Moreover, if Lu Yi were not inclined to forgive and held no hope, how could these women still be alive? If she were obstructed in her path upon her rebirth, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance. To her surprise, Lu Yi still clung to some semblance of hope. A spark of joy ignited within Jiang Dai. During their conversation through the Tongtian shell, the icy murderous intent in Lu Ye's voice had truly frightened her. Now, it seemed, Lu Yi remained unchanged. Jiang Dai hurried towards the ascension pool, and soon enough, she was delighted to reunite with Bai Qilan and the others. Ha, you four are quite the assembly. But wait, where is Zhu Ke? Jiang Dai asked with a hearty laugh. She had a good rapport with Zhu Ke, often basking in the aura of the four spirits, which facilitated her cultivation. Jiang Dai, release us at once. We have arrived in the second heaven, yet you do not greet us with open arms. What are your intentions? Yu Hongling exclaimed loudly. Jiang Dai was unfazed, smiling as she waved her hand, retracting the four golden bands simultaneously. Come, follow me back to the Jiang residence. It has been far too long. I have much to discuss with you. Chu Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. It appeared that Jiang Dai harbored no good intentions. It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to depart. The group returned to the Jiang residence, where they were greeted with bows and salutations from all they encountered. We pay our respects to the family head. We pay our respects to the family head. Have you truly become the head of the Jiang family? Shangguan Huanling asked in astonishment. Is it not entirely normal for one to advance in cultivation and strength, especially with the rebirth of the great emperor? Jiang Dai replied with a smile. Shangguan Huanling, seems not entirely normal. What about Lu Yi? I have heard that he ascended ahead of time. Why did he not wait for you? Jiang Dai inquired. Sigh, sigh, sigh. A chorus of sighs echoed. Jiang Dai, caught between laughter and tears, questioned. What is the matter with you all? The senior brother has changed. He has become someone we no longer recognize. His demeanor towards us oscillates between indifference and harshness, which is truly disheartening, sighed Yu Hongling. Harsh? Surely not. He has spared your lives. Is that not a commendable act? How can this be deemed as harsh? Jiang Dai remarked with curiosity. Why would he wish to kill us? Bai Qilan also inquired with some perplexity. Sister Bai, the 8 yin-yang devouring worms, each with their own lethal poison, are set to erupt when Lu Yi undergoes his tribulation to achieve sanctity. This enmity is far greater than the desire to annihilate an entire family. It would be entirely normal for him to wish to kill you, do you not see? The true abnormality would be if he chose not to kill you. Jiang Dai expressed, rendered speechless. It seems, there is some merit to what you say. Chapter 166. The Maternal Goo, third update. So, he ultimately did not kill us. Shangguan Huanling spoke earnestly. Although she had faced a sword from Lu Yi upon their meeting, she still did not believe that he genuinely intended to kill her. Lu Yi was aware in his heart that she possessed the heavenly demon blood escape, and that sword strike could not possibly have ended her life. Yet, he was consumed by resentment, which was the reason behind that lethal blow. In the face of such a deep-seated grudge, not killing you implies only one possibility. Jiang Dai declared. What possibility? That is, he believes that your existence will bring you greater suffering than death. Impossible. Impossible. Lu Yi is certainly not that kind of person. The four of them retorted in unison. They simply could not accept such an assertion. Would you like to test this theory? Jiang Dai raised an eyebrow, suggesting. Jiang Dai, those 8 yin-yang devouring goo were given to us by you. We have not betrayed you since, and you must understand that we are one entity. If one flourishes, we all flourish. If one suffers, we all suffer. Chu Ling interjected. Ding. Lu Yi, it's her. Shin Shidong's eyes brightened. This crucial information was truly delightful to consume. Lu Yi was taken aback as well. He had initially thought it was Yin Qingcheng, but instead it turned out to be Jiang Dai. In that moment, Lu Ye's murderous intent intensified. If my conjecture is correct, there should be a maternal goo among the yin-yang devouring goo, right? Lu Yi inquired. Ding. Indeed. Therefore, all the pathways devoured by the yin-yang devouring goo have entered Jiang Dai's possession. Ding. It should be so. Is she attempting to help me achieve sanctification? Ding. Quite possibly. Ding ding ding. Shin Shitong was already ecstatic. This was truly splendid. She had previously battled these women and found them lacking. Now, facing Jiang Dai, she could not help but feel a surge of fierce combat spirit. This is truly a villain. This is the true traitor, the ambitious one. In comparison to Jiang Dai, the 5 women she had met in the first heaven seemed like mere child's play. Lu Ye's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He deserved this. He had clearly known that the other party was deliberately approaching him and had orchestrated events to force him into an intimate relationship. Indeed, he had been ensnared by Jiang Dai's design, as she had intentionally offered herself to him. After the incident, Lu Ye felt that as a man, he should take responsibility, an embodiment of traditional masculinity. Thus, he kept this burden close to him. At that time, Jiang Dai was being coerced by the Jiang family to marry into the Wang family, a union she was unwilling to accept. After their encounter, if Lu Yi were to abandon Jiang Dai, she would undoubtedly be forced into that marriage. Lu Yi thought, wouldn't he that place a green hat upon his head? Please. He was a transmigrator, a fated individual endowed with a system. How could he possibly tolerate such an affront? Moreover, while others may traverse realms accompanied by numerous wives and concubines, I have already secured 5. One more would hardly make a difference. In any case, I must ensure that I do not find myself adorned with the green hat of infidelity. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Dai's ambition would extend to such staggering heights? She deserves it, truly. Can an ambitious individual ever experience regret? Lu Yi surmised that it was unlikely. Thus, Jiang Dai could be dealt with immediately. At present, Lu Yi's whereabouts remained a mystery. Given that Lu Yi did not wish for your demise while you yearned to see him, and considering we are all inextricably linked, I propose a rather intriguing idea for your consideration. I assure you, by sparing Lu Yi's life and merely incapacitating him, you could keep him by your side indefinitely. In that moment, all 4 women felt an overwhelming sense of unease. As Jiang Dai began to speak, Chu Ling's demonic sword surged forth, brimming with formidable intent aimed directly at Jiang Dai. With a slight arch of her brow, Jiang Dai raised her elegant finger. Clang! The demonic sword was caught between her fingers, its blade's energy transforming into a tempest, wreaking havoc upon the hall, yet failing to inflict even a scratch upon Jiang Dai. With a gentle exertion, the sword shattered into countless fragments, a terrifying force erupting from within Jiang Dai. The 4 women simultaneously spat blood and were sent reeling backward. Jiang Dai was indeed powerful, at the divine realm, without a doubt, and among the pinnacle of its practitioners. No wonder she could command such an abundance of resources. She had acquired a portion of Lu Ye's profound path, which must have nourished her own, leading to her meteoric rise in strength. Her cultivation speed likely only slightly lagged behind Lu Yi's, for he had transformed his path from that of a guardian to one of pursuit. Impressive. Next, it seems I will have to impose upon you a bit, Jiang Dai remarked with a smile. Bring forth the 4 and confine them in the celestial dungeon. Spread the word far and wide. Announce that should Lu Yi fail to appear within 7 days, I shall execute Chu Ling upon the sacred heaven platform. Should he remain absent for another 7 days, I shall slay you Hongling, 1 life extinguished every 7 days. This message must reach every corner, ensuring that all in the second heaven are aware. Indeed, Lu Yi observed Jiang Dai's series of maneuvers and could not help but chuckle. What a delightful turn of events. Let the slaughter commence. Kill at will. It would be best if it were genuine, for nothing is more exhilarating than true carnage. Alas, for now, there was little amusement to behold. Quickly, host, cultivate diligently. I need you to ascend to the second heaven post-haste. The system's voice chimed eagerly. Shen Shitong gazed at Lu Yi with bright, eager eyes, her tone urgent. You must deliver. She promptly thumped her chest, producing a resonant sound. Rest assured, I shall be formidable. Lu Yi glanced over, curious. How peculiar. It seemed Shen Shitong had improved in stature since her transformation. At the moment of transformation, the system embodied an unparalleled perfection, with every aspect reflecting exquisite proportions. However, that sublime symmetry has faded, eclipsed by the expansion of a singular aspect. Yet, it appears to possess an even greater beauty. The ethereal quality of beauty has shifted towards a more tangible reality. Shen Shitong observed Lu Yi, whose gaze fixated intently upon her bosom. Ding. Would you like to see? Lu Yi cleared his throat and closed his eyes. Ding. Humph. Even if you wish to see, I shall not permit it. Let us commence our cultivation. Ding. Cultivation initiated. Lu Yi plunged into a fervent state of training, as the surrounding spirit stones shattered rapidly, transforming into dense spirit mist that surged into his being. ascending to the 9th level of the Great Ascension, and still rising. At this pace of cultivation, he would undoubtedly reach the realm of the true person within 7 days. The 4th life had already coalesced. What kind of toxins would manifest upon entering the realm of the true person? 7 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi stepped into the realm of the true person precisely on time. In that instant, an aura of annihilation enveloped him. The pathways within Lu Ye's body began to tremble violently. A seed hovered above his primordial infant, emanating strands of black silk that enveloped the infant entirely. Meanwhile, Chu Ling was also ushered onto the altar of reverence. The entire second heavenly layer had already disseminated this news repeatedly. Jiang Dai had laid an intricate net, awaiting Lu Ye's arrival. Chapter 167, Life and Death, Part 4. At 1:15 noon, the execution was set to commence. The sun blazed overhead as Jiang Dai, adorned in a luxurious black gown, sat regally upon her throne, surrounded by a multitude of powerful figures, both overt and covert, who lay in wait. They awaited the arrival of Lu Yi, who did not disappoint. By the appointed hour, he had arrived. The executioner cast a glance toward Jiang Dai, whose expression was grave. What was amiss? Where was he? Had Lu Yi truly failed to show? Jiang Dai nodded towards the executioner, signaling to proceed with the execution. She recalled Lu Yi mentioning that some individuals preferred to appear at the very last moment amidst a crisis, a phenomenon referred to as a dramatic rescue. However, Lu Yi was not one to favor such theatrics. He typically preferred to eliminate threats before they could even raise their weapons. Yet, having been reborn, perhaps Lu Yi had developed a taste for such last-minute interventions. With a swift strike, Chu Ling's head was severed, rolling to the ground, blood gushing forth. Silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness permeating the air. Jiang Dai rose from her seat, her stunning visage now marred by dismay. He truly had not come. In that moment, she grasped the full extent of Lu Ye's unyielding heart. An icy chill surged through her. Lu Ye's strength was unparalleled. Yet his greatest vulnerability lay in his deep-seated emotions. The 8 women represented his most significant flaw. But if Lu Yi were to transform into a cold-hearted individual, possessing his extraordinary talent, what kind of being would he become? He genuinely did not care. Jiang Dai murmured to herself, contemplating how she might compel Lu Yi to reveal himself. Had he discerned the ruse, or did he simply not care at all? She gestured, and Chu Ling's lifeless body was removed. She pondered deeply. If Lu Yi were entirely indifferent, then why were the 4 women still alive, particularly Shangguan Huanling, who thrived? He had encountered 5 individuals in the first heaven. 5 individuals? Now, for had ascended. So, where was Zhu Ke? A sudden unease gripped Jiang Dai. Her figure vanished, only to reappear moments later in the celestial prison, where Chu Ling lay, her pallid face a testament to her recent demise, her severed head reattached. Jiang Dai would not eliminate them directly. They were her trump cards against Lu Yi, and she could not afford to lose them so easily. Sister Bai. He did not come, Jiang Dai spoke. Bai Qilan, though sensing the inevitable, could not suppress her anguish. Lu Yi had indeed failed to appear. This was Chu Ling, his favored maid, who had been reborn for quite some time. Had his resentment and anger truly not diminished at all? Sister Bai, what of Zhu Ke? Why did she not ascend with you? Jiang Dai astutely identified the critical oversight. Uncertain, Zhu Ke has only appeared twice. Once during the ancient hero's battlefield, when pursuing Lu Yi, and again during the Great Invasion, when she alerted the Grand Dao sect. Since then, she has not been seen again, Bai Qilan remarked. Could she be dead? Jiang Dai inquired. Impossible. Zhu Ke is one of the 4 spirits of heaven, endowed with great fortune. Who would dare to slay her? Moreover, upon her rebirth, she possesses numerous means of survival. Who could possibly kill her? Bai Qilan was the first to dismiss the notion of Zhu Que's demise. Zhu Ke has the power of rebirth through fire. Should she perish in one place, she can be reborn in another. How could she die? Even if the 4 of us were to perish, Zhu Ke could not. Then what of Zhu Ke? Jiang Dai pressed. Bai Qilan fell silent. I will investigate on my own. One can only hope that Zhu Ke is still alive. If she has indeed fallen, we must abandon our illusions and prepare for battle. True conflict often begins with bloodshed and death. Relay my command to the 1st and 2nd layers of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Spare no effort and search tirelessly for any trace of Zhu Ke. We must ascertain whether she lives or has perished. Jiang Dai issued the command. Yes, head of the family. Ding! The successful deduction echoed in Lu Ye's mind. At that moment, Lu Ye's aura plummeted, and the Grand Dao teetered on the brink of collapse. Should the Grand Dao shatter, he could either fall directly into the void refinement realm or be utterly obliterated. Ding! The path of annihilation sought by the Annihilation Celestial Sovereign to attain sanctity was a grand pathway. At that time, the Annihilation sect had sacrificed itself, including one celestial sovereign and 4 emperors, with countless powerful beings, thereby condensing a Dao seed imbued with the power to annihilate all. An aged sage had nearly been annihilated at that time. Ding! To resolve the path of annihilation, 3 methods have been deduced thus far. Ding! First, return to the void refinement realm. When the Grand Dao is absent, the Dao seed of annihilation will naturally lose its potency. Since it has manifested in the world, it can be expelled. Ding! Second, attain the sage realm. A sage's grand pathway cannot be extinguished. It endures through the ages, rendering the Dao seed of annihilation ineffective. Quickly, tell me the third. Ding! Third, utilize one's own grand pathway to expedite the cultivation of the enlightenment tree. The enlightenment tree and the Dao seed of annihilation exist in a state of life and death, opposing yet merging, capable of harnessing the principles of yin and yang to encompass the extremes of life and death within the grand pathway. In that moment, countless thoughts surged into Lu Ye's mind. He had never anticipated that his momentary kindness in bringing back the enlightenment tree from the ancient hero's battlefield would yield such significant consequences. Initially, the enlightenment tree, being too young and possessing a sparse Dao, rendered it nearly impossible for Lu Ye to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Thus, he had deemed the enlightenment tree useless to him. Yet now, it had proven invaluable. Is each act of fate predetermined? No. Had it not been for his moment of tolerance, even if the enlightenment tree had approached him, he would have ruthlessly cast it aside. Ding! The path to enlightenment has been initiated. The enlightenment tree emanates a shimmering green light, embodying vitality and brimming with boundless possibilities, though its essence is not overwhelmingly potent. The radiance of the enlightenment tree occupies the right side of Lu Ye, while the seed of annihilation emits a grayish glow, shrouded in swirling mist, appearing to his left. The collision of the two results in the immediate shattering of the green light. However, this is inconsequential, as the path of the enlightenment tree lacks sufficient strength. All that is needed is to infuse a powerful essence into the tree, allowing it to rise robustly. But which essence shall be infused? His repertoire of paths is extensive: the sword path, the blade path, the fist path, the talisman path, the formation path. Each one a pinnacle in its own right. Yet, can any of them truly contend with the annihilation path? The Annihilation Celestial is a formidable figure, bold enough to challenge the saints even at the celestial realm. Eureka! Among the myriad paths, there exists one that is perfectly suited, one he no longer requires, yet possesses ample strength. That is the path of guardianship. In his previous life, Lu Ye's most formidable path, supported by myriad others, stood unrivaled. The enlightenment tree senses the powerful essence he is channeling into it, causing the entire tree to tremble with joy. My goodness, what kind of path is this? Can its diminutive form truly accommodate such an immense influx of power? Chapter 168. A Day in the Life of the Vermilion Bird. 5th update. A brilliant green light surged skyward, as if the Dao enlightenment tree had consumed a potent stimulant, growing at an astonishing rate. What once was a modest tree, standing 6 or 7 meters tall, now soared to incredible heights: 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, and finally, 100 meters. This majestic tree flourished wildly, nourished by the infusion of the guardian Dao. The verdant radiance enveloped Lu Ye entirely, casting him in a hue of vibrant green. The seed of annihilation felt threatened and began to unleash its formidable power. An endless gray luminescence erupted, harmoniously intertwining with the green brilliance. At this moment, 2 phantoms materialized above Lu Ye's head. One figure stood towering and majestic, with long black hair cascading over broad shoulders, eyes filled with unwavering divine light. Simply standing in serene composure, he exuded an aura capable of suppressing the ages. The other figure was shrouded in a mist of gray, emanating a profound sense of desolation and terror, as if it possessed the power to upend the sun, moon, and cosmos, annihilating all existence. This was the peak manifestation of Lu Yi and the Annihilation Celestial Lord in their prime, confronting one another. A Celestial Lord has cultivated the Dao to such an extent? The Annihilation Celestial Lord mused. This Dao may very well rival that of the sages. Are you not the same? Lu Yi replied. I am not your equal. The Annihilation Celestial Lord expressed with a hint of melancholy, having grasped the enormity of Lu Yi's current endeavor. Such a powerful Dao, directly linking to the sages, and Lu Yi would so readily cast it aside. What audacity! But I shall not concede. I dare to annihilate even a sage, though I may lack your boldness. My ambition is boundless. Then let us battle. Fight! Boom! At that moment, the green and gray lights collided violently, representing the fierce clash of the mightiest Daos beneath the sages. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yi activated the Taiji diagram behind him, which began to rotate slowly. Though the speed was languid, wisps of energy continually flowed into the yin-yang Taiji diagram. Countless spirit stones shattered, their essence surging into Lu Yi's body, enhancing his cultivation. None. The vermilion bird's trace has also vanished. Zhang Dai received feedback from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Neither the first nor second heaven bore any sign of the vermilion bird. Either it had perished, or it was with Lu Yi. The latter possibility seemed exceedingly slim. The entire record of Lu Yi's battle with the sovereign of all spirits was meticulously reviewed by Zhang Dai. The cycle of reincarnation. Initially, the reincarnation obsession erupted, plunging the otherworldly beings into suffering. Amidst this agony, the suffering dissipated. Subsequently, an unprecedented wave of reincarnation obsession surged forth, tearing apart all souls parasitized by the sovereign of all spirits in one fell swoop. Zhang Dai's gaze lingered on the phrase "the suffering dissipated." In that moment, she could finally ascertain the truth. The vermilion bird was dead. The reincarnation obsession was her design, intricately paired with the yin-yang devouring goo. One can only imagine the extent of devastation that Lu Yi's path would face under the relentless assault of reincarnation obsessions, and how delightfully the yin-yang devouring goo would feast upon it. Alas, Lu Yi was far too resolute. Before the various toxins could erupt, he chose to self-destruct. Had he refrained from such an act, and endured until each poison unveiled its true nature, Zhang Dai could hardly suppress the exhilarating tremors that coursed through her at the mere thought. Yet, the world is not so abundant in what-ifs. The vermilion bird has perished. Zhang Dai conveyed this grim news to the four women. Chu Ling had awakened. All four women were struck dumb, their minds echoing a single phrase. The vermilion bird is dead. The vermilion bird is dead. The vermilion bird is indeed dead. It has transformed into an obsession, lingering in the profound depths of the 6 realms of reincarnation. The reincarnation celestial lord observed her, but made no alterations. He found this vermilion bird rather intriguing. Obsession entails enduring endless suffering daily, as they become ensnared in their most agonizing memories. Day after day, year after year. At this moment, the vermilion bird's obsession could not evade the rules. She existed within her own memories, yet these memories had undergone a transformation. Take one day as an example. In the morning, the vermilion bird manifested in the ancient battlefield of celestial prodigies, viciously torn apart by countless juvenile beasts. Each creature regarded her as an enemy. In the afternoon, she watched herself gather various cultivation resources for Bai Huoling, her demeanor gentle, akin to nurturing a child. Yet, Bai Huoling incessantly fixed her cold, mocking gaze upon her back, an awareness that went unnoticed as she continued her kindness. In the afternoon, Lu Yi self-destructed, saving himself. Yet she turned her icy disdain upon him, laced with ridicule. The joy and pride in Lu Yi's eyes gradually morphed into despondence and sorrow as he gazed at her in disbelief. The pain in Lu Yi's heart, at that moment, transformed into the vermilion bird's own anguish. In the evening, Lu Yi relentlessly obliterated her time and again. Did it hurt? Was she afraid? It was only when faced with the true specter of death that the vermilion bird comprehended the profound horror that lies between life and death. Every creature possesses an innate desire to survive. When death approaches, the instinct to live ignites an overwhelming surge of emotion that compels beings to cling to life. She was truly, deeply afraid. Only through personal experience could one truly empathize. And what of Lu Yi? To save himself, he chose to perish alongside the parasitic celestial demon. Was he not afraid? Did he not feel pain? Lu Yi's response was one of indifference, unafraid, unfeeling. For he believed that his existence was more significant than his own life. In facing death to save himself, he harbored no trace of fear, allowing no pain of mortality to encroach upon him. Regret. He regretted. He regretted falling in love with himself, regretted sacrificing his life to save himself, regretted experiencing everything with her, for all he had ever brought her was suffering. Pain. Too much pain. Exquisite agony and profound regret incessantly gnaw at Juchue's thoughts. She is destined to endure this torment repeatedly, the essence of a day in her life. An obsessive spirit, caught in the cycle of rebirth, her true essence remains unfettered. The hues of green and gray intertwine and transform across the cosmos. The battle between Lu Yi and the Celestial Lord of Annihilation has reached a fevered pitch. Your protection shows signs of fissures. Why does it still emanate such strength? The Celestial Lord feels an absurdity in this. Yet, Lu Yi remains unfazed. Is it not reasonable for me to cultivate a greater mastery of the great paths, to hone additional skills, and to bolster my hidden trump cards to enhance my strength for the sake of protection? I train in the ways of fists, the art of the sword, and the path of annihilation, among others. All of this is for the purpose of safeguarding. There is nothing illogical about this. The Celestial Lord of Annihilation may likewise cultivate other great paths as auxiliary means towards annihilation. When one wields a sword that can shatter the world, is it not also in pursuit of annihilation? Surely, there cannot be individuals who exhaust themselves utterly for the sake of a singular path of cultivation. Nevertheless, Lu Yi does not perceive any burden from practicing other great paths. When the Celestial Lord of Annihilation exhausts all efforts, yet fails to extinguish this protection, it unequivocally attests that Lu Yi's past strength surpassed that of the Celestial Lord. Thus, those awaiting the seeds of annihilation are destined to be consumed. Lu Yi's power surges mightily. The third, fourth, and fifth levels of the true being realm. The tree of enlightenment is fervently merging with the path of protection. Ah, what a delightful sensation. It feels as though I am on the verge of flourishing. Chapter 169. Scavenging. First update. In the realm of the true person. At the 9th level, the essence of the annihilation Dao seed transformed into a grayish vapor, merging seamlessly into Lu Yi's being. The colossal enlightenment tree, now towering at a height of 1,000 meters, similarly contracted, integrating into Lu Yi's essence. At that moment, a brand new path emerged within him, the annihilation path. He acquired countless insights from the annihilation heavenly sovereign. However, being a sovereign himself, even though he absorbed another sovereign's wisdom, the benefits derived were not particularly immense. His own path resembled a vast river of stars, and the addition of the annihilation path merely introduced a strikingly brilliant star into this celestial expanse. With a clenched fist, a semblance of terrifying annihilation manifested upon the intent of the sovereign fist. It felt as though he had grown stronger once again. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Yi's mind. Refining an annihilation Dao seed propelled him from the 1st level to the 9th level of the true person realm in one breath, which, when considering it was the essence of a sovereign, was not trivial. The next challenge would be to break through to the earth immortal realm. Thus, would this breakthrough invoke yet another poison? Damn it. Lu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in frustration at that moment. How many types of poison had he encountered now? The poison of the celestial stagnation, the primordial morning mist, the heart of slaughtering lotus, the essence worm of the lunar Ean, the cycle of obsession, and the annihilation Dao seed, 6 types in total. Unbeknownst to him, he had endured 6 forms of toxic influence. They couldn't be labeled as lethal poisons, merely nuisances that were profoundly detrimental to one's well-being. Resources were finally on the brink of depletion. Well, never mind, I shall procure some resources first. Lu Yi vanished. True to his name and nature, when he appeared outside the Buddhist sect, the monks were left in astonishment. Isn't that you? The universal demon sovereign was indeed alive. Amipa. Lu Yi, disguised as the universal demon sovereign, unleashed an overwhelming aura of demonic energy upon the Buddhist sect. The pinnacle of cultivation is escape. The essence of escape lies in speed, disguise, and concealment. Now at the 9th level of the true person realm, Lu Yi's disguise at the 1st level was impenetrable. Who are you? A powerful figure from the Buddha sect bellowed. Ha ha ha. I merely disappeared for a few years. And you bald monks have forgotten me so soon? Lu Yi let out a laugh reminiscent of a villain. Impossible. The universal demon sovereign has been slain. Who are you really masquerading as? A formidable figure from the Buddhist sect opened their celestial eye, yet the universal demon sovereign remained unchanged. Little Lu Yi, do you still wish to utterly annihilate me? Do you think you are worthy? Enough of the nonsense. My cultivation has been somewhat strained of late, and I require some sponsorship from your Buddhist sect. Will you offer it willingly, or shall I take it myself? Lu Yi grinned menacingly. Whoever you may be, the Buddhist sect will not allow your arrogance to. Before the words were fully uttered, a colossal claw with an unfathomably fierce aura manifested above the entirety of Buddha Mountain. In the presence of this giant claw, both the ancestral masters and the Buddha statues felt an overwhelming sense of dread at that moment. The power of this claw is likely beyond description. How could such a formidable attack exist in the first heaven? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, as the demonic claw descended, the entire Mount Buddha began to collapse, and the great array of the Buddhist sect erupted with billions of rays of Buddhist light, only to rapidly shatter beneath the weight of the claw. The two sides were simply not on the same plane of existence. Amitabha, cease your assault. We are willing to offer treasures. Hongling, our Buddhist sect and your demonic tribe are allies. Please show mercy. Lu Yi halted the downward pressure. Bring forth the treasures. The faces of the Buddhist disciples were etched with bitterness. That terrifying demonic claw was truly beyond their capacity to resist. Moreover, the collapse of the Buddhist array signified that they could no longer rely on the trick of conjuring a false powerhouse with relics to intimidate their opponent. Whether this was the doing of the Hongling Demon Emperor or another source, it was undeniably potent. Not enough. Is this all you Buddhists can muster? Senior, we truly are impoverished. We have been driven to this place, our treasures lost or destroyed. We possess nothing of value. Lu Yi scoffed. So destitute. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate you. The enormous demonic claw reappeared. We still have more. Another batch of treasures was produced. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Even in the presence of the Hongling Demon Emperor, Lu Yi no longer cared for dignity. The Buddhist sect produced yet another offering. Senior, we genuinely have nothing left. Our sect is in dire straits. If you don't mind, you could visit the Great Wilderness. The forces there are immensely wealthy, especially the Dao sect, which is currently the foremost sect in the first heaven, possessing treasures beyond count. You might find something of interest there. The Dao sect, you say? Very well. I shall pay them a visit shortly. Are you certain there are no more treasures? Lu Yi inquired. Indeed, there are none left. Our Buddhist treasures have been completely depleted. We ask for your understanding. Very well. I shall seek out my own resources. The demonic claw reappeared, but this time it transformed into a fist, descending from the heavens. Boom. A golden shockwave reverberated throughout the entire Buddhist realm, echoing in cycles. Mount Buddha was utterly leveled. Done. Initially, Lu Yi sought merely to acquire treasures. Bullying the weak was not his style. However, the Buddhist sect had presented such a tempting suggestion. The Dao sect, indeed affluent, yet regrettably, he was not one to betray the empress. An abundance of resources began to converge towards him. Was there not a considerable amount? How could they claim there was none? Lu Ye's figure vanished, and upon reappearing, he found himself beyond the netherworld, still in the guise of the Hongling Demon Emperor. The netherworld was taken aback, unable to utter a word. Boom, done. Once again, he secured resources from two factions, although not as plentiful as the initial horde. It should suffice for his cultivation to the earth immortal realm. Now, Lu Yi finds himself deeply contemplative. It is no wonder that the great sage of the nine heavens is revered by all beings. He has unresolved grievances with these two factions, thus targeting them specifically. However, should a demonic cultivator arise, devoid of any grudges, and seize treasures indiscriminately, one can scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue in the world. The downfall of these two factions has stirred a tremendous uproar in the first heaven. Is it true that the monarch of all beasts has not perished? No, this cannot be the monarch of all beasts. Were it truly him, he would undoubtedly confront the Dao sect rather than annihilate the Buddhist and netherworld sections. In the second heaven, Zhang Dai has received crucial information. Lu Yi, he is still in the first heaven? Zhang Dai is acutely aware of Lu Ye's capabilities, and she is instantly struck with a chill. How has he achieved this? He has managed to circumvent even the rules established by the great sage of the nine heavens? What is his current realm? Zhang Dai's heart races wildly. An overwhelming sense of unease envelopes her. Why is this happening? How has he evaded ascension? If he remains in the first heaven and his power escalates to a truly terrifying level before ascending to the second heaven, what calamity might unfold? Jiang Dai feels a shiver run down her spine. This cannot be allowed to continue. A solution must be devised. Lu Yi must not be permitted to advance unimpeded. Absolutely not. Chapter 170. Utter Madness. Second update. Lu Yi has the ability to transcend the rules of the Nine Heavens Great Sage with an audacity that seems unparalleled. His actions are devoid of any sense of concealment. However, Jiang Dai finds herself unable to mirror such prowess. All she can manage is to transmit a handful of treasures from the second heaven to the first heaven, which, to the world, is already considered an extraordinary feat thus. Jiang Dai is engulfed in a profound sense of frustration, feeling utterly powerless. The sense of impending crisis grows ever more palpable. She is plagued by an insatiable restlessness, akin to a thorn lodged in her throat. Why is Lu Yi perpetually so formidable? What grants him such abnormal capabilities? Is it due to that enigmatic entity? The eight of them are aware that Lu Yi possesses a mysterious friend. At times, he converses with himself, questioning Lu Yi, and neither Lu Yi nor they can provide clarity, ultimately revealing that he has acquired a certain inheritance. Yet, the specifics of this inheritance remain shrouded in ambiguity. In the previous life, the upheaval of heaven and earth and the transformation of the great Dao were truly terrifying, surpassing the heavenly sovereign. Could that be the inheritance of Lu Yi? However, during the time of time reversal, they distinctly heard a piercing scream. It was neither Lu Yi's cry nor a distinct gendered sound, but rather an odd, ambiguous wail. What to do? What to do? She sought out four women. Since learning of the fall of the vermilion bird, they have been engulfed in an unprecedented state of confusion. The vermilion bird has fallen. They understand that Lu Yi harbors resentment towards them, yet they never imagined that such animosity could compel him to take lethal action. That was the vermilion bird, accompanying Lu Yi from the first heaven, witnessing his ascent to unparalleled strength, even if it was merely a beloved pet. The bond forged over such time should have stirred some emotions, shouldn't it? Moreover, the vermilion bird was not merely a pet, it was his beloved, his Dao companion. How could he bring himself to kill? Even if wrongs were committed, such actions should not lead to death. If he could slay the vermilion bird, then they too could be in peril. They have reached an impasse of enmity, a dichotomy of life and death. Why has it come to this? The four women are in a state of deep distress. Jiang Dai appears in the celestial prison. Let us go? Lu Yi remains in the first heaven and has yet to ascend. You may leave, Jiang Dai declares. He is still in the first heaven? Bai Qiulan raises her gaze. Yes, he has somehow evaded the rules of the Nine Heavens Great Sage. Though he has completed his tribulation, he lingers in the first heaven. How infuriating. Jiang Dai grits her teeth in anger. So, you intend to release us? Bai Qiulan inquires. Bai Jia, Lu Yi has completely severed ties with us. We are now adversaries. Do you understand? Jiang Dai asks. Bai Qiulan shakes her head. We are still master and disciple. Yes, master and disciple. Then could you persuade Lu Yi to come here and meet his demise immediately? Bai Qiulan. Xiao Dai, there is no need for you to be so antagonistic towards Lu Yi. If you choose to relinquish your stance now and proactively apologize to him, Lu Yi might very well forgive you. You have followed him for a long time and are well aware of the dire consequences of becoming his adversary. Jiang Dai was particularly agitated. I don't need your counsel. I refuse to believe that he can remain in the first heaven indefinitely, unless he annihilates every being within it, seizing all treasures and resources for his cultivation. What realm could he possibly attain? The true person realm, at most, would lead him to the earth immortal realm. I refuse to believe he cannot be defeated. Since you have proven ineffective, I shall seek someone useful against Lu Yi. Lu Yi's friends in the second heaven, his past allies, Du Tiansheng, Guming Dao Run, and others, the ascendants from the Dao sect. Upon hearing Jiang Dai list one name after another, Bai Qiulan felt a chill run down her spine. You must be mad, Bai Qiulan exclaimed in disbelief. If you treat Lu Yi's acquaintances this way, even if they have yet to meet in this life, your actions will undoubtedly lead you to your own demise. I am already at my wit's end. Jiang Dai roared. Yes, let us proceed with this. The uncertainty surrounding Lu Yi's realm, coupled with his relentless cultivation, only intensified the pressure on Jiang Dai with each passing day, even while she was immersed in her practice. She couldn't help but wonder if Lu Yi was advancing a realm each day. It was utterly terrifying. Let us act without hesitation. Zhang Dai confined these 4 individuals once again. When the moment of reckoning arrived, they would serve as her shields against harm. If Lu Yi possesses the capability, let him eliminate them all. The Jiang family, the Eternal Sect, alongside numerous affiliated forces, commenced a vigorous campaign in the second heaven. Zhang Dai was acutely aware of Lu Yi's connections. In his previous life, he had walked the path of guardianship, protecting not only them but others as well. Although many had perished in the end, they undoubtedly held significance in Lu Yi's heart, for they had never betrayed him. The Jiang family's maneuvers incited turmoil within the second heaven, drawing condemnation from various factions. They could not comprehend why many, who had never interacted with the Jiang family, were being apprehended. Some were even completely uninvolved. The Jiang family operated with a list in hand to capture individuals. The Dao sect. Upon receiving the news, Lu Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Has the Jiang family lost their senses? How has Lu Yi provoked you? He has never even set foot in the second heaven, yet you target him so ruthlessly? Lu Changfeng paced anxiously, holding a 1,000-li stone, uncertain whether he should inform Lu Yi. The Dao sect was formidable in the first heaven and not weak in the second, but compared to an established power like the Jiang family, the gap remained vast. Perhaps if we grant the great Dao sect some time, they may yet surpass their adversaries, but at this moment, such a possibility remains elusive. Lu Changfeng paced restlessly. Summon Ji Changming. He felt uncertain about this matter. Ji Changming was resourceful and could provide valuable insights. Before long, Ji Changming arrived. The Jiang family, in alliance with the Eternal Sect, was actively apprehending the powerful members of the Great Dao Sect, primarily targeting Lu Yi. Should we inform him of this situation? Lu Changfeng inquired. What? Hasn't he already ascended? Ji Changming expressed his bewilderment. No, he has remained in the first heaven. I am unaware of how this lad has offended the Jiang family of the second heaven. Are they not utterly deranged? They possess no influence whatsoever in the first heaven, and Lu Yi has had no means to approach them. Now, they seem intent on forcing Lu Yi's ascension. Lu Changfeng explained. Ji Changming immediately grasped the situation. The sect master was concerned that revealing this information to Lu Yi might complicate matters for him, potentially leading him into a dire predicament. The sect master was perhaps a bit muddled. Indeed, it is true that having a woman can diminish one's intellect. Sect master, your concern may lead to confusion. Lu Yi's current cultivation realm surpasses both of ours, and he has never acted impulsively. This predicament has arisen due to Lu Yi, yet we remain oblivious to his thoughts. It is only right to inform him. If he possesses the strength to save others, and we withhold this information, resulting in harm befalling others because of him, would that not burden him with guilt? Chapter 171. Ascension, third update. Ji Changming announced that after Lu Changfeng had taken a woman, the foremost strategist of the Dao sect was completely in control. Lu Changfeng was also perceptive enough to understand the situation. He crushed the Qianli stone effortlessly. Master, what is the matter? Lu Yi's voice echoed from the Qianli stone. Lu Yi, I must share something with you. But you must remain calm upon hearing it, and handle the matter with composure. Lu Changfeng cautioned Lu Yi beforehand. Lu Yi understood immediately. What grave incident has occurred now? Please, Master, go ahead. In the second heaven, all the powerful members of our Dao sect, along with a group of others, have inexplicably been captured by the Jiang family and the Wandu sect. I suspect this incident is aimed directly at you, but you must not act rashly. If you possess the strength, then go and rescue them. If not, focus on your cultivation. Should they be killed, you shall avenge them tenfold or 100-fold. If you overreach your abilities, both they and you will perish, leaving no one to avenge them, and that would indeed be tragic. Lu Yi listened in silence, absorbing Lu Changfeng's words and analyzing the critical points. Do you understand? Lu Changfeng pressed. Lu Yi's calm and steady voice responded. Master, I understand. Good, good. I shall ascend immediately. Wait, I just warned you against acting impulsively, and yet you. Rest assured, Master, I shall annihilate them all. Lu Yi, Lu Yi. The transmission was abruptly severed. The Qianli stone crumbled into dust within Lu Yi's grasp as he gazed skyward. Breakthrough. In that moment, the barrier of the true person realm shattered completely. All resources transformed into mere dust, just as Zhang Dai had anticipated. The resources of the first heaven were indeed limited. Even if he did not ascend, and remained here to cultivate. Achieving the divine immortal realm would take an eternity. However, reaching the earth immortal realm was still quite feasible. As an earth immortal, one begins to possess a degree of transcendent power, capable of traversing the starry rivers and communing with the ethereal realms. Lu Yi awaited the emergence of a new toxin, but time passed. He furrowed his brow slightly. Why was there no new poison? Was it because only 6 people had administered it, or did those 2 toxins fail to meet the triggering conditions? Lu Yi surmised that the latter possibility was more likely. Very well, if there is no poison, that is for the best. All resources were thoroughly consumed by Lu Yi. Jiang Dai, await my arrival. I shall come to slay you. Jiang Dai's actions had utterly enraged Lu Yi. This time, his anger was not a fleeting outburst. A myriad of radiant lights descended. Lu Yi unraveled his concealment techniques. A force of guidance, descending from the heavens, sought to escort Lu Yi to his ascension. However, a slight tremor coursed through his body, shattering the overwhelming force meant to compel all great ascendants to rise. No need to rush. At this moment, the celestial path and the sacred way of the 9 heavens converged, heralding the arrival of a formidable presence within the first heaven. The rules established by the great sage of the 9 heavens were incensed. The vibrant hues of light dimmed, giving way to surging calamity clouds. The sacred path of the 9 heavens intertwined with the celestial path, orchestrating a divine retribution to punish those who defy the rules. A smile graced Lu Ye's face. It had arrived. He desperately needed this divine punishment to aid him in completing the 3rd tribulation of the undying body. The potency of divine retribution far surpassed that of heavenly tribulations, even reaching the upper limits of the punished. Lu Yi presently exuded an aura of the first realm of Earth Immortal. Consequently, the intensity of the first divine punishment escalated to an attack strength equivalent to the 3rd realm of Earth Immortal. Silver-white lightning crackled, already beginning to exhibit hints of golden shimmer. With a gentle tug of his hands, the power of divine retribution coalesced within Lu Ye's grasp, swirling incessantly, streams of it flowing into his body. Thanks to detoxification and his cultivation of the yin-yang path, it proved quite effective. The 2nd divine punishment descended. Lu Yi tugged once more, gathering it between his hands. At that moment, the formidable divine retribution transformed into a lively fish, docile and carefree. The divine punishment grew angrier. What was the meaning of this? Was it underestimating its power? Thus, the calamity clouds began to expand mightily. Lu Ye's expression finally turned serious as the 2 powers of divine punishment were rapidly absorbed. Boom! A terrifying divine punishment, comparable to the 8th realm of Earth Immortal, struck fiercely towards Lu Yi. He drew his sword. Countless streaks of sword light ascended, clashing rapidly with the divine retribution lightning. The sword light shattered continuously, while the divine lightning also fragmented relentlessly. A tremendous suction force emanated from within Lu Yi, swiftly absorbing the stray calamity power. The potency of the 4th divine punishment soared to the 9th realm of Earth Immortal. It seemed the sacred path was indeed infuriated by Lu Yi, having reached its peak. Lu Yi surmised that if he effortlessly navigated through this, the divine punishment might dissipate. Therefore, he welcomed the divine strike. Boom! Lu Yi's body turned charred. He continued to absorb the power of the calamity lightning ceaselessly. Boom! 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 Each bolt of calamity lightning possessed the might of the pinnacle of Earth Immortal. Poised to obliterate Lu Yi, he stood unwavering, using his body and true essence of Earth Immortal to resist continuously. His form was battered and torn, an unsightly sight. Yet, Lu Yi remained calm. Maintaining this facade was sufficient to satisfy the sacred path. There was no need to feign agony, until the final divine punishment descended. The lightning shimmered with a faint golden hue. Lu Yi unleashed a punch. The golden divine punishment hesitated, transforming into a deluge of golden currents, which Lu Yi swiftly absorbed. His flesh resonated with thunderous roars, the destructive force embedded within the divine punishment being converted into vitality, rapidly mending Lu Yi's body. The calamity clouds dispersed. A more terrifying force of guidance tugged at Lu Yi, propelling him towards the 2nd heaven. Lu Yi offered no resistance. His figure ascended continuously, soaring amidst the radiant glow. Layers of space melted away as Lu Yi traversed through the chaotic surroundings. From the 1st heaven to the 2nd heaven, the guiding force led Lu Yi to the ascension pool. A dense fog was rapidly absorbed by Lu Yi. Boom, boom, boom. The third calamity of the indestructible body was thoroughly completed. Surrounding the ascension pool, formidable beings with terrifying auras gazed upon Lu Yi, enveloped in the mist. Lu Yi's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait emitted by the Jiang family. He appeared even younger. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly him. Jiang Rihong's expression radiated uncontainable joy. He had finally awaited this moment. "Here I come," he roared, eagerly seizing the monumental achievement. The rewards promised by the family head would enable him to cultivate to the realm of the celestial god effortlessly. Therefore, Void Fist. Jiang Rihong unleashed this punch, channeling the vastness of the void to aid him at that moment. He sensed that with this strike, he truly unleashed an unprecedented power. He was not far from the realm of the celestial god. Chapter 172, Paving a Path of Blood, 4th update. Lu Yi gazed at the void fist hurtling towards him. This technique was familiar to him. Not only did he master the fundamental void fist, but he also possessed the prowess of the true primordial void fist. He unleashed a punch of his own, identical in essence, yet distinct from Jiang Rixing's version that caused the void to tremble. Lu Yi's strike manifested as a torrent of flowing void, a fist entirely composed of the ethereal substance, arriving in an instant. Boom! Jiang Rixing was utterly obliterated. Above Lu Yi, the Emperor's banner fluttered. Emerging from the ascension pool, Lu Yi surveyed the myriad figures around him, each radiating formidable auras. There were hundreds, the weakest of whom were in the great ascension stage. Did they dare to encircle him? It made sense. The prevailing thought was that Lu Yi had successfully navigated his tribulation, likely reaching only the Great Ascension realm. Thus, those in the Great Ascension stage could attempt to eliminate him. Even if he did not deliver the final blow, his participation would still earn him accolades from the Jiang family. Lu Yi's fist dispatched a formidable earth immortal, one of considerable skill, startling the onlookers. "Were you not searching for me?" Lu Yi inquired. "Indeed, we were," replied a cold voice from a powerful figure of the ancient cult. "Then why not kill him? Kill! Kill!" In an instant, an array of spells surged towards Lu Yi. The Jiang family had decreed, no prisoners. A faint luminescence emanated from Lu Yi's being, the aura of indestructibility enveloping him. He neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the multitude of spells to bombard his form. After a barrage of attacks, Lu Yi emerged with a smile amidst the radiance, thoroughly pleased with the might of his 9 tribulations indestructible body. Seeing Lu Yi unscathed, a chill ran through the hearts of all present. "It is my turn." With a swift motion, he swung his sword horizontally. The blade cleaved through chaos, as if splitting heaven and earth asunder. A mournful sound pierced the air, accompanied by anguished cries. The sword energy surged, sweeping across the battlefield. Lu Yi followed closely behind. As the crowd braced themselves for defense, others coordinated their attacks. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted. A vast cloud of blood mist dispersing as the sword light either bisected individuals or transformed them into fine mist. The sword danced wildly, unleashing a soul-stirring force of destruction that erupted within the throng. "Not good. He is too powerful. We cannot contend with him." The outer cultivators, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of dread and fled in haste. Just as they turned to escape, the sound of slicing air echoed behind them. This sword light was unlike any ordinary blade. It arrived with a thunderous roar, sharp and deadly. Unlike the silent and swift ordinary sword light, this one bore an overwhelming force capable of reducing those who fled to mere fragments of blood mist. Those who run shall perish. Those who remain may survive a few more seconds. How terrifying is the earth immortal realm. The aura of the divine realm erupted from the young man. He wielded a long blade, clad in a suit of black armor, his expression brimming with excitement. Truly, he deserved to be the foremost on the ancient prodigy rankings. As Lu Yi ascended to the pinnacle of the ancient prodigy rankings, the news echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Countless young aspirants eagerly awaited the opportunity to confront Lu Yi, yearning to vanquish him. Among them was Zhang Liu, who viewed Lu Yi as a necessary target to overcome. He stood as a celestial being, while Lu Yi was merely an earth immortal. However, facing such a formidable earth immortal, adorned with the title of the ancient prodigy rankings #1, Zhang felt justified in engaging him despite the apparent disparity in their realms. Boom! Zhang Liu's figure vanished, Clang. The clash of blade against sword erupted, sparks flying. The two warriors charged at one another, their gazes locked in fierce determination. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance of their weapons spiraled outward like a tempest, sweeping in all directions. The cacophony of their strikes resonated, countless collisions echoing through the air. Alas, those surrounding them were left in despair, yet perhaps it was merciful, as many were already near death. Swiftly, Jiang Liu wielded a rapid blade, striking with ferocity, his speed reaching its zenith. Lu Yi matched him with his swift sword. Though his weapon lacked the cleaving prowess of a blade, it mattered not. As long as the stone sword remained relentless. Swiftly, 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 Lu Yi incessantly accelerated his swordplay, unleashing a torrent of strikes. Jiang Liu bellowed in fury, his arms suddenly erupting with blood. Thud! A single strike landed. The friction between blade and sword ignited a shower of sparks, mingling with blood. Lu Yi reached out, grasping the Emperor's banner and swinging it mightily. A billowing black mist surged forth. Jiang Liu's soul was instantly seized, his body cleaved in twain. Kill! Now that the battle had commenced, no one would escape. Lu Yi moved with blinding speed, each arc of his sword not only piercing flesh, but also carving deep gashes into the earth. As souls departed from their bodies, those still alive found themselves pursued by death. Their bodies continued to flee even as their souls were already halted. Soon, silence enveloped the world. Lu Yi promptly surveyed the battlefield, hastily opening various storage rings. The necessary herbs were swiftly melted with the phoenix fire, impurities eradicated, and consumed in one gulp. From the distant vantage point, he caught sight of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Fellow Taoists, we do not wish to engage in battle. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion stuttered, their voices trembling. I understand. There is a piece of news to disseminate. I shall depart from this place and head directly to the Jiang family. Anyone who wishes to slay me, let them intercept me along the way. Is that true? The cultivators from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion jolted in surprise. Lu Yi nodded, taking a step forward toward the Jiang family. They realized that the second heaven was on the brink of eruption. Initially, they believed Lu Yi would retreat in silence, feeling humiliated as he was targeted by the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family was indeed a powerful force, filled with formidable warriors, Lu Yi was merely a fledgling cultivator who had just transcended his tribulation. Yet, he was the #1 on the ancient prodigy rankings. Even in the face of your insignificance, and despite the formidable strength of the Jiang family, as the foremost on the eternal prodigy list, surely you must create some stir? At last, the moment has arrived. He seeks to stride forth with integrity, challenging the colossal Jiang family. His path is clear, undeterred by the prospect of facing thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions. He presses onward with unwavering resolve. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion swiftly disseminated this news. As anticipated, the second heaven erupted in fervor. The map of the second heaven was sold out in an instant. From the exalted celestial realm to the foundational essence realm, no cultivator remained indifferent to this monumental event. Even the youngest of children, hungry for knowledge, would widen their eyes at the mention of Lu Yi, attentively absorbing the fervor that accompanied the adult's utterance of his name. A multitude of cultivators surged toward Lu Yi's location. Some sought to eliminate him, while others were merely drawn to the spectacle. It had been an exceptionally long time since the second heaven had witnessed such commotion. The foremost on the eternal prodigy list truly lives up to the audacity of inscribing his name there. It feels as though he is poised to pierce the very fabric of the second heaven. What reactions will the Jiang family and the eternal sect have? Chapter 173, The World in Turmoil, 5th Update, the Jiang clan. Upon receiving the news, the numerous elders were astounded. Jiang Liu has fallen? How could that be? His prowess was nearing its peak. How could he possibly meet such a fate? It was rumored that Lu Yi's sword was swifter than his blade. Impossible. What audacity he possesses to take such action, daring to oppose the entirety of the second heaven. Jiang Dai sat in the high seat, finally having ascended. At long last, she felt a sense of relief as Lu Yi, who had lurked in the shadows, was now revealed, like a thorn lodged in her throat. Jiang Liuyue's demise was a trivial matter. If he desires bloodshed, then let him indulge to his heart's content. Transmit my command from the Jiang clan's Void Order. Instruct the Void Empire to dispatch a great army to encircle him. To all cultivators across the realm, Those who slay Lu Yi shall receive the Jiang clan's void inheritance. Kill Lu Yi and gain access to our treasure trove, selecting any 10 items. Kill Lu Yi and receive a void division order, regardless of which heaven you belong to. Those who hold the void division order shall receive the Jiang clan's utmost support. Inform the eternal sect that the Jiang clan has demonstrated such sincerity, and they must also lend their full strength. Should they hesitate, their lineage shall be obliterated by Lu Yi. This is a battle for the survival of the lineage. If Lu Yi lives, all shall perish. If Lu Yi dies, untold benefits shall be bestowed upon all, I assure you all. With fervent passion and a blazing war spirit, Jiang Dai's voice rang out. The elders, their once dormant hearts now stirred anew, felt the weight of her words. The promised unparalleled rewards were not mere empty rhetoric. 3 years prior, upon her ascendancy as clan head, Jiang Dai had unveiled a series of invaluable divine techniques for the Jiang clan. Many within the clan had experienced a tremendous surge in strength, which lent her words undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the eternal sect was taken aback. A faction without any grievances against Lu Yi had invested such substantial resources, after their own lineage had been decimated in the first heaven. They too had no choice but to act. Thus, the eternal sect issued their own decree. Those who slay Lu Yi shall inherit the eternal sect's timeless scriptures. Kill Lu Yi and receive the eternal order. Kill Lu Yi and become a direct descendant of the eternal sect. Kill Lu Yi and select any 10 treasures from the eternal sect's vault. Not only did the Jiang clan and the eternal sect express their intentions, the Qingtian sect, Qianyu sect, Void dynasty, and other prominent families also declared their allegiance, all united by a singular purpose: to eliminate Lu Yi. The cultivators of the second heaven descended into madness. Even more terrifying was the prospect that all rewards would stack upon the death of Lu Yi. Countless ancient beings awakened, their eyes ablaze with insatiable greed. There were those whose time was short, those with no hope of advancement, and those bearing grievous injuries. Such individuals were numerous. At this moment, they all sprang into action to kill Lu Yi. Some even feared arriving too late, only to find that Lu Yi's head had already been claimed. Lu Yi advanced steadily towards the Jiang family, each step deliberate. The stone sword buzzed incessantly, seemingly sensing the impending cataclysmic battle. It was filled with unparalleled excitement. Ha ha ha, it truly is here. With a thunderous laugh, 7 figures surged forth, their auras unified, indicating their mastery of the same cultivation technique. United, they could vanquish foes even of a higher realm. Lu Yi swung his sword, unleashing 7 beams of sword energy in a simultaneous onslaught. Boom. The 7 were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, the infamous 7-star old monster obliterated in an instant. At that moment, a resounding howl echoed as over 100 adversaries charged towards Lu Yi. Armed with his sword, his figure became a blur, the sword light weaving through the chaos, devastating all in its path. Weapons shattered against him, supernatural abilities disintegrated, and physical bodies crumbled. A tempest of sword energy swept through, leaving a scene strewn with carnage. The Zhuke true fire igniting, and the void crystallizing into essence. A plethora of spirit stones was ground to dust. His momentum surged. Ha ha ha, these heads are mine. With a head rolling to the ground, a voice exclaimed, "Kid, why are you so valuable? What secrets do you harbor? If you divulge them, I may spare your life." In response, a beam of sword light met him. Supreme sword. Boom. A celestial being was transformed into a mist of blood, its nascent soul wailing in despair, desperately attempting to flee. Thud. The nascent soul collided with the void, which had unknowingly solidified. Lu Yi seized the nascent soul, the Zhuke true fire searing it before he swallowed it whole, refining it in an instant. The human emperor flag waved gently, and a storage ring fell into his hand. Boom. The earth trembled softly. Gazing ahead, Lu Yi beheld a sea of humanity. Countless soldiers clad in armor stood resolute, the front line wielding heavy shields, creating a united front, the entire army emanating a singular aura. Lu Yi quickened his pace. The stone sword continued to hum, tinged with a hint of crimson. One man charged into the throng of warriors. Above, cultivators witnessing this scene were struck with profound awe. This moment, this spectacle, was breathtaking. Boom. Lu Yi plunged into the army, sending heavily armored soldiers flying backwards. The all-living sword technique. In this instant, a meat grinder manifested in the second heaven. Countless soldiers surged towards Lu Yi, their immense morale attempting to suppress his strength. Each soldier attacking him unleashed power far surpassing their own realms. Yet it was insufficient. Blood mist enveloped the battlefield. The all-living sword technique annihilated all life. One by one, soldiers fell, not merely collapsing, but their entire forms transforming into blood mist. Clouds of blood erupted. Lu Yi charged through the ranks, his figure a whirlwind of destruction. From above, one could see a blood-stained path rapidly extending, only to shift direction and continue its relentless stretch. Lu Yi had no intention of breaking free. He sought slaughter. Since we have ascended, let us indulge in a fervent slaughter. All who harbor the desire to slay him may approach, and witness who shall perish at whose hands. Lu Yi remains tireless, unyielding to defense. The formation ignites the soldier's bloodlust. Despite the countless lives lost, not a single soldier flees in the thrill of carnage. In a realm of earth immortals, slaying so many skilled warriors, united by the formation, should exhaust him. Yet they doubt the boundless reservoir of Lu Yi's true essence. A multitude of primordial infants shatter, their essence merging with the crimson mist that envelopes Lu Yi. His eyes glimmer with a blood-red hue. Reminiscent of the time when he was influenced by the Lotus of Slaughter, his current state mirrors that experience, albeit this time it is by choice rather than circumstance. Now, he embraces the urge to kill. The banner of the Emperor rises to the heavens, ensnaring countless souls within. Tirelessly, he continues, until at last, on this earth, there remains no standing soul besides Lu Yi. Only then does he finally cease. The acrid scent of blood permeates the air, spreading for miles. Blood blooms upon the ground, crafting a vast and exquisite tapestry. One life for the demise of myriad souls. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 174, Building Momentum, Part 1. The situation is utterly terrifying. The Darkstar army of the Void Dynasty, once encircled, could be annihilated even by those of the Divine Realm, yet now they are being ruthlessly slaughtered. What is his aura like now? Has it weakened? No, it seems to have strengthened. What? We must not allow him time to recover his true essence. He must be merely bluffing. A person's true essence cannot be infinite. We must continue the assault. Another group of cultivators arrives, spreading across the mountains and the skies. Lu Yi, wielding his sword, charges forward, and at this moment, the technique he had long regarded as insignificant begins to take effect. This technique is known as the source-devouring true cannon. Countless weapons are reduced to powder, their essence consumed and transformed into true essence. Another technique, called the refining infant devil cannon, shatters numerous primordial infants. Yet another, named blood and flesh returning to source, causes a billowing mist of blood to converge upon Lu Yi. There exists a divine ability known as Sea of Malevolent Qi, a path of great significance called the Path of Slaughter, another path known as the Path of Invincibility. Death has become the dominant theme of the second heaven. Reports of battles arrive like snowflakes, scattering to every corner of the second heaven. In the blood battle of the Touching Sky Plateau, 3 at the Divine Realm and 47 at the Earth Immortal Realm were lost, along with 219 at the True Immortal Realm. The sword-bearing pavilion deployed the supreme 9-heaven sword array to besiege the devil Lu Yi, resulting in shattered swords and lost lives, with the pavilion suffering heavy losses. At the banks of the Blackwood River, the Divine Wilderness sect established a formidable array, leading to devastation and bloodshed that dyed the river crimson. This devil is a true fiend. He possesses the 10,000 souls banner, and the great sage of the 9 heavens has seen the demonic cultivators he eradicated rise once more. Exterminate the devil. Exterminate the devil. Exterminate the devil. Such is the nature of this world. Though all are intent on your demise, your fierce counterattack has branded you a devil. The voices of the masses can tarnish even the purest of souls. Even if you are not a devil, you will be perceived as one. Fortunately, in this life, there is no need to guard the great path. Had Lu Yi been burdened by that responsibility, his heart would have been heavy. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, one can only deem the guardianship of the great path as a pitfall. How splendid is the present, the path of seeking. These individuals are mere stumbling blocks on his journey. Shattering these obstacles brings Lu Yi no psychological burden. As time progresses, the strong multiply. The ordinarily oblivious weak have finally been struck with terror, refraining from further advances. No matter how enticing the rewards promised by the Jiang clan and the myriad forces of the Eternal Sect, one must possess life to claim them. Initially, they harbored the notion of exhausting Lu Yi until he was drained, hoping to seize a head for themselves. Is not the essence of cultivation a struggle for supremacy? Thus, those who entertained the thought of collecting heads have now become heads themselves. Some are now counting the total number of Lu Ye's kills. Unbeknownst to them, this number has already reached 6 figures. Once again, a great army approaches. This time, it is the mightiest army of the Void Empire, which has deployed a great formation to transform this realm into a vacuum devoid of any spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, how can one hope to recover? Lu Yi arrives, his attire immaculate, with sporadic bloodstains merely embellishing his garments like blossoms of plum. He even exudes a refreshing aura. Were it not for the blood-red hue of his eyes and the overwhelming aura emanating from him, coupled with the imperial banner behind him billowing with dark smoke, where countless souls emit silent howls, he might resemble a carefree young gentleman exploring the world. Lu Yi senses the absence of spiritual energy around him. He hears the taunts from his adversaries, the specific content of which has become inconsequential. No one engages in discourse with the deceased. Well, he would indeed take note of the words of the dead. He steps forward, asserting, "Who told you that I require spiritual energy to regain my strength? With your presence, I need not a shred of it. Kill." A path stretches ahead, totaling 83,000 kilometers. Lu Yi has already traversed 20,000 kilometers, moving with remarkable speed. As he lingers, a swarm of powerful beings approaches like leeches drawn to blood. Among them are primarily aged elders, who, having reached the end of their cultivation in life, seek to defy fate through the blessings of the Jiang family and the Eternal Sect to extend their lives. Yet, even these seasoned individuals, despite their vast experiences, feel their scalps tingle and icy dread seep into their souls as they witness the overwhelming carnage below. The 9 heavens have not seen demons in ages. Many have cultivated endlessly, witnessing the most brutal of slaughters, which were merely conflicts among cultivators, individuals battling one another. This, however, is different. All the slaughter emanates from a single individual. Under the swing of that sword, heads roll. Before that fist, a mist of blood envelopes the air. Within the imperial banner, countless souls swiftly hunt for other souls. Black mist intertwines with crimson fog, littering the surroundings with flying flesh and dismembered limbs. Finally, even the weakest soldiers, all at the tribulation stage, feel the grip of fear. The terror of death clutches their throats like a vice. Retreat. After suffering 2/3 casualties, the rout finally commences. It is our turn. A surge of divine energy erupts. The decaying aura replaced by a fervent vitality as these elders ignite the last remnants of their lives to reach an ultimate transcendence, returning to their most formidable moments. In this battle, it is either Lu Ye's demise or theirs. Lu Yi refrains from idle chatter. He senses the pressure mounting as he faces such formidable beings at the divine realm, including those at its pinnacle, indeed a formidable force. He acknowledges this with respect. He invokes the heavenly silkworm's 9 transformations. In an instant, a fearsome aura surges to the heavens, the malevolence blooming like a lotus at that moment. He ascends to the 9th level of the earthly immortal realm. Boom. The velocity reaches such extremes that his figure becomes nearly impossible to perceive. Only beams of light stretched endlessly, with corpses incessantly plummeting from the sky, creating deep craters upon the earth. Most individuals could not even be left with intact bodies. Another group was slain, and Lu Yi continued his advance. His momentum accumulated relentlessly, akin to a deluge behind a dam, with the water level perpetually rising, until, with a cataclysmic crash, all was obliterated. News spread, causing another seismic tremor throughout the realm. A new wave of formidable beings had perished. Some of these were once illustrious figures from the second heaven, now aged and emerging from seclusion, only to be brutally slain. An increasing number of people awakened, etching the name Lu Yi into their hearts. He was not to be trifled with. He was far too terrifying. The latest news revealed that Tuoba Yu, wielding the treasured celestial gun, was heading to confront Lu Yi. At last, a true powerhouse was taking action, yet regrettably, we were unable to witness it firsthand. Ranked 14th on the god list, Tuoba Yu, a successor of a sovereign of the spear path, had become an extraordinary presence, even as a solitary practitioner. The latest word from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion indicated that they planned to utilize the celestial mirror to reflect Lu Ye's journey. Those wishing to observe could proceed to the Heavenly Mechanism platform, with each person required to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones for the privilege. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Such an exorbitant price? If you do not go, I shall. The clash of top-tier celestial realm powerhouses is exceedingly rare. I would pay even 1,000 or 10,000 to behold it. I suspect you are a plant, yet I possess no evidence. Chapter 175, The Divine Ranking, Part 2. In the second heaven, what could genuinely be deemed as a treasure must undoubtedly belong to the realm of innate supreme artifacts. The Tianji platform was teeming with people. A vast luminous screen gradually unfurled, resembling a mirror, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of Lu Yi. For many, it was their inaugural glimpse of Lu Ye's visage. Previous encounters had only been through portraits, and now, gazing upon him, they could not help but offer their critiques. Indeed, he was rather handsome, albeit exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. With measured steps, he advanced, his figure flickering as he approached the Jiang family. As if embarking on a leisurely stroll through the wilderness rather than heading towards the annihilation of a formidable clan. He traversed a thicket, his towering frame grasping a golden spear adorned with intricate patterns, an overwhelming presence radiating from it. They met. Everyone anticipated a conversation, considering both were formidable beings. Yet, Lu Yi uttered not a single word, and in an instant, his figure vanished. The Zhentian spear wielded by Tuoba Yu thrust forth, seemingly rendering the universe to revolve solely around that singular spear. Lu Ye's figure materialized before the Zhentian spear, only to be pierced through by it. Tuoba Yu felt no joy. With a slight tremor, Lu Ye's form dissipated into nothingness. The spear swept across, unleashing a tempest. The forest was engulfed in a wild wind, uprooting numerous colossal trees. Another Lu Yi appeared, but as soon as he manifested, he was shattered by the sweeping spear. The third, fourth, fifth, come forth and engage in a proper battle. Tuoba Yu bellowed, as countless spear shadows enveloped the space around him. The void trembled. Tuoba Yu's might, combined with the Zhentian spear, was indeed formidable. However, he was confronted by Lu Yi. Simultaneously, the shattered Lu Yi figures reemerged, 6 in total, encircling Tuoba Yu in a hexagram formation. An intricate rune materialized beneath Tuoba Yu's feet, prompting a furious roar as his spear struck fiercely upon the hexagram. Clang! The hexagram was pierced, yet it began to ascend into the air. Beneath the hexagram, 2 additional Lu Yi figures emerged, and above Tuoba Yu, the 9th Lu Yi appeared. All 9 Lu Yis were illusory. The hexagram transformed, shifting from a flat plane into a circular form, enveloping Tuoba Yu's body. At that moment, it solidified. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Yu felt a surge of dread. What was this technique? Peerless. Tuoba Yu roared in fury. 9 extremes divide the heavens. All 9 Lu Yis struck simultaneously. 9 streams of sword light erupted forth in an instant. Even before the lights arrived, a terrifying sword intent had already pierced through Tuoba Yu's being. The sword light shone like the moon, radiant and sharp. No, Tuoba Yu let out a thunderous scream. He sensed an imminent peril, yet it was too late. Boom! The Zhentian spear shattered a beam of sword light, then another, and yet another. However, the 4th sword light penetrated his body, the 5th severed him in twain, and the 6th obliterated his primordial spirit. This was the 14th rank on the divine ranking. A single grand move, instantly annihilating. Lu Yi extended his palm, and the Zhentian spear materialized in his grasp. As strands of radiance danced, the spear thrashed violently, yet Lu Yi's hand had already left deep imprints upon its body. Ultimately, the spear was reduced to ashes, replenishing Lu Yi's true essence. Indeed, Tuoba Yu was formidable. Had Lu Yi employed conventional combat methods, he might have found himself entangled for a considerable duration. Fortunately, he resorted to a grand move. This technique, known as the 9 extremities divide heaven, was the signature skill of the 9th extremities sword sect's 7th realm, or rather, an enhanced version of it. Initially, the 9th extremities sword sect had been betrayed by Chu Ling, and to express his contrition, Lu Yi had agreed to assist the sect in refining a divine ability or technique. After all, they were allies, and it was inappropriate to create a scene of disgrace. Moreover, it was due to Lu Ye's extraordinary strength that he had aided the Ninth Extremities Sword sect in enhancing this divine ability. The Nine Extremities divide heaven. Though potent, it bore a significant flaw, an excessively lengthy preparation time. After refinement, it had evolved into its current form. The preparation time remained extensive, but substantial improvements had been made. Seconds passed. Beyond the heavenly mechanism mirror, countless cultivators were rendered speechless as they witnessed Tuoba Yu being reduced to mere fragments. That was Tuoba Yu, the 14th on the divine ranking. The 14th strongest among the Second Realm's divine rankings, now obliterated by a single strike. The Jiang family had truly found themselves in dire straits. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, how had an Earth Immortal achieved such extraordinary combat prowess? Some speculated that Lu Yi had undoubtedly overdrawn his potential to unleash this terrifying move, intending to intimidate other formidable beings, thereby allowing him to recuperate his true essence and wounds. Thus began another round of fierce conflict. Within the heavenly mechanism mirror, it was evident that Lu Ye's momentum intensified as he eliminated one adversary after another. He even cast a glance toward them through the mirror. Just a mere look caused countless observing cultivators to feel as though their hearts had been mercilessly struck, and even their souls trembled beneath that single gaze. 40,000 miles. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yi had traversed half the distance. Behind him lay an overwhelming number of corpses, almost carpeting the entire road. Various factions were growing anxious. Lu Ye's displayed strength exhibited no weaknesses, be it defense, speed, power, enlightenment, divine perception, energy accumulation, or recovery. Recovery. Indeed, he had not even sustained a scratch thus far. Many began to sense that they had kicked a solid iron plate. Jiang Dai's expression grew grave. The oppressive aura emanating from Lu Yi was overwhelming as he advanced step by step toward the Jiang family. Even at a distance of 40,000 kilometers, the terrifying pressure seemed to envelop the entirety of the Jiang clan. The tactic of overwhelming numbers has proven utterly ineffective against him. Tuoba Yu was dispatched with a single strike. Is this still a human being? Master, what shall we do? Many elders turned their gaze toward Jiang Dai. Initially, they could not comprehend why Jiang Dai was so fervently targeting Lu Yi, a prodigy who, by all accounts, should have been a prime candidate for alliances among the great families. If they could bind him to their ship through marriage, it would undoubtedly catapult them to new heights. However, they became intoxicated by the benefits Jiang Dai offered, compounded by her formidable strength, which granted her significant influence within the Jiang family. The top 20 on the divine ranking were all invited. Whatever they desired, as long as the Jiang family possessed it, they could acquire. Master, this is untenable. These individuals are insatiable. If we proceed in this manner, the foundation of the Jiang family will be entirely depleted. Instantly, an elder voiced opposition. If Lu Yi were to join the Jiang family, our lineage would be obliterated. What would be left of our foundation? Jiang Dai replied coldly. The Jiang family possesses an unparalleled grand formation. He will never breach it. Jiang Dai suddenly burst into laughter. A grand formation? Lu Ye's mastery of formations is unparalleled across the land. The Jiang family's defenses would be rendered meaningless before him. In the face of Lu Yi, the only solution lies in employing our mightiest forces to eliminate him. This is our sole recourse. Contact them immediately.